He is a hero, but is despised by colleagues and the public just because he killed a villain to save a girl. They always believe a hero must protect everyone and impose that foolish rule on him. Just as he was about to throw away this worthless hero label, he was betrayed by his own colleagues. Before dying, he was given a second chance by his brother. He opened his eyes and found himself alive again in a new body. After gaining the memories, he realized that the owner of this body was a student severely bullied at school. They pushed your head into the water until you nearly drowned, but he soon realized that this boy's body concealed the power of a monster. It's stronger than even an SSS-level villain, but because the previous owner was too weak, he never used this power before. In this life, he decides to show the heroes what a real villain truly is. Inside the bathroom, water drips steadily and a deafening scream echoes. Damn it! Someone is head first in the toilet with the screams of those around them echoing. That bastard isn't breathing. What? Is it dead? Fuck it. Run fast. Suddenly, bubbles started to rise from the water, signaling signs of life. They struggled to free their head from the large pool of water. A head is pulled out of the toilet, water splashing everywhere. The sound of heavy breathing due to lack of air continues inside. The glowing necklace around that person's neck is the sandal necklace that was given to Kian. They are in shock and wide-eyed. The scene continues inside the men's bathroom with the sound of flushing and a bewildered question. Where am I? The wet footsteps are leading outside. The confusion continues. I fell from the cliff and... Is something wrong with my voice? It seems to be Ka Xian himself, looking bewildered at his reflection in the mirror. Ka Xian hurriedly reached out with trembling hands to touch his face. Huh? His eyes widened in panic. Is this really me? There's no way I can just ignore this and pretend I've become such a kid. And what about my body while the water keeps flowing non-stop? Panic-stricken, I wash my face to clear my mind. This must all just be a dream. But then he let out a breath and ran his hand through his hair. Ka Xian still couldn't believe this situation, grinding his teeth as he looked at himself in the mirror. What the hell is going on here? Why? Suddenly, at that moment, his head started to throb intensely. A rush of information quickly flashes through Ka Xian's mind. He blankly realizes that Quan Kang Yu... Am I really in Korea now? Currently, Xian has become Kang Yu. Seeing the glowing necklace around his neck, he looked a bit confused. How the hell did this happen? And what's with all these strange memories in my head? Suddenly a voice rang out, making him startle. Are you awake now? Kang Yu hurriedly looked around and shouted, Who is there? Suddenly, the cord glowed mysteriously, releasing a dark aura that formed a living creature before Kang Yu. It introduced itself as Moros, a noble spirit from ancient times. Kang Yu, still confused and stunned, tremblingly pointed at it and asked, What are you? Did you just crawl out of that necklace? Moros nervously explains to him. I am not anything, I am Moros. It narrowed its eyes and smiled eerily. More importantly, I bet you have many questions you don't want to hear me answer, right? Kang Yu still helplessly stares intently at Moros. So you're saying? Are you saying you brought me back from the dead? Moros answered so many times that he lost his patience. Yes, I've told you over and over a dozen times. It flies happily beside him. Think about it. You're quite fluent in Korean, aren't you? Kang Yu responded to it naturally. That's because I used to live in Korea until I was adopted. Then I realized something was wrong and cursed under my breath. Damn it. Kang Yu recalls Kin's appearance before leaving, questioning himself whether he died and then was brought back. Does that mean anything? Moro suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Deep is the one who handed me over to you, right? He did that to protect you. Kang Yu hesitantly lowered his head, recalling, to protect himself? No way, what he said back then. And then suddenly he let out a helpless sigh. Kang Yu finally accepted the truth and changed the subject. You said the shoe is looking for something, right? It's like a deadly sword, isn't it? Moros quickly and thoroughly explained to him that the destructive sword of M, even its origin, was detailed in its presentation. That sword was forged a long time ago during the legendary war. Kang Yu was a bit stunned after hearing this. And how do you know all these old stories from so long ago? Moros replied proudly. Of course I know, because I am a noble soul. But you just bluntly asked, what the hell is that? It doesn't bother explaining anymore. If you don't understand, just listen and refresh your mind. Kang Yu, upon hearing that, turned pale with anger and took out his phone to continue questioning it. How can I believe anything you say? On what basis? This is Quan Kang Yu's phone. Moros turned around, confused, and explained, You know, I had to sacrifice half of my power to save you. As he scrolled through Kang Yu's phone, he responded in bewilderment. Sacrifice? I just can't believe that thing. Suddenly, he saw something, and, furious, his eyes widened. The newspaper is slandering and spreading false information about both him and Jeff, blaming everything on them, which makes Kang Yu unable to contain his anger. What the hell is this? His face darkened as he couldn't understand the situation. They say I am the one who killed Chep? His arm trembles as he keeps pressing on the screen. Kang Yu recalls his happy self-image and keeps telling himself it's meaningless, that it's not real. The more he got angry, the more Kang Yu clenched his teeth, unleashing a small lightning bolt. Suddenly, the aura around him turned gray. Kang Yu growled loudly, "Lampus, those damn guys, how dare they accuse me like that? Instead of protecting the innocent, they try to drown me." Moros quickly spoke to reassure him. "Stay calm, Kasi. Your current path may be like that, but the lightning around Kang Yu has been increasing, and his eyes have changed to 2 different colors, a lightning bolt suddenly striking, causing Kang Yu to grimace in pain. How can they? Suddenly, his hand also grew sharp claws. Kang Yu, panicked, opened his eyes wide and looked at himself. "Huh?" he stammered as he looked down at his new claws in shock. "What is this?" After observing for a while, Kang Yu couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "What is going on?" Meanwhile, in another corner of the schoolyard, another angry shout also rang out. "Damn it, what is that Own doing for so long?" A group of people sitting together in a corner. Ki-hun scolds him to stop complaining. He'll be here soon. Across from them, a chubby guy is rushing over, panting heavily as he runs. Ki-hun sneered mockingly. "Look at that pig run." Then he turned to question the fat guy. "Have you checked yet?" He was too out of breath and replied a bit confused. "Huh? Then..." His next words caused everyone here to become confused. "There's no one in the bathroom." The guy with glasses asked again nervously. "No one there? Are you sure you checked carefully?" The fat guy answered in fear, "Yes." He continued to question him about the police and ambulances. He hesitated and stepped back before replying, "I didn't see anything like that. It's completely empty." That made Ki-hun grow more irritated, grinding his teeth. "What the hell is that?" The blonde guy immediately stood up aggressively and shouted, "You said that bastard is dead. That means he can't breathe anymore. Idiot." The guy with glasses recalls the previous scene with some suspicion. No way, it definitely stopped breathing. Right after that, Ki-hun also grabbed his bag and ordered the fat guy. "You can go?" He will obediently listen. "Yes." The annoyed blonde guy stood up angrily and cursed. "Damn it. If it weren't for that beast, I'd almost had a heart attack. What's with the slow reactions?" He poked the straw into the milk carton and gently calmed her down. "It's okay. That's enough. It's good that that dog didn't die." Hearing that, the blonde guy turned back and asked him again, "So, what do you plan to do to him?" Ki-hun sucked the milk hurriedly and responded, "What do you think? I will drag its life up and down again." The scene shifts to the rooftop with warm sunlight. Moros stares intently at Kang Yu, provoking him. "Are you going up to the rooftop to avoid being seen?" It keeps provoking. Good judgment. Kasi Xian. Remembering what just happened, he angrily shouted, "Shut the hell up!" Then Kang Yu still couldn't accept the truth and questioned it, asking, "Why did I become a villain?" Moros crossed his arms in annoyance, but he patiently explained, "Because you came back to life when you should have died, the balance of fate has been disrupted." A series of information was given to Kang Yu. Initially, your body's owner was destined to survive and become a villain in the future. In reality, he is a potential disaster-level villain. However, Kang Yu still cannot accept this truth. Wait a moment. His eyes widened with a desperate sense of horror as Kang Yu still couldn't believe it, and asked, "Are you saying that because I came back to life, I inherited that damn fate of his?" Moros also quickly confirmed, "Exactly." Suddenly, Kang Yu sneered with contempt, seeming a bit defeated as he leaned against the wall. "Ah, once a top soldier, now turned into a villain." Kang Yu raised his hand to examine it, even as a disaster-level villain. Then he punched the wall so hard that it cracked open, and Kang Yu shouted out in pain. "Why?" He stared intently at Moros and questioned, "Why did you bring me back to life?" Moros was somewhat helpless as he tried to calm him down. Even if it was difficult, you have to stay calm. However, Kang Yu still cannot calm down. "Shut up." Moros tries to explain everything to him. You probably already know. But the villain's rational side is overwhelmed by powerful desire. At this moment, he is definitely able to recognize it from within. As soon as it kept talking, he also realized that something was changing inside him, a surge of malice within himself. Moros explained the reason very calmly. "At that moment I was still in control, but as your anger grew stronger, the malice could have spiraled out of control." And this truth made Kang Yu unable to accept it, and shouted loudly, "Stop! Enough already!" You sit down and curl up, holding your head. A villain?
I believe that your large hand covers your face full of suffering, but Moros firmly insists to Kang Yu that you must live.
It tried its best to convince him. If Jeff were here, he would tell you the same. It seems to really work. Kang Yu let go and looked up, asking, "What do you mean?" Seeing that you are now paying more attention to my words, Moros continued. Before we met, ZDP told me he regretted dragging you into this. His words carried a hint of sadness. Even though he knew death was approaching, he had no intention of surviving. However, everything is true, and instead, he held on to that one last chance to survive and left it to Hinum. Moros delivered a final blow to Kang Yu's psyche, so don't let his choice go to waste. Under the clear blue sky, his name is called once again by it. Moros stares intently at him and advises, "You need to stay calm like you are now." Kang Yu angrily shouts again, "Don't give me orders anymore, you're so talkative." Moros asked confusedly, "So you don't want to go back to being a human?" Kang Yu, after thinking things through, replied, "I will do it." After a moment of silence, Kang Yu softly called, "Hey, you there, I'm Moros, a noble soul." Kang Yu asked grimly, "What exactly are you, and don't mess around with me about that noble soul." Moros squinted mockingly. "You seem interested," so he shouted confidently, "Of course." Looking down at the schoolyard below, he asked cautiously, "If you are strong enough to be resurrected from the void, then let me finish." Moros interrupted, "Once you find the destruction sword, you'll naturally realize it." Kang Yu helplessly sighed, "So that broken sword, huh?" Then he leaned against the balcony railing of the rooftop, pondering that maybe the shattered weapon isn't it, the destruction sword is related to Jeff's death. Moros also added, "I believe so." Suddenly, a loud scream drew the attention of both of them. The loser. Hun and his gang stepped forward to provoke. "Damn it," he sneered contemptuously. "You're so happy just because you're still alive, huh?" Inside the extremely quiet environment, suddenly a person passing by draws all the attention of the female students. They look towards the trainee flag and keep whispering, "He's so handsome. Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is the first time I've seen someone like him." That person is a Sire Classer with a fire attribute, rank undecided. Kim Yu-chan, despite being so sought after, calmly walks on. Suddenly, he received a call from Senior Lida Yong. Yu-chan calmly inquired, "Yes, Senior Lida Wangnim, what's wrong? The two of you are still chatting while everyone around is whispering about it?" Suddenly, his eyes flicked over something, and narrowed. Yu-chan looked up through the window to observe, and then left while saying to the other end of the line, "I'll call back later." On the rooftop, Ki-hun and his gang are blocking Kang Yu's path. He stands silently, watching them without making a move. Suddenly, unpleasant memories flood back, making Kang Yu uncomfortable. "These guys, I just gave Moros a quick glance so he'd understand and calm down. Don't worry, except for you, no one will see me." Suddenly, Ki-hun across shouted out loud, "Damn it, your mother, I can't even speak anymore." His underlings also got annoyed and pointed at Kang Yu, thinking about how I have to worry and toil because of that idiot over there. Ki-hun took out a cigarette and called Anquan Kongu, "You're still so clueless." His eyes are full of anger and resentment. "If you haven't finished yet, you should report back." "Who said you could sneak up here and hide, huh?" Suddenly, to their surprise, he spoke up to provoke. "Have you finished barking yet?" Kang Yu remained silent, emotionless. "Now your father is really upset. He's breaking his hand, ready to jump into a fight and threatening. I'm not too fond of messing with those little brats, but I think you guys should be better taught." Moros suddenly reminded him. Although they don't transform, the villains still possess physical abilities far beyond normal humans. It's best that you control yourself, or else Kang Yu has lost patience and interrupted. "I know." One of Ki-hun's henchmen stepped forward. "Damn it!" He grits his teeth and threatens you. "What did you just bark at? Finally, you got bitten by a mad dog and went crazy?" Kang Yu's gaze was also sharp as he faced him. Immediately, the subordinate widened his eyes in anger, then raised his hand to hit Kang Yu. "Look down, you bastard on." However, he quickly kicked him hard in the face. The henchman didn't have time to react, and Ki-hun along with the other guy were left stunned, unsure of what to do. Kang Yu simply calmly prepared to continue. The fallen henchman made the others freeze for a moment. Ki-hun, terrified, widened his eyes. What did that defeated bastard just do? Finally, the remaining henchman also reacted in time and swung his bat at him. "You're dead, you bastard!" Kang Yu also quickly reacted to him, stomping his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. Immediately after, he raised his hand to block the other guy's stick, then swung his other hand to punch. After taking that punch, he threw his head back and fell backward. Ki-hun was once again left stunned. Seeing the blonde-haired guy crawling on the floor, Ki-hun felt afraid. Looking at the other guy, he had no more words left to say. Two at once. After finishing, Kang-yu turned around and looked at Ki-hun. You threaten him into constantly stepping back. Have you ever seen guilt when bullying others? Kang-yu, seeing this, pressed further and questioned him. Why don't you answer? Ki-hun suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. What is this thing called guilt? He was like going crazy, shouting at him, watching you losers act like that as if it makes me want to vomit. Kang-yu's face darkened even more in response to his words. You think poisoning a few insignificant kids makes you feel superior? I bet you don't feel any guilt at all. He warned, saying if it came to that, he'd give you a few hits. Kang-yu clenched his fist and raised it threateningly. After the beating, I'm sure you'll feel guilty. They stand facing each other on the school rooftop. Kang-yu charges forward quickly, while Ki-hun raises both hands to defend, and in an instant, they rush straight at each other without mercy. Just as Ki-hun's fist swung in, Kang-yu ducked to avoid it, making it pass over his head. Then he looked up and punched him square in the face. Ki-hun lost his balance and fell backward. Kang-yu didn't stop and continued punching him again. This time, the deadly punch drove straight into his stomach, leaving Ki-hun helpless with wide eyes. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Ki-hun, clutching his stomach in pain, knelt down on the ground, and only then did Kang-yu feel satisfied and stop, glaring intently at him. He approaches disdainfully and asks, Do you feel any more remorse? Ki-hun, trembling with pain, still keeps shouting back, You son of a bitch, you bastard!
I've tried to hold myself back, but apparently that's not enough for you, is it? His eyes darkened as he stared intently at him. Your father will beat you some more. Feeling the deadly aura from Kang-yu, Ki-hun also started to feel scared. Suddenly, someone stepped in from behind to intervene. Don't you think that's enough? Yu-chan casually put his hand in his pocket and looked at the two of them. Ki-hun, seeing this, was immediately terrified and widened his eyes. Kim-won. Kang-yu, without hesitation, threw him off balance, then confronted Yu-chan. Who are you, and what kind of pants are you wearing to interfere in someone else's fight? He calmly asked back, What do you gain from fighting someone who isn't right for you? What? Not suitable for it? Is he saying this loser is stronger than him? Then he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Ki-hun, losing his temper, charged from behind Kang-yu, damn it. Immediately after, he gently pivoted on his toes to turn around and delivered a powerful kick straight into Ki-hun's stomach. He couldn't hold on and was thrown far away, hitting the ground hard. Yu-chan stepped forward, grabbing Kang-yu's shoulder, and loudly said, I've had enough. However, Kang-yu couldn't stay calm and suddenly turned around to glance at him. Yu-chan seemed a bit stunned by this situation. Yu-chan jabbed his finger straight into his stomach mercilessly, but he was also a bit surprised by what was happening. Uhan used both hands to block Kang-yu's attack and then threw another punch toward him. But once again, Kang-yu missed completely. Yu-chan, after gathering his strength, swung his leg up, ready to fight. A hook kick was aimed directly at Kang-yu, but he quickly dodged it. As Kang-yu evaded each attack, he frowned in exasperation. Too fast! Moros, at this moment, also worriedly shouted. Cassian, he's a fool. With your current condition, fighting is too risky. Kang-yu heard its voice and stopped to look over. What? At this moment, Yu-chan is also rushing forward with a clenched fist and a determined look. His punch just grazed Kang-yu, but the blood splattering proves that he was wounded. He looked at the wound on his face in disbelief. Damn it, the warm sunlight continued to shine on the school. Yu-chan is standing guard in front of Kang-yu, carefully watching him. Seeing Yu-chan's serious demeanor, Kang-yu silently thinks, Is this guy a fool? His eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously, but then Yu-chan raised his hand to step back and said, Stop here. Continuing this fight won't bring any benefits at all. That made him a bit stunned and shout out, What? Yu-chan gently hands a bandage to Kang-yu, softly reminding him that his face is injured. Time seems to stand still. No one speaks. Then Kang-yu suddenly yanks the bandage from his hand and turns away without saying a word. Yu-chan also calmly watched his back, looking at the thugs lying defeated on the ground, feeling a bit uncomfortable. 1 against 3, I didn't think there would be someone like this in the school. He glanced down at his hand, and suddenly Yu-chan's arm throbbed with a bit of pain. The scene shifts to a large building near the school. Kang-yu went to the PC Bang, a place with computers for doing whatever you want. The inside is dark with only the glow of the screens. Kang-yu keeps pressing the keys in front of him. Seeing the access denied message on the screen, he feels a bit helpless. I don't have access. It seems my member ID has expired.
Kang Yu, disappointed, puts his hand on his head. I was hoping for it that much, but in the end there was nothing. The scene shifts to a tall building. Kang Yu leaned against the wall and spoke. Moros, eating a hamburger in his hand, asked, "How did you know he was the wrong flag?" Moros hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Do you mean the guy he met on the school rooftop?" Without waiting for his reply, it automatically explained, "When you connect with that guy, I can perceive it through the impact." Kang Yu nodded in admiration, saying that ability is quite useful too. Moros modestly deflects, "It's nothing much." Then it continues explaining to him, "If I use the appraisal eye, I can grasp more detailed information." Kang Yu didn't seem very familiar with that. How could you know about something like that? That's why Moros kept trying to explain, "I am a noble soul observing and studying the knowledge of this world carefully." As the conversation paused for a moment, it spoke in a deep, somewhat dangerous tone and asked, "Kang Yu, what do you plan to do to become a villain? If you need to use your power in the future, now is the best time to discover your potential." He was a bit stunned, unsure how to respond. Moros broke the silence with his voice, "I guess you don't want that, right?" This time he responded very quickly, "Of course not." But right after that, he crumpled the paper in his hand and made up his mind. "But I will try." A hint of helplessness flickered on his face. "Because I have nothing to rely on. Besides this evil power, what should I do?" Moros just waited for that moment and spoke. "Becoming a villain means losing control over your desires and emotions." Kang Yu casually muttered, sounding complicated as hell. Moros's eyes narrow slightly and he says, "In your case, it seems like anger is growing stronger." He clenched his fists tighter after hearing that. Anger. A series of unpleasant memories quickly flashed through his mind. Kang Yu growled fiercely in anger, seemingly losing control as he kept shouting, "Lampas, you damn dogs, I will slaughter you all." Moros was a bit shocked by this situation and immediately shouted to question, "What are you doing?" Kang Yu shouted directly into its face again, furious as ever. Moros felt a bit helpless at Kang Yu's innocence. "There's no need to shout like that. I was just telling you to imagine it in your mind." Hearing that, he immediately felt embarrassed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The clear blue sky with a touch of golden sunlight covers the entire city as a car speeds along the main road. A voice echoes from inside that car. The name of that villa is Blaster. He is a crazy maniac who loves blowing things up and sees it as an art form to admire. Yu Chan points at the tablet screen and comments, "It seems he has already passed Incheonport and entered illegally here. And someone saw him appear in Gaddam District." His eyes showed a hint of worry. "Just one blaster into the casualties are already 102? That's quite a lot." The person next to Yu Chan just calmly eats the food in their hand, chewing loudly as they offer some additional comments. His solo combat ability isn't anything special, but he can create explosions, so he's quite troublesome. This is a type of knight with a physical attribute. Rank B drinks and swallows a mouthful of food, making his voice sound hoarse, and his personality is quite nasty and strange. If you ask, I can give you a general answer, but Yu Chan just stays silent. Besides destruction, the Villa Einen gang don't really care about anything else. His eyes are filled with danger. They are nothing but the eyes of antisocial criminals, those who cannot control their emotions and desires. We must eliminate them completely before they act. De Yuong suddenly turned to ask him, "Hey, do you know that every time you mention the Villa Inn gang, your face looks really scary?" But Yu Chan simply calmly responded while looking at her tablet, "Sa's mission is to follow the call of justice. I just say what needs to be said." De Wong then let out a gentle sigh and smiled softly. He was driving and sarcastically teased Yuan. "I'm the one who really has to follow the call of justice. The kid just needs to focus on supporting me. You're an apprentice." After hearing that, he only glanced at him without saying a word. The scene shifts to a place with many tall buildings. Kang Yu is standing calmly in front of a system screen as Morris explains the new features to him. "This is your current state. This window is opened with the Eye of Judgment. The system is displaying all information about him. The name is Kwon Kang Yu. Pay special attention to the Villa in the Dark attribute disaster type, which activates an anger expression, with the main skill being the Shadow Sword that heals itself." After reading it, Kang Yu sighed softly, looking just like in a game, then suddenly noticed something surprising and asked cautiously, "Dark Blade and self-healing, huh?" Moros also quickly answered his question. "Those are the skills you can use at the moment." Then Moros continued to tell him something interesting. "Thanks to your self-healing ability, the wound on your face heals faster." Kang Yu immediately looked up at his face with a surprised expression. "Really?" Then he raised his hand and stared intently, asking if my arms and legs would grow back after being cut off. Moros explained to him without hesitation. More or less like that. This power of yours will be limited by the amount of mana you have at the time. Kang Yu continued with his collection of questions. And what about that hidden skill slot? Moros had to explain further. Those are the powers you haven't manifested yet. We only reveal them when you become stronger. Looking at the stats on the screen, Kang Yu shouted angrily, "Wait a minute, mana points are 300 stars. When I was still a rookie, my points were over 1,500. Then he also calmed down and sighed with deep disappointment. Compared to the disaster level, this is just a little. Moros simply glanced over to tell me the disaster level depends on your potential. It squints and keeps explaining to him, you've probably heard that human potential is like rough diamonds, right? Basically, whether you become a stone or a diamond depends on how much effort you put into training. Kang Yu didn't care about that and just pointed at the screen, asking further, can you use this judgment ability of yours on other people besides me? Moros had to answer, of course. But you have to remember that my limit is only 3 people per day. So, what happens if you use it more than 3 times? Moros thought for a moment before explaining, I believe that happened when I was still with Jeff. If I remember correctly, after overloading, I slept for half a day. Kang Yu then became lost in thought. Half a day? Moros, noticing his intention to do so, immediately intervened to correct him. Check your main skill carefully. Kang Yu also became more calm. Then he continued to ask, what should I do now? Do I need to shout the skill name loudly like in the game? Moros gently guides him, saying, just imagine your shadow sword in your mind. Kang Yu swings his arm, causing a huge shockwave. Is that so? I can't believe my own destructive power. He looked down with a stunned expression. Got it. Something is shooting out from the shadow, then he extends his long, sharp finger to explore. That's enough. I can touch it now. His face was full of surprise. Just a shadow, but as sharp as a knife. Sharp enough to cut. Moros was stunned by his destructive power. I thought it would take him a whole day to reveal his skills, but I didn't expect him to be able to control it immediately. Looking at Kang Yu, it couldn't believe and thought to itself, no way, maybe Jay, at this moment, doesn't care much and keeps tapping on what's in front of him. He's also tough. Maybe I can use it as a shield. Moros noticed he was distracted and reminded him, remember that now you're a villain, so you can create your own outfits and weapons. But Kang Yu felt it was a bit unnecessary. I already knew that. Soon after, he also created his own outfit, but it was pretty quick. That's good enough. Moros squinted and assessed. Your fashion sense looks terrifying, really scary. That made Kang Yu embarrassingly shout, be quiet. The sky is gradually turning the color of sunset. Moros is trailing behind Kang Yu. The sun is about to set. Where are you still planning to go? He replied calmly. The house is nearby, and she froze, watching his back. Kang Yu, noticing its curiosity, spoke up to explain. Kang Yu also has a family. He silently recalled Kang Yu's memories. His parents are gone, but he lives with his working sister. Moros asked in surprise, are you planning to meet her? He quickly responded as well. Of course, he explained to her while walking. Although fate had arranged for him to be a disaster of a villa, he cares deeply for his sister. Moros looked at him confused and asked, are you feeling guilty? Kang Yu became even angrier after hearing that. So you said that because I possessed his body, he had to die. His loud shout annoyed everyone around. Is this guy crazy? Then a loud noise rang out accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Kang Yu stood in shock for a long time as the surrounding people fled in panic, eyes wide as he looked at the urgent situation. The nearby building engulfed in flames and billowing black smoke. The people who just ran outside are panicking and shouting, enough, it's Villa Inn, right at the new immigration port, and they even posted it on social media. The situation is becoming more and more urgent. Oh my God, they've taken the mother and child, call the police now. Kang Yu turned around and asked, is there a hostage too? He clenched his teeth and looked at the burning building. Then without hesitation, Kang Yu rushed past, startling Moros. Sion, wait a moment. Moros suddenly jumps in front of Kang Yu to stop him. Are you planning to go fight that villain again? He is on a completely different level from the bullies this morning. His appearance is becoming more and more panicked, and his strength far exceeds what an ordinary person can endure. However, Kang Yu didn't care at all and charged straight ahead, so I just need to become a villain. However, Moros's next words completely awakened you. You, as a former villain, should understand that the Villainen have an unwritten rule that they do not treat everyone the same, right? Its voice like a dagger stabbing into Kang Yu's heart, reminding him that fighting is only allowed if there is envy or a special reason, like revenge. If you go in there now as a villain, you'll be seen as meddling in other people's affairs. And that means you will become the #1 enemy of the Villa Inn before even facing off with the Lampas. Immediately after, Kang Yu shifted his stance to gain momentum for the counterattack. He stood in front of the burning building, but did nothing. His gaze fixed with determination as he looked up.
So what if that's the case? Moros was extremely annoyed by his attitude, and the black smoke kept billowing out more and more.
Moros helplessly called out to him,
Cation, I hope you won't act just because you think it's your duty.
But he interrupted helplessly. I don't know what else to do either. Finally, the two decided to go inside. He has a hostage. They say he took a mother and her child. Kang Yu quietly made up his mind as he stepped up the stairs. It's what made me hesitate. But now I know. His eyes grew sharper than ever. If he just stood still and did nothing, that would be a sin now. Moros was also stunned by Kang Yu's attitude. It remembered the time when it was beside Depp, who looked into the distance and gave advice. His personality was very hot-tempered, which is why people called him a mad dog. Jay gently opened the watch with a picture of him and Yu inside, but inside, he was someone with a kind heart greater than anyone we know. Ji's eyes filled with love as she advised Moros, so I trust C. Watching Kang Yu's hurried steps, Moros thought to himself, I chose Depp, and Depp chose C. He hurriedly ran upstairs, recalling ZP's warm smile. Moros also made up his mind. If everything has already happened like that, what more can I say? Then he shouted loudly at Kang Yu to remind him, Hurry and transform Cien. I will support you with all my might. The building is increasingly filled with black smoke and flames, and inside the space has become desolate with no one around. The floor is covered with debris and trash scattered everywhere, and the glass cages holding teddy bears are shattered. In a corner of the room, trembling pleas echo. Please don't do this to us. A bomb is being held in someone's hand. Blaster approaches the hostages, sneering. Oh, poor thing. Don't cry, don't cry. Ignoring their trembling and tear-filled eyes, he kept speaking. We're just doing this so everyone can enjoy the fun. You shouldn't cry, guys. Blaster is getting closer, making the hostages tremble intensely. Come on, smile brightly. Then he grinned eerily in front of them. Like me here, this is Blaster Villa in Class C, a fire attribute arsonist. Yu Chan's car is currently parked at a gas station, and he is leaning against it with a pensive expression. Then Yu Chan gently rolled up his sleeve and saw his arm was bandaged. He remembered that earlier, during the fight with Kang Yu, he had let his guard down a bit. Yu Chan hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself as the phone in his pocket vibrated, but then he realized he still didn't know his friend's name. He answered the call and said, Hello, this is Kim Chan Yu. Suddenly, something caused Yu Chan to be stunned and open his eyes wide, just as Daewon was calling to flirt. Sorry, Kuk-kong, I'm working now, so next time I'll take you out for a really good meal. I promise. He's still joking around. I'm telling the truth. You're the only Sky for me. I have to go now. Take care, little Kwong. You see, Tran turned to look at the person and then responded to the other side. Did he just go to the bathroom? He's out now. Then he approached and briefly explained to Yu Tran. Senior, there's an urgent call, he shouted in a bit of a panic. What? Yu Chan's gaze turned serious as he warned. Blaster has appeared. Inside the building, Graster is still casually talking to the hostage. Have you ever seen 5-colored fireworks explode across the high sky? The boy is so scared of him that tears are welling up, and he's trembling all over. He looked up at the sky again and sighed. Oh my God. Such a breathtaking scene, and I haven't seen it yet. What a tragedy. Then Blaster gently touched the boy's cheek to comfort him. But there's no need to be sad. He then smiled eerily and said, I will show you something even more beautiful than that. Blaster paused for a moment before turning to look at the woman wrapped in bombs, laughing maniacally because of the blood and flesh of this beloved mother. His eyes widened like a demon's. Blaster's terrifying scream makes the child cry out and explode in a magnificent fireworks display. He stands up, then hugs himself and laughs loudly. I'm starting to shake with this indescribable excitement. Then Blaster reached out to the terrified mother beside him and threatened her. Should we start with the arms first, then move on to the legs? Because I need to keep your head as a souvenir. Your chest and neck will be the last parts. Suddenly, the entire building lost power. It's Xiao! And plunged into darkness. Blaster's eyes flashed with a wicked glint as he suddenly broke into a sinister smile. I think we have a guest. Welcome. A series of bombs have been attached to the stairs leading to the upper floor, so there's no need to hold back. So his hand has accumulated a significant amount of electricity. Provoking. Showing his face here. The other person quickly responded as well. Fine. Suddenly, from behind Blaster, Kang Yu smashed the glass door to rush inside. Blaster was caught off guard and turned around with a wide-eyed stare, immediately receiving a heavy punch right in the face. Blaster was knocked off balance by his punch and was thrown a long distance, leaving everything in chaos with smoke and dust filling the air. Kang Yu's eyes flashed with deadly intent as he stared intently at him, before turning to ask Moros, "How's the hostage?" It quickly reports the situation. Both of them are fine. Suddenly, the situation changes once again. Looking down at the bomb attached to his stomach, Moros shouted in panic, "Kion, a human body." The bomb on his body had already started to shake violently. The mother and child, blinded and stunned, stare wide-eyed, while Moros, terrified, opens his eyes wide in fear. Kang Yu quickly jumps up, trying to get as far away from the mother and child as possible. Kang Yu finally escaped from the building, just as the bomb exploded, its roar echoing everywhere. The people below are terrified by what they see, shouting loudly. Something just exploded. When will the police arrive? And what about the flag? At the same time, inside the building, the ground and rocks were cracked and scattered, and the glass windows inside shattered completely after the powerful tremor. Blaster, furious and trembling all over, moved towards the outside. He smirked with delight, entering without even bothering to knock. Blaster grew more excited as he gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Who is this bastard? But he definitely isn't a polite and civilized person from Hanoi. He looked down at the torn teddy bears and sighed, wishing he could have played with more fireworks, but unfortunately he reincarnated too early. Soon after, Graster also turned his attention to the hostage beside him. But it's okay because tonight he creates an explosive sphere in his hand and laughs loudly, making the two of them the main focus. Blaster raises his hand to throw the destruction bomb. Suddenly, a deep cut slices through, splattering blood everywhere. Blaster's arm seems to have been cut off, and the bomb falls to the floor as he clutches his injured arm and screams in pain, a powerful force coming from behind him. Blaster quickly reacts, turning his head with a clenched jaw in anger. Kang Yu still punches straight at him with the same strength as the first time. Dust and smoke billow up, obscuring the view. Blaster, grimacing in pain on the floor with his hand still charged, is quickly grabbed by Kang Yu, who seizes his wrist. I knew it would be like this. His entire body was covered with an unscathed armor. Kang Yu raised his hand, threatening to punch down. "You think I'll be fooled by your tricks twice?" Then he poured all his anger into a powerful punch to his face and shouted, "Stop, you damn dog!" A series of continuous punches fell, and Blaster's face seemed almost deformed. Kang Yu kept punching the guy non-stop, as if he had lost control. Kang Yu, like a demon, continued to strike with a contemptuous smile on his face. Again, Moros kept shouting, "See!" But he still kept punching wildly without stopping. Moros widened his eyes, trying to shout. Casey Kang Yu finally stopped. His eyes widened in surprise as he heard Moros calling out to him repeatedly, "Finally, you are willing to listen to me." Kang Yu was stunned, clenched his fist tightly, and looked down at Blaster lying motionless before him. He blames himself. What the hell is going on? Kang Yu couldn't believe it as he looked at his blood-stained hand. "Did I just—" Moros also quickly explained to him, "You were just in an uncontrollable frenzy state." Kang Yu listened in shock. "Your emotions have been overshadowed by darkness and have driven your instincts too far." It thought about Blaster's terrifying state, and explained to him that if he couldn't regain his emotions, he would become a lunatic who only cared about satisfying his own desires. Suddenly, Kang Yu shouted in frustration, "Enough! Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. Moros quickly asked, "Are you okay?" The explosion earlier, but he quickly stood up. "I'm fine. I need to save the hostage first." The floor was covered with debris and shattered pieces as Kang Yu approached the mother and daughter tied to the chair, staring at them in confusion for a long moment. Frightened by his approach, they trembled uncontrollably. The police finally arrived at the building, and the body of Blaster has been found and taken away. De Wong is nearby, calling to report the situation. Yes, the mother and child taken hostage are safe. He kept exchanging information with the other side of the phone. We should keep observing. But now it's here. A turf war between the villain gangs. While he was discussing, Yu Chan on this side picked up a stuffed bear to examine it. According to witness reports, it is an inhumane villain. He remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Looking at the torn teddy bear in his hand, Yu Chan felt a bit uncomfortable kidnapping a child. Hush. They say a villain saved the hostage? His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Only a fool would trust those villains. Suddenly, a curious voice from nearby asks, "They say a villain rescued the hostage." The two police officers are openly discussing with each other. Even though I heard it with my own ears, it still feels so fake. There are many witnesses who saw it. Yu Chan, seeing this, quickly approached and said, "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but please don't reveal what you just discussed." Before he could finish speaking, someone from behind approached and called him.
Wan, still holding his phone and talking, continued to give instructions.
Hurry up and secure the CCTV footage in the staff room on the first floor. I will be there soon. He quickly stood up to follow the order. Understood. Chan's gaze once again falls on the teddy bear in his hand. Then he decisively throws it onto the messy floor beside him. The pitch-black sky covers the entire city. Kang Yu stands under the streetlight, looking up.
The terrified, tearful faces of the mother and child have taken over his entire mind. Please save us.
Please help us. Kang Yu sat on the bench, sighing with a heavy heart. Moros saw that he looked a bit troubled and approached to ask, "What's bothering you?" Kang Yu helplessly held his head and explained, "Without your help, everything would become very difficult for Kang Yu, and I would have become as crazy as that bastard earlier." Moros also agrees with that. Exactly, almost lost it. Araya Starry Villa. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang, and Kang Yu quickly picked it up to check the situation. Moros curiously approached. "Who is it?" After finishing, he quickly replied, "Kang Yu's sister. She said dinner is ready, so I should go home early to eat." She continued to ask further. "So you're going home there? Kang Yu doesn't know how to handle this." The scene shifts to an office in a high-rise building. De Wong leans in to examine it, then makes a confused sound. He watches the replay screen with a puzzled look. Who the hell is that guy? That footage shows Kang Yu rescuing the hostage. De Wang is a bit skeptical. "Is there something wrong with my eyes?" The person next to me quickly reminded me. "Whether you believe it or not, he is the one who rescued the hostage." Duong became interested and turned to ask Uchan, "This isn't some hidden camera show, right?" He didn't know how to respond after hearing that. The scene shifts back to the apartment complex. In room 701, Kang Yu stands in front of a table full of food. He bends down and picks up the note stuck on the table, reading the instructions written on it. "Reheat the rice, microwave the stew, and then eat. I bought some fruit and put it in the fridge." Yuri playfully left a drawing of herself and a note saying, "I tried my best to cook well today. My most adorable and lovely sister ever." That made Kang Yu remember her own past. "You got scolded. Kasi, are you coming late again?" Kang Yu sadly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, I was just playing too much." That woman didn't hesitate to walk away. There won't be any food for those who don't keep to the schedule. Suddenly, someone brought a loaf of bread to him. After realizing it was a shoe, Kang Yu excitedly shouted, "Hey, hey!" Then hurriedly put his hand to his mouth and warned, "Eat quickly or the director will find out." Hearing that, Kang Yu happily bit into the bread, returning to reality as he looked somewhat dazed at the note. The food on the table has been reheated and is steaming. Kang Yu sits upright in front of the meal, reaching out to scoop a large spoonful of soup. Kang Yu slowly puts it into his mouth to enjoy and sighs. It's so delicious. As he eats, he recalls the scene from years ago when he dined with Jeff. It's been a long time since I had someone else's prepared food. Kang Yu's back looked a bit lonely as he spoke. "Thank you for the meal." At dawn in the high-rise apartment building, sunlight streams through the window onto the bed. It is now 7:50. Kang Yu slowly opened his eyes, lying stretched out on the bed with a contemplative look. The bathroom door opened, and toiletries were neatly arranged. I am not myself, am I? Kang Yu looked at himself in the mirror, frowning slightly, unable to believe he was living someone else's life. As he rinsed his mouth and muttered to himself, he thought that sleeping would make him feel better when he woke up. But it didn't help at all. Lost in his thoughts, wishing he could go back to the past, Moro suddenly flashed brightly. It crawled out from the necklace around Kang Yu's neck and greeted him. "Good morning, Kan." He sighed helplessly and replied, "Good morning, such a weird greeting, better not to say anything at all." Then Kang Yu quickly left the house, but just as he was about to go, he heard a call behind him. "Are you going to school?" Yuri lazily rubbed her eyes and stepped out, her voice softly scolding. "If you're leaving, at least say goodbye to your sister." "I'm Kwan Kang Yu's older sister." He glared at her and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Yuri rubbed his eyes again and asked, "What about breakfast?" Kang Yu replied tiredly, "I've already eaten." And deep down she felt utterly helpless, feeling embarrassed by her sister's attitude. He seriously considered whether he should just tell her that he's not her brother. Then Yuri finished asking and started searching through his clothes. "All right." She took a card and held it out in front of her. "This is the debit card we talked about before." Kang Yu looked confused, but still reached out to take it. "I left your allowance money here, so spend it carefully." He wondered where she got that debit card. He took the card and stood there in silence for a long time. Kang Yu remembered a few days ago when Yuri was sitting on the sofa watching a movie and heard Kang Yu calling, so she looked up.
Can you take the weekly allowance from Thang in advance for me? Yuri looked quite surprised and asked again, but you just gave me my weekly allowance last week. He quickly explained, actually, Kang Yu remembered a few days ago when Ki-hun and his gang robbed him. The blonde guy snatched his card and arrogantly said, "Give me some money, just 100,000 watts, okay?" He decided to hide it and come up with a reason. "I lost my wallet." "All right." She turned to Kang Yu and said, "I will give it to you since you asked politely." He was a bit surprised but quickly felt happy.
"Great. Thank you, sis."
Yuri winked and smiled softly. "And I'll make a bank card for you to use." After hearing that, his face immediately became confused. The bank card. Back in the present, Kang Yu looked at the card in her hand and understood the past. "I get it." Then he quickly left, still thanking her, his voice becoming awkward. "Thank you, sister. I will use this card very carefully." Yuri sees him off. "All right, take care on your way." "Wait a moment." Kang Yu. Yuri looked down at his younger brother and said, "Today you look a bit different, huh?" I almost jumped out of my skin. Kang Yu turned her head gently, rubbing her neck, and replied, "I got a new hairstyle." Her eyes showed clear signs of happiness. "Oh, Kang Yu, you look more like everyone else now." Yuri slightly complains again. "But you didn't cut your hair like I suggested," he said helplessly. "I only changed the way I styled it." She watched his figure walk away and teasingly said, "Do you have a girlfriend now?" Kang Yu looked like he didn't want to care and quickly walked away, still waving goodbye. "I'm heading to school." At the school gate, students are chatting loudly, and everywhere in Kang Yu's class, whispers and gossip are spreading. The girls can't help but turn around and look, asking what's going on with him. He looks like he just got into a fight. The boys can't stop gossiping and glancing over, wondering who that mysterious senior might be. Is he the troublemaker from Nox Tran? Who knows, with all the gossip and whispers, he's definitely from Nox Tran. Look at his face. The blonde thug with a frown is now the center of attention, biting his lip in anger. He angrily turned to glare at the gossipers. The group of students immediately fell silent and turned away. He angrily shouted and threatened to scare them. "What are you looking at, you little shits? What do you want? Want to die? I'll gouge your eyes out now." Remembering the scene when Kang Wan tormented him the day before, the blonde guy clenched his teeth and muttered curses. "Damn it, it's all that damn dog's fault." At that moment, a hand gently touched his shoulder, and he turned around with a very annoyed look. "What cage anymore?" Kang Yu stands right in front of him, leaving the blonde-haired guy speechless with shock. His voice deepened as he asked, "Where is my place?" His eyes filled with terror, sweating all over. The blonde-haired guy lowered his head, then pointed ahead and softly said, "Huh? Up there." The students looked at Kang Yu in amazement. Is he Kang Yu? Their faces were wide-eyed and open-mouthed as they watched him walk over. "Is that Kang Yu?" Kang Yu threw his bag on the table and slumped down. Moros turned back and said to the blonde-haired guy, "Do you feel that bullet-like gaze? He's staring at you very intensely." That bastard sitting behind can't help but clench his trembling hands. "Damn that son of a bitch. Are you telling me that fight was between those Villa I kids? Can it really be right here in this area?" The other guy kept trying to explain. "I saw it with my own eyes. Those Villa kids really fought." "You're joking, I look like a dog." "Damn." A surprised exclamation. "Really? God damn it." Moros looked at them and said, "It seems like they're talking about you." Kang Yu stayed silent while holding the phone. The freckled guy's face turned scared. "Damn, it's terrifying." The bespectacled guy chimes in. "Do you know? There's also a serial murder case. The other one can't stop either." "I heard that a girl from our school was a victim." The freckled, pale-faced guy shivered slightly and said, "I saw on the news that they cut off all the limbs and drained all the blood. It's definitely the work of the Villa Inn gang." When he heard this, Kang Yu suddenly glanced up. "Do you know? I heard this incident was caused by a villain named Screw." They suddenly said loudly, "Really? But Screw is the boss of the Villain Autonomous District in Gadam, right? You're deep in thought again. There's a whole autonomous ward in Gadam District." The noisy chatter starts up again. "Did you guys hear anything about that? What is it about?" Someone from the group recounted the scene where Screw carried a giant screwdriver, standing amidst a bloody scene. "I heard that Screw guy conducted some kind of experiments on people." "Damn, that guy is probably crazy." "God damn it, they're whispering again. It's disgusting." Someone's swearing. "I just hope those damn Vila bastards get what they deserve. Hurry up and go to hell already." In a hidden corner of the schoolyard, Daegu laughed loudly at how hilarious that was. Chief Ki-hun, holding his cigarette, warns him, "Be careful with your words, Do." His hand holding the cigarette also tries to hold back his laughter, but he's just a failed dog-shit loser. "It's hard to move now, huh? He immediately got angry and shouted, "Are you going to be silent or not?"
Daegu still chuckled and waved his hand.
All right, I was just joking around, bro."
He stubs the cigarette out on the ground. His expression then turns serious.
"Are you suggesting we should team up to kill that guy? The money bag is being handed over in front of me. I can't just sit here and accept this humiliation." Ki-hun is determined and says, "I will reward you properly." Daegu takes the money bag, then turns to look at his subordinate and chuckles.
Den, wearing glasses, watching the guys bow their heads in silence, thinking to himself, Daegu is Ki-hun's close friend, but he's a bit uneasy. I don't want to get involved with that bastard. Daegu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the money in his pocket. Lucky me, huh? He slung his arm around Ki-hun, teasing him. What are friends anyway? Didn't you give me a punch first, so I'm giving you two back? His eyes are full of mischief. Just say the word.
Brother, should I break his arms and legs or just kill him now? At the end of the school day, laughter and chatter echoed through the hallway along Kang-yu's path. School's out, let's go home.
Do you want to go sing karaoke? And what about the remedial class? Kang-yu turned back at the call. Hey, wait up. Yu-chan steps towards him and asks Han, Sorry, I don't know your name. How is your wound doing? Kang-yu pointed at the bandage on your face and looked at you coldly. Take a look yourself. Moros looked at him in surprise, recalling how he had seen him sticking a bandage on himself earlier in the bathroom. Morris was very curious. The wound has healed, so why are you still bandaging it? Kang-yu mentions Yu-chan with suspicion. If he happens to meet him again, he will find him suspicious. Moros reminisces and thinks, that kid's quite deep. At this moment, Kang-yu asked back, What do you want? Are you planning to pay my medical bills? Besides paying the hospital fees, do you want me to do anything else for you? Suddenly, Kang-yu's smile turned into one of contempt. He turned and walked away indifferently. Yu-chan still asked what your name was. Kang-yu waved goodbye and replied. Kang-yu's face shows signs of deep thought. Kang-yu. At this moment, he has left the school. The school gate is still filled with lively chatter and laughter. See you later, I don't want to attend the remedial class. At this point, Kang-yu frowned again, feeling really annoyed. Morris turned to look at him. That little priest making you worried? Seeing no response, it helplessly answered itself. If you don't answer, that means yes. Kang-yu finally spoke up, saying, That kid's name is Kim Yu-chan, and he has the power of fire. He started talking about Yu-chan. The bright appearance of the kid can make anyone feel ashamed of their own looks, good at studying and well-behaved. With his sense of justice, he won't overlook any wrongdoer. He's the newest superstar among the priests. Moros was stunned into silence. He continued to speak, sharing what the internet says about him. He teased him with admiration. He's a guy who has everything. So you're jealous? Kang-yu ignored the teasing and continued to tell the story. His ideal type is someone with similar abilities. He unexpectedly mentions himself in the past. Senior priest C. Moros suddenly asked, Are you the ideal role model for that kid? Kang-yu sighed softly. What is a rising star like him doing at a regular high school like this? At that moment, Moros suddenly turned around, noticing the figure still secretly watching. The gang of thugs are still sneaking around, but suddenly their eyes turn to disdain. These stupid, easy-to-guess kids. At this moment, a voice from another line rings out. Hey, how's everything going? The blonde thug grits his teeth and replies, We're watching him closely. No problem, I'll keep in touch. On the school rooftop, Daegu walks over to Ki-hun holding a cigarette and asks what he said. He smiles at his phone and replies, It said it's watching that loser. At least this time it's useful. Then let's get it over with. What are we waiting for? He led his henchmen and Ki-hun forward with determination. Let's go. The gang follows Kang-yu through the buildings, crossing a deserted neighborhood, their steps quickening. The blonde-haired guy, seeing him turn into an alley, silently curses. He gritted his teeth, fear evident in his mind. What the hell is that bastard doing here? Damn it, this road leads to the villain's area. Suddenly, someone loudly called out from behind the blonde-haired guy. The blonde man, panicked, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, turned to glare at Daegu in accusation, trembling all over. His attitude was indifferent yet somewhat provocative. How is my heart pounding out of my chest? Daegu looked at the blonde-haired guy with a savage smile. What opinion do you like? He quickly waved his hand and said no. I mean, Ki-hun is the one who spoke now. Where is that failure? The blonde-haired guy looked at him and pointed ahead. Over there. At this point, he turned his head back and couldn't see Kang-yu anywhere. Ki-hun suspiciously asked It-kit, Is anyone there? The blonde man, surprised, said it was just there a moment ago. And then the bespectacled man suddenly shouted that it had gone into the alley. Except for the blonde guy, everyone else ran off excitedly. Hurry and catch her before she gets away. He panicked and tried to stop them, but was too late. Wait a minute. This is the territory of the bad guys. At that moment, his face was filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, but in the end, the blonde guy chose to run after me. Now the gang had reached the abandoned apartment building, and the surrounding atmosphere was hazy. Daegu reached the last corner and angrily asked, "What the hell is this place? This is a dead end." Ki-hun turned to look at the guy with glasses and asked, "Are you sure he's running this way?" Daegu immediately cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He angrily stomped and broke the iron bar on the ground. "Are you guys messing with me?" The glasses-wearing guy's eyes immediately filled with utter fear. Daegu stepped closer and asked with a challenging tone, "Are you guys taking turns mocking me? Looking for me, huh?" The gang of thugs suddenly turned to look at Kang Yu. He stepped forward with confidence. "If you're looking for me, you've come to the right place." At this moment, the story of Kang Yu and the gang was captured on camera. He glanced at the camera again. It's still recording everything. You can see him smiling softly through the screen. At this moment, a singing voice echoes through the surveillance room. He taps the screwdriver on the table. Screw props his feet up on the table, resting his chin on his hand as he watches the screen with a satisfied smile. "Looks like we have a visitor." An old apartment building appears against the clear blue sky, with darkened windows and peeling walls creating an oppressive atmosphere. Pong appears with a cold gaze, an expressionless face, and an aura that makes others wary. A group of thugs blocks Kang Yu's path. Daegu sneers and says, "This damn guy really surprises me." Another guy sneers and mocks, looking at that stupid face, probably having lost all sense of self-defense. He leans to the side, eyes full of contempt. "Are you the one causing trouble?" Kang Yu didn't respond, his eyes filled with deadly intent, calm to the point of fear. Suddenly, Daegu burst out laughing, his face flushed. "Damn it, just look at how he's staring at us." He widened his eyes, raised 3 fingers to threaten. "Your father gives you 3 seconds. His blazing red eyes and fierce expression made his words no longer a joke. Daegu continued to threaten, "Kneel down if you don't want to join your ancestors." Kang Yu's gaze was cold and unmoving, deep as if crushing the opponent in silence. Daegu clenched his fists, eyes blazing red, his breath quickening, and his voice heavy. Kang Yu still stands tall, his gaze unwavering, and he clenches his voice sharply at the end. The atmosphere suddenly explodes. The group of thugs behind freeze in shock, their eyes showing extreme confusion. Daegu roared in anger, unable to hold back anymore. "Damn this bitch. You must be itching for a fight, huh?" Kang Yu didn't back down, his eyes calm but sharp as a blade. "Can't even fight back, right?" Daegu yelled out in fury and pain. "Damn it!" Kang Yu strikes instantly, aiming straight for the opponent's eye without warning. Before he can react, his body instinctively jerks backward, howling in madness. "Ha ha, my lucky eye." Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed Daegu's hair with a brutal and decisive grip, showing absolute dominance. Immediately after grabbing his hair, Kang Yu swiftly slammed his head onto the ground with extreme force. After the powerful impact, his eyes rolled back and he was completely out of control, as if his soul had been knocked out of his body without making a sound. Ki-hun, terrified, with wide eyes and sweat pouring down, staggered back in reflex. He was struck so hard that his head slammed into the wall, blood seeping from the crack, his body collapsed, arms limp, unconscious with his eyes closed. Kang Yu coldly looked at the others, his eyes indifferent and tired. "Why are you still sticking your noses out?" No different from a bunch of idiots with all 4 limbs developed. Ki-hun widened his eyes, mouth agape in shock, while the other guy clenched his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his neck, shouting, "You son of a bitch!" Dong-sung's face turned red with anger, his brows furrowing as he charged forward like a furious storm, shouting, "You son of a bitch!" His foot stays firm, his whole body swinging with the heavy punch like a hammer. Kang Yu slightly leans back to dodge, causing the punch to miss the air with a loud whoosh. Dong-sung glares angrily and throws another punch with all his might. He grits his teeth and charges straight at Kang Yu, eyes wide with fury. Leaning back just in time to dodge the punch, his cold gaze radiating deadly intent. Dong-sung's eyes suddenly widen in panic as he realizes the danger approaching. Kang Yu accelerates, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, as he spins his right leg into a powerful hook kick straight at him. Dong-sung, unable to turn in time, is struck, his face contorting in pain, and the impact causes the floor to shake. He was knocked down, crashing hard onto the ground, causing a loud noise and a cloud of dust to rise. Dong-sung grimaced in pain, his face contorted, eyes closed tight as he whimpered, "Yeah." He stands right behind, his shadow stretching out, ready to strike again. "I thought about going easy on you, but you really know how to make someone lose their temper." Kang Yu stood there, his gaze calm but cold, as if he had just taught someone a lesson without breaking a sweat. He turned his face, his eyes sharp and emotionless, as if assessing how to deal with the remaining foe. The gang above froze in place, and before they could regain their senses, Kang Yu looked up with a straightforward gaze, and a contemptuous voice echoed through the night. "Are you just standing there and staring?" He widened his eyes, his face showing surprise and shock, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he heard the sound. "Shut the hell up." Daegu struggled to get up, trembling, trying to suppress the pain as he let out a hoarse cough. Suddenly, he raised his head, eyes bloodshot like fire, clutching half his face as if trying to contain his madness. "Just go to hell already." Daegu begins to adopt a defensive stance, his hands clenched tightly and movements decisive, revealing seasoned combat experience. His expression hardens, eyes sharp as blade is, and his entire body erupts with power in a high, swift, and forceful kick, as if affirming his level. The national team recruit for high school level, right? With a sharp gaze, a fierce look, and a smug smile, he finally launched his attack. "Huh? Now you're definitely dead, kid." The two thugs standing behind widened their eyes in shock, their faces showing undeniable amazement. Daegu faced them with his back slightly bent, appearing overwhelmed, while Kang Yu looked coldly with a piercing gaze, calm yet exuding an overwhelming aura. A modern gym equipped with punching bags, where everyone is diligently training. The fitness area has treadmills, dumbbells, and weight benches. Jaw Cloud appears like a raging storm, throwing a powerful punch towards them. The two young men leaning on the ring ropes look amused and full of mockery, lightly warning their brother to watch out for that poor kid. That old man is really enjoying himself. Ha ha. As they were laughing mockingly, a voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling them. "What are you guys doing?" They are surprised. "Jack, you're here already?" "You're a bit late." From the opposite side, Jack approaches with a serious, expressionless face and questions, "What are you guys doing here?" One of the two guys just now responded teasingly without hesitation, still pointing into the ring, saying, "The rookie is being disciplined under the guise of training." Jack suddenly froze, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and his eyes narrowing as if he just realized something. Joe Clow suddenly rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to him, the sound echoing throughout the gym, eyes fixed on him as he slowly spoke. "Why isn't he wearing a protective guard?" The blonde guy nearby burst into laughter, mockingly. "Our adorable rookie says he doesn't need those," still maintaining his serious and unmoved expression. "I'm not talking about the little rookie who's protecting him." The blonde guy is stunned, man. Kashin Lee tilted his head to dodge the punch as if he had predicted its trajectory, his cold, piercing gaze. Jayak speaks about him with a confident tone of admiration mixed with caution. Kashin Lee. That kid graduated from PCTA and is the youngest to graduate at the top of the class. They couldn't hide their surprise and exclaimed in shock. Jack, who graduated top of his class, continued to analyze, his tone firm. "He specialized in melee combat. There's no record of him losing a one-on-one fight." Immediately after, the two young men on the opposite side looked shocked, their faces pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, and the blonde-haired one stammered in response. The sound of the shockwave tearing through the air, everyone looking up, Kashin throwing a powerful right hook. His cold eyes, the impact so strong it created a shockwave in the air. Returning to reality, Daegu was hit directly and thrown back with tremendous force. Kang Yu stands proudly on the cracked stone floor, his shadow cast over Daegu unconscious at his feet. Kang Yu's cold gaze leaves the thugs trembling in fear. Daegu is collapsed on the floor, trying to get up with his hands on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and pain as he groans. Kang Yu grips Daegu's face tightly with one hand, his hand clenched so hard that his face becomes distorted. Kang Yu, now corrupted, with blood-red eyes and a face partially shrouded in darkness, is gripping Daegu's face and lifting his entire body off the ground. The gang of thugs is terrified by Kang Yu's overwhelming presence. He looks at them as if they are insignificant worms. Those pathetic thugs are frantically jumping around because no one is revealing their location. Kang Yu's cold, amber eyes show clear alertness and danger. If they face a stronger enemy, these petty thugs probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. The imagined scene appears in Kang Yu's mind. 3 powerful and formidable enemies. Yes, even those bastards, if I had been stronger back then. Those heartbreaking memories cut straight into his heart. He, along with Kang Yu and even his shoes, had already escaped that cursed fate, and he was sure he would become stronger. The dark night cloaked Kang Yu's face, revealing an iron will and deep-seated hatred. "I should become invincible enough to make Lampus tremble in fear." Ki-hoon's face is terrified, sweating and shouting. "Damn it, just fall back and escape safely."
They were about to speak but were cut off. "We should leave here so you can look at the gangsters with a cold gaze." Then suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face completely emotionless, as if this appearance was just a distraction. Seeing the figure flying over the rooftop of the skyscraper, they immediately recognized who it was. Screw. He smirked arrogantly as usual. Ki-hin turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and the gang of thugs scattered and ran away. "Fuck, none of them care about Kang Yu anymore. Don't leave me alone, my love." He glared at Skrull, but he showed no significant reaction. Moros loudly calls out, "See." Kang Yu ponders for a moment, wondering if that bastard SW jumping in front of them isn't a good thing. He carries the huge wrench on his shoulder as Sil smugly asks, "I thought I might help out, but it seems I've guessed the situation right." Kang Yu remains cautious and says, "I don't remember asking for your help." He chuckles softly. "Yes," cheerfully asked, "so you don't know who I am?" He replied straightforwardly, "It's the guy riding the screwdriver." The guy swung the weapon in his hand, but saw it and didn't provoke any reaction from him. "My pride has been deeply wounded," he sneered, clearly knowing what awaited him, right? The screwdriver's tip glowed brightly, ready to shoot straight at Kang Yu, and then boom! A giant rose appeared. Kang Yu and Moros were stunned, while Screw burst into laughter. That's creepy. I was just joking, just kidding." He lowered his voice and firmly confirmed, "But the next move will be real, you idiot, priceless thing." He didn't bother to show any fear or anything like that, just stood there staring. Then Kang Yu turned around and walked straight away. Skrull shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Kang Yu replied simply, "Home." He stood frozen there, suspicious. Did I just get tricked? Cajun just now was really dangerous. It confirms that the brat can't fight him right now. Moros was very tense. According to my calculations, his magic power is not inferior, but it seems Kang Yu didn't quite catch that, and he looked surprised. Cas Moros watches him with curiosity. Kang Yu leans against the wall, sighing in frustration. "Do you think the actual clash really affected him?" Moros comforted him. "If you start training now, one day you might be able to face him." He asked Moros, "Do you think you can use your appraisal eye on him?" It was astonishing. "How is it?" The electric current starts running through Kang Yu's body. "This is the perfect opportunity to fight against a strong opponent," he continued. "I think you will learn best." The intense pressure forced Moros to step back as he weighed his life on the line and engaged in a real battle. Kang Yu trembled with excitement. I can't let such a great opportunity slip away right in front of me. At the same time, in the deserted street, Sil kicked his foot back and forth, wondering, is this how he does it? Screw was curious. Does that guy move a bit more normally? Who is he, I wonder? I imagine the trembling expression of Kang Yu right in front of me. Yet I don't even feel afraid. Screw exclaims, "Today's high school kids are really scary. Someone is approaching him." Sil quickly senses the danger, and as he turns around, he's already very close to him. Sil was momentarily startled and panicked, and Kang Yu threw a mighty punch. He was pushed back a few meters despite trying to use friction to stop himself. He doesn't give Screw a moment to rest. Kang Yu moves at a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. He used a dark mirrors to attack with terrifying power, but he dodged it. The distance between them quickly widened, and Kang Yu sighed, just as he expected. He's tough to deal with. Blue streaks like gravity is being manipulated appear around Screw. The small screwdriver in his hand spins and then enlarges instantly, summoning a weapon. Moros had to warn him, the screwdriver like a cannon aimed straight at his head. That thing is really dangerous, you know. Why not? The magic energy is growing stronger and stronger. He sneers. I think I should return the favor too, right? Kang Yu was startled and terrified by the disgusting smile on his face. Screw unleashes a devastating screw beam attack aimed directly at him, engulfing an entire street in blinding light with overwhelming destructive power. Screw unleashed a powerful screw beam attack with a wide area of effect covering an entire street, drawing the attention of many characters including Grow. Red Eye nearby also looks on curiously at the battle, and Break Hun, who is acting, has to stop. What? After Dust and Du Chan dispersed, he looked down in surprise. Kang Yu has built a strong enough defense to block most of the damage and still stands firm after that screw beam attack. Earlier, Moros warned that his mana had exceeded 1,000, and it scanned Screw's stats, which are 3 times yours. The info sheet clearly lists the villain's name as Screw, with traits of an awakened villain, an activated mechanized awakening. Main skills including Machine Head, Screw Smart Google Beam, Screw Formation, Mana Tool Formation, and a mana of 1,100. Kang Yu hesitated, pondering. Moros impatiently asked, "Do you hear me?" He simply said, "This will be a fun match." He opened his eyes wide in amazement and asked, Where did you get that much confidence? S chuckled excitedly. If you can stop me, you're pretty good. Did he swing the screwdriver because I was too careless? Using gravity and height, Skrull plunged straight down while shouting, "Again!" Kang Yu carefully calculated and decided to jump back to dodge the attack. The road surface is shattered, debris scattered in the air, and while Kang Yu is still unable to land, he launches another attack. All his successive swings are completely dodged. S starts to get tense, with strikes clearly faster than before. That bastard keeps swinging wildly into the air. Impossible. Does he predict my moves? Who the hell is this guy? S is confident that if he had this skill, there's no way he wouldn't have heard of it before. He fights while realizing it. Wait, Screw's mind seems pretty quick. Is this the one who defeated Blaster? This time Kang Yu didn't dodge but blocked the attack with his bare hands. He was stunned in surprise. Before Skrew could react, the screwdriver had been crushed by him. Kang Yu felt the atmosphere suddenly become very heavy. His eyes behind the protective glasses blaze brightly as a burst of energy shoots out from them, leaving him no time to dodge. Kang Yu quickly kicks him, causing Skrew to lose his footing and fall over. He struggles to regain his balance. DM is crazy, damn it, and he doesn't hesitate to keep charging and fighting. Skrew yells, "Are you a master of fighting or what?" Skrew spun a few times, then quickly got into position. He concentrated his energy and created a gauntlet. The magic circles spin around the arm with terrifying power. The mechanical arm's punch is about to collide with Kang Yu, but he shows no sign of dodging and is even preparing to counterattack. Kang Yu unleashes a barrage of spear-like attacks, all hitting the mechanical arm, which quickly shows cracks and chips, its speed also decreasing. Sil is extremely shocked. He can no longer stop him. Kang Yu punches Skrew directly in the face, knocking him back over a meter. Skrew grits his teeth. He's not joking. There's a strange change in his fighting style. He is seriously assessing his current opponent. He can't fight like that without professional training, unless someone suddenly intervened in the middle of the battle. There you are. What are you doing, you idiot? Moros and Yu both stop to assess the situation. Two figures appear beside Skrew. One is the villain ANK, a summoner with dark energy grow. The remaining one is an enemy, BRK, class marksman with the red eye skill. And Black H is also here to watch. He's mocking. How come this fight hasn't ended yet? Aren't you being too easy on him? This is the evil Brank class striker surrounded by 4 villains. He sneers and calls his subordinate, saying if it were one-on-one, you would be defeated badly, huh? Grow looks surprised. Zipe lost badly. Still denying it, huh? I haven't been defeated yet. She's mocking me. It seems like you really have been defeated. He has to explain himself again. Say it again. I haven't lost yet. DH is stunned. Defeated. He stared intently at Kang Yu, the dirt beneath this chicken's feet. That little stick. Skrew asked, "Why did you attack me from the very beginning?" The other villains also eagerly awaited the answer. "Because I want to stand against the strong." Kang Yu looked at them coldly and said, "Moreover, I can't let a serial killer keep killing whoever he pleases." Morris was stunned, tilting his head in confusion. "So you just kill whoever you come across? Are you talking about that infamous serial killer?" Crow nodded in agreement. Taking the head of that killer isn't wrong either. Red is speechless. He pointed at me. "Are you saying that I am that serial killer?" She cheerfully confirmed. "Yes, it was you." S casually scratches his face, pretending to be hurt. "I'm being falsely accused here. Who would have thought someone actually believed that crazy rumor?" Gree H widened her eyes. Who is he to act so arrogantly in front of Skrew? He's so jealous he's about to explode. Right now I want to strangle him. "Seriously, I assert, I am not the murderer you're looking for." He questioned, "Do you have any proof?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "Keep talking. Then it means you could be the culprit." A chilling sensation like darkness engulfing him made him freeze. Drak Hu glared, and at that moment, he crazily charged forward to fight. "I will send you to paradise, you damn brat!" 2 giant fists burst forth with energy. He unleashes his most confident move. Deadgon's eyes lock fiercely on Kang Yu's figure, with only one thought in his mind. "Come on!" He gathered his strength and delivered a loud blow, instantly smashing the ground. Kang Yu had already dodged, and he coldly mocked, typical of a dirty, evil villain. His reaction was so fast that Black Hun's eyes widened in shock, but Kang Yu still kept his indifferent expression. "You're the kind of parasite who specializes in stabbing people in the back, right?" Drehund, annoyed by the sarcasm, shouted and clenched his fist. A powerful punch, but it only hits air. Kang Yu swiftly evades and leaps to the side, ready to attack. "This is a rehabilitation measure. You deliver a perfect knockout. Dr. Han got his jaw broken by those scumbags like you." Grow sighed in admiration, resting his chin. Even Red Eye was surprised by what happened, while Syl stood nearby, laughing loudly with excitement. Dara was punched so hard he was sent flying away. Seeing his miserable state, Screw sighed softly and couldn't help but feel surprised that even Red Eye, who came to check on Breakon, was stunned. He was knocked out cold, his whole body trembling. Damn it, did he really take down the third-ranked fighter in Vinzone? On the other side, Moro saw Kang Yu holding his head and asked worriedly, "Han, are you okay?" The other side suddenly spoke up. "Your head spinning and feeling dizzy, right?" Screw calmly watched Kang Yu. He smiled without really smiling and analyzed it, because his magic power was not over 300, and it increased rapidly in a short period of time. Grow stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only 300 magic power? Red became even more incredulous and blurted out in protest. If it was only 300, then he must be at level D, right? He looked suspiciously at Yu. How could a low-level D-class guy be so strong? Red wondered if that dark power exceeded that of a B-class, so how did he manage to defeat that guy with just one hit? Syl calmly said, "There's no need to be so shocked. Even a rare B-level can defeat an A-level." Red E gradually calmed down, and the opponent nodded to reassure him. Magical power itself cannot determine who wins or loses. Syl reflects on everything that happened before and calmly offers his opinion. He possesses incredible physical strength combined with swift agility. Moreover, he possesses a strange combat skill beyond his abilities. He paused and looked directly at Kang Yu, keeping the rest of his words to himself. He is an exception. In mechanical terms, he is called an advanced, perfectly optimized machine. Syl slowly turned his massive screwdriver. He took out a crystal and asked Kang Yu, "Do you know what this is?" Kay and Moros were both surprised. "Magic crystal." Syl looked at his expression before speaking slowly. "An evil person can increase their magical power through intense training and by eating magic crystals, which achieve the same effect." As he finished speaking, he threw the magic crystal to Kang Yu. He looked down at the item in his hand in disbelief, while the other simply tossed out a blunt remark. "Eat it." Kang Yu asked suspiciously, "Why are you giving it to me?" Screw laughed and said, "I want to make a deal." Hearing that, he immediately refused, not interested. As if ignoring him, I suddenly speak up. "I can't stand injustice. I'm talking about that reckless murderer. I plan to have you choke him out. He shows some sincerity, so I give you a magic stone as a gift for making the deal. You can accept or refuse freely." Kang Yu looked serious and asked as if to say, "I'm not the murderer, right?" Screw burst out laughing happily. "That's right, I was falsely accused." He burst out laughing when he heard the other's question. "If you feel wronged, why don't you go find the culprit yourself?" Syl then softened his teasing expression and replied softly, "Everyone has their difficult circumstances." Kang Yu remained silent, showing no words, while Screw maintained a calm and unconcerned demeanor. The conversation ended like that, and the scene shifts to Kang Yu quietly walking down the street. He observes the magic crystal and mutters, "Does he want me to eat this?" Moros explains that there are two types of crystals, natural ones called pure crystals, and human-made ones called magic crystals. Of course, the difference between them is as clear as day and night. It said, then sighed softly with regret. "Too bad it's not a magic crystal, but even this will help you increase your magical power." Kang Yu pouted and looked at it. "I already know that." Moros casually reminds you, moreover, you should eat the magic crystal in your demon form. Kang Yu silently looked at the stone in his hand. Then, after a moment, his hand shifted into a dark claw form. Following Moros's guidance, Kang Yu transformed into his demon form. He still hesitated slightly and asked, "Are you sure this is a magic crystal?" Moros responded with a confirmation. Kang Yu brought the magic crystal closer, just as he was about to put it in his mouth. He muttered softly, "Depp always warns me not to eat random stuff." And then Kang Yu swallowed the magic crystal, standing still to feel the change in his body. But after a moment, nothing happened, so Kang Yu immediately asked Moros sharply, "Nothing has changed at all. I can't even feel anything unusual." It advises him to wait a moment, and just a second later, Kang Yu truly feels the change he has been longing for. A sudden surge of energy erupts, with black and blue lightning crackling beneath his feet, enveloping Kang Yu's body. He stands there in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Moros shouted to reassure him, "Don't panic, stay calm." But even he was surprised by what he saw. The intense energy seemed to gradually merge into every part of Kang Yu. He reached out to move, and a yellow beam of light shot out as if to engulf his body, illuminating the entire area and shooting straight into the sky. The yellow beam gradually faded, leaving only flickering sparks around Kang Yu's body. He was surprised to realize his strength had increased. Kang Yu suddenly looked at the changes around him.
His black aura clearly sensed the surging energy. He was shocked, and having only swallowed a magic crystal, yet feeling himself grow stronger rapidly. Kang Yu thought to himself, now I understand why the villains are so eager for this magic crystal. But it still feels like cheating somehow. He whispered, Morris, can you check my information through the appraisal eye? Time kept passing, and dusk gradually fell. Kang Yu's frantic screams easily shattered the initial silence. Damn it, my mana points are 350. The villain's identity is Kang Yu. The transformation trait into a villain. A pathetic level. Dark attribute. Activation of transformation. Main skill up upgrade. Shadow mirror self-healing hidden skill. Magic crystal extraction. 350 mana points. Just can't do it. In the end, it only increased by 50 points. Moros was speechless. All he could think was, what the hell? It went through a series of events, including swallowing the most powerful magic crystal at the time. But his skill points only increased by about 5 or 10. The current development even surprises Moros. If it reaches 50 points, the highest ever recorded, a 500% increase. It means that the magic crystal is truly effective. At this moment, he suddenly thought that even for someone at disaster level, it was too fictional. Kang Ut naturally noticed a detail. What is this? He points to a status line, and she asks, how am I supposed to use this? The magic crystal extraction. Moros glanced over and explained. Just use it like that. It also explains that mana extraction from weapons, including things made of crystals, is involved. I thought it had to be some super hidden skill, but it turns out it's just a useless joke. Moros immediately jumped up. Damn it! It loudly explained to a friend that extracting magic crystals from weapons is your unique skill, meaning once your mind is set, you can get as many magic crystals as you want. Kang Yu seemed to realize this, so where should I go to find those weapons made from magic crystals? The scene shifts to Yanbin Street under the setting sun, where De Wong appears with the Thanbao sword at a donut shop. He excitedly rambles on, and finally Kung is back in his arms. Your special sword, huh? Sounds impressive. It's the Great Hung Sword and the Four Tigers. De Wong, seeing Yu Chan's indifferent reaction, then wiped his forehead and said something. Only then did he give a superficial compliment. The sword is beautiful, which only makes De Wong more annoyed. That is the king's sword I like. Don't sound so lifeless, he's explaining carefully. Made from at least 2 high-quality magic crystals, this sword is truly top of the line. Yu Chan directly interrupted. Besides the sword, did you find anything about the villain who fought with Blaster? He takes a puff angrily. That guy is steering the topic away from you. He said that, but quickly became serious again. I've searched through all the data, but found nothing. It seems he only recently turned into a villain. Could Yu Chan be an outsider? The other person thought for a moment, and then replied, not judging based on appearance or features. He is definitely a villain. Then he sips his drink with a pout, complaining, and now is not the time to think about that guy. He ignores the people inside the shop who are gossiping about them. Isn't that Wang's glass? Such a handsome guy? That bright red head looks at you. The bartender continues the serious conversation. You've heard about the serial killer, right? Psst. The Gadam GU Special Forces team had to go on high alert because of that guy. Wu Han asked suspiciously, isn't Screw the one responsible? They say he's the main suspect. Uwan waved his hand to dismiss it. It's not him, he frowned, looking confused. He asked back, how can you be so sure? The other calmly replied, if it's a luxury sports car or electronic parts, then it could be him. But as Duong recalled that figure, he firmly stated that he was completely different from the murderer. Yu Chan countered, Skriel is a villain, a madman with unpredictable behavior. Duong calmly responded without rushing, his serious expression analyzing that based on the cold-blooded killer's profile, the likelihood of him being the villain is quite high. However, Duong asked back with a smile, do you think villains are just crazy people? It could also be an ordinary person no one suspects. His words made Uchan think back to the time he met Kang Yu before. Duong joked to break the serious atmosphere. Anyway, about your younger sister, the model girl, you said she's a first-year student, right? Uchan directly interrupted, I already have a curfew, so he can only force a polite smile. Duong advised him that it would be better to stay cautious until the serial killer is caught. Yu Chan lowered his eyes, silent and thoughtful, as the scene shifts to S Studios building where the lighting equipment is fully set up. The photographer gestures with his camera, smiles more charmingly, and takes pictures of the 2 beautiful models. He kept blinking his phone and nodding, all right, fine. The 2 models worked together seamlessly, and the photographer didn't hesitate to praise them. Well done. Time kept passing, and it was getting dark. This is Kim Na-yu, a first-year student at Sewa High School, Kim Wan's younger sister. She just looked at her phone and froze. Damn, it's already 7 o'clock? Nayu muttered to herself.
I thought I'd just stop by and buy some stationery, but it's probably going to be difficult.
She was still thinking about buying the limited edition bottle when she suddenly noticed the girl nearby. She is An Minang, Nayu's recent partner, a first-year high school student. Nayu approached to start a conversation.
Min Yang, you're still here? You just saw her and shouted out, "Na?"
She tilted her head, waiting for the other person to speak again. Min Yang hesitated, mouthing her words uncertainly. Then she suddenly approached, took Nayu's arm, and called out her name. Min Yang's expression looked uncomfortable as she made the suggestion.
Let's go to the claw machine and get some toys. Nayun also finds it confusing.
That was sudden. Min Yang continued to beg. It's been a long time since we went there. Let's go. She's also in a difficult position. Has it been that long?
The other side keeps insisting. Just one game. Let's go. Hurry up.
Nayun still hesitates. Not this time.
Thanks to my brother, I'm now under curfew.
Min Yang pouts and blinks her sparkling eyes at her.
Just going to look for Na and surrender this round. The opponent cheerfully replied with a laugh.
All right. They're getting farther away. A strange figure is hiding and watching from right behind. The opponent's eyes reveal a sinister look as they let out a wicked laugh. The evening glow covers the entire area, and a prominent poster with the headline, "The innocent killer will be caught," has been put up. Special forces have been deployed to calm the fears of Gadam County residents. Kang Yu sighed softly. 3 people have already died. Moros then asked, "Are you considering accepting Screw's offer?" He replied softly, "For me, that offer isn't appealing at all, but—" Kang Yu paused for a moment, then said seriously, "That cold-blooded bastard has hurt too many people. I can't just stand by and watch that dog run wild anymore." Moros squinted at him and said, "Just rambling. Trying to find a killer without a reason is pretty tough." Kang Yu pondered while examining the map on the screen, with no information other than the fact that the murders happened in Goddamn District.
"And what about the thing you received from SCW?" But Kang Yu stupidly asked back, "What do you mean?"
Moros was also at a loss for words. The scene shifts back to a deserted building. Kang Yu took the phone and hesitated, asking why he was given this. The other calmly replied, "We need a way to stay in touch." Screw explained with a smile, "This was made by me so it can only send and receive texts or files. No GPS tracking installed. Don't worry."
Kang Yu was about to refuse. "No need." Screw cut him off. "I will also send you instructions about the killer through this." He made a very tempting offer, and of course he wanted to message me anytime.
"I will support you fully and completely, so make sure the killer is caught. That's my condition." This time Kang Yu didn't refuse anymore, just silently staring at the device in his hand. Returning to the present, he seemed to be lost in thought, gazing quietly at his phone. He hesitated for a moment before opening the screen. Then Kang Yu frowned deeply, pondering for a long time, and finally decisively placed the phone face down on the table. So, this time, he just went straight out the door.
I also have my own pride. How could I possibly casually exchange words with a villain? Moros asked curiously.
"Where are you going, kid?"
I replied seriously. I can't just sit still and do nothing.
Kang Yu looked back at it and said if the brain isn't working, then the legs should stand up instead. And the scene shifts to a brightly lit amusement park with cheers echoing in front of a claw machine full of stuffed animals.
"Hey, you got it already." Even though Min Yang is excitedly cheering, "Just a little more and you can do it."
"Nah?" Still focused intensely on the hand operation, but the result was a failure. Min Yang let out a disappointed cry. Na-an sank into despair, sighing softly, and the person beside her also sighed, saying, "Why not try again?" "Let's try again, Na," shaking my head to refuse. "That's wrong. I was wrong. I should go now." They don't notice the drone monitoring them outside. Min Yang still stubbornly insists.
"Really, but it's not even 8 o'clock yet. The device outside has a camera secretly tracking them, nah?
I'm already out of patience now. I told you, didn't I? My annoying older brother has set a curfew." Min Yang lowered his eyes, looking sad. She whispered insistently, "Can't you stay a little longer?" "Nah, I noticed something unusual." "Is something wrong?" The other person just keeps silent with pursed lips. Min Yang hesitated for a long time before nervously speaking up. "Actually, I saw that thing." "Nah." Suspiciously asked about that, and the other person replied, "As you know, one of our classmates was murdered a few days ago." Her last words made Na Yu startle. "I saw it." She seemed unable to believe it and hurriedly asked again, "What do you mean?" Min Yi Ni explained, "I wanted to tell someone but was too scared." Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling violently, feeling as if it would be her next. "Nah?" He asked anxiously if he had seen you, and the other person simply nodded in acknowledgement. She hurriedly grabbed Min Yang's hand. This is not the time to do this.
No, Wu seriously suggests we should go to the police station now. It's not too late.
I'll go with you, she said and directly pulled Minwai to run, urging him to hurry up as they moved. If you've seen the killer, then both of us are in danger. At that moment, the door in front of them suddenly closed, and they stared in shock as the exit before them collapsed. Na Yu looked around. What is this? Why did the door suddenly close? Who turned off the power? Suddenly she noticed something on the ground. A pool of red water right beneath Na's feet. Blood.
At the same time, a sinister voice echoed, "So we meet again."
Both of them turned to look in the direction of the voice. Something slimy was oozing out, forming into drops that stood upright. Both of them trembled with fear. Minwai Ai couldn't hold back and screamed out loud. The pool of blood in front of them gradually took shape. It was a B-grade, blood rain class evil sorcerer. Spirit communication skill. He sneered and greeted. Poor child. At this moment, Kang Yu is outside, standing high and looking down at the street. He watches something intently. Moros muttered, I'm not sure if wandering aimlessly like this is useful. Kang Yu coldly reminds him, if you keep whining, you should stay home. Moros lowers his eyes in complaint. Even if I wanted to, I still have to stay within a certain range of you. Your phone suddenly rang. He curiously picked it up to check. What is it? Moros curiously looked in and said, Isn't that the phone Screw gave you? He casually teased a bit, even with his pride. He wouldn't just throw it away. Kang Yu stubbornly argued, I will throw it away if that guy sends something strange, but as soon as he saw what was sent, he was immediately stunned. Over there, Na Yu and Min Yang are facing danger as the sinister villain Blood Rain grins maliciously at them. Na Yu biting her lip nervously, she stared tense at the villain, secretly suspecting he was the murderer Min Yang had seen. Min Yang, trembling, asked, What do we do now? The scene shifts back to earlier when Yu Chan handed Na Yu something and told her to take it. At that moment, she was very curious. What is this? Her brother briefly explained, the alarm device. Yu Chan casually reminded her, don't press it just because you're excited. He appears to be very serious. If an emergency button is pressed, he will immediately rush to your side. Nai then just nodded slightly and took it. In the current situation, she quietly pressed the alarm device. Na clenched her teeth in tension, thinking this is no joke. So it's better for you to hurry up and get here. The sky is getting darker, and the area around the amusement park remains as quiet as before. Blood Ranger, with bloody hands covered in shards of glass, opens his mouth and says, Kuong, you're so exhausted. He's almost fully transformed into an entity, baring his teeth with a fierce grin. I will give you pathetic creatures the gift of eternal sleep. Na dared to shout loudly, cutting him off, making BL momentarily stunned into silence. She even arrogantly flipped him off and scolded a guy. If eternal sleep is so wonderful, then go ahead and give it to yourself. Blood Rin narrowed her eyes, clearly showing her discontent. He's really a bratty little punk. He slowly walks over to where the two of them are. Nate, feeling anxious, bit her lip and told herself she needed to stall until her older brother arrived. She spoke up to question him. Why? Why did you do this? Brad Wren tilted his head slightly, his face emotionless. He chuckled coldly and asked, Do you really need a reason to pursue something? Nawu couldn't understand what he was talking about. You're really crazy. Bladrin slowly licks the blood dripping from his fingertip and then says, I will answer your naive question. He distorted his face into a twisted, perverted expression, chuckling as he uttered each word, craving fresh blood and tearing apart hollow bodies. The only truth I've come to realize in this world is that nothing is more satisfying than that. Na Yu tremblingly pushed Min Yang back. She shouted in panic, Stay there, take one more step and you'll be doomed. I warn you. Bladrin quickly grasped the main point of her next words. My brother will be here soon. Nah, that guy hesitated for a moment, then loudly shouted, You think he's strong? Well, 3 seconds is enough for him to send you to meet your ancestors. Unexpectedly, Blood Rain smirked and asked, Your strong older brother will be here soon? You look no different from a filthy little bug. Na replied firmly. Yes, if you're scared, just run. Blood Rain slowly raises his hand and speaks with a faint smile. In that case, I wonder what your brother would look like. He created a red sphere and slowly spoke. Seeing the dried corpse of her little sister drained of blood, Min Yang and Na Yu turned pale with fear, standing frozen in place. Blood Rain unleashes a blazing red light and speaks, but its speed is too fast for Na Yu to react, only able to watch it approach. That red beam shot straight at her hip, but it only grazed Na Yu and struck Min Yang standing nearby. She panicked and looked back, only to see her friend fall. blood splattering across Na Yu's pale face. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. Min Young Na Yu hurriedly ran over to shake her friend. Min Young, wake up. She can't accept this reality, she kept repeating in a trembling voice. Not Min Young. And Min Wai Hang? Na burst into tears. Blood Ren calmly stepped closer to her. Now it's your turn. He swung his hand, intending to turn it into a small, sweet gift. For his brother, of course. Na Yu, terrified, closed her eyes tightly. Just when she thought her life was over, a furious shout rang out. Damn it, you son of a bitch. A figure crashed through the glass door and rushed in. Na-an instinctively looked back in confusion, and Brad Rain was also caught off guard by this unexpected turn. That figure charges straight at him. Take this. His sharp, glowing eye swung his hand to unleash a dark energy attack. He threw the move toward his opponent, catching the shadow blade. The swift attack appeared in front of Blood Rain, forcing him to quickly kneel and dodge. Blood Rain looked up as usual and then chuckled with amusement, but suddenly Kang Yu had teleported and appeared right next to him. Brad Rain is not someone to underestimate. He shifts his stance and supports himself with his hands on the ground. Kang Yu sensed the danger and quickly froze, raising his hands to defend against the opponent's spinning kick. Kang Yu stepped back, landing steadily. His black chi was trembling as he looked down in shock, only then recognizing the face of his attacker, Brad Rin. He wondered, who is this Dong? Is the super-powerful older brother of that girl a villain? Songchin Na Yu is also stunned, wondering who he is. Kang Yu simply stands silently in front of her with a serious face. Brad Rin narrowed his eyes as he observed the opponent, thinking to himself that he's never seen skills like this before. And this guy, too. Wait a minute. Did that guy Dan take down Blaster? Now is it chasing after me? Just thinking about it, he already felt strangely excited. This will be fun. Brad Rain spoke first. Maybe I should retreat today, but don't think me is safe. Kang Yu was surprised, eyes wide open, as Brad Ren disappeared into the pool of blood, leaving a threat before leaving. Me will gradually fade away within us. Na Yu trembled as she listened to each terrifying sound. Chet, that will be a sweet death. Kang Yu hurriedly chased after and stopped. Where do you think you're running to? But in the end, you still didn't make it. Droplets of liquid float in the air, passing through his palm. Brad Rain successfully escapes. All that remained before them was a trace of red liquid. Kang Yu watched as all traces of the guy were gradually erased, feeling extremely uneasy. He looked around nervously. Damn it, has he gone outside? A suddenly anxious voice rang out. Hey, you there, wait a moment. Neon softly asks for help. I need to ask you for a favor. Kang Yu turned back quickly, and the other person immediately begged, Please save my friend. She was tearful, her voice full of desperation. Please. That alarm button. On a car, De Wong asks the other person, Do you think she pressed it by mistake or was it a prank? If that were the case, at least he would have called back. And the girl wouldn't joke about something like this. Yu Chan kept staring at the phone screen, her mind tangled in knots. Please, stay safe. Let's cut back to the amusement park earlier. Kang Yu is helping Na Yu and the others. There's a critically injured patient here. Please hurry to the emergency room, I beg you. He turned off his phone and continued giving orders. The ambulance is on its way, we should stop the bleeding first. If you have a handkerchief or something to clean the wound, please give it to me. Na Yu? A bit hesitant. Huh? Oh, yes. She searches through her bag, following Kang Yu's instructions. If possible, she takes something with good elasticity. Good elasticity? After some rummaging, Na Yu hands over a pair. Kang Yu looked confused and took that ragged thing. Nah. Seriously, it's all netting and the elasticity is really good. Min Yang was given basic first aid. Kang Yu asked, Can you check her condition? Moros glared and asked again, Are you asking me to check how critical her condition is? If that's the case, there's no need to use the appraisal eye. He said that confidently, but still helped him take a look. Moros concluded that there are no fatal injuries at this point. Kang Yu let out a small sigh of relief. I'm so glad. Na Yu asked him worriedly. Will Min Young be okay? He honestly replied. If the medical team arrives in time, it will be fine. She was overjoyed to hear that. Really? Suddenly, a light shone into the shop along with the sound of an engine. Kang Yu was quite surprised. So fast. He hurriedly left. I already provided first aid. Let those people handle the rest. Na Yu stared blankly after him. Thank you. She hesitated, wondering. Are you leaving now? Kang Yu coldly turns his head to look back. Of course, she plans to do something once everyone sees me and runs away. Na-an watches his disappearing figure without a trace. She stood there staring blankly for a long time. Outside, Kang Yu moved at incredible speed through the buildings. Moros sighed and said, They're lucky if you hadn't arrived in time. Those 2 girls would be dead. Kang Yu glanced to the side, as if noticing something, then aimed directly at the building ahead and landed. Kang Yu looked back and muttered, "Now I have something to worry about." What was that? A blood flute sound echoed as a flurry of feathers flew through the air. Kang Yu and Moros looked over as Crow appeared dramatically, smiling cheerfully and greeting them. "So, we meet again." The 2 crows perched on her also mimicked saying the same thing. Crow saw that Kang Yu didn't react, so she stepped forward. "You don't remember me? I'm the one who's sad enough to take you out." He is trying to search through his memories. That woman is probably on the other side. Screw is calmly observing the situation on this side through the screen. Kang Yu responds, "A few hours ago I saw your face, and I don't forget that easily either." The other person chuckled. "Thanks for remembering me." Gro took a few steps forward. "Have I introduced myself yet?" She smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Joven, that name suits me, doesn't it? Do you think so?" Gro started a conversation, and Kang Yu responded, "I don't have a name." She laughed joyfully. "So you still don't have a villainous title, huh?" Kang Yu didn't like beating around the bush and shifted the topic away from the villain label. "Tell me what that thing is first," Gro said, looking in the direction of his gaze before explaining. To catch the killer, Screw brought this to the areas where he was likely to attack. He has dozens of these at least. Kang Yu wondered, "Did I send the location through that?" She honestly admitted it, and Crow kindly added more. "Remember, with it we can track down who the killer is. Ask him directly." "Do you know him?" Crow smiled. "It's Bloodrain. He roams across the country to kill people." She paused for a moment. "Honestly, I suspected he was responsible for this, but tracking him was really difficult, so I wasn't sure." The crows with him also joined in scolding that bastard, and Gro stroked the crows, plus there's more to this story. She suddenly changed her tone and said, "Forget what I just said. On the contrary, I will ask you for a fresh shot." Kang Yu grimaced and sighed. This woman is really scary. Gro looks at the camera and blows a kiss. "I don't want to do anything to make Screw sad. Where is Screw busy looking for my popcorn? I'm sure I left it somewhere around here." She suddenly let out a sound like she remembered something. Gro pulled out a letter. "Screw asked me to give this to you. He said he would explain once you finish with this." She threw it to him, and he caught it, curious to see what it was. "What the hell is this?" the opponent replied with a smile. "A partial payment was promised to you. Inside the box are 3 sparkling stones." Kang Yu is amazed to recognize the magic crystal and even more surprised by its properties and that it is the best quality in the box. The scene shifts to the next day, with the news reporting that last night around 8 p.m., the serial killer Nai was again active. Yuri, watching the news, doesn't notice Kang Yu stepping out. Fortunately, the priests arrived at the scene shortly after being notified that there were no casualties. A high school girl is being treated at the hospital, and luckily, her injuries are not life-threatening. Hearing that, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Yuri turned to ask about it. "Are you going to school?" The other person replied softly. "Yes," she said worriedly. "Quan Kang Yu, be careful," Kang Yu quickly responded. "Yes, I know. The sky is still so clear today." He looked around and reflected that he had possessed Kang Yu's body for a while now. Kang Yu told himself he needed to become stronger, to take revenge on Lampus. He glanced at Moros beside him and wondered how much he could really trust this strange thing. Kang Yu frowned in thought. "The agreement I made with the villains group is also making me tense." Looking back to last night, Kang Yu was very surprised to receive the item from Crow. "She handed me 3 top-grade magic stones." He gently touched the crystal. Kang Yu was a bit suspicious. "Is this only part of the promise?" Crow chuckled softly. "Not enough?" He replied softly. "More than enough, that's for sure." "She agrees, I think so too." Then Crow reminded him again, "But that guy is really strong. With your current magical power, you won't be able to defeat him," Kang Yu insisted, interrupting stubbornly. "It'll be fine," Crow added. "There is also a GPS tracking device called Vimo made by Screw that you can use whenever you want." Before leaving, she suddenly remembered something, and Screw had made a list of places where blood rain had appeared. Open the file to check. Crow suddenly retracted his smile and honestly said, "I didn't have high hopes for you." But she spoke slowly and deliberately. "If you disappoint," Screw Crow only hinted at this and stared fiercely at Kang Yu. "You understand, right?" Kang Yu frowned in annoyance and muttered, "What the hell are they doing?" "Moros kindly reminds you this is not the way to school." Kang Yu keeps walking straight. "We have a place to go." He sighed softly. He's skipping class. He walks while pondering. Based on the data Screw sent, Sewa High School is a place worth paying attention to. Kang briefly reviewed a series of events that had happened. The two girls who were followed by the villain yesterday are also studying at Sewa High School. There must be a clue somewhere around here. Moros suspects. Are you planning to go around here and ask about him? He replied casually. If necessary, I still have to do it, but there is something that makes me pay attention. Kang Yu scrolls through something on his phone. The girl with pink hair from yesterday is the younger sister of the apprentice priest at our school. Your gaze lingers on a photo from a post by Na Yu. The comment below the post confirms she is Kim Yu-chan's sister. Kang Yu still has things to do. First, he needs to call and ask for a day off from school. Moros ran out of words, watching him pretend to clear his throat. Hello. I am Kang Yu. I have a pretty bad cold, so I need to stay home and rest today. A figure sits silently in the hospital corridor, and someone holding a cup of coffee approaches and calls out Wu-chan's name. Senior, Dae Wong is asking how you've been. Did you stay up all night? Nah. How is she? Chan lowered his head and replied, She's just fallen asleep. Dae Wong sighs softly and then hears the other person ask, Have you checked the crime report yet? He replied, I've seen it. Dae Wong calmly analyzed, It's very difficult to check the surveillance camera recordings because they have been destroyed. But from the report, it's easy to see that the killer is Blood Rain. He explained that according to Blood Rain's profile, he drinks the victim's blood without damaging the body. But the bodies of the victims found in Gadam district were all dismembered. Dae Wong suddenly felt a headache and said, So we have ruled him out from the list of suspects. I can't believe it's him. He sighed deeply and recounted the story. Yu-chan asked cautiously, The villain saved Na-yu and Min Young. Dae Wong immediately confirms his suspicion. It seems like the guy from before, right? Yu-chan pondered quietly, recalling everything. He whispered that Na-yu said he was the savior, and Yu-chan suddenly felt confused. If he is a villain, he should be a madman, but he saved everyone and even my sister. He can't quite understand what all this is really about, can he? Kang Yu frowned and continued. That's also what I've been thinking. He's quite remarkable, even fought Blaster. What kind of freak is he? Yu-chan lowered his eyes in thought, the coffee in his hand gradually cooling as the scene shifts to Sewa High School gate, with Kang Yu standing to the side watching the passing crowd. He follows the backs of the people on the street. Moros whispering, You've come a long way, skipping school to get here. Kang Yu followed to a convenience store, grabbing a random can of water. Are you a model? The friendly person smiled and replied, No, I told you I'm not. I'm just an ordinary student. The girls became even more interested and continued to ask questions. You're so handsome. Which school do you attend? The staff asked with a curious smile. Why do you want to know that? Kang Yu interrupted their conversation to go pay. I want to take this. He smiled warmly and friendly. At the convenience store, the employee scanned the product code, then announced the total price of 3,200 WW. Kang Yu took out his card to pay. He suddenly noticed the book on the corner of the table, Corin's Bride. Kang Yu involuntarily looked at it for a long time as the cashier continued with the process. An old man walks in, smiling, and asks, Can I take the scrap paper? The clerk politely nods. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment while I bring it out. This friendly gesture quickly gained everyone's favor. Thank you. As I walked past Kang Yu, whether by accident or on purpose, the clerk Thunan bumped hard into his shoulder. Moro suddenly sensed something unusual. He bowed his head to Kang Yu and said, I am sorry. He and Moro stood there watching the employee's actions. Kang Yu frowned in thought before he stepped out of the store. Moros called out to Kian, intending to remind him that there was something he needed to say. Kang Yu directly interrupted. He's the villain, isn't he? Moros widened his eyes in shock. Kang Yu explained, When I looked into that bastard's eyes, I already knew. Moros hesitated, but I'm not sure if he is Blood Rain. He suddenly exclaimed, Corin's Bride. That was the title of the book Kang Yu saw earlier. He slowly analyzed that it is a classic work about dragon demons. Combining with what Blood Rain said earlier, You will enjoy a sweet death. You will die in my hands. I have every reason to suspect that I've heard the line, You will perish in my hands, somewhere before. Moros exclaimed, It's amazing that you remember things like that. Kang Yu whispered, I have read a few books in the orphanage. He took a sip from the Coca-Cola can. Kang Yu chuckled softly. Let's go check out the target and see if it's the right person. He headed once again towards the convenience store. The employee from earlier has finished work, and Kang Yu follows his silhouette. They return to the familiar street. Moros squinted thoughtfully and muttered, Is this not the way to the girls' high school? Even Kang Yu started to wonder where this guy was headed. Suddenly he noticed something else. An old man was in danger as a car sped straight toward him. The old man slowly realized just in time as Yu rushed over to hug him and pull him aside. The car hurriedly braked, and the driver hurriedly got out. Are you okay? Kang Yu protected him, and only now do I realize I forgot something. He has completely revealed the identity of that employee. Kang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration as the scene shifts to a certain building. I never expected you to choose a place like this to transform. Kang Yu has no other options. There are no rooftops nearby to approach. He puts the magic crystal into his mouth. I have to use this first. The bright golden light flashes again, and Kang Yu's entire body is enveloped by that energy. He suggested that Moros use the Eye of God to check the information. The info panel shows that the villain Kang Yu has a special attribute, the ability to transform into a disaster-level villain. Dark attribute, activation switch, rage, main skill dark sword, self-healing, shadow concealment, shadow image, hidden skill, extracting magic stones, and a magic stat of 470. Kang Yu noticed a point. Now I have these two new skills, dark concealment and dark shadow. Morose replied, increasing your magic points has helped develop the skills you possess. I suddenly find it amazing that just increasing my magic points can give me new skills. When I was a priest, I could only become stronger through training. But when I looked at my magic points, I was disappointed. I only have 470? Why is that? I used 3 magic stones, so why do I only have 120 points? Moros explains that your body may have developed resistance to magic crystals, so using a different one next time will reduce the effect further. And after a while, you'll only notice minor changes. Kang Yu suddenly realized that if someone could become stronger just with magic stones, he wouldn't have given it to me. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, meaning I can't rely solely on magic stones to get stronger. I should consider other methods like training or something else. Kang Yu makes a request. Moros, show me the stats for Blood Rain as well. It hesitated a bit. I've already used it twice today. If I use it a third time, you will interrupt me directly. I understand. Blood Rain's information panel appears before him. The villain Blood Rain has a special attribute, transforming into a villainous character with a mental attribute, activating desire transformation, and main skills including Blood Sword, Blood Strike, Hypnosis, and Threat. The magic power stat of 1000 Kang Yu recalls the brief battle moments earlier. Was the Blood Sword the one we saw yesterday? Right below the Blood Sword are a series of blood thrusts, hypnotism, and threats. He muttered, his attributes are related to the mind. Moros confirms. Yes, all of his attributes are related to mind control. Kang Yu softly repeats the word hypnosis, remarking that this is not easy at all, then cuts to a hospital lobby that is deserted, with only a few nurses walking along the corridor, a red glow flickering beside a patient room, and red liquid spreading on the floor. Brad Rin is controlling the hospital staff there, saying, "Become my loyal servant." The eyes suddenly twisted and contorted. Brad Rain grinned and ordered, "Bring your children here." Still at the hospital building, a few police officers stand guard outside a ward while Na Yu sits beside Min Yang's bed. She is browsing through the profiles of some villains, a bit disappointed. None of them are him. Na Yu becomes even more curious. Who could he be? The hospital room door suddenly opens, and someone calls her name, Kim Na Yu. They enter and inform that An Min Yang needs to undergo some health check tests. Na Yun is a bit surprised. What now? The doctor insists it's really important. It would be great if she could be replaced by a guardian to go with her. Na looked confused and lost. Both the nurse and the doctor simultaneously smile eerily in response. The sky gradually darkens as several streaks of pitch-black light suddenly appear in an alley. Kang appears with the appearance of a villain there. His body emerges from the wall, then suddenly appears on the roof of another building. Kang Yu's figure disappears again in a flash, with dark tendrils like threads stretching through the skyscrapers. He's testing new skills, able to link shadow and dark images and use them together. Moros suddenly spoke. That's not very good. He retracted and landed. Moros continued his reminder, still unfinished, saying, "You've been using your magic very powerfully on the way here. You should be more careful." Kang Yu snapped back. "Stop nagging me." The phone started emitting a warning. Kang Yu quickly checked it, and it seemed to be so. He looked towards the nearby hospital. I also think he's using too much. But that damn Blood Rin, he's really heading to the hospital where that girl was admitted yesterday. Kang Yu suddenly felt lucky about his earlier action, glad that he had quickly attached a GPS to him. He suddenly remembered Na Yu's fragile appearance. Then he frowned. "There is no reason for Tran Tru to delay any longer," he immediately set out. Kang Yu hurried into action. Move quickly. The lighting in the parking garage area is quite dim. Min Yang was carried on a stretcher by staff and taken away. Naoi suspiciously asked them, "May I ask, why is a patient being taken by ambulance for a health check?" The robotic doctors replied, "This is an important test that can't be done at the hospital," which made her even more confused. What does that mean? At this moment, Brad Rain's voice suddenly rang out, making Niuo shiver, because this was a test of loyalty. She stiffly turned her head to look back as Brad Ren gradually transformed into a laughing figure. Nice to see you again. You will perish in my arms. Na you. Her eyes widened in horror as she turned back to warn the others. Villain, run now. But no one responds. Their eyes glow red as they stare at her in a strange, sinister way. The red liquid slowly spreads beneath Na Yu's feet. Blin chuckles with satisfaction. They only follow my orders. He quickly stepped in front of Na-un and gently lifted her chin. I can also turn you into an obedient puppet like them. Blood Rain gripped her chin tightly, growling each word, but it had no effect. Na Yu trembles as she presses the alarm button. Black Rin looks impressed, saying, You have a strong will. You've overcome the human instinct of fear and horror. He greedily looked at Na Yu intently. Do you want to be my bride? Suddenly a voice shouted, startling both her and Black Rain. Let go of her, you crazy bastard. He let go and looked around, shouting loudly, Who's there? That voice whispered in Na Uo's ear. Lie down when I count to 3. Black Rain also noticed something was wrong. It can't be that bastard. Kang Yu just counted to 3. Na Yu collapsed, clutching his head. In the very next second, he appeared with cool confidence, kicking straight into Blood Rain's stunned face. The guy was pushed back, and before Blood Rain could steady himself, he was forced to watch Kang Yu continue his assault. Bonus thèm cho ga một cú dập thật mạnh. Lần này là một cú da xoay vào lồng ngực. Blood Rain không thể phản kháng, trực tiếp bị anh tần cho dinh tuồng. Damn it! He let him go again. Kang Yu jumps forward with a burst of speed. This is only the beginning. Bladrin widened his eyes as he narrowly dodged Kang Yu's deadly punch and continued to unleash a flurry of palm strikes at Blood Rain's face. He grits his teeth in frustration. Now it's Blood Rain's turn to strike back. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Blood Sword. Kang Yu leans back to dodge and prepares for the next attack. He delivers an uppercut to Blood Rain from below. Kang Yu keeps attacking without stopping. Each powerful punch lands on Black Rain's body, leaving him no choice but to lie still and endure. Kang Yu grabs his collar tightly, and Black Rain suddenly straightens up, looking directly into his eyes. His eyes widened in shock as Kang Yu paused briefly. Blood Rain immediately smirked triumphantly. I got you now, how dare you! But before he could finish speaking, Kang Yu quickly pinched his 2 fingers into his eye, causing blood to gush out, and Blood Rain to scream in pain. Blood Rain quickly covers his face and retreats, the surroundings shaking from the impact. Kang Yu rushes forward, grabbing his head, forcefully slamming it into the ground with a powerful strike that shatters the earth and rocks. Kang Yu sneered, You seem to have been completely satisfied with your depraved desires all this time. Now it's time to pay the price. Blood Rain was beaten black and blue, but still grinning confidently. Na, trembling nearby, watched everything unfold as Kang Yu pressed on. Are you finding this funny? He laughed even more enthusiastically. Of course I am happy, Blood Rain declared confidently. You will never defeat me because I am exactly like this. Kang Yu couldn't understand. What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard? He just chuckled and merged into the liquid, and Black Rain's body continued to vanish just like before. The hearty laughter of the guy echoed in his ears, and only then did Kang Yu realize something was wrong. He decisively punched Black Rain's face, but the guy had already escaped without a trace. Moros wiped his sweat. This guy's skills are really annoying. It analyzes the situation. Physical attacks are useless when he turns into blood form. Kang Yu suddenly feels annoyed, recalling his past self and thinking, damn it, if I could still use fire magic, he would be finished. Did something happen nearby? Where did he run off to? The doctors have regained consciousness and are looking around in confusion, asking, why am I at the parking lot? Nah, I run over to ask. Is everyone okay? Moros whispers. The hypnosis has worn off. Kang Yu shouted, Hey, doctor and nurse over there, quickly move the patient to a safe place. The crowd looked over in panic, startled. The villain, he only left one line before disappearing again. Nan hurriedly reached out. Wait! She once again watched helplessly as Kang Yu managed to escape. Kang Yu is busy with other matters, so he hurriedly runs around. He can't go far yet. Kang Yu-ha is determined. We must catch up with him quickly. In another direction, 2 figures suddenly appeared rushing over. Kang Yu, focused intensely, sped straight ahead. But suddenly 2 people appeared out of nowhere, causing him to brake sharply, and Wu Wang was stunned. The villain Wu Yang was stunned, exclaiming in shock. Yu Tran was just as surprised, as Dai Wang was the first to draw his weapon and charged forward to attack with his flying sword.
Kang Yu obviously won't stand still and take the hit. He immediately fights back. Do you think that's enough to stop me? He pushes away the opponent's sword and moves aside. Don't get in my way. Then Bao Kim Dai Hung and the four tigers spun in the air several times before finally landing in Wang's hand. He urged his teammates, Yuan, why are you standing there like a statue? Yu Cha remembered what happened earlier and hesitated for a moment. Na Yu said, he's the one who saved the girl. And then he remembered the pain of his loved ones. Wang's call woke him up. Kim Yu-chan. Yu Si-tran clenched his fists, preparing to strike, reminding himself that villains are those who must be eliminated. His eyes sharpened as he coldly stared at his opponent. Han decisively unleashed a fiery technique, flames surging forward as if to devour Kang Yu. He immediately countered with a move, causing the ground and rocks to tremble. The Shadow Sword. Kang Yu snapped irritably. Damn it, this is so annoying. De Wong suddenly appeared behind him, and he quickly sensed the danger as De Wong swung his sword without hesitation. Dai Hung Loi Kang Yu tried to dodge but was too late. The sword grazed his hip, leaving a bloodstain. De Wong shouted excitedly, now give him the finishing blow. Kang Yu was surrounded from all sides. Yu Chan launched an attack from the front, already prepared with fire. But at the moment of about to strike Kang Yu, Yu Chan suddenly remembered what his sister had told him. He saved you. He was momentarily distracted. Kang Yu notices the opening and takes the chance. He has enough space to escape through the passage. Kang Yu thought and acted immediately, skillfully using his new abilities to escape. De Wong shouted loudly, Kim Yu-tran, where is your mind? He responded blankly. I'm sorry. He also noticed something was off. Today you seem like a different person entirely. Tang Ham continued to fall into silence. The old man tapped his sword and muttered, what was that just now? It feels like he disappeared into the darkness. Is that a shadow manipulation skill? This was the first time I saw something like that. He turned to look at Yu Chan. How should we report this? He chuckled and said, what are you standing there for? Go take care of your sister. Yuan lowered his eyes and stayed silent, taking a long moment before finally speaking. Yes, Wong sighed. Anyway, the real trouble is that we lost both of them. Somewhere, Drain in human form staggered as he walked. Damn it, my throat is so dry. Bloodrain, Li stomped angrily and cursed. Damn it, that bastard has messed everything up again. The sky is now tinged with the evening glow, and his throat keeps moving up and down. He muttered to himself that his throat was dry. The pain in his body made Bloodrain feel extremely uncomfortable. He just looked up and smirked mischievously. Bloodrain, standing in front of the Deos Club, smiling happily, said, looks like a pretty good place here. To quench my thirst, the club is pounding with music, a gathering place for all kinds of men and women to unwind. A girl was dancing and jumping when she sensed someone approaching and kindly showed concern for the other person. Your clothes are bloody. Are you hurt anywhere, handsome guy? Brad Wren Horse replied, I am just thirsty. The girl still innocently offered help without realizing the danger. Are you thirsty? I'll buy you something. Bloodrain transformed into a monstrous form, bearing a savage grin. But I just want something with a truly enticing flavor. A car speeds down the road. The person inside grips the steering wheel angrily as the radio reports the news. A massacre has occurred at the Red Ruiz Club in Gaddam District. On Road 3, near the station area, a villain identified as Bloodrain is causing widespread panic among the residents. De Yuong's anger flared up. He cursed loudly. De Yuong snapped angrily. Is that bastard really out of his mind? Yuan asks cautiously, what's going on? He immediately recounted that Braden has been terrorizing the people countless times already. Yuan frowned deeply after hearing this, needing to mention what had happened not long before. He hurriedly ran over to his sister, Kim Na-yu. Yu Chan, before catching his breath, anxiously asked, are you okay? Na-yu calls out to her brother. He rushes over to check around. Are you hurt? Na-yu whispers softly, lowering her face. That person saved me. Yu Chan couldn't hear clearly. What? She repeated it again. The person who saved me last time. Now Yu Chan still feels it's complicated when he thinks back on it. Their car sped down the road. In an alley somewhere, Kang Yu covered his wound with his hand. He winced softly from the pain. Moros let out a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't a serious injury. It grimaces and mutters, not like you at all. Kang Yu, unsure of its meaning, tilted his face and asked again, not like me. Moros recounted, you fight very differently when facing an evil person. You go easy on them because they are priests. Kang Yu remained silent, and after a long pause, finally spoke. It won't be like that anymore. I remember every face from the past, reminding myself that my enemies are not only villains, Moros interrupted, his wound almost healed. Suddenly a flickering red light appeared on his side. Kang Yu grimaced and took it out. What is that? A series of information appears before his eyes. The scene shifts to another side, footsteps approaching rapidly, getting closer. Countless bodies lie scattered on the ground, some gasping for breath and on the verge of death, blood everywhere. A few people tremble as they hide in a corner. When Deo and Duan arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Bladren sat leisurely, enjoying the bloody spectacle. Nyam Nyi, blood full on his hands, finally felt a bit recovered and satisfied. Deung cursed angrily. You bastard! You're a crazy lunatic. Bladren was not afraid but warned them to stay quiet. He laughed arrogantly. I don't want my recovery time to be interrupted. Deung frowned silently, noticing a young man trembling under the table. After looking around and hesitating, he finally decided that we would rescue the survivors and then capture him. Yu-chan nodded in agreement, but just a moment later, the blood glass was released. Brad Rin sneered. The recovery time was over. He said that and crazily charged at them. The first move launched was Blood Spear. Daewon and Uan were momentarily stunned. Daewon quickly drew his sword and decisively cut through his opponent's Blood Spear. Yu-cha quickly overtakes him, launching an attack and charging forward to face Blood Rain. The flames and anger within Yu-chan flare up, his eyes fiercely fixed on the enemy. Daewon spoke up to stop him. Yu-chan hesitated, knowing that using fire would trap the hostage in the flames. Yu-chan froze when he saw the figure flash past him. Bloodrin sneered. Still worried about others? Daewon's eyes widened in shock. When did Bloodrin teleport and get so close? He uses his old move again and aims straight at the target. Worry about yourself. A powerful strike sends Yuan flying backward, and he braces for impact, crashing into the wall with concrete shattering, blood pouring from his mouth, and he groans in pain. Bladra, who wouldn't forgive him, immediately moved in to deliver the final blow. The madman sneered, I will end your life with a mystical strike. A direct punch to Blood Wang's face leaves him bloodied and staggering. Wan screams in agony behind him. Blood Rin smiled down and called out in a terrifying voice. Yu-chan still charged forward with his fierce red energy, determined to fight. With just one punch, his power blew apart an entire space. Suddenly, Blood Rin appeared from behind him. Nice skills, but you're useless. You can't defeat me with just that. Yu-chan was startled, turned around, and clenched his teeth as he thought. Since when did he? Immediately, he raised his sharp hand with his red powers and shot forward. A slash of claws across his stomach sends waves of energy bursting from the wounds, leaving him panicked. Damn it. He still holds out those terrifying fingers with a mocking smile. Blood Rin continues to deliver a swift diagonal slash across Yu-chan's body, but he dodges skillfully, then counters with a quick strike to the chest accompanied by a scream as he disappears. He was standing far from where you were crouching, head bowed and panting heavily. Your hand was clutching your bleeding wound as you looked up, exhausted. The blood kept flowing to the ground as he hurriedly touched the bleeding wound on his neck. Then Black Rain covered his mouth with his hand. If that blow had hit, I might have been cut in half. Father looked up, gritting his teeth and thinking. This bastard is too strong. If I can't use fire magic, I can't escape from him. His guy still stands tall while he's sitting there exhausted. You look angry and helpless. A turquoise blue power erupts from him as he extends his hand. Because you're worried about the hostage and can't use your full power, right? Brad Rin's next words made Yuan startle and stare wide-eyed at Kim Na-yu. A beautiful image of Na-yu appears above his head with his hand raised to face level. I've done some research on Na-yu since you have a model sister. He crouched down to listen to the man's words, and her image still lingered in his mind. That brave and adorable little girl truly set my heart on fire. That girl made me mistake that bastard Clingy for her brother. The man continued, saying, she will be punished for deceiving me. Suddenly, Yu-chan interrupted. If you dare to lay a hand on my sister. Immediately after, Yu-chan forced himself to stand up, grasping with all his might like a blazing fire. I will kill you. Blood Rain's smile flickered with the thought that Don had fallen into a trap. Seeing his tense face made him even more convinced that he would taste the blood of an extremely furious priest, and that would be a very special flavor. He still stood before the power he was wielding. You are full of confidence. That confidence, I will give you a chance to prove it. Outside, the crescent moon has risen high and bright. The two of them are standing on the rooftop of a building, and his words still haven't stopped. I can finally be at ease here. You can use all your strength here, right? Yu-chan raised both hands, clasped them together, and kept watching the man still talking. You must be really happy to be able to use all your strength, huh? Black Rain stood there.
Bear, watching him and thinking a lot. If no one is around here under this night sky, I can enjoy the blood of this professor at will. His eyes widened. Then Yu-chan, in a sprinting stance, charged forward with all his strength, shouting, "I will make you regret this." He immediately used flames to fight because he brought me here. His power turned into streams of fire swirling around Black Rain. The man smiled confidently and then flipped backward. This surprised Yu-chan as he reached forward with a smile, his hand resting behind his neck. Black Rain flies in front of him, swirling with power, and asks with a smile, "Is this all your strength?" Instantly, his hand strikes out quickly with glowing red eyes. It's no different from when you couldn't use your full power. His hand yanked Yu-chan's head, startling him, and this move sent him flying away with a loud shout from the guy. "You know, I also haven't used all my strength." After a moment, a foot appeared. Kang Yu showed up here to see everything. It's really disturbing. Then something beside it flared up, the red energy catching his attention. He reached out his hand toward the scratch. It was a claw mark. Morose also stood nearby, observing this. It bears traces of very strong magic. This suddenly made him realize a thought. Could it really be that bastard? Turning to Yu, he suddenly saw Yu sitting slumped against the corner. He looked at him, thinking this bastard. Then he approached and sat down to look at him. Did he just die? Morose also stared blankly at him. He's still alive? Kang Yu turned around and saw a glowing sword. Chan Kim must have been here too. But where is he then? It immediately called out to him, making him turn around in surprise. "Look at this, Kasi." He widened his eyes as he looked at the sword surrounded by golden power. "What is that?" Morose replied. "That magic weapon." Kang Yu immediately picks up the sword. He carefully examined this sword. "I can feel it when I hold it." Morose stands beside him. "This is a good opportunity. Extract the magic crystal from it." He turns to look at it. "You're right. This is a good opportunity. But since it's someone else's weapon..." I immediately recalled my own battle memories, and the duel without saying a word. It should be fine. Then Kang Yu slashed the sword down to the ground. He raised his palm, from which 2 shards of stone emitted an orange glow. He immediately put it into his mouth, causing Morose to turn away in surprise. And suddenly a surge of red energy burst out. These powers swirl around Kang Yu, and as he looks up, bursts of energy emerge at his neck, with his eyes shining with galaxy-like colors. Morose stood there startled, confused, as his hair emitted many streams of purple energy. He spoke to Morose, making him confused. "I think you don't need to use divine vision anymore." Kang Yu stood there full of energy, turning around with his power. "I'm used to this feeling now." The moonlight shines on the top of the construction crane, and a few faint figures appear among the massive steel frame. Aroma and Hote impatiently ask when that bastard will arrive. Yosei calms them down. He will appear soon. Suddenly, a burst of fire and the sound of fighting flare up from the opposite building. Yosei sighs at this familiar opening scene. "I'm already tired of this appetizer." Uhan charges at Blood Rain with his fiery fist, raising it high to deliver a powerful blow. But this punch was easily caught by Blood Rain, who pulled Yu-chan face to face with him, much to his surprise. Blood Rain sneers, "This little flame can't hurt me." The other hand of his forms a small fireball. Brad Ren hooks a punch into Yu-chan's stomach. For a moment, it seems like he lost consciousness from the blow. Yu-chan kneels down, panting heavily. Brad Ren's enjoyment only deepens. "You're so weak and pitiful?" Brad Rain chuckled loudly, his claws shining with a red glow like his eyes. "It's a pity, but there's no need to blame yourself for that weakness. Because I will turn you into part of my body so you can live forever." Suddenly, someone unexpectedly mocked Blood Rain from behind. "You crazy sicko?" When he turned around, he realized it was Kang Yu. He seriously warned Blood Rain, "Stop talking nonsense. You're just a perverted mosquito." The two face each other in tense silence as Morose appears beside Kang Yu, while Blood Rain licks his sharp claws with a bloodthirsty look. "Still the leech stepping on your house? You're always interrupting my moments of pleasure." Kang Yu remains calm in the face of his attacker's provocation. For someone defeated over and over again, you definitely prefer talking more. Blood Rain laughed as if she had just heard a joke. "My body has reached a new level." He recounts without feeling disgusted. "I have absorbed dozens of people, and their blood has awakened me." He relished the swirling energy around his hand. "This arrogant power is invincible. An S-rank assassin couldn't even touch me right now." Kang Yu calmly provokes Blood Rain. "Is that so?" Yu-chan knelt on the ground, trembling. He stared at him intently. Inside Yu-chan, he wondered, is that him? Meanwhile, Blood Rain gathers another fireball in his hand. "Watch this." "My unbeatable power. Just looking at it, Yu Chan feels a shiver down his spine. Damn, this bastard didn't use all his strength against me. Blood Rain grins and channels both hands, unleashing a massive deadly energy directed at the wound. Kang Yu calmly stands and watches the spears flying toward him, quickly gathering a massive energy in both palms. He uses both hands to block in front of his chest to stop the wound of the guy. Black Rain's extending hand shoots out and tightly grips his arm. The smug guy lunged with his claws, caught him, then slashed into the air. Blood Rain was stunned. Right behind him was Kang Yu burning with murderous intent. Idiot. I'm behind him. Blood Rain only managed to throw his elbow back to defend himself, but his attack missed because he quickly lowered his body. Kang Yu quickly leapt up and charged at Blood Rain with a clenched fist raised high, and he was swiftly knocked back by the punch. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Yu swung his right leg and kicked straight into his opponent's side, causing Blood Rain to feel a wave of numb pain. Kang Yu angrily shouted in his face, "Show me your unbeatable ability." He threw a straight punch at Blood Rain's head to intimidate him. When will you finally show me? He was knocked away after that move. Yu Chan was stunned as he looked at Blood Rain lying in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? He looks completely different from when he was at the hospital.
Does he also hide his true power?
Looking at the person in front of him, Yu Chan wondered what had happened since then. Black Rain trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Kang Yu directly challenged his pride. You say even an S-rank knight can't defeat you? Is that all you've got? At this point, Black Rain can still smile. Kang Yu quickly realized, you're trying to run again? I don't know what you did, but it made your whole body covered in red. I don't know what happened during that time, but I admit you're stronger than me. But you'll never catch me with that physical attack, especially when my body has transformed into blood. Brad Rin promised, but before he could finish speaking, Yu screamed. There won't be a next time, you sick mosquito, as chains wrap around your body. And Blood Rain finally realizes fear and struggles, but Kang Yu lets go. You and your twisted fetishes also shouldn't expect to be reborn. Yu Cha looked on in shock as a black flame erupted in Kang Yu's hand. You give me an ultimatum, I will burn you with everything I have. Blood Rain's eyes flashed with defiance as Kang Yu unleashed the flames from his hand at him. The black fire system displays the villain Yukon Brad Rain as a special dark attribute villain, capable of transforming into a disaster-level dark attribute double black fire, activating the awakening of rage with core skills including Night Sword, self-healing dark hidden shadow, black image, black pillar, black fire, hidden skill, magic stone extraction, and 520 magic power stats. The system reminds the character that the disaster-level dark attribute villain with double black fire has been awakened. Sunlight shines into the hospital building, and the news report on the TV in the ward announces that last night in Gadam District, Blood Rain, the mass murderer, was captured after a fierce battle. The screen shows a news segment with a photo of Yukon Brad Rain, the serial killer who is not an ordinary man, but Kim Uan, a rising rookie priest, defeated him. De Wong, sitting on the bed next to him, excitedly pats his shoulder, saying, "Well done, kid, you did great." He kept talking non-stop. I can't imagine what might happen if we don't catch him. The news continues. That's the next story. But Yu Chan remains indifferent to everyone's praise. I couldn't catch him. He recalled the hand caressing a soda can. Yu Chan explained, I only contacted the command center after the battle ended. At that moment, Kang Yu was holding Black Rain's head, burning him with the black flame in his hand. Yu Chan looked at him in amazement, only able to stare in disbelief. The burning ability. Yu Chan couldn't believe his eyes. Clearly, he has the ability of darkness. He suddenly realized he had never heard about this dual attribute before. After finishing, he called out, "Hey, just a reminder, call the police or report something quickly. The killer BL has been caught." Juan felt extremely confused thinking back. I told them clearly that I wasn't the one who caught him, but they reported to the authorities that I was the one who did. De Wong was puzzled. Could it be that bastard, the one who fought Blaster last time? Yu Chan confirms. Yes, he is the one who took down Black Rain. The room falls silent. De Yuong sat up straight and asked directly, "Do you feel guilty because you weren't the one who did it?" Yu Chan didn't answer, only remained silent. Seeing no response, he collapsed onto the bed. All right, don't worry about that anymore. What's the point of worrying? De Wong comforted him. Maybe he has other motives like fighting to get a rank or something. Suddenly, he sat up and asked, "That's right, how is my Thanbok Dao Min sword?" Yu Chan replied that they said it was still okay and at the police station. De Wong breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his precious sword. Uchan gazes thoughtfully out the window at a group of students hanging out somewhere in the schoolyard.
Have you seen the article link about this incident yet?
Blood Rin, the serial killer,
Was arrested last night in Gam residential area.
Kim Yu-chan, one of his best priests. Black Rin, a bloodthirsty mad villain who committed a series of murders. After reading it, they all marveled.
Wow, did you see that?
Kim Yu-chan defeated a villain. So cool, damn it, he's crazy. The person who just read that news should be amazed.
Good thing we didn't go to the nightclub yesterday or we might have been screwed. The guy next to me teased, with that tired face of yours, you think you can protect us.
You think you're invincible? You're totally deluded. While Ki-hun noticed something was off, the two of them kept talking. Are you trying to die? He asked Daegu. Where is Dong-sung? Why are you sitting here alone?
Daegu was just telling the story, and I already feel creeped out.
After it was hit in the face, it had to be hospitalized because of a fractured orbital floor, with the bones around the eyeball broken. Ki-hun shouted loudly when he heard that.
At least you should pay for his hospital bills. That bastard deserves it.
Daegu started to get annoyed.
Damn it, it was because you incited him that he got beaten like that.
Ki-hun felt resentful.
Are you just going to let that bastard get away with it?
We need to keep our reputation intact. Daegu, stay ahead of me. What is Ki-hun kneeling for? But if you don't join in, he interrupts Ki-hun. Do you still really think he's a failure? Daegu's hand, holding the pack of cigarettes, trembles, honestly saying, I fear that bastard more than that priest Kim Yu-chan. He was terrified by Kang Yu's look at that moment. How could a person have eyes like that? Ki-hun fell silent upon hearing this as the classroom buzzed with chatter, watching the news and students gathered in groups discussing. Kim Yu-chan is amazing. He's so cool, it gives me goosebumps. Kang Yu sits quietly in a corner, and Moros thinks everyone is still haunted by what happened last night. He put his phone down on the table and said we should take some time to meet those guys. Kang Yu rested his hands behind his head. I want to get something other than the reward they mentioned.
Moros, are you asking for anything else?
He didn't answer her question. In an alley between two buildings, a machine shoots out sheets of paper which stick tightly to the wall, while a girl with a spray can graffitis on the wall. An ugly bear is drawn as a person holding a bucket of water approaches. The cleaner sprays glue upon seeing the mess on the wall. In a room within this apartment complex, Tuvit is repairing microchips while Silo works diligently with a pile of machines, and footsteps echo from behind. 3 people stepped in and hurriedly said, Is this how you welcome distinguished guests? Yosei reminded them. It's a mess. You should tidy up a bit. Aroma pinches his nose, probably because of the moldy smell. Sio turns around to criticize him, already complaining as soon as he enters. What are you doing here? Yos said helplessly. Isn't it because you called me? Screw rested his drill on his shoulder and asked, I called and the water was served to the guest. As he poured water, he asked Yosei, Did you see that guy fight? He replied with satisfaction, Of course I saw everything. Yosei rested his chin on his hand. I watched intently as if I were watching a movie. So, what do you think of it? Someone quickly responded, no conspiracy, no emotion. Hote criticized it as a dull, cliché, and bland film, while Aruma felt out helpless and irritable.
I think it's pretty good. The lead actor is very unique, like a shining yet mysterious black diamond.
Is that expression of yours too much of a compliment? Yosei just chuckled and ate the crumbs. There's nothing else to say. He exposed it, so you knew from the start, right? S froze when he heard that the guy had a dual attribute. S sat with his chin in his hand, watching them. Yos also fell silent along with him. Suddenly he spoke up. Now I understand, Yosei asked curiously. What do you mean? Don't you know? Screw reveals his own suspicion. I just thought he was different from a few other villains. You don't know? He rests his head on his arm, a villain with a dual nature.
I've never heard about that before. Chill said, surprising everyone. Actually, yes, he's been secretly recounting it for a long time.
They exist in the age of myth. In a dilapidated apartment complex, the evil zone exists not to imprison the villains. Kang Yu realized that the true purpose was to prevent the conflict between the villains and the priests, allowing the villains to operate freely, and he deliberately attracted the attention of another villain to the peaceful place where everyone lived. Kang Yu looked up at the sky, which was the domain of the villains, and confessed to Moros. I can never forget this place, no matter how many times I come back. Suddenly, a voice appeared above Kang Yu. You arrived just in time. This is hovering above them. You seem to have a different aura compared to the last time we met. He rests his chin on his hand, looking friendly and happy to see you again. Somewhere in the villain area, Sil and Kang Yu are sitting at the bar counter receiving drinks. A glass of juice is served. S enthusiastically introduces to him, The orange juice here is really good. After drinking it, I'll take you on a tour of this villain district. He hands over a small box. This is for you. as the reward I promised. Screw pressed the analysis glass and said, but he kept scrutinizing Kang Yu closely. Your magic power has increased significantly. Are you using magic stones or something? I helplessly explained, where would I get magic stones from? Really? Still can't help but be curious. Where did this guy even come from? The last time I saw him, he only had 300 magic points. He thought about the key point of the issue, but now his score is over 500. His magic couldn't have increased that much just from the magic stones I gave him. I wonder if this has anything to do with his dual attributes. Kang Yu looked at the two glowing stones in the box for a moment before speaking. I am truly very curious. He expressed his thoughts. Where did you get that magic stone? Did someone supply it to you? Suddenly, someone appears behind the counter and confesses that he took the magic stone from me. Yuche, an A-rank summoner, smiles at them. He uses magic to manipulate a pawn, then displays it on a sandwich plate. Chi introduces this as a free meal for a very special guest, then finally introduces him to Kang Yu. This is the owner of the tavern, Yuchi's brother, an outsider living in the evil realm. Che laughed casually and said, I told you not to call me brother. The outsider is a priest, not registered with the priest organization and acting according to their own wishes, so he started to think. Give me a few cheap magic stones. She will obviously refuse. I've already given you the lowest price for them. Cheap customer, he's still begging. Come on, we're beyond friendship now, right? How many years have we known each other? But Cheha was very firm. Business is business. Kang Yu looked at them, an outsider living among villains. He must have his own story. In the end, Kang Yu finally started a conversation with him. I have a few questions. Can I also buy magic stones? Cheha explains very generously. Of course, if you are a member of this villainous area, Kang Yu would wonder. You just need to settle in the evil territory. Kang Yu understands his thoughts. You want me to settle there and serve you as a boss, huh? Screw pretends to ignore. That depends on you. He revealed that you will have to take a test, and whether you become a boss or not depends on the results. Cheha teased him, you don't want to be the villain boss anymore. Screw jokingly replied, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Cheha just sighed and said, oh man, Kang Yu crushed his hopes. I'm not interested in becoming the boss of this place. Screw asked cautiously, why is that? Being the boss of the villainous territory is pretty cool too. Kang Yu replied sarcastically, if you like, just keep it and use it. You will have full control over the villain territory if you become the boss, even with subordinates and your own fancy training room. Sorry, but those things are not my style. Besides figuring out how to get stronger, I have no interest in hobbies. It wasn't until Boss Cheha revealed that I could also buy magic stones from the black market. At this moment, he finally paused. Kang Yu looked up at him. He guessed in his heart that it was not certain, but he probably was also a black market dealer. Cheha's gaze was full of scheming. Kang Yu looked again at the bald tender beside him. This guy is the same. They don't seem like easy opponents at all. S still hasn't let you go. Think it over. You'll also receive a salary as part of your monthly operating expenses. There's quite a lot of stuff. That amount isn't small. At this point, Kang Yu also became curious. How much did you actually get? He whispered into his ear. Kang Yu widened his eyes in shock. Su enjoyed this expression of his, and Kang Yu turned to stare at him intently, while Cheha remained as calm as if he was looking at prey caught in a pile of debris in the villain's territory. Black Hone, squatting and chewing his sandwich, complained, This tastes disgusting. Is this real meat I'm eating? He stomped his foot in anger, spat out what was in his mouth, and cursed. How much longer do I have to eat these? I want to go out and have Papa's chicken burger. Grat is much more patient than him. Burger Queen is pretty good too. He is a B-class assassin leaning against the wall. I really like pizza, but I can't remember the last time I ate it anymore. Ben exposed him. Isn't it pretty obvious that you were the one who destroyed the only pizza shop in the villain territory? CR replied casually. Pineapple pizza is unacceptable, Black Han snapped in anger. You crazy guy. Suddenly, someone called out to both of them from behind. Are you all here? Double BL appears to intervene. Isn't now the time to talk about pizza? Black Han asked irritably. What's going on? Some crazy delivery guy has infiltrated the villain's territory or something, Double Blade announced. That bastard has arrived, Drawn wonders. Which bastard? He immediately went into a rage upon hearing Double Blade's report. The bastard in black who hit you last time is where he is now. The answer is that he's with Screw. What is Black H's reaction? Double Blade is provoking him. They are at Heaven Pup. Are you going to chase after them? Black Hun responds confidently. Yes, definitely. Double Blade tries to stop him but seems to be giving a hint. Screw has restricted the villains from fighting in the villain area. Brakon was successfully lured by him. From today, I will break that rule. In the villain's territory, a hall has just been driven into the ground. Seo introduces him, calling him Dough Dog, the digging dog, because he really likes digging. Skyle nods towards the person right there, while the guy behind looks cleaner. He is a cleaning fanatic. Just seeing a speck of dust makes him unable to stay still. The cleaner is standing guard over the dog. I will clean everything thoroughly. You must make sure not to kick up dust onto me while digging. The dog is chasing them away. Damn it, just get lost. Syl usually ignores those people. They are both crazy, but they don't harm anyone. Although they don't hurt people, they can still cause material damage. Cleaner shouts, tidy up the excavation. Seo explains, that's why we need a place like the villain's zone. Kang Yu realizes they are different from the other villains he's faced, probably because of this guy. He asks, why do you want me to catch that black rain? Screw casually reveals, I need a traitor. Kang Yu has no idea what he's thinking. He has thought it through very carefully. To eliminate the traitor, I need someone who is not connected to me or the evil zone, like you. S started rambling, saying, maybe you don't know, just like priests, villains also come in many types. People like him and Yos are the rule followers, while others are outsiders who ignore the rules and do as they please. So you mean there is some connection between Blood Rain, the evil zone, and the traitor? Don't underestimate his role. Blood Rain is just a pawn of the traitor, nothing more. His danger isn't just that. I'm sure there's something more sinister behind it, because his ultimate goal is to destroy the evil zone. Kang Yu coldly turns away. Those things have nothing to do with me. Screw had anticipated this reaction from you. I knew you would say that. That's why I like you. Kang Yu looked at him, as Screw sincerely advised. You should become a member of the villain's faction. Kang Yu doesn't pay much attention to this offer. What are you talking about? But SCW is not like that. I swear on the honor of a villain. This is a very sincere request. In the residential area at dusk, inside the Vesperna restaurant, the space is meticulously decorated with bottles of wine arranged on shelves. Yuri took out a pen and paper to inventory each item, wondering if Kang Yu had already eaten. Ever since I gave the kid the card, I hardly ever see him again. Suddenly, a waiter called out to manager Yuri. She quickly responded, I'm here. That person is passing on a message. The boss is looking for you. Yuri wondered. Why are you looking for me? The waiter confirms, of course. The boss is calling to report to someone. She is diligent and friendly, working without a single mistake. The person on the other end responds in a warm voice. I've also heard about this employee. I'm really looking forward to it. The boss couldn't help but sigh. As for me, I truly regret letting her go. The other person just smiled, as if I had just done something cruel. Someone is knocking on the boss's door. This is Sergeant Yuri. He informed the other person that Sergeant is here, and I will call back later. After hanging up, he looked at his phone screen for a long time, then smiled in the boss's office. He handed her an envelope, which she took. The boss announced that the headquarters in the U.S. has just sent her an invitation to manage the team. He explained that they recognize her hard work and abilities and want to invite her for further training at the headquarters. Yuri was stunned. What do you mean, really? The boss offered attractive benefits from the other side. They will cover her flight expenses and provide her with an apartment near the headquarters building. Yuri covered her mouth in joy. Oh my God. The boss inquired carefully. It's a great opportunity. Are you going? Yuri responded before she could think much. Of course. Suddenly, she remembered Kang Yu's younger brother. In a ruined area within the villainous zone, Kang Yu walks along the deserted road, slowly reflecting on everything. Kang Yu recalls every word Screw said that afternoon. You should become a member of the evil domain. What are you talking about? He was surprised by his sincerity and swore on the honor of a villain. In the afternoon sun, Screw said this was a very genuine request. Kang Yu remained silent in the darkness, and Moros is curious about his current attitude. What's wrong with you? Kang Yu's eyes suddenly flashed. He faces Black Hun, who just appeared, glaring at him with anger, while Krat doubts if he's alone. Kang Yu calmly confronts them all. He looked back into the back corner, still seeing a mouse hiding there. Ah, Double Blade was startled. Did he realize he was discovered? This guy probably isn't someone to mess with either. CR gritted his teeth in fury. I want to turn him into a pile of bloody pulp right now. Dr. Han stops him. There has to be a first and a last. He must belong to me first. He clenched his teeth and gathered energy into his fists. I will return all the insults you gave since that day. Kang Yu looked at him as if he were crazy. Does that guy have a problem with his brain? Wasn't he the one who caused trouble last time? Moros is worried and warning you. Be careful, C. It seems like they will attack in a group. Black Han frowns tightly. He rushes in like a suicide bomber. Damn it. A barrel from somewhere flies over and lands right in front of BHD, blocking him. Breakhund curses when he sees himself being stopped. What the hell is that? Someone steps in to scold him. It's impolite to say goodbye like that when someone is leaving. The one throwing that barrel is Du, a B-class assassin. Black H scolded her angrily. Are you a crazy person drinking too much of that mental liquor? Du doesn't really care about being insulted by him. I'm just warning you that going against the rules is not allowed. She clearly reminded that attacking someone is against the rules in the villain's territory. Crow sighed and said, You're really something, Breakhan still arguing his head off. That only applies if he is also a member of the villainous territory. Double Blade witnesses the crow's feathers flying as he makes his declaration. Soon, he will become a member of the villainous territory. Crow is sitting comfortably on top of a building. She is playing with her crow in the night. Breakhan is stunned. Grow, how could she? Grow smiles cunningly. She asked Bund, but it sounded more like a command. Are you going to let him go? He becomes confused when asked. That evening, at a high-rise apartment building, the door slowly opens. Yuri tiredly stepped inside and let out a sigh, then casually turned on the lights, her voice trembling slightly. Is the boy asleep now? She looked at Kang Yu's door, which was closed not far away. Yuri immediately moved to knock on the door, but suddenly hesitated. At that moment, her mind recalled the words exchanged with the butler. They recognized her dedication and ability and wanted to invite her for further training at headquarters, which made her look hesitant and a bit sad, holding her hand in the air for a long moment. But then she immediately placed her shoulder bag on the table and left without realizing the letter had fallen out, just going to take a shower and then lie down on the bed. The white letter lay quietly on the floor as the next morning began with hurried breaths echoing outside. He is now wearing sandbags on his legs while running, and on each of Yu's arms as well, making everyone stare in amazement. Suddenly, Moros appears beside him and comments, Sandbag, huh? This is a classic training method. I reply softly while running. This is the best way to improve both strength and endurance. Kang Yu's face remains calm as he seriously explains. From now on, I need to focus not only on one-on-one battles, but on 100 at a time. And so, endurance is essential, he casually praised. Well analyzed. Wait a moment. He raised his hand anxiously, wondering. Isn't he supposed to pass the villain entrance exam? He's holding an axe in one hand and scratching his head awkwardly with the other. Does he even have the nerve to face it? Doctor Who is now furious, pointing at him. I just want to tear him apart. Suddenly, Kang Yu softly spoke. I will take the test. His presence and condition immediately surprised them all as they turned to look. 10 days. After hearing his words, Breakhund and CR looked at each other with some hesitation and concern. A female voice suddenly appears from behind him, saying the welcoming ceremony will take place in 10 days, so I will explain the rules. All three of them turned to listen carefully. The match will be one-on-one and killing is forbidden unless unavoidable. A large hole carried on the shoulder. Duak, she said with an excited and confident smile, pointing at herself. Your first opponent is me. Let's blow the roof off. He responds with a calm but cold look. She still maintains her mischievous and teasing expression. Turning now, Kang Yu's hands grip the bars tightly as he gradually lifts his body higher. Dumin doesn't really care about joining the villain's territory. His workout has amazed everyone in the park with admiration. Amazing. Kang Yu's whole body is now floating above the two horizontal beams, but if I become stronger for a moment, I will land on the ground to respond. As he calmly wipes the sweat from his forehead, he recalls the battle between JPJ, Jack, and Lara against Lampus. Kang Yu clenched the towel tightly, silently reminding himself that he would choose this path. Then he draped the towel around his neck, even if he had to go to hell. Suddenly, for a moment, An's eyes became alert and glanced back, but then Kang Yu only saw the twin girls practicing, so he continued running. Immediately afterward, the person on the right spoke up. That Canadian ghost is real. Hearing this, she asked, Is that the guy? Aruma calmly confirmed, with no doubt. Immediately after, they appeared on screen as villains watching him with some amusement, keeping this secret from Gannett. In the end, Kang Yu finished his training and went home. The sound of water flowing from the showerhead echoes in the bathroom as his strong body relaxes comfortably under the stream. Then Kang Yu slowly stepped out of the bathroom. Seeing the room still lit but no one around, he wondered silently, Is she still sleeping? Then he just wiped his hair and walked in absent-mindedly. Suddenly, Kang Yu also felt helpless before the messy scene in the house. As he spoke, he casually picked up the clothes and bags, trying to tidy up this chaos. Then his gaze accidentally landed on the white letter on the floor. Just at that moment, Yuri woke up feeling a bit tired, yawning as she stepped out. You woke up so early? Then she suddenly startled when she saw the letter in Kang Yu's hand. She quickly snatched the letter with worried eyes and gasping for breath, leaving him puzzled. What are you looking at? Then Yuri, feeling confused, held the letter and asked Kang Yu. I haven't read it yet. Calm down and wipe your face before answering. It seems to be an invitation to go to America. Seeing that you've read it, she's more worried and quickly reassures Kang Yu. Don't worry, sis, I won't go first. But he simply asked again why Yuri was confused. Why? Why did you leave me alone? After hearing that, Kang Yu still kept her calm and took out a box of milk. I'm fine on my own. Honestly, it's better to be free like a bird. After hearing his words, Yuri continued to question him intensely. Do you know how to cook for yourself? What about cleaning and doing laundry? Hearing her complaints, he annoyedly didn't answer, kept drinking his milk, and you still have to take out the trash. I'm not a kid. Do you know how old I am? I'm pretty easy to get along with. She also picked up the letter and followed, replying, 19. I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. Kang Yu turned back with a confident and authoritative expression, offering advice. Go on, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, 2 stars? Hearing Kang Yu's advice moves her, don't worry about me, just do what you want. At the same time, in an abandoned construction site, 3 figures were standing beneath the building. Double Blade, arms crossed, looked on with curiosity and mentioned Kang Yu. There's only a week left. Will he come as promised? Dr. Han looked confused as he mentioned him again. The boy calmly replied, he will fight Du. Black Han crossed his arms and sighed irritably, saying, I want to take his ass's virginity. Double Blade, holding a red dagger, added, but I heard he's completely in the know, can take it all in one go. He replied with disbelief, no way. They probably let him go. TR's indifferent face clearly reveals the truth. Aren't you also being controlled? B shouted angrily upon hearing that. You want to die? Who's getting shot in the head, huh? You want to be infected, right? He pretended to look helpless and disgusted as he dodged. Why are you spitting all over my face like that? Double Blade paid little attention to the argument and simply examined the knife in his hand, asking curiously, but he has to beat Du Fien for us to step in. Black Hun's eyes now returned to a serious, contemptuous look. It would be hilarious if he got beaten to a pulp by Du AC. Then Double Blade clenched his fist again, generating sparks of electricity from his hand. No. This time I will bet on him instead of Duak. BH's face shows clear delight and smugness as he clenches his fist. To avenge the last time, I will use all my strength. One quiet, early morning, rays of sunlight shine into the room. Moros, flying beside Kang Yu, who is sitting at the study desk, softly asks, Are you planning to send me to America? That's a good opportunity. It doesn't trust and asks back, is that all there is to it? Hearing Moros's question, Kang Yu remained calm and silent for a long moment, before he could faintly hear his deepened voice reply, It will be good for both of us. As he continued the conversation, he thought of Yuri, who has been by his side since childhood. I don't say this as Kazian, but as Kang Yu. Moros asked cautiously, Do you manage alone okay? His tone was calm. Of course, I lived alone in America, right? But Moros could only helplessly look at the computer screen. I'm asking because of the person who's looking over there. I'm speechless. His screen now displays an eye-catching message. Kang Yu's expression remains unchanged with a calm tone. I've never cooked rice before. I'm used to making Western food. In another bedroom, the curtains are now drawn back to let the sunlight in. Yuri looked worried, sitting on the bedroom floor, staring at the letter in her hand, and the more she looked at that white letter, the more distressed she became, sighing deeply. In her mind, she hears the manager's soothing voice followed by Tu Chang Yu's hesitant advice. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Don't worry about me, just do what you want. Suddenly, she was pulled back gently by a voice calling, Kwan Yuri. Yuri. It's already evening and she's at a pub now. Why do you look so miserable after ordering for us? The short-haired girl beside her turned to the staff and said, We'll order now. The blonde girl quickly realized the hesitant expression on Yuri's face meant she was hiding something. Are you worried about something? The short-haired girl next to Walker playfully teases with a curious and amused expression. Maybe because men look so youthful and attractive. She still wanted to pry more information, but was silenced by the blonde girl. Speak up quickly, your older sister will. The blonde girl softly warns, closing her mouth. Be a little more sensible. Just then, 3 glasses of beer appeared in front of them. These are their beers. Both of them happily raised their glasses to toast. Just take a sip first. A little alcohol makes you more open. So Yuri immediately raised her glass and took a big gulp. They sat like that until late at night, her face now flushed from the alcohol and her eyes dazed. Kang Yu calmly asked Han Kwantam while gently helping her inside the house, a hint of reproach in his voice. "Are you okay? Why did you drink so much?" She responded while drunk. "There's no way she's that intoxicated." Then Yuri happily lifts her hand to chin him and praise him. Our Kang Yu is so adorable. Moros could only stand and watch Kang Yu helplessly look at her. She drunkenly beckoned with her finger. Still, he finally managed to get Yuri drunk and into her bed. Suddenly, her dreamy voice sounded, making him, holding the bag, and Moros turned to look, too. "When I was little, you always followed your sister around." Looking down, I saw her daydreaming happily and softly muttering, "I am now mature enough to take care of this big sister. My little brother has really grown up. You are mature enough to take care of me now." His tender gaze looked down at her with deep meaning. Kang Yu carefully covers Yuri's body with a blanket. Then he and Moros stand silently watching her for a moment. And so another day for Kang Yu quickly passed by under the clear blue sky. Yuri just woke up now, holding her head as she stepped out of her bedroom. "My head is spinning. I think I drank too much." Suddenly, a food cover caught her attention. Yuri picked up the yellow note from the table, her face showing a hint of surprise as she read the note in her hand. "Sis, at the same time Kang Yu went out for a run with Moros flying beside him. I'll make bean sprout porridge to help you sober up. Reheat it and eat with rice. I have been there since." Yu was not a kid. On that same morning, the two of them went to the international airport. Yuri, carrying her suitcase, stood opposite Kang Yu and reminded her, "Don't skip meals, eat 3 times a day. I'll check every morning and evening, so remember to answer the phone." Not stopping there, she carefully reminded him of a few more things and locked the door securely. "You know how scary the world is now." Kang Yu smiled softly, reassuringly, but Yuri still looked unconvinced. Who wouldn't worry about that, right? Her eyes were full of concern and reluctance. "Whatever trouble you get into, you have to call me, okay? I'm so worried." Kang Yu replied softly. I should be the one to say that. His eyes were full of gentle affection as he looked at Yuri standing opposite him. "If anything happens to her, I'll fly straight to the U.S. A faint smile touched Kang Yu's lips as he looked straight ahead with confidence, while Yuri gently smiled back, showing a hint of reluctance to leave. Then she walked away smiling, turning back to wave at him until she reached the designated spot, and then Yuri's plane took off, soaring across the sky. It flies across the sky where Kang Yu is watching. Soon after, the sky gradually turns to the red of sunset over the abandoned construction site. Blackhund, Krat, and Double Blade are explaining the rules of the match. You win if one side surrenders or can no longer fight. Kang Yu calmly stands to one side with Moros in his new villain outfit, focusing on listening as Screw continues explaining. He will have 3 matches. "You got new gear. That tight outfit looks so boring. We will accept everyone participating, so even if you lose, you won't be penalized much." He calmly rested his chin and smiled smugly. "It just means you'll lose your right to challenge me, the overlord of the villainous territory." Looking at Skrill sitting high above and the people in front of him, he grew a little impatient. "Stop making noise and just fight already." His sincere words at that moment only made him more interested. Then he asked Du-O, "Are you ready?" Du looks excited, gathering energy in her hand. Of course, she's ready to go all out. Moros nervously warns Yu while keeping a calm gaze on the opponent. "Kaisi, don't fall into the enemy's trap." He looked indifferent and replied that he wasn't worried. Then Double Blade stood behind them, observing and curious, beginning to sense the tense atmosphere, guessing it would be speed or perhaps her agility combined with her strength and endurance. Double Blade observes Dudu's fit and confident figure, usually healthy and resilient, and continues to ponder, clearly understanding her abilities. She is a close combat master with a body trained for fighting, a smart warrior who knows how to leverage her advantages. Neither of them moves on the field now, but the cold killing intent grows thicker, and her overwhelming speed poses no threat to Du, who considers her his worst opponent. After a long while, Skrull finally spoke up. Then the Double Blade looked contemplative and excited, secretly thinking this match would be intense. He raised his hand and shouted the announcement, and as soon as those words finished, Duok charged forward like a storm, wildly urging the large wooden box, enough with the hesitation. At that moment, a swift shadow rushed in, then split into tiny tendrils that tightly wrapped around her limbs. "What is this?" Suddenly, Duok immediately sensed something was wrong and looked up with a hint of anger on her face, but it was not what she expected. Instead, there was only an empty sky that made Duok even more surprised. He was not there. Double Blade suddenly shouted from behind, and in front of Duok,
A flash of lightning crossed his surprised face as a lightning bolt suddenly appeared, and then he spun around and kicked her in the back of the head.
Sighing in frustration, shaking his head, and muttering under his breath, Du was knocked out with a single move, lying motionless with exhausted eyes, while Yu maintained her indifferent yet provocative expression. Go on! Du's body was then motionless, sprawled on the ground with his mouth agape. Black H looked at Kang Yu still standing nearby, only able to secretly curse in fear. Damn it! He looked at him with a worried and terrified expression. He defeated Duak, the one considered the most durable in Venzone, with just one hit. Seeing their stunned expressions, he waved his hand impatiently and urged, "Stop wasting my time and get your ass over here." That urging from Kongwu only makes BH more suspicious and wonder, what kind of monster is he? He confidently asks them again, who else wants to get beaten? Come out! It's calling you! Suddenly, a blazing red arrow shot straight from above. That red arrow shot straight into the ground near Kang Yu's feet while he and Moros were still stunned. Once he realized, he immediately turned his head to look up in the direction of the arrow. That figure calmly reminds you, don't get overconfident after taking down just one. Red Eye, standing tall with his bow blazing with energy, proclaims that Venzone, the #1 hunter Red Eye, will be your opponent. At the same time, in another abandoned area, a major secret conversation is echoing along the corridor of the building. The chance of something happening is almost non-existent. A woman sits comfortably in a chair chatting, not bothering to worry about Blad's situation since there's not much hope left for that bastard. And what about Vinzone's Gadam district? After hearing this, he calmly replied in an assuring tone, Gadam district's collapse is only a matter of time, so please trust me and wait, Chairman. But after he finished speaking, he sneered and smirked contemptuously. Barracuda's face was grim as he sat cross-legged, continuing to assure the person on the other end, at any cost, I will make sure that happens. Turning back to Yu, now filled with powerful arrows shooting up, destroying nearby buildings. A moment later, another arrow shot swiftly through the air, followed by yet another arrow racing forward. Another arrow then shot straight ahead. The red arrows are chasing Kang Yu from behind, along with Moros's warning of fire arrow. At this moment, the arrow was approaching him at the same speed, but he continued to fly straight toward the large building, then kicked the concrete wall to change direction. Each arrow flew straight at the wall while Kang Yu was thrown backward. But just as he turned his head to look, Red Eye's voice rang out, catching him off guard. Finally, I've caught you. He suddenly jumps out, drawing his bow and aiming at Kang Yu and Moros, who are floating. With this, the hunt ends here. In the very next second, Red Eye swiftly fires 3 arrows directly at Kang Yu fast. Kang Yu instinctively covers his face with his hand in fear as the sound of rocks shattering from the arrows falling down finally echoes. He landed safely on the rooftop of another building from a different corner, looking down with a bit of disappointment and scratching his head. Is it over? I had high hopes for him, me. Suddenly, dark patches of black spread across the door behind Red Eye. He sensed the deadly intent and quickly turned around. In an instant, Kang Yu appeared before him and loudly declared, "You are the real prey." Unexpectedly, Red Eye raised his hand to his face in silence, then softly announced something that caused Kang Un's punch to miss and hit the ground. Surrendering means you lose. Hearing that, he was so angry his face turned pale, and he immediately questioned back. Why does Red Eye still raise his hand to surrender calmly, explaining himself, leaving Moros speechless? A long-range player getting caught means winning with the eyes? Kang Yu asked back, looking incredulous and uncertain. You give up just because of something so trivial? But, Red. I simply replied calmly. What do you mean by heart? I'm serious. He then continued explaining while putting the arrow in his hand into the pouch behind his shoulder. I never intended to rush in and be your opponent from the start, but Screw asked me to do so. A drone appeared nearby as if to confirm Red Eye's revelation. Kang Yu asked skeptically, Screw told you to ignore the drone flying overhead, while Red Eye calmly explained that he didn't want anyone to get seriously injured during the inspection. Then he took out a small box and handed it to me. Kang Yu carefully examined the medicine box in his hand. What is this? Red Eye explains again. It's DSP. All the villains in Gadam district have this. Then he carefully explained how to use it. Just stick it behind your ear for it to work immediately, and since it's close to the skin, it's invisible. Kang Yu carefully examined the box, pondering silently. He had seen it injected into condemned villains before, but this kind of patch was a first for him. Who could have created something like this? A short while later, Red Eye announced to Kang Yu that your final opponent will be Black Hun.
A gentle smile appeared on his lips as he kindly reminded him that guy is sensitive and quite hot-tempered, but he's also very adorable, so don't get too upset with him.
After hearing that, Kang Yu thought of Breakhund's frowning face, which looked quite adorable. Breakhund is very worried because he can't follow their match. CR, carrying a hammer on his shoulder, curiously asks around, "Who do you think will win?" Double Blade also looked up and stroked his chin as he shared his guess.
That crazy archer is at a disadvantage. He's not suited for one-on-one battles.
Double Blade's voice wavered slightly. I don't think it's just a matter of whether it fits or not. If his destructive power is enough to take down the tree in one blow, he didn't even let him finish speaking before reacting and shouting back, "You idiot, he's just lucky." But Double Blade asked seriously, forcing Black Hun to show worry and anger that left him speechless. "Do you really believe that?" Less than a minute later, Krat spoke up again with a plan. "Anyway, you're saying a 1 versus 1 is hard to win, right? So how about 3 versus 1? Dirk H is still the first to speak out against it. "Hey, crazy guy, do you want to attack him?" Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, causing all three of them to look around in surprise. "So what, head?" Du calmly wipes his face with the back of his hand and slowly approaches, surprising them. Even a lion can be attacked while hunting a wild buffalo. Seeing her, B's mouth curled into a smug smile. "Oh my God, this is hard to believe." And then, the very next second, he loudly pounded his chest with confidence. "Don't lump me together with the one who always messes up at the first try. I am not a lion, but a solitary Siberian hunting tiger." Kiar behind dismissively looks at him and then makes a statement that drives Break crazy again. The dog looks down on the cat for its fur, scoffs, and spits out a mouthful of saliva, revealing the truth. "I'm not here to joke it around. This test is just a formality." She calmly recounts the story while watching them listen intently. A and the one who just fought, Red Eye. In the end, Du's warning left Black Hund stunned with anger, and you were just the final catalyst that made him shine. Black Han suddenly shouted in the middle of the download, "What the hell is going on?" Du's face looks serious as he warns you, "Just listen to this nonsense all the way through." Then she continued to hint at recounting the previous chance encounter. "I happened to overhear Screw's conversation at Heaven Pub. Do you know what he said? That he will hand over his position as the boss." Her revelation only fueled Breck H's anger. He angrily protested and dismissed her claims as nonsense, but she defended herself by appealing to her credibility. Yu Chia is also there, so if you don't believe it, just go and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Breakhan immediately panicked at the thought of Screw. No way. Duak also lost his temper and clenched his fists in his mind, recalling the humiliating scene earlier. He is just an unknown villain. That supreme title was just handed over to him so easily. Duak questioned Breakhan as he thought about Kang Yu and Screwell's faces. "Aren't you furious that that wandering guy got the favor of Screwell? The Screwell we know isn't someone like that." Du's voice, full of determination, asks them, "Now is the time to decide. Do you want to join us to fight against them?" CR looked at Double Blade with a confused expression, causing him to also ask, "What do we mean by that?" Du's mouth curled into a cunning, triumphant smile. Her eyes lit up with a dangerous intent as she softly said, "I brought some loyal brothers here. The more the merrier." Now the sky has turned pitch black. Only a large plane is visible. Inside the plane, voices of conversations with flight attendants walking around can be heard. At that moment, a tray of food with a full meal is placed on the table, along with the gentle tone of the flight attendant. "Enjoy your meal," the polite female voice replied. "Thank you." After the flight attendant leaves, Yuri looks at her watch and still a long way to go. Then she picked up the knife and plate, looked out the window, and sighed anxiously. Watching the quiet night sky outside, Yuri thought of Kang Yu. Kang Yu, is he eating properly? At this moment, he's still in villain mode, sitting alone and pondering while eating a sandwich. Kang Yu remembered Red Eye earlier when he was leaving, giving him some advice and saying, "Eat this, it's really good for your health." Kang Yu calmly looked at the sandwich and muttered to himself, "Good for your health. What kind of strange thing did he give me?" Moro stepped closer, cautiously asking, "Do you think he has some hidden motive?" While answering its question, Kang Yu suddenly saw something. "Depp always told me to be cautious of those who seem suspicious." A pair of gold shoes slowly approaches. Break Hun appears with a grim and annoyed expression, causing Kang Yu to stare in surprise. Then he nonchalantly says, "Just as I expected, you are my next opponent." But his voice then rang out full of anger, his face darkening. "What did you do to Screw?" Seeing the enemy approach, Kang Yu immediately threw the sandwich in his hand and asked confusedly, "What are you talking about?" The civilian didn't answer, but repeated the question irritably. I ask you what you did to Skrill. Just as Kang Yu was still confused, CR jumped from behind and swung his hammer. A heavy, powerful hammer from him strikes down just as he reflexively jumps away to dodge. Before he has time to handle the situation, Double Blade appears behind him to attack again. One of Kang Yu's eyes flashes with a blue light before he forcefully swings his hand backward, hitting his target without hesitation while quietly observing Double Blade being pushed back. Counterattack together, those two. After being hit by him, he quickly jumped back. Kang Yu calmly looked at the crowd and smiled with amusement. Your condescending and sarcastic tone echoes without fear as you are surrounded by the three of them. Can't fight me, so you had to bring your friends. Are you planning to make up for your lack of skill with numbers of people? In the next instant, he quickly glanced around, turned his head up, and saw a large wooden beer mug flying toward Kang Yu. With a single jump, he swiftly dodged the heavy wooden barrel falling down. He stands safely on the ground with a contemplative look. Then Kang Yu's surprised eyes widen, only hearing the rapid beating of his heart. Du, looking pleased and proud, appears before him and asks, 3 still aren't enough, right? Without giving Kang Yu a chance to reply, she charged forward with her elbow already aimed ahead. Immediately afterward, Du struck him in the stomach. Over on the other side, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, Screw and Grow appear with his impatient tone saying, Is it taking so long? Syl just had a sip from the orange juice can and wondered curiously how he was doing. Grow turned around with interest as if he understood. Who is that black duck? He doesn't understand, so he repeats the nickname out of curiosity before commenting. The black duck responds, He's a noisy little duck? Skrill's subsequent expression remained indifferent and neutral as she crossed her legs. Come to think of it, he doesn't even have a proper name, does he? Or maybe you just gave him a name? You're paying too much attention to that duck. I'm starting to get jealous. Then, a long fingernail covered by a pair of gloves touched his chin. That concern. Then Crow moved closer, in a seductive tone whispering into Screw's ear, Give everything to me, and I will return it 1,000,000 times over, or even more. But his interest still only seemed to care about Kang Wam, muttering to himself, so what name would suit him? Immediately after, Red-Eye swooped down from above to the rooftop where they were sitting, calling out, Oh, you're both here. He just moved closer, teasing playfully. Are you two a pair of lovebirds? Why do you always seem to be so close to each other? Screw directly changing the subject and praising Red-Eye. Are you done? You did a great job today. Crow also pouted and said, Hey, don't interrupt and look so annoyed. Ignore her. Screw directly used a nickname and asked about Kang Yu. What about the black duck? But Red-Eye, unaware, asked back, Who has duck for dinner? Seeing he couldn't answer, he immediately used the device to observe from afar and marveled. Oh my. Seeing Screw's reaction, both Red-Eye and Grove turned to look with curiosity. What is that? But he didn't answer, and just continued to silently observe. Screw's high-tech glasses continuously zoom in clearly from afar. Meanwhile, the girl with the red bow tries to contact her teammate but is startled by a sudden gust of wind. She turns her head to look back at the blinding light flickering from afar, holding her phone in her hand. A second later, she sees Kang Yu's powerful body being slammed hard into the concrete wall of a tall building. His teeth clenched tightly, trying to hold back the pain as he glared fiercely ahead. CR, wielding a large hammer, rushed forward with wild excitement. But in the blink of an eye, Kang Yu charged forward, grabbing the handle of the Krat hammer in his hand, then delivering a straight punch to his face that sent his head crashing into the ground. Seeing CR fall, Breakon also went into a rage, electricity surging around his fist as he lunged forward. That bastard with his loud voice and lightning fist charged straight at Kang Yu, but he dodged just in time with a quick spin. Even then, Kang Yu grabbed a handful of his hair from behind. His eyes flashed with fierce killing intent as he raised his fist. Then the fist came crashing down onto BH's face, who was being jumped on by Kang Yu. TR shouted angrily and charged forward, but with just Kang Yu's diagonal kick, he was sent flying to the ground. Then a fierce killing intent from behind made him spin around in fury. As the large cup flew overhead, Kang Yu quickly crouched down and then leapt up skillfully, grabbing Du Ac's head to jump over. That only made the fury on her face more obvious. But at this moment, his knee was bent straight across at face level for Du Ac. Kang Yu showed no mercy and kicked her in the chin, knocking her out. Bray nearby trembled as he struggled to sit up with all his strength. Suppressing the still throbbing pain, he looked up at the blue light in front of his eyes. Breakon looked at his serious and cold demeanor standing there calmly and felt a sense of admiration. That arrogant bastard. He's too strong. Break. Han angrily clutches his head, furious. How could I be controlled by this insignificant nobody? Are you still alive or what? Just thinking about you being trapped in an instant makes me annoyed as I look up at Kang Yu's cold and serious figure, cursing silently in my mind. What the hell? Where the hell did this monster come from? Kang Yu suddenly glanced to the side, his eyes caught by Boar proudly holding a long spear. Luckily, it's not that simple, huh? The stronger the prey, the more it sparks the hunter's interest. Moros now also feels uneasy and reminds Kang Yu. They keep coming. At this point, he also looked at them with annoyance and contempt, saying that they are just worthless pests. Kang Yu's taunt successfully pissed him off. What the hell is this, that damn flag-waving insect? Immediately after, Poer received a glare from him, causing his legs to freeze in place. Poer's face also turned pale as the dark, ominous aura radiating from Kang Yu's body spread out. Suddenly, a hurried voice and figure from afar rushed in like a gust, breaking the tense atmosphere. He's mine. Iron Mask runs forward with righteous energy, embodying the protector of security and order. As soon as he reached a certain distance, he suddenly leapt into the air. Iron Mask crossed his arms with his eyes blazing. He loudly declared his justice and charged straight at Kang Yu, saying, "I will uphold justice for the benefit and peace of Vinzanai." But he just watched as you rushed forward and then tilted to the side to let Iron Mask crash into the rock ahead. He turned around to look at you and Moros with a puzzled expression. What the hell? Then Hammer Boy from behind raised a long hammer, aiming straight at the nail in his other hand, and with a powerful strike, the large nail started to shoot out. Let's start hunting. The arrow shot again as he spun to dodge, and Kang Yu charged forward once more with ease, each step like lightning skimming across the ground. Seeing the urgent situation, Pointer appeared and stepped in front of Hammer Boy. He angrily shouted at him, "Get out of the way, you idiot!" Boar didn't hear a word and smugly retorted back, "Don't tell me what to do, you bastard." Then he started spinning the spear in his hand, creating orange fire rings with an excited expression. "I will let you taste the feeling of a grilled fire meat." He didn't hear a single word, but only focused on swinging his hand containing the blazing blue flame. Witnessing Kang Yu's power made him even more terrified. A large burst of blue flame erupts from him, overpowering the red fire on Poer Hakhua's spear, causing him to falter and struggle to defend himself. Hammer Boy also stared in amazement at the blue flame and wondered, "What is that flame?" Kreen suddenly stood up in shock and shouted in surprise, "Is that guy a wizard?" That made Break next to him startled and annoyed. "Stop standing around and do something." Do, annoyed from behind, quickly throws Crass forward, timing the attack, but he is helplessly thrown away and screams loudly, "Enough with your madness." But not only did she throw Crass, she also gathered her strength into her hand and the large wooden cup. Then she swung it forward and shouted loudly to destroy it. Dark sparks on Kang Yu's hand are now bursting out more and more powerfully. With a single swing, he split the large wooden cup in half. Thanks to Kang Yu's last move, someone leapt into the air. Cross, furious and aggressive, swung his giant hammer, but he quickly grabbed the hot blade in front of him, and then Kang Yu gently slashed across the handle of the hammer, causing it to crack and break. The hammer then broke in half, and he quickly released his grip. Ambush slash. Kang Yu's yellow eyes suddenly turn back again, and he shows no mercy as he swings his killing blow towards the Kratz. Black Han, with a pale face from fear, silently curses inside. "Damn it!" He watched from afar as Kang Yu ruthlessly knocked out Iron Mask with a single strike. What kind of demon is this guy? Then he threw a punch at Pointer's face without mercy. I couldn't even see a moment of hesitation flicker across his face. Bray's teeth clenched tightly, trembling with worry. Could it be that he's afraid, imagining his comrades facing the giant Kang Yu with overwhelming power? We are the ones being hunted, not them. But at that moment, my foot was already wrapped in a tangle of purple cords. In the end, Kang Yu's whole body was tightly wrapped in those tangled purple cords, and a smug voice echoed out, "Gotcha!" He turned in fear and saw a small figure with big round eyes like an insect controlling the threads. Binder chuckled smugly, mocking him, knowing that in the end you would also fall into the trap. Kang Yu calmly raised her hand and looked at the silk wrapping her hand, trying to find a way out. But she was interrupted by her own voice cutting through her thoughts. "It's useless, you'll never escape." Bin then happily and gleefully explained further. "Not only is your body bound, but even your desires and connections inside you can't escape, because both are tainted with darkness, so resistance is useless." Kang Yu looked at the sticky webs on him with disgust and muttered a curse. "It's a poison attribute. My body feels so strange, damn it, I can't activate any power at all." Suddenly, Moros beside me calls out to CA, who happily smiles widely with sharp teeth full of pride, restrained by the despair of unavoidable escape and experiencing the sensation of hell. Seizing the opportunity, Duke and Poer immediately drew their weapons and charged fiercely, killing him now. He aimed his long spear at him and boldly declared, "I will turn you into a pulp." But in the next second, I grabbed the spear's shaft. That made Poer stunned, even though Kang Yu's situation was becoming more urgent. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "For the peace of Vinzone, I will surely defeat this rebel." Then Iron Mask charged forward, stabbing into Kang Yu's back to deliver justice. Du from in front, while praising and clenching her fist, rushed forward, hitting him hard in the stomach without hesitation, causing Kang Yu to involuntarily cry out in pain. Not stopping there, Krat quickly joined in and drove an elbow into his waist. In this way, a barrage of attacks and insults rained down on him, trampling him, crushing him, and emasculating him. Kang Yu's spirit was now in shock, with vacant eyes. He ignored them, continuing to trample on his body and curse at him. "Damn it, you lowlife." A shadow suddenly appeared in his mind with a mocking smile. "Is this all you have? Pathetic." Kang Yu previously appeared, sneering mockingly as he taunted, "He took my body and this is all he has?" Then his words continued to echo in Kang Yu's mind as he looked at their faces trampling over him. "Just go ahead and die." That only made Kang Yu angrier, clenching his teeth tightly. All his happy memories resurfaced now, bringing him a sense of despair. Suddenly, Duke and Poer were struck with sparks of electricity that made them panic. Moros's eyes also widened in surprise as he looked at him. Kang Yu's eyes now blaze like headlights with a burst of energy, and the image of the ruined building appears in Screw's glasses. He rides with Crow and Red Eye towards the building. Crow casually wonders if he's worrying too much. She looked at Screw's back and asked what could possibly happen. Scylla's being overly cautious again, if only that were true. His glasses flash with a blinding light. But if many people get hurt, it would be troublesome. He suddenly froze when he saw something in his glasses. Grow was startled and panic-stricken by what he saw, and Red Eye was equally shocked and stunned. All three are stunned as they witness the scene before them. It seems the building is shrouded in a thick black aura, swirling like a dark fog swallowing all the surrounding light. Screw realizes that something real is happening now. Duak is so stunned that he curses fate. Boer was stunned, speechless. CR and Breakhan together gaped with their mouths open and eyes wide in shock at the scene before them. Kang Yu stands amidst the dark bone curtain, one eye glowing deep blue like an abyss, the other blazing gold like burning flames. Bin trembled all over because of Kang Yu's aura. His voice was shaky, and the connection was cut off. Seeing her about to give up, Duak lost his temper, clenched his fists, and growled, "Don't waver. We just need to crush him again." Kang Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing her actions. Hundreds of dark black arrows flew out as he casually summoned hundreds more dark arrows. They rush at the villains at lightning speed, piercing straight toward them like a rain of death that cannot be avoided. Some dark arrows fly directly to the ground where they stand. The ground trembled and shattered into pieces as Dunya struggled to dodge each black arrow. The arrows pierced through space, hitting their group. Greyhound and Krat managed to dodge quickly. All of them were surrounded by giant black arrows. Du fell hard to the ground. She struggled to sit up. Du grits her teeth in anger. This is madness. His whole body sparks with electricity as he grits his teeth and shouts each word. "I did it to take revenge." A dark aura radiates from my entire body. "I can't stay here." Screw jumps to the ground, observing from a distance. Grow blankly asked, "Is that the black duck over there?" Screw remained silent without replying. He activated his glasses and assessed the situation. The mana points have exceeded 2,000. Grow and Breakhund scream in shock one after the other. 2,000? That's impossible. Red Eye grits his teeth in frustration. Exceeding 2,000 mana points is already a disaster level. What else could it be? Grow wondered anxiously. What should we do now? If we just ignore him like this, it could be dangerous. Screw remained silent, lost in thought, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, Moros's voice rang out to stop him from doing something reckless, and Cassie calmly stepped back. "Is that the extent of your authority, Cassie? It tries to use all its words to persuade him. Where is the warrior spirit you always pride yourself on?" "Wake up to Moros's voice." Casey quickly regained consciousness. "I'm awake now." He clutches his head in pain, observing the surroundings, but his warrior spirit still burns fiercely. "Did you think I wouldn't come back after losing myself?" There's something stuck on his neck. "Don't underestimate my mental strength." Moros widened his eyes in shock. He rubbed his tired neck. Moros again shows disdain and judgment, but it's thanks to the DSP red that someone else gave to him. Screw cheered with joy at his condition. He managed to break. Grow, standing beside him, also looked regretful. It's a pity this was the only chance to see his full strength. Screw's infrared goggles light up again. Thanks to these goggles, he detects that his mana points have decreased by more than half compared to before. Are you just losing control? Moros asked Kang Yu worriedly. He sighed tiredly, feeling a bit dizzy. Then Kang Yu looked up at the villains writhing on the ground. Kang Yu cleared her throat and challenged, "Do you still want to continue?" Duak refused to give up, grinding her teeth and trembling as she cursed. "Damn it!" Black Hu suddenly gives up and admits defeat. "Surrender, we lost." Seeing him do as he pleased, Duak yelled angrily, "What gives you the right to do that?" She shouted in anger, "If you want to back down, just surrender alone." Duak gritted his teeth. "I just can't stand her anymore." He stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and punched her in the face. Bray erupted in rage, shouting and cursing loudly. He clenched his fists, threatening to be defeated by him. I already felt ashamed enough. "And now you won't even admit defeat?" Black Hu grits his teeth, trying to hold back. "Are you planning to throw away what's left of your pride for the dog to chew on?" Du grimaced and clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Breck angrily said, "If you want to keep fighting that badly, why don't you go and explain yourself to the boss?" He said that while turning to look at the approaching Screw group. Du was startled and panicked. "Screw." He and the other two glared fiercely and looked down to evaluate. Sil stepped forward and announced to Kang Yu. "You won." Sil smiled faintly. "Congratulations on passing the test." Kang Yu glanced at them sideways, clearing his throat as if to challenge. "Are you satisfied now?" Skrull burst out laughing. "Of course, now you are part of the Vinzone family." Kang Yu relaxed his body and chuckled softly, so he leaned into Screw's arms because he was standing right in front of his family, so "I'll take a nap now. I'll take a nap." He finished speaking, and then fell asleep in his arms. Philadelphia International Airport, the American flag waving in the wind. Yuri looked at her phone screen, dragging her luggage while muttering curses under her breath. That guy Kang Yu, he's probably asleep by now, right? Yuri just stepped out the door and saw a man holding a sign that said, "Welcome to the Yuri Army." She widened her eyes in surprise and gently smiled in greeting. On the way, Yuri was very grateful and thanked the manager for coming to pick her up. The blonde-haired man politely asked, "Please call me Shin. Would you like to go to the temporary residence first?" In the car, Yuri gently complimented him. "You're so considerate," to which Shin immediately responded. "It's nothing." She curiously asked, "What kind of person is the hotel manager?" I chuckled and replied, "She's very charming and loves her work." Seeing her interested, he added, "She's on a business trip now, so you'll meet her in about 10 days. Yuri was a bit disappointed. "All right then, keep your professional smile and feel free to ask me any questions." She responded gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness." She gently smiles with determination and says, "I will do my best from now on." The scene returns to HC Orphanage. Kang Yu innocently says, "I will become a villain, like Jeep." Ji, startled, turned back to look at his younger brother and gently laughed, asking, "So you don't want to become a cool villain like old Kang Yu said?" Back then, no one knew anything yet. Seeing the flower bloom before my eyes, I gently called my brother over and asked curiously, "Why do you want to become a villain?" Kang Yu excitedly waved his hand and laughed, saying, "Because you always fight for justice." Jay burst out laughing at the innocence of the kid. "Ha, siding with justice? You're such a little brat." Seeing him laugh as if mocking me, little Kang Yu shouted in anger, "Hey, are you laughing at me?" Jeff's tone suddenly changed completely, saying, "Listen carefully." Kang Yu looked at him in confusion. "Huh." Depp deep in thought, not every wrong side fights for justice. Why is he confused that not all wrong sides will defeat the evil villains? "So you understand everything now, is that so?" Kang Yu kept asking eagerly. "So who is truly on the side of justice? Villain?" Depp silently gazed into the distance. Then he cleared his throat to give Kang Yu an answer. "A person fighting for justice. Don't blindly believe in what you think is obvious. What you believe to be justice may actually be different from true justice." He tries to gently remind Kang Yu to become someone who does what is truly right. He smiled brightly at him when suddenly a loud noise called out. Kazimoro shouted loudly, "Kian!" It was this very call that brought Kang Yu back to reality. He suddenly woke up in shock. The ceiling caught Kang Yu's eye as he looked around. Kang Yu sat up, holding his head. "Where am I?" Moros exclaims happily, "Finally, you've woken up. Are you the one? You called me?" Moros remained silent. Suddenly, a light caught Kang Yu's attention. The person sitting across from him is Screw, who crosses his arms and laughs. "I thought you were still asleep. Turns out you're already awake." Screw looked like he had been waiting for him for a long time. Kang Yu's expression returned to normal as the scene shifts to the Lampus Korea branch.
Yu Chan's footsteps echo down the hallway as he stops in front of a door and politely knocks. Yu Chan opens the door and greets him. Senior, congratulations on your early discharge. But the whole room was pitch dark, and I didn't understand why De Wong was kneeling on the ground. Yu Chan turned on the light. He asked worriedly, "What are you doing turning off all the lights?" Yu Wong remained silent without answering. Yu Chan anxiously calls out to the senior brothers, and De Wong raises his sword and screams, "Wuhan, my sword!" He keeps crying louder and louder. I can't hear the sword of the 4 North Pole stars anymore. Yu Chan was stunned, not understanding. What did you just say? De Wong's 2 hands trembling as he cried out loud with his sword. It's as if it lost its soul, its vitality completely drained. Yu Chan looked bewildered. I've never heard of this before. De Wong must have suddenly guessed the culprit. He lost his temper and cried out loud. Brad Ren must have done something. If not him, then who else could be involved? Nguyen curses his ancestors 18 generations. Yu Chan sweat profusely, helplessly watching his brother go crazy. The scene shifts to a bustling neighborhood, specifically Heaven Pup Screw, raising a glass in admiration. This is the top restaurant in Vinzone. He raised his glass to Kang Yu to celebrate passing the exam. Today, I'll cover the bill. Kang Yu again questioned, is this really the only place we can go? Screw laughs and changes the subject. Come on, all of this is just to help Big Brother Che increase sales. And also, I personally punished those responsible for the embarrassing incident during the test. Hope you're satisfied. In Kang Yu's mind, the image of Du's team fighting while eating appeared, and Screw's voice inviting, feel free to make yourselves at home. Is this place always so generous with the servings? Che-ha chuckled and explained, this is to celebrate your becoming the boss of Getam District for Vinzone. Kang Yu looked confused and puzzled. Boss, what are you talking about? Where did that rumor come from? Screw laughed and called out, please bring another orange soda. Then he answered, Kang Yu's curiosity. He could overpower even those above him, so of course he would be the boss. Kang Yu tilted his head in confusion. And what about our match? Screw casually replied, it's completely cancelled. Kang Yu continued to show his attitude. I refuse that big boss seat. I hate complicated things. Are you planning to put it on his bill again? Treha nodded with a smile. The steak will be billed to the new boss. I'll take care of all those troublesome things for you, even sending you your monthly salary. But Kang Yu understood it differently. So, I will be a puppet boss. Screw tries to persuade Yu. No matter what, I want you to become the boss of Vinzone. He smiled and pointed at him, saying, Quan Gadam of Vinzone needs a leader with your strength and charisma. But Kang Yu still refused firmly. You think that's all it takes for everyone to follow me? He sighed and shook his head in disappointment. They will only find us annoying. Screw chuckled, placing his trust in them. There are also many people who think the opposite way. He casually rested his arm on his head. But I trust you, and nothing will change my decision. I'm sure this is the right choice. Hearing that, Kang Yu suddenly woke up and remembered ZP's question. So who really stands for justice? A person fighting for justice? What you believe is that justice might be very different from what is truly fair. Become someone who truly does what is right. He forcefully sets the glass down on the table. I can still see the hesitation in his eyes. Oh, right. You still don't have a reputation, do you? I've come up with a nickname for you, Black Duck Spikes, and I'll keep calling you that. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up to interrupt. Cassian, as soon as he's finished speaking, immediately returned to a serious demeanor, causing Che-ha to gape in surprise at what he said. Kang Yu stands up carefully thinking. The high-level villain, Cien, no longer exists. Kang Yu continues to think carefully. From now on, Cassian will be the name of a villain with a thirst for revenge. Kang Yu clears his throat with determination. My evil name is Xian. Kang Yu goes up to the rooftop of a building and leans on the railing, lost in thought. As the wind picked up, a plane flew past in front of Kang Yu, and Moros, seeing him stare blankly, asked, Do you care about that sister of yours? Kang Yu shook his head in denial, saying nothing serious could happen. Moros remained curious. I haven't asked until now, but I'll get straight to the point. Does strength make someone join Vinzone? Kang Yu chuckled to himself. Having strength isn't a bad thing at all. Thinking of Screw, he smiled and said, If you have some valuable allies by your side, I need to get stronger first. Kang Yu honestly expressed, the more I move my body, the stronger I become, and the more skills I use, the more proficient I get. As long as those Lampus guys are still causing chaos out there, the only way to strengthen my heart is to join Vinzone. Kang Yu thought about his own power with a look of surprise.
I don't know if this is due to the potential of a disaster villain, but because of it, I now possess a dual attribute never before known. Kang Yu finished and raised his hand to catch the sunlight. Then he continued to reply. If tempered properly, I might take the first step in my revenge journey. Moros interjected, revealing that we might even discover the whereabouts of the destruction sword that Jeff is trying to find. Kang Yu was stunned and glanced at it, catching a look of determination and seriousness like never before. It clears its throat and reminds you, "You forgot about her, didn't you?" Kang Yu froze, recalling the memory. He leaned against the iron fence, gazing into the distance lost in thought, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he finally realized that he had truly become the boss of Vinzone. The scene shifts to Gadam Art High School in Sewa District, specifically in the second-year class. It's now recess, so everyone is gathered in groups chatting excitedly. Nauo is drinking milk when she pauses as she passes by her two friends' table. She asked curiously, "What are you guys looking at?" A friend showed Na-Yu her phone. It's a new report from Gadam District in Vinzone. The phone shows a picture of Kang Yu Na-Yu. She immediately recognized that person. The girl with black hair revealed in a teasing voice. He is the new boss of Vinzone. The brown curly-haired girl hugs someone trembling. "Don't you think he's pretty scary?" A short-haired girl seems excited and thrilled. "Anyway, if Na-Yu's brother catches you, you'll be dead in an instant." The black-haired girl quickly agreed that Na-Yu's brother even caught the serial killer. Bladrin, of course, couldn't miss out. While her friends were chatting excitedly, Na-Yu froze as she read the news on her phone. Remembering Kang Yu's expression at that moment, she couldn't believe it. Is he the boss of Vinzone? The scene shifts to the rooftop of a building. Krat, Dragon, and Double Blade gather around, staring at the phone screen as Dirch roars in fury. "Hey, come on, you're bothering me." The phone screen is showing the latest information. High-level villains in Gadam District you should never ignore. Leading is Cleaner. Second is Iron Massic. Third is Screw. And fourth is Grow. Casey is ranked 5th. Dr. Han loses his temper and screams. "Who the hell made this?" CR sneers with a mocking laugh. "Be honest, you're jealous because you didn't get to be part of it, right?" Bahu grits his teeth in anger and swears. "Your father longs for it. And what about you?" CR smirks proudly. "I'm Flex, ranked 6th. Hearing these words makes BH even angrier. CL is full of thugs." Double Blade calmly scrolls through the page and says, "This is not right." Black H cheered happily like he had hit the jackpot, saying, "See, I told you it's not strange, right?" Double Blade was a bit curious, but why did he choose C for his evil reputation? Hearing what he asked, Krat also wondered. "I also find it strange." Black Han, like a wooden head, insisted sharply, "And what about Kasi?" CR immediately reveals that it is the name of a top-tier poker hand. Black H frowns in confusion. Is there really someone like that in the game? Seeing his clueless and silly expression, Krat sneered. "You're the only one who's clueless. That guy isn't very famous. Are you sure you're the villain, to be mocked like that?" Dr. H shouted in anger. "The boss really cares about the little soldiers, huh? That bastard, I'll crush him with this fist like bones." Double Blade looked at the phone screen and continued reading. "He just died recently." Dr. H was shocked and exclaimed, "Huh?" Double Blade continues reading. "He is being hunted for killing a colleague." Just hearing that much, CRLM realizes. "Oh, is that so? I've heard about those spiritual things before, too." Listening to these two, Black Hun just feels confused and doesn't understand spirituality. Double Blade then explains, "If you use the name of a fallen traitor to commit evil, you might gain new power." Black Han sighs, showing indifference. "What the hell is that?" He smirked mockingly, sounding stupid. "Do you really believe in that stuff? Is your brain still working?" CR said mockingly, bringing him back to reality. "There are more villains doing that than you think. If you look around Vinzone, you'll definitely find a few people to show off." The tension between them was starting to smell like gunpowder. Black Han sneered and laughed. "And that idiot is you, Trang? Ha!" Cross grits his teeth and responds, "You're making me angry. Shut your mouth." Tom Double Blade reluctantly becomes the mediator between these two. "Stop arguing. You just got out of detention yesterday." Then he pondered as he looked at his phone screen. Could it just be a coincidence with that name? "Are those two still arguing in the back? Do you want to fight?" "Don't worry first. Otherwise, Double Blade will think of Kang Yu and a new power. Then the scene shifts to a certain house. Specifically, it's the training bunker area at Gaddam in Vinzone. Kang Yu's feet, soaked, step out of the shower room. You run your fingers through your hair and breathe a sigh of relief. Moros speaks from behind. "Are you training twice as hard today?" It seems worried. If you keep going with this plan, do you think your body can handle it? Kang Yu cleared his throat and refused. Don't worry, I'm still training within my physical limits. I raised my hand and confirmed coldly. My condition has changed compared to before. Kang Yu recalls his explosive demeanor. I think my body has changed after the last Berserk episode. Moro silently observes him with half an eye. A sudden knocking on the door interrupts. It's Screw, clearing his throat as he calls out inside. Are you inside? Can I come in? Kang Yu turned around, changing clothes as he replied, Just a moment, I'll be right there. Moros is silently judging from behind. Cassian, you're not in a villainous state right now. After changing clothes, he and Skrull walk down the hallway. Curious, he asks, Are you doing nothing but training all day? Kang Yu looked serious and urged, Let's get to the point. Syl didn't beat around the bush anymore and revealed that there was an urgent meeting. Do I also have to be there? He asked lazily. He sighed helplessly. You're the boss. Kang Yu continued to be curious. What is he talking about? Syl cautiously reveals that the detainees in the punishment room have escaped. As he pushes open the door, he explains that their escape is just a minor issue, but the destination they are heading to is the Boksan district of Vinzone, in an abandoned old factory. Barracuda sat heavily in his chair, looking down and shouting, You messed everything up, almost got yourself killed, and now you still have the nerve to show your face here. Duok bit his lip, bowing his head to listen to his scolding, looking no better than a useless pile of shit. The smoker next to him chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. Anyway, Gadam district has already changed hands, and it seems that arrogant Screw is now outdated. Barracuda takes the cigarette out of his mouth, grits his teeth confidently. Give me a week, and I will take over the entire Gadam district. Syl cleared his throat and explained that Vinzone in Gadam district has about 400 residents. He walked and explained the situation here in detail, including around 100 villains, while the rest are just snack eaters and homeless people. His voice grew a bit lower because living among the villains had made them so far from the ordinary words in the Gadam district meeting room. Skrull looked at the digital screen in front of him and explained. ACC successfully escaped from the punishment room and are confirmed to have moved together. Their images are clearly projected by him, and after escaping, they headed towards Vinzone Boksan district. Kang Yu asked Seun if they had for Vinzone, so why did they show such attitude when mentioning those people in Boksan? Because our relationship with them isn't very good. Kang Yu asked again, to be sure. Are they competitors? Screw switches the screen and continues to reveal that those people are eager to find an opportunity to attack Gadam district. Even after being politely warned several times, they still continue to turn a blind eye to the situation. Kang Yu's eyes suddenly show interest as he sees the person appear on the screen. The boss of Vinzone in Boksan district is Barracuda, Kang Yu asked curiously. Red Eye nodded in confirmation. It has to be him. He turned to look at him. He is a ruthless and fierce ranks villain, always ready to fight. Kang Yu stared in amazement. Ranks. Seeing his expression change slightly, CL calmly revealed, Don't panic just because he's RKS, he's all about tricks. He revealed Barracuda's fangs, which are his most valuable weapon, and there are rumors that he possesses a genuine magic crystal. Kang Yu seemed somewhat interested in that, a real magic crystal. Red Eye continued explaining, saying that their forces are much larger than ours, but that's not necessarily the issue, as they also have high-level villains, he cautiously added. If those people intend to attack us, I'm sure they already have a plan. Screw intervened, saying that even if their limbs are faster than their brains, they still can't attack without a valid reason. Crow thought of a good plan. Just find a seemingly reasonable excuse on a nice day. For example, if Miss Ta smiles and points, they might say that Gadam's villains are useless and that we will take over Vinzone Gadam instead of relying on them. CO nods in agreement, but has absolute trust in Kang Yu. There have been a few incidents like that before, after all, and if the two sides face off directly, we might not necessarily lose. He smiled and turned to look at him, because we already have a reliable secret weapon here. But Kang Yu suddenly stood up and left. S asked nervously, Where are you going? Kang Yu coldly replied, Home. Huh? If the boss is outside, Kang Yu coldly interrupts and says I need to go home to study because midterms are coming up. He tries to persuade him, so of course you have to. Braycon and Red Eye burst into confused laughter. It's midterm exams. The scene shifts to the next day. Yu-chan has an appointment at Starbucks. He chuckled in confusion, saying so. We haven't met in half a year. Really? Then please, just occasionally get in touch with me. Yu-trying picks up her tea and shrugs. I never ignored your messages. Psycho intern. D-Ho responds with a calm tone. And you never bother to contact me first either. He closed his eyes, pretending to be indifferent. It's already autumn, and graduation is approaching. So what do you plan to do? Yu Chan looked confused and didn't understand. What do you mean? Jae-ho asked with a hint of curiosity. Are you planning to actively participate as a flag bearer or move on to university? Your handsome looks have already attracted gossip from the Ondua crowd. Celebrities are revealing themselves. Both of them are so adorable. Yu Chan gazed thoughtfully into his teacup and replied, Of course, it's still the same as before. Yu Chan lowered his eyes and continued, I want to be with Chudu and gain experience for myself. Jay looked into his eyes and advised if that's the case, then from the very beginning, instead of going to an ordinary school, you should choose to attend a chess training school. Yu Chan looked out the window sadly and spoke in a somber tone. That is my father's wish. Jay frowned as he looked into his thoughts. He sincerely advised that if he became a high-ranking chess piece like his late father wanted, Yu Chan interrupted to explain, So that's still not enough. He tiredly explained, I want to become a high-ranking squad leader. That's why I have to beat those beasts to settle the score. When you're at the top, people will judge you by your fighting ability, not your magic rank. For an assistant like me, that goal is almost impossible. Yu Chan, seeing him so proud, then spoke to bring him back to reality. Among them, there is also a helper. Jae-ho sighed helplessly. There's still one person left. Suddenly, he changed the subject and complained enough already. If it were you, I dare say you could rise to a high-ranking position. Yu Chan was a bit speechless when he heard him continue. He had already caught the serial killer Brennan. That is an incredible achievement. He remained silent, lost in thought, without giving him an answer. Jae-ho keeps rambling and ignores whether he's listening or not. After the blood rain incident, many students at my school started using him as a role model to follow. Yu Chan hesitated before explaining that he hadn't had a chance to say anything when a notification sound from his phone announced a new message. Yu Chan picked up the phone to check. Maybe it was a message from Na, so he asked, I have to go meet my sister for a bit. Do you want to come along? Jae-ho blushed shyly when mentioning Yu Chan's sister. Na? It's been a long time since I last saw her. Is something wrong? Yu Chan shook his head and said it was nothing serious. Coincidentally, Kang Yu was also passing by this shop. Moros looks curious nearby. Where are you going? Kang Yu replied lazily that there is a book I need to buy. The scene shifts to Vinzone in Boksan district, where a disturbing smell emanates from inside Vinzone's house. The heavy footsteps of Barracuda echo through the punishment room in Vinzone district Boksan. In a dark room, he is holding a madman captive and bursts into delighted laughter upon seeing Barracuda. Plaything, my adorable toy. The voice of the man echoes everywhere. Where did you take my treasure? So, you want to play hide and seek? Who are you? Have you seen my toy anywhere? Barracuda asked coldly, clearing his throat. I hit the mark. These words only fuel the madness of the blonde-haired madman. Throw it away. If it's trying to piss me off, I'll tear out your tongue. Barracuda stepped closer to the crazy guy, gently lifting his chin to soothe him. Instead, I will give you a new toy. The blonde-haired madman chuckled mischievously, and he excitedly asked, What is the new toy? Barracuda smirked mischievously, gazing at the madman with a mysterious look. When you reach Gadam district, you'll find out. It only fuels the madness of the blonde-haired lunatic. Gadam district, that's my turf. Barracuda isn't satisfied with the bloodthirstiness of the crazy blonde. He added a taunting remark, still not forgetting Screw, right? The blonde madman burst out laughing with delight. He is the boss of Vinzone in Gadam district, the dear friend I long to gouge out his eyes for. Since he's been locked up for a long time, Barracuda revealed that he's no longer the leader of Vinzone in Gadam district. The crazy blonde keeps laughing non-stop. Barracuda unchained him and ordered him to be free. Go to Gadam district. His eyes are full of scheming. There will be some very interesting toys waiting for you there. The crazy blonde-haired guy grins excitedly as the game is about to begin. The scene shifts to a bustling neighborhood where Min Young, scrolling through her phone, startles at the sound of a call. Minwai said, That person is Na Yu. She waved her hand and called out with a smile. Over here, Na Yu hurriedly approached her. You arrived so early, did you wait long? Min Yang gently shook her head and replied, I just got here. Na Yu nervously ran over and told you to call from a strange number, which was a bit shocking for me. Min Yang was about to explain but then decided not to. I changed my number after being discharged from the hospital. She avoided Na Yu's gaze. I want to forget about it. Thinking back on those things makes me sad, and I don't want to talk about it. The two girls continued to stroll. Min Yang asked as she walked, And what about your older brother, Na Yu? We answered nervously, saying we decided to meet at the bookstore. Min Yang handed her the fruit bag, scratching his ear nervously. This. She lowered her head shyly. I bought it as a gift. Nah? Receiving it in surprise. Really? Min Wai-ong blushed shyly. I am a cute girl who gives love to receive love in return. Na Yu glared and asked her friend with a question mark, and the two girls continued walking to the bookstore. Na Yu picks up the book and sniffs. She looks like an idiot. Min Wai-a just spoke up. What are you doing? Nah? Excitedly responded. She explains that she likes the smell of books. I really like the smell of books in the bookstore. Min Yang looked at the book in his hand with a puzzled expression. Really? Na-an happily ran off to tell her. I still want to buy one more book, so I'll run to find it and come back right away. Min Yang watched her back as she left and called out, Let's go to Gum. Together, she widened her eyes in curiosity. What book are you looking for, Na? Looking at the poster advertising a sale. Even a dog could follow it. Super easy Korean dishes. Limited quantity. Reply now. It's a cookbook my older brother needs, but it's only sold at the shop. She carefully searches for it. Where is Korean cuisine? Are you talking about Na's brother Min Wai? Is Yu Chan looking for it? I never expected it. It was only after a while that Na-eun finally found the book she was looking for. She excitedly shouted out loud, I found it. Na-eun reached out to grab the easy-to-make Korean delicacy book, but someone snatched it away from her. Na looked back in panic and tried to take it back. Sorry, I got that book first. That person arrogantly claims, What are you talking about? I was the one who touched it first. Thinking it was someone else, it turns out Kang Yu was the one who took the book. A quick glance, and he recognized Na-u. Kang Yu hesitated. He quietly observes and evaluates the girl that day. Seeing the confused expressions of the two girls, Kang Yu silently thinks that she seems to be okay now. In the end, he decided to give this book to Na Yu. Take it. She blankly took the book from his hand, then Kang Yu coldly turned and walked away, leaving the two girls stunned. Moros sighed regretfully beside her. I guess Mai won't get to enjoy the homemade dish after all. No rush. If you ask the staff, maybe they still have some in stock. Min Yang looked at his back and asked, Do you know that person? Nah? She shook her head, indicating she was not familiar. She looked lost in thought as the scene shifted to another place. A thug angrily punches the heavy bag with a strong blow, excitedly shouting, My shirt is a bit wet now. New record. The accomplice with glasses sitting next to him sneered. Are you crazy? Playing by yourself and having fun? Man, this is so boring. I miss the time we tormented that kid over there. The black-haired guy with glasses asked, confused. What's wrong with you now? The blonde guy is lost in his own world again. This will be a new record. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed in the ear. Is there nothing fun to do? Are you just looking for cheap entertainment? That voice belongs to Toymaker. The three thugs jump back in surprise, standing close together and shouting defensively. Who the hell are you? Toymaker pulls out a box and calls out invitingly. Hey, I'll give you a special gift. Seeing how you're having such a cute time trying to entertain yourself, I decided to give you this. He looked at Ki-hun with confusion. Why does he look so terrified? The three thugs looked at the gift in his hand with no interest and turned pale with fear. Who are you? A villain? Toymaker was not surprised by their reaction. What's wrong? Don't like it? If you don't like it, you can refuse it. The three thugs stammered in fear. I was also going to refuse it, so I guess I will refuse it. Toymaker arrogantly raises the gift high and laughs. I refuse your refusal because it's no fun at all. He slammed the gift box down and cackled eerily. During gift-giving time, I'm sure you'll really like it. The gift box slammed onto Ki-hun's head, causing the other two to tremble as they watched this scene. The box seemed to merge with Ki-hun, his eyes glowing red and his tongue sticking out. Seeing the pale faces of the other two, Toymaker's twisted nature is even more evident. Look, it has turned into a cute toy now. He licks his lips with excitement. Why don't we play with the toys together? Back at Jasmine Bookstore, where Yu Chan and Na Yu had promised to meet. Inside the store, it was very cool and quiet. Yu Chan and Jae Ho both turned around when they heard Na's voice. He excitedly waves his hand. I'm here. As soon as we met, he asked right away why I was just standing there waiting. We can meet at the coffee shop. Na, what do you think? That's quite reasonable. I just wanted to buy a book. Yu Chan, surprised, asks about the book. Seeing her, Jae Ho blushes slightly and softly greets. Hello, Na Yu. Na kindly lifts the cookbook to show. I brought the book you were looking for. Yu Chan reached out in surprise. I was just saying it offhand. Thank you. Jae Ho is amazed by this side of his close friend. He cooks. Yu Chan nodded and replied, Yeah, just a hobby. Jae Ho looked on in amazement. This is the first time I've seen a real-life cookbook. Yu Chan turned to ask Min Young.
Have you fully recovered yet?
Min Yang. Min Yang blushed shyly and replied, "Yes, I am fine." Na took out the gift she received and handed it to Yuan. "Hey, Min Yang wants to give you this." This only makes Min Yang more embarrassed because he already saved you the other day. Yu-chan remains polite. "It's just a matter of work. Please accept this gesture of goodwill." Neon instinctively turned around after hearing Thun Yan's worried voice. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Her words made Kang Yu feel a bit sad. "The book you just mentioned has already sold out. We almost sold out immediately." Suddenly, a loud noise drew everyone's attention. Everyone was startled. "What's going on?" That sound is getting closer and closer. Uwan quickly realizes what's happening. Kang Yu frowned, glancing outside with suspicion. He shouted a warning to get down. As everyone bent down, a crashing sound rang out. The glass shattered, and the items in the shop fell to the ground. Na-from opened her eyes in panic. "What is that?" In front of them is a shadow. That is the interesting toy that Toymaker mentioned, or rather, his victim. In an old, unremarkable building, the steady sound of screws being tightened echoes slowly, still sitting idly in front of the big screen, looking lost. Midterm exams? He sighed deeply and mused softly, probably busy with studies. At the same time, the big screen broadcasted the latest news update, with a serious news anchor announcing, "We have just received reports that in Gadam Shopping District, a group of monsters wearing gift boxes are raging in fury. The police suspect this is an act of terrorism by a villain. We will now connect you to the reporter on the scene." SW is quite surprised. A gift box? Gro never fails to comment a few words whenever he walks over. It's always perfect timing when you're watching the news. She watched the video carefully, then muttered, "This one could only be done by that guy. Do those gift boxes look familiar?" A series of Gro's words suggest to Screw that there's only one person. After being destroyed by him 3 years ago, that crazy bastard ran away. The scene shifts back to the bookstore where the incident took place. Chaos and noise everywhere. Yu-chan stands in front, shielding his sister. "What is that? A villain? That's strange." Yu-chan standing nearby falls silent. The strange man with the gift box shakes his head, letting out a chilling laugh, and the gift box lid suddenly pops open, revealing a series of various toys that rush straight at Yu-chan's group. The monkey lunged forward and struck down with great force. Yu-chan dodged instinctively. Another bear tried to ambush Jae-ho but was knocked out by him. The remaining fish took the opportunity to approach Na-yu while no one was paying attention. It pouted and lunged to attack. Na-yu and Min Yang screamed in fear, but before the fish could get close, they were struck with a punch. Kang Yu suddenly appeared and stood in front of the two girls, hitting the fish with a thick book to knock it out. Na-yu stammered and said thank you. Kang Yu was still watching the fish on the ground, its colors fading, and he was shocked to realize it was a dummy. Over there, the monster with the gift box hat was still wreaking havoc, emitting terrifying sounds. Di-ho shouted a warning, "Watch out! Something is about to burst out again." Yuran led the charge. "Let's subdue him now and support him." Di-ho resolutely agreed. "I'll handle it." Yu-chan struck decisively, with only one thought in mind. The villain must be eliminated. At that moment, a shout rang out, trying to stop him. "Stop! Are you going to kill an innocent civilian?" Uwan immediately stops and turns around. The opponent is standing in front of your sister and continues to explain clearly that he is a civilian who was exploited and turned into a puppet under control. The villain has kept him as a hostage. Di-ho is shocked by the puppet. Is he being controlled? He secretly doubts the truth of that statement. How would he know? Kang Yu recalls the advice he was told to remember earlier. If you're a member of the wrong faction, how should you think and act to be worthy? "I'm not telling you to think carefully and stay calm," he said sternly to the person in front. "The most fundamental rule for all flag errors is to ensure the safety of the people. Think carefully and keep a cool head." Yu-chan is trying to stop the monster, but still keeps an eye on them. He immediately reacted when he heard what Kang Yu mentioned. How does that guy know the basic laws of the First World so well? Kang Yu noticed he was distracted and coldly shouted, "Do you think you're so free that you turn around and look behind you instead of focusing ahead?" That monster was about to ambush Yu-chan. He snapped awake, sensing the danger, and immediately looked back. Luckily, Yu-chan managed to dodge in time. The teammate behind shouted. Yu-chan moved away from the guy. Jae-ho clasped his hands, ready to strike. Yu-chan quickly stepped back, his mind racing. If the masked figure truly isn't a villain, as the other said, if he's just a civilian being controlled, then the masked attacker grinning and advancing a step, ready to strike, is preparing a precise attack, locking onto his target, restoring the energy flow around him. And as the box on his head gradually faded,
revealing a face. It's just an unconscious young man who doesn't understand what's happening. Is it ready yet? Manhwa exclaimed excitedly with admiration. He looks so cool. Na Yu was speechless. Kang Yu stood to the side muttering to himself, watching. He's not a villain, I was right. The gift box above that person's head gradually disappeared completely. Diho let out a relieved sigh as he returned to his normal state. It's thanks to my power. I look so cool. Naeun glanced softly at the person beside him. You're right. Kang Yu suddenly threw the book on his hand forcefully onto the person's face on the ground. Naeun was startled and screamed loudly. Hey, what are you doing? Diho next to him also shouted in panic. Yu-chan simply watched silently as the scene shifted to the current street situation, where the strange creatures wearing boxes were causing chaos everywhere. The whole street was in chaos, smoke billowing everywhere, as many civilians were chased and could only cry out in helplessness. Help me! The toy figures jumping out of the gift box are just as unruly. They disturb each target as they pass by. The ringleader stands above, watching his work and laughing with satisfaction. Look at everyone having fun. He suddenly froze, as if he had just realized something. The villain flicks his ear with a look of annoyance, as if someone has disturbed his toy. Should I go punch him? He sneered. I guess I'd better go find him. Where are you hiding, you filthy little pest? Don't go anywhere. Just as Toymaker was about to leave, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him. It's Screw. Toymaker turned his head back, gritting his teeth as he smiled. Screw. The other party calmly said, I am sure I warned you already. He lifted the giant screwdriver in his hand and tilted his head to remind you, if you dare cause chaos in Gadam District, I won't let it slide. Toymaker burst into wild laughter, as if he found something hilarious. He shrugged and kept laughing non-stop. Who knows? Why should I listen to those words? Toymaker sticks out his tongue, licking his lips as drool keeps flowing. Happy, 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 happy. Seeing you again like this really makes me happy. Toymaker greedily stares at the person opposite, his tone full of obsession. Your eyebrows, your mesmerizing, sparkling eyes. Screw remains silent and unresponsive. Unable to hold back any longer, he decisively charges to attack him. I will tear them out and hide them away. Toymaker cackles wildly, claws aimed straight at Screw. Of course, Screw wouldn't just stand there and take it. He immediately prepared to counterattack. A direct strike to Toymaker's side quickly reveals an anomaly. The figure in front of Screw gradually dissolves, and he finally realizes those were just mannequins. S looked up as that figure shattered into pieces and fell at his feet, annoyed as he muttered something quite irritating. He was so angry he burst out laughing, and honestly, I don't welcome their return at all. I'm really starting to get fired up. The scene shifts to the deserted ruins of Seunvinzone in Bokjan district, as the voice of the radio announcer echoes steadily on the broadcast. We have just received reports that a group of gift box-wearing monsters are currently raging in Gaddam shopping district. The police suspect this is an act of terrorism by a villain. The person in front of the big screen remains silent, but that's not enough. Barracuda sits with his subordinates watching the situation. The opening should be more exciting and interesting, then it can entertain the Gaddam district dogs. One of them spoke up. Why not just charge in and destroy everything? He is a villain. Rock, the coward ice demon, sits nearby, giggling along. As long as I can freeze everything, it doesn't matter. Barracuda smirked menacingly. I don't care what you're doing, but don't touch the Screwel. That guy over there is mine. The woman standing behind steps forward with a frown, claiming the best one for herself. She leisurely strokes her hair and speaks as a villain of rank. Smoker, should I take it then? Lately I've been craving chicken so much, I wonder what smoky venison would taste like. Everyone was so eager that the others couldn't sit still either. So, I guess I can pick anyone I want. Barracuda replied cheerfully, relaxed. The person who just spoke is the villain Black Ghost. He rarely shows excitement because both of them share the same moon shadow attribute. I'm a bit interested in this Kajin guy now. Smoker stared in surprise. That's unusual. It's rare to see the mighty Black Ghost interested. Barracuda also shows concern for others. Are you talking about the one recently appointed as the boss of Gaddam District? He sneered. Do whatever you want. Black Ghost, thank you. Smoker suddenly remembered something else. But what about Toymaker? Barracuda chuckled indifferently. Anyway, I was planning to kick him out. His role is just to kick off the festival and do what needs to be done. Just joining in to tease, that's so cruel. Barracuda rested his chin on his hand, smirking sinisterly. He was extremely confident, showing he had everything under control. This time, Gaddam will definitely be in my grasp. Returning to the scene outside on the street, chaos and screams are everywhere. The gift box monsters are boldly roaming everywhere, with toys chasing and scaring innocent civilians.
They could only quickly hold each other and run to find a way out. Just as chaos erupted, a streak of blue light shot past. That energy wave envelops the monster, and it screams in pain. The box-headed monster is subdued and collapses on the main road. Diho finished the rescue and looked at the victim, who had returned to their original form and was lying unconscious, exhausted and breathing heavily. This is already the third one. The person next to him said, "We need to catch the villains before anyone gets hurt." Diho was a bit worried. "Hey, do we really have to seriously go after them now?" "It's too dangerous. I've called for backup, so if we wait, Yu-chan has already decided to do as he pleases. The longer we delay, the more the villains will just become more frantic." Diho asked him, "Do you know who is behind all this?" "The crazy one from the rumors." "Toymaker," he said. "I've seen his name in the records of villains from Vinzone in Gadam district before." Yu-chan's face immediately turned serious as he remembered the name of the villain. He's a dangerous person willing to do anything under the guise of fun. The scene shifts to another area, and while Kang Yu is walking, he receives a message on his phone. He ponders silently for a long time, piquing Moros's curiosity. "Is something wrong? Please give me a direct update on the situation." "Screw contacting me. The mastermind behind this is a guy named Toymaker." Moros comments, "If he's contacting you directly like this again, he must be a tough one." Kang Yu also seemed to agree. "It looks like he's also nearby." He looked around, realizing we need to get out of here first. Moros nodded in agreement. "It's too crowded around here." Kang Yu is focused on handling the main matter, so he doesn't notice Na Yu following closely behind. "Just dodge a bit and you'll be fine." She raised her voice and called out loudly, "Hey, where are you going?" Kang Yu sighed. "Oh no, I've been caught," he replied with a dismissive remark. The Na family kindly suggested that staying alone is very dangerous. "Come with us." Min Yang also thinks it's reasonable. "That's right, Na's older brother was wrong, so staying with us would be much safer." Moro sneered. "Did you think escaping easily was that simple?" Kang Yu silently laments as he finds himself in a difficult situation. It's getting tense. Before he could answer, suddenly a problem arose. He widened his eyes in shock as he saw the scene before him, a villain with a cruel grin holding a box of fruit, about to throw it at Nain and Manhwa. Kang Yu reacted instinctively to the danger. He rushed to hold them tightly and pull them aside, shouting towards the back as the explosion happened just as he feared. Uhan and Jay, who are nearby, also noticed the commotion. The monster laughs mischievously. "Wow, that was quick?" Uhan looked over and hurriedly ran over in panic. "Nah?" Someone steps out to block their path. Toymaker faces the wrong flag head-on. "You're the one who touched my toys, aren't you? I have to give you a good scolding." Dihoy was stunned. "Toymaker." Yu-chan was momentarily surprised. "Is he coming this way?" Toymaker grins happily. "Do you know who I am? I'm so happy. Since I'm happy, I'll give you a gift." He pulls out a box and keeps rambling. "Here, a special gift just for you." A special gift. Toymaker quickly rushes to the two facing each other and shouts loudly. "It's a rare item." Uhan immediately reacts, throwing a punch. Toymaker froze as the flames rushed toward him, but he struck back with lightning speed, delivering a powerful attack. Fire. The villain still has a mocking smile, of course not yet afraid. Yu-chan decisively throws a surprise punch straight at his face. "Eat this." Yu-chan swung his hand and punched Toymaker away. He loudly recites his own motto, destroying the villains. The villain is punched to the ground, crashing onto the floor with a loud bang. Yuan suddenly noticed the phone lying on the ground and thought to himself, "This phone looks so familiar." The reason is simple. Yes, it's Kim Yu-chan's phone. Kang Yu stood to the side watching the fight and then spoke. "Do you see it?" Moros nodded. "Yeah, it's pretty good once you see it." Nai is the one who threw the phone right in front of him. At that moment, Kang Yu noticed something, a faint aura of energy surrounding her hand. He quietly guesses that it won't be long before this girl will awaken. Kang Yu's attention shifts to something else. Even Jay nearby looks surprised, and Yu-chan's eyes widen in shock. The Toymaker that he knocked out earlier looked strange, like a dummy. The creepy laughter continued to echo as everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Toymaker calmly steps forward. "You really are mischievous children, daring to destroy my toys like that." He gathered his forces and sneered, "Well then, another gift box taken out by Toymaker." He arrogantly tilted his chin. "I have many more interesting toys." The scene shifts to the Lampas Association branch in Korea. Dewang Hot Hai rushes over and says, "Sorry, I just went to the bathroom." The person opposite immediately snapped, "You're useless because of you. Yu-chan is in danger." He even directly beat the village drum. "Did Senior change the car? It looks amazing." Dian snapped irritably, ordered them to get in the car quickly, and the vehicle sped down the main road as the two inside briefed each other on the current situation. The attack is happening in the center of Gaddam district. June frowns with tension. If it continues, the damage will increase significantly because this district has a transient population with no fixed residents. De Wong scrolls through a series of information, surprised to exclaim, as expected, the gift giver Toy Maker has returned. The person next to him sneers mockingly. So now you realize that? She kindly revealed more information. Your teammate Kim Yu-chan has reported and requested backup now. De Wong was only then taken aback. Yu-chan has reported. He's at the scene. There's no way he's there alone, June calmly replied. Whether it was good luck or not, it seemed that Sho, an apprentice priest, was with him. These words hardly helped to ease his worries. He anxiously took out his phone. I will call and tell them not to do anything reckless. Wait for us to arrive. Jisun recounted that I told them to find a safe place and hide until we arrive. It would be very troublesome if they act impulsively like during the confrontation with Blood Rain. She is a bit cautious about the current situation. Anyway, this whole situation is very suspicious. Someone who disappeared 3 years ago suddenly reappeared, interrupting a figure whose thoughts we cannot comprehend. Maybe he's just too exhausted from having to hide. June didn't hesitate to dismiss that thought of his. An optimistic outlook is good, but the world doesn't work that way. She considers carefully. Not only Jisun, but also the villainous regions in Korea are experiencing unusual changes. Jisun mentally reviewed a series of recent events as if someone was deliberately provoking a conflict, and it seemed like the evil zones were turning against each other. If that happens, who would benefit? She immediately tensed up at the thought, her brows furrowing. If a bastard wanted to take over the villainous territory, he would be the one to benefit. I wonder if June's words just now reached his ears, but he's still panicking over something else. Yu-chan's phone is off. No, don't tell me the Toy Maker did it. June had to calm him down, stay composed, and call back. The other side muttered, I am calling back now. Then he suddenly jumped up in a panic. Oh my God, he didn't answer. Something must have happened to Yuan. Jisun also lost her patience with him. I told you to stay calm. This fool's device from Screw is hovering around, scanning every corner. It records the surroundings. Toy Maker excitedly introduces a new gift box to the Euron. He created countless gift boxes and happily hummed a tune. Come here. Stay together forever, okay? I mean, have fun until the very end. Toy Maker finished speaking and threw all the strange boxes forward. Wuhan teleported in to handle each box one by one. He bravely threw punches to destroy the fruit boxes, and as they burst open, a bunch of toys jumped out. The strange toys rush at Utron and cling to his arm. He gently holds his arm and lets out a soft cry. Toy Maker approaches laughing maniacally. You have received a unique item, a colorful sticker. He laughed joyfully in Yu-chan's face. Soon you will become the most wonderful toy of all. That's great. Yu-chan struggles to remove the strange toys from his body. Kang Yu stood to the side and urged, Hey, you with the blue hair, are you just going to stand there watching while everyone else is getting anxious? Hurry up and use your power to dispel Yu-chan. Joe. Only when he was reminded did Toy Maker suddenly feel itchy and wake up. He immediately focused on the situation here, glaring and shouting loudly. No way. Jay quickly launched his move without hesitation. His recovery technique indeed works. Those strange toys quickly disappeared from Yu-tran's body. Toy Maker watched helplessly as his masterpiece shattered, screaming in heart-wrenching agony. No. He angrily lunged at Jae-ho, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Don't ruin my toys anymore. Yuan quickly rushes to support and attacks from behind. Toy Maker is knocked back, and he seizes the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Toy Maker is no pushover and quickly realizes Yu-chan's intentions. He moves in and out, easily dodging all of his opponent's attacks. Then, Toy Maker suddenly grabbed Yu-chan by the collar in front of his stunned eyes. I got you now. He lifted you up and laughed maniacally. This is an extremely rare item. You should feel honored to become one of my toys. Toy Maker smugly believed he had the upper hand, but then a surprise attack suddenly appeared, with a barrage of dark shadows rushing straight at him. They form strands that wrap around the entire Toy Maker and completely control him. He screams, What the hell is this? Yu-chan seized the moment and threw a punch straight at him. Who's your toy? He clenched his fist, releasing all the pent-up frustration, while the damn Toy Maker gained another chance to fly through the air. He fell from above and hit the ground face down. Di-ho anxiously ran over, calling out to teammate Yuan. Yu-chan finally has a moment to closely examine the black object that's blocking his view of Toy Maker. He reaches out to touch it. That move immediately made Yu-chan think of Kang Yu. He found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, a figure stood on the roof of a nearby building, watching everything. He still scratches his chin thoughtfully. He mutters a sigh. Could it be that he says he saw nothing? At this moment, the scene shifts to a corner of a room where a news report is playing on the TV about a bombing at a shopping mall in Gadam district yesterday afternoon. The host asks June if the toymaker villain is behind this incident. She immediately gave a confident answer. Yes, the reckless actions of the villain caused many people to be injured and property to be damaged. The man continued to delve deeper into the issue. Recently, the villain has been repeatedly committing crimes in Gadam district, according to her. What is the cause? June quickly explained that the villainous zone was established to control villains and prevent them from harming society. She continued, according to statistics, cities with a villain zone system have lower crime rates than those without. Jisoo also mentioned that recent crimes by the villain in Gadam district were due to negligence within the villain zone. The host continued, "Thank you. So, in your opinion, what is the necessary solution to this problem?" That question didn't seem to trouble June. After some thought, she shared her opinion. I think a reconstruction is necessary and special measures should be taken in the evil zone of Gam district. If the clergy had not intervened, the casualties would have been much higher. The host agrees. That's right. I heard that trainee priests Kim Yu-chan and S.J. Ho played important roles in this case. Recent activities of Kim Yu-chan are quite noteworthy. What do you think? They are highly talented trainee priests of the Lampus Society in Korea. According to the information received by the host, there have been proposals to shorten their training period. Yu-chan listened with a serious expression, recalling De Wong's words. Proud to be my partner. Probably after this, he won't be a trainee priest anymore. The more he thinks about it, the more annoyed he gets, teeth clenched. Damn it! Yucho remembers the face-off with Kang Yu. It was the same then. And this time that bastard, he always wonders, why would a villain save someone? What is his true purpose after all? What is he trying to do? Yu-chan frowned, thinking to himself that the moment Yu-chan saw that photo, he realized his name was Cheon. He keeps his eyes on his phone, the image of the villain constantly flashing in his mind. Truly a figure to be wary of. At the same time, inside an old building, someone's voice echoes, things are starting to get complicated. There is a discussion going on here. Oat is still calmly eating the half-bitten cookie. Choyose responded that someone wants to destroy the villainous district of Gadam and even slanders it through the media. Sil laughed loudly, full of contempt. What can the media do? Choyose calmly sipped his cold drink. The evil district of Boksan had declared they would take over Gam district. Hote scoffed, calling it an official declaration of war. Aruma doesn't seem to think this news is that important. Sil wonders why. What about the other villainous areas in Soon? Are there no signs of activity? Choi Iose quickly responded, they remain silent like mice. I think they're just sitting back and watching what happens. Still, predicting that this will happen to them in the near future. In other words, they know this has been planned. He's also a bit curious. So we're going to be the first victims? Do those amateur thugs look that easy to beat? Choi laughs happily. If you need me, I'm ready to help for free any time. Screw casually replied, Are you part of the underworld? Are you bragging about what you have to do? Hearing that, Choi Yosei immediately retorted, But we have an unbeatable secret weapon. After finishing, he felt strange. Why wasn't he here? Hearing that, Aroma took a sniff. But even with her sense of smell, she couldn't find his trace anywhere. Hati agrees, he's really a bastard. Sil guesses and checks the watch. I wonder what time his exam is at now. It's probably not over yet. Hote and Aroma are a bit surprised, while Iose frowns in confusion, voice full of suspicion, still taking the exam. Right now at Gadam High School, on the rooftop, someone's voice echoes. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's Kang Yu eating and chatting. I cook and eat very often. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. My dear sister, I was on the phone and he suddenly turned around in surprise. When did Yu-chan get there? Kang Yu quickly ended the ongoing conversation. I need to use the bathroom now. Let's talk later. The person on the other end quickly responded. Yeah, do well on your test. After hanging up, he immediately turned to Yu-chan. Kang Yu shot a cold look at him, and Yu-chan responded with an equally icy attitude. His gaze is full of hostility. Guang Yu, I have a few things I want to say. At this moment in the city center, cars are bustling around a seemingly luxurious place, which is the Vesperna Hotel. Yuri walks while attentively looking at her phone, appearing worried because Yu suddenly hung up. Is it worried enough about the exam? Should I tell it to use some anti-anxiety pills kept in the drawer? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, and she turned around with a slightly surprised expression. Shin hurriedly ran towards her, speaking urgently. Are you here? I called you but couldn't reach you. I just called home for a moment. Did something happen? He smiled and told her, "No, that's not it. I came to see you because the CEO just returned from a business trip." To continue, he really wants to meet you, manager. So instead of going home, he came here. Oh. Yuri was so surprised that she asked back, "Is that true?" The two of them went to the CEO's office, and upon arrival, he carefully announced, "We're here." Then he immediately pushed the door open and entered the room. Inside, a man was quietly observing something outside the window. Hearing the request, he suddenly snapped to attention and happily introduced himself as the general director, saying, "I have brought the manager." At this moment, Yuri thought to herself, he is the CEO. The man's gesture was quite rude, considering how Tang Dot called her like that. He extended his hand toward Yuri, pleased to meet her, and Yuri couldn't help but be surprised. The CEO smiled confidently, but with a hint of cunning. "Nice to meet you. I am Vincent." At this moment in high school, Yu Chan and Kang Yu are still talking. Kang Yu asked curiously what I wanted to say, while Yu Chan gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "You saved us yesterday. Without your help, we would have been in trouble." Kang Yu doubted and didn't believe his thanks. "Is he here to thank you?" Yu Chan calmly continued. In that critical situation, you remained calm, assessed the situation, and acted without hesitation. As a priest, even I have to learn from you. Kang Yu, I don't really understand what's going on either. I'm curious. What is this? Really? Moros is also very curious. Yu Chan replied. My sister said giving you this is really a gift. She wants to thank you for your help yesterday. He looks a bit unwilling. Let me tell you about this. Besides me, she has never given a gift to any boy before. Yu Chan handed the gift back to Kang Yu and advised him that it's hard to earn her trust, so he should cherish it. Yu Chan turned to leave, but suddenly remembered that he hesitated a bit. You probably saw it yesterday too. Yu Chan kept hinting around. The person in black. Kang Yu had no idea what was going on. Yu Chan glanced with a probing look. Receiving silence from Kang Yu, Yu Chan turned and left, waving goodbye as he went. Don't worry about that. Good luck on your midterm exam today. Yu Chan just left, and Kang Yu immediately opened the gift. Moros, curious, said there must be something inside. Kang Yu agreed, we need to open it to see what it is. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by what was inside. It's quite interesting, a book titled, Even a Dog Can Follow It. Korean cuisine is super simple. Right now, only wreckage remains at Gadam Vinzone, as a group of people, including Screw and others, are focused on working. It seems like he's scouting something. Set up a barrier here. Hammerboy quickly takes on the task. Leave it to me. Screw immediately reminded him to make sure it was strong enough. Then he turned to remind D-Dog to dig a trap in front of the fence, one that is really deep. Really deep? D-Dog wondered. Really deep? Do we need to dig a hole? How deep will it go? Seeing everyone so busy, Gro wondered if those guys from Boksan would really show up. Screw confidently said, I am sure they will come, so I placed everything here. He added, they want to spark a war with us. Suddenly, he realized something. It was Kang Yu approaching from afar, and Screw immediately started a conversation. Are you doing well on the test? You arrived early. Kang Yu just remained silent without replying. At this moment, Hammerboy is working passionately, delivering powerful and decisive hammer strikes one after another. Truly a furious hammer master, no less impressive than the others. You're unleashing your ultimate move. The peak split. Kang Yu, curious, wondered what you were doing. Hammers and the hall, Screw immediately explained, we are preparing to counter the enemy's attack. Kang Yu immediately asked, those bastards at the front, huh? Crew responded right away. Of course, dummy. Screw declared with full confidence. Although there are only 13 of us, if we prepare well, we can win. Seeing Kang Yu turn and leave, he quickly asked, where are you going? Kang Yu coldly replied, I'm going to see Che Ha. He looks so stunned he can't go drinking. Looks like he did badly on the test. A master never waits, Crew immediately suggested. Should we go grab a drink right now? Just the two of us. A moment later at Heaven P, a man was tidying up while eavesdropping on the conversation. Che Ha was trying to appear arrogant. How much high-grade magic stone do you want to buy? Kang Yu replied without hesitation. That's everything he has. Che Ha keeps dodging the price without giving a straight answer. It seems you have a lot of bullets. Just so you know, we're not selling debt right now. It's very expensive. Kang Yu didn't care about what he said, he just wanted a specific price. Che Ha frowns without replying, his eyes full of suspicion. He couldn't help but doubt Kang Yu's offer. So he's decided to go all in, right? This isn't a fake bank card, right? Then Che Ha moved closer to the liquor counter. He opened a secret passage from the two gaps in the cabinet. He looked at Kang Yu with an excited and determined gaze.
I'll show you the goods first. Follow me inside.
Kang Yu follows Che-ha. Inside the secret passage is a long staircase leading down to a basement deep below.
Immediately, Che took out 5 boxes and placed them on the table.
He confidently declared that he had 5 high-grade magic stones. Kang Yu immediately scoffed, not expecting it to be so little. Che-ha recounted that recently someone had come and bought a large amount to give to someone. But Kang Yu didn't really care. He just asked, "And the price?"
Che-ha silently hands over the invoice and smirks, the price written on it. As you know, magic stones are not ordinary trade items because they hold much greater value. Since this is a high-grade type, its price isn't cheap. Kang Yu immediately cuts in, saying, "I will buy all of them, so give me a 20% discount."
Che-ha smiled so kindly it was almost overwhelming. That's quite a feat. Nevertheless, Kang Yu remained very firm. "So I will buy 4 and you give me 1. Che-ha feels extremely annoyed, smiling on the outside but storming inside. "Are you serious?" In the end, he had no choice but to give in. "All right. I will sell at the price you want, but you must transfer immediately in return." Kang Yu quickly took out his phone without hesitation. "No unnecessary moves. Give me your account details."
Memories related to this account have been mentioned by Kang Yu before. I am the only one who knows about a secret bank account under the name Cashion in a Swiss bank.
Moros immediately asked, "Have you set up an emergency fund?" Kang Yu, while typing, replied, "Day told me to do that, just in case something happens." He lowered his voice and said, "I'm in." As he finished entering, a website appeared, causing Moros to exclaim, "Oh," it immediately marveled. Marveled. That's a significant amount. Kang Yu sighed again, thinking if he had known this would happen, he would have invested all his assets there. Moros, hearing that, asked curiously, "What do you plan to use this money for?" Kang Yu enthusiastically said he plans to invest this money to build his strength. Che-ha had already made a good profit and was very happy, enjoying the transaction with him.
"Next time, come again." Kang Yu just left and I immediately picked up my phone to check, wondering if I really spent such a large amount in one transaction.
Who is he really? The weather in the city today is perfect. At the same time, Na Wu and Min Yang were chatting at a coffee shop. Na Wu asked, "What should we eat?" Min Yang quickly suggested, "I'll have the mango toast. I like this one. The atmosphere inside is quite relaxing." Perfect for a chat. After a moment, the 2 ice creams were brought out. As soon as Min Yang saw the ice cream, he was extremely excited. "It looks amazing. I need a sweet morning." On the other hand, Na Yu hesitated a bit. Too much mango.
While Min Yang was happily enjoying her ice cream, Na Yu asked, "Did you save us yesterday? Do you remember where he went?"
"Again, I told you from the start, but you immediately guessed he probably went home, right?" Na Yu skeptically, right? She scoops the ice cream and brings the spoon to her mouth, but her mind keeps drifting back to the chance encounter with Kang Yu rushing past. She tried to call out to her, but couldn't. Na Yu froze. Min Yang saw Na Yu freeze and called her. Na Yu snapped out of it. Na Yu's hand trembled so much she couldn't hold the spoon. Min Yang saw this and immediately asked Na Yu worriedly, "What's going on all of a sudden?" Na Yu's fragmented memories are automatically piecing together, and at that moment, she suddenly realizes he is the one. Like on a beautiful day at the black coffee shop, there are 2 eye-catching fruit ice cream cups on the table. A voice says, "I'll go to the bathroom first." The other person agrees. Yeah. At the end of that corridor, Na-on walks down the hall, unaware that Black Ghost has quietly appeared behind him. Behind the mask and messy hair is a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Na washed her hands at the sink and let out a sigh. Na was lost in thought, and that time I'm sure Min Yang didn't see. She took out a tissue, gently wiped her hands, lost in her thoughts, and Min thought that her older brother no longer paid attention. What would happen to him if I? A silent hand full of murderous intent quietly closes the bathroom door. Na Yu was still lost in her thoughts, tracing his footsteps. Suddenly, she was startled by a noise behind her. Right in front of the door, the image of Black Ghost with swirling black mist reflected in the mirror as Na Yu, surprised, turns back and asks, "Why are you here?" But he didn't answer her, his face cold and expressionless. The afternoon sun cast longer shadows through the window, and the ice cream in front of him was almost gone. Min Yang looks at her phone screen showing the message box with worry. Is it already that late? He even ignored his own messages. Is he on a call with someone? Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced into her ears, startling her. Everyone in the shop ran in fear. "He is a villain." Min Yang quickly stood up and looked. The so-called villain slowly stepped out of the smoke. carrying someone else on his shoulder. Min Yang seemed unable to believe his eyes as he muttered, "Nah, my body won't move." She stood frozen in fear as the villain suddenly spoke. "Are you her friend?" Min Yang was so scared he couldn't answer, only opening his eyes wide and trembling all over. The one who threatened and then turned away relayed the message to his brother. "If you want to get your sister back, come find me at Vinzonegadam district." The fiery red sunset shines down on the ruined buildings as Brahin, Krat, and Double Blade walk together toward a row of iron fences. Black Han asked in surprise what the hell had happened here, and Double Blade explained that they were preparing for an attack from the Boxon, and they did a good job. The people angrily jump and kick the iron fence. What do we need this for? Why not just rush in and attack them? Krat, standing beside, arms akimbo, disagrees, and sometimes he does say something that actually makes sense. "Should we break in and handle them ourselves?" Double Blade immediately panicked, quickly reaching out to stop, urgently warning, "Don't go any further, there's a trap on the ground." DH hesitated and turned back to ask, "A trap? Laman is open." Double Blade also carefully points out that both sides have them. There, always bragging about how hard he's worked. At that moment, CR called both of them. "Hey, let's go." He looked into the distance and stopped. "Yeah." He points to the right and asks, "What's that?" Both Brayhund and Double Blaze turned to ask why there's a flag. Over there, a red figure from head to toe is rushing forward. "Isn't that Kim Yu-tran?" After Breakhan heard that, he was even more confused and asked again which bastard it was. An evil villain from Boksan district. Double Blade suddenly shouted out, "It's a mistake, you villain, you scoundrel!" Recently, he has become a hot topic on the internet. The fiery red figure lifts his head to reveal a handsome face and determined blue eyes. Black Hund opens its mouth wide and screams. That's a false alarm. Krat at the back was also startled when he realized the identity of the other person. A golden light shone around the black glove, clenched into a fist by Braken. He charged forward aggressively with fists wrapped in lightning. "Get out of the way quickly." "That's mine. Even if you got the wrong flag, how dare you come here with a corpse?" Double Blade and Krat were startled. Break Hun ran straight toward Ukhan, charging at Sayer with his rice scoop. "I will make you regret daring to step into Vinzon." Yu-chan creates a flame in his right hand and growls menacingly. "Get out of here, I came to find my sister." Black Han, hearing that, became even more furious. "Hey girl, what are you barking at?" Dad's getting angry. Suddenly, Yu-chan stepped on a strange spot, and only then did he realize it too late. A trap? An explosion of blue light blasted the surrounding earth and rocks into the air. Black Hund gritted his teeth and asked, "What is it?" Then he missed his footing, got caught in the explosion trap and fell, only managing to shout out, "Help me!" Standing amidst the smoke and debris of the blast, Krat sighed and said, "Who should I call the idiot?" Double Blade beside him, bored, didn't bother to speak. In Vinzonegadam district, Kang Yu's private training room, he stands in the swirling golden magic, raising his hand to sense the changing power. "What does it feel like after swallowing all 5 high-grade magic stones?" He coldly replied, "Every time is the same, it's not a comfortable feeling at all. Use your appraisal eye to check my status." The status window displayed all the details of the villain Chi. Kang Yu slightly disappointedly spoke. His mana points are 860, barely reaching the A and B rank mana levels. "I already told you that high-grade magic stones are not worth anything anymore, but if you have a genuine one in your hand, that's a different story. Otherwise, you'll just have to keep swallowing a bunch of high-grade magic stones." Kang Yu raised his hand again, channeling magic, and replied, "I'd rather train until I die and come back than drink a bunch of this." Moros smirked mischievously, recalling his previous uncontrollable rage with delight. "It's up to you. But if he finds out how much the mana points increased during the previous rampage, he'll be thrilled to see." At this moment, Kang Yu suddenly realizes something. "What are you asking? Why does the skill name have such a number?" Moros explains that it was an upgraded skill. Upgraded? Hearing that, Moros recalled, "Hey, when you fought BL, you were able to wield 2 shadow swords at once, right?" Kang Yu replied, "I must have used it unconsciously." He stroked his chin, pondering as he looked at the status board. "I've never trained to enhance my skills before. Are all villains just a bunch of con artists? So giving mana points means strengthening skills." Kang Yu considers enhancing skills in other professions. With the right flags, skills can be awakened and developed through intense training. In rare cases, Psycho can create a new skill by combining existing attributes. He advised himself that he should spend more time enhancing his skills rather than relying on magic stones. Kang Yu suddenly realizes something and exclaims excitedly, "Wait, a combined skill?" Moros, floating nearby, also turns its attention and opens its eyes wide to look this way. Kang Yu's right hand concentrates magic.
summoning a shadow sword the size of a hand, engulfed in blazing black flames with dual dark fire attributes at the blade's tip.
Test complete!
Kang Yu exclaimed excitedly. I did it. Moros couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Yu was still proud of what he had achieved. It's a success. Moros hovers behind, eyes wide open, unable to find the words. Is it really that easy to combine life-changing techniques with such ease? Then Moros suddenly remembered Jeff's words. C's potential is the most amazing among all the SAP leaders. He sighed and lowered his eyes in disappointment, saying nothing more. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door and a voice from outside caught the attention of both Kang Yu and Moros. Is C in there? Someone is here to see you. Who would come looking for me after feasting on wild boar meat, he wondered, questioning why someone named Kim Yu Chan would come to Vinzone. Both Kay and Moros turned back, puzzled. Kim Yu Chan at sunset in Vinzone, Boksan district. A drone flies over the rooftops. Steady footsteps echo through the dim and old corridor. Black Ghost carries Na'an on his shoulder, walking slowly step by step. Dark magic concentrates and swirls around his hand. The door being pushed open makes a chilling sound. Smoker tilts his head and speaks. We're here. Black Ghost has brought Na'an in front of her and Barracuda. Seeing her unconscious face, he propped his chin and smirked. Black Ghost said, I will lock her up in prison. Barracuda nodded in satisfaction. Go on. All right then. With approval given, he quickly disappears, leaving only a cloud of black smoke. Are you planning to corner the Gadam district villains? Barracuda doesn't deny it and replies, that's when the real fun begins. The news is showing an image of Kang Yu, and it will soon become a hot story, revealing that he's a shameless bastard who kidnapped a relative of a certain officer. Smoker, after hearing this, also smirked slyly. This is definitely a juicy target for the news hunters, isn't it? It's so ugly, but you'll see a pack of hungry wolves coming. Barracuda is very pleased with his perfect plan, and people will turn their backs on those Gadam district dogs. Blue magic rises from his hand, completely isolating them. Barracuda's eyes are full of malicious intent, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his murderous aura. When that moment comes, we will attack Gadam. The late afternoon sun bathes Vinzone Gadam district in a fiery red light shining through the closely packed buildings. Yu Chan, blinded by hatred and glaring forward, was pulled back by his pants as Kang Yu crossed his arms and looked down from above. Are you saying I kidnapped this guy's sister? Gro asked if you pulled him out of the trap. Screw replied, that's right, he sighed. Cornered him, that's disgusting and totally kills the mood. It's not me. Why should I do such a crude thing? Just screw it and go along with the consensus. No way. He twirled the screwdriver on his finger, his voice full of disdain. Kidnapping is not enough. Now they want to blame us too. Those damn bastards are trying to drag us down with their dirty tricks. Yu Chan was fed up and gritted his teeth. Don't mess with me, and then he shouted out loud to question. Where is Na? My sister, where is she? S stopped twisting the screwdriver to suggest a plan, saying we should attack Boksan first. I think we need to clear up this misunderstanding first, and I really mean it. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up. Let him go. Both Screw and Gro turned back. Yeah, you act indifferent and indifferent. Weren't you all trying to clear up the misunderstanding? Despite Kang Yu's good intentions, Yu Chan still cast a hostile look in his direction. The electronic screen displayed an image of Black Ghost carrying a Na. Everyone was watching and discussing. Luckily, we were one step ahead. Who waits until the cow is gone to build the barn? It's all just selfishness, nothing admirable about it. Everyone present is gathered in front of the screen. Screw proudly shows off in case they do something stupid. I sent a drone to Ban. Crow praised it. The image quality is incredible. Did you upgrade the drone's camera? The resolution is so clear and sharp. At last, someone is asking the real question. Who is this guy? The camera zooms in on his face. It's probably Break Ghost because that guy has transformation skills. Kang Yu asks again about the transformation ability. Screw explains, just looking at him probably can't do it justice, right? He has turned into you. Hearing that, he immediately shouted loudly. Do I look like some kind of loser? Go to the corner and check again. He adjusted his fire extinguisher after hearing that. Really? Looking again, it doesn't quite look like you. Yu Chan stroked his chin, looking like 2 drops of water, then turned away after getting his answer. Whatever, just forget it. Once we find the culprit, just grab them and give them a good beating. S turned back and asked, Are you leaving now? He replied with dissatisfaction. What else can I do? I was falsely accused of kidnapping. I insist it was an execution, but suddenly I was interrupted by a call. Wait there for me. The one who just spoke is Yu Chan. Kang Yu turned to look at him. Yu Chan suggested that if he was going to Vinzone in Boksan district, he should take him along. I need to save my sister. Kang Yu replied indifferently, Do whatever you want.
S chuckled teasingly.
You're not planning to do this alone, are you? He's our boss after all.
Then I'll come along too. Sil completely turns around, a smile of excitement forming on his lips. The preparation itself is more thrilling than the raid.
Then he finalized it, saying, "Today, we will storm the base." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. It was Brehund, Krat, and Doubleblade.
Brehund is the one who just barged in. He loudly demands, "We're coming too!"
Brekhan, with a clear voice, says, "This is fun. Who plays such a small game? If you're going, take us all along." Relying on that momentum, they cheered excitedly.
Are we about to beat those bastards to a pulp? Is it really fun to doubt and then win with double blades?
Kang Yu doesn't care who goes or stays. Anyone who wants to leave, I won't stop them. But he's slightly turned around. We have something to deal with first.
Sil has also taken notice. Both of them are staring at UAN. He hesitates and looks confused under their intense gaze.
Lavienzo's hotel, with luxurious and elegant interior design, the presidential suite and dressing room are filled with sparkling jewelry adorned with precious stones.
Absolutely stunning. ICO gazed intently at them, marveling and whispering in awe. No matter how many times she looked, they still took her breath away.
My treasure, Hauta sitting behind spoke up when he saw that. Here we go again. Be careful or you'll get a smack in the mouth. Aren't they all stolen goods? Trash.
Meanwhile, he was still busy immersed in the beauty of the gemstones. My sparkling, precious stones.
I love you so much, my darlings.
Oh my God, you're so beautiful. My treasured treasure, Mama.
Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated repeatedly, drawing Yossi's attention as he still admired the gemstone on the necklace in his hand and indifferently answered the call.
What's wrong? I'm very busy right now.
I don't even have time to play with my precious gems. I'm waiting for the work report.
Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming more dangerous and intrigued. This also caught Hote's attention. Magic gathered around Yossi's hand holding the phone.
I understand, we're also nearby, so what do you want? Then his entire appearance changed, and of course, that could help.
Leave it to me. Late at night at Vinzone in Boksan district, Kang Yu stands with arms crossed, watching the group standing in front of the towering building.
This is Vinzone in Boksan district, Silo teased. Once you're here, there's no way out. Let's review everything together before going inside one more time. He's calling out loudly, "Hey there."
Kang Yu and Crow also turned to look at the newcomer when Screw called out, and he continued speaking.
The newcomer doesn't mean you can just sit there like an idiot, you know.
Behind them is a person wearing a red mask.
Come over here too, Redem. Screw asks Yu Chan to hold the red mask. If you're planning to follow these guys, put that on. He looked at the mask and asked why it was necessary. Kang Yu explains, if you keep company with villains, everyone will think it's strange.
Screw also said I was just doing it for fun,
but I didn't expect it to be used like this, and it actually looks pretty good. If you don't want any bad rumors to spread far and wide,
listen to me. The target is the district leader of Bokjian, Seun Vinzone, Bokjian district.
The whole team stops to strategize. Kang Yu plans to rescue the hostage after defeating the leader. Gro is excited about his suggestion. Divide into small groups to scout.
Wow, this is exciting.
Kang Yu told Screw, check the shortest route to the target. He quickly frees his hands from what he's doing. After receiving the response, he continues. The only way to win this game is to strike fast and win quickly. Kang Yu focused on leading, saying, I will assign roles and positions to each of you, so listen carefully. Yu Chan just listened silently as Kang Yu began assigning the mission. Screw, you will search in front, and I will have the others cover our backs. Then we will infiltrate and eliminate the enemies. Crow sighed in agreement and said, I don't like using violence at all, but this time I have no choice. Redem spoke. Kang Yu replied, Redem will take charge of the rear. Grow asked, Screw, what is CQB? But he didn't answer, only smiling softly. Kang Yu continued, I will now assign the sniper team. At that moment, Break's wide mouth shouted out again, sigh. He continued to scream in anger. Where did you take us? These guys are just here for show. Kang Yu only then noticed them. Krat, standing beside him, crossed his arms and asked, Isn't it enough to just charge in and destroy everything? Villains have to be taken down first, right? You each have your own roles, but they are just as important. The three of us were startled. Our roles important. Krat proudly said, Of course we have to be the trump card. He continued in a serious tone. While we carry out the mission and are on our way back, you must secure an escape route. And until then, hide well and don't get caught. Dre! Hun shouted again after hearing that. You want us to sit still and do nothing? So that's why they dragged us along, I guess. Kang Yu still considers that obvious. Ensuring the hostage escape route is the top priority. But Black Hun still growled. Shut up, who are you trying to fool? He calmly responded, Plotting an escape route isn't easy, so think with your head instead of rushing in blindly.
Redden watched this scene and could only curse the bastard under his breath. At this moment, a flashback of training days appeared in his mind. The only way to win this game was to strike fast and finish quickly. Reckless rushing in was not an option. Yu-chan, as a child with the number 45, was patted on the head by someone standing against the light, who silently praised him. Number 45 is a talented kid, so if someone else mentions this, it won't be unnecessary. Uhan, under Redmart's mask, bows his head, deep in thought about the words of an evil person. In the dead of night, only the moonlight shines down as Gadam's team is on the roof of a building. The drone hovers to avoid the surveillance camera and releases purple magic. The target is the surveillance camera in front of us. The camera starts to turn. The purple magic targets numbers 10 and 11 have confirmed the targets. S is satisfied and reports his achievement. All the surveillance cameras in front are under my control. Gro smiles in admiration. That's so cool. Kang Yu turns back and orders Redmart. Just move. Kick off the rooftop and jump away. They jumped into the air together. Redmart watched silently before suddenly leaping after them. He didn't hesitate to move forward. Please stay safe. I will be there to save you soon. The long, dark, damp corridor runs past the cell bars. Naeon lay silently on the floor, her hand trembling slightly as her eyes slowly opened, the scene before her gradually coming into focus. A metal cage. Naeon, frightened and panicked, sat up abruptly. She looked around. Where is this place? Nayu's hand still bore a faint trace of blue magic. She gradually remembered what had happened. That person was not him.
Wait a minute, how do I know that? I'm sure I fainted myself.
Tren Nayu notices something. A strange sound echoes through the silent corridor. Outside, those left behind are howling. Behold my fury. Black Hun still hasn't stopped venting his anger into the air, ensuring the escape route. Why would we need that thing?
CR agrees as well. I agree with you.
He remains calm. If he were a proud villain, he would just stay silent and then go on a rampage. Black Hu immediately points and joins in.
That's right. That's how it should be, right? A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Can you all be quiet? Double Blade straightforwardly says, the reason you were removed from the plan is because you keep talking too much. Black Hund, hearing this, got angry. Why is it my fault? He really felt helpless in front of that guy. That Ko-Ho, does he really live by using things just for decoration? That guy is hopelessly stupid. But before that, Double Blade expressed his concern. Isn't our boss a bit strange? Bra asked back. What do you mean? Damn, when does he ever pay back? He said darkly as he stepped forward to explain the plan.
Yeah, how so? Double Blade hesitated. How should I put it? He stroked his chin. Isn't that supposed to evoke the feeling of a false flag? Black Hun still couldn't grasp what Double Blade was implying by comparing it to a dried toad. What the hell are you talking about? Cross explains. Come closer, please. But he didn't shout loudly like you did. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, making all three of them startle and turn around. Someone, Black Hun shouted again. Du also looked surprised. Behind Breakhund was Pointer. Shivering, he thought to himself, if I run away, I'll be caught. Du asked sharply, what are you doing here digging up this place? There's no reason for you to come here. Boar has already realized that they are the foolish trio. Then she said in a deep, calm voice, no way. The three of you are swallowing nervously. Duak cheered excitedly. You came here to surrender yourself. Black Han hasn't processed it yet. Huh. You look pretty sneaky. Black Han howled again. How could surrender be an option? Stop messing around. We're here to fight. Just jump in and fight for the sword. Double Blade couldn't keep up with his reckless charge and could only curse this idiot under his breath. A voice full of murderous intent suddenly rings out. Why is it so noisy here? He stomps heavily onto the ground with authority. Dr. Han turns around in panic, his pupils constricting. A muscular man covered in tattoos named Rockin appears at the ruined Vinzone building in Boksan district, scratching the back of his neck as ominous purple-red magic surrounds his powerful body. I've never seen these clueless faces before. Don't tell me the gaddamn fools ate bear gall and sneaked in here as snake spies. Black Han's eyes widened in anger. Let the idiots point at those three guys. Wait a minute, these guys probably can't do something as difficult as the snake infiltration. They're probably here to surrender. They're really stupid. Black Hund shouted again. Hey, Van asked back. Surrender. Black Hund immediately protests. What are you barking at? We're here to take over and loot this place. CR sneered and praised. Well done. Double Blade is helpless against his two pig teammates. Damn these fools. Stop being so stupid and let others be. Stop now before you ruin everything. Now we're told to sit still, keep order, and not get caught. But June's fist is surrounded by swirling purple-red magic. His voice is full of sarcasm. You guys said you came here to seize the land? That's pretty funny, but I do acknowledge that courage. He tenses his body, his arms transforming into stone. Show me that courage is stronger than steel. Break Hun steps forward as the golden magic rises. What are those stones? Rock Hun flinched and widened his single eye as Black Hun confidently and smugly clenched his fist, forming two giant iron fists. My iron fists are stronger than your pile of stones. The dark, cold space envelops the towering building. Barracuda is sitting alone on a bench, resting his chin on his hand with his eyes closed, relaxing. Remember that fiery sunset afternoon? Syl sat indifferently on the ground and asked, You want to unify all of Vinzonian soon? Why? Barracuda puts his hand in his pocket from behind and explains, We still have to keep living like this and watch out for the rebels for how long? If we unite as one, our strength will be invincible. He clenched his fist and excitedly declared his ambition, to unify Vinzone nationwide and then expand to the world. Before he could finish, Screw cut him off and walked away. He spun the screwdriver in his hand and said, Art must be created by oneself. I hope that the rough kids won't be dragged along just to satisfy one person's needs. Barracuda shouted angrily from below. What do you mean? Unlike him, Screw responded calmly. You just need to do your best and run away, right? Like those bullies who pick on someone weaker than themselves. Then he turned away. Whatever it is, I will fight against it. And it seems like those two over there also agree with me. Barracuda grits his teeth in anger and curses. Screw, just focus your magic power on defense. But I warn you, don't do anything reckless and bring trouble on yourself. Barracuda widened his eyes in panic. Syl turns the screw on his hand into a magic cannon aimed straight at him. Pay attention to what I said carefully or you'll really get hurt. As the memory ends, Barracuda reluctantly utters the name, Screw, and suddenly a sound makes him open his eyes in alertness. Len's girl approaches and salutes Juo. I'm here to report, Barracuda replied indifferently. What's going on? Oh, I smirked and reported that I found a few bastards from the outskirts of Vinzone. Len's girl specified that there are about 3 villains, all level B. Is anyone there? The scene shows Break Hund fighting Jocund. Len's continues. Vand just appeared. Barracuda, after hearing that, paid no mind and continued to close his eyes and rest his chin on his hand, thinking that if it was a B level, he could handle it himself. But he suddenly hesitated and then said, That's suspicious. Barracuda orders, Check the other places. I think those bastards are just bait. Len's girl hesitates. Bait, huh? He gathered magical energy and smirked. Screwel, don't try such obvious tricks. Your tactics won't work on me. Barracuda activates his magic, a blue light enveloping his fist, his voice full of confidence and challenge. Non-Kanyong, if the other Vinzone clans attack, including Skriel, I am confident I will not lose. He laughed triumphantly, full of confidence to crush his opponent. Don't think I'm still the same as I was before. Screw? A voice echoes outside the building. So, this is where the mastermind is. Kang Yu was a bit surprised. You're faster than I thought. Screw is proud to boast. Thanks to me for that. He's controlling a smaller drone. Maybe we should check if there's anyone inside the building before going in, Gro asked curiously. What is that? Screw explains. A small drone. Gro cheered excitedly when he heard that. So cute. I want it. Take me there. Screw isn't stingy and will indulge me. I do a lot at home. I'll give you one when I get back, okay? Redman watched what Screw was capable of and thought to himself that if he became his enemy, it would be a real headache. Suddenly, an alarm siren blared, drawing everyone's attention. What? Don't tell me they've already found us. Kang Yu calmly said, This is going to be troublesome. He stepped forward and energy began to gather around him. Since things have turned out like this, we need to speed up the ambush and attack. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke made Kang Yu freeze in surprise. He turned back, the black smoke growing thicker, and the other 3 also noticed this strange sight. Redem spoke, a sinister laugh echoed, and Kang Yu turned towards the sound. From the gathering smoke, a figure with long hair appeared. Where did you all hide? All 4 of them tensed up, ready to fight. Smoker's figure becomes clear before their eyes, and she smiles as she says, It seems like there are a few rats hiding here. Well, I'll be. Screw, Javen is coming too, huh? Screw pointed at her and asked Gro, Do you know her? Gro replied immediately. How is that possible? I don't know anything, I swear. Smoker casually picks someone as if slicing a cake, saying, Since Screw is the boss, I'll leave him to you, and I'll just take the smaller one. Gro, hearing that, smiled with interest. She calmly moved forward. I guess I have to take care of this now. Everyone, go ahead. Kang Yu and Screw were a bit surprised. Screw hesitated and asked, Are you sharing your youthful feelings? Crow frowned and replied, I want to talk to her for a while. Crow turned around, the atmosphere around her darkening with warning. This is a matter for women. Don't try to get involved. Kang Yu quietly wondered, do you think it's okay to leave her alone? She looks annoyed. Screw then crossed his arms behind his head and replied casually, this is a moment of fun after all. With a pop, Kang Yu and Redem jump off the roof of the building. Sil stands on the concrete railing, activates the screwdriver, and warns, just play with her for a while, then you have to catch up with us. Crow responded with a smile as a sign of agreement. Then Screw also left. Smoker now smirks with satisfaction. Those obstacles are gone. Oh, casually telling Grow that we should enjoy this private time together, huh? Grow sneers disdainfully at that. Obstruction? Purple magic gradually rises around her. You've probably gone a bit too far with your game. They are the saviors, not obstacles. Smoker didn't understand and asked again. The savior? Crow simply answered slowly. Oh, it's those who will save you. The crow-headed staff glows with flickering purple magic. Black feathers flutter wildly and a flock of blood-red-eyed crows appears around Crow, radiating hostility. She sneered contemptuously and said, since no one is here to stop me anymore, let's have a wild party until we both go to hell, right? The alarm blared loudly, lights shone everywhere, and any intruder who saw it was immediately eliminated without mercy. Running quickly, 3 figures rush down the corridor. Kang Yu frowns, noticing something's wrong ahead, as a group of fierce-looking people armed with weapons charge toward them. The villain Sak Tut, with a fierce roar, shouted, they're the intruders, kill them! The whole group charged forward with fierce determination, taking down all of them. Kang Yu, quickly like a gust of wind, rushing along the narrow path, surprising the other 2. He skillfully uses his muscular strength to handle each person one by one, while Kang Yu pulls his leg back to strike. He delivered a powerful straight kick to one of them, knocking him and a few others back with the force. Sak Tut, with his sharp teeth grinning excitedly, he knows how to fight after all. That night, he boasted confidently, but those punches aren't enough to satisfy me yet. My body is pretty fierce. Then he opened his sharp-toothed mouth towards Kang Yu and shouted menacingly, just one bite and you'll be dead, you little brat. Sak Tut bites down with full force, but he dodges at lightning speed. Kang Yu lands on the wall behind, taking advantage of the blind spot to launch an attack. A precise kick lands right in the middle of Sak Tut's face, carrying a heavy force and murderous intent. That guy, hit by the kick, is almost unconscious with a bloodied face. But it's not over yet. King Kang Yu reaches out to grab Sak Tut's face, then ruthlessly slams that deformed triangular head down onto the ground as the surrounding magic energy ignites with blue flames. Sak Tut has been completely defeated, lying in a miserable heap on the ground. Still calmly walks over and praises. Well done. Redem whispers in admiration. So strong. Through the glass of the mask, his blue pupils are filled with evaluation. Kang Yu stands straight, brushing off the dust on his sleeve, and every time they meet again, he's stronger than before. It's no big deal. He looked over at Redem. From here, we will split up. Kang Yu continued. Screw and I will attack the leader of Baksan, and you go rescue your sister as originally planned. Screw threw something to Redmart, and he quickly caught it along with this. That is the signal transmitter for Nayu's location. Your sister is being held in the basement of a nearby building. The drone has already located her, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Redem hesitated before thanking him. Then he turned and headed toward the signal source. Sil nodded approvingly, saying, this older brother really loves his sister to the fullest. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. From the opposite direction, another group of people was rushing toward them. S turned around to face the group and said to Kang Yu, if you go ahead without me, these troublemakers need someone to stay behind and deal with them. He spun the screwdriver in his hand and added, if we keep lingering here, the number of enemies will only increase. I also need to wait for Javen to finish his work. Kang Yu responded. Then I trust you to watch my back. Screw thumbs up to confirm with him. I'll catch up with you soon. Then Kang Yu continued rushing straight ahead. Screw stands calmly and leisurely in place. The screwdriver in his hand instantly enlarges. Now that the crowd is rushing in with purple magic unleashed, we should sit down, have some cake and tea, and discuss life, right? Smoker charges forward, aiming the cigarette at the front. Right from the start, I hated the way I was treated just like you, with fierce blue magic erupting like a tornado of rage. But with her agile body, Crow managed to dodge the attack and stopped in a graceful pose. Smoker smirked and said, you're so evasive and cunning that it's no surprise people call you a crow. I admit your dodging skills are pretty good. I've already told the truth. My dodging skills aren't the only thing that's impressive here, you know. Smoker replied arrogantly, let those words be your final denial. She raises both hands ready for the next attack.
It's time to get serious. Her left hand concentrates magical power. This time, you'll be truly doomed.
Smoker unleashes a thick, black vortex of deadly smoke forward. Crow also swings her staff up, black feathers flying everywhere. The crow's head on the staff caws loudly, and the pink gemstone eye lights up. She swung her staff forward, her crow's beak wide open, swallowing the smoke from Smoker's attack. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be stunned as the smoke gradually dissipated. Crow slams her staff into the ground, making a loud noise. She sneers dismissively. Too easy. The flock of crows around her repeat those words like mocking Smoker. Crow remains calm, but before she can finish her sentence, she notices a dark cloud gathering above her head with blue lightning swirling inside. And a blue lightning bolt strikes straight down to the ground. Crow quickly dodged away, but her crows were hit. Dark smudges also appeared on Crow's fair cheeks as she looked around and saw she was surrounded by black smoke and bluish-green magic. The smoker now smugly reached out his hand forward. Raven looked sad and pitiful. If you breathe in even a little of that black smoke, your blood will stop flowing and your lungs will be burned. The cigarette in her hand keeps releasing magical smoke. After that, you look no different from a pile of manure by the roadside. Crow simply asked indifferently, "Is it the smoke?" Her voice carried a dangerous tone that even Smoker, who was feeling proud, had to be cautious. "You have committed an unforgivable sin." From the midst of the black smoke, Grow breaks through the encirclement and escapes, black feathers flying everywhere in the air. Grow's voice is filled with anger, her ruby eyes shining with murderous intent and hatred. "How dare you do that to my little ones? How dare you destroy the treasure Skrill gave me?" Smoker was quickly enveloped by purple magic before he could react. "My ability just isn't satisfied. Another demon this strong is impossible. This doesn't make sense." Then Smoker seemed to realize something. "Wait, don't tell me it's awakened. Crow is immersed in darkness, just pointing in that direction. You are a sinner." She utters the words that will determine your fate. "From now on, you must obey the judgment of the crow." Smoker is horrified by Grow's condition. She has completely transformed her form. A giant crow's wings envelop Crow, and the magic in the air nearly erupts. Right now at Vinzone in Boksan District, on the second basement floor, someone is running inside very quickly. It's UAN who has successfully infiltrated. He thought again about Screw and Kang Yu's words. Were they just pretending to care about him? Now it turns out he's actually in their debt. Thinking quickly, Yu-chan pressed the locate button, looked at the screen, and made a judgment. Somewhere around here. Suddenly, a series of sharp ice spikes appeared, freezing Yu-chan's feet and preventing him from moving. Just then, a voice from somewhere echoed, "I've never seen you before. Are you an accomplice of those fire breathers?" Then he stepped on each piece of ice and approached. "That's Ice Demon." He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, saying, "It's not a waste that I waited here. I knew at least one of you would come to rescue the hostage." Yu-chan didn't hesitate, condensing fire in his palm before shooting it down at the imprisoned legs, shattering the ice and causing it to break apart and melt away. He shouted with murderous intent, then fell silent and backed off. Seeing Yu-chan's flames, the ice demon looked quite pleased. Fire? Interesting, opposing elements. A skill well suited for hot-headed people. He spread out his claws, his whole body emanating ice energy, and asked with a seemingly sarcastic tone, "Fire and ice, don't you think this will be an exciting battle?" Meanwhile, Yu-chan is also emanating a fiery aura, as a purple beam shoots straight up into the sky outside. Outside this tall building, it looks quite gloomy. Now, on the 12th floor of Vinzone in Boksan District, a clenched fist reveals that Kang Yu is wandering inside. Your face is cold, so stop hiding and come out. As soon as you finish speaking, the purple light from earlier outside appears here. Break Go praised him, his perception sharp. Kang Yu listened seriously as he rambled, "I really want to meet you, a villain with a shadow attribute like mine." He didn't beat around the bush and asked, "Are you the one who kidnapped Na?" He didn't answer, but continued to change the subject. "I have looked into you. You made a grand debut with impressive achievements." Remembering Kang Yu's battle scene with admiration, there's an unspoken rule that villains are not allowed to fight outside Vinzone, yet you ignored that fact and fought other villains. Break Ghost pointed at him, a common enemy, and even if I kill you here, no one will be responsible for it. His words faltered a bit, becoming the boss of this heretical group. Suddenly stopping there, Yu asked more urgently, "What happened next?" "Actually, you're misunderstanding. Maybe my tone earlier sounded too sarcastic." "I respect you." That statement confused Kang Yu. Then Black Ghost placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head, saying, "If you are truly a villain, then you should follow the madness in your heart." A lawbreaker, isn't that what makes someone a real villain? Suddenly, his voice sounded a bit hoarse. a person who has to hide in the shadows. A villain like him can't even bother to try for such things. Right now, Moros turned to look at Kang Yu. It seems like that kid is praising you. Over here, Black Ghost is still acting on his own. I want to become like you. His eyes turned sharp as he clenched the weapon in his hand. Not just a shadow, but becoming darkness itself. Just like you. Moros wondered. Is he tailing us? Kang Yu snapped impatiently. He's gone crazy. He already drew his bow and is ready to fight. I talked too much. This really isn't like me at all. Then let's get started. Kang Yu's eyes sharpened as Black Ghost, like a clone, taunted him. It seems you're very strong in close combat. 2 more clones appeared on the wall, and he looked dangerous. However, a clone also revealed its head nearby, and behind Kang Yu another clone emerged, surprising him. Then he heard his voice say, "If 4 people attack at the same time, my victory is basically assured." You're surrounded, so Black Ghost has finished using the duplicate shadow technique. I wonder if it's a ghost. It's impossible for all 4 to be real. At this moment, Black Ghost shouted loudly, "I'm coming!" Immediately, the 4 of them rush forward. Kang Yu sneers, whether real or not. Sparks of lightning begin to appear on his body. Then he unleashes a lightning bolt that destroys the entire building. If he shouts loudly, I will blow him away too. Next, 3 illusions are knocked away by the Shadow Blade. Now only Break Ghost remains fighting. Before he could regain his composure, he appeared right in front of him. He was stunned, eyes wide open, but his speed was not to be underestimated. He immediately ran away, charging headlong while dodging Kang Yu's attacks. He sneered, planning to hide in the shadows. Then there were powerful sword strikes aimed at him. In an instant, his position was identified, but he also dodged continuously with great agility. Losing patience, Kang Yu punched hard at him. As the smoke cleared, only a flickering lightning bolt remained, and Black Ghost managed to escape just in time, even earning a rare compliment on his speed. Meanwhile, Black Ghost is running, gasping for breath, moving with much greater strength than he initially thought. Without hesitation, he fires the arrow in his hand, breaking the first light bulb, then the second, plunging the entire floor into darkness. Kang Yu also realized something was wrong. He looked around and observed the darkness was an advantage for Break Ghost, who then used an arrow to slash past him. He frowned in surprise at this attack. He firmly grips the arrow in his hand just as I thought it would work. His voice echoes everywhere. Even if it's you, when my vision becomes blurry, it will be very difficult, right? He thought to himself, hearing a voice that sounded like he could jump out from anywhere. His eyes flash with a purple hue. Even though we share the darkness attribute as an assassin, once I step into the night, I am unbeatable. Black Ghost then raises his weapon, signaling his stance. That last attack was just a test. I'll let you experience the terrifying feeling of waiting in thick darkness where you can't see anything. What he didn't expect was a mocking smile and a terrifying scream. You will never know the horror of falling into the abyss of darkness or the terror of waiting for your own scream. As he spoke, he gradually merged into the darkness. Seeing that, B Ghost was stunned, only to see a pair of eyes, one blue, one yellow, staring directly at him, staring. Falling into this situation, he looks quite confused, glancing around for answers. In the eerie darkness, Kang Yu's voice echoes. I have experienced the pain, only to be reborn again. Andan appears behind him. Didn't you also say that yourself? That I am the darkness itself? Return to Vinzona Baksan district, Barak's hidden basement on the 2nd floor. The small cell enclosed by iron bars where Na is trapped inside. What is she muttering? The sound just now was from above, where the red and blue lights kept colliding. Uan is fighting fiercely against the ice demon, fire and ice clashing violently. Ice demon unleashes a raging ice vortex, creating a giant ice tornado. Yu Tren, at a disadvantage, quickly dodges to escape. Seeing the opportunity, he charged straight at Utron. At this moment, he was deep in thought, with no opening. His ability to connect seamlessly and move so fluidly is definitely because he's familiar with this fighting style. Suddenly he stops, strokes his chin, and unlike before when he was impulsive, now he seems calmer and more in control. If you keep rushing in to attack me, killing you will become too easy. His eyes flash with danger. That's also why freezing you gives me a unique thrill. Isn't the moment you feel the most excited when you're burning something down? Yu-chan was completely stunned by these words. Over here, the ice demon had created a small human figure out of ice. I feel the same. Freezing others is what excites me the most. But I don't do instant kills. I prefer to freeze slowly, one limb at a time, starting with the king. Seeing them trembling in fear as they saw Tu Chi completely frozen, he crushed the ice sculpture in his hand and shouted, Damn it, this disgusting villain thing has caught Ice Demon's attention and made him notice something. In Yu Chan's mind, he thought, damn it, I'm pretending to be the villain right now. Ice Demon asked again. The disgusting, suspicious villain indeed. Then he pointed at him with suspicion and said, I don't sense any murderous intent from you at all. Thinking back, I heard that the hostage has a brother who's a disgraceful traitor, so you can't be him. At this moment, Yu Chan also slowly stood up and said, I dare to compare myself to a pathetic traitor. He unleashed a powerful blast and shouted, I am the strongest villain in Gadam Redm district. Then without saying anything else, he charged straight at the Ice Demon. He was also prepared, raising both hands to form ice stones and then continuously launching ice blades forward. Yu Chan only used one hand to swipe and melt the attack, then charged forward through the rain of ice blades. Just then, he remembered what happened before he set out. Call me out here alone, what do you want to say to me? Kang Yu warned. Since there's no time, I'll get straight to the point. Your delay between attacks is too long. I mean, you often get distracted during the fight, and I don't know how to emphasize enough that your judgment and actions need to be faster. Finally, he turned his back and decided that instead of repeating himself, it was better for you to learn through real experience. Without saying a word, he immediately used black fire on the dummy on the wall. Seeing that, Yu Trang was amazed and widened his eyes. Looking at the dummy on the ground, he continued to explain, Speed is the key to technique. You can't give the enemy time to defend. Attacking is the best form of defense. Looking at his back, Yu Chan wondered why he was telling him these things. Without hesitation, he guided him again. Condensed mana ignited and caused an explosion. He looked at his clenched hand and said, The fire-making method of those with fire abilities is completely different from others. He pointed out whether you're a villain or an evil person, we all exist to become stronger by surpassing our limits. Kang Yu tapped Yu Trun on the forehead and said, Let your thoughts go beyond the box. What I want to say is, don't shut yourself in. At this moment, it seems he has understood the meaning, becoming incredibly strong, shouting loudly as he accepts the attack with furious force. Ice Demon was stunned by this power. His ice wall was shattered, and the two of them charged at each other. Yuan launched a fire kick at him, but he quickly jumped up. She kept attacking relentlessly, thinking it was effective. And at this rate, she was confident she could win. Ice Demon also seems to be on the defensive, thinking to himself why his opponent suddenly changed his attack pattern, jumping high to observe, has he been hiding his skills all along? How dare he think he's worthy to be my rival? He shouted loudly, I will play seriously to show you my face, then created a giant ice tornado with raging ice. Yu Chan's stomach and hands are frozen, and he silently curses himself, damn it, I was too reckless. Seeing this, the Ice Demon lands proudly. I told you, freezing others is when I feel the most excited. Yu Chan was worried he couldn't ignite fire as he saw him getting closer. But first let me take off that stupid mask. He's about to reach me, but Yu Chan still can't move, my body won't respond. Just then, a voice rang out. Someone, are you here to rescue me? Yuan immediately recognized it. Nah. That made the Ice Demon angry, and he turned back to scold, Hey, shut up. Nai still refuses to give up. Please, get me out of here. He angrily fires ice towards the cell and shouts loudly, I told you to hold on. A sharp blade swiftly flew toward her, and a scream immediately rang out. She was instantly frozen. Yu Chan silently worries as Kang Yu's reminder echoes in his mind. You need to think and act. Quickly, let your thoughts go beyond the box. He was furious. Those dogs dared to touch his sister. A golden power appears inside Yu Tren. Its overwhelming strength causes the ice stuck to him to be shattered, and flames burst out, burning all the ice debris. The firepower is still lingering in his hand. He has taken off his helmet as Kang Yu advised. He shouts loudly, Don't think you'll get away with this. A fierce blast of firepower strikes the Ice Demon, causing a massive explosion that engulfs him. Now, at Vinzone in Boksan district, Barracuda's secret hideout on the 12th floor, Barracuda mutters to himself, sensing that something is wrong. If I heard news of our victory now, it wouldn't be too surprising, but a pair of shoes appearing in sight, carrying dark energy. So it's Black Ghost. He just entered and reported, I feel a bit worried now, boss. Barracuda looked confused as he turned around, suddenly wide-eyed as the mask of Black Ghost began to fade, revealing Kang Yu's face. He asked, Are you Barracuda? A peaceful evening is interrupted by a somewhat bored voice saying, I thought they would all rush in. So peaceful. The entrance to the villain district G-Dam. Red Eye stands calmly with arms crossed, turning his face away. Peaceful times are the best. Don't talk like those priests or something. Suddenly, A question rang out that caught both of their attention.
Are you guys here? Cheha happily walks over to them, accompanied by a bodyguard also carrying many boxes of food.
Thanks for working hard. Seeing the food, Yose's eyes immediately lit up with excitement and curiosity, and he asked, "Where did you buy the pizza? You thought the pizza shops had been destroyed, right?"
Cheha calmly replied, "I bought it outside the villain territory." Aroma immediately happily approached the bodyguard holding the food in his hand. Pineapple pizza. I really like pineapple pizza, but Oat just stood there watching them put together a pineapple pizza. Then they sat down on the roof to chat. "Do you think those who infiltrated the bunker are safe?" Yos calmly answered, holding his slice of pizza. "Screw won't accept deals that could cost him his life." Chain-Go objects in protest. "That's because of the new boss, not Screw," Yos replied while wiping his mouth with his hand. "Who leads doesn't matter. What matters is Screw's way." Cheha also coldly holds a soda can. "It seems you trust him a lot, probably because he's an old friend." Yosei calmly denies it, saying it's not because he's an old friend, but in his eyes now there's a cold, contemplative look. That guy. Meanwhile, Screw calmly held his staff and then sat down gently on the pile of corpses, sighing. That took too long. Suddenly, a loud call echoed down the corridor, catching his attention. "Screw." Screw happily greets with a bright smile. "You're here?" Crow and the feathered ones fly around randomly and naively ask, "What are you doing over there?" He simply replies, "I am waiting for you." "Are you sure?" He gently jumps down from the pile of bodies and calmly confirms again. "I told you, yeah, I was waiting for you." But then she handed over a bunch of scattered metal pieces. "I have some bad news." "What should I do?" Skrill looked confused and asked, "This crow's beak?" He looked at it for a moment before answering, "I think I can fix it." Hearing his response, Crow immediately cheered up. "Really, that's a relief?" But then he looked at the pile of stuff in his hands and suddenly realized, wait a minute, was it destroyed? Which meant that just as Screw was about to speak, a noise made them both turn their heads at the same time. She looked up in confusion and asked, "What is that? Is anyone down there?" Screw replied calmly, "He is our dark horse, Red Mart." Then he uses the glasses to observe. Grow and Screw look up happily. Our boss is starting to act too. Above the iron frame floor in Barracuda's residence on the 12th floor of the Boksan District's villain area, a voice echoed that made Black Ghost tremble in fear. "Break, Ghost." Barracuda slowly stepped forward with killing intent in his eyes. "You have disappointed me too much." Boss, that guy. But then he was hit in the face with a ruthless punch, knocking Black Ghost into the nearby wall and shattering it. Watching the violent scene before him, Kang Yu spoke with a dark aura surrounding him and Moros beside him. "You treat your subordinates like dirt," but those words made Barracuda coldly and somewhat irritably remind him, "It's none of your business." Suddenly, Moros's eyes widened in surprise as he stared intently at the blurry stone appearing in the man's hand and the dense aura surrounding him. It spoke to him about what it had seen, but he only silently looked at the guy, with a weapon made from natural magic stone. After relaxing a bit, Barracuda turned to look at Kang Yu and casually asked, "Why didn't Screw join in?" He replied calmly with a cold tone, "He will be here soon. I alone am enough to deal with you." Hearing Kang Yu's response, Barracuda showed disdain. "I have something to deal with Screwel, you new demon, so get lost. But I also have something to say to you." Hearing that, he paused and showed a hint of curious anticipation. Kang Yu's power suddenly erupted, intensifying, and his tone grew more serious and slightly annoyed, "Kidnapping someone and blaming it on me. So, you want compensation?" Around his clenched hand, a large amount of dark energy and lightning are now swirling. Wrongdoing comes with a price. After hearing Kang Yu's words, he still calmly covers his face with a condescending smile. "So you haven't realized your place yet? Thinking you're good just because you defeated Black Ghost?" Then he starts recounting the first battle before Kang Yu joined. "I hear that you're good at close combat despite having little mana, but you only got lucky facing those arrogant fools. Those tricks only work on guys like Black Ghost." Barracuda's face showed a smug expression, boasting about himself and provoking you, asking if your tricks are effective against someone like an S rank. But at that moment, his words were immediately cut off by him. "I heard you're good because of your weapons." "Who told you that?" Kang Yu quickly retorted. Hearing that name, Barracuda immediately became uncomfortable. His mind then flashed with Screw's image. Screw. Then Barracuda sneered and laughed loudly, mocking him in front of Kang Yu. "Is he just trying to provoke me because he's too weak?" Kang Yu quickly denied on behalf of Screwel he had never done that. Meanwhile, Break Ghost was still trembling and crawling up from the rubble,
while Barracuda continued to laugh loudly with amusement.
I am very happy to respond to his provocation.
But then he started cracking his knuckles.
Starting with an appetizer before the main course isn't so bad, he said with an eager, expectant smile. Let's see what this appetizer has to offer. Under Kang Yu Barracuda's watchful gaze, revealing a few more large blades behind him and a surge of mana, Kang Yu was caught off guard by Barracuda's transformation.
So what? You're still standing still,
Barracuda started to boast and then charged forward.
Barracuda, the boss of Boksan, but in a flash, An appeared behind him. Then Kang Yu, after punching Barracuda in the face, calmly asked, "So what?" A punch made him tilt his head back, revealing many openings. Then he delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. "You're nothing." Even after taking those 2 hits from Kang Yu, he was still able to grab your head in surprise. "So you think that move was just a scratch?" At that moment, Barracuda quickly slammed his head into Kang Yu's in delight. Then Barracuda laughed loudly and kicked him away to the beam. He planned a final punch, but he circled behind Barracuda, causing him to crash down onto the concrete floor. Just as planned, Barracuda turned around with a smug smile. "Got you!" Barracuda rushes forward, driving his elbow toward Kang Yu, but is blocked by Dan crossing his arms. Not giving up, he continues to throw fast and powerful punches at him. They kept attacking and dodging each other in tense exchanges. To escape, Kang Yu had to fly up high. Then he took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. In a moment of pause, Barracuda suddenly changed his trajectory. Kang Yu quickly dodged the attack, causing his opponent's weapon to just graze past him, almost hitting him. The sharp spikes on Barracuda's hand continued to glow and shimmer before Kang Yu's eyes. The enemy proudly laughed and confidently declared, "This is my strongest weapon." Nose of the Barracuda. The streaks of power rushing toward you are called the return vortex. Lan's power surged forward, but he dodged just in time, causing the attack to slam into the ground and trigger a fierce explosion as Kang Yu charged ahead with his own force and wind rushing behind him. Kang Yu rushes forward like a lightning bolt, soaring from one side to the other at the speed of light, with all his powers trailing behind. The powers seem to race against Kang Yu's speed, dodging the black energy flowing from side to side, forcing his own forces to chase after him. Kang Yu streaks to this spot, regaining his balance to stand still. My brother is still crouched at a 90-degree angle, his sharp eyes looking up. Damn, even though I saw it coming, that move is really annoying. Moros flying beside him also spoke. Maybe this move helps detect moving objects. Syl stood there smiling thoughtfully. If she hadn't known about it before, she probably would now. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. You said you had something to discuss with me, but are you just showing off your dodging skills? Barracuda stands there, raising his hand with a terrifying smile. If you become a villain boss, Screw would just be a nobody. Kang Yu, standing next to Moros, is still listening to him. The gap between us is too big. I can't lose this fight. He raised his hand, glanced to the right, and then continued decisively. Even if you're as strong as a dragon, you're just throwing stones at me. I said, your attack pattern is too obvious. Hearing this, Barracuda was startled and grimaced, then continued. You only move according to your opponent, which means you only fight weaker enemies, proving you have too little combat experience. Kang Yu's face darkened with eyes shining with strength. Screw, that's right. You're too dependent on your weapons. Relying on weapons? His subsequent words only made him grit his teeth and endure his anger. What did Shrill say? To lose a villain boss in a fight just by relying on weapons? Moros looked at him and judged that if you intended to provoke him, then you succeeded. Barracuda then unleashed a power from his hands, along with a question. Relying on weapons, huh? He then charged at lightning speed with a crazed look on his face and shouted loudly, Who would believe your words if I tore you to pieces? Kang Yu also didn't stay still and immediately rushed toward him. Barracuda clenched his fist with a terrifying grimace and shouted, Get lost! Then, many long iron pillars shot out from his claws called regression chain, and Kang Yu immediately slid along the ground toward them. He leapt like a dancer, but I ducked low and slipped past him to the other side. Barracuda quickly swung his arm, and he shot out iron rods from his fingers while shouting, Cheap trick! His iron wires rushed toward Kang Yu, but he quickly drops to the ground to dodge them. Then, many darts or shards pass by one after another through the area filled with his deadly power called Shadow Blade. Barracuda's face turned pale with panic, unsure why. Moros stood there, also puzzled. Where are you looking? Immediately, many blue spirits soar high in the sky or above his head, terrifyingly called, What is he transforming into? He had to quickly slide down to avoid his terrifying powers.
Barracuda kept charging forward, furious, shouting loudly, and a raging tornado appeared, his eyes wide with surprise. Kang Yu stands before him with the powers called Dark Abyssal Flame, while blue flames swirl in front of Barracuda, making him confused and shielding his eyes, wondering if he should ignite his own flames. Then many long iron bars like swords circle around his body, called the Shield of Thick. He grits his teeth. Barracuda stood there with his arms crossed, bowing his head as all his strength surged outward. "Do you have two affinities? I've never heard of it before." Kang Yu replied softly. "I just didn't reveal it." "You don't believe your ears, do you?" He stood there dazed, looking at him. "Don't be so arrogant. You and I are very different." Barracuda's entire face showed his anger, as he even thought about Skrull. "I will get hurt." Barracuda continues to unleash his attack with lines of shooting steel, shouting for him to shut up. His fierce sword strikes are fired out, but Kang Yu still easily dodges them smoothly. His voice still rang out. "Still don't understand." They rushed towards each other and fought fiercely, but one advanced while the other resisted, so he charged straight at him and shouted, "Your attack is too obvious." A single move from Kang Yu easily knocked Barracuda over and sent him tumbling several times away. In a distant dusty place, he sat there gasping for breath with blood from his nose flowing from the fire, and your voice rang out again, making him lift his head to look up. How do you feel when facing someone stronger than you? The blue energy still bursts forth here along with his voice. Stop dragging this out. While Barracuda is still rushing forward, Kang Yu remains standing still. Finish it! He rushes forward with eyes radiating power and a roar that echoes loudly. How dare someone like you do that to me? I am the crime boss of Baksan District. The iron bars continue to fly out from his hand, rushing forward fiercely as he shouts loudly. I am Barracuda. An S-rank villain stands before him. Kang Yu's hand also covered in swirling dark blue power, overwhelming and formidable. Immediately, these powers fought alongside him against each of Barracuda's attacks. His eyes widened as he stared at what was ahead. It turns out Kang Yu is holding his dark green sword and speaking with a terrifying voice. The magic rank is meaningless because of the huge skill gap between us. The green power from the sword still envelops him as he turns his cold gaze to the other side. The outcome was decided from the very beginning. Barracuda's eyes flickered with a trembling green hue. "You bastard!" he shouted angrily. "I will kill you!" He immediately unleashes a barrage of iron rods toward the ominous place called the Thorned Hell. As Barracuda shouts loudly while executing his moves, each burst of glowing power shoots out. He looks away and speaks. "I told you so." He still stands on a high place, unleashing a huge amount of power while you have moved elsewhere. The outcome of this battle was decided from the start, as a loud cry echoed with bloodstains spreading out. Barracuda's iron hand still revealed with streams of power surrounding it, and he was chained there, crying out. "My hand is still there," Kang Yu, standing on the other side, also speaks. "You should have been satisfied with Baksan." He looks ahead with different colored lights shining from each side, losing both hands but still complaining. The guy kneels on the ground, face bowed, trembling. His eyes seem to soften. Sob, 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 sob. Barracuda's face was lowered, panting heavily. "Losing both hands and it's still cheap? Stop talking nonsense." Then he lifted his face, desperately charged forward like a mad dog with wide eyes and clenched teeth, shouting loudly, "I will definitely take back what you took from me. I am Barracuda." Kang Yu just chuckled softly. "What did you just say?" Immediately, blue energy streams from him burst forth, darkening the entire space, promising only for the living. "Did I say I would let you live?" Hearing that, Barracuda froze, speechless. Kang Yu looks down at him and says, "You're too sure of yourself, Barracuda." And that guy just sits trembling, staring up at the bastard. Suddenly his eyes catch something, and immediately a fierce blue light shoots straight at him. The entire wall here was shattered, causing Kang Yu to be thrown out through the hole, and Barracuda looked up. Len's Gon appears, adjusting one of his eyes while speaking. Then the girl with glasses steps forward to support Barracuda. "Are you okay, boss?" he replied. "Good, now take me out of here." Her hand is still adjusting the light in one eye while supporting the person next to her. "Yes, let me create a path." A circle of power called the space hole immediately appears, and the two of them support each other as they step into it. The faint lights of this hole gradually reveal themselves, and from the pile of debris, a voice speaks. So there's still another suspicious person. Kang Yu stood up and looked down. Where did they go? Moro stood nearby and replied, "They used a teleportation gate to escape." He wondered, a teleportation gate? Don't underestimate him, his eyes narrowing in anger at Lance's gun. I was ambushed by her without even noticing. She is not to be underestimated at all. Moro stood behind, watching him do something. Are you planning to chase after them? I replied. They've already disappeared. Kang Yu looked down at a defeated opponent on the ground who couldn't attack in that state. He kept looking down there, but before that he saw the blue aura still lingering around Barracuda's powerful arm. I have to get a 4. Kang Yu stood there, silent and expressionless. The basement of the villain district is collapsing, a pair of high-heeled black boots stepping up the stairs. Taking the elevator would be better. Sil excitedly goes ahead of Gro, but it would be really troublesome if she gets stopped in the middle of the fight. She follows last with mixed feelings. Then that's perfect. Just as he stepped forward, he saw Kang Yu waiting upstairs. Are you just standing there with your arms crossed, watching him ask without saying anything? Are we there yet? The three of them stand in front of a very dusty place, and Gro also speaks up. It's so dusty. Screw asks, "Did you fight here?" I let Barracuda escape. So what do you mean you let him escape? He replied softly. He has escaped. Then he turned around and faced him. Did you let him escape? I muttered to him. There's a girl wearing glasses helping him. Then he spoke louder. Someone helped him. Kang Yu's face was expressionless. Wait, Kim Yu. No, Redm, how is he doing? Don't worry about him. Just focus on the system screen that just turned on next to Yu Chen helping Na-un. The two brothers are safe. Kang Yu looks at him. Let's go too. We might meet the ones who helped us escape. He was still pressing in the system screen. I was about to say the same. Suddenly, Break appears on the screen being fiercely attacked. Although I anticipated it, it seems something has gone wrong. Let's go help them. Kang Yu and Crow had just gone down a few steps when they turned back to look at Skriel speaking. You two go ahead. They still watch as he continues speaking. There is something I need to take care of first. He smiles and we'll see you both again soon. The villainous area of Boksan District, Barracuda's hideout, with a battered body bleeding and making sounds of pain. It turns out to be Barracuda sitting exhausted and gasping for breath. I have become like this, a man with ambitions to conquer all evil zones, and this is my state? No, I want to conquer the entire world. He immediately thought of Kang Yu and Skrill if those two hadn't appeared. Lensis G then knelt down in front of his trembling body. The boss's arms could recover if treated immediately. He paled and replied, but my arm was cut off after that. She turned her back and walked away. Please wait here while I go get them. Barracuda sat there, lowering his head in worry without saying a word. On the other side, Lensis G just opened a space hole when suddenly her eyes caught something. Pinkish-purple lights appeared right in front of her. She immediately realized something was wrong, but before she could act, things shot out from there and knocked Lensis G away. She was thrown into the wall of the room where Barracuda was sitting, and he had no time to react. Only now does he realize something, as he flies back from the purple-colored door in front and looks back in horror. The words begin to echo. So you've been hiding here? It's been a waste of time trying to find you. Barracuda once again suddenly turns his face to look at the voice. A magnifying glass-like object flies in along with the voice, saying, "Stop wasting your time with useless things." A step with orange shoes approaches and says, "I warned you, it's Screw, yet you ignored us." Barracuda suddenly turns to look at Screw, and his hand quickly adjusts his glasses. I am very angry, and then many streams of power surge around him, called breaking the limit. One of Screw's eyes still has a target circle with a smirk. How do you plan to pay me back? He charged into a fierce fight with Breakon, when suddenly a foot shot up and jumped. It was Kang Yu rushing forward, using his knee to strike him in the face. At this point, he has been defeated by him and collapsed. This made Breakhund turn around in panic. Du and Krat also turn around in surprise. Boar, clutching a knife and full of questions, looks up at Kang Yu looking down. He stood there with Crow, looking down at him, trembling on the ground. I told you to run and hide so you wouldn't be discovered. Boar, walking behind Du, clenched his teeth in anger and shouted loudly, Kian! And you still stand there speaking, leaving them speechless. So all the traitors are here. Kang Yu stands there raising his hand to the sky as waves of power swirl around him. I will not forgive the traitors. Boar quickly turned around and ran away. Du kept shouting and arguing. Betrayal? Oh. But he hurriedly pulled her away very quickly in front of the two of them. Dr. H still stood there gritting his teeth. He also spoke loudly. What did you just do? You released my prey. You just stand there rambling with Crow. I already defeated them. Look at his face. It seems like they started the fight first. You just shut up. It seems like you are the real prey. His mouth was still shouting loudly. Shut him up! CR sits next to the double blesser on his head. Oh my head. You guys turned back faster than we thought.
The one sitting next to him also asked, "How's Barauda?" Kang Yu stands there, looking down at them. He's already fled. CR suddenly looks up. "Who's running? You?" He was also surprised to see him. Would Barracuda run away? He said nothing and thought of Lensis girl. Gray stared in disbelief. He kneels beside him, looking at him with frustration. Did he really defeat Barracuda? Then Double Blade realized something. What about Skrull? Aren't you guys going together? CR turned around and looked around, then remembered that Skrull was nowhere to be seen. Gro stood there with his arms crossed, saying he was busy. The two of them looked puzzled, her face expressionless as she gazed up at the bright full moon in the sky, lost in thought. At this moment he is probably somewhere else, surrounded by broken debris and dim purple light, speaking in a blaster-blooded voice. Skrull's footsteps approach. Recent events have thrown Gotham into chaos. You want to blame me? Barracuda is startled as he looks into that beam of light. He's standing there with his belongings, spreading rumors that we kidnapped someone. How do you plan to take responsibility? And he couldn't say a word. His eyes flickered with a trembling yellow as I moved from my footsteps to Barracuda. Yeah, right. You wouldn't dare do this. He pressed his face close to the guy and asked, making him look a bit worried. Who told you to do this? You really are as talented as he said. Suddenly List G approaches, causing him to turn around. He silently wonders, is it her? She's still fine after that attack? Then she smiles and opens a space hole. He wants to see someone, Seo is startled. I don't meet with unannounced guests. A voice suddenly spoke, startling him. That really makes me sad. Suddenly, a step approached. I told you that every encounter is precious. Many King appears with his hands in his pockets, standing behind Genchi. A Skrull's item emits a glow, a precious encounter. Ah, he's still holding his weapon and looking at him. Those words don't suit him. He tilted his head and asked, do you want to start a fight? Manny King smiled and waved his hand, while Genchi stood with his sword ready to draw. Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to fight. I came here to see you and to talk about that guy's book. Why did you come to see me yourself? He stood there with his head bowed. My subordinates are very important to me, even if they are so foolish they can't do anything. He continued to ask, what can they do? Did you order Barracuda to occupy Seun? Mani nodded with a smile, still bowing his head and frowning. He. His hand raised with two beams of light in his eyes. Seun, this is just the beginning. I want to become the ruler of all the evil regions across the world. S on the other side lifts his weapon onto his shoulder. I never expected that although he's not the fourth king, he still wants to dominate the world. M. Kin replied, if you're jealous, you can also work for me. He replied without hesitation, as Chi looked up at him. Are you not going to regret it? His face was completely emotionless, not a hint of feeling. Now his expression had turned more sinister as he looked at Skrill. He might refuse now, but eventually he would have to agree. I also want to ask that question. Immediately, the red powers he summoned engulfed him all around. Don't drag us into this or I'll make you regret it. M. Kin smirked cunningly, but his eyes kept staring at him. In Gotham District late at night, in Kassi's training room, a hand holds a jade blue mana stone. Thinking, I can't believe I have a natural mana stone. Moros flies in front of Kang Yu. Why are you just looking at it? Mr. Tron True looked at it and said, because I took it myself. Then his gaze softened as he sighed. Let me tell you this. Then, images of the two mana stones in different colors appear, along with its explanation. A natural mana stone extracted from a weapon contains slightly less mana than a raw natural mana stone. He wondered, why does it have less mana? Moros still stood in front of Kang Yu, but it now possessed the traits of that weapon. He still keeps a close eye on it, so if we eat it and it remembers Barracuda fighting fiercely, you will gain the trait of Barracuda's fangs. Then he looked back at the mana stone in his hand. It's a pity it has so little mana. Moros quickly interrupted, comparing it to a regular mana stone. Then Kang Yu put it in his mouth and swallowed the entire mana stone in one go. He stands there full of strength, recalling every moment in life or during battles with different emotions, thinking that with this, he can defeat his enemy sooner. The morning sunlight shines down on the towering buildings, signaling a new and promising day. A news report about villains has become a hot topic online lately. The Boksan and Gadam villain territories are fighting for power. Reporter Kim Mun-kyu. There was a major battle between the villains in the Boksan district last night, and it's known that the conflict between Bok and Gadam's villains has escalated to a peak recently. On the screen, there is a photo of a masked figure, a mysterious villain from Boksan. Yu-chan stares blankly at the phone screen, focused on the news report about last night's incident. Suddenly, someone's voice startled him and made him turn his head. Someone was calling Yuan. That's Di Wang. He sat next to you with a can of water and asked how you were doing.
You're staying up late again. You look very tired. How is Na on? Yu-cha is worried because his sibling is lying in bed. Did she just fall asleep? I'm not here to chat. I have something to tell you. Have you heard the news? Although it didn't appear in the newspapers, people are saying that the Gadam guys completely wiped out the people at Boksan. As he spoke, he opened the cap of that damn gasoline can. I really didn't expect him to be like that. He's really bold. I never expected him to attack Boksan first. Yu-chan didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to hide something difficult to put into words. Yu-chan then told De Wong the truth. It was Boksan who had kidnapped Na Yu. De Yuang choked on the water and jumped in surprise. Really? What the heck? I needed to verify that what I heard is impossible for the Boksan gang. When he checked the information, Yu-chan interrupted. The bastards in Boksan made up a story to threaten Wong. How do you know that's the truth? Don't tell me you went to Boksan. You honestly say you received help from those guys at Gaddam. Really? Yu-chan had no other choice. He explained that it was the only way to save Na Yu. De Wang didn't know what else to say, because Yu-chan's approach was really bold and unexpected. He wondered to himself if Yu-chan had received help from villains, but unlike De Wang's worried appearance, he was quite calm. Luckily, everything is fine. De Wang still can't believe the unbelievable news. He froze as if trying to force the new information into his mind. De Wang looked at Yu-chan with cold, piercing eyes as if he saw something different in him. He thought to himself in surprise. The tall buildings, though old, seemed to be severely deteriorated. This is known as the villainous zone of Boksan district. Suddenly, a deafening scream shattered the silence of everything. Ga Young held his helmet and angrily asked whose father and son fell off the machine. Someone just switched to the voltmeter. Damn it, that was my first match. Suddenly someone spoke up, catching both of their attention. It seems like the whole area lost power. Rampan was stunned and asked again why the flag. Who is Che Ha and where did he come from? I just explained the situation to both of them. The problem is that the power outage isn't the only issue. Both the TV and the speakers have also been taken. The cleaner also remembered and realized that my laptop was affected too. Ga Yan was shocked and stood up. Who would dare do such a thing? Getting the cable taken. Who dares to provoke like that? Then I hear someone approaching. Red Eye is speaking from afar. That screw. I heard he broke his limit yesterday. This power outage was caused by aftershocks. What a joke. Hearing that, I become suspicious. The limit. Does anyone want to explain further? I really didn't expect the guy who always has a big smile to be so dangerous sometimes. He always laughs, so you were mistaken. But when he goes crazy, he will be very terrifying. Ga Yan didn't understand anything, so he turned to the cleaner to ask. What did he say? He's also trying to force information in. Nam still doesn't quite understand. He said that Screw had removed the limit. Red Eye didn't explain further, and instead talked about the blackout, but this blackout wasn't too bad. He remembers that this had happened before. Back then, he brought in electronic devices from outside and armored himself with some useless big things. Che Ha, upon hearing about this for the first time, couldn't help but be curious. What does it mean by big useless things? What did he armor himself with? Red Eye hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. He wasn't sure if what he knew was enough, but based on his guess, it was probably more than what everyone thought. It's probably a missile, at least not the worst thing. Over there is a ruined, abandoned building frame. A figure stands by the balcony railing, watching Red Eye's group with a sigh. Today, Kang Yu is quite noisy. He turns around and leans on the railing. Kang Yu looked at the dark black fire hovering there. I think it's time for you to reveal some more details. About Jeep's thing, Moros wouldn't open his mouth to talk. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Kang Yu. Seeing that Moros wouldn't say a word, it was actually part of his plan, and his curiosity about Jeep's thing was real. I told you that his obsession is related to the Destroyer Sword. Oh, and over there is the magnificent building. That's the Neo factory in Sanam City, Gyeonggi Province. Someone is sitting on a luxurious chair that exudes elegance and glamour. The Flatium disc is the key, fitting perfectly in the palm of that hand as if it's the key to leading its owner to a higher position. That person with the white beard and a very confident laugh is searching for the sword. That man is Manny Kin, the Destroyer Sword, the key to ruling the world, and it is in the hands of the most powerful villains, the 4 evil kings. By nightfall, the city is bathed in a warm and dazzling glow. At that moment, in a luxurious restaurant, Kang Yu is texting Yuri. You don't need to worry about me, but as a sister, how could I not worry about my brother? She replied. Why wouldn't I worry when there's been a big fight in Soon? Every newspaper reported on the incident. Unexpectedly, Kang Yu not only reassured Yuri, but also calmly replied,
I can defeat them, causing her to exclaim. Are you crazy? After reading that, Yuri could only sigh and complain to her younger brother. This kid really is. Distracted her with texting and bumped into the person in front of him. The person in front speaks up. I should be the one apologizing. Because I was holding the box and blocked her view, Yuri was caught off guard but quickly apologized, saying it was her fault. When she saw the person in front of her, she was stunned and exclaimed, Director! In the CEO's office, a voice echoes. Turns out I was the one being helped. Thanks to you, we managed to get everything organized so quickly. Oh, I didn't help with anything. She held a photo in her hand and turned to ask, I'll put this photo here if that's okay with you. Yuri looked at the photo with curiosity and asked Prince, Is this person your friend? He slowly approached Yuri without her noticing. Yes, he's my friend. Only then, standing side by side, did Yuri realize that Prince's eyes sparkled as he looked at the photo, suggesting that person was important to him. In the picture, there is an image of Prince and Jeff smiling happily. That must be their happy time. My best friend I have ever had. In the past, there was a notorious figure known as Barracuda, once called the Tyrant everyone knew. He was the ambitious Vinzone boss of Boksan, always plotting to conquer Seon. However, after suffering a crushing defeat in the previous battle, he hid in Boksan. Boksan's Vinzone disappeared and was taken over by a new boss, Du AC. A new day begins as sunlight shines over the towering buildings. Inside, there are long hallways stretching out. A sign reads that the villain has been marked with red and 4 auspicious symbols, a sword of destruction, and a platinum disc. A green ball is forcefully slammed onto the ground, bouncing up, and seized by a terrifying, sharp-handed grip. Kang Yu holds the ball and considers the strength of the villains. The villains can absorb mana stones and increase their magic power, even gaining skills. But no matter how unique the skill is, since very few people can assimilate those skills through systematic training, combat ability still remains quite weak. He used his strength to create a large stone on the ground and threw it precisely at the ball that had been previously thrown up. That ball was split in two and fell to the ground. Kang Yu's training not only improves his strength, but also helps him find new ways to attack his opponents. Moros, the one outside eavesdropping, seems to have the auto-target attribute of the Dark Dagger. Kang Yu looked at his right arm and responded, That's right, the weapon attribute has been added. But it's not that simple. Of course, there are always exceptions. Among the villains, those stubborn enough to be obsessed with becoming stronger, and among them, a few are considered monsters. Power and authority also include some special villains who have a specific goal. They were born different and no one dares to approach them. They are known as the 4 Evil Kings. Kang Yu marked the red circle around destruction and circled the word platinum. Looking at the chart, Kang Yu wondered when that rumor had started to spread. He strokes his chin thoughtfully and asks Moros, So the key to finding the Destroyer Sword is the platinum disc? But why does the 4 Evil Kings have the platinum disc? I wonder who can answer that or who would know. However, Kang Yu is not stupid enough to believe that. He thinks it's definitely hiding something from him, and is deep in thought. I wonder what Moro was really hiding. He checks his information, and the theft rate is still progressing as planned. Moro stands beside him, watching. It's not a waste to follow Kang Yu. Besides the mana points, your skills have also improved. It seems the Mana Stone's effect is quite important. Kang Yu stared intently at the information panel, as if deep in thought. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but not only the mana points, but also the Dark Dagger and self-healing skills were leveling up. Yet it still wouldn't be enough to face the 4 Evil Kings. Kang Yu considers that having a high mana point doesn't necessarily mean their combat skills are superior, but it can't be ignored either. If they want to fight back against them, they must find ways to raise their mana points to level S. People often say that rushing and acting impulsively won't solve everything faster. Kang Yu turned to Moros and said, We should choose our words carefully and keep it brief. The longer path we take, the farther our goal will be. If the path I need is right in front of me, then why choose the longer one suddenly? Someone unexpectedly enters the room. Can, there's a guest here to see you. Drag Ghost suddenly pointed his gun and begged Kang Yu, Please. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Kang Yu was lost in his own thoughts, his mind struggling to grasp what was happening. What's going on? Screw is standing nearby and getting involved, so I should really pay attention. You should ask him yourself. Black Ghost then speaks about Kang Yu, the most powerful villain in history, a rebellious figure connected to darkness and the one who controls it. Xian, you are the reincarnation of darkness. If it is you, then my loyalty is not meaningless. Please accept me. Unlike Black Ghost's determined eyes, both of them just looked clueless and didn't know what to say. Kang Yu probably hasn't understood the meaning yet.
Are you saying you want to surrender? I have no objection to that.
Black Ghost has no idea what Kang Yu's words mean, so you have accepted my loyalty. A person's life never goes in circles, he replied gently. Huh. Kang Yu then looked at his friend and asked how his test was going. Screw handed him a set of documents after the screening process, which means your side will accept him, even though you don't seem to want to. It's just filtering the documents. Screw didn't hesitate to say it straight. Of course, the special job at the dispatch is there. Both of them probably went to another room, maybe the storage room. Screw pulls out a box full of tools. There's a small problem. Kang Yu leans against the wall, watching Screw happily take out tools. What's the small problem? He rummaged through his belongings and calmly replied that it seems like electricity, water, and daily supplies are about to be cut off. I think even the transportation needed for aid that I mentioned earlier will be blocked. Kang Yu seems a bit suspicious. Clearly the government wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Isn't Vinzone the place officially handed over to the villains? Could that become a big problem? There should have been subsidies from the government and private companies, right? Screw replied to Kang Yu. Clearly, that was also what he had in mind. You're not wrong, but there's still another issue. Kang Yu straightforwardly said, after all, not having electricity is indeed a major oversight. Bribery or something like that doesn't work either. Screw wasn't surprised by his statement. That's just how villains handle things. The cut in subsidies is a serious issue. Just a little inconvenient, but we can handle it properly if we find another way. Kang Yu quickly understood Screw's intention. So the one who cut the subsidy is the core of the problem. As expected from a friend, no need for long explanations. I get it perfectly. Among the 4 evil kings there is someone called Manhwa. I think it's him. Hearing this name makes Kang Yu shiver with fear. The 4 evil kings, Manhwa, are thinking long-term. Clearly, he's a major obstacle, not only because our subsidies are cut, but also because in the near future we will face greater dangers. If he has arranged everything, Gadam District's Vinzone will soon collapse. Kang Yu wonders why everyone is watching us from all directions. Why does everyone keep staring at us? Screw admits it first because I once refused that old man's offer. Of course, that includes Sun, who plans to unify all of Vinzone across the entire country. Kang Yu easily recognizes that Manik King's ambition is a desire for power. Screw figures it's just a guess anyway. Who knows if that old man is just greedy for money but also desires power just as much. Kang Yu wondered if it wasn't about power or money. Could it be S? Suddenly remembering that maybe it's because of that thing in Gadam District, which has something very special. Kang Yu and Moros turn to look at each other, their faces full of question marks. Seeing that neither of them knows, Screw begins to recount stories from the past and tells them both. This story has been around for a very long time. There was a legendary villain stronger than anyone and impossible to kill by anything. The name of that evil being is the Black Iron Immortal, whose seal is kept there in a magnificent and dazzling castle in Vinzone, Namkangseon District. A voice from within speaks. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. I never expected there to be such a peaceful place deep in the mountains. The aroma of the harmonious tea blends with this tranquil atmosphere. It's truly a masterpiece of nature. Gina D's finger gently touches the edge of the teacup. Manny Kin's dog isn't coming here for tea? Tell me why you are here. Director Kim knows that the person behind this mask is not someone easy to deal with, so he has no choice but to put on a naive expression. At the request of the chairman, I am here to make this wonderful offer to Mr. Moojin. Director Kim silently thinks that his robotic-sounding voice is hard to judge. Gina raises her hand to her face, contemplating his proposal. An excellent proposal, huh? Director Kim quickly explained his purpose, feeling frustrated that the president always saw the human rights of villains being severely trampled on. A world where the rights of villains are protected, where villains have complete freedom and are defended by the authorities. As he was speaking, Gina kept interrupting. She twirled the pin like a toy in her hand and then stopped just below Director Kim's neck, showing no interest in these pointless details. Get straight to the point. Director Kim doesn't seem afraid and speaks directly about the issue. Starting from Seoul's 4 major Vinzone areas, the chairman wants to unify all Vinzone locations nationwide to create a powerful force. Gina pulled out her dark knife, sat back in the chair, and openly criticized Kim's rather foolish idea. And he dares to call that a great proposal? If he wants to have full control and manipulate us, he's got it. Director Kim didn't expect Gina to be so honest and try to persuade her. Every puppet has its own role. Mr. Moojin will be given a special management position. Director Kim remembers and then offered a box of fruit. Oh, and by the way, this is a small gift from the chairman. Although this place isn't worth much, he just wants to show some goodwill, hoping Moojin will accept the gesture. Gina casually rests her hand without saying a word. No one knows what she's thinking behind that mask. Sunlight filters through, shining on a few branches of flowers in the room. Gina stands by the window, lost in thought about Director Kim's earlier words. Jop nearby also contemplates his statement. That really is a crazy plan. Unifying Vinzoni is not easy at all, especially unifying all of Vinzoni across the country. That greedy old man is senile, huh? He asked her. What are you planning to do now? Gina casually replies, the idea of unifying all Vinzoni isn't bad, but I can't trust his words that easily. There's definitely another goal we don't know about. Jalop seems confused that even after Director Kim left, Gina still hasn't taken off her mask. It's just the two of us here. Can't you change your tone? Gina suddenly mentioned Kang Yu and Screw. What do you think our neighbors will say? He thought about him mixed with confusion. The neighbors? Screw? Gina is speculating about Manny King's next move, and it seems she's right. I think Director Kim is heading there. Adam isn't an exception either, right? He probably received a similar offer too. But Job thinks there definitely won't be any agreement here because that's obvious. If it were Screw, he would refuse immediately. The glowing red eyes of the mask make Gina even more terrifying than ever. She lowered her voice, emphasizing that if it were him, he would probably know Manky King's purpose. Contact Gadam District. Right now at Vinzoni Gadam District, the elevator display shows level B5 underground footsteps echo through the dark night. Kang Yu and Screw walk with a lantern in hand, seemingly planning to do something in the 5th basement level. Kang Yu seems to have no idea about this place at all. The basement of the 5th floor? I can't believe there's a place like this. S is probably the one who led everyone down here. It was originally a parking lot but was later redesigned into a restricted area for security reasons. It's hard to believe, but the black steel armor can produce terrifying sounds. The noise level is definitely a different issue, but that terrifying sound helps it invade others' minds to manipulate them. Ukong doubts. What kind of armor could produce sounds like a human? A suit of armor that can talk like you, huh? Seo explains. Or rather, it's easiest to think of it as a spiritual force. Yeah. As if hearing the ghost speak, Moro suddenly sensed something approaching and spoke as a warning. I can sense hostility approaching the armor. I need to verify it when I see it, but the situation could get quite troublesome. Seo shines a light on something ahead. Here it is. Kang Yu looked at the messy pile of locks attached to the door, or rather the wall, with all those tangled locks. Quite a mess. Screw explains. After all, it's Kang Yu's first time visiting. It is made by layering lead and concrete with special steel, so even a supervillain level villain can't break through it. Are you really sure you want to go in? Are you okay on your own? He turned to doubtfully ask Kang Yu. This is why we came here. Unlike his calm appearance, Screw looked quite worried. I know, but what about the ghosts? Kang Yu replied confidently. A struggling soul is nothing to me. Screw smiled softly. Who said he's your friend? He's really stubborn. As the locks are opened by Screw, the dark force within unleashes its power, warning us not to interfere. Screw stands outside Kang Yu's hut while he is entering the house carefully. Dark, ominous energy envelops everything inside. Moros also warned Kang Yu to be careful. The demonic energy is too dangerous. Kazian, you are still very calm as you move forward. It's okay for now. Suddenly, Kang Yu saw something ahead. Is that a suit of black iron armor with darkness surrounding it even more intensely? He looked at the armor in the glass and wondered silently, is that the black iron armor? Such a nostalgic design. It's as if it has a life of its own, with terrifying, glowing red eyes. The armor laughed, drawing both of their attention. The armor was rambling about something incomprehensible. Spring has arrived by the rivers. I am so excited. Kang Yu, confused, asked Moros what he meant, saying, What the hell is that? I don't even know. Why ask such a difficult question and expect an answer? It must be some kind of poem. Even a suit of armor can read poetry, yet it still speaks in mysterious words. But Moros seemed to realize something, like a flower bud overcoming the cold east wind. In the end, you have finally come to me. That armor still radiates a dark energy, even more than before. Moros realizes and tells you that its owner harbors a deep resentment, a grudge that still lingers and turns into deadly intent. Kang Yu also stepped forward boldly without fear, since there was no way to retreat anymore. I am willing to face all dangers to become stronger, so I will suppress it and make it mine. Moros tried to warn him, but it seemed useless. Be careful, because even you, the armor seems to look at Kang Yu with a mischievous intent in its deadly gaze. A perfect body, how could that body be the best thing to accept me? Come here and merge with me. Let me control you. Are you the one who gives up on that armor? Shut your mouth. The one being controlled isn't me, it's you. The armor widened its eyes as if pressed against the body, and Kang Yu seemed to realize something was wrong. Moros watched from outside, smirking as it seemed to match his thoughts. The armor let out a boastful laugh. It seems he has succeeded in destroying Kang Yu's sanity. Its soul has separated and is flying toward him. Come here, you are the child who will bring disaster to this world with me. You will be reborn with an immortal body and live for 10,000 years. Kang Yu, with clouded white eyes as if her soul has been drained, can only stand motionless. Are you mine? Immortal. Suddenly, a voice echoed, causing him to stop. How can a soul be so unaware of its place? You, a disaster-level villain in life, once emulated gods and dreamed of eternal life. He stopped, as if he couldn't believe that the one it was controlling was emitting such powerful energy. Who are you? It seems he realized. His eyes widened in disbelief, as Moros strangely appeared, even though he was no longer conscious. He couldn't believe his eyes. Couldn't believe it was happening. No way. Why are you here? The blue eyes, like carrying an unbreakable command, radiated a formidable power. Then it raised the sword and struck the ground. Everything seemed to vanish into a sea of blue flames. The jungle is shrouded in darkness, serving as a warning that anyone who dares to trespass will pay a heavy price, as trembling hands cling to the steel chain. To stabilize that turbulent time, I must abandon my heart and soul. Someone in armor with limbs chained by iron, carrying endless resentment. In this decayed world, I once dreamed of the dawn of civilization I had chased after its complete destruction. He seemed to have lost his mind, emitting terrifying sounds. This body will be stronger than anyone else, and I will dominate this world. The group holding torches with unknown identities gradually approached him. And you were also an outsider on that day? Those people don't take on human form, they just stand there and look at him. This hatred of mine. Someone places the torch into a prearranged branch. Flames rise up, burning with a fierce red color. The flames burst forth, burning him alive, carrying a rage that would never fade, that would never disappear. At this moment, near the hidden door where the armor was kept, Kang Yu heard someone calling his name, trying to open his heavy eyelids. He suddenly woke up in a panic, his eyes wide open, as if he had just faced a nightmare. Kang Yu realized he was lying on the ground, trying to understand what had happened. Kang Yu tried to sit up, rubbing his pounding head. What the hell just happened? Moros saw this and replied to him, You are indeed being manipulated by the black iron armor now. Only then did he recall how Kang Yu had just remembered his shattered memories, but only until he lost his sense of self. Thinking back, it was when I felt I lost consciousness. I asked Moros about that armor, and what about its energy? Why can't I feel anything? It calmly replied. The murderous intent of the black iron armor has disappeared, he asked in confusion. Disappeared? Moros calmly explains to you with the simplest example that the armor is like a long-lasting hatred and pain, but the essence of fireworks is that they shine brightly for a moment, then fade and disappear. Hearing that, Kang Yu also absorbed the information and spoke. Knowing this much, Kang Yu tried to support himself with his hand to stand up. Anyway, I was too careless. I will be more cautious in the future. Maybe Moros is the only one who has ever met someone as stubborn as Kang Yu. I already warned that fighting it in its current state would be very difficult. Kang Yu paid little attention to Moros and headed toward the armor lying sprawled on the ground, surprised at how weak he was against such a mental attack. The legendary black iron armor, when no longer inhabited by a malicious soul, was just an ordinary and simple suit of armor. What are you doing? He also didn't hesitate to see if it was still worth using, checking if it was okay. Moros looked at Kang Yu with half-lidded eyes, because in his mind it's a clear insult. But don't be fooled, it's a supreme weapon. Kang Yu uses energy from his arm to power up the armor, gathering all its energy since the whole group came here to extract magic crystals. Outside the door, Screw twirls the ruby in his hand, worried about those 2 lives. I'm so late, I should have gone in with him, right? Bong's noise makes him startle and look up. There was a noise at the door, and it gradually opened. Kang Yu came out unscathed, with no injuries on his body. S stands up worriedly and asks him, Are you okay? Why did it take you so long? Kang Yu just made an excuse anyway, it's not that important. I was talking to that black-armored guy. Still hard to believe. He looks suspiciously at that. Damn it, you're talking to the black iron armor. Kang Yu has no intention of explaining and just says that armor looks like scrap metal. It's inside there. You can use it as an antique to sell or give to Manny King, whichever. S finds his way of thinking hard to understand, selling legendary weapons as antiques. He's curious about what exactly happened, but he doesn't say anything, only wondering inwardly what really went on inside. He had to use the glasses to look up information about Kang Yu. A series of numbers appeared on Skrill's glasses, and his mana points shot up significantly. I also expected it would be this effective. So it works with his dual attributes. Buildings stacked upon each other, with someone's binoculars focused intently, while Chrome and Red-Eye stand on the statue platform. They both seem to have some scheme. She's holding the binoculars and looking somewhere, not forgetting to threaten Red-Eye. "If you don't hit the target, I'll stab you to death." He raised his bow and decisively aimed at the target. The arrow streaked swiftly through the air, heading straight for the target. A plaque mounted on the wall. A clean hit on the bullseye for 10 points. Crow, seeing that, let out a few teasing sounds. Grow turned to Red-Eye and said it seemed like the two of them were having a bet, thinking they would finally get the better of him. "Too bad. You just barely escaped that attack." "Congratulations." Suddenly he saw something. From Sar, I saw someone who made Crow curious, and he took out the binoculars to look. It seems someone is coming. From afar, Yosei, Aruma, and Hote are running over. Why are they here at this time? A while later, everyone entered the room. The cake was being devoured eagerly, while Yosei went straight to the reason for coming here. "Today I come as a negotiation partner. Where is that black duck?" "Who is Red? I wonder who that is." Black Duck Yosei is the one who answered him. "Your leader." Sil leaned back with his hands behind his head and lazily replied, "Probably in the gym." Grow just responds even more bored. They're used to this, always training. He doesn't even bother to rest anymore. Sio turned back to ask the question Iose mentioned earlier. "So what is your role as a negotiating partner? What's the reason?" Aroma didn't notice until the cake had already been eaten by Oat. "All gone already?" Yos replied. But this made Skrill curious. "The people from Namkang district want to meet you." "I'm quite curious, so I investigated. It seems that Mankai King's henchmen have already met with them." Crow couldn't help but think of his endless tricks. Are they being threatened by Monkey Key King? But if that were true, everything would have gone wrong a long time ago. If that were the case, it would never be this quiet. She knows the nature of that evil Munjin. He is one of the best fighters in the country. Munjin is undefeated. His reputation as the #1 evil sword speaks for itself. Based on my judgment, I am sure he has been convinced to work with that old man. If he sends someone from Namkang, Xinhua district won't be an exception either. Yosei realized Screw's reasoning wasn't bad, so he asked for his opinion. "So what do you plan to do? Since he's not afraid of anyone, just go meet him. In the end, he just wants to meet Kang Wei. What about the affairs of your gang leaders?" I wasn't planning to ask for his opinion. Crow sat beside me, smiling, imagining Yu and Mujin talking. If those two met, it would be so fun. Sil was confused by her joke. "What's so funny?" Crow is half joking, half serious. Both of them are the type to rush in first. Sil still notices her joke and follows Azua. Exactly right. The meeting between Moonjin and Khan is truly anticipated. On Kang Yu's side, with blue lights shining on the ceiling, he is checking his parameters again. It's clear that there have been some definite changes. After I extracted the magic crystal from the armor, it already changed. To the villain Amiyon. Special information. The villain has awakened disaster-level dark attribute. The dual attribute activation method, dark, bridge, main skill. Black Knight sword with 3 sensory attributes. Self-healing, +3. Hidden Black Knight teleportation, Black Knight illusion of black fire. Summon Black Wild Sword and Black Armor for 20 hours with enhanced mental strength. Hidden skill, crystal magic extraction. 1,345 mana points, plus a new skill from the enchanted magic stone inside this legendary armor. Moros confirms that both new skills originate from the innate attribute of the black steel armor. Black fire, summoning black armor for 20 hours with increased mental power. He looks at the table and wonders if it's a bit strange that it consumes so much mana but can only be used within 20 hours. Does it really consume a lot of mana? Moros patiently explains to you. Anyway, it's information worth knowing. That's right. It can consume a lot of mana, but maybe because it's a high-value skill, it has certain limitations. Suddenly, he saw something in the notification panel. What is this? It sounds like muscle strength, right? Moros once again takes on the role of a teacher, explaining that it is a skill that increases resistance to mental attacks from opponents. This is a passive skill similar to your self-healing ability. Kang Yu recalled the time when he was manipulated by the black armor and nodded. Resistance to the opponent's mental attacks is quite useful too, Moros said, unable to hold back and speaking somewhat judgmentally. Who would have thought you could extract magic crystals from a legendary armor? I thought you were acting too impulsively, but luckily the result isn't bad. Next time, don't do that again. But I still feel something's missing. Not enough. Kang Yu clenched his hand tightly, thinking of Jack and Lara. My own goal, even though I'm not strong enough to fight them yet, with this, I won't be considered weak anymore. Moros, with his foul mouth, can't resist teasing me now that I've gained new power. Looks like you're really eager for a fight, huh? Kang Yu didn't mind that. He just wanted to see how much stronger he had become, and now having an opponent to battle would be perfect. At this moment in Lampus's South Korea branch, even the fully air-conditioned room couldn't stop the heat from radiating out. Yuchan gasped. Maybe I've been training for quite a while. He remembers Kang Yu's words to him. Whether you're a villain or a wrongdoer, you must surpass all limits to improve. Don't let external reasons bind yourself. A quick attack is the fastest way to win. The key to victory is speed. Han clenched his fist tightly, a flame bursting out from his hand and shooting straight ahead, with Hua Dianfeng heading directly toward the wall's target. When the flames disappeared, the target on the wall with the red center was shattered. That fist was as powerful as the determination of its owner. Yu Chan's eyes are full of determination, ambition, and fighting spirit, but he feels it's not enough. Something is still missing. Not yet, still not enough. I'm sure I will catch up to him. At the same time, in June's room, her warm gaze contrasted sharply with her cold exterior. June handed Daewon a newspaper about the current situation. This is an investigative report on the current activities of the Vinzone. Do you remember what I said earlier? Daewon looked up and replied. All Vinzone stores nationwide are in chaos now. Diswoon lazily responds. That's right. He looked back at the newspaper and judged. Of course I remember, but this is like some spoiled rich kid's thing. It's such a hassle. Cutting off electricity, water, and daily supplies. It may seem unimportant, but the government and private companies are involved too. June casually takes a sip of tea. That's right. The dark red tea seems like a bad omen for the future. It makes my head spin, because if that's the case, there must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Besides, it seems the Vinzons are under pressure from all sides. Who could be behind it all? June replied. And it was not really surprising. If it's that old man, Manny King, then his sudden threat is a surprise. M. King really is him. I was totally surprised. Dasun was speechless with this friend. I almost wanted to punch him, stop asking, and just read the report. You idiot. All the Vinzone bosses are famous across the country and already have their own subordinates. They have formed a protection team for the chairman called the Seven Managers. It seems he wants to control all of Vinzone in Seun himself. But Daewon didn't think so, because underestimating the enemy is something only fools or overly arrogant people would do. No way. Those guys are not easy to deal with. Not to mention Skrill, Minen in Namkong hasn't surrendered yet, right? I heard that the guy named Ka Xian is pretty powerful, and even Uwan acknowledges him. June thought for a moment after hearing that. She confidently spoke frankly and showed no signs of hiding her contempt. I admit that Skrill and Mujin are quite tough, but the rest of the small fry are easy. Daewon didn't expect her to say that. She's so arrogantly overconfident. Are the small fry really that weak? But if he thinks about it, it's not too surprising that June would look down on them like that. If it's an elder who favors June, someone with combat skills at a master level, then I understand why she calls them small fry. A master, a veteran character among veterans with proficient combat skills. They are assigned special missions and considered leaders, but he still seems a bit worried. But his fighting style is truly impressive, with quick movements like a seasoned combatant who has undergone thorough training. While lost in thought, June snapped himself back to reality. Hey, your superior is right in front of you. How can you be thinking about something else? Look, I was just startled and quickly responded to her. I wasn't distracted. I was focusing. As you said, both are very strong, but do they belong to any factions? Moreover, their opponent is one of the four evil kings, the most powerful villains. Daesun still kept some caution towards the old man. If that old man truly wanted to unify the factions with a common view and was probing her, what do you think his goal is? Maybe he wants to challenge Lampus, but June doesn't seem to care that much. Don't talk about those creepy things. If that's the case, then just find the land to bury it and be done with it. Is there anything we can do to handle this? This life is basically over. June is really fed up with this friend. Your task is to find it, that lazy good-for-nothing. But finding it isn't easy. It's not like grass that you can just pluck without a valid reason. So we can't interfere with the Vinzone without cause. Then you have to find a way to intervene for me. Because for the safety of our people, we must prevent all potential threats. Daeung looked at this newspaper for a while before falling into deep thought. Daeun stood up from the swivel chair and walked over to the window. That is what drives us forward. The reason Lampus exists is the final mission of the flagship. At this moment, with the Breakhund group, he was sitting on a tire that looked quite strange, seeming to be lost in thought. Black Han remembered the previous fight with the man with the squinting eye, and then muttered to himself, "How can I become stronger?" Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "What are you doing over there?" This bastard sitting alone and cursing himself? I can tell just by the sound that it's Krat and Double Blade. He rudely turned around and started yelling, "What are you even insulting yourself for?" CR, noticing the attitude, also asks, "Are you hungry?" When you're hungry, you tend to scold yourself. Double Blade, standing beside, couldn't help but join in. Impressive. Break Han is about to blow her top at these two friends. I told you it would happen. Krat still wonders what's wrong with this kid that he's so stubborn. Well, that's about it. Break Han also didn't hide it and spoke directly, which surprised Double Blade a little. "I'm thinking of a way to become stronger. CR has only been serious twice in his life. He's gotten stronger. What do you plan to do?" "Beating people is enough to make us happy." Double Blade also chimed in because he wanted to impress the girl he liked. "How come?" CR just guessed it was Grow. Grow, what makes Black Hun think he dares to claim that? Even though her face is already red, she's the one in the right. At this moment, Double Blade sees something from afar on the other side. "Look over there." Cross thought he was joking, so he responded, "Bro is coming?"
Black H is already scared, might just run away, so don't cause trouble.
But seeing that Double Blade didn't respond and looked strange, everyone turned to look. From afar, a figure was approaching the group. That is Jalop Mass, and the one standing in the middle with an aura of authority. That is Jaina, and this place remains as humble as ever. Break Hun recognized those people, but wondered why someone like that was here. South Kang District, the first sword of Than Ak Min. What is he doing here in Gadam? Dilop chuckled as if he had some sinister plan, then spoke to break the tense atmosphere. "Hey, why are you just standing there staring at each other? Call your reinforcements here." Black H has no idea what's going on, suddenly showing up here and causing trouble out of nowhere. "What? Do you think we're your henchmen? Why should we do that?" Turning on the trash talk mode makes Krat laugh out loud. "Damn it, you did well." He looks furious with his face as dark as a pot, grinding his teeth and seeming really angry. If you want to meet him, just go find him yourself. On the other hand, Jop calmly pushes up his glasses with a very stylish attitude. "I've heard about them before. There's a stupid trio in Gadam who are extremely clueless, and it seems like they're the ones." Being insulted like that, Break Han freaks out. "What did you just say?" CR didn't even finish speaking when something suddenly flashed past him. "Is that guy challenging us?" Doctor Who lost his composure and charged straight at Joe. "You bastards! Who are you calling the stupid trio?" Having achieved his goal, he smirked with a sinister smile when suddenly something flashed quickly in front of him, making Black H startle and stop. When did Jop get in front of him? You still managed to answer back. Who else could it be if not you? Angered to the point where veins bulged in his eyes, Black Han swung a fist straight at Jop's face, but was easily dodged and silenced. Not only that, but he also grabbed his wrist. Jop applied force to his arm, making Black Han gasp in shock as his bones cracked under Job's grip. Black Han painfully clutches his hand and collapses to the ground, looking extremely distressed. Jop, pleased, watches him writhe. "Your hand is pretty stiff, too." He even cruelly grabbed that part of your arm and lifted it high, while he could only tremble in pain. Jop praised him happily despite that suffering. "If you fall for my tricks, your bones will be shattered." Unable to see anymore, CR and Double Blade run towards Jop. "Break this stupid hand!" Suddenly, CR's head is struck forcefully by something colorful. Double Blade looks behind and sees Mass grabbing the cannon, ready to throw it at both of them. Mass, the evil A-rank summoner with a friendly smile in her face. But she doesn't look very cute with the cannon in her hand. Sharing Masmal with everyone is very fun. "Here you go. Eat this." Suddenly, an arrow was shot down from somewhere far away. It pierced through that cannon perfectly and directly hit the collapsing wall behind Mass, startling her. Masmalo's explosive. I was surprised that the arrow came from nowhere. My marmal. Joe turned to the other side and saw Red Eye, Grow, Screw, and Kang Yu standing there already. Seeing this, he released Black Hun's arm. Things are getting interesting now. The host has appeared. Screw checks the current situation. Black Hun has collapsed and can't get up, while CR, after a heavy blow to the head, struggles to sit up with double BL support. "Are you okay?" Sil has also caught up with the current situation. "Look, Grow is here, and oh no, they're actually fighting. Oh my god, it seems like they're fighting now." Gina from the other side responds, causing both of them to instinctively turn around and confront her without knowing their place. Crow then flashes a beauty queen smile, but with a hint of judgment. She decisively drew her sword, ready to fight, wanting to settle things with her fists, but Screw stopped her. "Wait a minute. Gro put down his sword but asked Skrull with a puzzled look, "What's the point of stopping them? They're insulting us?" He calmly replied, "Just listen to them a bit more. I should have told you earlier, but we need to meet with them." But I didn't expect them to rush in like this. Kang Yu, standing far away, also recognized the person in front of Min. The male boss Scray was quite surprised that Kang Yu knew Gina. "Do you know him?" Kang Yu didn't answer. Screwen continued, "If you're here, I might as well give you a proper welcome." Gina also recognized that this is you, the person shown on recent news reports. "You're Kian, huh? When I first heard your name, I thought you must be some crazy guy, but it seems you even use that name as your alias." "Are you okay?" Gina straightforwardly stated her reason for being here. "I'll be direct. I do not acknowledge you as the boss of Vinzone. Just by looking, I can tell that Skrill, that scheming bastard, has handed over the Vinzone throne to you. I hate those who don't deserve their position but think they're so talented." Gina, with her mask on, couldn't reveal her emotions. Moreover, her blazing red eyes made it easy for others to feel her fear. Moreover, she radiates an overwhelming pressure that engulfs everything around her. Double Blade was surprised by this atmosphere. Red Eye also couldn't believe that, just like that, it could make others feel an invisible pressure. This insane, bloodthirsty pressure. But Joe saw a strange scene. Gro and Screw were smiling so confidently. So they can still smile? I really shouldn't underestimate those two. But as for that guy, Gina felt her pressure was too much for Kang Yu. So she stepped back and made a request. "I'm not interested in someone like you. I'm here to talk to Skrull, and I warn you, don't interfere recklessly and provoke me." Kang Yu doesn't care much and even makes a condition. "Do whatever you want, but I have one condition." Jop, hearing this, is confused and repeats Kang Yu's words. "Condition?" Kang Yu was unafraid to state his demand, seemingly seeing him as someone to test his new strength. "I hear you're undefeated Minujin, fight me." Gro isn't surprising, but Screw is hard to predict with this guy. Oh no. This condition feels like a challenge to Jop, making him furious. He quickly rushed in front of Kang Yu and grabbed his wrist tightly. "Jop warns you, it looks like he's about to break your arm like he did with Breakhund earlier. How dare you ignore our boss's warning?" But who would have thought he would get his face squeezed by Kang Yu, who then activated his savage mode to respond to Jop. "So I also warn you, he didn't expect to be caught off guard like that."
"Is he this strong?" Before I could even process it, he was slammed down so hard that the ground cracked and broke into pieces.
"Don't get in my way." Maz, standing beside him, was left speechless. Gina remained still, observing the situation. While Kang Yu seems to let Gina know to remember that the leader of Vinzone in Gadam is the one, and seeing the scene earlier, Crow can't help but marvel at how increasingly interesting it is. S, standing beside her, also smirked. Gina's side-eyeing him couldn't help but be surprised. "I really didn't expect such a rude reception. Yet he was provoked by you, truly pathetic." However, she had no intention of drawing her sword back, but I wouldn't refuse any challenge. Kang Yu thought to himself, feeling annoyed by Gina's fake robotic voice, which sounded harsh and grating. Gina draws her sword from its sheath, the murderous intent constantly emanating. "So, you were the one who defeated Barracuda? You only managed to defeat a despicable coward like him and then look down on me. The price you will pay won't be small." Both of them stood facing each other, and now the battle was just one drop away from overflowing. Kang Yu seemed to realize something was wrong. Gina is holding the sword backwards compared to normal people, holding the sword with her left hand. So he is left-handed. Moros, standing beside him, couldn't help but speak up to advise. "That guy is different from those you've fought before. Kang Yu knows that. Because Gina is known as someone truly extraordinary, I know." Moros didn't have time to finish his sentence. "If it's just a playful fight to test strength, then you might..." Kang Yu ran straight to Gina. "Goodbye. Moros can only call your name now. There's nothing he can do to save you." Sina also prepared herself with her sword ready to face Kang. Then she swung a downward slash like a scythe straight at Yu. The sword slash. Seeing the attack coming straight at him, Kang Yu remained calm and tried to run to the side to dodge without slowing down. In that moment, he realized that he was very serious because Kang Yu's eyes showed no sign of backing down or fear. Both of them charged at each other, extremely tense. Gina swung her sword, and Kang Yu quickly ducked low to dodge the attack. He threw a punch but was blocked by Gina's sword. Immediately, he kicked up, but she was faster, dodging the attack by bending her body, then quickly swung a slash at Kang Yu. He was knocked back by the strike, but managed to land against the wall. I didn't expect him to anticipate and counter that move. Finding a weakness will be tough. So he focused his strength on his legs and charged straight at Gina's position. Kang Yu-tung's fist kept moving forward, attacking directly. Gina has no intention of running away and hides behind that mask, lost in her thoughts. Everything there seems to explode, flames rising, making the scene truly terrifying. Kang Yu, like a moth to a flame, charged at Gina, who only parried with her sword, causing the ground to explode into 100 pieces before she quickly retreated to prepare for her next attack. Suddenly, something rushes very quickly beneath her feet. Gina instinctively blocks it with her sword, but it seems to have caused her some trouble. Black Knight Sword. Gina sensed that something was not quite right. That black thing is turning into huge, sharp spikes. The Black Dusk sword chain. It not only stays still, but also attacks Gina from all directions, forcing her to dodge constantly. Grow, standing outside, couldn't help but be surprised by Kang Yu's attack. Screw nodded outside. So that's how he used that skill. Then he charged straight down at Gina again. Instead of defending like before, Gina chooses to counterattack with a series of rapid slashes, swinging her wide horizontal strikes at Kang Yu with her sword. But with his quick reflexes, Kang Yu easily dodged. Gina threw away her cumbersome cloak, showing that she was much more serious now. Gina pulls out another sword from her vest, and Kang Yu, even while running at high speed, spots it clearly. Gina runs straight at Kang Yu with 2 swords. He saw but couldn't stop. But swords? Gina thrusts a sword forward. Kang Yu dodges just in time, but still sustains a small cut on his arm. Having 2 swords and attacking constantly put him in a dilemma. Is the sword in his left hand just a base for him to use after switching swords? Gina almost managed to stab him, but Yu's armor on his hand blocked it. Gina was also surprised by Kang Yu's ability. I didn't expect my sword strike to be deflected so easily. Is that a glove-shaped weapon? Then he swung his arm forcefully to throw away the sword, but Gina held on tightly so her hand was also flung away. Kang Yu kicked up with his foot, so Gina stepped back to dodge the surprise attack, while she was in a defensive stance in case he launched a sudden strike as she retreated. Seeing her solid defensive stance, Kang Yu couldn't help but secretly admire her skill. She's quite capable. When I attacked, he was knocked off balance. His fighting style is very precise, not at all like that of a villain. Kang Yu recalled Moros's words earlier. I told you he's not an easy opponent to test skills against. He's still hiding his true strength. After all that, Kang Yu's attack still came out as if it was nothing, making Moros find it hard to speak, so he decided to provoke a little more to enjoy the show. No one watching that fight could help but be surprised, as both sides were evenly matched. Black Han leans on Red Eye, thinking to himself, why is this happening? Are they really that strong? Suddenly, applause broke out. Well done, Silk clapped as he approached both of them. Have they both confirmed each other's strength already? So, should we stop here? But what could Gina do to agree? I refuse. It's still hard to understand why Gina said that. Well, because she's like Kang Yu, a competitive person. How can a water fight like this be stopped? Keep fighting until someone falls. Kang Yu listened to Gina's provocation and had no intention of stopping until someone fell. Oh, it seems you're not so sure, are you? If you're a villain, then act like one. You have to fight with all your might like a madman. Kang Yu looked at her with contempt. Like a crazy person? Gina immediately became angry, pointing her sword directly at him. Do you think I'm afraid you'll think you're inferior? So you say such rude words? It seems you have successfully provoked him, she firmly asserts. The power I possess is the wild energy of destruction, she continued, her hand on the sword. I can cut through anything. Suddenly, the abandoned building behind Kang Yu is sliced in half, making him startle. Sil and Grow immediately fall silent. They are trying to understand her power. Mujin doesn't just possess the wild, destructive energy. Part of Gina's power is a crystallization. When the attribute is mineral, that person's skills can strengthen any part of their body. His attribute is not only suitable for attack, but also specialized in defense, so direct combat gives him an advantage. But Kang Yu has his own strengths, and the shadow attribute is more about stealth than direct confrontation. Sioyo immediately fell into thought, observing Kang Yu before reaching the conclusion that maybe he is the exception. Over there, Mass is trying to wake Joe. Are you awake now? Jalop struggles to get up exhaustedly, while the woman beside him keeps asking, Are you okay? Do you want some Masmal? He just woke up and immediately wondered where Mujin was. M also quickly pointed at her. Over there. Countless streams of light collide, leaving him in awe and speechless as Kang Yu and Gina battle mid-air, their powers like fire and water radiating fiercely. Gina continuously attacks him with 2 swords in her hands. Every strike is powerful and precise, but Kang Yu, with his quick reflexes, blocks numerous attacks from her. He also didn't hesitate to respond with powerful kicks and immediately launched an attack towards his opponent. Black Dusk Sword. She also quickly charged forward without hesitation, using her ultimate skill. The Shadow Blade attack, 2 strikes about to collide, but his Hak Da Kim suddenly changed course, knocking away the spear. This sudden move surprised Gina as well. The attack was too fast for her to do anything but defend haphazardly. And Gina was caught off guard by the Black Knight Sword, beginning to feel uneasy and find herself in a difficult position. His swords are so troublesome. Is that a shadow attribute skill? Seeing him about to charge again, she guessed he's planning to use the same skill again. As expected, Kang Yu uses that move again, but this time it seems more powerful. Black Knight Sword!
His attack is rushing rapidly toward the enemy, so powerful that the ground around it shatters, but in an instant, Gina has completely disappeared, leaving Yu stunned by her sudden vanish.
Soon, a foot quietly stepped on the Hak Da Kim technique. She stood proudly above, looking down at him. Gina's eyes are filled with murderous intent and her words send a chill down your spine. How dare you use that to fight me? Are you messing with me? This sudden attack caught him off guard as she wielded 2 sharp blades, unleashing her ultimate move, the Whirlwind Dance. Just as Gina's sword was about to hit Kang Yu, he suddenly vanished with a decisive strike that showed no mercy. She was confused because no one was in front of her. Where did he go? Jop, standing behind, could see the entire battle and shouted a warning to the back. His warning surprised her into realization. But it was too late. A shadow suddenly appeared above her. Kang Yu suddenly rushes toward her, unleashing his secret technique. Dark Shadow teleports, startling Gina, but she remains undaunted and counters with her metal fusion technique. Her leg instantly turned into shining metal, and with a powerful kick, Gina sent Kang Yu flying away. Her powerful kick sent Kang Yu crashing into the nearby wall, shattering it into pieces while Mas and Jilope watched nearby, cheering excitedly. That was a great hit. As the dust begins to settle, everything seems to fall into silence. Gina suddenly realizes something's wrong. She curses loudly. She feels uncomfortable with Kang Yu. If Jop hadn't been there, she would have been the one hit. Watching Kang Yu slowly stand up, she feels like he's just calmly wiping the dust off himself, speaking with a confident tone, countering perfectly and doing very well. Hearing Kang Yu's words only made her more annoyed, and her murderous intent flared up again. He's trying to teach her a lesson. Gina tremblingly clenched her sword in anger, as Kang Yu also made the first move to attack. So, shall we start over now? A cold-as-ice voice immediately replied. I take back my words. You are a despicable person. With your excellent combat skills and that guts, I admit you're the boss of Vinzone. Crow stands beside him watching. Seems like his emotions are changing. Screw seems lost in thought, standing still as if contemplating something. Gina, meanwhile, has already taken her fighting stance. And to apologize for underestimating you, I will give you my next attack. She is surrounded by a flickering red aura, her voice cold to the bone. If you don't want to get burned, then stay away. Moros beside him sighed. His magic power is incredible. It seems he's about to use his trump card. Kang Yu calmly asked how dangerous it was, and it seemed to realize the threat of the opponent's move. Its face tense. As he said, if you want to die, just rush in. But contrary to its worries, Kang Yu remained calm as ever. It seems he has a plan. Then Gina immediately jumps up. Her sword is shrouded in blood-red light and is rushing straight toward him. Gina's sword suddenly appears to grow 1,000 times larger, catching Yu completely off guard. The people around were shocked by the scene and shouted, "What's that?" She quickly launched an attack towards him. The direct attack from Long Na's sword aimed straight at Kang Yu, but Kang Yu remained standing there, facing it head-on with courage. The attack directly affected the city, which then shimmered with a beautiful interweaving of blue and red lights. Its power was so great that everyone else could only gape in silence after witnessing it. After unleashing her ultimate move, Gina gracefully descended. She started to mock and belittle Kang Yu. I didn't expect you to take that hit without dodging. Fool. But he immediately replied, Really? His voice made her gasp in shock, a shadow lurking in the distance. It's Kang Yu. He remains safe and sound, even taking this opportunity to mock her back, shouting loudly, but it won't penetrate my dark armor. A layer of dense barrier surrounds him as he stands there proudly, declaring that the skill test has been successful. The system notification appears with a dark armor cooldown of 1958. Gina froze in shock at Kang Yu's strength, unable to believe he could face her Long Na sword unscathed. Gina could only stand there in silence, unable to believe it. Could his strength be even greater than that? Kang Yu, noticing her silence for so long, decided to taunt her. Not speaking means you're scared, right? Moros muttered to himself. Can't stand not being the center of attention.
Kang Yu lowers his stance and activates his power. If you've already activated it, then let's start again. Since I just blocked your attack, now it's my turn.
Gina was furious at his arrogant attitude. Impertinent! Kang Yu couldn't see her face clearly, but from her words, he could tell that Gina was furious. You just keep barking like a little dog. Kang Yu was also furious, his eyes sparking with fire.
If you want to end like this, then I'll take the lead and charge first.
So, I will leave now. A beam of light shines onto the badge on Gina's neck. Then the badge suddenly shattered into many pieces, surprising her. The energy gradually filled the gun's chamber. Screw's glasses flash with a pink light as Mujin and Kang Yu quickly jump back to avoid the tremendous energy suddenly unleashed towards them. Something was shattered into many pieces by it. As the smoke clears, everyone can see a part of the wall dented inward, forming a large hole. Kang Yu spun around to question him. Screw, what are you doing? He spoke but didn't answer his question.
Stop right there.
Screw's gun continues to charge and he asks with a faint smile, Are you two done playing yet? He's clearly standing some distance away, but you can't joke around with the power of that bazooka. If you're done having fun, you should know your limits. After saying that, Screw just smiled as if waiting for their move before deciding whether to fire or not. Kang Yu and Gina watched him silently and intently. At this moment, Moro said, I agree. I think you're caught up in the fight instead of using it to test your skills. Kang Yu decided to follow it and let out a breath. All right, my goal has been achieved. Screw nodded in satisfaction, resting his spear gun on his shoulder and no longer aiming at the two of them. Good. Then he turned to ask Gina, What about you? She didn't answer, only Turmk turned away. Screw watched as Gina simply left the place with Mas and Jilup, feeling displeased with her attitude. What's going on? Just ignoring me and walking away. Is Crow getting angry with his judgment? Screw suddenly remembered something. And what about the meeting? The sunset falls over the closely packed skyscrapers. A meeting was convened in the executive room at Vinzone, Gadam district. Yosei asked, Are they really leaving? Screw just scratched his head and nodded. Probably so. Hearing that, Yosei sighed and shook his head. Hold on, fighting is just fighting. You can go back only after you finish your work. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, making him stroke his chin in contemplation. Mujin only acts when Hua knows exactly when to act and when not to. Could there be another problem happening? Ha keeps chewing the cookie but keeps complaining. Today's cookies are so boring. Aroma squinted at the scene. That's the third cake. She also muttered to herself, Is her patience endless or what, Mom? S turned to ask Kang Yu what he thought. He calmly replied and then looked at Yosaseos. Whatever, but who are these people? Hearing that, Screw realized. Oh, you've never met them before, right? Let me introduce them. Kang Yu waits quietly for him to start. Screw calls out each person's name in order. This is Gannett. The two girls sitting next to her are Aroma and Hote. Hote just introduced herself and waved to Kang Yu. Hello. Kang Yu points out that from what he observes, they are not Gadam's enemies. Screw nodded in agreement. They are outsiders. Although they come here often, it's not easy to run into them. Kang Yu clarified his question. I'm asking about their Vinzone area. S strokes his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Iop spoke up, saying, We come from Winterbell. The response made Kang Yu think deeply. Winterbell Screw didn't expect Yosei to answer so frankly. Am I allowed to talk to him? Yosei replied. So isn't that the purpose of this meeting? Screw had to find a way to approach and clarify the issue. So to clarify, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Kang Yu immediately interrupted. I've heard that name before. This surprises both Screw and iOS. I've heard of it before. Kang Yu recalled the information he had gathered about Winterbellow. Among the villains, there are those who are heirs carrying on their family bloodline. These families believe they have noble blood and are very proud of it. They created an international organization called Winterbell. This organization possesses a dominant core power, is fully equipped, and has influence in politics and economics across all nations, even affecting the world's largest secret organization, Lampos. I know, but I still have doubts. Still, they remain a secretive organization among the top-tier chess pieces. Only the top-tier secret organizations or high-level executives know about their existence. Kang Yu still remembers all this information because only one person does. I remembered clearly what Jeff told me back then. He emphasized that this was important evaluation information, so I should remember it carefully. At that moment, Kang Yu was holding a notebook and sighing while holding his head. I really hate having to memorize things. Still curious, how do you know Winterbell? Kang Yu deliberately hides the truth. I just overheard it by chance. I don't know any details.
Hearing you say that, he didn't seem to trust it much either. This isn't something you can just overhear by chance.
Nevertheless, Screw continued to explain more clearly to Kang Yu. I mentioned before that among the villains, there is a powerful force that sets the rules. Hearing that, I became even more confused. Does it have anything to do with Winterbell? Yos reached for the can of orange juice on the table, took a sip, and then interrupted the conversation. So, I will start from here now. His face was extremely serious. Winterbell's ultimate goal is the survival of the villain. The villain must endure restrictions on their freedom due to the manipulation of the Seven Saints. The only difference is that one side can stop the madness of the other. Compared to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, there is no real difference between them. Huang Yu listened carefully to his words. To achieve one's wishes, confronting the world is unavoidable.
And the only way to overcome it is to self-destruct. They bind themselves and try to integrate with the world to survive.
They must prove that villains can control themselves. At this moment, Screw continued about her.
I die after IOP.
So Vinzoni was established. Moros next to him asked Kang Yu, "This is the first time you've heard about this, right?" He didn't reply. Kang Yu couldn't help but ponder.
Even though I was once a top-tier player, I've never heard of this before, and back then I didn't need to know.
He looked at Skrill and Iof sitting at the same table with him and thought to himself, who would have thought that Vinzoni was created so that villains could survive? I don't know who the murderer is, but this story is really interesting. Sil leaned forward and praised Khan. You're pretty good at explaining things. He smiled as if it were obvious. I've been a great speaker since I was born. Kang Yu reached out to touch the tattoo on his neck and asked, so Winterbell is the one who created DSP? Screw nodded and signaled bingo. That's right.
Kang Yu asked again. Manufacturing costs a lot of money, not to mention the research and development phase.
So, does that mean someone in Winterbell can handle all the steps? Screw nods in agreement. That's a person you wouldn't believe exists. Kang Yu was surprised. Really? You asked a serious question. Screw, are you also part of Winterbell? At the same time, inside a seemingly antique villa filled with elaborate furniture, Jop was massaging his neck and complaining, still feeling the lingering pain.
My neck!
The person sitting opposite him immediately retorted, the punishment for being careless, so stop complaining.
Jop hesitated for a moment, then replied, I need some comfort right now. Then Jop remembered something and pushed up his glasses to think, but that guy was not someone to be taken lightly. He continued, I didn't expect him to be able to face Long Na's sword head on. The other person only remained silent, then looked at the damaged item in his palm. It's ruined. I need to get a new one. Jop heard that and responded, this isn't something easily destroyed, but it also means he's very strong.
Thanks to him, I can hear his real voice instead of that strange one, so don't talk nonsense and just treat yourself.
Jop didn't feel sad about being chased away and immediately waved goodbye. Well, patient, I'm leaving now. At this moment, the person left behind finally removed the mask covering their face. That is the mask of the villain Mujin. The girl reached back and ran her fingers through her long hair. Is he the one? Screw acknowledged. So behind the villain's disguise of a man in a vest, it turns out to be a woman. Her presence is worth investigating. After Kang Yu's question, Screw pondered for a moment, then let out a breath. He replied, I have no special relationship with them at all. If I have to be clear, it's a business relationship with them. Kang Yu thought for a moment, and then asked Yosa, what about you? Instead of answering directly, he asked a question. What do you think? Kang Yu also didn't hesitate. A slave, perhaps? Yosei immediately flew into a rage, ready to jump in and tear him apart. This damn thing is now for the heavens.
Ha! Keep stirring the pot and go after him. Meanwhile, Aroma tries to mediate and let it go.
Su explained to Yosei that he is a vassal serving the ruler of Winterbell. These terms are quite new to Kang Yu. Vassal King. SW continues to have a total of 7 clans that make up Winterbell. The head of each family is considered a king. Kang Yu crossed his arms. And what about Mujin? Is he also connected to Winterbell? S starts tapping the table, and when mentioning Mujin, first has to talk about the background behind him. As he speaks in his mind, a figure appears. I already mentioned this before, right? King is one of the 4 demon kings who want to dominate all of Vin, and hearing Screw tell it, Kang Yu's expression grew more serious.
I don't plan to let him do whatever he wants, but that old guy is quite powerful and has a huge influence.
He explained the issue you were concerned about, and even if the opponent isn't Manny King, to fight one of the 4 evil kings, I need Winterbell's support. Kang Yu deduces from Skriel's words that Mujin is one of the 4 evil kings of Winterbell. He insists that King Minshat represents Winterbell, but San clasped his hands together and placed them in front of him as a problem. According to his story, The sun is setting deeper, and the lights in the buildings are starting to glow brightly. Mujin has not yet gained the right to become the ruler of Winter Bellow. In some bar, someone places a glass of iced tea on the table. The two men in suits quietly look at something ahead. Screw continues explaining to Kang Yu, "No matter how big our organization is, there's a saying that if you're not smart enough, you'll only become a puppet. So we have the best chance now. Manny King is in the same room, using the White Queen to crush the Black Pawns. We can conquer all of Vinzoni without Winterbell interfering. On that chessboard, only the king remains standing among the black pieces." This image is like a mirror reflecting Screw's next words. In the end, Minin will be the only one left. Len's girl stands beside Manny King, silently listening to Uyama. Although that kid has a habit of doing whatever he wants, he still remains a very valuable asset to us. An image of Screw appears in Manny King's mind, resembling him. He smirks, thinking if he can bring him to his side. Manny King raises this cup with confidence, so capturing Winterbell is also within reach. After a night, the sun rises again, and somewhere in the hospital, someone asks, "Why not stay a little longer in the hospital?" In the hospital room, Yu-chan asks Na-Yu sitting on the bed. The doctor also said she needs more time to recover. She pouted and said, "It's okay, I'm feeling better now." Then Na-Yu sighed and let out a huff. "You're not seriously hurt that badly, acting like you're so tragic and fed up here." Hearing that, Yu-chan could only sigh. "All right, let's leave that aside." Uhan fell into his thoughts, and the image of Kang Yu appeared in his mind. Naoo still thought he was the one who kidnapped her, and he didn't feel the need to clear up this misunderstanding. Yu-chan couldn't help but remember what happened with Skrill and Kang Yu before. He fell silent, lost in thought for a while. Na-Yu, seeing that the situation has gone on too long, speaks up to bring Yu-chan back to reality. "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" He had to speak up. "The day you were kidnapped." Actually, Na-Yu frowned, puffed her cheeks, and interrupted him. "I don't know. Let's not talk about that day anymore. I can't remember anything. I was just out for coffee with a friend. By the time I woke up, I was already in the hospital." Uhan asked more carefully, "You really don't remember?" Na-Yu just kept shaking her head. I don't know. Yu-chan, seeing this, began to ponder. Has the girl lost her memory of that day? If not, then thinking about it, he immediately asked the question. "Don't say you can't remember my name ever again." Na-Yu, wearing glasses, stands up and pushes Yu-chan out. "Mr. Kim Yu-chan, your sister wants to eat something delicious because she's been only eating hospital food all day. She happily suggested we go eat spicy rice cakes." Yu's hand keeps pushing Yu-chan forward, causing him to shout loudly to stop her. "All right, stop pushing." But it seems Na-Yu's mind is elsewhere, and she's not paying attention to what he's saying. She's lost in thought. Is he still okay? Na-Yu seems to be thinking about someone who is currently in a crowded park. Moros watches the line of people jogging and sighs. "There are a bunch of people around you working out hard." Kang Yu uncapped his bottled water, because being healthy is the start of happiness. Hearing those empty words, it immediately burned while Kang Yu was gulping down water. "So you're also training to find happiness?" Happiness? Kang Yu recalls the innocent smile he once had during his days at the orphanage. That was the word he thought about a lot during that time. My answer was completely different. If I succeed in revenge, I will be able to feel happy. Then you still have a long way to go to achieve your goal and find happiness. It then asked Kang Yu another question. "What are you planning to do with the proposal you and the others made yesterday?" To drag him back into the cycle of regret. "The other day, Yost told you, Mujin, the #1 evil sword and heir of the evil sword clan that rules demons with a sword, who is the head of the clan, and also one of the 7 kings of Winterbellow, that to gain the emperor's power, you must pass a special trial. And Mujin still hasn't succeeded yet." During the trial, Mujin couldn't pass the final test, which involved Crow's sealed coffin. At that moment, Kay suggested that perhaps we should help Mujin gain the king's authority first. And Screw agreed with you, that's right. So he pointed at me and said, "I need your help." Kang Yu tilted the water bottle back and kept drinking. "Mujin." Then he looked into the distance, wondering to himself, does he really need my help? Moro squinted his only eye. "I think Mujin will need it. Something is happening at the Lavienzos Hotel right now. Someone is walking up the stairs inside, as a woman continues to pass through the carpeted corridor. When she arrived in front of a door, 2 bodyguards respectfully bowed to her and proactively opened the door to invite her inside. Sung-jun was already squinting and waiting. Wan was there too, ready to put the macaron in her mouth. Yosei notices someone entering and immediately turns around. He slams his hand on the table. "You're late. The clock strikes exactly 9. The woman who just entered is Mujin. She insists she wasn't involved, just in time. The high-level meeting of the Winterbell organization at Lavenjos Hotel is officially underway, with 4 members seated at the head of the table where Gina is sitting. They raised the issues to discuss. Except for a few places within the country, most Vinzone bosses have sided with Mannequin. Choi IOF, known as Roy Gannett, spoke up. If we keep going like this, we might lose everything. Yu Sengjun, known as Brinding Dagnus, looked annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. We're not here to sit around doing nothing today. The atmosphere between the two men is quite tense, but someone is still calmly eating strawberry cake. It's a bit late to come up with a countermeasure now. Kong, with the reputation of La Finet, implies a fairy tale from France about half a slice of cake in the mouth. I can't think of any other way but to carry out the absolute order in the name of Winterbell. She dared to propose that plan, so of course she had a reason. Long ago, Winterbell secretly established a peace treaty with the leaders of all nations. The result of that treaty was the creation of Vinzone. Sung Jun seems quite satisfied. If you use absolute commands, you can bring back the Vinzone leaders who have already conceded. Juan nodded. That's right. The Vinzone leaders are the only ones who can speak to the Winterbell king. Only the ruler of Winterbell holds that kind of power. When the Vinzone boss disobeys the rules and causes trouble, the ruler of Winterbell will enforce the absolute order. Gina, with her notorious Menujan reputation, said sharply, "Are you looking down on me just because I don't have the authority of the ruler? That is the absolute order, and if the Vinzone leader defies it, they will be forced to execution." Juan smiled mischievously. Ho, 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 there's no misunderstanding me. Yosei lazily leaned back. Isn't she just refusing to do anything? I did my best, but Gina doesn't agree. No, it's still not enough. She lifts her teacup because Manny-kin, Gina takes a sip of tea while continuing to finalize what he wants. The door to their meeting room was closed tightly to keep their conversation secret. Among the villains, the 4 evil kings are considered absolute, but they only care about making money and have no interest in Vinzone at all. Then why does he want to manipulate Vinzone now? Yosei responded uncertainly. Who can be sure that he longs to take the throne of that Winterbell queen? Gina slowly sips her tea. There's only one way to handle this. Everyone became focused on listening to her. I must obtain absolute authority. Sung was still hesitant, but that was the best way. But for the final test, Ice pondered and interrupted. If that's what he cared about, then there's a solution. He visualized a plan in his mind and explained the middle section of the path leading to Gro's sealed trial chamber, with a trapdoor installed there as a precaution. Io continues, if we can open it, we might be able to get inside. He hadn't finished speaking when Sung, trembling, slammed the table and shouted loudly. Everyone knew. He pointed out the problem. The problem is that we don't have the key. At this moment, Gina spoke again. There is someone who can enter without a key. She recalled her encounter with Kang Yu, who, with his shadow attribute, possessed a unique shadow skill that allowed him to move freely between spaces, using darkness as a medium. With that skill, breaking into Gro's sealed coffin would be no problem at all. Sung shivered in amazement, speechless. The dark attribute. Darkness? Ebu-sun was so focused on eating cake that he froze in surprise. That's the first time I've heard of a skill like that. Sun doesn't think things can be that simple. Just getting in doesn't mean the problem is over. There are still countless traps to overcome and that gate to reach. Gina completely trusts Kang Yu's strength. If it were a Kaisian, it would be fine. Of course, she has a solid basis for that belief, so I can confidently say he's very strong. Even a bunch of traps from Crow's sealed coffin won't stop him. After saying that, Gina turned to ask Yos how the proposal was going. He smirked and wagged his finger. At the moment she asked, I wasn't sure what conditions they would set, but the response was quite positive. Gina was stirring her tea with a spoon, and they indicated they were ready to negotiate, so the outcome was pretty good. Taking this opportunity, I think forming an alliance with him would be very beneficial. While everyone else was unaware, Sung-dun bit his lip in frustration. He doesn't like making many proposals and is stubborn. No matter what, it's like we're begging him for help. Do we really have to do this? Gina calmly replied. His fighting style is very unique. She continued reminiscing, incomparable to any other villain. Compared to the wrongdoer, she surpasses even the regular staff. Expert level? No, maybe even more than that. Above all, a spark of curiosity flashed in Gina's eyes. He is the person Screw acknowledges. After saying that, she chuckled. Sung was still suspicious, but W-Sun was starting to feel intrigued. Oh, ho, ho. Gina continued to say that she used her hand to smooth her hair to become a ruler. If she couldn't use anyone or anything else, no matter the cost. Gina's eyes light up even though her face remains cold. I must make it mine too. In some apartment among the closely packed buildings, someone is also talking about them. The electric kettle has been turned on. The owner of the house questions aloud.
Is Mujin an outsider? The eggs and sausages in the pan look very appetizing, so that's why he wore the mask and had that strange voice. That person is Kang Yu, he asks with a blank expression. Now you finally tell me. What is your purpose? Moros teases. I thought you would be more shocked. That's really surprising, huh? Hearing that, Kang Yu scratched his head. I knew all along, his fighting style doesn't resemble that of a villain at all. It's like he's singing softly, giving the impression of fighting at the wrong level. I remember when I faced Gina, even in intense battles, he never lost his composure. Meaning his fundamentals are solid, and he has integrated his combat experience. Even if it's a false move, a swordsman at that level is very hard to beat. That's why we gained a lot after fighting him. Someone asked him to set a condition. You want to fight? Kang Yu already said no. Iop held up the shining gold stone and said, if you want something, just ask. If you help us, we will definitely reward you handsomely. As he fried the food and pondered, singing softly, Kang Yu's eyes suddenly widened as if he just realized something. Oh, wait a minute. Kang Yu, annoyed and noisy, with an outsider's status, the Vinzone boss is far from enough. He wants to become the ruler of Winterbell. Moros didn't know what to do. You're jealous, aren't you? Kang Yu is still not done venting his anger. He may be the boss of Vinzone, but how can an outsider become part of Winterbell? Moros looks down. I don't think this is the time to worry about others. It calmly reminded Kang Yu that the black smoke was spreading, startling him. It's burning over there. Kang Yu quickly clears the battlefield and brings the food to the table. At this moment, his sister texts, are you having breakfast or lunch? I'm eating now. His sister probes. You're not eating rice balls from the convenience store anymore, right? Kang Yu denies it because you cook at home. Your sister still doesn't believe it. Is that really true? Kang Yu sent her 2 dots. So she immediately praised and sent him cute stickers. Wow. Kang Yu is amazing. But my breakfast was burnt eggs and sausages almost turned to charcoal. It looks like you also need to supplement your nutrients, so I used a fork to stab the sausage and took a bite. Moros watched Kang Yu eat and replied to his sister's message. You seem healthy and doing well, huh? He nodded. That's good then. That conversation also brought back some memories with my sister. I just need to keep doing what I'm already doing. That's the best I can do for him. Moros shifts the topic back to the main matter. Are you going to accept Winterbell's proposal? Kang Yu looked at the burnt black sausage and then replied, yeah. Moros confirms that you have made your decision. Kang Yu lifts the rice ball on the table, the obstacle becoming increasingly difficult. He peels the food. To be safe, we need at least one reliable place to support us. Inside the gun-grade buildings, a commotion is also happening, with a person standing with arms crossed blocking the front of the 3, one of whom angrily orders, who are you to dare block our way? Get out of here! His friend grinned mischievously. That guy seems pretty mysterious. Don't be shocked when you hear it. He confidently introduced himself, saying, I am the reincarnation of darkness and the one who can control darkness, the strongest villain on earth and the most loyal servant to my master. Black Hand, puzzled, asked, what the hell are you talking about? Is that Chuni? The guy next to him mutters. Then he scoffs loudly. Seizures? Double Blade also thinks there's something wrong with that guy. He's completely lost it. Then he spoke sharply, pointing at Black Ghost and saying, I came to see. See, it must be you who come out. He calmly explained, the owner is not here right now. Grat was surprised. Huh? Not here? Black Ghost's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Even if he were here, you wouldn't be able to meet him. You bunch of trash water, how dare you meet the master? Know your place and stay in line. After he said that, you could see the blood vessels in Black Ghost's widened eyes. Water trash. The 3 immediately rushed to fight. You dried up fish, do you want to die? What are you all doing right now? Hearing that voice, the 3 Black Hand members immediately turned around in surprise to look at Krat. Why is he here? Black Ghost also stammered in surprise, calling out, Master, Master. Kang Yu looked down at the 3 Breakhund, saying, why are you all here? Black Ghost hurriedly replied. These lowly ones dare to push in here. He was cut off before finishing his sentence by BH. Shut up, I'm talking. Bra gritted his teeth. I thought they came to fight, but no. All 3 knelt down as if they wanted Kang Yu to be their master. Drake Ghost calmly expressed his desire to become stronger. Big brother, their intention is for us to train together. Kang Yu stood straight and looked down at the 3 people wanting to become stronger. Why do you suddenly want that? Cross quickly gritted his teeth because he wanted to confess to the girl he liked. Oh no, that cry of pain was caused by him being unexpectedly elbowed by BH. He glares and shakes his head in denial, truly witnessing this farce, and Double Blade can only be speechless. Kang Yu's face remains unchanged as he asks, "Have you ever been formally trained to become stronger?"
Not yet, then I must. CR's face was pale from the pain, but he still forced a fake smile. Oh well, I guess I need to go train with Jim for a bit. Kang Yu continues, "Desire alone is not enough. You need willpower and determination to endure, no matter how harsh the training may be." Black Hun enthusiastically raised his hand and said, "I will do it. I have the desire and the will." Grat looked at him skeptically. "Really?" Double Blade could only sigh. Black Hun suddenly became more serious, more important. He shouted out his determination, no longer wanting to be seen as weak trash. "I want to become stronger." Moros was curious about Kang Yu's plan. "What are you going to do?" He replied, "If they are all willing, I have no reason to refuse." Additionally, Kang Yu also has plans in mind. Moreover, he remembers his enemies wanting to fight the four evil kings, including Manny-King and Lampus, so he must make his allies stronger. Kang Yu agrees to the proposal from the three Breakhuns. "All right. If you really want to become stronger, you'd better prepare yourselves thoroughly." Upon hearing that, they immediately showed varying levels of enthusiasm, with Black Hun shouting the loudest. "Great. You guys had to pass the test first before this." He began listing 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 squats, and a 30-kilometer run. "That's it," the three of them were surprised. "The double blade test gives a bad feeling. It feels like I'm about to die." Kang Yu holds up 3 fingers. "Morning, afternoon, evening, 3 times a day. The test will last for a week." CR was surprised and shouted loudly, 3 times a day, huh?" Then Kang Yu turned to give the mission. "Break Ghost, see if they do it properly. If you want, you can join them as well." He immediately received the order and shouted loudly, "Understood." Black Ghost voluntarily suggests exercises for himself. "Can I lift weights now?" Kang Yu replied as he was leaving. "If you can, just do it. That's even better. You left your new disciples still confused. Hey, big brother, wait a moment." Suddenly, someone called Kang Yu Kasen. Hearing the call, he immediately turned around to look. Sil was approaching and waving hello. "Is everyone here? What's the interesting thing going on?" Dr. Ghost, upon receiving Kang Yu's approval, was extremely excited, lifting a 100-kilogram weight perfectly. This attitude of his makes the 3 Breakhuns hold back their anger. "You crazy, chuny bastard." Kang Yu frowned and looked at Screw. "What's wrong?" He matched the melody to his answer. "I need to talk to him." Screw held up 2 fingers and emphasized, "A very important matter." Back at the Lavi Hotel outside the meeting room, Aroma and Oat are sitting on the sofa drinking juice. Both of them looked up simultaneously when they saw someone coming out. It was Gina. Aroma asked, "It's been a while now. Is the meeting over?" Gina replied briefly, "Yeah." Hao complimented her, saying she did very well. She carefully watched Gina sit down in the chair opposite and confirmed that she looked very tired. Gina took off her hat, revealing a hint of Aroma's comment that she was pushing herself too hard. "She is both a member of Winterbell and the boss of Vinzone. Where did Hote get a handful of candies from, and does she want to eat some?" Gina didn't answer right away, but just massaged her tense shoulders. Her eyes grew distant. "I have to show them a few things, as a ruler who doesn't fit any standard." Aroma reassures her that losing the key to the test room wasn't her fault, and then suggests handing the male armor over to someone else. Gina replied, "If those people abandon me, it's okay, but I don't want to abandon them first." Her words moved Aroma to tears, and he coldly gave a thumbs up. "Well done." Now it's Gina's turn to ask, "So you probably know something about the boxer, right?" Ha paused for a few seconds before sighing. Changing the subject so quickly, Aroma looked up at the sky lost in thought and replied, "He only knows how to eat and train." Gina hit straight to the point. "Just training." Hote shivered as she realized something. Meanwhile, Aroma kept reminiscing about being at Vinzone, staying in the training room, and even working out in the park. She kept talking until she suddenly realized she had said too much, and that he was actually very diligent in studying. Aroma, feeling dizzy, turned to look at Hote, and only saw her drinking juice happily while criticizing her. "You fool!" When Aroma turned to Gina, she saw that she was already staring at her closely. Aroma stammers and pleads pitifully, "Could you pretend you didn't hear anything?" Gina agreed to compromise and sat back down normally, so it turns out he only eats and trains. At this moment, Aroma finally placed her hand on her chest and let out a sigh, while Ha looked at the two with a serious expression, her thoughts unclear. Gina is in a similar state, with 2 people standing on the rooftop of the tallest building, looking down around. W's son finds the atmosphere too gloomy, completely different from the rumors that this place is lively and bustling. She turned to look at Sung Run when he didn't say anything. Currently, W-Sun is wearing a B-level villain disguise, C plus Lafine, a physical attribute blacksmith. She asked Sung Run, aren't you supposed to meet Sin? Wearing an A-rank evil costume, a knight with the light attribute named Blinding Darkness. Sung Run replied, coldly, I've already told Screw what I wanted to say. Wan turned to look in the same direction as him. That's why I asked, because you haven't left yet.
I thought you still had something else to do,
Sung said sarcastically.
It seems you're very concerned about my affairs.
Suddenly, the two of them notice something below, where someone is waving at them. That's Che. He smiled brightly at both of them. Sung Doon received the signal and immediately turned to leave, but still remembered to say goodbye. See you at the next meeting, Wan replied. Okay. Then Sung nervously moved to another spot. Wan suddenly smiled strangely. At the same time, Kang Yu and Screw entered the meeting room at Vinzone, and as Screw was about to drink from his can, he was caught off guard.
Oh, you're going to agree to that proposal? He didn't think you'd agree so quickly. I thought you would think it over before making a decision. Kang Yu replied calmly, if you keep delaying your answer, I won't gain any benefit.
He explained, we don't know when Manny King will oppress us again, so it's better to help mine and gain the throne of Winterbell as soon as possible. Screw nodded in agreement. He suddenly put the water bottle down on the table, and just then, a message from Winterbell came through. Screw carried out his usual routine, and it seemed that Min and the other vassals shared the same opinion. They trust you and have entrusted this matter to you, he offered, saying if you agree, they want to proceed today or tomorrow. So, how do you plan to set the conditions? Kang Yu, resting his chin, thought for a moment.
I see. Screw agrees on how to proceed. All right, let's handle this after we finish the negotiations.
But Kang Yu has a different view. We will proceed with what needs to be done first and negotiate the conditions afterward. Still with his chin on his hand, luckily you want to take on this mission. But what if Winterbell refuses your terms?
Kang Yu never expected that turn of events. I don't intend to ask for anything unreasonable.
Screw almost gave up. That's what you thought. Kang Yu quickly decided on a course of action. When they refuse, we will reconsider then. Still hesitating, scratching his head, singing softly. What should I do now? At that moment, Kang Yu noticed the paper placed on the envelope in front of him. He lifts the paper to check the contents. This is Screw continuing the story. It's what Winterbell wants the creator to find. Moros, seeing the content clearly, suddenly shouted in panic.
Cassie, that's the platinum disc design.
So, this is what you was surprised about? Screw clasped his hands behind his head and started explaining.
They say this is the most treasured item recently by Old Man M. Looks like an antique, right? He looked at you and said, they want me to find out what this is used for.
You show the piece of paper to Screw and ask, are you sure this is what they want you to investigate? He quickly responds, yes, that's right. As soon as S finished speaking, Kang Yu immediately changed his original decision. I take back my words about considering the conditions later. Your attitude is very serious. All the information about this object is my condition. S sits alone at the desk, quietly contemplating. The coffee on his table has gone even more. It's hard to find information now. And what is this? S looks down, his eyes focused on the content of the paper. He recalls Kang Yu's words. All the information about this object is my condition. He lifts the paper to look more closely. From Kang Yu's attitude, he guesses he already knows what it is. Then Screw put the paper back on the table. He stretched and yawned. Oh? Screw leans back and ponders what he needs to do. A pentagon shape? No, that's not it. Maybe I should investigate Lampus. The Heaven Bar in Vinzone has been operating. Sung Run made small talk with Cha. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? He just served him a drink while replying. It's been a year and 2 months since I arrived at Gad Dam. Sung Run exclaims in admiration. He still remembers so clearly. Cheha smiled. Sometimes I still nervously pick tiny details to change the subject. Oh, he's looking at Cheha calmly drying the just-washed wine glass. Someone like him being here. Changing identities is quite a farewell, huh? He didn't answer right away. Then Cheha suddenly grabbed Sung Run's water glass. He instinctively opened his mouth to thank him out of habit. But then Sung Run realized Cheha had just lifted the glass towards him. He smiled and said, Hey, at our bar you have to pay first. Sung Run's trembling arm reached out and froze in midair. Can't I get it for free? Cheha hummed. Of course I knew it wasn't free, so why ask? But you already gave it to me. Why are you asking for it back? Cheha is not easily swayed. Whatever I do in my bar, I can get away with it. Hearing him say that, Sung Run pretended to be upset and stopped caring. Cheha paid no attention to his sulking attitude and just went on as usual. But then he kindly and softly reminded me. Regarding your information, spreading nonsense in this bar will get you punished. The man at the counter, also looking at them, Sung Run, not understanding Cheha's intentions, could only gape and say, "Huh?" He didn't lose patience and kept explaining gently. "I mean, stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point." Sung Run started pounding the table and said a name, C. He expressed his wish. "I've heard about him recently, so I want to hear your thoughts." Cheha falls silent and ponders for a moment. Then he suggested that I think it would be better for you to meet him in person rather than just listening to me. Sung trembles and doesn't want to do that. "I want to hear you say it." He got straight to the point. In Yu Chia's eyes, he was once a wrongdoer. At that point, Sung shivered and narrowed his eyes. "I'm curious to know what you think of him." The man with the head injury was startled, and Cheha's face was no longer a fake smile. He became very serious. Something interesting is also happening outside. A person adjusts the stopwatch on their wrist. Now. Next, Break Gohei's shouts loudly to announce a 30-kilometer sprint, and then quickly rushes off, leaving the 3 exhausted Breakhuns behind. Breakhun hunched over uncomfortably, panting heavily. "Damn it." CR, sitting down on the ground beside him, also complains. "Doing this 3 times a day, really? My back?" Break Ghost has run far away, then looked back and shouted loudly. "What are you still doing? Have those insects already given up?" CR is starting to get annoyed. That demon is really making me angry. Double Blade guesses Chuni's strength is related to the moon. Black Han is very curious. How is he still so strong? He's been panting non-stop. Meanwhile, CR nearby is starting to consider giving up. Maybe I should just quit. Hearing that, Bon immediately gritted his teeth and showed clear disapproval. A Breakon. He rips his hair out with a crazed smile on his face and shouts with full determination. No way he's giving up. Charge forward, Double Blade and Crash are taken aback by Brahun's sudden change, driven by a desire not to lose. Although they are not as determined as BH, the two still struggle to get up and chase after us, waiting for us. While they are training, someone is watching them from above. That person is none other than Kang Yu. Moros assessed. "They are trying harder than I thought." Kang Yu responded, "We have to see if they are willing to try." Moros turns to watch him. "I guess you've been waiting for this, haven't you? Maybe it's just my imagination." Kang Yu leaned on the railing. Anyone can have the desire to become stronger, but very few are willing to endure all hardships to achieve that. You watch as the 3 members of Breakon try to push beyond their limits. This training is not just a simple test. It will lay the foundation for a strong body and mind. Then Kang Yu stood up straight, and Moros also looked at the Breakon group. With villains haunted by their own ambitions, it will be very difficult. Kang Yu asserts, "I have no intention of training these fools." Moros comments, "It sounds like you're not expecting anything, but that's not what I mean." Kang Yu coldly states the truth. "Just assume they will be stronger. You think the people trying to assassinate them will just stand still? If they are smart, they'll do everything they can to become stronger." Moros continued to speculate, "So it seems you want to increase the strength of the entire Vinzone of Gadam. Are you planning to expand your influence?" Kang Yu disagreed. "What do you mean by influence?" "Then you're just selfish," Moros commented, narrowing his eyes. "The question is whether the villains you're helping will stand on your side or not." Kang Yu calmly listened to everything. "You have your reasons to fight." But Moros, those villains, stop for a moment, and trusting Screw isn't very promising either, White Fang. He wants to know your plans for this item so Winterbell can continue investigating it. Is that okay? Kang Yu looked as if that was obvious. If I told them to stop, they would definitely stop. If we can't stop them, it's best to make them share information with us. I won't tell him, and I won't do anything that could harm myself. Then I don't need to do anything to get the information, so there's no reason to stop them. An image of the platinum disc, Moros, and the demon eye pendant appeared in Kang Yu's mind. If everything goes smoothly, I might not only get information about the platinum disc, but also news about him. Suddenly, his 6th sense tingled, and Kang Yu quickly turned to look at the building across the street, where a light flashed in a room on a higher floor. What is Moros wondering about? Kang Yu quickly spots Sungrun's figure through the window. He is a complete stranger to both you and Moros. You've never met him before. Who is that? Sung shivers, smirking with a sly grin. He gestures for them to come here. Moros understands. It seems he's calling the whole group. Kang Yu mimicked Sung's actions. It's not you. Seeing that move, confusion was written all over his face. One of Sungjun or Kang Yu must have definitely given in. Sungjun smirked and said, "Are you even aware of what you're saying? You talk big, but right now he's standing on the rooftop of a lower building, and you just keep ordering people to come and go as you please." Kang Yu retorted, "I don't think you're worthy of saying that." Sung shivered and teased. Did I stab you? Kang Yu doesn't want to get involved in a long-winded fight with him, so stop talking nonsense. Who exactly are you? Sung Run was a bit surprised. Has Screw not told you yet? Kang Yu hesitated, then replied, not yet. Hearing that, Run felt a bit more valuable. Ah, so that's why you're so arrogant, huh? He introduced with a smug look. I am Blinding Darkness, not serving the ruler of Winterbell. That Kang Yu organization. Winterbello. You recall the recent conversation with Screw and notice Sung trembling. The one who asked Screw to investigate the platinum disc is him. He finally got to the main point. I heard you're willing to help us. Kang Yu immediately objected. I do not willingly agree, but I accept the request. He chuckled nervously. Request? It seems you heard wrong. An energy sphere appears. I've recently heard about the things you've been doing. The energy sphere lands trembling in your hand. You defeated Barracuda and destroyed Boksan, right? You just took down a little pawn and you're already excited? If you had investigated me carefully, you would have acted correctly. Kang Yu couldn't just stand by and let him keep lowering himself. Not long ago, I also defeated Mujin. Vincent's boss is in Name Kong. Minin is also your ruler, isn't he? Sung shivered, then immediately burst into a mocking laugh and sighed. You really are a stupid bastard. Thinking you can do everything just because you fought someone else and won, and then calling it a victory and worshipping yourself? Kang Yu observed his attitude and confirmed, you don't believe me. Moros also disagrees with you. I think he's right. Sung continued to criticize, saying you're like an unbelievable liar. No, your character has had issues from the start. Geez, you're so talkative. How long do you plan to keep going? If we're going to fight, just use your fists. Or are you afraid? Sung chuckled smugly, satisfied that he had achieved his goal of testing his strength. If what I hear is true, then the brutal nature of the Gadam villains must also be real, as lightning continuously erupts from the energy sphere. Be grateful to me, because I will cleanse that bad habit for you. At the same time, at the Heavenly Tavern, someone is wiping down the shelves with a cloth. That person was none other than Che Ha, who was both frowning in thought and trembling as he recalled his conversation with Sung. I'm curious, in Yu Che's eyes, what was he like when he was a bad guy? Won't you tell me? There isn't much to tell. He's a hot-headed, brutal guy who doesn't care about rank, trembling with surprise. Che Ha explained that because of his terrible personality, no villain would follow him. Oh, there is one. The person he's talking about is Black Ghost. Che then continued to recall his encounter with Kang Yu. And another thing, Che Ha exhaled heavily, a look of disgust appearing on his face. He is very shameless and undisciplined, just like a reckless missile that doesn't know what shame is. Sung was suddenly shaken by the new information. So Yu Che Ha thinks that way about him? Oh, and he still wants to ask about something. I heard that Kasi Xian and Minujin once fought each other. Did you witness it? Che Ha shook his head. Very sorry, but he didn't. Sung nervously pressed for details. So what was the outcome? She can only tell what he knows. I heard that the match was very fierce, but Screw intervened to stop both of them. Sung Run sighed and smiled. Screw really is a troublesome guy. I have everything I need now, so he stood up. Thanks for the helpful information. Che Ha was surprised. Are you planning to leave? Sung tremblingly turned and left. The best way to tame that wild dog is to beat it. Che Ha couldn't understand his metaphor at all. Before leaving, Sung Run uttered his last words. I wonder why they don't do that. Remembering that, Che Ha chuckled quietly. Not because they wouldn't do it, but because it wouldn't work on that person. And even if they did, it would backfire immediately. Returning to the upcoming battle between Kang Yu and Sung Jun on the rooftop, Sung Jun performs his move, the lightning sphere. Many similar spheres float around the two of them. Moros assesses that his attribute is light, opposite to yours. Sung shudders, breaking the tense silence. I've already researched you. I heard you possess a unique skill with the darkness attribute. But he is very confident in his own strength. Here, the light covers us all. Let's see if you can use that dark skill you're so proud of. Moros thinks he's talking too much. Your opponent is really troublesome. Kang Yu sneered. Sung Run confidently declared that light overcomes darkness. But this is the unchanging law. In terms of attributes, you are definitely at a disadvantage. My rank is completely different from those villains who also have the light attribute. You're definitely going to lose, he keeps talking. If you are willing to repent for your arrogance. Kang Yu suddenly intervened. Even though Sung was interrupted, he still didn't seem angry, and instead looked a bit proud. I knew this bastard liked to be cleansed by the light. Just go ahead and charge in on your own. Kang Yu didn't hesitate, and immediately followed Sung's wishes. If you like, then do it. He didn't expect you to fight like that. Kang Yu charged forward and drove his knee into Sung Run's stomach, but he managed to dodge just in time.
Kang Yu had to land on the ground by inertia before turning around to prepare for the next attack. He was surprised to see that it was now Jung Run's turn to strike without waiting. He raises the sphere towards Kang Yu. That despicable darkness you possess, a great source of energy unleashed to target him, will be purified by the light. It is Sung Run's proud skill, the Ku Kwang. Kang Yu also does not sit idly by. He used his agility to keep moving and avoid the powerful energy source, but a beam of light still came to attack him. Sung Run sped up along the zigzag path from his original position to get closer to Kang Yu, preparing to strike the sphere, but Kang Yu could still easily dodge. Taking advantage of Sung Run rushing into close combat, he kept jabbing his elbow into his face repeatedly, not just once, but many times in a row. Sung Run's face was battered and bleeding all over, causing him to fall back and cry out in pain. Ugh! Kang Yu provokes. What did you say your attribute was again? I fold my hand into a fist. Those things don't affect me at all. Then Kang Yu delivered a powerful punch to Sung Run's stomach, causing him to momentarily choke. He declared, I only know how to beat you into submission. Kang Yu's series of actions isn't over yet. He kicks high into the air. It's over now. Kang Yu kicks Sung down onto his head, causing him to fall flat on the ground, whimpering. Kang Yu slowly approaches. Do you think I only have dark attribute skills? He looked at Sung, trembling in pain, unable to get up, his eyebrows furrowing even more. He kept stomping on his head. Get up, you keep blabbering about cleansing my darkness with your light. Sung Du could only cry out in pain. Moros could only watch helplessly from afar, then suddenly tremble and shout loudly, Wait a moment, Kang Yu, hold your position for now. What do you mean by wait? I admit it. I underestimated you. I admit I was too reckless, Kang Yu prompted. Then he pulled out the button from his collar. In the name of winter, you weakling! Kang Yu widened his eyes in surprise at Sung's words and next actions. Since I have acknowledged you as an opponent, my task is to face you in battle. The one who was just lying on the ground after being defeated now wears a confident smile of a strong person, ready to go. Sung trembles as he uses his limit-breaking skill. His information panel also changes from level A villain to level S villain. Sung trembles, stands majestically, surrounded by a faint golden light. Kang Yu's eyes hardened as he heard some villains using limit-breaking to hide their true strength. It seems he's one of them. Sung Run stood still like a statue, his eyes shining as a staff appeared within the golden light. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't be in despair now. Sung tightly grips his spear, his voice firm. Do not expect mercy from evil. He raises his spear high and shouts, I will make you pay for your sins that anger the king. Countless strange orbs suddenly burst up from behind Kang Yu's back, surprising him. They spun rapidly and charged forward like a storm. It keeps getting closer to Kang Yu. The giant thunderstorm ball, he and Moro stare at it wide-eyed. They merge into one sphere. The thunderous giant sphere grows bigger and bigger. Sung Run raises his spear and points it at it. Look, this is true ultimate power. A slight smirk appeared on Kang Yu's lips. Foolish, but you still can't defeat me. Sung Run furrows his brow, his eyes sharp, as Kang Yu frowns and releases his inner strength to spread the dark green and blue light radiating from the beam. Countless streams of black and green light gather where he stands, and darkness exists alongside them. Kang Yu gestures, sending the green and black light toward the thunderbolt. The Black Knight sword transforms into a crackling spear that heads straight for the Thunder God orb, destroying it and locking onto its target. It quickly surrounds the Thunder God orb, causing its power to diminish rapidly. Sung Run suddenly looked up at the scene, surprised. Kang Yu reached out his hand to summon his weapon. So boring. Moros's support is spot on. Sung Run is a bit more subdued, but his voice still remains very arrogant. You're pretty good, but it's not over yet. A blade from the spear is enveloped in a blazing red light. I still have a trump card left. Dung Run rushes forward quickly, throwing the spear in his hand, using the power of light to pierce through the darkness. He forcefully pushed the spear toward Kang Yu as quickly as possible. I will cleanse you. The luminous spear, a shield, appears around Kang Yu, pushing the rapidly rushing spear away. Dung Run in black armor frowns in surprise. What? Kang Yu raised his hand to summon his weapon, swinging it to create a beam of light with terrifying power. Hakda Kim Sung quickly dodged to the side to avoid being hurt by the Dark Knight sword. He spun in the air a few times, a hand with sharp claws appearing, and Sung Run knelt down on the ground. Wow. Kang Yu standing inside the barrier, looking at him. Your acrobat skills are impressive, huh? Someone coughs up blood beneath the smoky bone-covered ground. What kind of situation is this? Sung Run collapses to the ground, trembling as he says, I didn't use my full strength, but I didn't expect to be pushed back this far. Kang Yu stands with his hands on his hips. How long are you planning to just stand there? Sung trembles in panic, thinking to himself, it can't be, the one with extremely weak synergy ability isn't him. How could there be such a gap? Kang Yu points at him provocatively. Don't tell me your strength is only this much. Could it be me? Someone shouted loudly. One of those people stepped up to Sung Jun and Kang Yu-S knelt on the ground because it was too noisy there. So I came, but just as I thought, WS came to support them, arriving just in time to slip in. SW Dever teases and asks if you're fighting again after just having a fight not long ago. Kang Yu sighs in frustration at the question. And you're interrupting again? Sung trembles and closes his eyes slightly. So boring. This is a perfect chance for me to show my true strength. He just shrugged, unable to do anything more since we interrupted, so Screw DeVere looked surprised. Oh, we're just here to watch you fight. WS casually crosses his legs and eats popcorn. Just here to watch, I even bought some popcorn. Sung points firmly at someone. Today I will withdraw, but be prepared next time. Screwdiver and Wan sit far away eavesdropping, showing no interest at all. Kang Yu watched Sung Run walk away and said, Where do you think you're sneaking off to? He leans one hand on his hip and says firmly, I still have many questions for you. Don't even think about leaving until I get answers. Kang Yu asks, what is the vassal of Winterbell? A person like you, really plotting? Sung looks confused. What do you mean? The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Screwdiver rested his chin on his hand, lips slightly curved, and said softly, You still haven't had enough with my help. You even come for my heart and head. What's the reason? If you act as a villain and do things on your own, that's fine. But this is crossing the line. A bystander appears with countless trapped butterflies risking everything. What is your true motive? Silver seems excited. Come to think of it, he's right. Someone shouts loudly, What motive are you talking about? Don't be so reckless. Kang Yu coldly replies, If I don't do it, who else will suffer the damage? A line of text appears, and the evil sword master Minung Run slightly frowns. Aren't you serving him? Gina's image appears behind Kang Yu, but upon closer inspection, it seems you're trying to prevent Minujin from becoming the ruler of Winterbell. His loud question makes Dongjun pause. Did I say something wrong? A shelf filled with bottles of wine appears, and the black bell on the ceiling emits a faint yellow light, a voice echoes. Oh no. Kang Yu. Screwdiver Grow. Sung shivers as Sun sits around the round table. Grow jokingly asks, Why are we all here? To enjoy tea? Screwdiver isn't always serious. Grow continues to wonder. If not drinking tea, then what else could it be? Are we just sitting here gossiping? It would be better if it were just the two of us. Chehai is helplessly wiping the plate. Why are they gathering here? Crow rested both hands on the table, leaning his face into his palms with a teasing tone. I'll listen, but if it gets boring, I'll stab you all. Your two crows react enthusiastically. Go ahead, kill the crows, kill the ravens. Siller chuckled softly. You'll find it interesting once you hear it. Crow is excited. Oh wow, really? If that's what you said, I am really looking forward to the house. A voice rang out. Sung shivered and sat tightly gripping his hands on the table, with a slightly annoyed expression. Then let's listen to our guest today. He takes a deep breath, and I'll be honest, all the eyes in the room are fixed on him, causing Sung Jun to hesitate a bit. I am preventing Mujin from becoming the ruler of Winterbello. Wan jot down something in the small notebook in his hand. I have considered your thoughts. What is the reason? Sung replied, trembling. Minun is not qualified to become the ruler of Winterbell. Someone questions. Not qualified. An image of Gina fighting alongside someone appears. Kang Yu speaks calmly. Mujin, who fought against me, is a very skilled fighter, not at all clumsy or awkward. Are you wondering if it's because of poor leadership or just being malicious? My trembling reply quickly dismisses that. If there's no specific reason, why are you stopping me? Crow replied casually. Oh no, screw div. Are you a traitor? Kang Yu said. Mujin would be very disappointed to learn that Lord Chu served the king only to betray him. W. Sun replied, Mujin is not the kind of person to be disappointed over something like this. Everyone shared their opinions, unlike someone else. Grow threatens ominously, saying, traitors will be eliminated immediately. The traitor trembles slightly with fear. What do you mean by traitor? Don't tell Van, okay? Kang Yu and Screwdriver lean back in their chairs, all just to protect Mujin. Sung trembles and clenches his hands tightly. If Min becomes the ruler of Winterbell, Minun will become that person's target. Kang Yu asked if that person was Manny King. Sungjun honestly replied that M. King might target Mujin, but negotiations are still possible with him. His eyebrows furrowed, revealing the most evil and powerful of the four evil kings. A scene of injury appears, with countless people lying on the ground crying out "Red Dead Peony." A figure steps into the darkness, surrounded by gently falling rose petals, and he will target Mujin. He leans on the table with both hands and seriously points out something very certain to them. Red Dead Peony. He will target Mujin. Kang Yu still crossed his arms in front of his chest, and upon hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder. Peony, that crazy guy, will target mine. Sung nodded in agreement and replied, yes. S, sitting next to him, asked him something that made him fall into thought, and he also looked over to see how he would react. Do you know Red Dead? How could I not know? He's one of the top 2 villains that the Red Flags want to eliminate the most. He continued to use Shanghai as his base, having conquered Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces and become the leader. The Chinese government could not ignore this and took special measures. Join forces with Lampus and launch a special operation to eliminate Red Dead and his henchmen. Chess masters around the world are also participating in this campaign. Among them was even a top-tier warlord. The battle was incredibly bloody, with the strongest fighting each other, but that campaign failed and no one survived to return. Crow propped one hand on the table, teasing Skrill. If you're talking about Red Dead, you probably know him too, right, kid? Hearing that, Kang Yu couldn't help but be surprised, and he casually replied with a faint smile, he's just a guest after all, when suddenly Run interrupted their conversation. But I think Min will be ready to draw his sword and attack Red Dead, and he is absolutely sure of it. No, it's more about being sure of it, Kang Yu quickly replied. So he's going to attack first? Why is he so tense? Screw probably said that to justify revenge. He calmly explained to everyone. Mujin's father, the previous ruler of Winterbell, was assassinated by Red Dead. Revenge is probably the main reason Mujin wants to become the ruler. Sungjun also agreed with him and continued speaking. Not to mention Mujin's revenge, Red Dead will return to Korea because Winterbell is the thorn in the side of both Red Dead and Manny King. He stared straight at him with a very confident voice. So facing Red Dead is unavoidable, isn't it? That's enough, he quickly interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I make a serious decision. No matter what we do, it will rain and we will get wet, so just go for the attack. Still showing agreement. I agree. If we keep fearing those bugs and don't try, it'll only make things more complicated. And Crow is very pleased with his decision, replying that people enjoy getting soaked in the rain. Seeing them decide on their own without any preparation, Sung trembled and shouted, "Wait, these fools will do that after they finish preparing for Minin." At this moment, WS quietly listens to their conversation and speaks with a calm, gentle tone. I will take care of those bugs. He angrily stood up, slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, What nonsense! He looked at her with confusion and asked, Why are you so confident? Juan remained calm and continued her work without looking up, saying, Our leader said she would handle King and Red Dead herself. Then she went back to work. I need to rewrite this. Seeing his frustration, I wondered where they got such excessive confidence from. Crow could only try to ease the tense atmosphere filled with the smell of gunpowder and say something to help him out. But no one added anything, and he grew even angrier, his chest heaving. How can you be so arrogantly overconfident? The enemies are the 4 evil kings, the strongest villains. Despite his raging anger, Kang Yu remains calm and responds. So what? Do you think I will lose if I fight them? He responded frankly. Of course, a Vinzone boss can't compare to the 4 evil kings, so he calmly and indifferently replied, I understand. Screw just laughed it off, teasing him and admitting how quick he was to catch on. He then continued explaining, According to you, fighting against them now is impossible, but I firmly declare that in the near future, I will make them kneel before me. Then he turned to scold Skrull. Just help Minen become the ruler of Winterbell for now. Set the date. He nodded in agreement and responded, All right. Seeing them decide for themselves without listening to his opinion, he felt annoyed inside, holding his forehead in frustration, silently wondering what these fools were thinking. Interrupting his thoughts, Grow asked eagerly, But if Red Dead fought Manny King, who do you think would win? Screw thought for a moment and then replied, Last year, Red Dead went to Korea to answer that question. Juan was stunned to hear him tell the story. It was a horrifying event. Crow came up with a brilliant idea. Why not let them fight each other? It will probably be fun. He finds it quite interesting, but adds more to her. So we need a huge amount of fighting funds. Listening to their conversation makes him can't help but think. If it had been a year ago, he wouldn't have been so sure. But then a year after arriving in Korea for the youth event, he remembered reading it in a report. After carefully reading the report, he could confirm that many of Lampus's South Korea branch's S-rank errors had been sacrificed.
He looked toward Sungjun and listened to his previous story. I heard there's also an S-rank mistake in there.
As I was lost in thought and trembling, I headed to the bar.
He finally spoke up, asking if they had more dishes. Suddenly, he turned his eyes into blinding light. This blinding darkness cannot let anything be tainted or filthy. He seemed to be angry at him. With the power of light, I will cleanse him thoroughly. Hearing him assert confidently that Wang Ho is not afraid, and instead shouts him away, "Go away." This damn glowing bastard. Gro watched the scene curiously. What's wrong with him? He's so noisy. Screw, lost in his own music, replied happily. It must be a side effect of breaking his limits. Villa Inton, in a large outdoor cool area, J sighs. Yu Chen, who is practicing with equipment nearby, asks, "Why are you sighing?" He is sitting and resting, honestly answering. It's just the worry about the future career of an average middle school student. He immediately denied that he was an average student. After finishing his training, he landed and listened to his lament. He's doing great. Jae-ho looked at him, who had just finished practicing and was relaxing his body, with admiration, as he continued to be a prominent figure right after graduation. He couldn't help but feel jealous. He was the rising star with so many expectations. Since you caught both Black and Toymaker, Yu Chan listened quietly as he recounted, then crossed his arms and argued back. That rumor is all just false, Jae-ho replied.
Hey, don't be modest anymore. I was with him during the Toymaker incident. You also helped me.
He laughed and he continued the story. That's why I was really bothered by harassment at school. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder why. Because I'm with you. Is there a problem? Di-ho, feeling discouraged, doesn't want to tell him the truth. You have no idea how they are mocking him.
Yu-chan saw him so sad and tried to comfort and encourage him.
If it's a misunderstanding, you should say something, right? I'll go to your school and... Before he could finish speaking, Jae-ho immediately objected, not wanting to cause more trouble. Oh, please. He closed his eyes and let go of the past, saying everything is calming down now.
If he comes, it will only stir things up more. Then he pointed at Yu-chan with a serious tone.
Above all, my school is full of how people because you're a famous person.
After hearing Jae-ho tell the story, he wasn't afraid but rather curious and interested. Who is it?
Jae-ho saw him ask and immediately teased him. Curious, huh?
Seeing him ask, she just replied casually, well, not exactly.
Then Jae-ho stopped teasing him and changed the subject. But now Na-yu must be here already, right? Yu-chan saw him ask, then looked to the side and saw his sister's figure, quickly mentioning Tao is here, she's right there. Di-ho also looked in that direction, unable to help but wonder if someone was following him. Wu-chan was so surprised he widened his eyes in shock as a perverted-looking man on this side kept chasing Na-yu. I am Eni's father, a student from the military training school. She doesn't care and just wants to stay away from him. What if I shout? Get lost. Seeing her so dismissive, he just followed and said, "Don't do that to me." Before he could finish, she stopped, took a breath.
Na immediately turned around and shouted, I told you no means no. If you keep going, my brother will beat you up, for sure.
He heard her threat, but wasn't afraid, and even sneered more arrogantly.
Aha, I'm not that easy to beat up.
He still loves to threaten. I am a potential threat that once appeared on the news. Before I could finish my sentence, a cold voice rang out. Who is that? Na-uo was surprised to hear that, recognizing the very familiar voice, just as she saw Yu-chan standing right beside her and managed to call out, Brother! He saw him and immediately looked panicked and fearful, frowning. Kim Yu-chan still calmly pulled his sister closer and spoke in a gentle yet dangerous tone. Your friend? He looks extremely scared and sweaty. Why is he here? Hearing him ask, Na-yu quickly denied it. I don't know him at all. He's been harassing me the whole time. Knowing she denied it, Yue New Sa-tong rose from hell, eyes blazing with fire, glaring at him and asking, Who are you to dare to harass my sister that even he shivered? He was panic-stricken, full of questions in his mind. So, your siblings? He quickly explained upon learning the truth. Wait, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't harass her at all. Since she's quite pretty, I just... Suddenly, Di-ho also ran over to the two siblings and looked at them with curiosity. Dad is calling. He looked over in surprise at the sound. Si-ho was surrounded by many people whispering about him, and his strange behavior made him feel extremely embarrassed and scared. He immediately ran very fast, wanting to escape from here. Na-eun wouldn't let him go, shouting loudly. He's running away. He's angry but can't do anything. Just sighs. Seeing him run away, Yu-chan finally spoke, looking at Joe and asking, Do you know him? Jae-ho casually replied, Of course, he came to my school. He then looked in the direction he continued running. His name is Cha Inyom, one of the haters I just mentioned. In Vinzone, Nam Kang, district of Seon, in a luxurious room. The voice that rings out belongs to Gina. All right. Thank you for your effort, Jop replied casually. It seems what she's been hoping for is progressing very smoothly. She did not answer his question and immediately ordered to go to the sealed room. He crossed his arms, unable to see his expression at that moment. Great, I'm starting to feel a bit worried. She couldn't help but wonder.
What is it about? He replied. Because you will have a big battle. So I am worried because we asked someone hostile to you for help.
Luckily, he's not a narrow-minded person. He happily added more. Anyway, congratulations, Mujin. How about opening a bottle of champagne to celebrate? She remains calm and observant, then speaks. It's still too early to celebrate. She's holding a knife with an expectant look. I am not yet the ruler of Winterbell. Even with that title, this is just the beginning. Then she forcefully slammed her hand on the table with a passionate voice. We can celebrate, she firmly declared with a look full of hatred radiating around her after I successfully avenged. The tall buildings are bathed in the golden sunlight of the sky. A black car speeds along the main road.
It's been 5 years since my father passed away. The car stops.
The two men get out of the car to open the door for a man who seems powerful. All year, I've tried my best to achieve my goal. A small bear-shaped box opens, but it seems I've only managed to put together a small piece. I'm sorry. A small girl with pigtails is crying. I already ate all the cookies that Dad liked the most.
Suddenly, a hand reaches out to pat the girl's head, making her stop crying. Be good, don't cry.
And mysterious woman hugs the little girl tightly. I don't like eating too many sweets. Dad is very happy that you like it. The girl rested her head on the woman's chest, her eyes still shimmering with tears. You are the only person my father truly values. Gina, right? Inside the car, Gina, with a cold gaze, presses one hand against her cheek as the driver turns to look at her.
I will take you to the house with the remains first, then we'll go to Gadam district.
The streets are empty, the tall buildings bathed in the golden hue of the sky, and a coffee shop sign appears, with 3 people inside chatting. Student Bang Sung Ti. Recently, I just won first place in the national competition. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am.
The short-haired woman takes out a device that looks like a recorder and says she wants to hear a bit about your determination in the upcoming 2-month National Youth Cycle competition organized by Lampus.
A glass of water decorated with a thin slice of fruit is pushed forward. It's more of a commitment than just determination. Dung Ti smiles brightly. If you can win, that would be great. But I want this experience to be a stepping stone for me to become the strongest chess master. I am still an unranked apprentice in chess, specializing in the Earth attribute as a forward. The female reporter praised, while the male reporter kept pressing the shutter repeatedly to gather footage. You're so cool, I will definitely support you. Sung-Ti speaks softly. Thank you for your support. The male reporter asks, so you want to be the strongest, which means you want to become the top seed, right? The female reporter next to her also chimed in, top of the psycho? You're so funny. She chuckled shyly, covering her mouth. Everyone has their own big dream. The female reporter tilted her head slightly and casually mentioned the top seed mistake. There is another person who is also very famous. Someone who shares that dream with you, the male reporter asked. So you mean Kim Yu-chan-ha was a student there? I heard you two went to the same middle school, and the conversation continued in the small coffee shop. The reporter asked, do you two know each other well? No, we didn't even know each other in middle school. We only found out after we graduated. Actually, I feel quite regretful that we didn't realize earlier that we both went to the same middle school. Because we share the same goal, I think we will become good friends, the female reporter said casually. Oh my God. Sung Tae's phone on the table rings loudly, startling him as he looks down. Has Dad finished the interview yet? A voice echoes. Time is passing so quickly. Dung Tae seemed in a hurry and asked, can I leave first because I have another appointment? The two reporters smile brightly. The female reporter responds, thank you for agreeing to the interview despite being busy. We will support you in becoming the strongest flag bearer. Sung Tae left, and the two reporters continued sitting in the cafe, whispering to each other. I heard he's a model student and he's so willing to agree to the interview so quickly. It's hard to find someone like that in today's society. Sung Tae's lips curl slightly as the sun sets behind the tall buildings, creating a stunning multicolored sky. A voice echoes among the tall buildings. Are you causing trouble with Kim Yu? The two men stood facing each other in a narrow alley, arguing loudly. The man in the suit spoke up. Are you kidding me? The man dressed simply said in a firm voice. It's true. I saw that bastard pick up a female student myself. Inbom frowned, raising 2 fingers to make the person opposite believe him. I told him to stop already, but he kept getting worked up. Zung Tae gently touches his chin, looking thoughtful. How can I just brush it off and walk away when something like this happens?
I am Einie's father. I hug him. Inbeom shouts loudly, punching into the air. Damn it, just as I threw the punch, his friends arrived. He casually asked, and what was the result?
He hesitated. Because they were too many, I had to leave. Sungtae responds, why can't I believe what you're saying? Inium sincerely, I'm telling the truth. Sho was there too. He frowned slightly. Does it dare to act superior to Kim Yu-chan? Then there's no hope left. Inbo started to tell a story. That Sho guy at school is a bookworm who's always quiet. But it seems like they are very close and talk a lot. Sungtae responds indifferently. I don't care, he's feeling oppressed, and they even call me a ghost now. His eyes slightly drooped. Inbeom keeps talking, making him angry enough to rush forward and grab his collar. They say students from the training school are all show-offs in the greenhouse, trembling like dried frogs when faced with villains. Get closer to Inbeom's face and warn him. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Inbeom clenched his teeth, eyes filled with fury. I'm not lying. If I am, I'll make the gang's trouble last a lifetime. When Biomo is released, he lightly touches his neck with his hand, still showing no sign of anger. Then here's the warning. Watch your words. He barely curled his lips. A ghost, huh? If it really dares to speak arrogantly like that, then Kim Yu-chan will have to pay a heavy price. His eyes radiated danger as a young man behind him was busy on his phone. Kang Yu walked while texting, with Moros flying close beside him. This way is opposite to the way home. He said he's nearby. I need to go somewhere first. He walked along the cobblestone street until Kang Yu stopped in front of a shop with a bear sign and some macarons, with the sign reading Makum Macaron. You quietly ask Moros, is this the place you need to go? It responds, that's right, Kang Yu whispered. They've been talking about this place for a long time. He gently rested his head on his hand and muttered with a crunch. SW clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back. You live in Gadam and don't know? This guy is definitely a sneaky snake. Crow next to me chimes in. I can eat 20 of those at once. A woman with large star-shaped earrings introduces a famous macaron shop in Gadam, located in Namkang district. Wan gently closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and pressed her hand to her cheek, imagining the delicious macarons that left Kang Yu speechless. Their Earl Grey macarons paired with tea linger in the mouth forever. Inside the bakery, staff are handing over a package to a customer, revealing a box filled with several purple macarons. Is this the entire batch of Grey Countess macarons? Yes, this is the remaining part. The bell hanging at the door softly jingled as it was bumped, and a voice rang out. Just sell me everything, and if you want to give it as a gift, I can help you wrap it up. A girl walks into the shop. At this point, Kang Yu also just refused. No need, I'll just eat it. The girl who just entered approached the pastry counter and asked if there were any Grey Count macarons left. The young clerk replied softly, What should I do now? I just sold my last piece of cake. The girl who just came in is wondering and asking about it. Gina gently glanced at Kang Yu's basket of pastries and yet asked politely. Gina gently points to the bag of pastries in Yu's hand. Can I buy the Earl Grey macarons you just bought from me? She suggested I could pay even 10 times the price. The bakery clerk was so shocked she couldn't believe it. I can do more. 10 times. Other colorful trays of macarons appeared. Kang Yu thought to herself, there are still many other types of macarons. Why does it have to be this one? Another thought insists it has to be the right one. Gina gently pursed her lips. She lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with sadness and longing. Today is the memorial day of someone I love very much. Someone who liked these very things, so I really wanted to buy them for that person. Kang Yu's eyes slightly hardened, then he suddenly spoke, surprising Gina. My stomach suddenly hurt so much. Kang Yu turned and walked away, leaving behind the bag of cakes I just bought. Maybe I'll buy it another day. Gina softly turns her head to watch Kang Yu's figure disappear into the distance. Moros comments on how poorly the actor performs. Kang Yu coldly replies, Keep your mouth shut. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt. Wait! Kang Yu turned his head to look back. Gina is standing right behind him and was the one who grabbed Kang Yu's shirt. I don't want to owe anyone. Gina hands a bag to Kang Yu. 1 box of macarons is enough. Her eyes are sincere, hoping you'll accept the remaining box. Kang Yu takes the bag of sweets Gina just handed him, staring at it as he walks. Moros said mockingly, Looks like your acting worked, huh? The sunset gradually falls over the busy park. Moros, I didn't expect you to sympathize with a stranger. Kang Yu looked pensive and not very happy. It questions, do you remember Jeep? Seeing the people around laughing happily, he hesitates a bit. Just assume, so then Moros continued. That's ridiculous. He glared and whistled. You might not recognize him. Kang Yu looked confused. Moros continued. I know the person you just met in the shop is Mujin. He stood up, waved his hand. I know. Moros was quite surprised. Do you know? He widened his eyes as Kang Yu recounted the story. I didn't know it was Mujin. I just thought she was unusual. He looked at Dam Chio's hand, thinking of Gina's image. When she approached, her aura was very different. The calluses on her hands must mean she trains with a sword every day. Kang Yu leans on the railing, gazing at the vast sky. The person being mentioned is probably her father, right? Moros said hoarsely. It could also be. Gina stands alone in front of the funeral home, looking at the remaining mementos from the past, appearing a bit somber. Somewhere, a large door suddenly appeared with a sign hanging above it. Crow's sealed coffin. Gina approached coldly in her warrior outfit. A few people have gathered here, trembling as they speak, warning that the sealed coffin is a dangerous place full of traps. He looks tense, saying that one wrong step could cost you your life. Are you a parrot or something? You've been saying the same thing over and over again. Sung looks very angry. What? I'm only worried, you know. How dare you talk about me like that? Stand tall. Kang Yu can stop you. Stop wasting time, just do it. Gina gives a cheerful thumbs up. Good luck. I believe you will do well. Gina hesitated. She didn't need to say anything else, only looked at Kang Yu. He faced Gina with a cold stare. After a moment, she spoke. Take care. Kang Yu politely says, of course. His hand now releases a powerful aura. The old door and Gro's sealed coffin have opened the way for Kang Yu. The entire space is now shrouded in darkness from the aura he emits. I will return soon. As I go deeper into the coffin, its entrance is a seemingly endless spiral staircase. Yossi said, the first thing you need to do once inside is find the Dark Knight orb at the entrance. Following his lead, Kang Yu asked, to find the switch, do I need that thing? Yep. Just think of it like a lamp. Since they're standing quite close to the coffin's entrance, there's still a faint light shining in from outside. He continued because inside the coffin is sealed so tightly that you can't see anything. Huang Yu followed Ayose's instructions. When you find the Dark Knight orb, place your hand on it and channel mana into it. Bright, small orbs suddenly appeared all around, and his voice echoed loudly. In this way, all the Dark Knight orbs inside will be illuminated. Kang Yu looks excited. This is so interesting. Moros asks, is this your first time seeing the Dark Knight sphere? He places his hand on the sphere, gazing up at the floating sparks. So we each get one too? If you sell it, Moros would be too much. Stop right now. Kang Yu moved toward the narrow passage. Is there already a fork at the start? I didn't expect to find that here. He skeptically stroked his chin. They should have told us beforehand, right? Moros glanced, unable to do anything, even if he wanted to, because they didn't know what was sealed inside the coffin. The next stage would require overcoming new challenges. Kang Yu remained calm, so not only avoiding traps, but also making decisions, huh? He remembered when Sung had spoken in a trembling, angry voice, so that's why that parrot was so worried. Kang Yu called Moros and said, if you sense any strange energy, remember to tell me. It responded. He gathered some aura into his legs, and then both of them quickly moved away. Moros excitedly runs straight over there. The source of the black aura gradually gathers at the end of the path. The beam of light gradually appears. Moros shouts loudly. Casey suddenly appears out of nowhere with a surge of red aura and screams. Hurry up and stop. Kang Yu has already stopped in a super cool pose. You look up and ask if I can sense anything. Moros speaks softly. I sense a very strange aura. Looking at the lingering aura, it continues. The energy from that place spreads out, weak, but very strange. Kang Yu commented, then raised his hand to touch the strange airflow. So, there is a secret passage behind this wall. Moros adds, it could also be a trap. Are you planning to check? Kang Yu calmly. You want me to do that, right? It's on guard. Don't be careless. If you touch anything immortal again, I'll cut you off. Now I am different. I will not make the same mistake again. A flash of light streaks through the gloomy scene. Outside, Gro's sealed coffin. Everyone was worried about Kong Eung's safety and nervously asked, will he succeed? He bites his hand in frustration. Has it been so long without any news? Yosei looked at the clock, his tone calm. It's only been 10 minutes, not long at all. Sung trembled in confusion. 10 minutes already? Gina reassures her, it's okay, if it's him we don't need to worry. He looks at her and asks, why are you so sure about that? Gina lowered her head, even though his attitude was rude. We can trust his abilities. C-Screw also agreed, that's right. He crossed his arms confidently, speaking with a hint of self-assurance. He seems like he's speeding up without even bothering to brake, but he definitely says he can do it.
Sai smiled. If he wasn't being watched, he would return to Kang Yu. Right now, he was standing in front of a gate guarded by two giant statues. Kang Yu marveled, I never expected there to be a place like this here.
The purple aura from earlier is gathering towards the large circle. What is this?
Morris was panicked. A three-legged crow. How could that be? It widened its eyes, truly unexpected.
I should have realized when I heard about Gro's sealed coffin. Kang Yu put his hands on his hips.
What are you talking about?
Moros pouted.
This isn't the place for the trial. Despite the name, this is a place used for sealing.
He looked at his father and asked,
Seal? What are you sealing?
Moros spoke. The demon sword.
As soon as it spoke, it recalled the image of trembling hands standing next to Gina, sitting confidently with a commanding posture. It must be the Demon Sword clan. A long-standing family becomes meaningless when an outsider is born. It turns to you. Minen's bloodline could be a noble family that trained wrong flags in the past. He irritably said, just say it simply.
Moros recounted in a hesitant tone.
From a false flag, their true nature will turn into villains. And what causes this complete transformation is that purple aura coming from the ancient incense burner sealed inside. At the luxury hotel Vesperna in Philadelphia, USA, wealthy guests gradually settle into their seats around the tables throughout the lobby. In the elegant setting, a man crosses his legs and sways his glass of water, accompanied by two handsome bodyguards. Yuri hid behind the door, secretly watching Seth drink water, wondering who he was, especially since he had bodyguards with him. Please step back and approach, making Yuri startle. Who are you secretly watching? She turned around with an annoyed voice, startling herself. What the hell, where did you come from all of a sudden? He fumbles around searching. Is one of our customers a celebrity or something? Suddenly he asked to stop. He said, that VIP guest, I don't see his name on the reservation list.
Yuri looked down. Is he a famous person?
He continued. Do you not know how to judge?
Looking at him having his meal, she said, Please tell me. That person is the president of Lampus.
Yeah,
Lampus chairman. She widened her eyes.
If he's the president of Lampus, then among the mistakes, Yuri will say what he thinks. He thumbs up. He's the strongest.
She was surprised by Set's annoyed expression. It's too noisy.
Yuri and Shin are still chatting. She is teasing him. A person as great as him coming to our restaurant is such a shame, he replied.
He's a regular. He
comes here sometimes. Satisfied, Yuri feels proud. My workplace really is a mess. Here, take my phone so I can take a picture of you with the set in the background, Yuri asked again. Really? You don't need to ask for his permission, do you? The man smiles. He's very relaxed and easygoing. She quickly waved her hand and said, Come on, a manager shouldn't do that. It seems he noticed and glanced at the two people talking. At the same time, Kang Yu gradually opened the door, revealing a scene that looked like a sacrificial ceremony. He looked over from top to bottom, the ancient artifact protected by a massive aura. Kang Yu doubted it. Could it be an incense burner? He wondered. Are the stone stelaes around them traps? Moros asked. Exactly, Kang Yu thought. A trap within a trap, like a double lock. He thought of something with immense power, and the scene was instantly consumed by red flames and black blood, indicating that thing was extremely dangerous. Kang Yu noticed a sword stuck in the stone pedestal in front of the incense burner. Moros speaks evenly, as if trying to set a trap. He answers with certainty, so this sword must be extraordinary. The sword they mentioned is embedded in a square stone stele surrounded by a red aura. Kang Yu suspects that since it's so clean where it's stuck, it hasn't been here for long. He asked further, Do you know what that Lu Huang is? Moros remained silent for a long time before answering. Since ancient times, do you know what humans instinctively fear? The Chot. He nodded and said, Yes. That is the fate everyone must accept from the moment they are born on this earth. Moros continued in a calm tone. Even if you possess great power or immense wealth, you still have to face death. What does it have to do with the incense burner? It blinked. Its 3 legs are a divine bird symbolizing the sun and immortality. Moros thought of the image of people performing rituals with reverence. The censer is a sacred object used in offerings to the heavens. It was once used in rituals for prosperity, health, and longevity. Then the image of a powerful person clenched in their hand, speaking with a stern voice. But those with power are never satisfied. They crave immortality. The horrifying scenes of slaughter unfold as Moros narrates, with some even offering humans as sacrifices to achieve immortality. Now, the image of fierce red evil spirits filled with resentment being sealed into the incense burner and repenting with offerings to the vengeful souls who lost their lives. The tangled chains symbolize their restraint, and in the end,
They were sealed here. Kang Yu sighed. You know a lot, huh? It looked at him with teary eyes. Have you forgotten? I am a noble, noble soul, so of course I should know. He couldn't help but wonder, so that irrational desire led to the creation of a strange creature. Moros raised his voice, explaining that its unreasonable craving stemmed from witnessing someone who was not a god, but could still achieve immortality. Moros's words echoed, revealing a scene of 5 mysterious figures lurking in the shadows, with the reason recorded in history that the Supreme Being's desire for immortality was because of that person. Kang Yu wondered, placing his hand on his hip. Who is it? It asked you a question in return. What were you planning to do with that incense burner? Kang Yu wondered silently. Changing the subject, huh? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that incense burner is a sacred object, as you say, then it might be possible to extract stone from it. Moros's voice was deep and hoarse. Just because it's a sacred object doesn't mean it's made of mana stone. Kang Yu turned around, implying you mean there isn't one, huh? It's uncertain. Yes. Moros's eyes flashed with a mysterious, very intense light. It stopped behind Kang Yu, but since it was set with a double trap, it's very dangerous. Taking it won't be easy. He walks forward coldly. How would he know if he doesn't try? It seems there is movement near the sword. Kang Yu looks up. The aura appears to be growing stronger, then it quickly covers the entire altar in a red hue. Kang Yu remains unfazed. The trap has been triggered, blocking anyone from entering from outside. Moros is also a bit surprised. This trap is meant to prevent what's inside from escaping, and it seems you understand that. So Kang Yu is gathering energy to throw a punch, but he's very weak and can't withstand external attacks. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch, his face cold and unmoved. Kang Yu suddenly saw something, as a black aura now emanated from the sword. The ancient incense burner gradually reveals a pair of furious red eyes, as anger, while black balls fly through the sky mixed with strange gases, creating a chaotic scene. Kang Yu pulls back his hand. This is Moros, who looks at the evil spirit creature that contains the souls of the lost. Outside the body, the crows are gradually enveloped in a red aura as they fly chaotically around the incense burner. Kang Yu said quite a lot, huh? He spoke seriously. Focus now. If you're careless, they'll manipulate you and turn you into a slave of the evil spirits. That's why that Lu Huang was sealed. The fierce black creatures scream like humans. Get lost. They are howling loudly. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Moros's eyes widen with worry. Casey, if that sound tempts you. Kang Yu remains calm. Do you think I can be easily defeated? It's clueless. Huh, is it okay after all? He chuckled softly. Of course. Kang Yu called up the system interface, and thanks to the mana stone taken from the black iron armor, I gained a powerful passive willpower skill. His eyes grew sharper. Indeed, I should thank him. Moros was relieved. Luckily, you weren't affected. So what do we do with these evil ones now? Kang Yu replied. I feel more sorrow than malice. It asks back about sorrow. He spoke in a deep voice. From that voice filled with rage, I could sense a sadness as if falling into an abyss. Moros doubts. How do you know? Kong lowers his head and mumbles, because I have experienced something similar before. Under his deep, husky narration, the vast black ocean of Long seems to swallow every flicker of light. Before the chaos, I will release the sorrow buried deep inside my heart that is making them fade away. The crows keep flapping their wings and crying out in despair. Damn it! Damn it! Moros, speaking with sympathy, I understand how you feel, but it's too late to save them now. A blue stream of energy appears and destroys everything. Moros is stunned. The energy comes from a Yu's hand. He said, I will burn their unclean sadness, charge forward and set them free. He unleashes a large amount of his own energy and shouts, Burn to ash and disappear! The black crows scream in agony as they are consumed by fire. They looked frantic to attack Kang Yu, but before they could reach him, they vanished, leaving only feathers falling into his palm. Kang Yu's voice was light as he said, I have saved all the evil spirits. Moros scoffs coldly. How is that possible? He glances at it. What do we do now? Moros asked uncertainly. Are all evil spirits turned to dust because of your fire? Kang Yu replied indifferently. So what? It frowned slightly, not trusting. Moros silently observes his back and assesses him. Without extraordinary power, evil spirits cannot be defeated. Although not granted, I'm sure that within his fire lies that special power. Kang Yu approached the Lu, bowing his head to look. Now it's safe, right? It's gradually accepting the truth that all the evil has disappeared. He raises his hand again, conjuring flames. Let's get started. A fierce blue flame erupts in Kang Yu's hand, infused with man. The sword is quickly engulfed and consumed by the roaring fire. At the Neo Center, Manny-kin asked in surprise, "Is Winterbell making strange moves?" The person next to him replied,
The report says that Winterbell and the Vinzoni boss of Gadam district often meet, including the evil swordsmen Mujin and Kian.
He is deep in thought. "Kian, please explain. He is the villain who just took control of Vinzone in Gadam." Many frowning. Is he the new soldier Skrill manipulated as a puppet? Also the one who cut off Barracuda's hand, the one who is Onamchian, director of the Neo Center. He speaks softly, and according to the latest reports, there are rumors that he fought Mujin, but I haven't confirmed whether those rumors are true or not.
Fighting each other? If that rumor is true, that overconfident kid must have been beaten up pretty badly.
Manny-kin ordered, "Frequent meetings show they already have a specific target. You guys quickly investigate and carefully look into Winterbell's situation for me." Namchan bowed his head. "Yes, Chairman, I will definitely complete the mission." He points and says, "We need to investigate everything about that Kasi Xian guy. Then report back to where Kang Yu is standing." He looks at the gem he just forged in his hand, emitting a deep red glow, a different color from what we had before. Moros looked in shock. "That's a blood mana crystal." Kang Yu was surprised. "It's a blood mana crystal."
He glances. This is no ordinary mana crystal. It has absorbed the entities of the sacrificed.
Moros frowns in fear. It is so powerful that no other crystals can compare. But this is also dangerous because it contains the essence of that damn thing. This magic causes most evil beings to go insane just by holding it.
Kang Yu raised the gem, but I remained normal, proving I am not part of the majority. It replied, perhaps also thanks to the effect of the fire that burned the evil spirits.
He hesitated. "So can I absorb it?" Moros frowned. "If you're worried, wait until later."
It casually looks at the red gem.
"If you're still worried now, wait until you become stronger to absorb it so you won't suffer the side effect of going insane." Kang Yu raised the gem to eye level, its dark red like blood mesmerizing, casting a red glow on his pupils. He closed his eyes tightly around it and said, "I have no reason to put myself in danger." Moros praised, "That's a good decision." Kang Yu turned to look at the battlefield. Lu Huang has returned to its original form, so the traps are no longer necessary, right? Probably this sword is no longer needed, either. He stepped closer, ready to draw it. This might also be made from mana crystals. It's floating in the air. It is indeed made from mana crystals, but it can't compare to the one you extracted from the incense burner. Kang Yu pondered silently. "Then I will extract the mana crystal." He suddenly stopped when he saw something.
Wait a minute, I've seen this pattern before. I recall that although the colors are different, it looks exactly like the pattern on that guy's sword.
Kang Yu raised his sword high and above the engraved stone slab of Gro's sealed coffin. He exclaimed, "I knew it! That guy is all talk." Outside, Sung nervously bit his lip. 30 minutes had passed without any news. He was sure he had died or encountered something dangerous inside. Jaina pondered silently. "Wipe your mouth and let's go." Sil suddenly said, "Our boss won't fall for those trivial traps." He casually fiddled with the ruby. Although Gro's sealed coffin is a dangerous place, he can still handle it properly. The reason he hasn't come out yet might be because he's being followed. Ayop, trembling with suspicion, shouted, "What's going on?" A strange noise sounded, and everyone turned at once. Sil completed the ruby puzzle at the same time. He chuckled softly. "It's time to end now." The gate opens wide, revealing the light ahead. The road gradually appears. Sung couldn't believe it. Did he really succeed? Josie looked around. "Where is Kasi Xian?"
I can't see him. Through the glasses, S predicts he's accelerating to the max.
He analyzes the data, only 20 seconds left. A powerful black smoke rushes forward as Kang Yu leaps and spins along the long road. Finally, he stepped out through the gate. Josei and Sung Jun both looked at him in shock. With a soft voice, "The mission is complete. Our deal is done."
Sung angrily shouted, "After sending us to attack, what do you mean by saying the mission is complete? You remain calm. I just left and you're already complaining."
"Are you worried about me?" he shouted.
"Why should I worry about some bastard?"
Screw then places his hand on Kang Yu's shoulder. He smiles. "Luckily you're safe and did well." Sil suddenly looked down and asked, "What are you holding?" He said nothing and went straight to Gina, holding the sword out in front of her. "I found this inside." Gina lifts the sword to feel its power. She looked up and asked, "Do you know what this is?" He calmly replied, "A sword, what else would it be?" Gina whispered, "It's the white tiger sword." She drew the sword, which had disappeared after the previous emperor's era ended. Gina held the sword perpendicular to her own, and power immediately erupted. It is the twin sword of the Black Dragon sword. This is a treasure symbolizing the evil sword clan. Gina gently swings the sword. The White Tiger Sword is the twin sword of the Black Dragon Sword. She tests its power by channeling mana into it, and the sword immediately lights up. You can control the direction of the sword god. Both Kay and Moros are stunned.
Luckily, we haven't extracted the mana crystal yet, Syl asked in surprise.
What's wrong?
Gina suddenly lowered her head. She appears formal. Thank you for finding the White Fox sword.
Even trembling, he couldn't believe it. Where did you find it? He replied, in a special place within Crow's sealed coffin. Gina pondered. A special place? Is it where the Lu Huang is sealed?
Kang Yu looked a bit surprised.
Do you know?
She nodded.
I am the clan leader, so of course I should know. So what about Lu Huang? He replied. Lu Huang returned to its original state. The negative energy disappeared, so there was no need for the trap anymore. Kang Yu guessed that someone had deliberately stuck the sword there to try to trap the Huang's seal. Sung frowned and thought, I heard that the previous leader didn't use the White Tiger Sword when fighting Red Dead.
If he's right, then the one who placed the White Tiger Sword in Gro's sealed coffin must be the previous leader.
He was stunned to realize that it was the previous leader's plan for Mujin. Gina expressed that the strongest swordmaster would not be ungrateful, so just say what you want.
Kang Yu Quan crossed his arms and said he wasn't in a hurry right now, so he'll tell you later after you get through Gro's sealed coffin.
Now you're about to become the ruler of Winterbell, right? She bowed her head, only halfway through the plan. You're hard to understand.
Half, Gina explains. I still need to receive the final evaluation from the Winterbell Council in France.
Crow's sealed coffin is just part of the final evaluation.
She steps forward. Kang Yu asks, if you become the ruler of Winterbio.
He asked curiously, so what will happen to Vinzone in Namkang? Gina chuckled softly. Do you want to know?
Kang Yu waved her hand dismissively and said,
Vinzone and Gadam is enough for me. She remained silent, determined to succeed.
Gina thinks about Mas and Jalop to gain the right to become the
Winterbello Emperor. She feels lonely. In the end, the place that became the pillar and led her to prove herself was Vinzone in Namkang. Gina remembered the cold words, the Emperor is finished. They discussed leaving a child too young for the position. Hearing this, she simply bowed her head.
They decided they couldn't leave the position vacant and quickly appointed a temporary ruler.
Someone wondered why they didn't hold a vote instead of just appointing a new emperor. The other person snapped, You Ed. What are you talking about?
That position must be inherited by the bloodline of the leader. That guy shouted, Are they really going to appoint a throne for a kid under 15 who doesn't care about the family head position? Besides, that kid isn't even a villain.
Gina slightly pursed her lips as she listened to these words. The person you're talking about is standing right in front of you. Watch your words. That guy still hasn't let go.
How can we appoint a weak little kid as the emperor? He's not even qualified to be one.
She suddenly looked up, and Gina declared firmly, I will do it. Everyone in the family was surprised. They looked at her in surprise. Gina stepped forward and grasped the sword. This Gina, the 27th leader of the evil sword clan. As the clan leader, I will prove myself worthy of becoming the Winterbello Emperor.
She swung her sword and shouted, I will destroy Red Dead and avenge my father with these hands.
The man gritted his teeth.
What are you talking about? A pair of red heels steps forward. We will announce the decision. Juan proudly pats Gina on the shoulder. I will serve you. Miss Sung also steps forward, trembling. I'm the same. I also stand with the temporary leader. That guy is furious. What are you two doing? As vassals, you must carefully assess the situation. Why are you rushing? One man couldn't help but ask Ancient Blue Vive IP, are you also on the opposing side? He tapped his finger and said, I will let my son decide. He calmly explained, I will pass on my position to my son because he has come of age. Gina also spoke. If you give me a chance, I will prove myself worthy, he asked. How will you prove yourself? Gina pursed her lips. I will prove myself by becoming a clone of one of the 4 largest Vinzone in Seun. He smirked and said, Fine. Being able to prove your strength and leadership skills is more than enough. Everyone else was abuzz. A newcomer becoming the Vinzone boss? No way. Whether it's feasible or not doesn't matter. They're just looking at her to see if she can become the temporary clan leader. In front of everyone's watchful eyes, Gina remained steadfast. She silently thought that over the past year, through countless harsh trainings and battles, she had become the boss of Namkang district. But according to the evil sword clan's philosophy, I have only proven half of my potential to become the clan leader. So now Gina, wielding 2 proud swords, steps forward as the revered clan leader to become the Winterbell Emperor, with only one obstacle remaining. Kang-ut naturally said, Be careful. There are many dangerous traps inside. Sung took a deep breath and sighed in relief. Muin is not weak. Your worries are pointless. She gently replied, Thank you for caring about me. He was shocked again.
Let Gina go inside. I will definitely come back.
The sky outside is clear at the international airport, and someone has just arrived here. Juan stands there and says,
It's only noon, but it's so crowded. Are you really okay being alone?
Gina turned her head. I'm no longer a kid, and she's worried this is her first time going abroad. She quickly interrupted the meeting to say they would send a guide.
Juan lowered her head and sighed. Fine, I can't argue with her. She raised the bag.
Oh, right, here it is, Juan explains. The delivery guy told me to give this to you with a message that eating sweets will help you in that test. She took it. Gina turned around. I have to go now. Juan looked at the clock and realized it was time. She suddenly spoke up. Clan leader. Gina will take her place. Juan respectfully bows her head and wishes her a safe journey. She smiles softly. Gina raised the bag she just had, turned her head and smiled, saying, I thank him for you. Gina walked lightly towards her future. Intelligence reports say she has just left for France. At last, the concern we've had is coming true.
Ah, I said with interest. I can't delay the decision any longer.
At Gonf Stadium, Manny King asked again, did she go to France alone? Director Kim replied, according to the information received, yes. He turned around, surprised that she had passed Crow's sealed coffin test. Memories flooded back as Nam Chan placed a stack of files on the table. This is the report on Kashin that you requested? Manny Kin picked it up to review, and the old man seriously put down his cigarette. Manny asked in surprise, where did this monster come from?
You speak seriously. I will arrange to eliminate him immediately if you order it. He laughs. Don't kill such a talented person.
M's eyes lit up with anticipation. Even if it takes more effort, beating him would still be better. He would be a perfect addition to my collection. At this moment, he thought that perhaps he played a significant role in helping Minun overcome Gro's sealed coffin.
Unfortunately, this was beyond my expectations.
Manny Lee Kin chuckled softly. But everything turned out to be quite good, didn't it? Director Kim said,
currently Mujin is absent. Just give the order, and I will handle the 7 managers and suppress the evil sword clan. He shook his head and said no need to do that.
Manny Lai Kin takes the new staff. There are still many advantageous moves, so there's no need to waste effort like this. He's sure that Enshuyen Blue VIP will act soon. He whispered, isn't Blue VIP the elder of the evil sword clan? The old wicked MKH has no authority at all.
He's a vassal, yet he wants to swallow his own master.
He remembered that at first he wanted to turn Mujin into his puppet, secretly taking over Winterbell because the evil sword clan was not enough for him. Now things are different, but after Mujin's growth, he had to change his plan to forge his sword for the future. Maybe after Mujin leaves, he will use everything he has prepared so far. Director Kim is surprised, so it could be Hoa District. Man Ni Kingfu dismisses it. Indeed, he has been very careful in nurturing Quan Xin Hua. He remains silent. Vinzone Quan Xin Hua, when it comes to attack power, they already have quite a few of the strongest. He raises the gold ball and laughs cruelly. An internal war within the evil sword family will soon erupt. M. Kin places the ball down. Just a little spark is enough to ignite a huge fire. So we need to keep them busy. M. Kin raised his voice, saying, at least because of the ancient blue viper. The ball was hit high into the air as he shielded his eyes from the bright sun and watched. That was a good shot, he sneered, knowing that both sides had secretly formed an alliance, then looked confidently at Kang Yu and said, well done. Black Han smiled brightly, placing his hand on his muscles and boasting, these warm-up exercises are nothing to us. CR nodded in agreement. Just pay a little attention and you can do it right away. He softly said, not you guys. Kang Yu turned to look at Black Ghost and said, you must have had a hard time training those fools, right? He was tense, saying, I only do this for my master. Drek Hund, hearing that, got angry. Who are the fools here?
Kang Yu mentioned, I will let you join the training with me as promised. Now let's do a small test.
Breakhund hesitated to check. CR clearly looks tired. Not again. He beckons. Brahend, you go first. This is match 11. He smirked arrogantly and said, you've called the strongest person here by mistake. CR lowered his eyes, because you're the easiest to defeat. Black Hund grits his teeth and says, I will show you the result of my special training. He rushes forward, and with his rebirth power I can take him down in just 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Kang Yu still had no intention of dodging. He unleashed a lightning bolt straight at him. A punch coming in, Kang Yu easily dodges and gently grabs Brehun's arm. If you carelessly expose your arm like that, Kang Yu swinging his fist would be the perfect opportunity for the opponent to counterattack, delivering a blow straight to him that even Krat and Double Blade are stunned into stone. He ignored Brek Hun lying unconscious on the ground and shouted, then Kiar quickly raised his hand. Hey, no need to fight. I understand now. Kang-woo leans on his hip and asks, "What do you understand?" He laughs. "Indifference is the worst. We shouldn't be careless when attacking strong opponents." He frowned in confusion and asked what you meant. CR was surprised. "No, that's not right." Kang-woo suddenly teleported, circling behind him, punching recklessly in front of the enemy, which was extremely dangerous, while CR shouted desperately, and Double Blade was terrified. Black Ghost watched this scene with shining eyes, admiring, truly, a master, completely ruthless. The other two were also beaten to a pulp. Kang-woo calls Black Ghost. He is startled. "There is me." He coldly turns away. "When they wake up, let's fight them one by one." Black Ghost stands at attention, as the person who is carefully questioned by Tan every day. "Should I multiply with them, master?" Kang-woo waved his hand. "Of course!" Dosei shouted out the command. In another corner of Vinzone, a group of 3 people was frantically beating someone at their feet. "Is this guy stealing our money?" "This damn dog is making me so angry," one of them yelled.
Damn it, you bastard!
Suddenly one of them turned around, with a look of surprise mixed with fear. "What?" He trembled as he pointed. The other guy also turned, and all 3 of them hurriedly ran away, bending over.
Holy shit, we're dead, run now. The thief struggles to get up confusedly, looking around what's going on.
The newcomer walks in leisurely, standing against the light so his face isn't clear, but his aura exudes immense authority. The thief immediately kneels down, thanking him for the help. He replied indifferently, "I didn't help you. I just chased them away so you would fall into my hands." He laughed eerily. "Got you now, you bastard who dared to steal my money." A few seconds later, cracks appeared on the wall. The thief was slammed against the wall, the old Vinzone building in Manhwa district where Mpin's uncle is hiding. Ancient Blue Fuff IP is so cheap. Every time I come here, it's still the same. Mpin laughs loudly. "Ha ha, I'll take that as a compliment. He's blaming me for coming here unannounced." M tilted his head and asked, "What is the reason?" He then said in a deep voice, "The opportunity we've been waiting for has finally arrived." The Ancient Blue 5. IP persuades, "Now is the golden opportunity because Min is absent. I will make the evil Sword Clan and Winterbell mine." He sneers.
Ha ha ha, to be precise, it's not just yours but ours.
He bowed his head with a cold look. He remained calm, saying, "If we want to get what you desire, we should work together, and sharing the rewards fairly isn't a bad idea." Pin's eyes flicked out a card. If the difference isn't clear, it will lead to arguments, and they'll start to lose their temper. The card drawn is the flag card, just like the one the guy is flipping over on this card. Kang-woo looked at the new item and asked what it was. Bill waved his hand. "Mujin sent it to you. Inside are shining golden gemstones." He looks at them pensively. "Why is that?" he replied. "Since you found the White Fox sword in Crow's sealed coffin for her, maybe this is a return gift." Kang-woo sighed. "I said I would postpone it. Well, I won't refuse anymore." Screw even didn't bother to look at him. "Yeah," he changed the subject. "Oh, I just received this news today. The actions of those in Manhwa district are not looking good at all. I think they're targeting people in Sun, Boksan, and Gadam. Are you going to them for a reason?" he asked softly. "Then they will make a move. For the strong ones, the reason doesn't matter. The large screen displays information that Manhwa district is the strongest Vinzone in the world, home to many who are truly on par with the Vinzone boss." Kang-woo stroked his chin and said, "I've heard of him before." Moros asked again, "Haven't you studied him before?" Screw pressed the control button, "But among those villains, the one we need to watch out for is this guy." The screen shows a rugged-looking man once again. His nickname is Pawn. He is one of the 3 famous super-strong leaders in one-on-one fights. He looks like this. He suddenly remembered. He had fought Manny King before, and the result was obvious. He lost. But that fight was incredible. However, as far as I know, he is not the boss of Manhwa district. Kang-woo tilted his head, revealing it was someone else. Screwel smiled. "Yes, the true boss of Manhwa. The person he mentioned is a guy named Mpin. Usually the Vinzone boss is very strong, but actually Mayen is not like that." He frowned and said, "So you mean he's just a puppet?" Skill hesitated. "No, he earned that position with this. He calculated everything carefully to become truly experienced in large-scale battles." Kang-woo assessed. "So Manhwa's clone is similar to you?" He just smiled. "Ha ha, how can he be as good as me, but his skills really annoy me." Still recalling psychological manipulation. Mpin has the ability to control opponents at will. He pondered silently. Blood Rain uses hypnosis, while Toymaker drives others insane. Marin's skills are similar to theirs, right? He nodded. "Yeah, but he's on a different level. Blood Rain and Toymaker's abilities are only temporary. And M-Pin is just as stubborn as Kang Yu remains silent. It's just like deceiving people.
Screw replied, but I heard he has limits to his control.
He leaned back, still pondering how Winterbell was trying to figure out a way to deal with the Xinhua district. He lowered his head in thought. Mujin has left, so who will give the orders now?
Screw calmly said,
They still have elders. Kang Yu frowned. Elders.
At that moment, a sweet voice rang out, love calling out.
Crow walks in with a tray of cookies.
See what I brought? You really want to know, right? I bet you do.
You must be very curious, right? She looked at him. Is the black duck here too? Kang Yu asked confusedly. What do you mean by black duck? He glanced over and said, Cookies, right? Because I made them myself. Because I made them myself. Essig looked at the slightly burnt, strange-shaped cookies and muttered, Homemade cookies are truly special. He lifts one up. Octopus? She's just a playful kitten. Kang Yu then approached to look at the information on the screen. Screw. He just tried the spinning cake.
Mo looks happy like that. Is it tasty?
He paused for a moment. Did you also invest in this? This many? Screw laughs.
Ha ha, you've already figured it out.
Him resting his chin is just a small habit of mine. A black car is moving. Inside the car, Ancient Blue VIP coldly propped his chin and looked outside, his pupils flickering slightly. Ancient Blue. 5 IP recalls M-Pin's words. To get what you want, we must work together. He fanned the cards and calmly said, sharing the rewards fairly isn't a bad thing. Pin's eyes pick up a card, and if there's no disagreement, it will lead to arguments, and then they'll start losing their minds. His eyes flash with a cunning glint, just like the dealer of this card. Anxian Blue VIP looked thoughtful. Ho 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 ho. It's too late to regret now. You might lose everything. He gritted his teeth and said, I thought he was an obedient dog, but he turned out to be a cunning fox. Antian Blue Va IP's eyes gleamed with cruelty. If he refuses to submit, then I have no other choice.
Master Yoon, the driver responded, Yes, I am here, Elder.
Ancien Blue. Fiv. IP turned around and said, I need to assemble a team of skilled hunters. You obey my orders.
I will arrange it immediately. When do you want us to go hunting?
He spoke in a low voice, saying, the sooner the better. Seeing those broken things is getting on my nerves. Then, Ancient Blue VIP looked down, and it would be his turn next. Casey at Vinzone district, where M-Pin's uncle hides, is interested. Wouldn't it be better for you to see it with your own eyes? Min snaps his fingers, showing a face full of displeasure from the VIP.
Ha ha, Bon munches on an apple. Which side are we on?
The Man King or Ancient Blue Viper? He asked again. Which side do you think is worse? Bon shrugged. I refuse to answer a difficult question.
I don't like either.
Red sort licking his gun or just killing them all. Isn't fighting for both sides better? I'm confident in my abilities. Pin's eyes smiled.
Ha 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 ha, that's an interesting choice. What do you think?
Yu's voice was cold. I don't care. She tilted the beer can in her hand. Inio smiled softly. I just want to fight Mujin. The S-class villain. A wind tribute warrior. I don't care about anything else. Red Sot frowned. He angrily points the gun. Only I have the right to deal with Mujin. You bastard! She chuckled softly, saying, Put down the gun if you want to leave this room with your head intact. Redot grinned. He pointed the gun. Does this crazy person dare to threaten me? Ha ha ha, you shouldn't do that. Red Sot's pupils constricted as he looked up in fear. Min ta thạch thức, hắn nhìn Red Sot cuối cùng yên tĩnh rồi. Min phải giữ sức chiến đấu với kẻ địch. Chỉ có kẻ thua cuộc mới dồi dầu với giọng dối. He remained calm. Now let's continue discussing the factions. Inio smirked. Do whatever you want. Although their side is corrupt, just join the Ancient Blue VYP faction. We are already on good terms with him, so let's continue to stay loyal. She looks down on her. After a while of playing around, we'll switch to Manny King's side. M-Pin speaks up. If we want to make a big move, we have to go all out. He drew another card, and as everything started to spiral out of control, the card drawn was the Ace of Spades. I will take everything for myself. The warm sunset envelops the entire building. Morris's voice gradually sounded. How is it? Kang Yu moves his claws closer to the magic stone. It feels like my body has been revitalized, but the sense of magical power doesn't seem to be increasing. Moros immediately responded, That's right. It seems you've reached the maximum level when absorbing the mana stone. If it's not a genuine stone, your magic power won't increase. Kang Yu felt a bit regretful and worried. I have blood mana stones, but absorbing them now is quite dangerous. He gazed silently at the magic stone in his hand. Even if it took a lot of time, I still have to reach level S the normal way. Kang Yu looked somewhat dazed at his attribute panel, then thought to himself that although the Blood Mana Stone was important, the infamous information, the awakening of the villain, the disaster-level shadow attribute with dual Dark Bridge attributes, the activation method for the main anger skill, Black Dusk Sword plus 3 sensing Dark Fire, summoning the Black Dusk Sword, Dark Armor, 20 hours of enhanced mental strength, hidden skill, Crystal Extraction, magic point of 1,345. If he reaches level S, he can unlock hidden skills. His hand clenched with determination. He needs a more brutal training. Moro, seeing him silent for so long, asked, "What are you planning to do with the remaining mana stones?" Kang Yu thinks for a moment and then replies, Since this is a gift, I can't sell it." He looks again with a hesitant gaze at the mana stone box. The scene shifts to Vinzone, Gadam district, where the courtyard is scattered with flying stones and the surrounding ground is shattered. He cried out in pain. "Ugh, the one who just hit him." Drag Ghost shouted fiercely again. "Get up, you bastards!" He clenched his fists in anger and shouted forward, "Is that all you've got?" Black Ghost looked at the defeated crowd with frustration. Truly a useless bunch. They must not fall or kneel. He raised his fist again, showing his unwavering resolve. "You still have a fire inside you that needs to be ignited." Black Ghost's eyes burn with unwavering determination. "I will teach you to extract every ounce of willpower from within you." Black Hun clenched his teeth in pain, enduring. His mother is even stronger than before. CR is lying on the ground complaining. "Tough luck, I don't have any willpower at all." At this moment, Black Han remembered everything he had done. Due to the harsh daily training, he thought he had become much stronger. He clenched his teeth in frustration, not expecting himself to be so weak. Then Black Ghost shouted again, "Hey, you gutter rats! Get up quickly." Suddenly, Kang Yu approached from behind and asked, "Are you still training?" His eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted, "Master, why are you here?" He gently looked at him and praised him. "Well done. Are those guys okay over there?" Black Ghost excitedly reports, "I will beat them up some more." He hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "All right, I'll bring the orb to give to you." CR immediately looked up with curiosity, but Double Blade, a bit scared, refused. "Come on, don't tell me you're making the training even harder." Immediately after, Kang Yu took out a Mana Stone box. Black Ghost widened his eyes in surprise, and Double Blade quickly changed his attitude. "That's the highest quality Mana Stone." CR couldn't believe it, and sat up straight. "He gave us that thing?" Black Ghost looked a bit displeased as he pointed at the people in front of him. "Master, are you planning to give this precious item to those worthless people?" Kang Yu asked coldly. "Is that not allowed?" He immediately shouted to express his own perspective, clearly crossing the line. He quickly silenced him with a word, saying, "Here's one for you." Black Go's eyes shone brightly as he looked at him. "I swear loyalty to you for life." CR, seeing how easily he obtained the magic stone, quickly mimicked him. "Big brother, I trust you a lot too." "Hey, wait a minute, did you just call us trash?" Only Krat and Double Blade didn't care about the praise. "Great, I'm so touched." However, right after, Kang Yu closed the box and explained, "Of course I'm not just giving these to you. Before accepting them, you have to do something first." The scene shifts to Vinzone in Manhwa district, where Martin's uncle is hiding. Inside the building, there are a series of safes. Bon sat in a corner, chin resting on his hand, reading a document and thinking. Opposite him, Min was smoking a cigar and speaking. "This is a document sent by Manny King." He narrows his eyes, looking dangerous, and briefly explains the issue. "He told us to bring this guy into our side. Who would have thought that old man would be interested in him? This guy probably isn't just an ordinary one, huh? What do you think?" Bon is still resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly slams the pile of documents onto the table and responds slowly. "If you want, I can fight him and bring him here." Pin's eyes burst into laughter at that. "Haha, Pon really is something else. Truly impressive." He nonchalantly grabs an apple. "Do you think I'm joking?" Pin's perceptive eyes responded, "Of course not. It's you." He took a long breath and relaxed, but the opponent is a Vinzone boss. Forget about Barracuda. When fighting Mujin, he couldn't even get up anymore. Barracuda is just a small fry. The reason Mujin isn't defeated is because she always fights the weak Red Sot, and if he finds out, he'll go crazy. He also remembers Kang Yu's fighting style and comments that if Kashuyen is good at close combat, I would never lose to him. If he doesn't ambush and fights me head-on, I, the wrestling master, have no objections. In the end, Bon summed up with one sentence, saying he has no chance of winning. Pin's eyes, hearing that, chuckled with a bit of amusement. "Ha ha." Bihan seriously crushes the apple in his hand and says grimly, "If he dares to fight me, he's definitely doomed."
Pin then puts down his cigarette and honestly says, I've simulated your match against Tion, and the result favors you with a 9-1 score. He is very confident in analyzing the situation, but that's just a simulation result. So if you're careless, it could get complicated. The actual outcome of the fight might be different from what you expect. Then suddenly Matin asked back, what if Ponscrew did the same? He once again fell into deep thought. Him? I don't know.
Martin chuckled happily and said, Are you backing down?
Bon, a bit annoyed, turned away. Only by fighting him will I know. He seems to hold Skrull in high regard, as he's the only survivor. After facing Red Dead, Empin also reined in his smile. He thought for a moment, then came up with a plan, setting aside Skrew for now and focusing on dealing with C immediately. Bon, seeing his serious expression, asked again, Is it urgent to deal with him? Pin adjusts his glasses and explains, otherwise he could fall into the hands of the VIP. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Well, is the VIP an ancient blue VIP? Inside Empin's glasses, Kang Yu's cold face is reflected. He speaks cautiously because that person is the type to do whatever it takes in situations like this. The sky gradually brightened as Kang Yu still stood beside Morose on top of the building. He somewhat helplessly advised Kang Yu, even though it's just training, you're too strict with those guys. I don't care about the response. The reward is the highest quality monostone, so at the very least they should reach that level. He paused for a moment before explaining his deeper reason. Besides, I have to fight against them, including Break Ghost. With my current strength, it's not going to be easy. Moros also became more cautious. It seems that Break Ghost has become much stronger than before. Kang Yu replied, quickly retorting, because he had trained with me every day. You mean getting beaten every day? Remembering how terrifying they all looked, Kang Yu felt a bit proud. You have to know that they work together extremely well. Moros quickly added, Black Ghost has trained them very thoroughly. He propped his chin and started to consider, if we can protect an excellent long-range attacker, we can fight anyone. His eyes suddenly widened when he saw something. In front of Kang Yu at that time were 3 elongated shadows. Deho bowed deeply in respect. Sorry for the sudden visit. I am Jundeo, working for the elder of the Evil Sword Clan. Hearing this, Kang Yu also understood part of it. If it's the elder, a name he mentioned would surprise both Kang Yu and Moros. Ancient Blue Viper Deho cautiously explained the reason for his visit. He wants to meet with you privately. 2 supercars are parked neatly in the lot. Outside the villa, a group of bodyguards are surrounding the area. Ancient Blue VIP raises his teacup and says, I will go straight to the main point. He calmly made his decision. I will entrust Seiyun to you. Kang Yu responded solemnly from the opposite side. Do you have enough power to do that? And Blue VIP confidently states that this alone proves we can have a private conversation. If you want, I can hand over half of Seiyun to you right now. He quickly understood the main point of what he was saying and replied, You want me to be a good dog by your side. However, things are not as Kang Yu thought. He corrected his words, saying, I want you to join as my partner. Anent Blue VIP speaks with a slightly annoyed tone. You probably know this well, but the current situation isn't very promising. If you're not careful, all the Vinzone in the country will fall into Manny King's hands. His eyes flash with a dangerous glint. To fight Manny King, I need your strength, Kang Yu. I remembered Gina and asked him back. I understand you need my help, but why do you have to get involved in this? It should be Mujin's fight. Ancient Blue Fiv IP raises his glass again and explains Mujin is still too young and very emotional. Using logic to deal with a capitalist boss like Manny King is too difficult for Mujin, and Kang Yu finds it hard to understand. As I understand it, you're betraying your master. Weren't you quite close to Mujin? He simply smirked slightly. This is the best possible choice. You're not satisfied yet and ask again. Do you mean Mujin can't do it, but you can? Of course. For example, your face reflected in the tea glass, as he explained. Currently, Gadam's infrastructure is still limited. For example, water and electricity sources, you can still endure them now, but problems will arise later. Suddenly, Ancient Blue VIP said something that made him startle. I will lift those restrictions. He calmly sips his tea while chatting with him. I own a water company. It's quite well known in the distribution industry. I can solve Gadam's problem immediately without reporting it upstairs. Moros nodded at Kang Yu. Kang Yu also quickly responded, I understand your meaning. Regarding the Blue VIP, he seems satisfied. We all understand the issue now. Kang Yu took a piece of food from the table. But Seiyun still wasn't satisfied. I want to add one condition. He quickly agreed. Go ahead. He bites into a piece of food and smirks quietly. Give me a real mana stone and then I will seriously consider this matter. The teacup on the table still had bubbles gently rolling, as ancient blue vibe EP Namni sipped her tea and recalled his words. Give me a real mana stone. He clearly remembers how you looked when you made your demand. Then I will seriously consider this matter. Suddenly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The arrogant kid doesn't know his place. Ancient blue Fiv IP firmly places the glass down on the table. It's okay. Obtaining it wasn't my original goal. He grinned and let out a hearty laugh. Is it really mana stone? Ha ha ha, if it wants to happen, I will make it happen. It's easy. Suddenly, he remembered that Screw de Verkan is just the beginning. If I succeed in bringing the person from Gadam to myself, I wonder what that little guy's expression will be like. I'm so curious. Ancient Blue 5 IP smiles slyly, knowing that no matter how much it tries to do everything on its own, it will always be limited. He took out his phone, ready to call someone, and at that moment, I could finally accomplish my true goal. The smile on his face was incredibly cunning. The evil Sword Clan and Winterbell will belong to me. The scene shifts to Mpin Vinzone's hideout in Sinhua district. A voice responds. Understood. Mpin sat inside the room, laughing excitedly. Ho ho ho, I will do it. As soon as the call ended, he immediately adopted a cold attitude. Bon approached from behind and asked, What did that old fox say? Pin's eyes said in a deep voice that he needs a good cat to catch mice. He grew impatient, knocking his hand on the table, indicating that ancient blue VIP had already done something. That old man is so impatient. Bon crossed his arms and asked, Do I need to go? But he calmly replied, It's just catching mice, no need to use a trap. Bon hesitated a bit. So who do you plan to send? He still hesitates a bit. A faint singing voice. Ino's determined figure holding her weapon appears in Pin's mind. Who I know is very suitable, but she refuses to follow any orders. So why not have Pon suggest Laughing Ghost? However, Pin waved dismissively. Not a chance it will work. He's not a cat catching mice. He's a murderer who kills people. Red Sot's appearance also flashes in Pin's mind. So he's the only one easy to control now. Bon pulled out the card and sighed. Although he's a bit crazy, he's obedient. Not bad. Even if he goes mad, it's okay. Haha. The scene at UED Philadelphia is bustling, with warm sunlight shining down on the tall buildings. And inside, someone is carefully tending to a potted plant. Yuri smiled gently beside the flower pot when suddenly someone stepped in from behind to greet her. Good morning, you arrived early. She quickly turned back to reply. Hello. Vincent was a bit surprised by the bouquet Yuri was making. He approached to ask, Is that a white lily? Is there a flower shop nearby? She quickly smiled and replied, I bought it from a nearby flower truck because it was cheap. Vin approached to observe and exclaimed, It looks beautiful. The scent is also very pleasant. Yuri was very happy with his compliment. Yeah, I really like white lilies. I even wanted to buy a big bouquet, but I couldn't carry it. Suddenly, Vinin moved closer to her. White lilies? It's been a long time. He gently leaned down to inhale the scent of the flowers. I've just seen white lilies up close like this. Vin smiled softly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I once lived forgetting that I should give them to someone. His eyes lowered. My sister really likes white lilies. Yuri looked over with a bit of surprise. So he has a sister. After a moment, Vincent turned to look at her and asked, Do you know what white lilies symbolize? Seeing that Yuri remained silent, he quickly explained that in America, white lilies symbolize the return of the soul to a peaceful and sacred place, so they are often used in funerals just like chrysanthemums in Korea. Yuri was startled and said, I didn't know it had that meaning. From now on, I will be more careful. Vincent not only did not scold, but gently lifted a flower stem. It's okay. From now on, I'll leave them to you. Vincent bowed his head slightly and smiled brightly. I really like white lilies. Yuri was a bit dazed by his gentle appearance. Elsewhere, the night sky looms over an abandoned building as S operates the machine when a loud noise suddenly sounds behind him. Kang Yu is approaching and asks, What are you doing? He immediately turns around and asks back. Is it going well? He sat down exhausted and replied. As you said, the elder contacted me secretly this morning. Hearing that, Screw also spoke up. The elder will soon come after you. Maybe even today. Kang Yu looked a bit confused by these words, but smiled and continued, because the old man wanted to soothe and lure him. Suddenly, Crow pulls out something from beside him and asks, Guess what this is? Screw smirks and responds, Jellyfish? Crow said happily, looking at him. That puppy, isn't it adorable? Kang Yu asked him with a different look. Do you think I will fall for it? S had a little plan to scheme with him. Just pretend to obey, and if you behave well, he might become suspicious and try to go upstairs. Kang Yu listened for a long time. Then after a while, the two of them sat down and faced each other seriously. Gru was the first to speak. So what did you ask of him? He replied casually, Yeah, really. That surprised him a lot. Wow, the old man said he would give it to you? Kang Yu felt completely unimpressed. That kind of talk from him is easy. Sil quickly responded. I think so too, but that old man really started doing something already. No more messing around with him. Kang Yu returns looking serious. What are you planning to do now? Sil tilted his chin and smiled mysteriously. What do you mean? We need to purge the traitors. The clear blue sky shines down on the center. A deep voice announced that Ancien Blue, VIP, and Cian met last night. The purpose of this meeting is to prevent external forces from interfering before the civil war erupts. Manny King stands by the window, smirking.
This old fox is quite clever. I admit the way he handles things, Director Kim said grimly.
If this continues, the Ancient Blue VIP could get everything if he gains control of Winterbell and the Vinzone in soon, Manny King interrupted, raising his head. That's why I helped him. Honestly, I didn't expect him to go this far. Then he picked up the beer glass on the table. Mujin needs to try much harder. To become the ruler of Winterbell, she must overcome all of this. Manny King stares intently at the beer, curling his lips into a smile. I wonder what she will think when she returns from France and sees Winterbell in someone else's hands. Is it the feeling of being crushed? Len's girl smiled eerily and added, feeling the sting of betrayal from her own vassals stabbing her in the back. When faced with such a situation, people are easily shattered like glass. Hearing that, Manny King turned to look at her. You think Mujin would do the same? Len's girl quickly responded. This is her long-standing plan to avenge her father. If it fails, it will be very hard for her to overcome this shock. Director Kim frowned, thinking to himself. He plans to turn Ancient Blue VIP into the villain and then conquer Mujin, the one going crazy over these things on our side. Could it be that from the start, this was his plan to lure Mujin in? Meanwhile, Manny King turned his head away and continued. Things are moving faster than we expected. But that's good. Len's girl crossed her arms and said, That's an interesting development. He raises his beer slowly and takes a sip as they look at the picture that the Ancient Blue VIP painstakingly drew. Then, Manny King gently puts down his beer. The only thing we need to do is to take advantage of the moment when the situation changes. The scene shifts to the school. Inside the classroom, students are sitting neatly and studying. Moros hovered in the air, looking around, and said, I feel the atmosphere in the classroom has changed. Kang Yu explained slowly while reading a book. The exam is coming up soon. Moros casually asked him what he plans to do after graduation. Don't tell me you're planning to go to college. Kang Yu didn't even look over and scolded him. Are you crazy? Moros narrowed his eyes and warned, If your sister finds out, she will be very disappointed. Suddenly, a group of students in the class shouted out loud, Oh my God, look, Gadam is fighting Xinghua. Who do you think will be the one to perform in the match? Are these guys planning to start a fight? Inside the phone is an image of I.O. A confusing guy asks, Who is Gu Io? Another student quickly replied. In Gangdo province, she's a very famous villain. You really know your stuff. They keep reading more related articles. So does that mean in Sihun Shinga's villain is the strongest? Gadam's Screw is truly a failure. Screw has been a failure for a long time. Kang Yu and Moros looked disappointed, pretending to be wise despite knowing nothing. What are you even talking about? The sky outside the window is incredibly clear. Kang Yu tears the packet of bread angrily. He walks down the hallway, nibbling on his snack while scrolling through his phone. That's interesting, making a video to post on YouTube, and it even gets featured in the district newspaper. After reading it, Kang Yu felt uncomfortable. These people write about Gadam so badly, so biased. Moros also seemed tired. Recently, a lot has been happening. It stared intently at your article and Python's, then explained that identical articles were published at the same time. I'm sure there's someone behind this. Kang Yu also thought so and asked, Who do you think is trying to attract attention? Moros begins by analyzing and assessing the scale of this incident. Vinzone probably can't do that normally. Kang Yu, hearing this, also has an answer for himself. So it must be the Ancient Blue 5 IP. Suddenly, Wuhan approached from behind and called out to Kuon Kang Yu. Kang Yu stopped in surprise, turning his head to look at him. Yu Chan looked serious as he stared at him, then held up a bag and handed it over. Kang Yu asked confusedly, What is this? He coldly said, Take it. Meanwhile, a group of girls behind him started filming Yu Tran. Kang Yu, being difficult, turned to look at him. I guess we're not close enough to exchange gifts, right? Chan calmly explained, my sister made me give it to you. Kang Yu grabbed the strap of the bag and asked back, why? Wu Chan nervously turned away. I have to admit this. My sister. Nah? I think she likes you. Kang Yu and Moros both freeze at the same time. What are they saying? Kang Yu helplessly agrees. Well, since it was you who gave it to me, I'll accept. Suddenly, Yu Chan shouted loudly. Kang Yu froze. He stared at him with fiery eyes. If you make Na Wo cry, I won't forgive you. Kang Yu was momentarily confused by this sudden anger. He looked at him with confusion. Huh? At the same time, outside, the sky was gloomy, and inside a coffee shop was eerily silent. In contrast, a loud scream suddenly echoed from within the room. Wait a minute. Sung Tae slammed the table in disbelief. Are you telling the truth, or are you mistaken? Dong-un calmly replied that it was the truth, folding his arms as he explained, seemingly afraid that his family would worry so. His father said nothing. The media will soon uncover GLB's bankruptcy crisis. Handong, the capital city. His eyes narrowed with confusion, and Ka couldn't clench his teeth any tighter in helplessness. Your father's company went bankrupt? Dong-un calmly said. We are investigating, but stopping this crisis won't be easy. He asked confusedly what the reason was. Staring at the coffee cup on the table, she softly explained, we suspect it was an attack by the MNA expert team. He angrily shouted, damn it! Then Shung Tae tried to find a solution, asking what I could do. Hearing that, she smiled and suggested that there was someone who could help save the company from bankruptcy. Sung Tae stood up emotionally. Really? Dong-un placed her finger to her lips, looking mysterious. Have you heard about the most exciting and must-watch match in the world? His eyes are filled with confusion. What is she suddenly saying? She tilts her head to ask for his opinion. What if that match was between the hero and the villain, instead of the villain versus the villain? How would you feel? Chung Tae leans forward, a bit excited. Are you saying I should fight the villain? Dong-un gently calms him down. Bang Sung Tae, you don't need to fight alone. She suggested some better solutions. For example, you could also choose someone you know. Sung Tae pursed his lips, thinking to himself that she's crazy. She wants him to use someone from the future's wrong signals as bait. Seeing him silent, Dung placed her hand on the empty table and continued, you don't need to worry about finding a villain to fight. I'm sure you've heard about it already. The recent scandal involving Vinzongadam is dirty, and Sung Tae hesitated for a moment. He's not an ordinary villain, but is Vinzon really always like that? Damn it! She understands his worries and raises her glass to reassure him. You don't have to feel pressured. I promise someone will help you, Bang Sung Tae. Dong-un smiled gently and set a deadline. The time I finish this cup of coffee should be enough for you to give me an answer. The scene shifts to a girls' school, and as soon as Na Yu appears, her friends start teasing her. Na? Your brother's really popular on Instagram. Na Yu? Approaching with confusion. What's going on? No, he's the reason for it. She immediately shouted out loud when she saw the photo of Yu Chan giving a gift to Kang Yu. Huh? A bunch of people rushed in to comment aggressively. My heart is pounding like it's about to stop. Isn't the reason your cousin still doesn't have a girlfriend because Na Yu can't accept the truth and is screaming? The friends around keep teasing him nonstop. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Outside, the rain is pouring heavily. The announcer's voice echoes steadily. Leaders of all industries are saying the same thing. His face is grim and full of displeasure. We need to tighten restrictions on the Vinzone immediately. The demand for stricter limits is increasing. A pin is driven straight into the long, thick sausage, especially in Gadam district. The report says that area has reached the highest risk level. Blaster, Toymaker, and Blood Rain, the ones responsible for the devastating attacks in the city center. Black Hun bit into a sausage, reportedly due to territorial disputes among Vinzone factions. All of this started in Gadam district. The reputation as a den of ruthless criminals still isn't enough to fully depict Vinzone Gadam. He clenched his teeth in anger and asked, what did he say? Who is the brutal criminal? TR just sat beside him, sighing. It's you, of course. The announcer's voice rings out once again. Given the current situation, De Wong is also listening to the radio from his place. Are the false flags just going to stand by and watch? We can't help but suspect who will step up to protect us from those brutal villains. He looks annoyed and frowns. Who is this old man to be talking nonsense like that? This old man Di-soon is quickly reminded to be a university professor. The announcer asks him, do you think there is a solution to this matter? He quickly replied, the ancients said to fight fire with fire. The broadcaster also chimed in,
You mean we will use fire to put out the existing fire?
The professor's face furrowed in displeasure, finding it hard to believe. But before the villains in Gadam become more
Frantic, we must ask Vinzone of Sinhua District to ensure the safety of the residents.
Wang couldn't take it anymore and shouted,
"Crazy old man!" He pointed directly at the TV and questioned, "What safety for the residents?" Clearly, he's just trying to make the Vinzone fight each other. How can a professional talk like that?
The more Wang shouted, the louder he got, but June helplessly turned off the TV and said they are the ones destroying Boksan and therefore deserve it. She also held up the report to try to explain further, saying that if his report is true, then Gadam's villains are actually heroes who rescued a kidnapped resident, meaning they at least have some humanity, but he also knows that even if this truth is revealed, no one would believe it.
Wung Hiro Suvik, Antawjai but look.
Yes, it's too complicated, and he's deeply troubled, worried that Yu-chan might also get caught up in it.
June once again reveals the truth. Not only did Gadam destroy Boksan, but they also caused many other problems.
Clearly, this is false information being spread around. She confidently places the report on the table.
The situation seems a bit exaggerated. It looks like they will let everyone know their plan. Suddenly, Duong turns and asks, "Who do you think is the mastermind?"
The mastermind? They must be someone influential in media and social networks. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. "Is anyone there?" Deun turned around and called out loudly, "Come in." Seo smiled and stepped inside. It's been a while. Branch manager Ham Jun, an A-class sharpshooter with ice attribute, looks even more unimpressive. June turned to greet her.
"I heard you transferred from Busan to Seoul, but you've already arrived today?"
"You look so familiar." She smiled and approached her. "You were supposed to arrive tomorrow, but as soon as you set foot in Seoul, you came here right away." June asked again. "Why? What's going on?" The super mischievous one replied. "I just wanted to make a good impression on that senior." De Wong also started to ponder. If she's close to Senior Ham Jun, then suddenly he remembers something and looks up. Could it really be Kang Seo? Her image appeared clearly in De Wong's mind, a standard uniformed officer, the first to join the elite team, who in a single raid captured the notorious Russian criminal in bus. He was a bit surprised to see her true appearance. So she really is Seo, the special extermination team leader, isn't she? Jison reached out to stop Seo. "You're too close. Step back a little." She reached out again, wanting to hug her. "I miss you so much." Jison suddenly remembered the officer and turned to look at him. "Is this the first time we meet?" "Let's get to know each other." He shyly scratches his head as he introduces himself. "Hello, I am Lai De Wong from the Special Forces." Seo also greeted warmly. "I've heard a lot about you from the senior." "Hello, I am Kang Seo." Wong is not shy and keeps asking, "What are you talking about? Are you praising me or something?" Without waiting for Seo to speak, June cut in seriously, calling him a fool, then turned to look at Seo with a serious expression. "And what about your team members?" She smiled and replied, "They're resting at the accommodation." Behind, Wang was in great pain, and she thought she was a fool. June suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Let's go eat." However, Seo smiled and declined, saying, "I really want to, but I already have plans." "My cousin is meeting me," and she curiously asked,
"If it."
"The one who studies at the wrong school for chess, right?"
June stroked his chin, trying to remember, hearing that he had become the national champion in a tournament called Bang. Seeing her hesitate, Seo quickly added, "Sung Ti." She smiled brightly and repeated once more, "Bang Sung Te."
The sky over Vinzone in Sinhua District, where Uncle M Pin's hideout is located, looks a bit gloomy.
"What did you say, kid?" Ino coldly slings the weapon over her shoulder. "Without mine in here, are we really going to destroy Namkang? I'm not interested in slaughtering innocent people." M. Pin, sitting across, quickly scolds her.
"This is not the time to talk about personal preferences. Right now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unify all Vinzone in Seoul."
Ino didn't really care. It had nothing to do with me. He pulled out a card again and smirked sarcastically. "You don't even know how to seize the opportunity. You're truly stupid." Inio paid no mind to his smile and walked away coldly. "If it's not Minujin, I have no interest. Send someone else." Suddenly, something happened behind him that made Io alert and turn around. Lafing Ghost charges forward with his sharp sword. He swiftly extends his hand ahead, the blade flashing with a gleam. As the sword strikes down, Ino quickly raises his weapon to block. She skillfully drew her sword and delivered a powerful horizontal slash across Lao Fing Ghost, unleashing destructive wind. But that strike missed, and Io chuckled happily. "You managed to dodge, huh? That's interesting." Lying Ji keeps dodging side to side to get closer to Ino. They say that the older the ginger, the spicier. She charged forward with a smile. So you're one of the three leaders? The two quickly charged at each other, but just before disaster struck, a pair of strong legs stepped in to block. Stop! Inseo was stunned, eyes wide open, while Laughing Ghost's face was hidden behind a mask, so her expression was unreadable. Bon firmly blocks both of them with both hands. Ino narrows his eyes in anger. She swings her sword toward him, making him squint in discomfort. What are you doing? I thought you were very understanding, but I guess I was wrong. Pin's eyes from behind coldly said, I told him to stop you all. Inseo paid little attention to him and turned to challenge Pon Laughing Ghost. So you're stopping me, huh? You're breaking the rules, Bon coldly replied. Even according to normal rules, the boss of Vinzone's orders are absolute. Min lowered his hat and smiled as he explained, I'm sorry for Lying Ghost ruining your mood. Ino glared coldly at him. Well, I won't force you to do anything related to Nam Kang anymore. Laughing Ghost on the opposite side keeps laughing and teasing. Ino also faintly smiled with a sinister look. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Pin's eyes stare intently at the card in their hand, a hint of contemplation. The meeting was a disaster. That mysterious card makes him ponder. Should I have used the ace I've kept hidden all this time to catch her? The scene shifts to Gadam High School under a gloomy sky as Moros curiously asks around, Are you going to the study cafe? Are you planning to go there after class? It stopped raining. I told you, the exam is coming soon. It asked back confusedly, so you said you weren't in college, you said you were really thinking about your sister, and then you said that? Kang Yu seemed a bit embarrassed to be caught off guard. Shut up. Suddenly seeing Na Yu in front of him surprised him. Kim Na Yu. Kang Yu remembered what Yu Chan said when he handed me the gift bag. That guy. Is he telling the truth? Yu Chan's voice rang out. What's going on that brought you here? She hurriedly approached. You didn't check your messages? I told you I was coming to your school. He just shrugged and smiled, saying I should have called. Nah? Quickly explaining herself. Insta is totally chaotic right now. Yu Chan, who can't understand what's happening, asks again. What are you talking about, Na? You look worried. You've been photographed? Yu Chan still doesn't understand the photo for now. Na-un immediately grabs his wrist. Na-yu hurriedly pulls Yu Chan to run away. Let's find a quiet place to talk. He also didn't refuse to go with her. Yeah, let's go then. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind Yu Tran. The two siblings stopped and turned around to see who was calling them. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Sung Tae waves and smiles as he walks with a tall person behind him. Do you remember me? It's Sung Tae. Bang Sungji. Yu Chan looks visibly annoyed. Bang Sung Tae, the smile still never leaves his face. Are you free now? Let's go get a drink. It's on me. Outside, the rain falls lazily like a gentle drizzle, contrasting with the quiet stillness inside the room. Jung Tae, alone in that space, was desperately trying to think. He remembered Dung-un's words full of hidden meaning. What do you think if the villain and Saw fight each other? She gently offers a tempting word while holding a cup of tea. You don't need to feel pressured. I promise someone will help you. Bang Sung Tae. He frowned in annoyance, clenched his trembling fists, and cursed. Damn it, how can I handle this? He firmly believes deep down that I have top-tier potential. Sung Tae's mind is in complete chaos. No, I have to do everything to get out of this. A man walks in and calls out, causing Sung Tae and Sung Tae to turn around in surprise and ask, Father In Buom, how do you know I'm here? Father In Bium replied. What do you mean? He forced a smile and sneered. Chief Han Dung should have told you, right? Hearing that name, Dung Tae opened her eyes in fury. He rushed forward and grabbed Inbi by the collar. Sung Tae shouted, Are you the one she sent here? You bastard, what are you planning to do? Inbi blocks with his hand, surrendering. Come on, it's a misunderstanding. Let me go and we'll talk. Honestly, my situation right now is just like yours. I'm also facing some financial issues right now. Dung Tae asked, What do you mean? Inbio quickly wanted to move on to the main topic. Details can wait. Right now we need to handle the urgent matters first. He took a file out of his shirt. We have to deal with the villains in Gom. Inbiomo confirms that both sides are allies on the same boat. Jung Tai takes the file but secretly thinks, Allies my ass. They're very suspicious. Inbiom continued, I've listed everyone who will work with us. Even if they're reluctant, they still have to follow your orders. The information in Sung Tae's hand, which he promised would be from an ally and even prepared in advance, means this was already happening before I met Director Han Dong-un. He's worried. Could it be that they already planned this and are blaming everything on him? Are you worried? Sung Tae replied, If it were you, you wouldn't be worried. He shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry, we won't be subdued by the Vin forces. We're just showing that we're fighting them. You just said I would handle them easily. Huh? I just said that, didn't I? Inium's father's eyes hardened seriously and honestly. I think with our strength, we can defeat Vinzon Gadam. Sung-Ti still listened carefully to what he was saying. They are all a bunch of mixed villains, and we are all elites who have gone through formal training. Simply put, it's like adults fighting children. Sung-Ti's face shows eager contemplation. In-Bum is right. Even if they have many people, they can't fight together effectively, so they are easily separated and defeated. Most importantly, if those villains have never been properly trained in combat, they can never become worthy opponents for the elite soldiers. Inium happily held up 2 fingers and said we can also bring in outside help. I just thought of 2 people, Sung-Ti asked. Who is that? He mentioned a name. One of them is my cousin Kang Xiu. Sung-Ti stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "What, are you crazy?" In-Bum remains calm. Dung, being part of the family is fundamental in business, but my cousin cares about you a lot. Dung-Tai clenched his teeth and kept listening. I heard she transferred to Seun, right person at the right time. He firmly believes that CO is the leader of the special anti-hero purge force, and if something goes wrong, it will be hard to resolve this. At this moment, In-Bum hesitates and speaks sharply. Of course, I thought of that too, but we still don't know everything. If something really goes wrong, we can just ask her for help. Sung-Tai calmly asked, who is the other person? In-Bum quickly replied, Kim Yu-Tran. He sighed and said, why does it have to be him? In-Bum explained, he's famous for fighting like crazy against villains. He smirked slyly. According to rumors, Kim Yu-Chan's father was killed by a villain. Sung-Tai didn't deny it. It's not just a rumor, but the truth. In-Bum, knowing the rumors well, was still surprised. Really? In that case, I understand why he's so furious with the bad guys. If I say we're planning to deal with those villains, he probably won't refuse, right? Sung-Ti clenched his fist tighter. Sung-Ti's eyes are full of worry, but also very determined. I don't like this, but the plan isn't bad. But In-Bum's current demeanor is extremely nonchalant, making him even less trustworthy. From the start, he was the one leading the conversation, yet this bastard In-Bum is pulling the wool over my eyes. Sung-Tai said, I will call Sister CO myself. Does In-Bum ask if Kim Yu-Chan is going to meet him right now? He's deliberately avoiding it, you know that. I've fought with Kim Yu-Chan before. What happens if Sung-Tai stands up to leave? Aren't you leaving? No, I didn't mean that. Sung-Tai looked at him with a cold expression. If you're not confident, don't force yourself into this. I don't like those debt guys. Sung-Tai's harsh words made In-Bum look uncomfortable at Y-Den Cafe. After hearing Sung-Ti and In-Bum discuss, Kim Wan hesitantly asked, Are you planning to attack Vinzone Gadam? In-Bum's group replied, We were going to go ourselves, but then remembered you. He asked seriously again, Are you guys really alert? Sung-Tai fake smiled. Of course, we will protect the residents from the evil villains together. Building the world is also Sa's responsibility. Yukon objects. I think Sa's responsibility and attacking Vinzone Gadam are 2 separate issues. In-Bum is impatient. What did CL do to it? It seems UAN will still firmly refuse to participate. I thought it was just a misunderstanding. Sung-Tai points out that the danger from Vinzone Gadam district is now a hot topic in the media. How can we, as future officials, stand idly by and watch this happen? Yu-Chan doesn't want to hear all that long-winded talk, so what do you really want to say? Sung-Tai keeps trying to persuade him. Do you know how to calm down noisy children? There are 2 ways. One is to give them candy and soothe them, the other is to punish them. Sung-Tai used every argument to persuade. Even if I say we will attack Vinzone, that's just on the surface. We won't actually destroy Vinzone. Sitting on the other side of the coffee shop, someone is enjoying a pastry while attentively listening to their story. For everyone's safety, we must punish them. Punishing them is enough. Moros hovers in the air like a ghost, playing around. I thought you went to the cafe to study. Kang Yu lazily rests his chin on his hand. It's because you're so talkative that I can't hear them. Isn't it because you're sitting too far away and not because of me? Go out and listen to what they are saying. Kang Yu gestures with his fork to Moros to reassure him. Only I can see you, so it's okay. Yu-Cha immediately understood the problem. In other words, you guys are trying to show off your strength to scare them. That's the most effective way. He was about to argue back. Yeah, but Yu-Chan was implying In-Bum. Being in the same group as someone who once tried to touch my sister makes me feel pretty uncomfortable. The 3 of them looked at In-Bum with disgust and hatred. He immediately put on a remorseful act. Well, I'm really sorry. I was having a fit back then. I sincerely apologize. Nayu is generous and temporarily doesn't want to bring it up. You guys are talking about something else, so I'll ignore it for now. But she's determined not to forgive that scumbag In-Bum.
but I have no intention of forgiving her, so don't misunderstand. Zheng Ti looked at Na Yu with a grudging expression. Yu Chan speaks up. Do you guys not think this is pretty reckless? Zung To raised an eyebrow and asked. Daring? Yu Chan seriously told the truth. You're just students with no real combat experience, yet you plan to attack a heavily fortified position. He's warning you to stop if you don't want to get hurt. If anything happens, you all will lose your lives. Bin Gadam district is not easy to deal with. The water in the glass is running low, but the story is not over yet. Apart from Gadam, there's no stable Vinzone around here. Seeing the opponent still unshaken, he immediately launched a provocative move. It is indeed a harsh truth. I never expected Kim Yu Chan to choose to step back. Did he threaten you to scare you? Unlike Sung Ti's childish teasing attitude, Yu Chan calmly replied, I didn't mean that. I'm only worried about you two. Sung Tae asked back, unable to accept it. Are you worried? He's very confident in his words. We are all students who have undergone professional combat training from the potential flag school. Do you think we will lose to those villains? Inbom felt the story was getting more and more intense, so he recorded it just to be sure. It's clear that Sung Tae has an extremely high ego. Every word he says exudes arrogance. You're crossing the line now. You're insulting all the students at my school, including me. Yu Chan still remains very polite in front of Sung Tae's anger. I haven't insulted anyone. He suddenly interrupted and silenced him. Out of anger, Sung Tae acted like a child dragging others' parents into criticism. Do, you're so cowardly. Doesn't your father feel ashamed of you? Yu Chan remains surprisingly calm and simply responds with composure. I won't stop you anymore. Do whatever you want, but be careful. Yu Cha emphasizes that especially the man in the red mask is very dangerous, so try not to provoke him. Sung Tae tries to take control, but ends up disappointing us all in the end. In Biome thinks again, the red mask guy, that useless fool, leaves the table. I don't know what else to say. Let's go. Yeah, before stepping out, Inbiom still deliberately left a teasing remark. Hey, honestly, all the rumors about Kim Yu Chan are just nonsense. Sung Tae is furious. It's really a waste of time. Na Yu calls out to you. She's worried. Are you angry right now? Is the water in your hand boiling? Yu Chan, with a cold expression, holds the cup lightly as if there's nothing. But surrounding her are overwhelming auras. The rookie soldiers these days are really reckless, wanting to attack a zone right away. He leaned against the wall and said to Moros, I don't know whether to call this bold or stupid. When I was their age, it wasn't like this, Kang Yu asked while watching news about Mayor Kim Di-Diu. So, Kim Yu Chan has joined them too? You won't be involved in that. Kang Yu's eyes leave the phone screen as he looks up at the familiar voice. You're surprised? How do you know I'm here? Na replied calmly. It's my ability. Her face was emotionless, but a remarkable aura radiated around her. You're awake. Kang Yu reasoned that maybe her brother was a mistake. So why did she tell me that important secret? Naui was not suspicious at all and calmly replied, I don't know. I just wanted to tell you. She looked at Kang Yu with understanding and gratitude. You're not a bad person. You've saved me many times. I want to thank you in person. The tall building blocking the sunlight makes the alley even darker. Kang Yu was indifferent, so it's not a coincidence after all. As if everything had become clear, it made him even more certain. It seems she already knows my identity. You have the ability to recognize people? Nah. Honestly, I'm not sure, but it's not a recognition skill, because I can only see the past, not the present. She crosses her arms. I clearly remember everything that happened around me. Everything plays in my mind like a vivid movie. Nai recalls the images from when her power was awakened. Even though she can't see, as long as it's within normal range, my mind will still remember it, whether I'm sleeping or unconscious. Kang Yu suspects he can sense the past through his intuition, but Moros has a different idea. I think a bit differently about that. See, that ability is very useful but also very draining. Na seems to have realized there is someone beside Kang Yu. Is someone with him? Moros was slightly startled to hear this because besides him, almost no one else could see it. She continued, even though no one was there, I saw you talking to someone. Kang Yu didn't hide anything either. Did you hear us talking? No, I couldn't hear, but I saw a little. Kang Yu is curious. When did she awaken? Around the time I met Toymaker. Remembering that moment, did Kang Yu suspect that she already knew her identity from that point on? The evidence Nayuo just showed of her abilities only made Kang Yu more curious about her. You don't seem afraid of me. Even though your brother hates villains, she smiles. If I were scared, I wouldn't dare come to you. Is Na changing the subject? Have you received the macarons yet? Kim Yu Chan has introduced me, so something has happened. What kind of thing? It's nothing. Kang Yu didn't want his secret to be exposed,
so he had to rely on Na Yu. Even though it's clear now, I want you to keep my identity a secret. Na Yu gestures as if to seal her lips. Oh well. Kang Yu sighed, not sure if she could trust her.
All right, except for you, no one else knows my identity.
Ni didn't hesitate to object. She did it calmly. There are many people who know that. Kang Yu put on a confused face, not sure what she just heard. Now the sky is tinged with the colors of dusk. In-beom makes a call, showing signs of impatience. Are YNS coming or not? It's already damn late. Sungtae. He waves his hand to call. They're on their way now. Hurry up.
Hansaram saw the person approaching and kept waving enthusiastically. Tungtae, are you here already?
Sei is still an unranked apprentice in the wind support category.
Hansaram ordered the unranked apprentice flag for the ice attribute mage, Nam Kang-hun.
Dungtae ignored them. Where is everyone? Have you called everyone? In-beom quickly followed and responded promptly. Yang T and S are on their way.
He asks, have you talked to your cousin yet?
Sungtae's eyes sparkled with passion. Kang Seo firmly refused. No, my sister's team was not born to fight villains. Our mission is to purge the criminals outside the Vinzone area. She pointed at the opponent's face and said, seriously, I warn you, don't do anything too reckless. In-beom looked disappointed and seemed a bit off, didn't he? Sungtae simply replied indifferently.
Yeah, I didn't expect much from the start, so it's okay.
In-beom gritted his teeth. Hansaram stood up and spoke.
If even you are late, what can we do?
Dung Ti, indifferent as always, just casually said, I'm sorry. Namkang squints and keeps staring at his phone. I've already heard about it, but he's wondering if a YouTuber will come tomorrow. I heard they'll do a live stream too. They have up to 1 million subscribers. Sarom was surprised to hear that. 1 million subscribers. That's amazing.
Kang-hun carefully considers. It's okay to turn back, but live streaming might be a bit too much.
If any of us make a mistake, it will all be recorded. Keep doing what you're doing and messing up. You're really an idiot. Sarom only sees the positive side, but making a small mistake is also adorable. Sarom's words make Kang-hun's ears itch.
Shut up.
Chungtae clenched his fists aggressively.
Our goal is to make those dirty evil villains pay the price. If anyone doesn't feel confident, just step back now.
He continued to speak with determination. We will deliver justice with our own hands.
Over here! Hansarom didn't hesitate and grabbed the other person's arm, shouting.
Sung's move was so cool. Ignoring the chaos nearby, Inbo kept talking on the phone and swearing. Are you crazy? We're right next to the park. If you come, you'll know my trouble. It seems only Kang-hun can see Shung-ti's true face. Enforcing justice? Kang-hun's blank stare is so pointless. I'm sure you have other motives. Hansarom's appearance is no different from those famous girls in TV dramas. That girl wants to become an idol, so she joined this to get famous. Basically, from what Kang-hun sees, everyone involved just wants to grab media attention, and I'm sure those guys agree because they heard a YouTuber is coming to film. They all gather together for their own benefit. Everyone has their own purpose, but everyone is useful because they all have talent.
So that's how it is. Kang Hai is just a loudmouth who thinks he's the background character for the main lead while he's busy admiring himself. If more people knew about him, it would be a bit tiring.
Zungtae and Saram looked at him fantasizing and couldn't help but gossip. Why is he suddenly laughing? Whatever, he always pays like that. At the Evil Sword family estate, and Zan Blue 5 IP gazed thoughtfully out the window. Did Kaxian get in touch again? Jundi asked. He replied that he agreed to the proposal, he said with a sneer.
The thing it wants is a real monostone, right? The kid is too greedy.
Ancient Blue 5 IP continues to probe. How do the others react? Based on Jundiho's response,
Red Eye, Black Hand, and Iron M replied quite positively. He noticed there was one name not mentioned, and that was Grow. Jundiho bowed his head. I'm sorry, we can't reach her, so we haven't been able to negotiate.
Ancient Blue 5 IAP stroked his chin with regret, but also looked quite excited. Not being able to recruit Grow was truly a pity. But for now, I've already taken most of the prominent villains in Gadam. Jundiho continued. Since we have money on our side, the number of villains joining will gradually increase. Ancient Blue 5 IP thought differently. No, there's no need to prolong this any further.
He warned that we might be caught off guard. They are not fools.
Ancient Blue 5 IP showed a cold, ruthless expression. Tomorrow night we will proceed according to plan. June respectfully reports. I will prepare thoroughly to avoid any mistakes. Although it hasn't been reported, the Ancient Blue 5 IP has sensed an unusual presence in this house. It seems I have a guest? Someone from M. King has arrived. You're coming to see me so late. You're really not polite at all. Then I will invite him to leave. A figure in a hooded black cloak is walking down the corridor. The door suddenly swung open. I've come all this way and you still want to send me back? Runda Ho looked at the target with a sword-like gaze. He shouted, "What is this? How dare you barge into a place like this?" The figure in the black cloak sneered with a chilling smile.
What does it matter where this is? It's just the home of an old snake.
We came to the wrong place, and Blue VIP asked, "Annie Jingsu, are you here?
Is something the matter?
The other party removes their cloak. The chairman promised to support you. They reveal a mechanical hand. That help. Now they have revealed themselves. It's me."
Barracuda. The mansion is filled with an eerie atmosphere, with both sides sitting face to face, but neither trusting the other. And Blue VIP was surprised. Barracuda. He looked at Barracuda with a scrutinizing gaze. Just a month ago, I heard he was beaten to pieces by CA. He appeared looking completely normal and very healthy. So he's recovered already. Seeing Ancient Blue 5IP's expression, Barracuda asked, "What kind of look is that? It seems you don't trust me very much, do you?" Now he finally spoke. I remember he said he would assign me a reliable assistant. He asked back, "Am I not trustworthy?" Ancient Blue VIP rested his head on his hand, sighing in resignation. He expressed his thoughts. "I thought he would send 7 managers, but it seems he looks down on me." Ancient Blue VIP looked contemptuous and said, "I don't want to use the bunch of clones that were defeated and kicked out of Vinzone by Cass." Barracuda, feeling his pride being challenged, angrily silences him and roars, "You're the one looking down on me." Seeing the opponent raise his voice, both of them are startled. Barracuda eagerly wants to show his restored and improved strength, adopting a fierce mechanical gaze with a threatening aura. "If you want, I will show you my restored strength." Ancient Blue 5 IP watches calmly, quite bloodthirsty. After being kicked out of the bunker, he didn't sit still either. How did he get that power? He makes a judgment that unless he gets help from M-Kin, it's impossible. Is it true that the rumors about their blood relation are real? Dehoho looked at Barracuda with a determined expression. He said, "You want Winterbell, right?" "I will help you fulfill your wish," Barracuda said fiercely. Then Cation and Skriel will personally finish them off. The scene shifts to the ruined, abandoned city.
Overall, Kang Yu, in the form of an evil spirit, your attack power and agility are quite good, but your stamina in battle is too poor. You should keep pointing out your weaknesses. Focus on recovery and concentration. Use your agility to outmaneuver enemies and find their weaknesses.
Red E ponders silently, so I won't be able to look back. Dr. Han seems very pleased. That's quite daring. I like it. Double Blade suggests I need someone to absorb the hits during battle. What should Curler think about for lunch today? Kang Yu pointed out that one person will lead the charge and break the enemy's formation. He points at CR. CR is you. CR was surprised. "I see. But I'm a forward," Kang Yu sneers. "What kind of forward carries a huge, stupid hammer all day?" CR chuckles foolishly. "Because you look so cool," D angrily said. "You're not, you idiot." Kang Yu quickly suggested a strategy for his teammates. "I think you should put down the hammer and wear armor. You have a good physique, decent endurance. You're better suited to be a drinker." CR happily says, "He's complimenting me, right?" Drehan clicked his tongue in speechlessness at this reckless act and continued assigning positions for his teammates, with Black Ghost and Double Blade infiltrating and destroying the enemy's front line. He raised his hand to salute. "Yes, sir." Double Blade also seems to agree, assigning tasks to each person one by one. "Red Eye, you will target the core forces and disable them. During the battle, I will give you orders." Drehan shouted loudly, pointing hurriedly at himself. "I haven't received this mission yet." Kang Yu isn't in a hurry at all. "I will assign you a very important position." Breakhan wondered. "A very important position." Kang Yu assigns him the task: you will be the DPS and attack the enemies while tanking. Breakhan was surprised. Unaware of the trap, the DPS still cheerfully and naively rejoiced. "Did you hear that? I am the DPS. CR thinks he's going to start a fight. That makes him the bait." Red Eye, standing nearby, reminds him, "Oops, he heard it. So what now?" "First, I found 2 terms related to the white swordfish." He asked, "Have you ever heard of thalassa?" Moros casually replied, "Not yet." He eagerly responded in ancient Greek. "It means the open sea." Seeing the complex data on the screen made Moros feel overwhelmed. Syl carefully analyzes it. It also means floods. Kang Yu doesn't understand what he's trying to say. The sea and the flood. What does it have to do with the platinum disc? That's just a hunch. Maybe there's a connection to that legendary Great Flood. Kang Yu glanced at the thing floating nearby. If I ask Moros, seeing his pure delight leaves me speechless, and I don't want to ask anymore. What the hell is this guy doing? He seems to be lost in his own world. Is that a new tablet? Do you need anything else? Screw continued searching for information in here while he emphasized. Kang Yu's eyes changed. He calmly continued speaking. Seeing Kang Yu's expression just now, Screw thought to himself that he must have been surprised. His emotions changed so quickly. I don't know what MC means, but it definitely has something to do with the platinum disc. He keeps explaining, and both of them might be old words combined, not just one. There could be up to 4 platinum discs. Kang Yu suddenly turned to Moros. 4? Screw reminded him. Man King already has one. Kang Yu asked, so what about the locations of the remaining 3? His expression remains unchanged, only focused on the computer screen. Luckily, the figure appears in his memory. Red Dead already has one. Kang Yu asked again, to be sure. Red Dead Peony. Yes, he made his judgment, meaning the other evil kings are likely holding the remaining 2. I don't fully agree. I haven't confirmed it yet, but it's possible. Kang Yu frowned. This is the first time I've heard of there being 4 platinum discs, but earlier Moros said the platinum disc was in the hands of the 4th evil king. He wondered to himself, what's the problem? The platinum disc, the key to finding the destructive sword, ended up in the hands of the 4th evil king, right? This makes it impossible for him to rule out one possibility. No way. Could it be that SW has been wondering all along? Now it's someone else's turn to ask the question. I'm also curious about a few things. Meanwhile, Kang Yu has already left with his shoes. Thanks for the information. He extends his hand. Wait a moment. Syl is making a proposal. If you satisfy my curiosity, I will investigate thoroughly for you. Kang Yu decided to tell him. Ma is the name of a sword created during the legendary era. Behind the technological glass, Screw must be very curious. He repeats that it's a sword. With this new information, Screw becomes even more excited. I know it's an old compound word, but how does he know? So curious. We have arrived at the construction site of a building. Hello? Yeah, I guess I am pretty curious. I'm Tiger, a new YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, about to go everywhere. 2 internet idols appear in front of the camera with thousands of comments. Today, I'm with a promising star from the fishing community. Super adorable Duri here. Hello, I am Duri. Goal scorer Messi. Are you 2 at Vinzone? Wow, it's the famous Duduri. The laundry owner in Wangi, you guys are crazy. Kyung is totally nuts. Duri is giving professional fan service. Very happy to meet you. Behind her are 2 very unimpressive men. Is this a playground? Why are they here? The students haven't been ranked yet. On Chun, the forward with the sorting attribute. The students who misarranged the flags haven't been ranked yet. The fire attribute sniper go Why-ho. Why-ho suddenly became excited. I've decided I will entrust my life to the one I love to feed me with a thorn, so don't try to stop me. Sang Chun mocked, as if you said the same thing a few days ago. He kept provoking the person next to him, switching from Hanzarom to duty. But Yang Ho still blindly loved him. Sang Chun was speechless, completely crazy. A voice rang out, and everyone seemed to be present, causing the 2 to turn around in surprise. The Chungtae group had gathered fully and was preparing very carefully. Let's focus and keep it brief before we start. Chungtae with shiny gloves looks dangerous. Just enjoy this crazy party. In the ruined area, Chungtae advised his teammates not to split up, saying our priority is to return safely, not to defeat those bastards. If we want to achieve that, we have to act as a team like we did during training at school. Everyone is checking their ears carefully. Kang Hun suggests that we need to choose a captain to give orders during the fight, right? He resolutely extends his hand. I'll do it. You're on the front line. Kang Hun intends to oppose. But the captain needs to observe the battle from behind, and if they haven't chosen a leader just before acting. Could this be the moment? Just a second before disaster? Sung Tai frowned in anger. I said I would do it. Kang Hun glared at Sung Tae in defiance. Sung Tae looked at his phone. We will infiltrate Vinzoni in 30 minutes. Yang Ho raises his hand. I have a question. He asked back in surprise. What's wrong? Are you worried about who will protect those guys? It seems they didn't bring a bodyguard. Sung Tae sighed deeply, feeling reassured. They shouldn't get involved in this dangerous place. With us here, they don't need bodyguards. Who knows what might happen next? Yang said excitedly. I will ensure the safety of the new YouTubers. I will protect Duduri. You immediately got scolded. Stop talking nonsense. Just do what needs to be done. Idiot! Inbom looked at the cameraman. The cameraman is now intensely focusing his lens on the 2 online idols, a sly smile on his face as the scene shifts to Lavien's. Sorry, I can't make it right now. I have a meeting this afternoon. What meeting? Yosei replied. Winterbell's regular meeting on the other end asked again. Isn't it usually held in the evening? Ice explained, then suddenly the time changed to 2 p.m., returning to Screw's territory. But why is that? It's the Elder's request. He pondered. The elder. Could it be that old man? Yos wondered.
Hey, do you have something to say? Screw asked, unenthusiastically. He wants to end the conversation. I'll call you later. Suddenly I have something to do.
Yosei was not willing to accept it. What is it? Is Kashin going to do something again? Screw said with a bit of amusement. That's interesting. He leaned back in his chair, watching the intruders on the big screen.
The guests outside have arrived uninvited and are visiting us now.
The screen now clearly shows Sung Ti's face. Yosei guesses randomly. Sa, is he denying it? He seems to be a student from Sire School. He seems quite experienced. Why did these kids come here? The scene shifts to another area of the territory where Kang Yu is still training intensely, launching a move that strikes forward like a lightning bolt.
As his foot touches the ground, sparking with electricity, Kang Yu assesses that the advantage of the Black Knight sword is its ability to penetrate well, but it's quite difficult to use in close combat. His two colored eyes focus intently on his clenched hand. Kang Yu seriously contemplates if he can master his technique. Chains of evil energy suddenly appear in midair, wrapping around his arm. Moros suspiciously asked, "Are you planning to create a new move?" Kang Yu's expression was indifferent. "I'm still experimenting." The deadly chains rush forward with poisonous intent from Kang Yu's fist. "I need to develop more techniques for real battles." He imagines it as the final move to defeat the enemy. Suddenly his phone lights up, and Kang Yu, surprised, notices the notification. The sky remains clear, signaling an approaching storm. An emergency summon? Is something happening again? Vingatum in Area A. Sung Tae's team has entered the enemy's territory, which doesn't look too scary. Sang Chun calmly, "Everyone says this place is full of cruel and vicious villains." Yang confidently boasts, "It seems the rumors about me coming to Vinzone have already spread." Sung Tae warns to stay alert and cautious. Sung Tae steps forward and says that the true nature of villains is cowardly and cruel, and we never know when and where they might strike. So be careful. At this moment, the two online idols are still following the entire live stream process. Truly, the team leader. Such a cool comment. I'm feeling very safe with Sung Tae's gang around. Duri winks playfully. "Please protect us." Sarom felt a bit dissatisfied seeing Sung Tae steal all the spotlight. She pouted her cheeks in frustration. Tiger turned to speak. "Have you ever fought an evil villain before, Sung Tae?" Sung Tae answered cleverly. The question was obvious. He kept bragging, "We're all elites. Those villains are nothing to us." Tiger was tempted by Sung Tae's confidence. "You're really babtud and confident. That's so crazy." "Great." Seeing the opponent lie without blinking, the Saram team couldn't hold back their urge to speak. "Did he fight the villain before?" "That's nonsense." "Are you kidding me?" She just pointed to that strange character over there. Duty Duri is worried. Could that be the villain? Sung is not even sure. A dog. Tiger is pointing the camera so the keyboard heroes can see too. Can everyone see? That's a villain. The ultimate evil from Gadam has finally appeared. The live stream on the screen has everyone eagerly commenting online, and Inbom impatiently urges them to hurry up. "What are you doing? Hurry up and give the order." Sung Tae insists that this guy is just a small fry and not dangerous at all. Inbiom suddenly gets angry and grabs Sung Tae by the shoulder. "Are we here to have fun with those villains? We came to destroy this place. Are you crazy? You dare to mess with me?" His face darkened with blazing red eyes. "Be careful. This time I'll let it go, but next time you better watch out," Sung suddenly ordered, surprising everyone. Everyone prepared to fight. They looked at him with mischievous disbelief. "We will kill the villain right in front of them." Sung Tae replied, "I will lead the charge. Kang Hun and Saram will support me." The space is torn apart by a deafening scream. "Charge!" They all charged to deal with the seemingly useless villain, when suddenly a burst of fire swept in just an arm's length from Sung Tae. The raging flames fiercely like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Sung Tae defends, dodging and turning to stone as the flames crash against the stone shield. The attack was so powerful that Sung Tae's stone shield nearly shattered. The two companions marveled. As expected, a formidable character suddenly appears. These uninvited dogs are truly foolish. Inium loudly asked, "Who is that guy in the helmet? Who are you?" The blazing fire is clenched tightly in my hand. I am the self-proclaimed strongest villain in Gadam. Redm in the empty, silent house kept replaying the disappointed scolding in Yu Chan's mind, each word heavy with emotion. "Doesn't your father feel ashamed of you?" He sat pensively by the table, lips pressed together and deep in thought, when suddenly, the item in the box right under Yu Chan's feet gently emitted a faint glow. The signal just sent makes him squint in confusion as Yu Chan talks to someone under the starry sky illuminated by the moonlight. "Why are you helping me?" she asked, fiddling with her helmet as Kang Yu stood beside her. "You are the villain, and I am Sa." Kang Yu speaks in a gentle and calm tone,
all for a justifiable reason. Is it really necessary to be so meticulous in distinguishing? Yu Chan suddenly fell silent. He looked intently at Kang Yu's face with suspicion, and Kang Yu probably sensed that scrutinizing gaze, so he continued speaking. But I understand your way of thinking because I used to see things only from one side as well. It is filled with regret and disappointment. Good is right, and the villain is the antagonist. I used to think that having an all-or-nothing mindset was everything. The images of loved ones appeared in King Yu's mind, but just because you believe you're right doesn't mean you are. Feeling he had explained enough, Kang Yu slowly walked away. He waved goodbye to Yu Chan, who was still standing there. If you still doubt my intentions, just think of a crazy villain pretending to be innocent. He keeps watching his back and doesn't say a word more. Yu Chan continued to fall into contemplation, looking down at his beloved helmet. Looking at the always shiny and carefully maintained helmet, maybe Yu Chan has changed his mind a bit. Acting might not be suitable, with a flag always pursuing righteousness, he said firmly, and put on the helmet, hiding his eyes that had become even more alert. The next morning, at Vinzone and Gadam district, an intense battle took place at dawn, with an unknown figure shooting an arrow forward. Although Krat was a bit tense, he still remained calm and composed without any sign of panic. I don't know what collision caused it, but suddenly a large fire erupted, and everything became unclear. Black Hun and Double Blade watch closely. Seeing the flames erupt, both of them immediately show expressions of panic. And Krat is still intact, not a scratch on him, and he's grinning happily. I've blocked it. Krat's real opponents are Red Eye and Break Ghost, who are probably training together. Seeing Krat block that powerful arrow, Black Ghost finally spoke. Your defense is good, Red Eye wondered to himself with some suspicion. Did I not put enough force? Break. Han stepped forward, patting Krat on the chest and asking excitedly, Are you okay? CR stood with his hands on his hips, grinning mischievously. Just for me and the cat. But Double Blade noticed a detail and asked, Why are your eyes watering like that? He shyly replied, Because I am too moved. Contrary to the playful conversation of the three, Red Eye suddenly cast a sharp gaze as a notice with a B symbol flew in front of him. The pink-haired girl sitting on the display was about to drop the notice, and they all sensed something bad had happened, leaving him confused. What bad thing happened? Bree immediately asked a shocking question. Is the boss having a seizure or what? What's going on? She simply calmly announced that they have arrived. She calmly blows up a big balloon. Those flag bearers. They all looked stunned for a moment after hearing that, then B was the most expressive. He gapes with a grimace, having only one mouth, but the sound he makes now can be heard all the way to outer space. What? In another area of Vinzone Gadam District A, Yukon is standing proudly amidst the thick dust and the astonished looks of his opponents. Redm faces Sung Tae, who is raising his hand in defense. Is he the one Kim Won said to be careful of? Kang Hun and Sarom show hostile attitudes, criticizing and sneering. The strongest Gam A, he calls himself that. What a rural name. Whether it's a trainee's mistake or a regular mistake, once you're in Vinzone, it's breaking the rules. Uan responded with a brief reply. Even without seeing his face, just hearing the powerful voice coming from behind the helmet is enough to tell he's very angry. Vinzone is not a playground for you to take advantage of my kindness. Better go back now. But instead of fear, he was met with mocking laughter. Did everyone hear that? An evil person just threatened us. I'm so scared. That's so cool. Go save them. Are these sarcastic comments appearing on the screen? Are they filming some kind of comedy show? It's a super delicious caramelized fish in clay pot, packed with energy. Totally addictive. Shung Tae slowly steps forward, heading back. He looked at Yu-chan and grinned mischievously. What if I don't want to? Are you planning to fight us all alone? Yu-chan said calmly, but with a deep and judgmental tone. The outcome of a battle between a lion and a pack of dogs is already too obvious. Shung Tae clenched this statement tightly, then laughed and repeated the key words. They're just a bunch of fools. He angrily advances, arrogance aside. Let's see who the real fool is. Oh, straighten your fist and show some tolerance. This is my final warning. Go back now. Seeing that my teammate was already getting too aggressive and wanted to rush forward, Shung Tae quickly warned him. In Biome, act according to my signals. Biome chuckled happily and replied, okay. Although confident, Jung Tae still cautiously observes the opponent a bit because he has no information about him, so he feels a little uneasy. But it's okay, with this force, no matter who the villain is, we can still defeat them. He seems very confident in his own plan. If there's only one villain, it won't be a problem. So we already have a great plan. Just as everyone was about to clash in an earth-shattering battle, they were interrupted by a loud shout. Hey guys, look at that smile.
The group of Breakhund just arrived to join the fun. The five of them, Breakhund, Krat, Break Ghost, Double Blade, and Red Eye, stood in a line like models and announced we are here, while the livestream team tirelessly updated the situation. Everyone, look, you see that all the villains are gathered together.
Kim Chi-Kukai, these guys are definitely Haru TV fans. Little Fish, I don't think it's the right time yet.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Suddenly, Black Han expressed a bit of disappointment to his teammates.
I thought these guys were the wrong team, but maybe not.
A second later, Double Blade raised his finger and pointed in a direction, muttering, "Is that so?" Everyone turns their eyes to Yu Chan. "Why is Redem him?" Yu Chan straightforwardly told Breakhund, "I'll take care of this, you all disperse." He got angry and shouted back after hearing that. "What do you mean?" Break angrily pointed at Yu Chan's face and ordered him to leave. "You're the one who has to go," Yu Chan replied indifferently with a sigh. "You're so troublesome." Black Ghost looked at both of them and it asked Red, who was standing next to him, "Is there anyone like him in Gadam? I've never seen him before." Break laughs confidently and boastfully. "It seems you don't know how strong we really are," Uan replied, just to respond. "Are you guys doing some special training?" But Black Hun still answers arrogantly with a smug smile. Of course, he confidently claims that our big brother personally trained us, but it's so embarrassing that Black Ghost was the one who corrected us right behind. Hiding a look of surprise beneath the thick hat, Yu Chan wondered silently. Kashian personally trained them? In Biom looked surprised and asked Shung Tae, who also seemed confused. "What? Who are they? It seems like they're fighting each other so fiercely." Shung Tae is grinding his teeth in anger, yet he still remains calm in front of us. "These arrogant villains." He gathers all his anger and charges forward at lightning speed, shouting loudly to signal his teammates. "Attack! Break!" Hu excitedly rushes forward along with him. The CR brothers behind hurriedly shouted warnings. "No, you idiot, attack on your own." But unexpectedly, Black Ghost calmly requested, "Krat, lead the charge. Just like during training, play your role." He hesitantly asked, "What about Breakhund?" With a cold and indifferent attitude, Black Ghost replied briefly, "Let him be. Breakhund is in a state of excitement now. Now, I will defeat all of you." Sung Tae and he are now only about a meter apart, though they didn't agree. Both shout to take him down first. Sung Tae swings his hand back and activates the ice crystals into a sharp-edged block. He condensed it into an arrow and shot it towards Breakhund, with Sung Tae controlling the sharp, thorny arrowhead, flying at lightning speed. Black Han seems to hesitate for a moment, his eyes wide open. But his quick reflexes help him dodge the ice arrow safely and stay unharmed. Sharpshooter Yo is now lying on the ground as usual in the midst of combat. He adjusts his scope and smiles in anticipation. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A bullet spinning inside the chamber, ready to fire. Break Han was about to attack but hesitated upon sensing it. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as the bullet left the gun. Flames flared up again with thick smoke, and Breakhund's comrades were momentarily stunned as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing black bullet fragments mixed with white dust. Yang laughs smugly and self-satisfied. No matter how powerful the explosion was, it now caused serious injury. Unexpectedly, a teasing voice cut off his excitement, making him frown and look around for the familiar yet annoying voice. Bakhu grins teasingly, then smugly adds a proverb about suffering ending and endurance beginning. He extends his hand forward, ready to attack. After daily hardships, this is the result of special training. Watching this lively match on the screen, Kang Yu and Gro fall silent, while someone else seems to enjoy the humorous commentary. But it's Skriel. He's sitting with his legs up on the control panel and making guesses. It seems those kids really came here in person. Kang Yu just kept watching the screen, seeing Inbom and Sung Tae fill the display, and suddenly he couldn't help but think of those guys at the coffee shop. He was confused. What was he even doing? Skriel solemnly declared that even though they are just kids, we cannot ignore the intrusion into this territory. Kang Yu slightly disagreed. "Are you planning to handle this? You're a bit too eager." But he didn't respond. "I still have other matters to attend to. The person Screwdiav wants to entrust is someone else." He smiled subtly and gave a thumbs up. "I've contacted Red Eye already. He'll handle this matter fine, but Kang Yu seems worried, crossing his arms anxiously." "That's not quite right. There are already too many things to handle in this matter." Screw also calmly asked, "Which side are you worried about?" Kang Yu immediately responded, "Of course it's those kids." Except for Break Ghost, the other three are often called foolish. But they've been trained as if for real combat. Right now, they are the best team working together. This battle is like a chicken fighting a dragon. After hearing that, he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before speaking. That makes sense. These guys are always putting in their full effort. He quickly messages the only girl here and asks her to take charge of things. Crow just heard the offer and chuckled softly. I'm so excited. Of course I will. Since my little darling asked, I'll definitely do it. So the reason you called me isn't because of them? Yeah. SC smiled excitedly, voice full of anticipation. He invited Kang Yu out. Let's go purge the traitors. Back to Vinzone Gadam, District A. Dr. H is summoning his giant split hand to attack those kids. It looks like Kong Hun is both scared and uncomfortable. Huh? He's my Tanka Dan. Sung Tae suddenly turned around and shouted urgently, Everyone stay in formation, ignore Tan, and focus on the healer first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Chun suddenly charged forward with a shocking move. I'll handle him. Sung Tae desperately shouted curses. Idiot, but Sang Chun refused to listen, charging ahead and gritting his teeth as he moved. The path to his opponent only lasted about 10 seconds before CR rushed in and knocked him back. The tank is here. Sung Tae and Sarom froze for a few seconds, their lips trembling as they uttered, uh-huh. Seeing Krat charging forward without any obstacle, Sung Tae shouted loudly to his teammates, Don't let him pass. Someone was also so angry that their teeth clenched tightly. Inbom, furious, grips the spear tightly, one leg slightly bent, ready to strike, his veins boiling with rage, his hand tightening more and more. He suddenly jerked his thumb back to gain momentum, then launched the spear with maximum force, shouting loudly, I will take you down with this move. In a flash, Inbom swung his arm forward, causing the spiral spear to glow and explode with attack power. The spiral spear. CR squints and cautiously observes his opponent's actions carefully. Then quickly, Cray swung his left arm straight back, his eyes wide with a cold, fierce look. Facing the spiraling spear rushing toward him, Krat didn't bother to use his shield, causing the spear to be sliced in half as it brushed past. Inbiom, of course, couldn't accept this. He shouted in anger, My spear. But for someone like Krat, who just achieved a small victory, he couldn't care less about his opponent's feelings. He even sneered and threw in a sarcastic remark. A toothpick like that can't do anything to me. Inbiom still refuses to give up. No weapons left, so you resort to words. What trick did you just use? TR casually asked, So you call that a trick? Without waiting for Inbio to make his next move, CR continued to pursue him. Now I see your true strength. Your mouth is only so arrogant because you haven't tasted real defeat yet. My body and fist rush forward, hitting Inbom and forcing him to dodge aside. In a chaotic and desperate situation, Inbom shouted for help. Hanarom, stop standing there and cast your spell on me. Cast your spell on me now. Hurry up! Sarom shouts back from afar. Shut up, I'll do it right now. She quickly summons her divine power and spreads both palms toward Inbom. Wind magic. With her support, another small flame wrapped in red light is rushing forward. Sung Tae also couldn't stand still with his dazed look. He shouted the ice spell. In an instant, suddenly a fire appeared in the sky, and a figure appeared right behind Sarom. Double Blade appears with his familiar greasy smirk, and upon this sudden appearance, especially with that devilish face, Sarom can only scream in fear. At that moment, Sung Tae rushed forward and punched Double Blade in the face. He probably didn't have time to react, so he just fell backward in pain. What are you doing? Support properly now. Double Blade was just beaten, so Black Ghost immediately stepped in to fight. Sung Tae turned back and scolded Inbom. You idiot, they've crossed the front line. Black Ghost glared at them and said softly, Double Blade, you idiot. That cold voice made Sarom startle. There's still one guy over there. Sorry, but right now in front of him is Break, my ironclad comrade. He was trembling, completely stiff and unresponsive. Breakhan gently wishes Sangchun good night. Standing on the other side, Inbom was still taking a beating from the continuous punches, while Kiar kept punching wildly and cheerfully shouting. Take a kick from CR. The livestream viewers just stand there with blank faces watching the whole scene. The person can't move for a second. The distant cheers echo in. This is more like the villains match. The online commentators keep doing their job. Leroy and the others said they would crush them. The Bread Club probably sees themselves as the villains. Haru TV is definitely done for. Kimchi Cabbage, go home please. Sung Tae couldn't accept that this situation happened to our team. He wiped the sweat running down his face and frowned in frustration. How can the match be so one-sided, I wonder? Not only individual skills, but the team coordination is also very strong. Can these villains really do that? While he just stood there with unanswered questions, Sarom shouted to snap everyone out of it. Just fight properly already, using your hands to argue with a pouty attitude. I'm just the support, you idiot. While he's still sitting there dazed, a voice echoes in. Hey, someone is approaching with a teasing remark. I've already warned you. Yu-chan straightened up and looked at Sung-tae. Don't underestimate our Vincent, but he's determined not to give up easily. Before Yuan's words, he felt like an insult. Enough arrogance. We're not finished yet. Immediately after, Sung-tae charged like a storm, using all his hands and feet to punch and kick Yuan, but wherever he struck, Yu-chan could block him. Yu-chan relaxes, feeling each second. That was a good series of attacks, enough to become a top-tier potential challenger. Then he changed his approach, crouched down, and continued to dodge the attack, but not enough to make his body waver. Yu-chan's calm yet powerful reactions and gait make Sung-tae think of Kang Yu, as if it were him. Thinking of that, the anger inside him boils over again. He grits his teeth and curses, "You bastard." Sung-tae keeps charging forward, shouting, "When will you finally stop running away?" This time, Sung-tae unleashes a wave of kicks. The massive jagged rocks hurtling toward him lived up to their name, but Yu-chan remained unharmed. He calmly stretched out his arm to block it with ease. Yu-chan even had time to say, "I'm not running, I'm just letting you attack me." Only then did he begin to unleash his fury, his clenched fist blazing with fire, ready to strike. My anger will never subside. Sung-tae is confused. He stood silently before this change. With just one punch, Yu-chan was able to suppress all those huge boulders. The wave has been completely shattered by the flames, and the piercing gaze reflected through the helmet visor. If I end this now, just once. The scene shifts to a new setting at Vinzone Gadam rooftop, where Kang Yu is intently watching something with a question already on his lips. What is this? Sil looks very excited and confident with the brand new car, a new mini truck model that was just recently tested. Kang Yu kept his eyes on it, still asking, "Where did you get that?" "Wait! You managed to buy something like this yourself?" Screw replied nonchalantly, "I made it myself." He explained with great focus and passion, and with his aerodynamic design, he can travel at supersonic speeds. It only takes a few minutes to get there. The more he talks, the prouder he feels of himself. It also has a stealth function, so there's no need to worry about detection. Kang Yu listened with a blank expression and silently thought how scary the fake was. The battle between the hero and the villain is not over yet. Yu-chan is still holding his arm toward Sung-tae's wave of rocks, until they shattered into pieces. Sung-tae had to step back to avoid being pierced by those shards of stone. Even Inium, lying flat on the ground, has to look up to witness this terrifying scene. Sarom and Kang-hun are also stunned, watching every intense detail. Dr. Han chuckled happily and praised Yuan. That guy is pretty formidable too. TR doesn't even bother to care. He's busy shaking Double Blade with heavy slaps and straightforward questions. "Are you asleep yet?" Double Blade immediately snapped back to alertness. "Are you allowed to do that?" Sarom rushed over to catch Sung-tae, who was exhausted, and sat there helpless. "Are you okay?" Another person steps forward and offers an unnecessary suggestion. "Stop fighting and step back." Red Eye slowly pulls out an arrow and warns both of them. "If you all leave quietly now, I won't hold it against you." Kang-hun stands there angrily biting his lip and cursing under his breath. If I were the one giving the order, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing Red Eye's overly humane words, Breakhan pounded his chest and shouted loudly, "You plan to let them go? Who gave you that right?" But Red Eye also has his own reasons. "Stop here. If things get out of hand, it will be hard to control, but a reckless person like Bray is not satisfied with that idea." He trembles with suppressed anger. The scene shifts to Vinzon Gadam Paradise Bar. In the club, someone is recounting the event in a high-pitched voice. I seriously swear the troublemakers barged in. Jaha still doesn't fully believe it. He is checking. If the flag bearers rush in without a valid reason, they are breaking the rules. No way. If that voice responds so sharply, they can't be normal. But that's really how it happened. It is true. She continued to ask Gawai suspiciously, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" She replied eagerly, "I watched the live stream. They might still be live streaming on YouTube right now." Che didn't show any surprised expression to respond to the story, just asked further, "Who is handling this on our side?" Go Young also answered her honestly. "He's someone I've never seen before. He wears a strange mask." As she spoke, she continued to watch the live stream on the screen. It's summer break, and Red Eye is here too. Cheha suddenly changes his expression, a mysterious feeling flickering in his eyes, his lips unconsciously pursed. Back in the fierce battle, Drayan raised his voice sharply. "We have to seize this chance to deal with them, or they'll come back again. I don't trust anything but my fists. You have to get hit to understand." So, without waiting for anyone's order, Drayan boldly charged forward. "I will correct your behavior, but this time it didn't go as smoothly as before." Dre Hu was stopped by something, and he was stunned into silence. Huh?
His body just suddenly collapsed and he couldn't control it. Not only was he knocked down, but now his body couldn't even lift because all 4 limbs of Breck Hun were bound by magical cords. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "What the hell is this?" My body suddenly feels so heavy. Suddenly, someone else softly orders, "Stop the live stream." A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard appears. I have a feeling, but I don't think I should interfere in this. He also emphasized that if I kept just watching, something bad would happen. Turns out he is an S-rank ace, supporting the command. I was taken aback by his impressive debut. CR loudly asked, "Who are you?" Black Ghost saw the reaction and quickly stopped CR. "Wait a moment. What? Do you know him? He is a regular flag bearer." As he said this, he suddenly hesitated before speaking again. Black H, standing nearby, suddenly turned around and asked in disbelief, "What?" Black Ghost was much more perceptive than his teammates, so he quickly realized he was here. And just as Black Ghost suspected, there are others as well. Next to DG, UN, and soon hiding behind the corner, Jimin is also observing the situation from a high vantage point. Red Eye probably sensed him suddenly sweating with a tense expression. How long have they been hiding and observing? He is extremely uneasy inside. I can't sense their presence. Another foot quietly enters the battle, and Jung Tae, upon seeing this person, immediately looks furious. The serious girl standing in front of me, Jung Tae, was very surprised. "Sister Seo, why did you come?" Jung Tae instinctively and suspiciously cast a look of disgust at Inbom, as if to say that despite Inbom's innocent-looking face, he was still shouting. "Dad Inbom, you called Sister Seo here, huh?" "That's right. Earlier, Inbom desperately begged Seo to help us." "Please, Seo. If things keep going like this, Jung Tae and everyone else will be finished." Her cold eyes looked at him as he desperately begged, "Please, help us." Afraid of being scolded by Jung Tae, Imbyum just made an excuse that she was only helping as a precaution. But in the end, he still got yelled at by Jung Tae. "Are you crazy?" This time Imbyum didn't hold back and retorted directly, even flipping off Jung Tae. "You idiot, can you still bark those words now?" Even though he's furious and red in the face, Imbyum keeps talking on and on. "If I didn't call Sister Seo, we would all be dead here." Jung Tae yelled straight to Inbyum's face. "You bastard!" A large, scarred hand rests on Inbyum's shoulder. A deep, husky voice echoes. "Get in order." Making things worse in front of the villains is not a good idea at all. It's Seung Chun. Faced with his stern gaze and resolute expression, Imbyum felt a bit hesitant. "Yes, I apologize." Seung Chun's tall shadow made Imbyo quietly gasp, while Seo stepped forward to negotiate with the villains. "And we will lead them out of Vinzone," she said calmly and with a touch of arrogance. "If you try to stop us from today, Gadam District Vinzone will disappear from the map." The scene shifts inside a villa in Sinhua District, the residence of Ancient Blue Viper, with lights turned on to brighten the otherwise dark interior. At a banquet table, 4 people, Songjun, Wan Yose, and the host, lead the conversation, with Ancient Blue 5YP speaking to start. "It's been a long time since we all gathered like this," Yose quickly respond. "It's because the elder never goes there, but we meet often." Hearing his subtle condescending tone, he chuckled. "Your tongue is still as cruel as ever." Sung slowly begins to speak. "Things have been really chaotic lately. We also need to keep an eye on Manny King's movements." But just as he was bringing up the topic, the host quickly shut it down, saying there were more important matters at hand. The Ancient Blue 5IP lowered their voice with a hint of reproach. "The one we need to serve. The ruler of Winterbell is absent," Yosei explains on his behalf. "There's nothing to worry about. Mujin has overcome Gro's sealed coffin. Wait until she returns from France." He then spoke to follow his words, "And you all think Min can fulfill the responsibilities of a Winterbell ruler?" Wan then contributed a few words to the discussion. "Yes, she can do it." "Are the vassals we exist for not to serve the king or not?" Ancient Blue Fafi continued to speak. "Mujin alone is not enough. Manny King is a cunning and experienced schemer. Mujin couldn't fight him back." In response to his assertion, a few people showed signs of opposition. "What are you saying?" Ancient Blue VIP clearly shows their treacherous nature in every expression and glance. "I will make an important decision for the family, and you will have to support me." Sung Jun is the first to voice his opposition. "There's no way you plan to remove Mujin from the throne." Wan also clearly shows he cannot betray, but he remains firm in that decision. "You have no choice but to accept it." "What?" The room was already filled with chaos, and now it's even more tense as someone enters and greets with a scolding instead of a hello. "You fools, I'm getting annoyed." "Is there a problem with your ears? Why can't you understand?" Barracuda grinned, but his words were filled with contempt and arrogance towards the members present here. He said, "He told you to be good dogs."
Stupid fools. The scene shifts to the morning at the Lampus branch in Seun. A loud shout rang out. What the heck? What the hell is going on? De Wong forcefully pushes the door open, panic-stricken. Senior, or rather branch manager, I hurriedly report that I am currently at Vinzonian Gadam district. June interrupted. I'm watching this, she asked in a low voice. What should I do now? I'll head back to the ancient Blue Viper estate. Barracuda stepped in front of their amazement. Yosei pressed the button on his ring, speaking in a low voice to keep outsiders from interfering in Winterbellow's affairs. He raised his head and smiled, and to make things worse, he's the one who once ran away and was defeated by Kasi Shuyen. Barracuda smirked, grinding his teeth in challenge. Your mouth keeps talking like that. One day you'll get what's coming. Yosei challenged and responded confidently. Go ahead and try. Suddenly, Ancient Blue 5 IP interrupted. Hold on, I have something to say. I just forgot to mention it. He continued, the tea in front of you contains DS, so since you've all drunk it, you can no longer become villains. Yosei raised an eyebrow and replied, you behave exactly like a venomous green snake, Ancient Blue 5. IP paid no attention to his teasing. He continued, I will ask one last time. Be careful with your answer. If you are not on my side, someone will cut in immediately. I refuse. Wan raises his hand, so do I. Sung trembles and bows his head. I will never betray Mujin. Their words made Barracuda laugh. He slowly spoke. Do I have permission to kill them? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Do you want to deal with all of them at once? Yosep turned around in shock. Sung was just as surprised, and Rado stuck out his filthy tongue and said, so difficult here, you have to leave some for me too. Yosa's face beaded with sweat. Red Sod, it seems you even got involved in the district's chaos. WSN mockingly said that as the elder, he shouldn't let outsiders interfere. After a moment, Ancient Blue 5 slowly said, everything is for the future, for the vassals of Winterbell, and also as elders. I must make the right decision. After finishing, he looked up to see Barracuda also watching him, and a cold voice rang out. You can now enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Barracuda seemed not to hear. He eagerly charged forward, saying, I'll use a move to kill you all so you won't feel any pain. Immediately, Kang Yu kicked in the glass door and rushed in, and upon hearing the noise, Barracuda's eyes widened in shock. He muttered, and then turned to look at Cassie Zen Kang Yu, smirking, and said, We meet again. Barracuda frowned and cursed. He couldn't react in time and crashed straight into the wall in front, shattering it into pieces. Raydot and his team also became extremely confused. What's going on? Who is he? Another voice suddenly came through, and it was Screw who had just arrived and broke the window to rush in. What do you mean? This meeting is very serious. You need to behave carefully. Ancient Blue 5 IP was startled and thought of Screw, who cheerfully waved his hand. Hello, old man. He clenched his fists and shouted, Weren't you the one who agreed to join my side if I gave you the real magic crystal? Kang Yu coldly replied, I already handed it over, so it doesn't count, Ancient Blue 5. IP clenched his teeth. How dare you? He calmly replied, You're too naive. A faint pink light suddenly flickered in the air. The three of them left the table. Ice smirking teasingly, You got fooled, Elder. And Blue VIP asked in shock, How could you do this? He shrugged and replied, We suspected the old man from the start. Yosei continued explaining everything, so we predicted that the elder would tamper with the drink. None of the three of them had taken a sip.
Elder, we are very disappointed. I really wanted to trust you.
So what? You're still dragging outsiders into this? Yosei smiled and said, Fine, let's go with that. Right now, Barracuda is sitting on the ground, trembling all over. Ancient Blue. Fifth IP shouted, They all have my elder's permission, so they are different. Sil calmly replied, We also have permission. He interrupted and lied, saying, Who else but me gave you permission? A deep voice echoes, It's me. The door outside swung open, a strong beam of light immediately flooding in. Ancient Blue VIP gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. As soon as he saw that figure, he exclaimed in horror, Why are you here? Mujin then shifted the scene. Seo frowned and declared, If you dare to block the way, from today Vinzone Gadam district will disappear from the map. Red Eye couldn't believe his ears. Vinzone is gone. PR shouted, and there's someone even more arrogant than the boss. Yu-chan said, Let them go. Grat exclaimed in shock. What? Even after hearing that, you still tell us to let them go? Yu-chan calmly explained they are a special purge force against villains. All members are elite regular soldiers. Confronting them is like throwing stones. Black Ghost nodded. I also agree to let them go. Kreishok turned around and questioned, Why you two?
Why? He calmly replied, "You heard it yourself. If we fight, we won't win. But accepting to give up like that, we've already fought with the boss before."
Red secretly thought to himself, so this is called a fight? It's all of you getting beaten by him, Black Ghost thought. Even if we gather our people, we can't match them.
Suddenly someone shouted, "Stop messing around!" Breakhan's hand started to tremble.
Why do we have to go through all of this?
He gritted his teeth. We don't want to be treated like trash, but we have to hide like bugs because we're afraid of those who look down on us.
Sio's assistant finally spoke up.
Surprising, I didn't expect him to stand up under my heavy shield. Bresh shouted, "Even if I fall, I will still show you the pride of a destroyer."
TR awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Oh, you're just bait."
Sio raised his gun and coldly said, That's a good attitude, but ignoring my warning is a serious crime. If you want, come on and attack."
Black Han responded furiously,
rushing forward and shouting, "Come on then, this is the finishing move I forged through special training, the deadly iron gauntlet," before firing.
"Take this." Sio remains calm and squeezes the trigger, the bullet immediately hitting his glove. Dr. Han grits his teeth in shock. "What?"
"My finishing move." He watched Sio's bullet fly straight at him, but it had no effect.
Suddenly, Crow appears, gently catching the bullet.
Sio stares in shock with wide eyes, and her assistant is no less surprised.
"The sweating man," Crow smirked teasingly.
"It's my turn to have fun with you now."
Grow declares, "It's my turn to play with you now." Sio hesitated, feeling a resonance inside her.
Crow recalled the conversation that day about being especially cautious of certain villains at Vinzona Gadam, with the assistant listing Screw Cashin and Grow Sai, causing her to wonder.
"So, I just need to pay attention to them?"
He rested his chin in his hand and explained, I can't ignore the Black Ghost who recently joined Gadam, but I don't need to be overly cautious with him either." Then he said, "Just remember the 3 people I mentioned."
Sio nodded, and the assistant repeated,
Cashin, Screw, and Grow returned to the present. Sio replied, "Having you play with us is truly an honor, because it is a privilege." She pulled out another gun, smirked, and continued, "So I will play with you especially."
Cut to Anshian Blue, Fai IP's mansion, where he shouts, "Why are you here?" He couldn't believe his eyes.
Minant Blue 5 IP stood up straight.
"It will take several victories to assess your right to become the Winterbell King."
Gina stands in the way.
"I have reduced the time as much as possible," he questions.
"Do you think I will believe you?"
Red Sot interjected at this moment.
"It's been a long time since we met."
Min smiled excitedly. "I never thought I would meet you again. I've been waiting for this day for a long time."
Gina coldly asked back, "Who are you?"
This statement drives Red Sot into a rage. He grits his teeth and then raises his gun to threaten.
"I will make sure you remember this forever." Suddenly, a moving object appeared, and someone behind Red Sot pressed a sword against his neck.
Redot turned around and asked, "What? When did he appear?"
Ancient Blue 5 IP was stunned and thought to himself, "Those 4 behind Gina are Breaka." He was sweating bullets, those executing the orders of King Winterbell, and then he couldn't believe it, wondering if she really gained royal authority in such a short time.
Gina steps forward and interrupts his thoughts.
"Ancient Blue Fee, IP, I cannot overlook your acts of betrayal." Every shining sword pointed at him. Ancient Blue 5 IP would be stripped of her elder title. She continued in a low voice, and was expelled. At this moment, Barracuda was sitting on the ground, groaning in pain, frowning and cursing inwardly.
"Damn it, it's over."
He recalled the advice of a man. The spirit is what wins a battle. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as the spirit remains, opportunities will surely arise. He said, "You can still turn the tide if you want to win, so don't lose your fighting spirit." Barracuda wiped his mouth and said, "Losing your fighting spirit is exactly what you must do now." He tried to open his eyes wide, thinking to himself, "If I want to escape this situation, I have to turn the tide." Then he thought, "The only one who can do that is me." He shouted. Cien Barracuda tremblingly stood up and said, "I want a one-on-one fight with you." "What's going on? You just got hit." He laughed mockingly. "Don't you feel ashamed to attack me from behind? Are you afraid of fighting head-on?" S behind you says, "You can't even provoke a kid's reputation." But Kang Yu nodded and said, "I accept." A question mark appeared above his head in surprise. Barracuda shouted, "Go ahead, you will never defeat me." He predicted every move of him, starting with a punch with his right hand. Barracuda easily dodged, then countered with a left hook. "As I suspected, from previous mock battles, I had studied all your data carefully." Barracuda smirked to himself, thinking, "I can't possibly lose against someone much stronger than before." He challenges you.
These moves won't work on me. Put more force into it.
Immediately after, Barracuda widened his eyes and charged forward. Thinking there was an opening, he clenched his fist tightly and declared, "This is what I was aiming for."
He confidently laughed and said, "I am still Barracuda. Got it?" At this moment, the chain was thrown out, and he arrogantly continued, "I will kill."
It tightly wraps around Barracuda's wrist.
What's going on? Kang Yu forcefully pulls him back towards himself. Darkness chains. Barracuda was completely caught off guard. He coldly said, "It's been a while, but you're quite talkative." Then Kang Yu punched him hard, pushing him back, and with a low, teasing voice said, "Just childish." Barracuda groaned in pain.
Kang Yu grabs his hair and pulls hard.
Yos clicks his tongue, probably in a lot of pain.
WS also agrees maybe he's holding back to avoid killing him.
Kang Yu clenched his grip on the guy's wrist, his hand emitting a blinding blue electric aura full of threat. Kang Yu asked in a low voice, "New weapon?" He continued, "Where did you go with the things you sold earlier?" Barracuda didn't answer, only quietly questioned himself. "Why can't I defeat you?"
Barracuda shouted, "I have fought hundreds of simulated battles to defeat you."
A flash of light flickered at his elbow, and Kang Yu calmly said, "You need to learn how to fight." Barracuda, eyes wide with shock, forcefully throws him into the wall ahead as he gets beaten up. Kang Yu grabs the broken iron glove and calmly says, "I'll take this as my tuition fee." Ancient Blue VIP thought to himself, "I didn't expect Barracuda to be defeated like that. Even Red Sot is terrified. Damn it, I screwed up." A foot steps forward, and it's over. A glowing blue circle appears floating behind him.
"I will no longer show mercy.
Bow your head and surrender." Both Kang Yu and Screw froze. The person continued, "It seems all the important people are gathered here. You put your hand on your chest and introduce yourself. Nice to meet you. I am Onam Cheon, director of the Neo Center." "Who is that?" Screw replied.
"That's Manny King's right arm. Chairman Nam Chan sent me here to congratulate you."
Mujin, having successfully become the ruler of Winterbell, Gina interrupts. "Are we so close that even the old man has to congratulate me? Get to the point. You close your eyes and keep going." "I am here to mediate," she replies. "What if I refuse?" Kang Yu also interjected. "Are you planning to fight us with just that many people?" Nam Chan pointed. "They are more than enough. Keep going and tell them not to delay any longer." Kang Yu was confused. "What do you mean?" Screw swears under his breath. Just as he said, he adjusts his glasses and his tone becomes serious. "We need to go back to Gaddam right now." A flashback to 4 years ago in the gym shows Seo drinking water after a tiring workout when she notices June still training and asks, "Are you not tired? You just fought with me."
Jason reminded her, "You should test your limits before training." Seo kindly advised, "I might end up hurting myself."
"People say that the harder you hit the steel, the stronger it becomes." She straightforwardly reminded me, even though the process is boring and dull, it's very necessary. There's no shortcut to becoming stronger. Seo asked with a smile, "Senior, is your goal to become the top fighter?" "Dian has finished training now." She wipes the sweat from her body and replies, "All shogi players aim for that, but there was someone I wanted to beat before." Seo sat on a nearby bench, her voice a bit surprised. Why would someone want to beat a senior too? June glared, clearly annoyed as the arrogant young master who became the youngest champion in the chess tournament. Seo exclaimed, "Oh, it's the person we met back when we went to America for training." June said he would give his all in the next match, but who knows when that will be. Seo thought to herself, "An opponent, huh?" June recalled that person's back, and she said in a deep voice, "That was also a wonderful experience for me. Indeed, there are higher mountains beyond the highest." Seo saw June sit down and immediately handed her a bottle of water. The senior praised him so much that he must be a very formidable person. June took the water bottle and explained that among the top-ranked fighters, he specializes in close combat. He once said this. She began recounting. "Whether the opponent is weak or strong, a relative or a colleague, we must use all our strength in battle. He said if you can do that, you can become as strong as he is." A smug little kid much younger than me. Seo was stunned after hearing that and turned back to the fierce battle happening now, with gunfire and rocks colliding constantly. Seo narrowed her eyes, as what Gro was aiming at to attack suddenly felt off. Just as she thought, Seo spun the gun in her hand and unleashed a tornado of ice. Seo imagines herself shoulder to shoulder with Jason. Her determination is to be as strong as her senior. She takes the opportunity to attack at 120%, but she might as well go all out with 200% of her strength. Crow couldn't react in time and hurriedly stepped back. Seo spun around and delivered a powerful kick, determined to destroy everything. Crow was knocked back, but she immediately took a running start to counterattack. The rain of bullets was deflected by Crow, who spun his staff to block them. Xiao immediately stepped back, kept her distance, and continued firing. Despite such relentless attacks, Crow still kept smiling, saying, "This is so fun. That was intense." The three of them standing outside such a fierce battle are left stunned. TR scratches his face and says, "Are you planning to just stand there and watch like a coward?" "Who is Red?" he calmly said. "Avoid it, don't get caught up." "How do you expect me to avoid it? Are you planning to just stand there like a coward?" "I can't do that, right? I will eliminate all these bastards. Break ghost orders to stop him." "Hey, let go of me! What are you doing?" "Hey, let me out." Krat, holding on tightly, helplessly reminded. "Stand still." Suddenly, a voice echoed towards them. That's a good decision. It's Yu Chan. Getting involved with those troublemakers would be a mess. If you don't join in, they won't risk making the first move. "It's best to just stay still and watch," Black Ghost asks. "What if both sides fight with all their strength? Which side do you plan to support?" This question makes Yu Chan unable to give an immediate answer. On the other side, two people are also watching the fight. The blonde-haired Yoon Dgun, an A-rank mineral attribute warrior, sighs sadly. They're just standing there watching. So boring. The girl with orange hair next to Nasun, an A-rank fire mage, replied, "Do you really want to fight that badly?" Someone else suddenly interrupted and joined the conversation. "Even though the captain told us to stay out, fighting these pathetic enemies is so boring. Our opponent must at least be a boss." That person is Kim Jimin, an A-class physical attribute forward. DGUN says, "Grow is pretty good too. She deserves to fight the captain." So perhaps they agree because she hasn't given her all yet. A dismissive voice responds, "I don't agree. It's Grow who isn't willing to give it her all, not the captain." The two of them were immediately confused, Dune said in amazement. "Could it really be true?" he replied. "It seems the captain has also realized it. It really seems like what he said. Sio's situation doesn't look good." Sio tries to shoot ice bullets at Grow. Grow gracefully dodged all her attacks, and immediately, Crow counterattacked. Crow's dance move sends dozens of sharp feathers flying towards Sio. Although she quickly dodges, her cheek still gets injured. Sio's assistant said quietly, "Indeed, Gundam has 3 leaders." Jimin smirked and asked, "So our captain is going to lose?" He denied it, saying, "I will never let that happen again. To prevent the tragedy from before from happening again, we can't avoid fighting the villains." No matter the method, as Assistant Sio was casting his spell, a shadow approached him. He sensed something was wrong, but it was too late, and the bright cover screw was fired in their direction. Assistant Sio quickly created a gravity shield, and the blinding light was dispelled. Dun and Soon also realized something was wrong. "That person landed, and there's another one beside him. You shouldn't do that. This guy always jumps into the middle of fights." Screw smirked. "They're fighting one-on-one, so if they cross swords, it would be boring." Red Eye looked at Screw and Kang Yu and said, "Perfect timing." Black Ghost shouted excitedly. Boss Dun Chao Mao and Soon are still here. So she stretches and breathes a sigh of relief, saying, "Let's start warming up gradually." Meanwhile, the battle between Sio and Crow remains very intense. Sio glares, thinking the host is here. SC praises him. "Grow did a great job." Grow asked again, "What do you mean by that? We've only just started playing." Screw thought to himself. Luckily, nothing serious has happened yet. "Besides those kids, what are you guys doing here with the flags? Why did you come without warning?" Siu explained, "We received information that a group of students was entering Vinzone, so we came here to protect them." Kong Yu then asked, "Why not just quietly take them away?" "We wanted that too, but you guys were the ones who started the trouble." "Who started it first?" He pointed to Dog and knew why was there too. His 2 teammates kept nodding in agreement. Kang Yu pointed at Breakhan, who was furious. "That's what he said." Sio's assistant spoke up. "The kids didn't do anything wrong, but they are a small part that needs careful care. Even if they are wrong in the future, they still must be protected according to the law. If Kang Yu blames them, you are the ones breaking the rules first. So now are you planning to run away?" He didn't argue back but admitted his mistake. "I apologize, but Kang Yu won't forgive easily, and an apology won't fix this." Sio asked directly, "What do you want? Just say it." Kang Yu channels energy into his right hand and sets a condition. If he has done wrong, he must accept the appropriate punishment. Kang Uyen channels energy into her right hand and sets a condition. If she has done wrong, she must accept the deserved punishment. The crowd listening was slightly startled, while Black Hun cheered excitedly. "That's right, Big Brother is different. I trust you." Red. I feels like things are getting a bit out of hand. Wait, how did the situation escalate to this point? It's confusing. Why is he so angry? Screw explanations. Someone's pouring oil on the fire, isn't that right? Seo loads the gun and refuses Kang Yu's condition, suddenly appearing and demanding to punish us. This proposal is pretty hard to accept. With a veteran anti-hero of the Special Purge Force, that's just impossible. Anyway, the unyielding spirit is what true justice is, and it's what our flag-bearers always uphold. Kang Yu chuckled softly and asked back, if that's justice, then if you strike first, I'll let you go with me. That's real justice. The scene shifts to the harbor's center, in a room where someone's voice echoes. Mujin has returned. The orange-haired woman replied, she has become the Winterbell ruler and even led her team in executions. I thought it would take several months, but it seems I underestimated Mujin. Director Kim stammered, and Barracuda, the Vanguard reserve soldier. The other person chuckled softly. Why are you defeated again? He was sweating profusely. I'm sorry to have to say this, but according to the report, that's indeed the case. Who are you? Director Kim replied. It's Kan. The other person clicked his tongue twice and said, I can't support him anymore even though he's my nephew. His abilities only go so far. Mujin and C are about to face a storm. Summon the 7 managers. Back to Vinzon Gadam Zone. A. Seo is pointing a gun at you, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Sang Chun is confused and wondering what on earth is going on. Kang Hun next to him explains, you still haven't seen the bad stuff, have you? The goddamn boss appears, so everyone is shitting their pants. Sang Chun was confused, but he has Shung Tae's sister with him. Kang Hun suddenly shouted, shut up. Sang Chun was confused and flustered. What are you shouting at? Kang Hun just gritted his teeth and grimaced without replying. Sai Yu sneered, truly speechless. I didn't expect the villain to lecture about justice too. What do you plan to do? Kang Yu laughed and replied, if you rush in here without warning and cause chaos, you all should pay the price and get beaten until you learn your lesson. Crow points at Kang Yu, then turns to ask Skrull. Are you sure he's angry? You look so happy, but Seo admits to what he did. That's right, we did break the rules. But only I did? My teammates didn't. I am the leader. They only follow orders. Kang Yu didn't hear clearly. He responded, and Seo explained, I mean, if punishment is needed, I alone am enough. But if an evil villain defeats us, the reputation of a false flag will be ruined. You have achieved many victories. Let me verify the rumors. Dune nervously called out, Leader, Seo has ordered, no one interfere. Seo stepped forward, she and Yu prepared to fight. Seo was the first to strike, rushing forward to attack. The overwhelming speed surprised Black Hun, who marveled at how fast she was, twice as quick as when she fought Crow in the previous fight. Seo was already behind Kang Yu's head, and he quickly realized it, turning to block the deadly strike with his hand. Kang Yu follows up with a punch, but Seo leans away to dodge. When it's her turn to strike, Kang Yu blocks while throwing a punch. Seo thought to herself, defending and counterattacking at the same time. For a villain, this strength is pretty good. After exchanging blows for many rounds, Seo was knocked away. She cursed under her breath at this bastard. Kang Yu seized the opportunity, spinning his leg to attack. A kick aimed straight at Seo's body. Luckily, she managed to block it with both hands. His strikes are quite powerful. This guy has real combat experience. The longer this goes on, the more disadvantaged I become. Seo wants to use her gun to end the fight quickly. She must win fast. Unfortunately, her plan failed. Kang Yu has seized her gun. In just 1 second, her gun was crushed by Kang Yu. Seo quickly used her other hand to attack, but was also caught by Kang Yu. Kang Yu asked, do you know what happens if you keep using the same move repeatedly? Seo was surprised. Being thrown away by Kang Yu was the unintended consequence. Seo didn't just sit there and take it, she immediately activated her weapon. Seo gritted her teeth and said, don't underestimate me. The gun fires multiple shots in rapid succession at Kang Yu, hitting and freezing both of his arms. She was delighted. I got it. This is the chance. She seized the opportunity and charged forward. Kang Yu tensed up and shattered all the ice on his hands. When he finally regained his composure, he saw Seo rushing forward, creating a layer of ice on the ground to increase her sliding speed. Kang Yu jumped to dodge the attack, but the kick missed and someone shouted loudly, don't give up anymore. Red Eye was stunned. Is she really a sharpshooter? Her combat skills are impressive, clearly trained in proper military tactics. Drek H stammered, but snipers are mainly long-range damage dealers. Yu Chan watched everything unfold from the side. He thinks that even when fighting the ace of the Special Extermination Force, he is not at all inferior. No, he hasn't even used any shadow attribute skills yet. Honestly, he's dominating. He's much stronger. Compared to then, the battle is still ongoing. The bullets fired by Kang Yu have been skillfully dodged. Kang Yu smirked and charged forward. Looks like you've run out of bullets. How do you know that? Kang Yu kicks. He didn't respond, but thought to himself that he had used that type of gun before. Seo groaned as she blocked the attack, but his strikes grew stronger and faster, putting her in a difficult position. If hit directly, Kang Yu still keeps increasing the power in each punch. Seo managed to block but was pushed back. Soyeon frowns. She is being overwhelmed. Deun beside her grits his teeth. With such an attack, defense is useless. The manager remembered the previous tragedy and knew it could not happen again. After a while, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. After a fierce struggle, Seo carelessly got her leg kicked. She whimpered as she was hit in the leg. D-Gun shouted, "Oh no!" Soon looked worried. Captain Seo tries to focus and deliver a low kick instead of a high one. Even if blocked, she won't be able to withstand this blow. Before Seo's collision, a burst of energy arrived to stop him, causing Kang Yu to be thrown back and shattering the rock he hit into pieces. "Hey, don't interfere. They're fighting one-on-one. You're so annoying." The person overseeing the match is Seo's assistant. Seo immediately turned around and scolded, "What are you doing? I told you to stay calm outside." The assistant explained that if she loses, her honor will be gone. After she wins this match, I will accept the punishment later. Jimin chuckled along. I also want to be punished. Soyeon and DGUN are also ready to fight. Everything is just as I thought, but it's quite interesting. As long as it's a fight, I'll go all out. An unpleasant voice rings out. Are you not ashamed to interfere in someone else's fight? Kang Yu still looks unharmed after the previous attack. He sarcastically says, "So this is what you call the honor of the chess club." Dunn charged forward and shouted, "Shut up, you villain. Someone like you doesn't deserve to say that this is a battle." Seo shouted a warning. "Everyone, watch out. The gun's bullets are already fired." DGUN struggles to block with a shield as the others quickly dodge the incoming energy blasts. So Kyoso asks, "Where are they shooting from?" A mocking voice responds, "If you know, then do something about it." Assistant Seo immediately recognized and shouted that person's name. SW Dunn scolds the cowardly scum. S retorts sarcastically, "This is what you call hypocrisy. You were the ones who interfered in match 1 first. From now on, the match will be a team battle breaking the limits." Grow is excited. "I want to team up with the strong guys." Black H cheerfully celebrates. "If it's a team match, we have the numerical advantage." Oh my. Red Eye immediately warned them not to interfere. The two of them are enough. S is showing off his new weapon. "This is the new weapon I just upgraded. Be my test subjects for a bit." A bunch of light beams combined with the launched drills. Seo's people froze for a moment before Deegan immediately charged forward. "I will block his attack." Jimin smiled and replied, "Thanks for that." The iron shield deployed by DGUN, though difficult to maintain, successfully blocked the attack. DGUN smugly said, "Your firepower is indeed strong, but I still need to be careful." So, shouting from behind, "Endure a little longer. I will take down Screw." But before she could take down Dever, Kang Yu was already behind her, unseen. "Get lost, Burn." Soyeon quickly realizes he's here. She turns around and shouts, "Get lost, Burn." Thinking she's succeeded, she smirks, "Just a little more." But Kang Yu's voice rang out immediately afterward, surprising her. "Do you only have fire?" If it's a fire element skill, I know it too. The darkness burns and the attack hits Soyeon directly, pushing her backward. Fortunately, a surge of energy caught her and prevented her from falling. Kang Yu immediately became alert. The one who saved Soyeon was the assistant. He let out a sigh of relief, almost revealing himself. Kang Yu glared, thinking to himself, using his shield just in time to protect his teammate. This guy's really annoying, but he looks so familiar. Where have I seen him before? Soyeon points at Kang Yu and alerts the team that he is using a fire attribute skill. Jimin charged forward and responded to her. I see it now. Jimin channels his energy into his arm. As far as I know, his attribute is darkness. Let's see how he handles this. Jimin's fist faces directly against Kang Yu's fist. Jimin smirks slyly, and in an instant he grabs Kang Yu and wraps his arms around his waist. "Answer my question." Kang Yu muttered angrily. "You bastard, was that just a bait?" Jimin, not hearing a response, rambled, "I don't think you're planning to answer. First I'll capture you, then I'll make you answer." Kang Yu cuts him off sharply, grabbing Jimin's neck and making her face go pale. Kang Yu used his energy to lock Jimin tightly. Meanwhile, DGUN was still resisting against Screw's relentless attacks. Screw praised him. "Well done, you're really holding up." DGUN laughs triumphantly. Dunn shouts to provoke the enemy. "You evil villain! You're defeated now. Your attack is useless against my shield."
Sil then followed suit. Then I'll try a different move if ranged attacks don't work. The gun in his hand has transformed into a giant hammer. Then I'll break it myself. Diyun is so stupid for not realizing the situation wasn't part of the plan. SW didn't let him regain his composure and charged straight down. I'm here. Are you confused? He turned pale and stammered. Hold on, a real diver's story has triggered Deegan's steel. Screw smirks. All right then. Kim Jimin, disregarding the danger, rushes forward and wraps her arms around Kang Yu's waist to hold him back. Kang Yu silently curses in his mind. He's been hit. Behind him, a blazing fire was closing in. Seizing the opportunity Jimin created, Soyeon rushed toward him with a fireball in her hand. Kang Yu forcefully kicks Jimin away with a powerful kick. Damn you, annoying person. Soon's fire rings are now right above his head. Kang Yu immediately turns around, raising his hand to block the attack. He creates an electric sphere. Two opposing forces clash fiercely, emitting a blinding light around them. Soyeon continues to pour her strength into attacking him, shouting behind him, "Hurry up, Senior Unchun." While he was busy dealing with Soon and not paying attention, Jungchun suddenly appeared behind him, using the Holy Sun tactic, and at this moment he launched an attack towards him. The chains from all directions rushed towards him like wild beasts hunting prey, the gravity chains quickly binding his limbs, temporarily restraining his movements. Sungchun looks very confident and proud. This is my ultimate emergency skill. He smirked as if he was sure of victory. These chains can resist the demon. Once surrounded by the chains, you will never be able to escape. Kang Yu never looks worried or terrified. He coldly reminds him, never use the phrase, "be careful," again. Seeing that he had been chained up, Soyeon rushed forward, shouting, "A loudmouth like you!" She raised both hands in front of her. A large ring of fire appeared, heading straight for Yu. She unleashed hellfire, as its name suggests, the flames extremely fierce, like a monster ready to burn everything that stands in its way. What kind of demonic fire is that? A loud explosion rang out, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. After being kicked away by Kang Yu, Jimin had regained some consciousness earlier, his breathing still irregular, thinking he was about to die. Soyeon looked at the thick smoke and laughed loudly. "You don't know your place. How boring." She smirked confidently. "Our team is always the strongest. There's no way we'll be defeated by you villains." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "You seem to lack real combat experience, huh?" Soy and Seung-chun both looked stunned and incredulous. Amidst the smoke, Kang Yu's figure gradually emerges. "He used the black armor to defend against the attack earlier. I told you not to recklessly use such words without thinking. So he automatically switches to a defensive stance. How can he withstand being blinded by chains and still endure the flames?" While they were caught off guard, Kang Yu's figure disappeared behind the black armor. Jimin, alert, immediately realizes the problem and shouts a warning. "Watch out!" He's disappeared. Kang Yu has somehow circled behind them, crackling with lightning. Seo watched everything clearly from outside and shouted in worry to the two behind. By the time they realized and turned back, it was already too late. Kang Yu unleashes a series of dark chains, rushing towards Jimin and Soon. This is the right way to use chains. The black chains infused with demonic energy wrapped tightly around them, this time rendering them immobile and unable to act. Dae Ungchun also got bound by his own chains. He exclaimed in panic, "Is this darkness chains?" Kang Yu, like a ruthless demon god, tore through the chains in his hands, shattering them instantly. The three others were immediately thrown back as the chains shot forward at incredible speed, striking them. The barrier curtain shattered into many fragments, falling down. Kang Hoon and Inium were stunned by what just happened, and someone standing behind exclaimed, "Cool!" In Biome grits his teeth in defiance. "This can't be happening. How could we be defeated?" Seung-chun puts his hand on the ground, trembling and groaning in pain. He struggles to sit up, but can't, unwilling to accept this ending. It's hard to understand. We could never lose. Kang Yu stood in front of him and coldly said, "Even after all this, you still refuse to wake up. Your eyes radiate deadly intent. I told you never to use it recklessly." Seung-chun looked up at you, confused, and asked, "How can you escape my chain?" "I already put all my strength into that move." Kang Yu sneered and replied, "Does that really matter? Seeing your teammate being attacked like that, and all you can say is that," he scolded him harshly. "If you hadn't lost your composure, you could have blocked my ultimate move. But you couldn't. If you can't recognize the situation and support your teammates, then get out of here. Your words are incredibly sharp, even if you're an S rank with immense power. That doesn't change." Dae Ung-chun just shook his head and sighed in self-mockery. "I never thought I'd be scolded by an evil villain." He suddenly curled his lips into a sneer. "Why is that?" "I'm speechless." Kang Yu felt annoyed with him, so he didn't plan to let him go and started channeling his energy to observe how you speak, hoping for better days ahead. Oh, no matter what, you still deserve a good beating to clear your soul. Zeong Chun was confused by his words. Just as I was about to make my move, a loud voice came through, trying to stop me. Wait! That voice belonged to Che-ha, who appeared not far away. Zeong Chun was extremely surprised to see him, grinding his teeth. You Che, huh? He looked very calm, expressionless as he gazed at the two of them. Kang Yu turned to ask Che-ha why he interfered, and he responded with a pleading tone, "Just this once. Can you do me a favor and let them go?" But Kang Yu isn't that easy to negotiate with. The ruthless man refused, saying no way. Knowing his character, he smirked and said, "Of course not for free." Che held up 3 fingers and made a deal, saying, "Next time you do business with me, I'll give you a 30% discount." Kang Yu didn't say much, holding up all 5 fingers in front of him, indicating a full 50%. He doesn't allow her to refuse. Okay, deal at half price. Che-ha can only force a smile and agree to his request. After reaching an agreement, he glanced over at Seo. He coldly ordered, "Take your people and leave. If you still have doubts, come find me." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Number?" Screw and Grow looked surprised. "Oh, from afar, Jun and De Wong are approaching. Her tone is very sharp. If you want to deal with them, you have to do it thoroughly. If everything ends like this, we don't deserve to call ourselves the wrong flag." Seo looked at her in surprise and called out Senior. Inbom saw those two appear and his face relaxed. "Luckily, we're turning the tide," Brakon asked curiously. "Who is that?" Red immediately explained to clarify. Hamj Black Ghost is also adding false signals with sound effects. Galato stands quietly in the corner watching everything, not revealing what he's thinking. But Kang Yu, leaning on her hand, asked Jan, "What do you plan to do to end this?" She calmly replied, "I will put an end to everything." He still doesn't understand what she wants to do. His voice deepening, June looks at Seo holding her injured arm and begins to speak about everything. My junior barged into Vinzon Gadam without any particular reason. She then looked at Jimin, who was trembling and collapsed on the ground. Moreover, they defied the rules set by Lampus and Vinzone and sparked a conflict. At this point, she outright ordered, "Before I follow the rules to punish them, you should apologize to them first, Kang-soo." Her commanding tone made Seo unable to lift his head to look directly, thus preserving the dignity of a chess player. On the other side, the brilliant sunset cast its glow over the Rose Hotel in La Vienne. Gina set her teacup down on the table, her tone with a hint of a smile, asking Seo to apologize. Inside a large room, Gina, Sungjun, Yosop, and Wan are drinking tea and discussing together. The results are quite interesting. Social media is going crazy right now. Surprisingly, the one who asked for an apology is Han Ji-sun, truly a formidable woman. Sungjun seems very concerned about Gina, asking if she's tired since she just flew back today and now has a meeting. Don't push yourself too hard to remember and pay attention to your health. She lifts her teacup to her lips. Why is Blinding Darkness suddenly talking so seriously? She doesn't feel moved by his concern. Instead, she finds it confusing and somewhat irritating. Why aren't you acting like usual? He straightforwardly explains, "Now that you are officially the Winterbell Emperor, a vassal serving the Emperor, I can't do that." Yosei sitting beside him also nodded slightly. "I agree." Gina no longer paid attention to those trivial matters. She set down her teacup and began asking about the current situation. "Do whatever you want. Is there any movement from Gadam?" Yosei responded. It was very quiet. She asked back in surprise. Silence. He forced a smile as usual. Ga Xuan was still practicing alone. As for Screw, he remembered the scene where Screw was restrained, while the other villains looked very excited. They were incredibly noisy, and seeing the little one tied up looked so adorable. They made him hold a macaron and take a bite, enjoying it while continuing. He was caught because they worried about the side effects of breaking the limit. Gina also found it a bit speechless and forced out a comment, quite surprising. She propped her chin on her hand, tilted her head and said, "Forget Screw, I think Xian will go crazy." Sung and Yos both closed their eyes, thinking to themselves, no need to say it. Yosei looked helpless. This was already very complicated, and if he went crazy and Lampus headquarters got involved, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, we received a request from Cassie Zan. He said there is someone pulling strings behind the rookies, and he wants us to investigate." Hearing this, Gina almost certainly deduced that the person behind it is likely Manny Kin. Wan was silent for a while before speaking up. "Accept the request, we owe him after all. I will handle this." After discussing this, Gina asked again,
What about Xinhua District? Yosei honestly replied, I have sent the twins with the managers, but nothing has happened yet. After hearing this, Gina's voice grew a bit more serious. We can't ignore the betrayal of the ancient blue VIP. Xinhua District must take responsibility because we are currently protecting him. She asked a general question to discuss whether we should attack them first or not. Sung nervously voiced his opinion first. If Sha sides with Manny King, things will get complicated. If we want to attack, we need to act before then. Wan also shared his opinion. Dealing with Shinga isn't easy. Should we form an alliance? Yosei agrees with her. I agree. This doesn't need to be dragged out. It all comes down to Gina. So what if Winterbell's execution squad is dispatched? Wisan is very alert, and if Winterbell personally attacks Shinga District, it could be troublesome and attract Lampus's attention. Gina looked at her, unable to deny and seeking her opinion. That's right. Is there any other way? She has come up with a bold idea. What about Cassie? Gina clasped her hands together, resting her chin as she pondered. Time passed quickly for Cassie, and before long, night had fallen. Right now at Vinzone in Xinhua District, where Mpin Redsot's uncle is causing a commotion. I told you it wasn't fair at all. He seems to be venting and shouting. When did we fall into their trap? Trusting Ancient Blue. Fifth IP was definitely a mistake. Ino sat in the corner, drinking and mocking him. And what about you, you foolish fool who trusted him and was mocked like that? He shouted in anger. Shut up for me, I don't care about that crazy Redsot. He's sitting at the table, tapping his hand on the surface in rhythm. Things are getting more complicated. We considered involving Screw, but Mujin's appearance was truly unexpected. Bon leans against the wall and questions him. Do you think this will succeed? He confidently asserts that if Min is involved, it will also be at least 50%. 50%? You're not making the decision just because of the Ancient Blue VIP, are you? He didn't answer the question, only gently pushed his glasses up and replied, I trust Mankin's plan. Minister revealing what makes him so confident. That old man put a lot of effort into this, even involving the wrong faction. If I were you, I wouldn't do something so lowly. I will attack directly. Min does not deny that just a straightforward attack is enough. It seems I can sense some deep meaning behind his words. Marpin's eyes become sharp. He strokes his chin, pondering. If someone with overwhelming strength does nothing, then we must target something else. What should I do now? Rideau became even more impatient, shouting louder than before. What are you saying? Is this the time to just sit around like that? He points at Ino. We don't know when they will attack, but she smirks and insults his pride. We sent you to do the job, and yet you come back looking so cowardly. Red immediately jumped up, barking back like a kicked dog. If you don't know anything, don't speak, he almost shouted. Minen was already strong, but that guy in black, he's really powerful. So I wondered about the man in black mentioned in his words. So you're saying Qian Redsot immediately turned back to confirm his suspicion after hearing that? That's right. He defeated Barracuda. When mentioning Kang Yu, there was a hint of fear in his voice. I saw firsthand how he overwhelmed Barracuda and Kasi. That bastard is on a different level. Kit. Hearing this, Ino lowered his sword to the ground with a single move that radiated a powerful aura. A different level? Her pupils lit up in the dark corner, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. This is getting interesting. Pin's eyes still looked very calm as he said, If you want to catch a snake, you hit the ground. Bon doesn't understand what he means. What are you talking about? But he ignored him and muttered to himself, It seems I haven't thought this through correctly. He confidently made his own guess. I think the main focus of the villain Manny is on me. Min considers himself clever and tends to overthink everything. If everything went according to his plan, he would have already come to kill me. But because Min returned too quickly, we had to change things and everything became more complicated. He chuckled with amusement. Then we have to do something. The deep voice asked him, What do you plan to do? Pin also didn't hide and replied, Meet Min. Pin just picked up the card on the table and explained, I have decided on the main character for my hidden card. He raised the ace of spades in front of him, revealing a mischievous smile. I will make Mujin mine. At the same time in Gadam Vinzone, Kang Yu just returned from the battle with S. Meros and spoke to him. Congratulations, C. You have reached the S rank that the Hangs have been longing for. I just got lucky with these gloves. I'm being humble. It's all thanks to Barracuda's weapons. Maros looked at him and sighed. The monastones you extract are really too small. Honestly, I was a bit worried, he replied. Luckily, everything still turned out successful. It hovers beside him and asks what you plan to do now. You can absorb the blood mana stone now. Kang Yu slides his finger across the screen. I need to check the status window first. Just then, Black Ghost's voice rang out. Master, are you here? He looked towards the door and asked Vong. What's wrong? His expression was extremely serious. Is there a guest visiting? Kang Yu replied, surprised. I don't think I have any plans to meet anyone. So you're busy training. The person here is Gina. She must have made up her mind after the meeting this afternoon. She looked at Kang Yu and asked, Am I bothering you? He replied without hesitation. That's right. He straightforwardly asked Gina, You're not here to tour my training room, are you? Why did you come here? Meanwhile, Break Ghost was behind, eyes sparkling, touching and feeling the wall in his room. Is this the owner's training room? Gina also gets straight to the point. The main point is that I need your help. The Winterbell Emperor needs my help again? What's going on? Gina's eyes behind the mask blaze with intensity. I want to attack the District of Harmony. Kang Yu did not refuse and asked. Whenever Gina Na couldn't find the right time, she asked back, the sooner the better. When do you think is the best time? Kang Yu clenched his fist and answered without hesitation. It's now. That evening, not a single light was on in any room of the Lampus Branch building in South Korea. Seo sat in a dark room, leaning into the outside light as she hummed softly, focused on writing something. Her face looked very serious, with a bandage on her cheek. Recalling the daytime, she had sincerely bowed her head to apologize to Kang Yu's people, following Senior Jun's advice. I was disrespectful. I sincerely apologize. Kang Han looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Having to apologize to the villain again? CR asked nonchalantly. Really? Black Hun, getting impatient, pointed at Seo and scolded, So you're only apologizing now? You beat us to the point of exhaustion before apologizing? Kang Yu is very easy to talk to. He always puts his interests first. If you've already apologized, then shall we consider compensation? Now, I will send the damage report sooner. Seo barely wants to remember what happened today. She covers her face with her hand and exhales deeply. The door behind her opens slightly and a voice from outside reaches her. So now I can also hear your sighs? Seo was startled and immediately turned to look behind her. She was surprised to see June appear. Senior, she brought 2 cans of water and asked if you've finished writing the review. Seo honestly replied, I haven't yet. June sat down facing her and handed her a can of water. I thought you had gone home already, she asked, confused. What do you mean by going home? She looked quite tired and half closed her eyes. Thanks to someone helping me with the chores, I haven't been able to go home yet. I just finished writing the report for everyone. Seo, after hearing that, expressed gratitude on behalf of the team. Thank you, Senior. She lowered her head, too afraid to look June directly, feeling a wave of guilt rising in her chest. I'm really sorry. I just arrived at Seoul and already caused trouble. As the team leader, I should have been more careful. There's no point in crying anymore. You must not do this again next time, she weakly replied. Yes, sir. At that moment, her phone screen lit up. June curiously asked, Who is it? She excitedly replied, It's Jimin. He said everyone is okay, so you don't need to worry. June casually replied, Of course everything's fine. You can see how serious she looks. Although everyone had some scratches, there were no fatal wounds. Her words made Seo feel even more ashamed. She could only stare fixedly at her phone screen, too afraid to look up, even though IU gun was broken through by Skrull's attack. So this matter was already within their control. After saying that, she started silently scrolling through her phone. In the quiet space, whispers continued to echo. Actually, I thought I wouldn't be able to lose because we had studied Vinzonigadam district very thoroughly. Images from the past keep flooding Seo's mind. I thought the ones I had to lose were Skru and Grow. The others are nothing, so overpowering them is very easy since everyone in Gadam is quite special. Suddenly, June spoke up in response, especially annoyed by the new boss of Gadam. Even his name was bothersome. That made her pay attention to his name, which was similar to that person. June stood there with a cold expression and spoke, acting strangely, unlike a villain. For example, saving civilians. Seo couldn't help but be curious. According to internal reports, that place is full of notorious villains. Hearing that, the other side also responded to her, so verification is very important. However, Seo still couldn't stop being curious. And what if they demand compensation? The other side quickly responded, I am also very curious. Darkness quickly envelops the entire district of Xinhua. Here, Aroma keeps staring through the binoculars, while Hote is focused on chewing a snack. Suddenly, Aroma notices something unusual. Through the binoculars, she saw a black car parked nearby, and suddenly someone stepped out from the Lotus. None other than Gina. Suddenly, she looked up when she heard a piercing scream. Mujin. At this moment, Aroma and Hote both jump down below, and in an instant, she lands safely. Aroma excitedly said, I haven't seen you in a long time. I missed you so much. Even someone as quiet as Hote can't stop whispering. Congratulations. She kept talking non-stop. Ah, now that she has become the ruler of Winterbell, I suppose I should speak formally. Immediately afterward, Jaina also hurriedly replied, We're friends, so there's no need. Really? Besides the official settings. Hearing this, Ha was stunned and involuntarily exclaimed, Official settings? Kang Yu's voice suddenly sounded with suspicion. Why are the seatbelts so tight? Then the sound of black ghost echoes. Now that's what I call a seatbelt. These things surprised Aroma, while Kang Yu kept complaining, Is this Xinhua district? It's not really anything special. But no one paid attention to what he said. Aroma shouted in surprise, Are you always with Kasi Xian? Why is that? As soon as she finished speaking, Gina immediately explained, We are launching a surprise attack that will blossom into chaos. This only makes the enemy more curious. Now, even Hote can't stay silent. Are there only 3 of you? Suddenly, Aruma raised a question. Screw has to come too. Hearing this, Kang Yu quickly explained that he was blinded due to side effects, and even Break Ghost had to speak up. I will take over Screw's part in the music. This statement made Aroma gasp in shock and scream out loud. No way. Even with Mujin here, just 3 people can't do anything to make flowers bloom. Suddenly, Kang Yu added, If we fight everyone in Singa, then it's truly impossible. But he stood there with a serious expression. The target we are looking for is the tiny mouse, ancient blue VIPER. This is a secret plan. Small group actions will be more effective. Even Moros couldn't help but marvel at this point. You make kidnapping sound so convincing, huh? Faced with the seriousness from the opponent, Aroma asked a series of questions. Do the other vassals know? So you were given permission? Hearing this, Gina kept insisting. There's no way a king needs to wait for his vassal's permission. Suddenly, Hao Te raised his hand. Who could attack over such a wide area? I see. Kang Yu then asked, Do you use poison, I hear? What is the range and effect of that skill? Her face remains as serious as before, while the giant red toxic cloud the size of a football field paralyzes her entire body. Even Yu responds to Hao Te with a look of delight. Lalan injects poison from there, reducing its effectiveness to a quarter. Black Ghost keeps pondering. A sports field, as always. Only Aroma remains so fiery. She kept shouting loudly, Wait a minute. She points to the old dilapidated building behind her with a pale face, saying, This is the secret plan. If the poison spreads from there, it will cause chaos. Facing Aroma's panic, she finished her words and received a response from the other side, just as she wanted. Even Gina couldn't contain her curiosity. Does the East-West strike actually work? By now, Kang Yu has spoken with a judging tone. The attack on Boksan was quite effective. Their voices echoed through the silent night. Using toxic clouds can put enemies at a disadvantage, right? His hand is preparing something else. The scene shifts to a hut in the middle of the dark night. Vin Quan Xinhua is guarding the eastern area. A man slowly steps down from there. He kept complaining, wondering why his shift was taking so long to change. Feeling sleepy and hungry, he was suddenly distracted by a sound that caught his attention. What was that sound? Immediately afterward, he instinctively shouted out loud, It's the enemy. The person facing him is trembling, trying to drag his weak body across the ground. One of them uses poison. At that moment, the man wearing glasses shouted in shock. Damn it, I need to report this immediately. What are you reporting? Black Ghost has been standing behind him with a deep voice. Hello there? Without giving the enemy a chance to respond, he struck first with a powerful blow. The dark punch. Good night. Immediately after, he quickly slipped away from the scene. Black Ghost left the bespectacled man with a bruised wound. As Undy ran, he kept thinking. The key to this plan is to deceive the enemy. The image of him standing there with a determined face from the past suddenly flashes in your mind. You will take on that mission. This only fuels Break Go-Host to charge forward at lightning speed. I will obey my master's command. Under the mysterious moonlight, the city appears even more gloomy. Vin's district blooms with life where Min's hideout is. The image of the car rushing along the street has caught someone's attention. A sudden voice rings out. The shy little guy has appeared. Bond stands there with a scrutinizing look and speaks. Kaisi Xian, is he really going alone? Pin's eyes suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The camera only captured him. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in amazement. That guy, daring to go alone and risk his life for the sake of the flower. His words left Io utterly stunned. She kept staring at the opponent. And the report said there are toxic clouds around the western docking station. Rumors say he has dual attributes, but there's no confirmed data that he uses poison. Suddenly, Pon changed his expression to cold and spoke, meaning he didn't go alone. He's the bait. Hearing this, Min couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sneered who would be crazy enough to use the strongest as bait. Bon interrupted, saying that was what others thought. This made everyone present keep questioning. Do they have a different goal? The man asked, confused. Her target of C glanced suspiciously. Could it be me? Hearing this, Min calmly spoke up, Ancient Blue 5 IP. This answer made Yo quite curious. That useless old man? Why is that? Immediately after, she received a response from the person on the other side. The guest accompanying Kasi-zan must want the Ancient Blue 5 IP. Suddenly, Pon's expression turned cold. He cleared his throat softly. The one who wants the Ancient Viper is Mujin the swordsman's tool. For now, it's just computer screens trying to run at full capacity. Kasi has no reason or motivation to attack us. But Min is different because the Ancient Blue 5 IP is here. That means the glass in Min's hand gently sways as his voice echoes. Kan and Minujin are working together. I didn't expect them to come to us on their own. His face now reveals his own shameful nature. Get ready for the welcoming party. A celebration fit for the ruler of Winterbello. The scene quickly shifts to a sturdy-looking house in Vinzone District, Eastern Flower Zone. What do you mean by that? Ancient Blue 5 IP stands there with an angry face, shouting loudly and threatening. Is the company about to be merged and acquired? Who dares to do that? Faced with his anger, the subordinate tried to soothe him again. It's a sponsoring company called MDC, and they already hold 40% of the shares. The other side keeps questioning Hinkin. Why are you only telling me about this now? Hearing that, he could only bow his head in remorse and say, I'm sorry, everything happened too quickly. The face of the man with 3 stripes now shows confusion as he listens to the other party. And the butler, still no news from him? It was only after a while that he could speak up. He still hasn't been able to contact him since this afternoon. Suddenly, Ancient Blue 5 IP erupted in fury, slamming his hand down on the table as he shouted loudly, Damn it, where did he go in the middle of all this chaos? He kept grinding his teeth in frustration. The cruel voice of the Ancient Blue Ver. Pa suddenly echoes. Gather the shareholders for me now. This made the other party surprised and ask again, Right now? Then he shouted with all his might, We're about to lose the company right now. Hearing this, the 3-striped man couldn't help but feel scared and stopped him. You can't do that. This shocked him greatly. What? Contrary to the hot-headed Ancient Blue Viper, the man with 3 stripes remained remarkably calm as he spoke. Your safety clearly depends on Vinzone District Xinhua, so you cannot leave this place. We also cannot let the shareholders come here. These words have made the opponent fall into deep thought. Damn it, I'm about to become the owner of the swordsman's tool. This is truly humiliating. The images of the opponent begin to reappear in Ancient Blue Viper's mind. If Manny King had kept his promise, it wouldn't have come to this. He even dared to send that stupid outsider to help me. That only makes him more determined. I can't give up. I have tried so hard to reach this position. I can't give up now. The image of Kang Yu and Screw with bright smiles suddenly encircles his mind. Kasi Screw. In addition, there is another mysterious character and Min. Suddenly, Kang Yu rushes in from nowhere and kicks the glass door to pieces. He quickly infiltrated inside, surprising the Ancient Blue Viper, who instinctively turned his head to listen as Kang Yu's deep voice gradually echoed. I was right. You're standing there with an arrogant look, challenging me. An old snake only likes to hide in corners. Your presence has made the opponent extremely frightened. Ancient Blue P kept stammering. It was Gina who followed behind Kang Yu. She softly spoke. Don't get mad, I was just guessing, and I was right. Her appearance made him panic and shout loudly. Mujin, don't come over. This scene caught Kang Yu's attention. The subordinate kept aiming his gun at him, trembling as he said, If you take another step, I will shoot. But Kang Yu easily handled the situation. If you don't want to get hurt, put down your gun. After finishing, the opponent immediately raised their hand in surrender. Yes. Suddenly, Gina stepped forward with a cold voice. Ancient Blue 5 IP. You must know the consequences of betrayal, right? This made Ancient Blue FIFA IP furious and grit his teeth. Meanwhile, she looked at him with a sharp gaze, and only later did the Ancient Blue FIFA IP manage to mouth some words. Please forgive me, I am still useful, but he was firmly rejected by Gina. I don't need him. She begins to act with a sharp sword. Someone who has planned revenge is always ready to draw their sword at any moment. Immediately after, Gina took the initiative and stepped into the golden stream first. Be safe. Suddenly, the door was kicked open forcefully, and a commanding voice rang out. Mujin, the one who arrived, was Red Sword, who arrogantly declared, I came to catch you. I knew you would come here. Suddenly, his actions froze when he saw Kang Yu in front of him. Red Sword began to panic, stammering uncontrollably.
Why is he here? I thought you were in the West.
By this point, Jaina spoke up with a mocking tone. It seems your plan has been exposed. At this crucial moment, Kang Yu also started to speak up, unlike those at Boksan. These words left the blue VYP utterly stunned. He stared at him with wide eyes before fleeing desperately outside, his screams echoing as red-sought ancient blue viper shouted. But Kang Yu quickly let go of the chain. Where are you going? Those chains reached the target in an instant, but the masked figure rushed in to rescue the ancient blue 5YP. This scene makes Kang Yu can't help but marvel. Cut it off completely. Gina's cold voice suddenly rang out, bringing him back to reality. Cassie Zen, go and capture ancient blue Vi. I will clear the way for you. However, he politely declined. You go ahead, he's yours. Let me handle this place. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs burst in aggressively. Gina kept warning them. You're going to face a lot of enemies. Immediately after, he responded casually, What are these guys? A triumphant smile now on Kang Yu's face. I'll let them die without even knowing what's happening. The masked man couldn't hide the mocking smile on his lips. At this moment, Redsot, feeling extremely angry, muttered, What are you planning? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Redot falls to the ground. In an instant, Kang Yu proactively strikes at the opponent. His strike was so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It quickly went beyond the safety zone of the building. Everything was crushed just inches away. Kang Yu's face remains as cold and composed as ever. Gina watched this scene in awe, softly mouthing that he has become much stronger. Gina shouted and left. I will chase after the ancient blue VIP. Kang Yu quickly replied, After dealing with these guys, I will come to you. A hand resting on the ground trembles slightly as another voice suddenly echoes. Damn it! Redsot sat there, unable to help but think. What was that power just now? We almost got wiped out. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey! Redhead Yu standing there with an arrogant look. I think we've met before. Are you Red Sword? As soon as he finished speaking, he happily replied.
Yes, I am Redot.
What? You're scared, aren't you? However, his words were quickly challenged. You're quite the chatterbox, as people often say.
That kind of arrogance is almost pathological. She's right.
That made Red Source extremely surprised. He kept shouting loudly. Who said that? Hearing that, Kang Yu also quickly responded, Min. He kept scrolling his fingers across the touchscreen. Gina explained, This guy seems to be the one who was with Barracuda before. This is all the information about the district's villain, he praised. That's a reasonable flight plan. Wow. As soon as Break Ghost spoke, Kang Yu began to feel suspicious. Did she do it? Gina cleared her throat and replied, If you know yourself and your opponent, you will win every time. But be careful of the district boss who blooms. Her words left him stunned and questioning Redshot. I heard that he used to be the boss of Namkang, but was defeated by Mujim and ran away crying. Let me give him a taste of it again. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out from behind. Watch out, don't let him provoke you. Lefing Ghost says he just used a wide area skill, so he's probably out of mana. If we attack and drain him, we will definitely win. Kang Yu interrupted, saying, That sounds good? But then he suddenly raised his hand, and his voice also quieted down a bit. 5 seconds? No, if you fight well, you might last up to 10 seconds. I don't have much time for you two. Hearing that, he could only laugh loudly. Lying Ghost charged at him, shouting loudly, I will tear apart that disgusting mouth of yours. Both sides quickly clash in a fierce battle, and the scene here is now very chaotic. Redsword couldn't help but be angry and think to himself, Can he block everything? Suddenly, a hand of unknown origin reached out in front. The space begins to chaos, and Redsword's desperate screams echo everywhere. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, a nearly out-of-mana guy with such a skill? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, and the space began to shake as a massive explosion erupted. Kang Yu continued to fight back against his opponent, tightly gripping their weapon, while Lao Fing Ghost smirked mockingly. He quickly threw him back, and a scream of terror rang out at the same time. Die already! Die already! Redot keeps firing his hot weapon forward. I told you to shut up, damn dog. Kang Yu started moving at a rapid pace, and they began a deadly chase. Redsort kept cursing in anger. What kind of crazy speed is that? I don't know when Kang Yu faced him, but he quickly delivered a deadly blow. Yet Redsort still boasted, You're really bad at close combat. Suddenly, he noticed something. Lying Ghost rushed forward, shouting loudly, causing a shockwave from afar. However, with his quick reflexes, Kang Yu was able to dodge easily, but unfortunately, he still took a fatal blow from his opponent. Kang Yu quickly reacted, while his opponent continued to mock, Can't move anymore, right? I wonder why that is. Because I want it that way. He didn't hesitate to mock. A remote control? Lying Ji quickly replied, no matter how strong someone is, they would fall to this skill. He kept asking, do you know who I am? Kang Yu quickly responded, Lefeng Ji. The two of them continued their conversation. Do you know why my name is like that? He coldly replied, who has the time to care? If you don't want to die, you'd better understand that. It seems like it's been over 10 seconds. Lao Fing Ghost smirked lewdly. The reason I'm called Lao Fing Ghost is because before I could finish my sentence, Kang Yu cut me off. So talkative. He knocked his opponent to the ground in an instant. This scene leaves the opponent stunned and speechless. Why? My remote control skills are useless? Even now, Kang Yu can't help but mock. Still don't understand. He suddenly cleared his throat. Because I am much stronger than you. The space suddenly fell into an eerily quiet silence. Kang Yu stands up and only leaves behind a sentence. Trying out the new power is enough. Only then does Moros whisper softly, but Laughing Ghost's remote control skill has no effect on you, really. However, he replied, no need to think too much. No. Kang Yu said he intended to use the black armor. His words left the opponent stunned. Dark armor? I can't help but feel curious. You used it this morning, so it's still recharging. Don't you know? Moros's next words left him no choice but to stay silent, so it seems it's not true after all. In another place, in the eastern Manhwa district of Vinzone, Gina thought to herself, Ancient Blue VIP, everything is happening so quickly. She was a bit angry, running so fast he's more like a mouse than a snake. Such a coward. Gina was focused on chasing what was in front of her when suddenly her movement froze. She couldn't help but mutter, showing your bloodlust so openly, you're not a killer. Are you waiting for me? Yeah, that's right, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Who wouldn't want to fight the notorious Mujin? This remark made Gina remember something, and she muttered softly, Who are you? Immediately afterward, the opponent admitted, Swordmaster Feng Longuino, what a great night to settle the score. Shall we fight? The city before us now is engulfed in ruins and desolation. The tall buildings are gradually aging over the years. Vinzoni in Dinhua district. Aroma sits there clutching her head in pain. Ha, standing behind Aroma, then spoke. If you're worried, let's fight alongside her. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling both of them as they turned around. Aroma gasps and wets himself. Yosei runs over and exclaims, How are the Emperor and Kasi doing? Aroma shouted. Gannett. He asked the two of them. Still no news yet? Ha replied coldly. Yos frowned slightly, holding his head in thought. Even though they are reckless, this is just crazy. To catch the ancient blue viper, they plan to face Sin themselves. He seems helpless. It must be that Sion guy dragging Mujin along, definitely. Aroma asked him, What about the other vassals? Iose quickly replied, Blinding Dagnus and La Femme Fene will arrive soon. Suddenly Hote casually points behind Yos, saying someone is coming. It turns out to be Kang Yu. He's running towards everyone. Everyone shouted in unison. See, I shouted at him, Hey, are you just going to ignore Mujin and run off on your own? Suddenly, Aroma spoke in a calm tone. That's not C. She smiled as if she understood everything. It's a name called Break Ghost. At the same time, Hote exclaimed that he is C's subordinate, while elsewhere Gina is facing off against Io. Are you Fang Long the swordsman? That name is a bit outdated, just like the legendary sword of the top swordsman. Can we do this later? I'm in a hurry right now. Ino responded with a fierce aura, as if ready to devour the opponent. No, I've waited so long for this chance. Then she charged down with a confident look on her face. This is my chance to defeat Mujin, the greatest evil swordsman. This match will become the victory of the Wind Dragon swordsman. But Gina responded with a dismissive, mocking tone. Stop dreaming. Inseo responds, but before fighting, I have to say this. She keeps talking, but it's not that important. A surge of energy surrounds her. You know, I can control the wind, so when I fight, there are always whirlwinds like this around me. Inseo keeps explaining, saying that with my enemy it can be a bit troublesome because they will slow you down. Gina responds. Just crossing the river. Ino casually replies, Yes. Are you crazy? You have the advantage, so why are you telling me? I know you very well, but I don't think things will go as you expect. After Ino finished speaking, she bowed her head, gripping her sword tightly, ready to face her. Do you want a fair fight? It's always the same. Those who have lost to me only make excuses to insult me, Gina confidently states. You're worrying for nothing because I won't lose. Ino sneered, just like Minujin. I really like you.
Then she burst out laughing and jumped down, shouting loudly, "I'm here!" Then the two of them charged at each other with skillful strikes that tore through the sky. They are evenly matched, no one willing to admit defeat. Gina stomps her foot and leaps into the air. She swung her sword in a long arc toward Ino, who quickly blocked the powerful strike with her own sword. Immediately after, Ino also swung her sword straight at Gina, forcing her to struggle to dodge as her leg was sealed. Gina jumps up and kicks straight at Isong's sword to block the attack. Immediately, Gina spins her sword in her hand. She clenched the hilt of her sword tightly. Ino struggled to shout, "Are you welcoming the fire attack?" Gina doesn't care about using continuous attacks and the whirlwind dance. After her attack, she finally managed to provoke Ino. She gritted her teeth and shouted in anger. So frustrating. Gina stepped back, touching the ground with her foot. Her body was a bit unsteady. I wonder why I feel a little hot. So this buff move is actually a troublesome passive skill. Inseo took the opportunity to rush forward with great momentum and shouted, "It's my turn. I thought the wind would blow, but I won't let her attack." Gina struck first. "Who gave you the right?" Continuous non-metal slashing attack. Both of them launched their moves and clashed like winds, tearing through the quiet night air. Iso's eyes widened in amazement. The attack was so powerful that the rocks couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. After their fierce battle, Gina challenged, "How long do you plan to keep this up? Are you planning to run forever?" Ino uses her skill, standing in midair, and responds with a proud expression, "No, my ability to float in the air is just a bit awkward. But I have to say, you're pretty good at fighting." Ino asked curiously, "Are you the strongest villain in Seun?" Gina replied, "There is someone stronger than me," and she suddenly became confusing. "Huh? Who is that?" "Don't tell me it's just a power outage." Gina impatiently spoke up. "If you want to know, come down here and kneel before me, then I will tell you." She smiled and sighed. "Not yet." Suddenly, Gina realized something was coming. Bon appears in midair and charges at her from behind, his powerful strikes forcing Gina to be pushed back repeatedly as she dodges his fierce punches. Suddenly, she fell into a trap set by someone beforehand. A large net suddenly ensnared Gina. It yanks her up into the air. Gina angrily shouts, "Guino, you planned this from the beginning, didn't you?" Then someone activated the electric shock, causing Gina to scream in pain. Ino shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" It turns out M-Pin is behind this. With a lecherous look, he said, "General, to welcome the esteemed ruler, I have prepared a grand celebration." Pinmat asked Gina, "Do you like it?" Then he ordered Oi Cook. "Let her go?" Ino angrily rushed in front of him and shouted, "Pin's eyes, Oi Cook, you bastards!" She angrily slashed at them. "How dare you interfere in my fight?" "Let her go now, or I will kill both of you." Suddenly, a voice echoes through the night. It's not your turn yet, and the trap net is also torn apart. Those people are staring in shock. He holds Seo Gina in his arms and says with a determined look, "I will kill them first." Min looks contemplative, pondering. "This is troublesome. I thought Red Sod and Lying Ghost would be enough to deal with them." Immediately afterward, he smiled smugly. "But it doesn't matter. The other side won't change. I just need to use my trump card." Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Kang Yu's attention towards C. The owner of that voice is Gina, who is in his hands. "How long are you going to keep holding me like this?" He glanced at her and asked, "Are you awake now?" Gina replied irritably, "I wasn't knocked out anywhere." The very next moment, she voluntarily stepped down, and Kang Yu suddenly asked with concern, "Are you still able to fight?" And he quickly received a response from the opponent. "I was the one who started this, so I have to end it. I must catch the VIP no matter what." At the same time, somewhere else, Ino clenched her sword tightly and sighed in frustration. "I'm leaving now. Do whatever you want. I've lost interest in fighting." Suddenly, Oi Kook from behind spoke up. "Hey, if you leave now, it'll cause trouble." Hearing that, Iso quickly responded to him. "It's because you all jumped in to ruin my fight." She casually leaned back and declared, "This is my place." This scene has made everyone present freeze in place. "I'll sit here and watch. Keep trying." Unconsciously, M-Pin had to speak up. "Forget it." Meanwhile, Ino in front of him kept playing with the atmosphere. "No beer? I'm bored." He made an excuse for her. She has kept Min occupied and fulfilled her duty. Pin's face has remained unchanged all this time. He clears his throat softly, appearing calm, but in reality she has just suffered very serious injuries. If it continues, it will be too much for her. If we handle the case, we will win. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his story. "Will everything go as you wish?" The owner of that voice is Kang Yu.
I don't know when he appeared there so confidently declaring, "You are the prey and I am the hunter."
Your presence has made Pon marvel and say, "You are as arrogant as they say." Standing there with confidence, he declares, "Kid, overconfidence is a deadly poison. Are you Python, the big guy, with that huge body you still got beaten by M?"
These words made the opponent fall into contemplation. He glared and scrutinized him. Not long after, Kang Yu quickly broke the silence here. "I heard that even after being beaten badly by Man Ni, you still fought fiercely. Despite the rumors, you still dare to show your face outside," Moros muttered silently. "You really are a troublemaker." These words have alarmed Piton nearby. He quickly responded, "If you want to provoke, go ahead, but the tail will pay a very high price."
Hearing that, Kang Yu also didn't hold back and announced, "So should I pay first then?" Right now, Pion is breaking Han Hok's wrist. Someone who only knows how to talk big is perfect for rehabilitation.
Then you'll have to experience the feeling of helplessness. I have one more thing to say before we start.
Suddenly, Inio, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Hey, old man, stop rambling, you're so annoying."
As soon as she finished speaking, Bon quickly responded, "If I were you, I would avoid direct confrontation." Facing the aggression from the opponent, Kang Yu remained remarkably calm.
"You act as if you know me well, but I'm just being polite by saying this. You won't be able to last more than 5 seconds fighting me."
Hearing this, Kang Yu couldn't help but sigh. 5 seconds? That's really hard to believe. At this critical moment, Pon sneered and smirked. He kept pondering, "Do you think I would fall for that provocation?"
"Not for long. The one who makes others face off directly is me, kid." After a moment, Kang Yu spoke up in the tense atmosphere.
"Thanks for the useless advice. Let's get started now." Immediately after, he received a response from Pon. "Use all your strength. When you realize the gap in strength, you won't regret it." The guy shouted excitedly, "Go ahead." A flash of lightning suddenly flickered across Piton's eyes, making him increasingly agitated. Piton and Kang Yu suddenly clash in a martial arts duel, darkness accelerating around them. This scene leaves M. Pin wide-eyed in amazement. Even Inio sitting there can't help but pay attention, and Gina is also stunned with her mouth agape in shock. Unconsciously, Bon shouted loudly in anger, but Kang Yu remained completely calm. He clenched the opponent's head and lowered his voice, saying, "Not 5 seconds." The surrounding space seemed to freeze the moment he touched the opponent, but it was probably just a second before he collapsed. Kang Yu stood there looking at Pion Thon lying sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but sneer. "You're right." His eyes now look incredibly ruthless. "Once you realize the difference in strength, you won't have any regrets." Above, the full moon continues to shine. Kang Yu's actions and those of the people here are all within someone's sight with impossible thoughts. That person is none other than Io. She sat there with an excited smile on her lips. Not bad, I didn't even have time to watch her leave. She involuntarily recalled that night's scene. Perhaps that's what he was thinking of. And Io's smile became even more enchanting. The person Minujin once mentioned is now in front of her. Pon, leaning on his hand and standing up, still insisting he's not done yet, but his whole body is trembling as if he has no strength left. "I haven't given up yet." I just hesitated a little earlier, and this scene made Kang Yu sneer. "Oh, just a tiny bit of hesitation. If you had fought properly, maybe you could have lasted a few more seconds, but that opportunity is gone now." His words left the opponent utterly stunned and prompted him to question. "An opportunity?" At this critical moment, Kang Yu kicked and sent Pon flying away. His voice gradually grew louder, giving them a chance to strike again. Piton swiftly descended onto the belongings behind, causing chaos in an instant. Kang Yu instinctively turned around, still maintaining his previous cold demeanor as he spoke. Then, after finishing, everyone present scrambled to run, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Run now? Hurry up and chase after them." Suddenly, Kang Yu noticed Gina behind him. His tone softened a bit. "But what about her?" "Me?" Immediately following was a firm declaration. "I am fine." Kang Yu instinctively pointed elsewhere and said, "There's still someone from the flower house over there." Upon hearing this, Ino quickly denied, "I am not one of the Divine Flower Clan." She confidently carried her treasured sword and moved forward. "From now on, Sword Master Fong Longu Inseo will sever all ties with Vinzone Singa." Inseo stands confidently facing Gina with an arrogant demeanor. "I want to join Namung. Do you agree?" Soon after, Gina quickly responded to her. "We always welcome talented people." Hearing this, Inio looked pleased and responded, "I know you're very easygoing. A city that looks elegant on the outside, but also has a touch of antiquity. Vin is blooming in this district where Min's hideout is. Mine is running desperately forward." As he ran, he shouted loudly at Oikuk to stop him, saying, "Don't let him in here, use your skills." The other person quickly responded in panic, am I alone? After finishing, he received a new order from Min. Just hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Meanwhile, Min hurriedly pressed the elevator button while thinking, and he quickly stood still inside the elevator. He's too dangerous, beyond anything I imagined. Pin's face now shows some worry. I have to escape. Thinking this, he muttered to himself, leaving the elevator shaft on the rooftop is the safest. Before he could finish his thoughts, Kang Yu's familiar voice rang out right behind him. It seems you're very wealthy. Where did you get that elevator shaft from? His sudden appearance made Min panic, and he hurriedly pressed the elevator button while shouting, let's go! And in the next instant, he rushed out with incredible speed. But do you think you can escape? Suddenly, his smile turned extremely cunning. Pin took a card from his pocket, slammed it onto Kang Yuni's head, and said, shut up. His face now was full of smugness. The ace card I hold. Kashin, become my servant, Pin said proudly. You think you're a chicken? You're just rice, Min muttered to himself, feeling a bit regretful for not catching Mujin. But this guy is quite useful. He started calculating, planning to use this opportunity to consider other options. Just throw away those useless cards. Suddenly, Kang Yu moved, blocking M. Pin's card with his hand. He shouted in shock, how can you move on your own? Quickly, put down the card. Kasi Kang Yu calmly replied, I get annoyed hearing you talk. And as he watched the source of Kang Yu's rising power, Bai's eyes quickly moved back. You bastard, how is this possible? I shouted in horror. My ace card contains the strongest control power. Kang Yu coldly replied, don't you understand? Mind control tricks are useless against me. He slowly crushes the card in his hand and declares war on M. Pin. Don't be too sure. Surrender peacefully. If you tell me where the blue VIP is hiding, I won't fight you, M. Pin closed his eyes and followed your wishes. There's no other choice. I will follow your words. But right after that, he revealed his true face and quickly threw countless cards at you. Do you think I would say that? He silently thought to himself that this was the moment Min Pin would explain that the cards stuck to your body were absorbing your magic power and making you paralyzed, so you would feel yourself being drained of energy and gradually unable to move, standing still like a statue. He drew his knife and grinned maliciously. Before that happens, I will send you off myself. Kang Yu uses his power to burn the cards, taking the opportunity to ambush, but Min freezes in shock as he sees Min's cards gradually being burned. Huh? After burning the cards, he said to him, you can't just fall asleep on your victory. You should have run away right then. Pin's eyes widened in fear, thinking, can he really use fire attribute skills? So the rumor that he has a fire attribute is true. Min quickly raised her hand and said, I surrender. Kang Yu calmly replied, that's acceptable. He quickly said to him, do you want to know where the VIP area is? Before he could finish, he shouted, making him scared, I will beat you up. Kang Yu delivered a blow that knocked him out on the spot. Today is the day of the apocalypse. In a building in Gadam Lavienos district, lively chatter echoes. It's been a long time since they gathered so late. Yosei crosses his arms and says to the other two, luckily nothing major happened. Sung, trembling with anger, shouted, what did you say? The king is seriously injured. Wan quickly replied, it's not serious. He'll recover in a few days. Sung Run pointed and shouted angrily, it's all Chion's fault. If he hadn't lured the emperor to Swa, none of this would have happened. Wan replied to him. He was the one who suggested going to Xinhua first, Yosei said, holding his head. Me too, I've heard the same. Sung shivered with discomfort and shouted, then you have to stop him, right? He frowned and said, we have to hold Gaddam accountable. We have no valid reason after all. His voice was a bit deep, though I don't know how it happened. At this moment, Gina is resting, but thanks to the medicine, the emperor remains safe. She is at peace, with nothing to worry about. Furthermore, we have already dealt with Ung Not, the Xinhua, so we should be rewarding them instead. All three leaders of Xinhua, especially the cruelest one, M. Pin, were forced to surrender by him. Surprisingly, Sin managed to do it all alone. Sung Run irritably objects, probably hiding some trick. Yos responds, if you're jealous of him, so be it. As he finished speaking, Sung Run shouted, no. Yosei suddenly changed his attitude and spoke seriously. Oh, I heard a few things from Screw. He started recounting that Ka Juyin had a moment of madness, his eyes filled with worry. I think he recognizes Ka Yuyin's destructive power, at least at the destruction level. Sung shivered in shock and exclaimed, no way is Ka Shuyen a destruction-level villain. Yosei calmly replied, based on what Screw said, it might be even worse. W-san quietly assessed, if that's the case, then it's extraordinary. Sung-run, after hearing this, fell into deep thought, so he's even stronger than that. Could it be a level of a major disaster? Someone like that is very rare, maybe even countable on one hand. Weezin said to Yosep, "Too bad we couldn't catch Blue Viper." He was surprised by Wan's words and quickly replied he said he would handle Blue VIP. Wan was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Yosei stammered. So now, right here at Vinzone in Ja district, a glass shattered on the ground. A man sitting nearby with a bottle of alcohol beside him, Ancient Blue 5, IP, holding his glass, silently blaming himself. I thought I was destined to become the ruler of the world. But why did everything go so wrong? He clutched his head with an angry look, thinking Cass has been trouble ever since he got involved with him. Yes, he is the cause. Ancient Blue 5 IP staggered to his feet, muttering, "I will go kill him. I will definitely destroy him." He erupted with rage, crushing the glass in his hand, shouting loudly, "Kasyan, I will kill you!" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Ga, you're here!" Ancient Blue 5 IP turned around and shouted in Deho's face, "You bastard!" He calmly replied to Ancient Blue 5 IP, "It's a relief you're safe." He just pointed at Deho while criticizing him. "Where the hell have you been hiding that you're only showing up now?" "I brought someone who wants to meet you here. The chairman in the board meeting with the executive shareholders. They have demanded your resignation for embezzling company funds and manipulating stock prices." And Blue VIP shouted in shock. "What?" Deho said as he turned back toward the door. The chairman of MDC, the person who took over the company's management, had come himself as a representative of the board of directors. The more he spoke, Ancient Blue 5 IP shouted in confusion, "What are you talking about?" It's been 3 years. His appearance surprised the Ancient Blue 5 IP. No, maybe even earlier than that. "I'm sure I've said this before," he replied hesitantly. "You?" the man with sunglasses said to him. "The greedier you are, the easier you are to fall. So learn to be satisfied with what you have. I already warned you." And Blue VIP frowned after hearing that. He shouted angrily, "When did Manager Yoon become your subordinate?" The other replied, "It's not a subordinate but a new partner." The man in sunglasses explained, "He joined me before working for you." Ancient Blue VIP thought to himself, "So he knows all my moves? I was already in his hands from the very beginning." Suddenly he knelt down, and the man with sunglasses was also a bit surprised. Ancient Blue 5 IP quickly admits fault. "I was wrong, I won't be greedy anymore, so please give me another chance." The man with sunglasses repeats his words. "An opportunity?" he responded, making Ancient Blue 5 IP turn purple with anger. "How ridiculous. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for your trap?" he shouted. "You dog shit." He calmly said to Ancient Blue Viper, "Look, you just shouted in my face with your true nature. If it were me, I would have hidden well and waited." The man with sunglasses gently tucks his hair back and declares, "This is the difference between us." He smiled a sinister smile and confirmed, "Your life is over now." A voice echoes at the Lampus branch in Seun. Ancient Blue 5 IP and MIN have been detained. The news on the TV now reports that Ancient Blue 5 IP has been arrested, adding drugs and extortion. The next scene shows M-Pin also in custody, but he boldly shouts, "I refuse to answer. Call my lawyer." Dae-Young, sitting on the chair watching the news, exclaimed, "Oh my God, there are so many bosses." He asked June, "Do you think they'll be okay?" She looked indifferent and replied casually, "No." Dae-Wong turned off the news and asked her, "We look like villains' puppets." "The one who asked us to detain them is Siye," Jisun quickly replied. "We already promised to compromise with his request from the beginning." Jisun continued, "Moreover, their charges are so clear that there's no reason to refuse." Duong asked her, "But we look like we're being led by the nose. Who was the one who initially said he was a good guy? If he was powerless, I didn't know he would end up like this." Looking at the image on the screen, Dae-Wong involuntarily spoke up. "Taex has already taken over all of Vinzone in Seun, so don't tell me he's aiming for the whole country." Jisun replied slowly. "It's not that simple." She slowly spoke up. "He's no longer a third-rate purebred. All the Vinzone already know about him and call him Break Devil." Her words made Deu fall silent for a moment, meaning many people are already watching him. Among them, of course, are us too. Lampus. He pondered for a moment. Manny Kin, the so-called king of villains, wouldn't let him run wild. Dion put on her glasses, ready for battle, and seriously told Deo, "Maybe it's already starting. Somewhere else in the city center, at a small cafe, Shungchun seems to be looking for someone." Sheha saw him looking around and waved to get his attention. He smiled and said, "Over here, Senior Un Chun." The two quickly ordered drinks and started talking. Honestly, I was really shocked. Sung-chun spoke up. I never expected you to abandon your false flag license and leave Lampus. Who would have thought I'd run into you at Vinzone? He asked about you. Are you doing okay? Cheha casually nods while holding a glass of water. Of course, I always get enough sleep and eat well. Sung-chun asked him. Isn't that place very dangerous? He replied. If Sire hadn't jumped in, it would have been the safest place in the world. I sincerely apologize for that. The other team members are also reviewing their actions. They are actually good people, including me. Everyone has gone abroad. Cheha smiled and said, if it's in the past, then forget it. Now I'm just an outsider, so it's not really appropriate to talk about that. He gently glanced at him and looked healthier than before. You've had to face PTSD, Sung-chun said. It's all thanks to the current captain. He asked him, Kang-siu, remembering the time when I was sick, Chung-chun replied, if it weren't for her, I would have become a cripple in the hospital. Suddenly, Cheha's expression changed. Are you fully recovered now? He quickly replied, not yet, but daily life is no longer affected. The terrible thing I went through that day still hasn't disappeared. I have to face it for the rest of my life. Seung-chun changed the subject and asked him, I'm curious about this. He asked Cheha what the real reason was for leaving Lampus. Seung-chun asked seriously, aren't you always following the late Grandmaster Ma Wang-ho more than anyone else? In response to Seung-chun's words, Cheha simply gently turned his water glass. I really find it hard to understand why someone would leave Lampus and choose to live in Vinzone like you did. We suggested preparing defenses, but it was ignored. He replied, that day, I could only watch that monster attack Senior Ma Wang-ho and his team. Seung-chun was surprised. No way, Cheha told him, right? The one who saved both of us wasn't Lampus. He answered Seung-chun's question. He is the ruler of Winterbell, named Musung, and his people saved us. He clenched his fist and replied, no one told me about this. He replied, if it's Lampus, then it's really not right for others to know about this. Cheha said seriously, he was unconscious, and I am the only one who witnessed everything. He hesitated, unable to believe his ears. No way. The villain actually saved you? He spoke up, and that's not all. I heard that his subordinate went to rescue his daughter, who was captured by Red Dead. Seung-chun cautiously asked what happened next. Cheha's response left him stunned. They all perished. He told Cheha, so the reason you left Lampus is because you were disappointed in Lampus and felt suspicious when doing so. He smiled mysteriously and replied, half right. Seung-chun asked hesitantly, what about the other half? Cheha replied, I can't live forever owing someone. I have to do everything I can to save that child. Right now, in Gadam district Lavienos, the scene shifts into the room, a bowl of rice being served steadily by one person. Gina scooped rice while lost in thought. Now she is imagining Kang Yu holding her, when suddenly a loud noise startles her. She wakes up. Suddenly, Hote asked casually, what's going on? Gina also quickly responded to her. It's shark porridge. She dipped her finger, tasted it, and it looked so delicious. However, Aroma beside her kept shouting angrily, no begging for food. A moment later, Ha spoke gently. How are you feeling? The other person also responded enthusiastically and is almost recovered. Suddenly, Aroma spoke in confusion, her condition still needing time to fully heal. Seeing her curiosity, Gina also kindly explained that this is the price to pay for her carelessness. The images from the past gradually appeared in her mind. An electric attack is truly deadly for someone with a metal element transformation. However, Gina's next question caused the opponent to fall silent. How is he? After a while, Aroma finally spoke in a tired voice. Lately, Break Devil has been very quiet. Gina finds it hard to understand. Break Devil. She stretched and quickly explained, new nickname indeed. He defeated everyone, stormed into Vinzoni, and suppressed all the chaos, boosting his reputation rapidly. These words only made Gina more curious. He seems very proud of himself. Aruma also responded to the other person enthusiastically. I just said it. He hasn't made any move at all. Suddenly, Gina spoke with suspicion. No reaction at all? Is he locking himself in the shooting range again? Hearing that, Haute responded to her with an unusually serious tone. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Hearing this, Gina's face started to darken. She kept questioning the other person. Are you still watching him? No way, we're not spying on him. Meanwhile, Ha remained calm and responded. Gannett told us to do that. At this point, Gina had fallen completely silent. Gina suggested, next time, take me along. Seeing that, Aroma softened a bit and kept making a humorous face. Sure. It's nothing. But then she immediately turned her face, her expression full of anger. Huh? Together? Witnessing this scene, Gina gradually started to feel confused. Impossible, right? Huh. Oh, it's not that. Gina began to fall into a state of contemplation. She kept muttering, "I will carry aroma." These words made everyone present extremely surprised. What do you mean? Immediately after, she suddenly picked up aroma, leaving the other person utterly stunned. She kept shouting, "What are you doing?" Seeing that, Gina kept teasing, her face flushed and panting.
She keeps putting the other person in a tough spot. That's your normal reaction?
Aroma started to stammer with a flushed face. Of course, if it were her, she'd be the same. She was immediately let down by the indifferent attitude of the other person. It's nothing special.
Gina quickly left the room, leaving only a remark, "I'm fine now, thanks to you."
This left the opponent stunned. Huh? Aroma unconsciously blurted out. What did she just say? However, Ha behind the scenes silently thought that wasn't the main point. Their eyes remained fixed on the charming Gina in front of them. Does she often eat Gongjane? You need to eat in the morning on an empty stomach. Kang Yu quickly replied with a nonchalant attitude. I already ate. Yuri's voice on the other end of the line kept echoing with curiosity. You haven't eaten properly, have you? Your voice sounds so unconvincing, yet you keep insisting, I really did eat. That comment made her give him a stern lecture. You really need to take care of your health, or how can you possibly pass the police exam? What if you faint during the exam? Facing Yuri's harshness, he could only let out a long sigh. You're as strong as an ox. She keeps reminding you from the other end of the line. Don't sit still anymore. Get moving. Even walking is fine. Hearing this, Kang Yu quickly responded, Yes. Yuri stood by the window feeling heavy-hearted, remembering to lock the door carefully and not to go out at night. Meanwhile, Kang Yu only replied indifferently, Yes, I'm eating now. Her voice echoes through the luxurious house, reminding to eat 3 proper meals a day. And the English response replied, Yeah. The conversation quickly came to an end. Let's talk later. Suddenly, a voice from behind Yuri spoke up. Miss Yuri, are you talking to your younger brother? She instinctively turned her head back with a confused look. Is it okay if I disturb you? Oh no, I just hung up. He didn't hesitate to ask how you're doing. Are you okay? At this point, she had slightly lowered her head and spoke in a softer voice. Maybe so. Her expression quickly drew Vincent's attention. He spoke in a tone that made her focus on him, looking worried. Is this something wrong? I heard something happened at Gadamseun, and the scene is quite close to where my brother is. She just stood there looking shy. I was worried something might happen to my brother, and what she said quickly made the other person understand. Vin stepped forward. He really cares about his sister. Before long, he approached Yuri, leaving her stunned. Does her sister usually listen to her? Faced with this boldness, she responded awkwardly. My younger sibling has been obedient all along, but lately, due to puberty, they've been rebellious. Suddenly, Vincent offered to help her. His words made the other person feel a bit uncomfortable, and she stammered as she refused. It's not necessary, I'm just overthinking it. Nothing bad will happen. Thank you for your concern. Immediately after, Yuri made an excuse to leave. I'll go to the lobby I was at earlier, however. Vincent kept smiling kindly. Good luck to you. She didn't respond, and left immediately, while he still stood there with a smug smile at a high-rise building in Songnam, Gyeonggu Province, somewhere in the center. Found's voice keeps echoing through the small room. He has given us the title of manager. He looks at the other person with a cold expression, but forces them to work like a slave. I'm really angry. Maybe I should burn this place down. Haeun, sitting in front with a playful look, kept responding. But you're the first one to get there, so curious. What she said made Found feel suspicious. He gathered all 7 managers. I'm so curious I can't stand it. Maybe he wants to attack Seun. Suddenly, Iron Beast beside him interjected. A few days ago, M-Pin was ambushed, and that guy was eliminated in just 1 day. Then came Fun's astonished voice. I heard Sinhua District was attacked. I should have just burned the place down then. That comment made him feel momentarily confused. Haven't you heard that it was attacked by 2 people? 2 of them? Iron Beast kept watching the opponents with a scrutinizing gaze. It was Mujin and Kasi. However, Ion sat there in a dazed state. She calmly said, A super handsome guy who matches the rose perfectly, making Fei House feel speechless for a moment. He wears a mask, so how do you know he's handsome? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Wait, you just said Ka Shuyan? The scene of Ka Shuyan keeps flashing in F's mind. Is that the guy who got stabbed by the flag? Why would he take advantage of the villain? However, Iron Beast quickly explained, Ka Shuyan is now the boss of Vinzone Gadam district in Seun. This statement still isn't enough to awaken the opponent at this moment. He kept questioning. Screw is the real boss of that place. By now, he had lost patience and blurted out, "Did someone just crawl out of the woods?" Suddenly, a voice broke the awkward silence, apologizing for being late. Namchan enters with the two burly men and apologizes for making everyone wait so long. "Your arrival surprised found. Have you called all 7 managers yet?" Immediately after, Nam Cheon responded quickly, "A few people will arrive a little late." That remark made Hei Yan can't help but mock, acting like trash, but you still have to be on time. Only Iron Beast remained silent, observing the opponent with a scrutinizing gaze. He looked at Genshi and thought to himself, the most ruthless Genshi, Manny King has acknowledged his abilities, so he is an outsider holding an important position, having once invaded Japan's Kansai region. At that moment, the opponent also looked back with a mocking smile, causing Iron Beast's face to darken instantly. Suddenly, Ion spoke up again. "Who's behind you?" Namcheon also responded with respect. "Let me introduce myself." Bon stands there with a fierce expression. This is Bon's new power. This makes her feel bored and interrupt. "I know Pon, but that's not what I mean. I mean, why is he here?" Phi House suddenly said in shock. "Is he Peyton? I'm meeting him for the first time." He sat there looking quite bewildered. "Lord Pion wants to become the manager." Hey Ion keeps smiling with satisfaction on his lips, while only Iron Beast has remained silent all along. Suddenly Bon raised his voice. "Do you all seem suspicious? What do you think?" Immediately after, Hyon raised a finger in disgust to mock. It was just too ridiculous. A foolish person with limbs that have developed blindly, unaware of their place. As the scene quickly shifts to Gad Dam District inside a room with towering bookshelves, a hand reaching out accompanied by Moros's familiar voice. "You really want to study? First, you have to get through X's test. I have to think about my sister who's always worried about me." Moros slightly mocked him. "Is that so? I thought you had already merged with Kang Yu's body." These words made him fall silent for a moment. A little later, Kang Yu's words caused the opponent to panic. "Since we're at the bookstore, should I buy a meditation book to boost my willpower?" The system screen displays a series of information about Kang Yu. Seeing this, he kept muttering, "The hidden dark appetite skill sounds powerful." Moros also exclaimed in amazement, "I never thought I would witness this cursed skill with my own eyes." Kang Yu HA said as he looked at the screen. "The cooldown time is 30 hours. How terrifying is this skill?" Moros, standing nearby, also chimes in. "It absorbs and consumes the magic power of other consciousnesses." Hearing this, Kang Yu blurted out, "Wow, there must be a demon king who uses this skill." At this point, Moros couldn't help but praise him. "That's right. It seems this has been fixed." The great catastrophe couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up. "I'll seal this skill. Really, if you use it, you can improve your attributes without needing real stones." However, Kang Yu paid no attention to it. He believed my will was not yet stable enough to enhance the attribute. "Honestly, even with your help now, I still can't be sure." A red stone suddenly appeared in Kang Yu's memory, so I haven't consumed the Blood Mana Stone yet. Moros's voice kept echoing throughout the room. "They are hard to absorb, but are useful weapons to stabilize the mind." "Really? Let me ask Yuche first." Immediately after, Moros's voice wavered slightly. Moreover, its judging gaze gradually swept across everything in front of it. "The person's strong willpower skill is the way to resolve things. Currently, it is effective against deception and mind attacks. If you level up the skill, you might improve its ability." Suddenly, Kang Yu asked curiously, "How do I level up?" The opponent quickly responds to him. "Meditation practice." Returning to reality, he stands there in a contemplative pose. Kang Yu's hand instinctively reaches toward the bookshelf as he ponders 11 effective meditation methods, grabbing this one. However, someone was quicker than him by a step. The three of them just stood there, staring at each other in shock. "Is it really okay to walk around like this?" The doctor said it's fine. Her attention was quickly drawn to the two girls in front of her. Ha instinctively said, "Here's some ice cream." Aroma, standing nearby, also looked surprised and said something. "What about Gina?" Immediately afterwards, she quickly responded as well. "I won't eat." She suddenly noticed something nearby. Gina quickly spoke up. "I'm going to the bookstore over there. I want to buy a book." Aroma also waved back and said, "We will be there soon." As soon as she arrived at the bookstore, Gina couldn't stop thinking, "How stupid I am." She stood there with a not very happy face. The more I think about it, the more I realize I was foolish, only driven by a sense of fulfillment to become the Winter Bayo King. The image of Gina facing Kang Yu in the past suddenly flashes in her mind, along with her overconfidence that she could do everything on her own. and also the ancient Blue 5 IP with a panicked face and Kang Yu looking serious. If Kian hadn't helped and seen her in her moment of crisis, many people would have been affected by her. Kang Yu was the one who saved Gina without complaint, and now a passerby notices her current state, so I definitely can't let this happen again. Her hand unconsciously clenched so tightly that it trembled. Gina reached for a book on the top shelf when suddenly someone grabbed the book next to it, making Gina startle. All three of them were stunned for a moment, and the bookstore fell into an oppressive silence. After a while, Yu Chan instinctively blurted out, "Excusez-moi, Kang Yu, even Gina can't stay silent." Macaron. Immediately after saying that, the three of them fell into an almost terrifying silence. Suddenly, Uhan and Gina both spoke at the same time. "Why are you here buying books to prepare for the exam?" "Thank you for the macarons last time." Her words left the other person stunned. "What macarons?" Kang Yu quickly spoke up to defend her. "I have met her before." Suddenly, Aroma's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to Gina. However, she quickly screamed out loud in surprise. Almost immediately after, Aroma grabbed Gina's hand tightly. She hurriedly pulled the other person away, claiming they needed to check out a new comic, since the author just released a new book. She quickly reunites with Ha, looking frantic, and he appears somewhat suspicious. "Twins? Wait a minute, they're on the other side." Yu Chan keeps placing his hand on Kang Yu's shoulder, questioning him. Kang Yu is now burning with anger. "What is your relationship with that girl, Macaron? And what about Na Yu? Hurry up and explain, then cut to the fountain somewhere." Gina, licking the ice cream in her hand, asks cautiously, "Really?" Now her face is filled with a strangely innocent look. "Was that person just Cassie Zan?" Meanwhile, Aroma hurriedly explained. "Yeah, I was really surprised. My heart almost exploded. Why did we run into him? He lives in Gazgyam, so meeting him is normal." The images from earlier flood back into Gina's mind. "And that red-haired guy over there, he's Kim Yu Chan." Hao Ti suddenly blurted out instinctively. "Kim Yu Chan?" Still, the one who explains everything in detail is Aroma, a trainee referee, probably quite famous in Gadam. After hearing these words, Gina appeared very suspicious. It seemed he knew C. I didn't expect the Vinzone boss to be acquainted with Seer. Suddenly, Aroma looked excited and replied to her. They went to the same school, so of course they knew each other. Suddenly, Gina fell into a silent void. After a while, Aroma finally spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry too much. They don't know who you are. We just happened to meet once." Until now, she only hesitated, but what if it happens 3 times by chance? Hearing that, Hote calmly replied, "Well, then it's fate." However, Aroma said no way, still smiling mischievously. "Let's go get something to eat. Something delicious. I know a place that sells super tasty beef noodles." Meanwhile, the other two quietly whispered to each other. "It's time to go." At a public phone booth, Seung Chun stood there with a serious demeanor and spoke. "It would be great if we could eat together. What a pity." The person opposite him also quickly promised that we will meet again. At this moment, Gina's group happened to pass by. "Next time, let's go eat together." Cheha's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Their conversation caught the other's attention. The giant bowl of noodles with steamed buns is gaining weight again. Seeing Cheha look surprised, Seung Chun couldn't help but be curious. "What's wrong?" However, he quickly denied it. "Nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy." At the Songnam high-rise building in the heart of Gong Province, a voice unconsciously exclaimed in a luxurious room. "This is a separate training area." Nam Chan stands there in his imposing uniform and speaks. "The walls here are made from a special material stronger than steel, able to withstand earthquakes. It's also soundproof and shock-resistant." However, Haon also refuses to back down. She keeps provoking, "Can I keep playing to the end?" Immediately after, the opponent responded to her. Moderation is better, but she stubbornly spoke up. "I'm not a fan of playing it safe." Suddenly, Pyeonthon cleared his throat and said, "You're overconfident. You can't beat me." "Are you talking about me?" It's amusing to see these two. They've been like that for quite a while. Maybe they should debut as comedians. After a while, Pyeon finally silenced her, telling her to stop talking nonsense and not to bury her head in the sand. At this point, Hae Ion's voice had become serious and steady. "Talking nonsense?" Her words left the other person stunned for a long moment. "Do you know why I hate you?" Haeon kept emphasizing. "I really hate those who don't know their place and still talk nonsense." At this point, Fundo also quickly responded to her. "I agree." That only made Haeon feel more amused. She sneered and spoke mockingly. "Even if you lost to M. King, your fighting skills can't be that bad, huh?" "Nonsense." Her face kept twisting into a lewd smile. "I will tear you to pieces." Then Pyeon interrupted her. "You're so talkative. The more you speak, the more nonsense you make."
However, he was mercilessly mocked by the opponent.
Ha! Such a sharp tongue. Using your ultimate move now.
Hey Ion just stood there pointing at the opponent and confidently declared, "Losers like you only know how to boast." This scene made Genchi keep smiling with amusement. I heard that Liu Do and Kashuan didn't even get a chance to strike, so let me send you to eternal sleep. Then, Bon clenched his teeth tightly, slammed his hands together, and endured the pain. Suddenly she approached and handed him a flower, still speaking non-stop. "Did you use it already?" However, Pion was not swayed and delivered a decisive blow to his opponent, but Hey Ion was unharmed and even looked down on him with contempt. "I caught you!" Then Bon rushed toward her at full speed. The two keep playing a game of chase throughout the large room, with Hey Ion constantly teasing her opponent, who immediately responds in kind. Bon suddenly froze as her pink branch touched the ground, quickly transforming into a giant to block his path, and it also rapidly bloomed to an enormous size. Hey Ion suddenly crawled out from inside the flower and softly sneered, "Your skills have a time limit, right?" Hey Ion's smile grew even more sinister than ever. "How many seconds do you have left?" Bon quickly shattered the rose in front of him, but Hey Ion remained unharmed. She keeps mocking him. Did she have her mouth stitched up? "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" Suddenly Pon turned back and punched hard behind, punching him while shouting loudly, "Shut up!" His eyes now seemed to shoot fire, and his hands became strangely firm. In an instant, Pion was able to grab him. He keeps shouting excitedly, "I've been waiting for this moment." A mocking smile appeared on Pon's face again at the opponent. Those who only know how to boast will only have one outcome. In the next instant, he tightly embraced Hey Ion and charged forward, tasting the flavor of hell through my move. But faced with the opponent's brutality, she only smiled contemptuously and spoke. "Fool, do you think you've fallen for my trick?" This made Pon's eyes widen in shock. In an instant, his entire body was tightly wrapped by thorny, hellish vines. Bon stood there with a pained expression, lost in thought. What? How is that possible? Even Iron Beast outside had to secretly admire her summoning technique to lure him inside, while Hey Ion smiled contentedly and looked at Pion, truly deserving of the mischievous wizard title. She stared intently at the opponent's arm and said, "Oh, you're bleeding. Does it hurt?" A mocking smile now appeared on Hyon's face. "This skill lasts a long time because it's an extraordinary one." Suddenly, Pion's eyes became extremely panicked, and Heyeon's voice rang out again. "I want to try many things with you." She stood there, constantly whispering, with a satisfied look. "How about drilling a hole in your head first? Taking out your brain and stuffing it into your mouth would look really cute." This scene scared Pon. He shouted out in despair, "Wait! I give up. I'm quitting the manager position." Suddenly, Yon approached him and whispered, "If you give up, will I stop?" The smile on her face is becoming more and more sinister. As the one who started it, you have to see it through to the end, so Nam Cheon, standing behind, had to speak up. "Please don't go over the limit." The chairman wouldn't be pleased to hear about any losses. That made Hey Ion feel discouraged and complain. So annoying. She keeps teasing Pon. "Since you're useful to our side, I have no choice but to mark you distinctly." These series of actions left him stunned in place. It looked so fitting. A familiar voice suddenly echoed at the fountain. "Is there really nothing between the two of them?" Kang Yu stood there with a serious expression. "How many times do I have to say it again?" Yu Chan also calmly continued speaking in front of him. "All right, I guess I misunderstood." He immediately responded to him, "And there's nothing between me and his sister, so don't overreact." This statement stunned the other person. Into questioning. "Really?" Hearing that. He only responded with a nonchalant attitude. "If you don't believe it, ask now you yourself." Yuchan suddenly spoke with a look of boredom. "Forget it." He looked into the paper bag that Kang Yu was holding with curiosity. "Are you studying for the entrance exam too?" I quickly responded to his curiosity. "If I want to go to university, I have to take the entrance exam." Hearing that, Yu Chan quickly responded, "I want to become an official soldier after graduation." This statement made Kang Yu feel extremely shocked. He's so determined about his goal. The other person responded to him with a pleased expression. "That has been my childhood dream." He spoke with determination to protect innocent people from disgusting and evil villains. "I see it as my mission." Suddenly, Kang's face darkened. "You find that disgusting and cruel, huh? That's a bit biased." Faced with his coldness, Yu Chan spoke softly. "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean all villains are like that. Of course there are some normal ones too." Then he paused for a moment, as images of Screw and Red Eon appeared in his mind. Vinzonegaram Screw, the boss, is accused of being a serial killer, but in reality he is quite kind-hearted. There's also someone named Red. He's quite compassionate too.
Thinking of this, Yu-chan hesitated a bit, but Va and Kong Yu, impatient, urged him on.
I still have that thought.
After a moment, he pointed to the book in the other person's hand and spoke.
Forget it! Why did you buy that book? Hearing that, he quickly responded.
Oh, this? A common method to recruit people into a cult. They will approach and ask if you know the way. Yu-chan suddenly remembered June, an elder who gave me some advice. I'm feeling mentally weak. Yu-chan, pay attention to your own mindset first. She said my ability to assess the situation isn't stable. By this point, Kang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Did she realize what she was saying? Yu-chan also quickly responded to him. Why did I tell him all this? The sunset quickly covers the entire Gadam Vinzone area. The place is strangely peaceful. Sil forcefully placed the book on the table and whispered to himself. I knew I had to do it.
He walks around a clean room, satisfied. As long as he tidies up, it stays neat and organized.
The stacked equipment in the hallway can probably be moved into the warehouse tomorrow. I'll rest for a bit first. He still leisurely pours a cup of hot tea, constantly praising himself. It's the first time I've rested in this tidy office. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams reached his ears. Who left this in the hallway? Don't step on it or it'll break. The door was quickly thrown open, and Black Hu stormed in, shouting loudly. Damn it! His appearance left Screw stunned. What? Immediately after that, Black Han shouted harshly, training us strictly. This made him so surprised that he questioned it. Why so sudden? Suddenly, BH in front of me lowered his face with a flushed face, voice trembling, and said, Ask Kazan, I haven't seen him lately. Hearing that, Screw also responded casually. It seems he's preparing for the exam to become a killer. Suddenly, the opponent instinctively blurted out, What is the Sisa? Screw looked at the glass of water on the table and said, I understand you want to become stronger. He kept smiling with satisfaction. But to do that, you need to prepare a few things first. Suddenly, Black Hun shouted out in anger.
If it's a harsh training, I'm always ready. As long as I become stronger, I will do anything. CR beside him also unconsciously exclaimed.
Really? Not so relaxed, praising. That's determined. He still keeps stirring the tea in his hand. To achieve what you want, you also need innate talent. This scene made everyone present momentarily stunned. They couldn't help but mutter about innate talent. I knew it. Only those born at the finish line can do it. That won't happen. Screw's voice just keeps echoing like that. If he can surpass his limits and awaken his innate talent, he will recall those who lost their temper before and experience something entirely different, a second awakening. These things have left Black Hun stunned in place. The second awakening. Still, he sat there relaxed and spoke up. Your magic will improve dramatically, and your strength will help you surpass all limits. Black Han also involuntarily exclaimed. Really? Of course, he responded immediately afterward. Sil involuntarily remembered Hyon's figure. If this world's monsters have already experienced a second awakening, then there are those on par with, or even surpassing, the level of a major catastrophe. At this moment, Bun started to feel guilty and stammered. No way, Screw. Before he could finish his words, he was cut off by the other party. Huh? Isn't it me? Screw kept a smug smile on his lips. Don't be disappointed so soon. In Vinzone, we also have someone who has achieved the second awakening. These words left everyone stunned. Really? Who is it? Suddenly, another voice rang out, surprising everyone. Hey, today I just baked a batch of cookies. The owner of that voice is Grow, the beloved pet who ate everything. In Washington, USA, an explosion suddenly erupts beneath a tall building. Layers of thick smoke and dust hung in the air. A quick, sneering, and very sinister laugh suddenly appeared. A commanding voice echoes, telling someone to hurry up, while another person shatters a glass box and quickly grabs the valuables inside. As the robbers keep collecting the treasures into a large bag, someone orders, Don't leave anything behind, take everything with you. This clown just excitedly shouted while holding the maracas. RF, come here and cheer up. He throws the maracas into the air, creating a strange action, and power erupts fiercely. We can create the most terrifying and dreadful raft land. Clear everything out for me. Suddenly someone sneezed, making RF freeze and look displeased. In front of him was a figure slumped on the ground, sneezing repeatedly and constantly sighing. Sneeze. Oh my God, dust and debris everywhere. Raph immediately pointed and gestured. Does that guy not know how to observe the situation? It ruins my mood. The person covers his mouth. Wait a moment. I'm allergic to dust. However, just as Rafa's hand reached out, a bright, H-shaped bracelet was clamped onto his wrist. From his neck, he wore a bracelet with a special symbol, representing Lampus's special task force. We arrived with the Special Forces police to stop this. Gelato pointed his finger at the opponent, expressionless.
Clown, Raph, you have been caught. Raph's eyes shone brightly, extremely sharp.
He suddenly stood up, swinging his fist with incredible force and cursing fiercely. But there was something strange about the macaras he held. An emerald blue energy enveloped his arm, surprising him a little. Raph couldn't control his hands at all. They kept trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? At this moment, a third person appears and says something very unpleasant. Are you deaf? He just said you've been captured. Rick Yoon, with one hand on his hip and the other channeling his power, looks smug. Stop using that stupid machine or I might lock you in that drop before you go to jail.
Boss! Raph angrily shouted. What are you waiting for? Kill them!
But Gelato immediately drew his weapon from his belt, smoothly spinning it in his hand, his sharp eyes flashing with a piercing light. He quickly launched an attack, rushing past RF's henchmen and destroying them all in an instant. Raph was in disbelief, his mouth agape and his face turning pale. The bodies of the henchmen were thrown into the air and then painfully hit the ground, torn apart. Gelato stopped, spoke softly, and destroying evil force is the true mission of a hero. He calmly confirmed to maintain order. I will deal with each of you. At Lampus, a branch of Washington, Tupins is sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a very serious expression. We should have caught R long ago. Sitting and watching the discussion in her hand, she nodded in satisfaction. This matter was handled very well. You've worked hard. The two sitting opposite gently replied, we only completed the assigned task. Tup let out a brief sigh, his tone lowering. I really want to let you rest, but the higher-ups just gave us a new mission. Are you sure about that? Rick Yoon is a bit dissatisfied. Hold on a second, that's a bit too much. At least let me and the others have a little break. You frown, looking very displeased. There are still other mistakes too. However, Tupins refused, saying that you are the most suitable for this mission. She placed the document folder firmly on the table. You two will go to Korea. The other two are surprised. Korea? Gelato asked in surprise. Why are we the most suitable? Because they are originally Korean Americans. Rick Yoon gently scratched his neck. Korea, huh? She replied that it was because both of you can speak Korean and have undergone elite training. Gelato immediately asked what the mission details were, and Tup explained softly. The villains in Korea will face a major conflict. Check the envelope in front of you for more details. Rick Yoon briefly smiled with interest. Sounds good. When do we leave? Tupons confidently requests. Let's get everything ready today. You look surprised, almost like you can't believe it. Today? Let's go. We still need to pack our things. Rick Yoon, tears streaming down his face, desperately explained, but they just wanted to sleep. Gelato told him he could sleep on the plane. Rick Yoon was even more excited as he held 2 first-class tickets and then left with Gelato, witnessing Tupins. At that moment, he suddenly spoke up, startling Tup, who was lost in thought. Gelato stopped and asked, Do you have any news about him? Surely there has been a request to reinvestigate the previous matter. Rick Yoon wondered, Do you still call him Master? Tens lowered his face, looking serious as he replied immediately. The chairman immediately refused to reopen the investigation for me and kept attacking me for another 30 minutes. On the table is a photo of 3 happy, smiling people looking at the camera. The upper part no longer wants to argue about this because the investigation is over. Gelato paused for a moment, his expression unchanged. He won't sell information to outsiders or betray us. Not to mention there's no way he would kill my colleague, a person resembling a brother to the teacher. Tens nods. I know I was the one guiding him during his internship. Depp, my colleague, holding that photo in her hand, she looked at it for a long time. And like you, I wanted to uncover the truth. Gelato's eyes gently lowered, deep in thought, but no matter how long it took, he raised his face and silently resolved to find out the truth. A few days later, in the old, gloomy neighborhood of Vinzone, Gadam district, someone in that building asked, Why did you come all the way here? A cup of coffee was slowly brewed on the table as they met and talked. Du irritably rubbed the back of his neck, clearly frustrated. Really? I can't believe it. Still happily holding that coffee pot in his hand, he replied, Just kidding, the boss told us to gather. Due looked a bit stunned. Kang Yu, right? While they are still talking, it seems I am not the only one being called, huh? Then the door opened, and someone slowly stepped inside. This person immediately spoke, interrupting the 2 people inside. Did he call all the Vinzone bosses in Seoul? Du was very surprised. Gina turned to look and introduced herself. This is Du. She is the boss of Vinzone in Buksan district. Gina nodded without showing too much excitement. I know. Gina looked around for a moment and then asked where Kang Yu was. Screw gently activates his suit function. He says he'll be there soon. A little later, Kang Yu appeared from the shadows like a ghost or a demon. Have you been waiting long? This also makes Screw flinch slightly, as if he can't believe it. Wow, he's crawling out of the shadows. Screw is all too familiar with this scene. Can't you use the door? Kang Yu replied. This way it's more convenient, in a brightly lit room. The four of them sat around the table chatting. Except for Xinhua District, everyone else was present. Screw also chimed in. I've contacted them, but chances are he won't show up. He crossed his arms and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Red Sword took advantage of the chaos to become the boss of Vinzone, though it seemed he wasn't widely recognized, and the factions were busy fighting each other. Kang Yu gently propped his chin, looking serious. We need someone stronger than Red Sword. What's done is done, so it's best to choose an ordinary person who's willing to listen. Then he turned to Gina and asked, The villain who went to Namkang District is Guiseo, right? How has she been lately? Gina responds calmly, saying she's losing weight. You can't believe what you're hearing, right? She has become very close with Mass and gained a lot of weight. She said not to look for her until she finishes losing weight. Kang Yu sighed briefly. How long has she been there? It's only been a week, Gina replied. That's enough to gain weight already. Du sat back in his chair, looking discouraged. How much longer do you all plan to talk? Just tell us the reason we're here, but... Kang Yu frowned and looked over. Haven't you spoken yet? Screw shakes his head happily. If we tell them first, they won't come anyway. If they don't come, someone else would have already taken this place. Meanwhile, Moros in the shadows seems quite bored. You look annoyed as you explain. I don't know what's making you hesitate so much. Stop making me curious. Just tell me already. Kang Yu waved his hand softly. It's not that serious, King of Evil M. Meanwhile, Skriel still smirked with a knowing smile, propping his chin and subtly asserting that we will deal with him. At Lampus, the Korean branch, a voice echoes inside, checking the remaining content. The two are briskly walking down the corridor, exchanging words, and it's said that we will meet with the branch's S-rank operatives from the U.S. Wan Ung frowned and said, A very talkative guy. They're not ordinary agents. Both are members of a special operations force. He thought of Jisun and Galado, one of them even being an S-rank specialist flag-bearer. As skilled as Senior June, maybe even more. He gently grasped the doorknob and turned. Uwan asked, Is that Raun Galado? De Wong confirmed. Yeah, it's him. The two quickly opened the door and silently looked inside. Inside, besides Galado and Rick Yoon, there was a woman sitting comfortably in the middle, and they arrived late. De Wong, hearing this insult, was quite apprehensive. We arrived 5 minutes early, June complained angrily. They arrived early and had to wait. You guys are the ones who are late. Galado gently waves and says it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ryun. Rick Yoon also waved warmly in greeting. And I am Rick. I forced a stiff smile and shook hands in response. Hello, you two speak Korean very well? Yu-chan beside him looked expressionless. It's been a long time since I saw him, and this reaction made me almost not believe it. What did you say? Galado nodded. Hello, Yu-chan. Rick Yoon also waves happily. It's been a long time since we met. Returning to the bright room, Kang Yu rests his chin on his hand, confidently stating that we will defeat the evil king, Mon Nikin. Du AC grits his teeth in shock, his face showing fear. Gina also reacts with a slight surprise. Duak suddenly stood up to resist. He's so crazy. Are you crazy? Kang Yu remains very calm. Yeah, only a madman would say that. Duak is terrified. He gently leans back. Trin appears very calm. We will attack the old man first. Normal people wouldn't think of that. SC agrees with you. He's spot on. Duak points directly at his face, fueling the anger. Are you just going along with it? Stop him already. Then she casually sits back and leans against the chair. He's too used to this situation. He won't listen. But it's fun. After hearing that, Duak was left speechless. She's too sudden in her defiance. If you had a plan, you should have acted sooner. Currently, M-Kin is strengthening its defenses. Kang Yu remains silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Duak still maintains his stance of resistance. I also think this is a bit too much. Are you doing this on purpose? Gina suspects. You must have planned this carefully, right? Screw understood. Let me explain. He gently pushed up his glasses and cheerfully clarified. Information is one of the key factors in determining the outcome of a battle. Many kings may have more intelligent and powerful resources, but compared to what I have, they are still nothing. He also calmly presented his point of view. I have cameras and autonomous drones everywhere. The more I listen, the more amazed I become at the idea of remotely monitoring their real positions with nanosatellites. It's always nanosatellites. His voice still sounded steady. Kin is indeed very strong. The old man isn't an easy opponent, but if there's a chance to win, we can't let that old man stay safe. Gina, after thinking it through, concluded that we should attack the 7 managers first. Screw nodded in agreement. Dispersing the forces and defeating each one individually is the best approach.
Duak let out a faint sigh, crossing his arms, and irritably said, "Separate the 7 managers. You think it's easy? Each one is recognized nationwide."
He gently turned a weapon in his hand, and aside from the points that needed attention, the mission was still feasible.
Kang Yu asked, "Who do we need to watch out for?"
Screw smiled brightly and said, "Let me give you a typical example." He thought for a moment and then spoke. The mischievous wizard Gina immediately knew that person was from Manny King. She holds the position of the second strongest among all the villains nationwide.
Kang Yu frowned slightly.
The runner-up, Screw continued. As Mujin said, she might be the second strongest, but Jose Stale is still too reckless. We really need to pay attention to her. Then he continued to introduce him.
Besides, we can't overlook Prince, the leader of the 7 managers.
Hearing that, he was even more stunned. The leader? He continued with his own words.
Publicly, that's how it is, but he has almost never appeared publicly. We fought well this time, so don't worry too much. Du is satisfied, but of course we have to worry. He told me to admit they are all very strong, but this isn't a one-on-one fight.
As he leans on his hand, Screw looks very confident. They need to learn to work together harmoniously, but their relationship is very fragile. He suggests a strategy: stir up some trouble to cause internal conflict and split them apart easily. Gina is ignoring everything for now. The more people I can pull to my side, the better, so fighting Manny Kin is just a temporary measure. What's next?
Screw smiled confidently.
Exactly. Du hesitated and looked over at Red Dead in China, seeing Gina with a dark and resentful expression that made him feel a bit afraid. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he so bloodthirsty?
Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, "Anyone who gets in my way will be dealt with. Just trust and follow my lead."
Screw happily agreed as his plan was approved. Even though Du still refuses to curse a single word, he still yells at that damn thing. He's gone completely crazy. He chuckled happily.
"So Moros is actually bored. Your real goal is Tuak Vuong's platinum disc, isn't it?
Continuing with the revenge plan isn't a bad idea either.
But the 4 evil kings aren't the only ones after the platinum disc. The entire chess club is too."
Kang Yu glanced over with a cold, piercing look, and Sil suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I almost forgot about the new intelligence report. Hearing that, I asked with anticipation. He explained the hot news about Lampus Korea branch. Recently, they've been watching us, so we should also pay attention to their movements. As he opened his tablet and pressed something, I had already set up high-performance surveillance cameras around the area. Then Screw handed it over to Kang Yu to watch. I have new people. He explained things to the other side more clearly because I was curious and did some investigation. So they are the false flags sent from America. Both are key players in the Special Operations Force. S said without much surprise, "Maybe we're not just here to hang out. They're probably here to identify us." Kang Yu kept his eyes on the screen, briefly lost in thought. The 2 people on the screen were none other than Galato and Rick Yoon. The scene shifts to below a tall building, where voices are heard in a park. When was the last time we met? It's been about 6 years since I was in 6th grade. Those 3 people each in a different pose. 6 years? I didn't expect it to be that long. So we still keep in touch. Nah, right? Are you still doing okay? Yu Chan replies. She is still healthy. Rick Yoon sighed. Did the little one ask about him? Yu Chan looked confused. Noun. Ah? Why did she ask about me? Rick Yoon, holding his face in a moment of weakness, wondered if she would ask about him. No way. Before, she said she would marry you when she grew up. Uwan waved his hand. Stop joking around. Rick Yoon asked again. You're currently living in Gadam Seun district, right? I heard there's a Vinzone there. Uhan still answers calmly. It's also nearby. Rick Yoon shrugged. That name of the Vinzone boss is quite interesting. It keeps making me remember. Suddenly, Galato spoke unexpectedly. How dare he use that name? This made Yu Chan momentarily surprised. He leaned on the balcony railing, his face grim and displeased. He dared to insult his teacher's name, who is his teacher's student. I can't let this slide. Galato's hand seems to have accidentally touched something. He must pay the price. He was stunned when he looked at his palm to see if it was dust. Then a continuous stream of sneezing burst out at Vinzone in Nam Kang district. Someone stopped and looked around. Is this really Vinzone? F. Hao, with one hand on his hip, looked at this place with suspicion. Are we sure we came to the right spot? He gently scratches his head, looking helpless. The streets are so clean there's not a speck of trash. I could sleep peacefully. Iron Beast looked displeased and replied immediately, Vinzone South Kang is the #1 sword of justice. Minen heard that he has a cleanliness obsession. A Vinzone boss who cares about cleanliness is really unusual.
F House isn't surprised and even taunts him.
So what? His hand gently emits a wave of hot fire.
If he's here and sneers, then turn this place into dust. The scene shifts to a girl inside the house sweating and silently focusing on something.
This girl is quietly arranging food on a cutting board, a dish presented on a plate. But she finds the dish horrifying and hates vegetables. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out from outside the door. It's a pizza topped with lots of sausages and shrimp. Ino froze suddenly, startled and confused about what was happening. The scene shifts to a narrow area with closely packed houses, and someone's sigh is heard. Fai Haoseo's hand clenched around this man's neck as he sarcastically remarked, then gave a faint smile.
I thought the male villain was cool, but besides Min, no one else is a match for us. These guys are so pathetic.
Fi Haozou straightforwardly throws Jop to the ground. Min is probably outside now. What should we do? Dealing with those pesky bugs is so boring. Just then, a cool figure landed heavily from behind Iron Beast. She was a girl with bright blue hair and cold, gleaming eyes. She stood up abruptly and asked, "Who are you?" Fai Haoseo sighed and smirked. "Troublesome flies." The other person then asked Fong's name. "Are you the Swordmaster Guino?" He frowned, and besides Min there was another name that was just as famous. Feiho was a bit stunned and surprised. Immediately after, Feiho was stunned as Aino unleashed the ultimate move Xing Tornado, spinning rapidly and slicing continuously toward him. Fi Haoseo looked very excited, laughing with a sinister grin, known for being hot-tempered. The other person immediately defended, attacking from both sides and then quickly capturing her. However, F House waved his hand and said, "I have enough now." Iron Beast was unwilling and charged forward quickly. "We're not here to play, but to destroy them." Ino drew her sword with a sneer, feeling uneasy, but her stomach was growling loudly from hunger. Scene changed to everyone happily chatting outside Lampus, the South Korean branch. Kang Yu looked at this branch building and sighed. Lampus's South Korean branch is really close if you take the subway. This is my first time here. Moros is always helpless. Do you find it uncomfortable to come here? It continued. Why are you here? Don't say you're here to see the students. Kang Yu gently bites into a piece of food and replies immediately. So they already went to Han. I care for them very much. Kang Yu recalls the tragic past of his students, abandoned by their parents and ostracized by those around them, and he remembers how much he loved them. Although still young, they already have the skills of a squad leader and joined last year. I have guided them since then. I casually threw the trash into the nearby bin and then lost my life before I could say goodbye. Then a boy with fiery red hair like flames trembles in fear, clutching his head, while the person facing him looks displeased. Fannan, what's with that hair? Did you dye it? Galado explained. He dyed his hair red because he thought he could use fire if his hair was red, but inside he was helpless and scolded himself for being stupid. Kasishian sighed. Why fire? Rick Yoon stammered. Don't ask, because he was crying and acting so weak. Brother, no, teacher, I want to be like you. He gently pats its head, surprising it into silence. Xian smiled softly. Do you want to use fire too, since your attribute is water? The boy stammered in response. A dual attribute. Galado looked disappointed. There's no way to have two attributes, but he didn't listen. Be quiet. Cassian crossed his arms lightly and said in a gentle, indifferent tone, I'm not sure if having two attributes is possible, but fire and water repel each other, so it's hard to use both. It feels a bit sad inside. But if I could use both, it would be really interesting. The two kids fell silent and straightened up. He placed one hand on his hip, confident, and said, If reincarnation is possible, maybe it can happen. The boy who was teasing his friend just waved his hand and said, I mean, stop dreaming about it. Moros, hearing this, wondered, And then what do you plan to do? Just meet like this. At this moment, Na Yu arrived and greeted, Hello, Mr. Kang Yu. Kang Yu was slightly startled and looked over. Moros also reacted unexpectedly. Na Yu asked confusedly, Why are you here? He gently put his hand in his pocket, and Diem Nien replied, I was just passing by. Did you come to see Yu Chan Na-u, then approached softly? Yes, but now I'm here to see Kang Yu, and you'll be even more surprised. Really? How do you know I came here? Na Yu is happy. I was sitting at the coffee shop across and saw you. Kang Yu then turned to look and saw him looking over from the coffee shop across, which was quite far from here. This made him suspicious. Using your skill? Nah. She snapped her fingers, as if understanding what the opponent was thinking. She happily said, My skill must have leveled up. It's at its peak. It feels like the range has increased. Morris reminds us, her ability is quite dangerous, An increased scanning range is also a concern, which makes Kang Yu question it. Morose's tone grows serious, but if that ability can not only scan, but also interfere with a specific target. Hearing that, Kang Yu also agreed that Morose was right. Her ability had advanced to such a level that it was truly very concerning. Looking at the beautiful Na Yu, he pondered, protecting the entire country still wouldn't be enough. No, this is the ability I need the most. At this moment, Yu Chan's confused voice rang out. Why are you two together? Yu Chan, Rick Yoon, and Galato are coming this way. Seeing that, he recognized Kim Yu Chan. The other two remained silent, watching. Morose whispers softly. So you've met each other. Yu Chan slowly approaches, confused. Why are the two of them together? Nai honestly replied, I met him by chance. Yu Chan turned to look at Kang Yu with some suspicion. Really? Rick Yoon suddenly said excitedly. Nah? Say hello to him then. He happily reached out his hand, saying, It's been a long time since we last met. Let's have a warm hug. This gesture made Galato shiver in fear. He's a bit charming, isn't he? Then he pointed and asked, Do you are Yu Chan's friend? Yu Chan shook his head slightly. Not quite friends yet. Kang Yu nodded and said, You're his friend. We go to the same school. Rick Yoon smirked confidently and whispered to himself. He said the two of you are friends. Han still firmly insists, no. Rick Yoon clicked his tongue in disgust. At this moment, Kang Yu spoke in round Galato, and then turned to look at him and Rick Yoon, causing both of them to be momentarily stunned. Kang Yu, are you confident about that? Rick Yoon crossed his arms with a teasing look. How do you know about us? He replied confidently. I see you guys a lot on YouTube and the news. Rick Yoon also nodded, thinking it made sense. Oh, so you're also an intern, right? Na immediately stepped in front of him to respond. No, Kang Yu is just an ordinary high school student. Rick Yoon shrugged indifferently. If it's not, then forget it. Why are you overreacting? Nah? Then I suddenly got excited and said, Kang Yu, let's break up. I'll call you later. Kang Yu remains calm. I'm fine. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Rick Yoon has been joking around all this time. These two have a special relationship. Na's boyfriend? Yu Chan is not annoyed at all. Na, hand over the notebook. I'm a fan of both of you. May I have your signatures? Rick Yoon opened his mouth in shock and waved his hand in disappointment. A signature from an enemy. All right. I'll reluctantly agree. Galato picks up the pen. Let me sign first. Rick Yoon couldn't believe it. You even brought a pen with you. Na happily hands the notebook over to the two of them. Can you help me add more signatures? They replied very happily. Sure. Read what's inside that notebook. Galato suddenly froze, and Rick Yoon was also surprised. Tion is the top student in the wrong class. Kang Yu confidently says, Raun and Rick have met Kang Yu. Please write to me. Kang Yu's words left everyone stunned in place, and after a moment, Galato finally spoke up with a worried look. What about Ko? Facing the opponent's confusion, Kang Yu remained calm and replied, Are you a fan of Kan? His images quickly appeared in his mind, making him feel truly satisfied. He is a real hero for having defeated many villains. For a just and orderly society, he truly is an amazing person. Hearing this, Galato was suddenly stunned as he listened to his continuation. He is the embodiment of justice. He quickly brought out a notebook and pen to Kang Yu's face to jot down something. You know a lot, too. I'll add a little drawing next to my signature. This action made him feel very proud in response. Thank you. Suddenly, Vic Yoon, standing nearby, spoke with an exasperated tone. It's a shame. Such a beautiful house. Suddenly, Kang Yu from the opposite side spoke up with a cold tone. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident, he would have become a legend. Who would have thought he took money to kill his colleague? This statement caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. That's only one side of the story. After finishing, Rick Yoon also quickly spoke up. My teacher is not that kind of person. Even if the whole world speaks ill of my teacher, we will never do that. Moreover, Galato also handed him a small notebook to inform him. I'm not forcing you. Your expression remains calm as before, but if you truly are a fan of the teacher, then trust him. Suddenly, Rick Yoon, standing nearby, spoke gently, Let's go eat, and the others quickly agreed with him. Nah, let's go together, come on. In the blink of an eye, only Kang Yu remained here, looking pensive. Did you hear that? You have to trust me. He happily chuckled. Indeed, my student. The scene quickly shifts to a house with a strong antique style. Vinzone is at Min's mansion where someone is urgently telling her to move, and that person is Gina. In front of her, Io is sitting with her head down, overwhelmed by the heavy burden, a scene that makes Io feel ashamed and helpless, unable to fight back and only able to take the hits, luckily escaping shortly after. Gina quickly responds, saying she tried her best. Even Juan, who was sitting there, had to speak up. Yes, the opponent has 7 managers plus 2 more people, but Io still doesn't feel at ease. She kept blaming herself. Not 2, but 3. She has blue hair, appeared suddenly, said there's not much time left, opened a portal and left. The image of Lens Girl suddenly appeared in Gina's mind. It must be Lens Girl. Thinking of that, she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that she was a villain capable of opening portals anywhere. As she finished, Juan, sitting nearby, responded immediately, so that's why they always succeed in their raids. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's such a hassle." Juan sat there with an unstable expression, lowering her head as she spoke. Screw used to talk about Lens Girl before. He said that if they built an advanced defense system, they could block her gate. Gina quickly absorbed these words. She calmly replied that doing so would be very exhausting and costly, and the others quickly shared their opinions. Yes, but what if we attacked earlier? Inio couldn't stay calm and questioned the opponent, asking Cassie Zan as well, "Can we cooperate to take revenge?" After finishing, she received a response from the other side. Planning emotionally like that could lead to trouble. Hearing that, Izo became even more curious. So what now? Mass and Job have both been attacked. Are we just going to ignore it? Of course not. Eye to eye with them? We will make them pay back both the principal and 10 times the interest. These words made the opponent feel stunned for a moment. Immediately after, Gina forcefully stabbed the knife into the table. She cleared her throat. This is how the top ruthless swordsman works. Returning to a scene of a desolate, ruined city, Vinzongadam, inside a relatively spacious room. Did you get the message somehow? The owner of that voice is Kang Yu. I heard Nam Kang was ambushed. Hearing his question, S quickly responded with a look of amusement. Mujin is probably furious, but even Manujin won't seek revenge right away. Kang Yu, upon hearing this, grabbed a nearby handkerchief. The message isn't fully clear yet, but it seems KLG is connected to the 7 managers. After hearing the explanation, he couldn't help but be amazed and said, "Someone who can open portals, if we're not prepared, will be in serious trouble." You don't need to worry about Gadam. I've set up a defense system that also protects Lavi at Winterbell headquarters with layered security. He keeps thinking about some new and strange technology, but what about Baksan? Maybe they will target that after Nam Kang. They don't have a defense system over there, but they do have a security system that can identify intruders. Hearing this, Kang Yu seemed to understand a bit, and basically, the trap is set. Now we just wait. Suddenly, Screw spoke with suspicion. Are you planning to fight back? Before he could respond, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, catching Kang Yu's attention. You bastards! How dare you come in? Get out of the way. I want to see the boss. The one speaking is Breakhund. He is furious and being restrained by others. Big brother is too rough. Seeing his appearance here, Kang Yu was stunned and spoke up. What's going on? Why is the supervisor here? However, the other party quickly denied what he said. Supervisor, what do you mean? Black Han kept pointing at Kang Yu and shouting, You said you would train us to be stronger, so do it. Faced with this agitation, he remained very calm and responded, Training is already done. But these words still don't calm Break down. Does it do any good? That's why we came here to shout. He kept pretending to be brave and trying to charge forward. We just broke through a huge wall. At this moment, Krat standing nearby also nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't overcome this on our own. Their words left Kang Yu in shock. Hitting a wall, they've leveled up. Suddenly, Black H calmly said with a smug expression, Do you plan to fight Manny King? If I become stronger, I will eliminate all of them. CR is confused. Really? These words surprised Moros enough to say, That's rare, a villain wanting to get stronger and willingly be guided by others. It keeps looking at Kang Yu and asks, What are you planning to do? Then he responded with curiosity, What do you mean? However, he can respond smoothly to those in front of him. If they want to go to hell, I'll open the way for them. The sunset quickly enveloped the entire area. Na Wu stood there with a bright smile, waving to the person opposite her as she spoke. See you at the back of the house, Rick Yoon quickly replied. Next time, let's go alone. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, Galato simply replied coldly, Be careful on your way home. Their actions made Yu-chan wonder why you told her to come along. Facing this question, Rick Yoon responded indifferently. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask something, but he's still not done being curious. Naeun isn't allowed to listen either? The other side responded very enthusiastically. Aun doesn't need to know about this, her gentle voice echoes in the twilight. I plan to go to Vinzone. She keeps following them around with a naive look on her face. Why is that? This time it was Galato who responded to him. We want to protect the master. He kept emphasizing that we want him to stop using the name Ka Xian. Suddenly, Chan shared his opinion. I don't think he's agreeing. With that, Rick Yoon quickly responded.
We also want to know what kind of person he is. Does he match the rumors?
After this, Chan couldn't help but feel curious. What if talking doesn't solve anything? The two people facing each other quickly responded.
Then I guess we'll have to try another way. We need to think carefully about fighting in Vinzone, or it could get messy.
He couldn't help but be surprised. I must do that. Galato said firmly that a villain who dares to insult the name of someone who has passed away must face the appropriate punishment. This is true justice. After a moment, he hurriedly came to Kang Yu's rescue. He's not the kind of villain you think he is, Rick Yoon replied with a frown. I heard he's hard to take down and even defeated the Special Purge Force, right? But Chan quickly dismissed this claim.
I didn't mean it that way. I mean he's not a shamelessly evil villain.
This statement left the other person stunned for a moment. Chan still stood there with a determined look on his face. Please reconsider meeting Cassie. Hearing that, Galato and Rick Yoon were stunned for a moment.
After a moment, they replied,
Okay, we will reconsider. Rick. Yoon kept waving his hand towards the other side. Wuhan has changed now, huh? I can't help but feel curious and suspicious. Before, just hearing the word villain made the kid become super terrifying. Maybe he also accepted that Vinzone boss. No matter what, he's very dangerous. Suddenly, Galato's cold voice rang out beside him, saying he still wanted to take all of Vinzone and Seun into his hands. Kang Yu's image quickly appeared in his mind. Now he even wants to face one of the four evil kings, Man Ni-kin. Galato couldn't help but marvel. Both of them being involved suggests Chan might be connected to him. Suddenly, Rick Yoon shook his head in response. It's too early to jump to conclusions about Ka-Hsien, and under the evening glow, his voice echoed softly. There must be a reason we haven't discovered yet. Rick Yoon put on a naive expression. Let's go find out the reason. The scene quickly shifts to a nearby tall building. Thinking back, I feel so ashamed. Fahazo sat there calmly and spoke. The opponent quickly responds, a little more, and you win. You see, right? The Iron Beast replied. She is very strong, so powerful that it could blow up a fortress. The image of Io quickly flashed in his mind. If she's planning to run, it will take a lot of time. Then, Found asked again, is the next target Boxon? However, he dismissed it, saying we won't go there. This statement left Found stunned and exclaiming, really? Then who? Suddenly, DTA pushed the door open excitedly and arrogantly declared, it's me, the wonderful person used to the festive life, whose voice echoes in this room. The most handsome man in the world, the great ambassador of the DTA generation. DA quickly strikes strange poses for the photos. Which ones? Level B villain, stylist. Seeing this scene, Fund couldn't help but be amazed and speak up. Long time no see, Da. As soon as you finished speaking, the other person responded. Hello, I guess I arrived a bit late. The more he became confident because I was busy taking pictures of the autumn beach until late. He grew more and more narcissistic. Oh, this mistake of being late due to schedule is so unlike me.
I'm really sorry. Stylist Yoon enthusiastically praised.
Hey, the top of the peak looks amazing. This scene made F-House really enjoy it.
He quickly turned back to the armored person and asked, Are you heading to the ban? Iron Beast quickly responded, That guy in BER will go there. Suddenly, Dark Star's loud voice rang out. Hey, metal guy, don't call me that. Cut it out with the nonsense. The armored person saw that and also got nervous, so he apologized. This scene made Found can't help but reflect. He just apologized, with no other excuse. He kept looking at Dark Star. He's definitely a crazy guy, but also very famous. A monster who can rival her. Suddenly, the other side spoke up. Gadam, where are the ones sent to purge Gadam? Bunim Rose, where is she? F-House also responded indifferently. She's probably nearby. Why do you want to find Miss Rose? However, DSTA's next words left him stunned. I was going to get He keeps acting mysterious. I fell in love at first sight and want to meet him as soon as possible. It's been a long time since I felt this excited inside. His words made those around him feel delighted. He also uses darkness like I do. A person with a difficult personality. Silas Yoon quickly responded enthusiastically. This look is truly a masterpiece of revolution. Suddenly, DTA let out a long sigh and said loudly with a pleased expression, Listen, I am his biggest fan. The scene quickly shifts to a ruined city. Vinzone got him, still in that same modern room. Dr. Han is trying to rush forward while shouting loudly. Did he say I came here? A brutal punch, but he was quickly stopped by Kang Yu. The two of them continued to fight each other in a martial arts match. Black Hund lost his footing and tumbled backward. Meanwhile, Kang Yu casually said, "Coming here so uselessly." He quickly stood in front of him, only to get hit. At this moment, Black Hun was in great pain, constantly moaning. Then he suddenly shouted out in anger, "I didn't come here to listen to you insult me." "Then what do you want?" But Breakhan still refused to back down and shouted, "I already said I want to break down the wall, so there's only one way left." Meanwhile, Kang Yu stood there calmly and said, "Speak with confidence that you can achieve something. I will destroy that way of thinking in you." Your words made Brock angry. He shouted, "What do you mean?" However, facing him, Kang Yu only provokes further. Just keep pushing that wall and one day it will fall. Hearing that, the other person could only grumble. "Do you really think you can hit me and then say whatever you want?" Hearing what he said, Kang Yu remained calm. "I am the one who should be asking. If you know you'll be beaten, why keep rushing in?" This makes Bun confused. He muttered softly, "So don't say you don't think you'll get beaten if you rush in like that." The images of the fight gradually appeared in his mind. The difference between fighting head-on, knowing you can break through the wall and rushing into it without thinking, is like the difference between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Kang Yu interrupted that train of thought with a sentence. "That certainty will create proof." Try to think of proof. I mean, you have to use your brain because what's on your shoulders isn't just for show. Oh, I thought it was just decoration. Even the double blade had to admit that I was the same. Only then could Black Hund speak softly. "So I have to find out for myself?" Hearing that, Kang Yu also calmly replied, "Keep thinking and you'll eventually find the clues. Besides, if you use the wrong method, you'll realize a few things too." What you just said made Moros freeze. It kept whispering in Kang Yu's ear, sounding so experienced. "Are you planning to train them to become stronger?" Hearing that, he quickly responded, "To fight Manny King, you need to strengthen your team." Suddenly, Black Hun slowly stood up and involuntarily spoke out. "I understand, but the two quickly faced each other. Can I realize it?" Hearing that, Kang Yu quickly responded, "That depends on you. Enlightenment is only for those who truly try, otherwise it's very difficult." What you said made Break Ghost take out paper and pen to write down, and he kept muttering, "The process will be very slow, but if you collect all the pieces, you will have the complete picture. The master is different. I have recorded the valuable advice of the master." Suddenly, Kang Yu said, "Enough rest, let's continue," which excited Break Hun. "Wait, I'm not sure yet. Those words surprised you greatly." "What do you mean?" Black Han said hurriedly with a worried look. "From now on, I will try to think carefully and only attack you after I am sure I can hit." Hearing this, Kang Yu couldn't help but admire. "Good thinking, then apply that to your training now, and don't forget that mindset." After saying this, the other person kept nagging non-stop. "What, are you listening to me or not? I'm not sure yet." However, he remained calm. Understanding would come after enough fighting. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone caught Kang Yu's attention. He hurriedly picked it up, thinking to himself, "What's going on?" Unconsciously, Kang Yu's eyes widened in horror as the sunset cast its glow over the ruined scene. A pair of feet quickly step into this place, and the familiar voice continues to echo. It's here, and the owner of that voice is Rick Yoon. "This is Vinzone Gadam." Galado, standing beside him, couldn't help but marvel. "This place is more remote than I thought. I expected it to be full of trash, but it looks surprisingly clean, as if someone deliberately tidied up. There's also a strange shape on the wall, which happens to be the strongest enemy. This place is full of villains, huh?" Seeing this scene, Rick Yoon couldn't help but smile with pride. "I just found this really interesting. According to Gadam's survey of residents, do you know which villain no one wants to face?" The enemy quickly responded, "Of course, an evil character from Ka Shuyen." However, he was immediately countered by Rick Yoon. "No, in front of them is Cleaner struggling to do something. He's a cleaner, a bald man wearing a mask and carrying a bomb." Then suddenly, he raised his head and looked at them. The cleaner looked a bit confused. Galado couldn't help but marvel. "He's the #1 villain you wouldn't want to face, right?" Rick Yoon also couldn't help but wonder and spoke up. "So it says here he's very cruel, huh?" Suddenly, the cleaner's eyes in front of them lit up brightly, and unexpectedly, someone from beside them darted forward in an instant. This scene leaves them stunned, thinking, "Attack now? Damn it, just when we're not paying attention." Galado quickly reacted. Villains are the same everywhere, all cowardly. The two of them rushed forward in panic, shouting loudly, "Let's go!" Oh, first stop him and then the car. Just like that, Cleaner missed the target by a hair. Rick Yoon and Galado looked at each other in stunned silence. "What's going on?" The cat in his hand softly meows.
In the quiet space of the night, a voice suddenly echoes. A wonderful night, and now the day is over. Green Factory. Mannequin looked outside and spoke. The process was cut short, but the result wasn't bad. That way it sticks in your memory longer. Nam Cheon also quickly responded. That's right. He asked you how the 7 managers are doing. Nam Cheon quickly responded. We have new updates from all members, including Ra, yes. Hearing that, Manny Ni couldn't help but exclaim. The main character is taking the stage now. The other side quickly responded. If you give the order, we will attack Vinzon Gadam tonight. However, he immediately refused. No, he thinks using force can be done any time, but I don't want that. The glass of water on the table quickly emptied. I want a stage that can attract all attention. I need a different plan. Hearing that, Nam Cheon couldn't hide his curiosity. We really have to do that? Mani calmly spoke again, hitting and destroying without any real reason, so it was all just meaningless and uninteresting. The old man calmly poured another glass of wine and responded. What the audience wants is a dramatic and exciting play, but more importantly, the script must touch the hearts of the viewers. He raises the glass close to his lips, or it might fall into oblivion, like the scent of cheap whiskey that touches someone's heart. This statement surprised Nam Cheon. Suddenly, the other person comforted him, saying, It's unfortunate, but don't worry, Manny King believes you'll experience it soon. Hearing that, Nam Cheon quickly agreed. If you say so, I will trust and look forward to it. The night will then cover the entire area. A cat family is endlessly expressing their admiration. Luckily, they've found their mother. Don't get lost again. Losing your mother is really hard, you know, Galato suddenly said with a look of amazement. Why are we here? We didn't come to help the lost kitten. However, he didn't care about that at all. But it's also fine this way. Galato kept sighing, not only helping the kitten, but also cleaning up. Suddenly, he involuntarily sighed and said, Actually, we didn't save the kitten. This comment made Rick Yoon sigh as well. That stiff guy, he even said it's already getting dark. We have to meet Cassie before it's too late. Right after that, Galato turned his back and left. Then just asked Cleaner. Behind Rick Yoon, he couldn't help but whisper, Be careful. He approaches and whispers softly. Clanner Galato quickly made his suggestion. Where should I go to meet Cassie? A familiar voice suddenly spoke behind him. You want to meet me? Kang Yu sat proudly on a nearby building, looking arrogant. This scene made the opponent shout out in shock. Tian immediately jumped down below and upon landing, Gisit. Kang Yu, still curious, asked, I think I have a meeting with S, right? His face remained cold and expressionless. Why do you want to see me? After finishing, Rick Yoon responded to him. We don't want to fight. We're here to make a request. This statement only makes him more curious. Is Sa asking for a villain? What do you want? Galato suddenly spoke with a cold expression. I'll be honest, all I see on his face now is determination. I want you to change your evil reputation. Rick Yoon beside him keeps adding his support. If you want, we can suggest a few names. I'm pretty good at naming. But after hearing these words, Kang Yu responded coldly. You guys are quite arrogant, huh? Go on, let me hear the rest. Your expression has made the other person confused. Don't misunderstand, we have our own reasons, Rick Yoon kept explaining. Kashin is a top-ranked false flag, but Kang Yu quickly silenced him. I know you're getting annoyed, but you still keep using it. He confidently stated that, I know very well indeed. He still kept his cold, expressionless face there. He is a fake righteous flag, but in reality he takes dirty money to kill his colleagues, using his name to create a bad reputation. This scene left Morose nearby speechless. Suddenly, Rick Yoon shouted angrily, It's not true, I'm innocent. This made the opponent feel ridiculous. You keep questioning, innocent? Do you have any proof? Immediately after, Galato from behind also spoke. The teacher is not the kind of person who would take dirty money to kill colleagues. At this point, Rick Yoon still kept a grumpy attitude and spoke up. Yes, you're not that kind of person. That's not proof. You all know the truth. This scene has nothing to do with the cleaner. He continues to do his job regardless. Sweep, sweep, sweep. And then Kang Yu turned around and walked away. He only left one sentence. If there's nothing more to say, then go. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. Wait a moment. Galato stood there with a serious expression. I will never call you Xian. You are not worthy of that name. This makes him feel amused. Qualification? Kang Yu keeps reminding the other side. This can't be overlooked. Are you saying I'm not qualified? You even emphasize it carefully. What is the reason? He confirmed once again. I told you. Dark memories gradually flooded back into Galato's mind, as he was considered one of the top-ranked traitors. This is a prestigious title awarded to only 30 people in the world.
After finishing, Gallardo quickly replied calmly, "That person is also my respected teacher."
At this point, Moros also had to speak up. "Unlike those three henchmen, you've raised them well." Kang Yu instinctively blurted out, "So what?" Gallardo clenched his weapon and said firmly, "If you still refuse after all this, you leave me no choice. I am ready to fight at any moment, so you better prove you are worthy." Facing this impatience, Kang Yu didn't hold back and warned him, "Oh, you want to fight? Talking like that on someone else's turf is really troublesome. A scum who stabs his comrades in the back, his students are no different." This statement made Rick Yoon shout out in anger. "You?" Gallardo suddenly spoke, saying, "I warn you one last time, if you promise to change your evil ways, I will let this go." This made Kang Yu astonished. "So what now?" He cleared his throat. "What do you think about the level disaster villain, Kashien?" Immediately after, Rick Yoon, in a fit of rage, shouted, "I will kill you!" But Gallardo held him back. "Wait, let me fight him." A sudden voice made them pause for a moment from their fight, and both charged forward immediately. Kang Yu stood there ready to fight at any moment, and he couldn't help but sneer, "The level of disaster class villain, you're qualified to fight this guy." "Fight both of us? Don't be ridiculous, don't take it too seriously, he's probably just joking." Kang Yu smiled and said, "I won't." Then he clasped his hands together, unleashing a great amount of power, smiled, and stopped wasting time before starting to walk. Rick Yoon just ran up to Gallardo, who was gathering his strength. "That bastard, I'll fix your attitude, and wait a moment, he's glaring at you. I'll take him down first." He immediately soared at incredible speed with his great power to stand before them. "Don't look away." Then he swiftly kicked straight at them, knocking both of them back in front of the enemy. But Kang Yu's face still curled into a smirk. Kids, under the gradually darkening sky at a large house, Screw was sitting and working in front of a computer. Red Eye hurriedly ran in to report, "Screw, it's chaotic outside." "Yeah, he's still sitting there calmly. I know he's focused on typing. Hai Sa is visiting, right?" He stood there and replied, "They're here to fight, to be more precise. They are fighting at the entrance." He smirked and continued speaking. He said, "No matter what happens, don't pay attention." Red, hearing this, would be panicked. "What? Who? Is there anyone else?" "It's the boss." At this moment, Screw finally turned his chair around, gestured with his hand, and smiled. "We're not allowed to get close to them, and using roll is also prohibited. So I turned off all of the cameras set up in Vinzone." They then thought that Krat standing in the corner asking questions would be fine, right? Breakhan stood there with his arms crossed, looking away. "Don't ask me." And Double Bra stood beside him as he spoke. The three of them, including Breakhan, are standing guard to keep anyone away. But Red is the one who gets closer. "What kind of crazy plan is this?" He turns around. "Who would have thought?" He asked what you were doing. "You just said you were designing masks." Then Screw took the mouse and turned to the screen, smiling. "That's the boss's order." On the other side, Gallardo is still rushing to attack Kang Yu, but is blocked by him with his hand. Then he continues to unleash a series of moves from flying to lying down to standing up, all easily dodged by him, only causing him to get hurt. Rick Yoon sat in the corner, frowning as he watched and thought. He's good at avoiding attacks. Then he smiled, but seeing Gallardo still thrusting his weapon straight at him, he thought, when you know the position you're about to jump to avoid the attack is a vulnerable spot. Kang Yu still stood up firmly, ready to clap, and by then it was already too late for the other to think. Gallardo continues to attack with both weapons in his hands and energy shooting from his eyes, but he quickly seizes this move. This made Rick Yoon panic, unable to believe his eyes. Does he really have him? Then he releases his grip on his weapon. This move pushes him away, and he comments, "You're very strong, but too rigid. Are you being honest or just stupid? Your attack pattern is pretty dull and lacks agility." Kang Yu's words still ring out. "If that's all you've got, then you're not good enough to fight me." Gallardo could only curse under his breath at the bastard. He charged forward, leaping straight up to attack him with a loud shout. "Shut up!" His knee also shot up rapidly. Immediately, Gallardo was struck in the face by a straight kick from Kang Yu. Nevertheless, he kept running at full speed, wielding his weapon and charging straight at him. Kang Yu smiled, then delivered a low kick that knocked him down, and he shouted loudly, "Too slow." His body slammed down to the ground with a loud crash. You still keep rushing forward while Gallardo is lying on the ground. Didn't that great teacher teach you anything? A counterattack must be quick and full of tricks, but he still forcefully pushes up with the weapon in his hand. A strike from Kang Yu to the ground sent him flying to the side like a storm in one move. In the end, both of them stood firm at a distance, and he looked at you dodging well. Try to use your speed, even if only half as much as when you dodged the attack. Rick Yoon stood outside watching their fight without saying a word, his face furrowed with thoughts starting to form. What is it? Is he really dominating Ryun like a professional expert? Suddenly, Kang Yu turned to look at you, and you were still wondering how an amateur villain could do that. He called Rick Yoon, which made you startle and wonder why. That guy said to go all out, so why are you just standing there like an idiot? You clench your fists, grimacing and shouting. You act without knowing your current position. For someone like you, Raun is enough. Then he charged at him with a body full of power, causing him to panic and step back. I told you so. Kang Yu then threw a straight punch at you, making you grit your teeth and recoil. Don't underestimate the power of this disaster-level villain. On the other side, your hand reaches out to take the turquoise powers. Rick Yoon immediately pushes his water stream, his power forward and disappearing. But what shocks him and makes his eyes widen is that Kang Yu suddenly appears behind him, smiling. If the opponent finds out your weakness, that's the easiest place to attack, kid. But Gelato descended from above, holding 2 weapons in his hands. Don't be arrogant. He immediately jumped up high, knocking him back. Hey kid, you crouch next to Rick Yoon, turn your head to look at the support command and ask with your power, what is it? He shouted that we would attack together. Immediately, he stood up and drew his weapon with a commanding look forward. I don't want to admit it, but killing him myself is too difficult. Our teacher's name is being insulted. From now on, we will defeat him with everything we have. Suddenly, something appears that makes Rick Yoon stare in shock and wonder. With everything I have, huh? Do we really have to fight him seriously? Kang Yu's voice rang out. Yes, you two should have done that from the beginning. He stands sideways, looking at them with his hands grasping his power. I will also unleash all my strength. They stand a distance away from him. You mean you can easily defeat us? He replied. Maybe around 20, they just laugh foolishly. Immediately, a rectangular ring of light appeared around us. I don't care if you're lying or not. Kang Yu was surprised to stand there. Then Gelato swung his weapon past him with a burst of power swirling around, saying, we will win this battle. You're just standing there, you're too confident. And you were already prepared and confident for a reason. He asked again, really? Gelato with a serious face says, in this area, my attack is absolute judgment. There are only 2 outcomes. Either you get hit or you lose, and his expression is just as serious, quite intimidating. You closed your eyes, but it's not just like that. Then Gelato's gaze darkened as he leaned slightly back. I have finished analyzing. In other words, I have found a way to defeat you. Kang Yu stood there with his arms crossed. How to beat me? Keep going. You respond. Everything people do and say follows habits. Even in battle, there are certain patterns. The way you fight suddenly made something appear that made you look down in shock, shouting loudly, no way. Suddenly, Gelato's face darkened. Why is his fighting style like that? Rick Yoon stands with a frown. What's going on? What is happening? A bead of sweat was rolling down his cheek. I can't be wrong. This guy is him. Then he raised his weapon and pointed it forward. The villain Mo. In a different appearance, he crossed his arms and now stood in that same stance, sneering as he shouted, who the hell are you? In the faint darkness, faces appeared with confused and doubtful expressions as they whispered continuously, who is he? His skin color is different from ours. I heard his father is Mexican. I heard he's from Spain, and I couldn't listen any longer. The lonely boy walks on, his small figure radiating an indescribable loneliness. Maybe he can't speak our language. My mom told me not to play with him. His quiet, bright blue eyes are now filled with determination and a hint of sadness. A whisper echoes in Gelato's ear with me. That was a difficult problem to overcome, but I got used to it, and even after being abandoned by my parents and living in an orphanage. He stands alone in this darkness, watching the other children gather together, with light shining down as if 2 worlds are intersecting. I thought the hard times were over, but no, I was suffering even more. Gelato curled up, hands in his pockets, as if he sensed someone else crying. He looked down softly. Gelato's gaze is cold. Rick Yoon with blue hair is sitting and crying loudly in the darkness. The voice in his mind echoed again. I heard he's also mixed blood. He keeps calling for his mother in despair. Mom. Rick Yoon's cheeks are red from crying so much. Gelato's mind kept echoing the question of what he had done wrong to deserve such pain. Suddenly, awakening from his trance, it seemed he had found the answer to that question. No, that's not the reason. It's because of prejudice and discrimination. Gelato clenched his trembling hand, constantly telling himself that if justice exists in this world, at least this child shouldn't have to endure the pain he did. His eyes blazed like fire in the night, cold and piercing through all injustice. When I made that accusation, I realized a few things. The hidden power within me awakens. A beam of light surrounds him, and suddenly Rick Yoon shouts out excitedly. I have awakened like a false flag, transitioning to a large training room. Your eyes shining with excitement. This place is huge. It's amazing. Gelato calmly replied, of course, his decisive tone continuing to echo. This is a separate facility for S, so it has to be good. And then Rick Yoon asked a question with anticipation. Really? So I can also use this place? But then Gelato's response made him realize the truth. We are just students. The two boys were still excitedly discussing the prospect of being recognized when they grew up and becoming official knights, but the atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout. Suddenly, Joe Clow, with his muscular build, fiery eyes, and commanding presence appeared, making the scene turn dark. Rick Yoon was panicked. Villa Enan, at that moment, wondered if he was an evil villain. Suddenly, Kazan spoke up. What's going on? What's with your moods, guys? He softly asked, did you just cry? Seeing the scene in front of him, he was startled and shouted loudly. There is a villain here, Kazan asked in surprise. A villain here? He immediately bowed his head gently and said, sorry. Zhao kept exclaiming, showing his remorse. I didn't mean to make the kid cry, but I heard there were children here, so I asked, John, why are you here? A moment later, a candy was held out in front of the boy's eyes. He spoke softly, offering the kid some candy. The candy is really good and quite expensive. Is he really not a villain? He seems to be paying little attention to his surroundings. Jia Clow smiled softly and asked, it's really good, isn't it? Realizing the arrogance within himself, he wonders if he can change it because of prejudice and discrimination. I am truly arrogant. Maybe the look in the kid's eyes at that moment, the image of their bright smiles, appeared in Gelato's mind as a response that he had filled with prejudice. He shivered as he stood next to Kasi. Seeing that, he gently patted Gelato's head and asked, did you just pee? Why are you trembling? That teasing remark made him upset and shout, I don't have one. But behind that scream was still a darkness filled with emotions that Gelato had imposed on himself. In the end, he still couldn't escape from it. Under the bright moon in the quiet city night, a name rings out, shattering the sinister atmosphere. From the darkness, a figure appears and a scream of terror echoes from there. Who are you? Rick Yoon also asked urgently. Raun, what's going on? You look visibly shocked. He replied, he looks like the teacher. Hearing this, I was stunned and exclaimed, what? Gelato's eyes flickered with suspicion, his face darkening. Not only did he take his name, but their fighting style was completely identical. He clenched his teeth and habitually gripped his left hand tightly, except for his thumb, before executing the teacher's kick. Rick Yoon roared in anger, truly a crazy bastard with a cold, icy face and deep, calm eyes, standing silently there. Do I really have that habit? In that breathless moment, he shouted out in anger. Do you really think you're a hero just because you act like this? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out in the space. Take a minute, he said sternly. I gave you so many hints, but I didn't think you would speak of me so badly. And then a thunderous scream erupted. Shut your mouth, damn it! In a hazy past, a memory suddenly surfaced, causing Vyun to freeze. He dyed his hair red when he was little. Is that right? You said that if you dyed your hair red, you might be able to use fire. In the tense atmosphere, he suddenly looked straight at his opponent with an angry voice. How dare you? At this moment, Kong Yu suddenly interrupted. Raun peed loudly on his first night in America. He continued speaking. Should I say more? I think that was the first time the two kids visited Lampus's training room. The two kids burst into tears out of fear. Ron came to give them candy. I think the kid called him a villain. Rick Yoon finally snapped out of it and shouted, I've never done that, have I? Gelato sighed deeply and looked sharply at him, questioning, what kind of monster are you? He coldly declared, even if the mind cannot recognize it, I think your heart already knows and seems unable to accept it. Gelato shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense and answer my question. But instead of an answer, a thin, dagger-like smile appeared on his cold lips. And then, in the blink of an eye, he raised his weapon. So what about this? So, what? Amidst the hazy black smoke and magical light, a cold voice echoes. Should I use hellfire here? He looked at me with a terrified expression, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. No way. You really are. But he showed no emotion, only coldly replied, enough. This is not a place for us to continue talking. Kang Yu spoke with a calm expression. Move to another place. Black Ghost. In a brief moment, the entire space seemed to be swallowed by the furious dark energy from Black Ghost. He flew in front of him and politely said, Black Ghost, loyal servant of the Master, obeys his command. Kang Yu softly replied, I will leave with these two for a while. Seeing the scene before him, Rick Yoon was stunned and open-mouthed.
Are you scared? Has he been hiding himself?
His cold, icy stare turns into mine and ends things here. He immediately obeys, saying, "Leave it to me, master." In the dark purple night, the black ghost's figure quickly turns cold, carrying a determined gaze. "The mission you entrusted to me, I will complete it so as not to betray the trust you have given." Rick Yoon was startled in fear. He's transforming. "It seems everything is arranged," he then orders. "Follow me." Gelato and the boy were stunned for a moment upon seeing that. Under the starry sky, a shocking truth leaves both of them stunned. Teacher Chet is alive again? Rick Yoon shouted in horror. How could this be? But then a voice interrupted, cutting through the piercing scream and reaction. "Can you stop? You've done this too many times." And yet he still stubbornly screams. But if he's not crazy, no one would believe this story. Living again is not enough. Thinking about our teacher reincarnating as an evil person, Rick Yoon then turned to him and asked softly, "Raun, what do you think? Does that make sense?" Gelato replied more calmly than ever, crossing his arms casually, and after thinking it over many times, he only reached one conclusion. "Wait a moment," he continued. "I am sure that is our teacher." After hearing the response, he stood up to reassure himself. "If you say so, then it must be true." Next is the reunion. Gelato didn't care much, and quickly moved forward to ask about everything that had been bothering him for days, even curious about a few things. Kang Yu also wasn't very polite, softly responding with questions. That's all it took for him to raise his voice sharply and say, "Why didn't you come to us? There are many ways you could have contacted us. Through email or phone calls," but the response was a statement that surprised everyone. "I am a villain." He remained silent before continuing. "Do you believe if I told you I am your teacher? Doing all that and you still didn't recognize me? And using email and phone calls is too risky because they could be hacked, or tapped." In the dark and tense setting of the night, Kang Yu speaks softly. "If Lampus discovers my identity, things will become more difficult." Facing him is a pair of eyes shining with suspicion, but also curiosity. Gelato gently asked, "So the reason you use the name Kajian is to prevent the enemy from guessing your true identity?" He replied coldly but firmly, "Although my body is that of a villain, I do not want to lose my identity. So, that's the reason." Casey slowly continued to speak, and by using Cassie's name, we know the two of them will come to find me. His face remains calm, with eyes of two different colors, as the cold wind blows. Each word he speaks full of unwavering faith, just like the two of them did. Hearing this, his eyes turned dark and more determined. "I understand now. My next question is who was responsible for killing the teacher and Jeff?" "Lampus," Gelato asked again with suspicion. "Is it really Lampa who killed the master and Jeff?" The wind howled through the silent space. Kang Yu sighs and shrugs. I was really annoyed too. He frowns slightly and recounts, "My blood boils whenever I remember that memory." Kang Yu's subsequent confirmation leaves the two people facing him stunned. But indeed, they killed me and Jeff. Gelato wondered. "So what is the reason?" Kang Yu replied vaguely. "They are just talking nonsense about Jeff betraying Lampus and the team." Rick Yoon keeps pressing. "And what about the teacher?" The other side calmly replied. "They also say I am a traitor." Gelato becomes even more confused, with the official report stating that the teacher is a traitor to the organization and a murderer. Of course, Yu and Rick do not believe what is written there. Kang Yu gave him a confirmation, but it was all obviously a lie. He lowered his eyes, recalling what had happened, and the one who attacked Jeff was Jack. Rick Yoon exclaimed in shock, "Jack, the ghost sword!" Kang Yu continued to speak slowly. "He formed a team to write about me and Jeff. He quietly went through each name. Jack, Lilia, and Snip as well. Lilia said there's one more person. So there are 4 high-level traitors," Gelato comments. "If it's them, that force might even be capable of dealing with the 4 villains?" He anxiously inquires. "What do you plan to do next?" Kang Ung-dong asked. "That bastard who accused me and ZP must hold a high position in Lampus. I will find him." Gelato carefully analyzes the situation. "The truth is, we've investigated your mess, but the information is top secret. So it's very hard to get details about high-ranking people in Lampus, even more difficult." Kang Yu interrupted him. "I have this idea. You said something with a hint of meaning. If the door is locked and they can't get out, I just need to make them open it themselves." At this moment, Rick Yoon hesitated and interrupted. "I'm curious about a few things. I've wanted to ask for a long time. How did you manage to come back alive inside the body of a villain?" Kang Yu also had no intention of hiding it. "I received help from Jeffer's necklace." Rick Yoon became even more curious. Kang Yu nonchalantly recounted that there was a strange and ordinary guy called Moros. Moros firmly objects. I am not ordinary. My strange appearance hides a noble soul. He turns to look at it and says, how should I explain this? Moros calmly replied, if you want, I can reveal myself to them. Kang Yu didn't expect it could do that. What, wait, you're only telling me now? Moros frowned and argued, you didn't ask, and Kang Yu isn't picky either, so what do you need to do? They chat so casually, but to the other two, this scene looks extremely strange. Rick Yoon muttered, becoming a villain and driving the teacher crazy. Oh, he's just talking to himself. Gelato also showed a very embarrassed expression. It took a while before Kang Yu finally spoke. He took out a necklace. Touch it here. Rick Yoon asked curiously, what is that? Kang Yu urged them to ask questions later. Hurry up and give it to me. They grimaced at the strange-looking pendant but didn't dare to touch it right away. Both of them took a few seconds to muster the courage to touch it. At that moment, the pendant suddenly seemed to come alive, radiating a mysterious blue and purple energy around it. A sudden voice rang out, startling Gelato and Rick Yoon. Are you kids able to see me? Gelato hadn't even had time to react when dust? Moros appeared fully formed in front of the two of them. It was about to introduce itself. My name is Mo. The person facing him shouted loudly when they saw Moros's hovering form. It's one of them. The scene shifts to the lobby building, a steady voice speaks, understanding what you want to change with your goals and beliefs. A woman is leisurely reading a book in her hand. Thien helps control my troubled thoughts and calms me down. She puts the book down and softly mutters the words from earlier. Stay calm. Gina takes a bite of her sandwich and suddenly pauses. Can I do it when my goal is revenge? Yen Chi seems more promising. She suddenly remembered Kang Yu's face. Gina recalled a series of events related to him. He is stronger than me, and no matter the situation, he remains calm. Even though he's just a high school student, she wondered why he could stay so composed. What's the difference between us? Is it experience? That thought was just beginning to form when Gina dismissed it. No, not just that. Maybe it's because he's perceptive. She suddenly paid attention to the lines on the page in front of her. Gina picked it up and read through it. You can sharpen your sensitivity through poetry. At that moment, a sudden call rang out. Gina turned her eyes toward the door. What's going on? Aruma and Hot Lan rush in, shouting about some shocking news on social media. She hurriedly ran over and held up the screen to show Gina the hot news. Are they all about Gadam? Aroma nodded excitedly. Are there many articles and videos about Gadam Vinzone? The other person slightly frowns and continues, glancing over the titles that don't look very good. Aroma's face shows clear worry. The same thing happened before, but this time the pressure is too much. Gina softly says, isn't it causing trouble for Gadam Vinzone? Hoot confirms, yes. Aruma is getting more and more annoyed, so angry that it's provoking the people with fake news and comments. Gina rested her chin in thought for a long time, thinking that if it were him, he would also stay calm in this situation. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone's area, where he also just saw a series of hot news mentioning himself. Wait a moment, Kang Yu furrowed his brows, looking very annoyed. Are these guys all into drugs? Are they serious? He frowned and scolded in a low voice, clearly indicating that someone was behind all of this. Screw focused on the search, and from the way this was handled, it had to be Manny King. Kang Yu felt even more annoyed. As one of the four villains, he couldn't believe he had to do something so embarrassing. Screw chuckled softly. Bosses who prefer to fight this way often have many things to protect, so they tend to be cautious in everything, which makes them lax in some areas. Of course, not everyone is like that. Kang Yu remained silent, and in this direction, he suddenly thought that if that person was someone capable of enduring many failures, then he must be a boss from Lampus. Kang Tong Yu's suspicion begins to rise. Is the one blaming him and the suspect really that guy? Sil suddenly interrupts his train of thought. Do you remember those guys who attacked Vinzone? Kang Yu confused them with the students from the chess school, right? He turned around and continued the story. The live YouTube video and Cyberbreakers videos have all been deleted, along with related news reports. SW calmly speaks, instead of the hero news about Gadam's rescue flooding the reports, saying, that's what happened. Kang Yu frowns. And everyone believes it? Sil shrugged and chuckled softly. If you hide the truth like that, those who only look on the surface will believe it. The computer suddenly displayed a notification, so he tilted his head to check. A program is displayed on the screen. Screw points to it and explains that it is a prominent show called Answered Questions, which claims that Gadam Vinzone will also be taken care of thoroughly. Kang Yu hasn't claimed this field much. Is that program really that popular? The headline above highlights that the truth will be revealed. Answered Questions. Screw carefully explains. That program is highly trusted by the people. It is also a public program. Kang Yu sat with his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Don't tell me he's planning to steer public opinion with that.
He's spending a bit too much money. The other party knows exactly who he's talking about.
Playing with money is that guy's talent. He's a truly wealthy old man. He suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the item you requested was completed a few days ago.
Kang Yu was quite surprised. Is it finished then?
S smiled and pointed at the box in the corner. I quite liked that request, so I was very enthusiastic.
There it is.
Kang Yu nodded in approval.
Good.
Still clearing my throat, I returned to the previous matter.
Anyway, it seems Manny King has spent a lot to set up this scenario.
If it fails, he will probably be very disappointed.
He smirked slyly. To create a masterpiece, we should do our part as well.
Outside, the sky has already begun to brighten. Gayon still sits in front of the computer screen, looking dazed and lost. Suddenly, she gasped in panic. What? What is this? The match between Kang Yu's team, him, Screw, Grow, and Black Hun, and DAR is causing a stir. Viewers are flooding the comments with jokes and mockery. Seriously, DTA can defeat them with T. Mr. Pazu is suspicious whether it's a PL trick or not. Chor just expresses his admiration for the idol. Dia Swins is confident these Gadam insects won't stand a chance, and someone named Life. No answer. Then eager, when will the fight happen? The most prominent comment is to remove Gadam's bugs. Ga Yong's voice trembles with anger.
Seriously, are these bastards out of their minds?
Do they dare to look down on Gadam?
She throws her hat and headphones to the ground and shouts, "This means war."
Yayong's hands glide over the keyboard like they're flying. You're close to failure. Vil, D-R-K, villain, class, mage, attribute, intelligence, rampon. The scene shifts to a construction site where Rick Yoon and Galato stand in front of the newly appeared character. Kang Yu calmly approaches with a steady gaze. What kind of look is that? Are you two waiting for someone other than me? Rick Yoon pointed at him. You're the one who went with Non last time, and we even got your signature. Galato nodded in agreement. So you really are the teacher? Kang Yu sighed. Do I really have to tell the story of the little kid peeing again? Galato stammers. No, sir.
Are you going with the man?
Moros, no. I'm calm. We're always together. Rick Yoon frowns, even when he's in the bathroom, gasping for breath. Moros stands beside him, helpless and unable to speak. Kang Yu took out a phone and handed it to them, instructing them to communicate with him through this. Not to call, but to send messages. Galato takes the phone, suspicious about how secure it really is. Kang Yu nodded. Although it looks like crap, its security is very good. Hearing that, Rick Yoon was curious. Where did you get it from? He replied, I only know from others that he is the creator of the nano satellite, so his skills can be trusted. The two of them were stunned. Rick Yoon widened his eyes, and nano satellite Galato spoke. But, sir, the boy looked up at Kang Yu. Why are you staying in Vinzone? Galato continued. You are respected and admired, a highly esteemed general and a hero to everyone, Kang Yu said seriously. But what's the problem? Am I now a villain, or am I just a villain living in Vinzone? Keep going. What I want is revenge. I want to know why I was betrayed and accused. Kang Yu explains to do that I need strength. I must become stronger and find allies who will stand with me. Galato nodded. I understand what you want, sir. I know what you're worried about. That's why I don't let them get involved in my battle with Lampus, Kang Yu added. But if it's a battle between the villains, the story will be different, especially since our opponent is the four villains. Galato promises that if there's anything you need my help with, I will do my best. Rick Yoon agrees as well, so do I. He chuckled softly. That's why I brought you both here. Kang Yu lowered his head and picked up a paper box. Because the conversation is heading this way, helping me like that looks really bad. He smiled and handed the box to them. I prepared gifts for your International Children's Day and moved to pick up Vin on the dining table. The guest politely said to the person sitting opposite, Thank you for coming. I didn't think the great Gai Chi would be here. Gai Chi bites the meat in his hand and he replies, Thank you. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me. He smiled as he praised, That's some good meat. Vinzone boss of Yu-Un City in Buan Shrank, an attribute frontline villain, spiky animal. Du leaned back in his chair, speaking evenly, I have always rated Gai Chi highly. You are the man with the strongest fist in the world. Gai Chi smiled smugly. Of course, my fist doesn't need any debate about being the strongest. She continued, I heard you just conquered Weedu City. Congratulations. After hearing that, I couldn't hide my admiration, but I know you won't be satisfied with just that. Du encourages you, if you are the great Gai Chi, you should join bigger battles because you are the greatest Vinzone boss in the entire country. She continues to flatter. Countless villains are attracted by your strength and dignity. Gaichi nodded slightly, appearing satisfied. Thank you. You understand me best. Suddenly Duak spoke in a low voice. I will tell the truth. She placed her hand on the table, her eyes cold and sharp. I think we should form a joint force. Ruak, I heard you are under Screw's command. Du explained, that's just the jealous gossip, because I own the Boksan. She said seriously, you probably don't know, but Screw is very different from before. Screw of the past was full of determination and credibility, but that's no longer the case now. He raised an eyebrow. So are you saying Screw is a failure now? I heard that a guy called the Black Devil is now holding Gadam instead of Screw. Du immediately responded. That's right, Screw is weak now, you're the greatest. She smiled cunningly. So let's form an alliance. You will be the leader and I will be the deputy leader. Du continued. If we combine our powers, we will be able to conquer this entire country, including Seiyun. Guy laughs with delight. This is truly amazing. Ice Demon watched everything unfold. Du eagerly pointed, just sign here. He chuckled with delight, secretly cursing Gaichi in his mind. Why is he so stupid? He was fooled by Duak's sweet words. Ice Demon is annoyed. I came here because I didn't want to be on the same level as idiots like Barracuda, but this guy is just as crazy as Barracuda. He looked at the guy happily signing the paper, feeling resigned. There was only one difference between the two of them. Barracuda is so powerful that he cannot be compared to this guy. After getting Gaichi's signature, Duak was delighted. Your signature is so beautiful, since it's a happy occasion. Let's throw a party. Duak suddenly narrows his eyes in suspicion, sneering, is something wrong? It's noisy. It seems like guests are here to celebrate our alliance. She grits her teeth. Let's go out together. We'll throw a grand feast. The scene shifts to the Vinzone entrance, where a space gate opens, astonishing everyone. Two people step out from the gate, looking disappointed. This place is boring. I'm starting to get annoyed. What should I do now? Or should Ion leave, thinking I would come here with Da? Genshi appears, mocking tone. Has anything changed? Or am I mistaken? She replied indifferently. We have changed places. He was surprised. Really? Go doesn't care that much. Hey, Ion frowning. I'm also very angry. Remember when Darkstar begged you, switch places with your brother? She's holding her face, exhausted. My foolish little brother keeps saying he needs to meet Cassian and keeps begging me to switch places with him. It's really annoying. Because I am her sister, I switch, or Ion immediately changes his attitude. But it seems you don't want me to be here, almost making you uncomfortable. I'm stronger. Genchi still remains indifferent. No matter who goes with me, it's the same. She pouts. That answer made me a little angry. Back at the construction site, Rick Yoon and Galato try on the new helmets together. Kang Yu is pleased. It looks good. It really suits both of you. Galato sighed. Who the hell created it? Don't tell me that guy created that mess. He nodded. Yes, Rick Yoon replied gloomily. It looks really scary. Kang Yu chuckled softly. You can trust him. He's quite skilled. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Kang Yu opened it, gazing silently at the screen, and the scene shifted back to Vinzone-san, where a voice full of rage shouted, Who the hell are you guys? Sak-tu yelled as she ran desperately. Are you all crazy? How dare they attack Boksan? He angrily cursed. You're all going to die soon. But as soon as he saw the figure in front of him clearly, Sak-tut's face instantly froze in shock. Rose Haeon also noticed the movement here, turned her head back with a very sinister smile, let out a sound, and sneered bitterly, What's she rushing over for? Are you trying to kill me? Sak-tut's group quickly denied it, repeatedly insisting otherwise. No, no. Her gaze and aura suddenly sharpened. She waved her hand and cast a spell that made a series of bright red petals appear. So why is that? Do you want to dance with me? Time passes, and outside the building remains eerily quiet, with trembling hands raised and muffled sobs. Amidst the row of motionless bodies on the ground, Hae-Ion was humming while casually spinning around 1 and 2. Then she retracted her hands, sighed in boredom, and coldly spoke. So boring. Suddenly she turns around and looks back, a group of people approaching, led by Duak. Hae smirks and sneers, then immediately bursts out laughing while clutching her stomach. Why are all these lost cows gathered here? Duak didn't answer, only frowned and silently observed the scene around him. The group of pretty boys was beaten to a pulp and lying flat on the ground, utterly miserable. Du looked at the culprit, who was happily laughing and having fun. Quite amusing. She thought to herself that Rose and the guy with the sword on her back are Manny King's right-hand men. Duak was a bit cautious.
Such a troublesome guy has come all the way here. She glanced around to assess the strength of both sides, but they only had 2 people while we had Gai Chi and the numerical advantage. Duok was still contemplating silently, thinking that if we could endure the fight with minimal damage. Suddenly, the opponent spoke up. Hey, musclehead or arrogant smiler, you're thinking, right? You think because there are only 2 of us, you can take us down, don't you? She almost guessed Du AC's intention. And if we waste time here, reinforcements from another Vinzone will arrive. Du gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't argue back. Losing her temper, she raised her fist and shouted, "You crazy bitch, you're talking nonsense. Why bother calling for backup when we just need to put out a small flame?" Duak sneered. Don't underestimate us. We can easily handle scum like you. Jen Chi stands there, listening with a calm, mocking smile. Du turns to his ally and asks, "Do you agree?" Gai Chi. The opponent nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right." Her confidence grew stronger after receiving encouragement from her ally. Stell's power is truly impressive, but Gai Chi is not so easy to fall. If Gai Chi fights Stell and we defeat that swordsman, we will win. Hey Ian suddenly interrupted Duok's train of thought. Her mind is about to explode. What do I hear you thinking? What should I do now? She got so angry that she yelled and shut her mouth. It's not fun at all. Then she suddenly burst out laughing, so happy. Duok, angry, flipped the bird and started shouting loudly. Damn it, I only talk a lot because I'm scared. Bastard, eat this. Then she reined in her smile, her voice turning cold. What did you say? She glared, her whole body radiating hostility, repeating every word. Did she just call me a bastard? Am I afraid? It seems I realize everything has gone too far, and Duok's face briefly pales. Gai Chi stands beside, chin resting on her hand, smiling with interest. This little brat must be going crazy. She looks really annoyed. Duok hesitates before speaking. Boss, you believe in me, right? She tried to rally her spirits. You are the one with the strongest fist. You can easily defeat anyone. So she praised him and laughed out loud. He threw back his head and laughed even more loudly. That's right, I have the strongest fists in the world. Duok continued to praise, claiming you are the best. Just a few seconds later, Gai Chi suddenly changed his tone. But what should I do? I can't fight Stell. Duok frantically asked, What are you talking about? My face is a sinister grin as Gai Chi replies, I can't fight my own side. Du AC's mind was spinning. She was so shocked she froze in place. Unable to believe it, she hurriedly confirmed again. What are you talking about? Weren't we forming an alliance? Gai Chi replied with a calm smile. That's also true. At that moment, a voice rang out. Let me explain. Janenchi stepped forward to recount. Guy was appointed as the manager and he accepted it. Now he is one of the 8 managers. Everyone was shocked and frightened. Gai Chi stood aside, then smirked mockingly. Do you understand the current situation? Duok still can't accept it. Immediately, he shouted, questioning loudly, When did you get invited to be the manager? Another voice interjected and replied, Yesterday, Boyer suddenly turned around. Ice Demon, have you been deceiving us from the very beginning, you son of a bitch? The opponent tried to dodge and then sighed. I just found out about this too. Ice Demon silently thought, I thought he was a fool, but it turns out he's a cunning fox. A purple rose suddenly soared through the air. Before Du's group could recover, the building behind them exploded with a bang, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. It's the work of Haiyan. She stood there with her arms crossed, clearly watching the crowd before her. How much longer will she keep provoking me? If she understands everything, then let's fight. Du was frightened and quickly waved his hands to make peace. Wait, calm down a bit, I can still talk. But just as I was about to give in, a rose appeared along with a cold laugh. No, it's over. She cackles wildly, and now this crazy dance party is all that's left. A flash of light suddenly appeared, and I wanted to join in. Everyone quickly noticed and shouted out. Above, Duong looked up in amazement and exclaimed as a shadow darted across the sky with dazzling light, then landed with a powerful and spectacular move. Heian stopped, glanced over, and Genin Chi slowly smiled, intrigued by this new variable. Gai Chi also sneered confidently. Kang Yu Cheng Chung Song attracted all the attention, slowly stood up, and then spoke. The key to a fun party is having many people join in and enjoy, right? I may not be a great dancer, but I will do my best. Heian puffed his cheeks, pretending to be deep in thought. She looked at him with a contemptuous expression and said, I think I've seen you somewhere before. I don't remember anymore, and I don't really want to know either. Jen Chi reminded me. He is the boss of Gadam, or is he just now showing surprise? Oh, is that him? She continued to sneer. He's the puppet boss that Screw chose. The other side gently intervened. No, that's not it. They were still chatting when a streak of light flashed by. Screw landed with a cool pose.
He spoke with a tone full of annoyance. Can you still say that? It's clear that Screw heard the malicious words from those guys, or Ion, so he immediately retorted. We've proven ourselves so many times already. That's rude to our boss. Duak is still confused. She asked them in confusion. Wait, why did both of them jump down from the sky? Sil casually replied. After the alarm, we arrived here by plane and landed on the rooftop of the building. Just focus on the key word here, the airplane. Gachi shook her head and muttered, so now there's an extra fee too. Or is it impressive how quickly your reinforcements arrived? Genchi also agreed. It is indeed an unexpected and interesting situation.
I think the alarm system and emergency messages are in the same place, he kindly reminded me.
Sinyan and Screwel.
Both are the reasons why the 8 managers were summoned. We are not easy opponents to fall for, so don't let your guard down. Or perhaps you're just laughing and mocking without a hint of fear.
She sneered and smiled mockingly.
I feel sorry for my little brother, but I will handle him myself.
Hey, Ion was about to strike, but was stopped by Genchi. Put that plan on hold. Another figure steps out with the appearance of the teleportation gate. The two Genchi Chi look back and smile, arrogantly. The chairman has arrived.
Kin walks over with a few others and greets casually.
Good afternoon.
Kang Yu observes the impressive lineup on the enemy side and quietly assesses one of the 4 great villains of Kin,
the one he is most focused on, the strongest villain, the top predator in the villain ecosystem. Truly formidable. He observes him carefully, with sharp eyes full of confidence and no mercy. Kang Yu thinks to himself, if he is the mountain I need to conquer, I must do it right now. Moros immediately stepped in to stop him, glaring warningly. I don't think you're stupid enough to do that, but if you plan to fight him, stop. He's way beyond your ability to handle.
Kang Yu just nonchalantly watched him without care.
Moros helplessly muttered under his breath, You little brat. Many kin spoke up. First, don't embarrass me by saying nothing like that. Ka Xian. The reason I came here is to see you. And hearing that, he suspiciously repeated it.
He straightforwardly expressed that he wants you to join his family.
Kang Yu firmly refused. Manny-kin wasn't angry, just smiled softly. He hadn't even heard the conditions before refusing. The other side responded directly. The conditions must be terrible. I don't want to. Adam, do we hear it? Found hearing that makes me angry. I curse inwardly. This bastard. Immediately after, Kang Yu calmly makes a shocking statement. Instead of saying you want me to join, you should say you will serve me as a boss. Du was shocked to hear that. Is he crazy?
Seo really likes this arrogant attitude of the boss and happily joins in the laughter.
Moros was speechless, looking at Kang Yu with a tired, uninterested gaze, while Hei Ion burst into laughter, like a bug with its mouth torn apart and lost its way. She smiled, but her face darkened quickly and she casually sneered, That's disgusting. Hei Ion suddenly brandished her claws and threatened, I want to crush you. Qin remained silent for a moment before speaking up. Just as I heard, you are truly ambitious. The old man squinted and slowly spoke. If you want to fight me, you must have the courage to do so, but every courage without strength is just reckless. Kang Yu was unafraid and coldly replied, My fists are stronger than words. Are you going to keep talking? And the other side responded with a sigh. In my eyes, all I see is arrogance. Then Manny slowly takes off his jacket. I will give you a chance to prove what you say. He takes off his watch, ready to fight, and looks at Kang Yu. Don't disappoint me. KCX suddenly shouted loudly, stopping him. Wait a moment.
Hey! Ion angrily shouted. What do you mean?
What? This is so uncomfortable. She directly questioned her own president. Why are you getting involved in this, old man? I sneer softly. Sorry for this old man's rudeness. Old Rose gently tries to soothe him. I promise to give you a better chance next time. This time, let me show some dissatisfaction with a pout. Moros is a bit worried, desperately trying to persuade him. Manny is on a completely different level from anyone he has ever faced. Besides his overwhelming firepower, he is also extremely skilled in close combat. Stay away from a direct fight. You hear that, but still step forward without hesitation. This isn't the first time I've fought a powerful villain. I have a plan, so don't worry. Kang Yu smiled excitedly. I've wanted to fight Manny King for a long time. Fighting someone strong will help me more than training alone for hundreds of days. Moros kept trying to persuade him. This isn't training, it's a real battle, and a dangerous one at that. Kang Yu simply brushed it aside. If I thought I would lose, I would truly lose. He straightforwardly added in front of Screw's bewilderment. Screw will handle the rest, so I just need to focus on the battle. Manny King and Kang Yu face each other. The atmosphere around both sides instantly tensed as Kang Yu kept a cold expression. staring directly into his opponent's eyes, while the other looked extremely excited, taking a running start and leaping forward to launch the opening attack. Manny King stands still, waiting for the next move without showing any sign of hesitation. Gen-Chi watches this opening move and sneers, "So a direct attack, so..." He's confident he can handle the boss right away. Kang Yu punches straight at Manny Kin. He blocks the attack with his hand, then continues to throw a series of punches, but they are all countered and blocked by the opponent. Kang Yu suddenly lands a heavy blow to M-Kin's face. He quickly changed expression and dodged. Man Kin watched the fist brush past his face, then smirked. Not bad. He must have been through many battles. He observed further and quietly noted that his foundation was solid and systematic, unlike many villains. The two sides clashed fiercely, this time focusing on a test of leg strength. Kang Yu quickly stepped back to land, while Manny Kin remained completely calm, casually observing his reaction as he looked down at his trembling leg. Manny King smirked confidently and concluded that he didn't feel his heart pounding faster. Duakes opened his mouth in shock. Damn it, this bastard. He wasn't pushed back by Manny King. Boar muttered to himself. Can he win? Manny King pretended to care and asked, How is your leg? I think you're having trouble standing up right now, Kang Yu said coldly. It doesn't hurt at all. He laughed loudly, taunting. Fine, then I don't need to hold back anymore. Really? Kang Yu immediately accelerated and delivered a powerful sweeping kick as soon as he finished speaking. Then I'm the same. The M-Kin Shadow Blade casually puts his hands in his pockets, dodging the attack and mockingly remarks. Good skill, but too slow. But I won't let him enjoy his victory for long. Kang Yu quickly appeared and closed in with the shadow speed technique. He responds coldly. From now on, it will be faster. A spinning kick aimed straight at M-Kin's face. His speed is too fast. Only the residual flash and the distorted face of the old man are visible. Manny Kin is thrown back. Kang Yu pins him down with a shadow trap technique. Now he cannot fight back. His fist clenched, he quickly moves in. It's over? Manny Kin remains still. Then the old man softly smiles. At the very moment Kang Yu's fist was about to land on him, Manny Kin suddenly blocked the blow, with one side of his face already swollen, yet he calmly praised him. Not bad. Kang Yu opened his eyes in shock. Not a single injury? Then I hear the opponent say in a deep voice, You make my heart beat faster. Immediately after, Manny Kin gathers his strength to deliver a powerful punch, laughing loudly, and this becomes the only reward punch thrown, knocking Vuong Qian Kang Yu back, with the shock wave from the fierce strike causing a series of nearby windows to shatter. The nearby ghosts also got caught in the chaos, shielding themselves from the shattered glass while Heian clutched her skirt, trying to stay steady and shouting in frustration. Morose stared in disbelief at the scene before it, witnessing Yu crushed under the wreckage, and shouted anxiously. Qian-Du on the other side also noticed Kang Yu's situation. She could hardly believe it. What the hell is going on with that old man? He is on a completely different level. Boar watched in fear. He is not human. Du comments that it's impressive to think he could fight that monster. The four evildoers are not the kind ordinary people can mess with. Screw suddenly interrupted, Don't overdo it. Surprisingly, he's very calm. The battle isn't over yet. Du froze in shock and shouted, What? Kang Yu struggled to get up, still in a mood to reflect. This old man is really strong. Although blood still stained the corner of his mouth, he calmly smiled, as if thinking he was about to die. Moros gently asked Han, Are you okay? Kang Yu wiped the blood and replied, Still breathing. Moros kept pressing, Why don't you use the armor? He answered calmly, There is no reason to do that. It continues to report the situation. Thanks to its self-healing ability, the damage you received has been recovered. Kang Yu responded with a nod, indicating he understood. Moros warned that his mana would gradually decrease, so a prolonged battle wouldn't be advantageous. But if you still want to fight, try to end it as soon as possible. He calmly said, When he is moved, it is a battle worth fighting. Kang Yu's face now is filled with excitement as he smiles softly, and the real battle begins. The entire space is enveloped in silence as he calmly walks over to Miking. Hai is quite surprised. Oh, is he still alive? Gen-Chi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is he able to defend himself for such a short time? Even Manny Kin felt it was beyond expectations. Not giving up yet? I didn't hold back that blow, Kang Yu replied teasingly. Henry felt awkward as he saw the slight glance down at his legs before he slowly spoke, but the trembling in his legs was obvious to Manny Kin. The old man sneered. Standing was already difficult for you. Continuing the fight in this state too much to ask? Kang Yu calmly replied. Instead of worrying about other things, I think you should be concerned about being defeated. He continued, I acknowledge your fighting spirit. Mannequin made a twisted, crazed smile. And since you're still alive, let me enjoy myself a little. First, Kang Yu didn't hold back and directly launched this move first, you bastard sword-wielding scoundrel. He shows no fear, slowly takes a defensive stance, and casually mocks. Is that technique again? Man Nijin responds with a simple finger point as the two beams of light clash and collide violently. Mannequin frowns slightly. This blade can stop my royal bow. While he was still distracted by the move in front of him, two sharp shards of sword suddenly struck from behind, causing a deafening shockwave. Mannequin stared in shock as the blue light grew brighter, and a series of sword fragments shot out, a returning shadow sword technique, attacking him from all sides. Mannequin starts to lose patience, feeling really annoyed. Kang Yu suddenly appears beside him. He's about to lose. A straight kick is launched. Mannequin quickly raises his hand to defend, but the force is so great that he is knocked back and crashes into the wall. Kang Yu doesn't intend to give his opponent a chance to rest. He blinks forward and charges, aiming a powerful strike. Mannequin quickly spins away to the side. Kang Yu continues attacking with a horizontal stab. This time he quickly blocks with his hand. The two sides clash repeatedly, with him attacking and Mannequin defending. I started to feel restless. This guy is good. Maybe the leader will really lose. Namchan directly cuts in, holding that opinion just for himself. He looks serious and says, "Don't interfere with the chairman's entertainment." Mannequin on the other side begins to counterattack, but only hits air. Kang Yu suddenly rushes forward, grabbing him tightly around the waist. He thought to himself that if this continued, Moros seemed to see through his intentions, and it warned him, "Cass, don't let your guard down." Mannequin is extremely strong, even if he is pushed back. Kang Yu lowered himself to grab Mannequin's ankle, but also saw through his plan and chuckled softly. "I can struggle a bit," Kang Yu calmly replied. "I can do the same." Saying that, he swiftly spun behind Mannequin and grabbed his waist tightly. The old man annoyedly grabbed Kang Yu's head. Foolish trick. Mannequin pushed his head down against the wall next to him. "Do you think that works on me?" Kang Yu was dragged across the solid concrete wall by the old man, who sneered crazily, "I will crush your arrogant face." Then Mannequin threw him aside. Kang Yu quickly landed firmly, his face covered with scratches, eyes alert, watching the opponent's next move. Kin gathered his strength and punched straight ahead. "This move won't be like scratching an itch like last time." The old man smirked arrogantly. "I put all my strength into it." Kang Yu stared wide-eyed at him as the punch drew closer, its terrifying power growing stronger, reigning at 100%. A fierce wind rises. Duok gapes in shock, while Screw remains calm, watching the fight. Ion clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction. What would happen if he kills him? This is so uncomfortable. The red light illuminates the entire area, and the rumbling strikes echo loudly. King withdrew his hand and then praised him. "You're strong." He lowered his eye and muttered, "When was the last time I truly used my kingly power?" Man pretended to mourn and said, "It's a pity, but this will be your grave." He hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted. "Stop wasting time." Kang Yu's entire body remains intact, protected by his armor. "I decide where I will die, and I do it myself," An declared coldly. Ion stared in disbelief. Did he block the old man's punch? Genchi beside him was just as surprised. "Did you shift my punch aside?" "I just witnessed an amazing skill." "So, am I going to witness it from you then? Didn't I already show you the King of Fists twice?" He sneered. That careless attack wasn't very impressive. Mannequin stroked his chin with a smile. That remark was quite sarcastic. "Your skills exceeded my expectations. You might win against Rose Kang Yu immediately and be dissatisfied. Do you mean you're about to let me fight Jack?" He chuckled, thinking that Rose would be upset if she heard. But he didn't care either way. Kang Yu's arms were exhausted, but he still kept a brave face. Why do evil people like him talk nonsense? "Stop and keep fighting. Moros is getting impatient." "Casey, you've almost run out of mana. I think you should stop pretending." "Ha ha, Ion, you're so stupid. You don't know where you stand and just act tough." If the old man doesn't hold back, this party would already be over. A sudden voice interrupted, causing Ion's smile to fade completely. "We also want to join the feast." Gina's group suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She slowly spoke. "I think that's a good idea. Should we dance a sword dance together?" As soon as Gina appeared, the crowd was stunned. Evil Sword Mujin. I find it hard to believe. How the hell is he here? Wait a minute. He's speechless as he watches Heian beside him, screaming like a newly in love girl. "You're going crazy. Is that really Mujin?" F. House shouted angrily to wake Ion up, wanting to interrupt her. She doesn't even bother to care and continues to be infatuated. "Just look at that handsome face. Nobody cares. That's the super handsome Mujin. He couldn't speak anymore. Did she see his face? Kin greets him. It's been a while since they last met. Mujin, what wind brought you here? Gina ignored and went straight to the point. The old man falsely accused the Vinzone rules, disturbed Namkang Vinzone, and caused this chaos. She coldly warned, I, the ruler of Winterbell, will make you take responsibility. Manny King frowned and questioned, Are you about to make me admit guilt? He glanced at the group behind Gina, clearly aware that you brought the Winterbell management team here. It seems like you want all of us to fall together here. Manny King, not to be outdone, glares back with a threatening stare. Are you ready to do this? Kang Yu silently observes the situation, while Manny King's group watches the unfolding events with a mix of emotions. Gina steps forward and calmly declares that fighting the four villains, Mick King, is already a win for me. She draws her sword to challenge him, and even if I lose, Winterbell will still target and judge him. Manny burst out laughing. So you're threatening me? He arrogantly lifted his chin, having just become the ruler of Winterbell. She was already so proud. Kang Yu suddenly interrupted. You are the arrogant one, aren't you, using the names and power of the four evils to conquer all zones? Manny Kin arrogantly replied, I have the ability to unify those Vinzones, so technically I am not being arrogant. Kang Yu retorted, There is, as long as I am alive, that cannot happen. Then he struck a cool pose and declared confidently, I will be the one to unify the Vinzones. Screw eagerly joined in, while Du beside him looked on speechless. This is too headache-inducing. Manny Kin clapped encouragingly, saying, Good spirit, with you it's possible. The old man arrogantly added, But not now. Now it's just a dream, but in the next 10 years you might achieve it. Kang Yu lowered his eyes, watching the next move of the old man. Kin extends his hand. I'll give you one more chance. He once again invites Kan to join him, so you might achieve that dream faster. Kang Yu responded, If the condition is that I become the boss, then I will consider it. Manny Kin laughed out loud. Do you really not hear what I'm saying? So what about a bet? He challenged. 5 of our team will fight against 5 from Garam Vinzone, and the rule is the winner will continue to fight. He stared blankly. The winner keeps fighting. Sil reiterated that if they won that match, they would continue against the next opponent. Kang Yu, hearing the proposal, smirked and, with a serious face, was clearly inviting a difficult bet that he couldn't refuse. He confirmed again, so if we lose, we will become his subordinates, right? Manny Kin answered ambiguously. Of course, but if you win, Kang Yu replied, I will decide after discussing with my team. And he immediately agreed. Fine, I will accept all the conditions. Pete. Kin narrowed his eyes and sneered, so I will take that as you agreeing to my bet. He cheerfully smiled back. We can decide the date and location, right? The other side agrees. All right, then. Man Kin looked over at Gina. Mujin, what about you? Are you planning to fight me again? She continued. No, I've changed my mind. Gina turned to leave, only leaving one sentence behind. I want to see the next episode of this play, so I won't harm the actors instead. She calmly suggested that the Winterbell King observe the match to ensure everything is fair. Manny gratefully took the cloak from Namcheon and agreed. All right, let's end it here. He is leaving with his people, ending today's meeting here. We will meet again. Lin's girl, escort them out. I will open the gate. Manny King was about to leave when a voice from behind caught his attention. Oh my god, what's wrong with you guys? Hey, Ion is blocking Gina's path. I have something to say to Mujin. Gina looked to her subordinates to step aside, and they immediately made way for her to move forward. Hey, Ion joyfully exclaimed. Just as I expected, Mujinim. Gina asks what you want to say to her. Hey, Ion happily runs over, nothing unusual, then suddenly lunges forward with her hand and shouts loudly. I want to take off that mask, but not let Heian touch Gina. A figure suddenly appears and grabs her wrist. Kang Yu frowns and says, You should ask for permission first. Don't you have the basic manners? Oh my, you really are quite the gentleman. The very next second, Vine suddenly appeared from nowhere, wrapping around Kang Yu's arm. Hey, Ion roared angrily. If you're a gentleman, you should ask for permission before grabbing my hand. She unleashed the tangled vines to coil around Kang Yu's body, then pressed close behind him. Do you want me to give you a fun gift? Heian boasts her sharp claws and then laughs maniacally. I already gave another muscle-headed guy, and he really liked it. So, I'm going to mark something cute on your forehead. You can't smell the burning? Right now, Ion just realized that her vines are being burned by the blue flames. That fire is surrounding Kang Yu. She quickly steps back. It's burning. Kin was quite surprised. Fire? He hid it. So the rumor that he has 2 attributes is true. Then Kang Yu, lightning fast, charged at Hye-on and struck her, forcing her to dodge quickly. This is my move. Hye-on keeps dodging stubbornly, spinning around and around. She stuck out her tongue like a demon to taunt Kang Yu, but those tricks won't work. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered past Hye-on's face. She stared in shock with bloodshot eyes and touched the bloodstain on her cheek. His face darkened. You just hurt me. F. Houso realizes the situation is unstable and mutters, Oh no, my brother is here. Sure enough, a second later, Hei clenched her teeth and growled, furious, and charged straight at Kang Yu.
That damn dog, you better watch out for her. I'm also surprised. She's so fast.
But Screw decisively prevented Hei-on from reaching his boss, striking to block her attack. Hei-on was so furious her eyes nearly popped out, gasping for breath non-stop. Screw faced her coldly and, slinging the giant screwdriver onto his shoulder, spoke in a low voice. Time's up. Skrill's dominance is overwhelming, her face expressionless as she repeats, Go home. Hei-on, bitter and furious, screams loudly with a twisted, contorted face.
Damn it, I will kill all of you!
Just then, Gina suddenly appeared, drew her sword, and in the end, she's still as detestable as ever. It's been a long time since I was this angry. Gina, filled with murderous intent, drew her sword and advanced. The price of making me angry is high. Kang Yu stepped in to stop her. Wait, the one facing her is not him but me, but not today. Look at the crowd eavesdropping in M-kin. To ensure the next big event goes smoothly, I propose an inviolable treaty. The term starts now, and until then, the other party must comply immediately. I agree. Is he reminding us or just annoyed?
Rose, have you heard what he said?
M-kin orders it. Let's go. She's gone crazy, tearing her hair out and shouting. This is so annoying. Why do we have to wait?
We can settle this here, or Ion can leave a threat behind.
You're lucky this time, but next time we meet, I will tear you apart. Screw responds nonchalantly. You're too bitter in your words. She haughtily walks away. Don't think you can hurt my face and stay safe. Kang Yu's stabbing is relentless, but her resolve is strong. Keep that thought until we meet again. Orion, even more bitter, glaring and enunciating each word. You're the same. M followed his group to the teleportation gate. I still finds it hard to believe. Has he really left? Boar muttered in confusion. It seems so. Gachi still looked back provocatively. Hey, cheer up. Thanks for today's meal. See you again. Du was so angry he couldn't speak. Among the departing crowd, Nam Cheonon suddenly turned back, and Kang Yu met his gaze without hesitation. Nam Cheonon looked at him intently, silently repeating his name. Kasi X. He quietly turned to continue walking, approaching the gate. Namchan suddenly smiled with a mysterious expression as the scene shifts to Yenbin building area, and a story unfolds at a coffee shop. Rick Yoon looks at the cake in front of him and exclaims happily, It looks so delicious. He excitedly took out his phone to take a picture, so go ahead and post it. Galado helplessly reminded him, Stop it, you're too embarrassed, just get to the point. He suddenly wanted to meet me. What's going on? Rick Yoon looked at Galado, waiting for him to speak first. He didn't know what to say. Nothing was important. We haven't had an official conversation since the last time we met. Yu Chan replied calmly. We can meet at Lampus. Rick Yoon forced a smile. That's where we work. You should try to create a friendly atmosphere, meet somewhere pleasant, and enjoy good food. Yu Chan showed no expression of rebuttal. The coffee shop in Lampus is also good. Rick Yoon was also at a loss for words. You're really Galado, getting straight to the point. Casey, the leader of Gadam Vinzone. He looked serious and confirmed that I had researched him. He is not cunning or contemptible, as you said. Uin immediately asked again, Did you meet him? Rick Yoon indignantly replied, Why would I need to meet him? What basis do you have to conclude that? The other person asked coldly, Why are you so defensive? Galado calmly replied, I didn't meet the villain Caxian. I just looked up some information, that's all, which made the people around him panic. He didn't even blink when lying. He recounted that Cassie helped rescue the hostage from the fire blaster and also contributed to the capture of the serial killer Blood Rain. Galado emphasized that he also supported your sister. Nah, Han admits it. Yes, he continued to comment. I understand why you hold him in high regard. Yu Chan lowered her eyes slightly. There are still many things I can't reveal, but I have received help from CN before. Rick Yoon cleared his throat and spoke in support. He does a lot of good deeds, not like a typical villain. Galado seriously reflected, seeming to see many good qualities worth considering. Even as a villain, his clear judgment and bold actions are truly admirable. Rick Yoon enthusiastically agreed, I think so too. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Weak justice is a sign of incompetence, but Cassian also has the power to hold on to that belief. Wuhan watched them playfully and fell into thought, then spoke up to remind them. That's enough, Yu Chen teased. If anyone else heard, they'd think the two of you are fans of Cassian. Galato denies it, a fan of villains. How ridiculous. Rick Yoon also waves his hand and laughs. Exactly. That's unreasonable. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, speaking of that, do you remember the kid we met in front of the park? Yuang asked suspiciously. Of course. The other person confirms it. He looks very smart and handsome. Are the two of you close? Uon darkly replied no. Rick Yoon frowned with disappointment. Why not? You should get along with him. Yu Chan directly objects. With Quan Kong Yu, there's definitely no chance. You find it really confusing. Why set such boundaries? Yu Chan angrily stabbed the plate into the cake. Every time he brings up this topic, she can't help but feel annoyed. He's like an irritating insect constantly following Na Yu. He must be eliminated. Rick Yoon looked at him with a serious expression. That insect, that guy, likes Na Yu. Oh, the opponent gets confused when you mention the word teacher, so you quickly correct yourself. Oh no, the teacher makes shoes. Galato was scrolling through his phone and froze when he saw some news. Then the scene shifts to a part of Gadam Vinzone in the Bap Thien Duong area. A voice echoes, "The item you requested is here, a crafted artifact that enhances resistance against mental attacks." Cheha adds, "It's quite rare, so it takes some effort to find." Kang Yu picked it up and was very pleased, saying, "Well done." Inside was a delicate bracelet. He asks Moros if this is the item we're looking for, and it nods in confirmation. Cheha spoke up and started a conversation. "I've heard about what happened. You accepted a challenge from Manny King. Kang Yu also has nothing to hide." "Yeah, a 5-on-5 match." He asked again, "Have you chosen your team members yet?" He replied honestly, "Not yet." He considers seriously. "Really? Want to try?" Cheha waved his hand. "No, I will just enjoy the game with a little popcorn." "How much is this?" Cheha hesitated before speaking, considering the 50% discount from before. "Just take it." Kang Yu was surprised. "Free of charge?" The opponent simply smiled and said, "I have a debt to settle with Miking." He looked at him deeply, offering it to him in the hope that he would defeat him in the fight. The scene shifts to the next location, Gadam Vinzoni's training room. Kang Yu walks in while checking the system panel and mutters as expected. He looked at the combined mental strength bar with some satisfaction. "My mental strength has been upgraded." Moros hesitated before speaking. "I have a feeling you're not the reckless type to challenge opponents." It asked, "Was the reason you fought Manny King back then to upgrade this mental strength skill?" Kang Yu nodded and said, "There are many reasons. Fighting a formidable guy like Manny King brings more benefits than just upgrading skills." It was taken aback when it saw the item in Kang Yu's hand, and he confirmed its identity as it matched its thoughts. Kang Yu looked at the item and chuckled softly. Now it was time to conquer this gem. As the sunset gradually falls, a loud shout breaks the silence, and Bon, rushing in, cheers enthusiastically. "I heard we're about to fight Manny King's kids. I'll call them all out." CR laughs loudly along. "I won't miss a single battle either. Only then do they notice the faces inside." Dre Han looks around in confusion. "Oh, he's not here." Screw looked at him. "Don't you know what knocking is?" he asked urgently. "Asim, side? Urgently. "Where did the boss go?" Screw replied. "It's the training room, but better not to go in." Black Han asked why, but only received that answer. "He's training specially. He finds it confusing. If it's such special training, you should do it together. Screw kindly reminds you, don't interfere. Black Ghost is still on guard outside." Grat scratched his head and muttered, "I wonder if he's ready to train. His body must be in a bad state. I heard that the man uses the boss's face to sweep the floor." Screw immediately asked, "Who said that?" "Is that the internet?" He replied immediately. "No, Boer told me everything." S corrected himself. Although neither of them was holding back, he wasn't pushed back at all by Miking. It was clear that the boss had overcome his 2 punches. It was a very close match, with a powerful kick that destroyed several buildings at once. Cross exclaimed, "Several buildings." Black Hun quickly takes the opportunity to boast. "I can do it too. Taking a hit is my specialty." Grow chuckled softly. Lon's rumors spread quickly. "We haven't discussed this yet." Red, I continued. "It must have been Manny King's side who said it." SW searched and added more. They came up with a name for the tournament and even made a poster. Everyone looked at the projected image rising up. The clash of villains. Grow smiles in admiration. "Cool. Oh my god, I like it.
At this moment, another voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Is everyone here?
Iron Im rushes in to strike a pose. I've come to defend justice here at Venzone. I officially signed up as a contestant in this competition. Black Hun stared at the opponent in shock and blurted out, "Who is this idiot?" The scene shifts to the South Korean branch of LAMP, with a tone of suspicion, as a paid live broadcast begins.
Are these guys crazy or what?
Isn't that just a stupid tournament? The person sitting opposite said. It's just the idea of some money-hungry guys, Ursula retorted. But still, he frowned and asked, do I still leave it like that? June narrowed his eyes and considered, there's no reason for us to interfere. And if we do, we won't gain anything. But if we do nothing, Manny King will probably conquer the entire goddamn Venzone. She directly exposes the threat, and it seems certain that Cashin will lose. He chuckled awkwardly. Manny King is the opponent, they've already fought, and clearly Tien was destroyed. June paid attention to a different issue. Will MK participate in the tournament? I think the chosen ones will be from the 7 managers. Daewang reminded them that they are not easy opponents either. Hearing that, she expressed that it's better than fighting Manny King. John suddenly remembered a few other faces and concluded that Cashin is not the only one in Gadam. I think it will be a close match. Daewang nodded. After hearing what she said, I thought the same. But the other side asked back confused, what else? He hesitated before speaking. Isn't it true that there's nothing we can do about this? Daewang asked. Because this involves Manny King, the high-level leaders must have discussed what to do, so shouldn't the director be involved in this? June just sighed. He still hasn't said anything. Daewang exclaimed in surprise. What? June advised him. Don't think too much. As you said, this isn't a game for kids in the neighborhood, and it can't be compared to the butterfly effect. She also emphasized that if Lampus didn't intervene, it would be very difficult to predict the consequences. Daewang still felt uneasy, but had no choice but to stop. So, what are the 2 guys sent from Korea doing now? D-Sun took off his glasses and shook his head. I don't know. They are not under my control. She calmly spoke. I think they are carrying out the mission assigned by customs. In another place, the entire space is dark at night, covered by the moonlight. 2 figures stand in an empty room, waiting for something. Rick Yoon was among them. He noticed something unusual and quickly looked back. Kang Ut suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling him. He asked, have you been waiting long? Galato calls the master, while Rick Yoon, clutching his chest in pain, complains, I'm so scared. Kang Yu, straight to the point, explained the main purpose and apologized for calling the 2 of them here so suddenly. I want you 2 to help, so I have no other choice. Galato immediately agrees. We will do whatever you need. Rick Yoon asks worriedly. Han, are you okay? I heard you fought Manny King. Kang Yu sighed. The news spread so quickly. The 2 of them quickly recounted the situation, browsing the internet for only that story. I think someone spread the news for a certain purpose. Galato asked curiously, what about the match against Manny King? He honestly expressed his thoughts. He is truly very strong. I can understand why Lampaz hesitated to touch him. Besides that, he's also concerned about something else. Have you given it your all, teacher? Kang Yu isn't holding back either. I used about 80% of my power, but that old man hasn't even used half yet. Rick Yoon was amazed. Not even half yet? The others then comment. It seems the master cannot defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Galato analyzes. According to Lampus's calculations, at least 3 high-level lieutenants are needed to capture a 4-evil person. Kang Yu understands what he means. Sire is the only one capable of facing the 4 evildoers head-on alone, known as one of the top 3 most powerful flag-bearers and regarded as a great master. He also hinted that if it were them, Rick Yan's side would be a bit worried and hard to see. But Kang Yu suddenly declared confidently, soon I will be able to do it too. Galato was stunned. What? The teacher said fighting him one-on-one would be very difficult. Kang Yu has to admit that was true this morning, but now things are different. I've undergone special training since then. Going back to the earlier moment when the entire training room was filled with red aura, he winced in pain, clutching the ground tightly. Morose asked worriedly, are you okay? Kang Yu's whole body was sweating and trembling, but he still bravely replied, the taste is really delicious. He even casually blamed, if I hadn't disobeyed you and kept chewing that blood crystal, I would have gotten into trouble. Morose hesitated and advised him to stop forcing himself to sit up and rest for a while. Of course, Kang Yu refused to listen and kept trying to stand up. Just a little more, and my efforts will finally pay off. Kang Yu clenched his fist, a red light enveloping it. He slowly felt the change, the power he had never experienced before flowing through his body. Now I can hardly estimate my mana level. Surrounded by streams of red light, Kang Yu tried to move and manipulate his hands. The scene shifts to the present, where he shows Rick Yoon and the others the result of his efforts.
After consuming that blood crystal, I have gained immense power.
Gelato finally managed to speak. That is really dangerous.
Rick Yoon asked in panic, do I eat it?
Why did you chew a magic crystal?
Gelato explained to you that an evil person can increase their magical power by eating magic crystals.
This is the first time you've heard about it, so you asked in surprise. Really? Kang Yu listened to the conversation and thought to himself, I didn't know about that until Moros mentioned it. Gelato suddenly became curious, but heard that bloodstones are very hard to find and that cases of people dying after eating them are quite common. Rick Yoon was startled. What? Does he really eat such dangerous things? Did Moros say anything? Did he not stop the master? Kang Yu even deliberately adds fuel to the fire. He just looked on. Moros, being slandered and falsely accused right in front of him, could only helplessly remain silent. Kang Yu looks at the power within his grasp, and although eating bloodstones has given him great strength, he failed to control that energy. He is very clear-headed and understands the problem he is facing.
If it stays like this, I might go crazy and become berserk. Gelato suddenly encouraged us, saying, don't give up or lose motivation no matter how bad the situation gets.
He slowly said, the only solution is unwavering determination. Gelato seriously repeated each word he had engraved in his heart.
If you have willpower, you can overcome everything. That's what my father told us. After hearing that, Kang Yu reflected on himself.
Do I have what it takes?
Gelato once again expressed that he was ready and would help the master to the best of his ability.
Sir, Rick Yoon also agreed. Me too. Kang Yu looked at the two of them and then smiled.
Thank you. There are only two people I trust.
Moros narrowed his eyes, judging him. Are you planning to let them be punching bags?
Although everything has gone off the original plan,
Kang Yu cut in and silenced him. He turned to inform the others, from now on, it will be hell training.
Rick Yoon sighs.
It's been a while since we last trained together.
Yes, sir, Gelato replied firmly.
We are ready. Have you decided where we will practice yet?
Kang Yu quickly gave them the answer.
The location is at Gadam Vinzone.
The two innocent kids froze in confusion.
What? In the quiet night space, the moonlight seems to shine down over the entire city. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Are these two really not coming? Kang Yu's casual chewing sound breaks through the night. In a place with a view of the entire city, next to him, Moros is staring directly at him, as if pondering something. He speaks, and they quickly leave after making some strange excuses. Moros reminds him, don't be too harsh on them. It recalls the image of Kang Yu as a child. My stomach hurts so much, teacher, I have a sore throat. They need time to prepare themselves. The scene falls into silence, as if only Moros's voice remains, and it must have been very difficult for him to accept that they had to pretend to be the villains when they had been wrong all along.
Haven't you also experienced that yourself?
Kang Yu glanced with a cold look, as if he was contemplating something. Then he spoke. I've been thinking from my own perspective too much. Moros looked indifferent and replied, so you admit it? Kang Yu simply expressed a very ordinary thought. If he needs an explanation, it's probably because I was too impatient. No matter what, I have to control this bloodthirst. Suddenly, memories of the terrible things I've faced before flash back in my mind, like scenes from a movie playing in sequence. I don't know if it's because of that craving, but I keep hearing the voices of those bastards. Do those crazy villains hear this sound too? Below are tall buildings with busy lights and crowds passing by. Above are two souls filled with deep thoughts. Moros wondered about his answer. Are you regretting having eaten the bloodline? Kang Yu slowly ponders with his thoughts. No, I was mentally prepared from the start. His eyes looked somewhat heavy with sadness, as if trying to hide something. It was quite impressive to receive such a large amount of magic energy and a skill. The space around them seemed to transform into a high-tech area filled with unimaginable equipment, as Kang Yu and Moros looked at his score table. 1,768 magic points. In front of him is his information panel. His score increased by 200. The smug expression and cold gaze are clearly visible on his face. Moros stood nearby with a rather unfriendly expression, worried that I might develop resistance to the magic crystals, so this was truly beyond my expectations. Moros, hearing that, helplessly turns away and laments, I'm so ashamed. Kang Yu didn't hear and asked again what it was. The magic crystals spun around the bloodstone. Moros explains that you cannot compare the blood crystal to low-quality magic crystals, because even if you look across the world, it remains a rare item. Ooh. If you think your current performance is already impressive, then you should understand that the results you get from the blood crystal do not meet my expectations. It continues to explain to Kang Yu, causing him to fall into deep thought about that terrifying yet bloodthirsty source of power. Maybe the reason for this is that you can't control that bloodthirst. He still stood there, lost in thought about what Romos just told him. But with the magic points I have, I can fight anyone. You and Jose Stale have similar magic point totals. The scene suddenly shifts from the stream of thoughts to a vivid image of Hong appearing clearly before him. Dansen shows Moros his comments about her only reveal how terrifying she truly is. But they are not everything. After that insane smile, she hides a terrifying source of power. Kang Yu closes her eyes, dismissing it with a wave of her hand, completely disagreeing with what Moros said about her. It looks at him calmly and keeps its own thoughts intact. In a battle, mana isn't everything. Even with a high magic point score, it's still an advantage. Just focus on this for now. The skill is locked in front of them. It sounds strange. I have a weird-sounding skill. Kang Yu still wants to find out why the skill is locked. He looked at the information panel as if searching for something. What does it mean by locked? Moros seems to already know why that skill is locked, meaning he still hasn't met the requirements to use it. So what is the requirement? The magic points. Faced with Moros's answer, both of them exchange looks as if it's obvious to say so. Their sharp eyes stare directly at Moros without a hint of emotion. You don't need to be sad. I bet I won't use this skill, even if all your demands are met. Moros's sinister look gradually appears because it's a dangerous skill that can easily destroy a city. Is it really so confusing that Kang Yu's thoughts are surrounded by what Moros just said? His face clearly shows his awkwardness. You mean its power is at a legendary level? That is an ultimate skill only shown once in the Age of Gods used to fight a mighty monster. Surely he has understood to some extent, but now he wants to know who was the one who wielded that overwhelming power. Who used it? The harbinger of destruction at Taifang. He is the strongest villain in history, possessing fire and wind attributes, and even darkness. A sudden question rises, as if meant only for Moros. How do you know so much? Haven't I told you many times already? I am an ancient soul, so I know. Gradually, that Taifang's name becomes intriguing to Kang Yu, as if he wants to learn about the destructive power bearer from Moros's knowledge. So that guy named Taifang has a pretty destructive skill. It would be a useful skill in battle. He always changes the subject at these times. The skill menu still remains locked. His deep reflection on that ability is filled with countless questions swirling in his mind, impossible to answer all of them. A supreme skill that can destroy an entire city? As I return to reality, I stare fixedly at my palm, recalling the things I have done with a look of remorse, thinking about using his students for his own selfishness. His clenched hand clearly wants to lift the heavy burdens of sorrow surrounding him. Sorry, but I have no other choice. Amidst the bustling city with flickering lights, there is a soul in need of healing from above. Because the master is still too weak to take revenge now, the darkness is giving way to the morning sunlight to warm everything here. The green factory stands amidst the lead. Heian is peacefully sitting and reading a book when suddenly a loud, muffled voice speaks. No way. The calm and indifferent expression always appears on her face, in stark contrast to Darkstar's extremely chaotic mood, unable to contain his emotions. How could this happen? No way. Suddenly a stern voice loudly said, "You're too noisy. Go somewhere else." Dasta seemed to regret missing an important encounter for him. Thoughts reveal the image of Kang Yu. I should have gone to pick San. Ha ha, you wicked girl. If you had gone there, you would have met Sion. Dasta increasingly feels desperate, but Song Hyun's face remains calm, as if ignoring what he has been saying all along. Why didn't you stop me? Do you want to die? Or has Ion already started speaking so Darkstar can understand? He must have figured it out, his expression changed, and now he looks calmer. You're the one who wanted to switch places, and you might not get to fight Kian in the future. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere drops with a pressure as if being compressed. Because some monster is about to appear, a loud, tearing sound echoes out. Heian's eyes widen with murderous intent, as if he wants to swallow everything. Kassin belongs to you. You have to be the one to see him off to the grave. So stop dreaming. After hearing that, Ditya hurriedly sat closer to her in panic. Why the sudden change? I told you I wasn't interested at all. Ion's calm voice deepened, now filled with surprise and disbelief reflected in wide eyes. Are you planning to join the festival? Of course. Don't let Sister Tianfeng go ahead of you. Song's confident and sharp expression is mixed with words that seem to hide secrets only she knows. Surely, if you're not the team leader, then who else could it be if not you in 5th place? Darkstar's expression kept changing. Now he understood everything with a serious look. Unless the chairman personally participated, a sudden cry that shattered the heavy atmosphere meant he still had a chance, his face shining with hope for a beautiful future with Kang Yu. If Ka Xin hadn't met her, he would truly be a genuine fan, so I just need to defeat him first. Dark Star's triumphant and smug gaze gradually reveals his thoughts and the plans he has laid out. Hey, Ian, just tell him to stop if he finds out everything. Haha, I'm so cool, truly a cute and genuine fanboy.
Foolish of me to know what you're thinking.
A faint smile, or Ion's eyes that seem ready to tear Dark apart into 1,000 pieces, his face gradually darkening, as if the atmosphere is becoming increasingly suffocating. This is so uncomfortable. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned place that looks like it has been lifeless for a long time, with peeling paint and moss covering the buildings. Suddenly, 2 people appeared out of nowhere, gesturing something with their fingers, while Kang Yu and Moros appeared again, their expressions showing little surprise at what was happening.
Huh, so they've known each other, for a long time.
He immediately spoke sternly. All eyes turned to Kang Yu. This sudden appearance fits quite well with that outfit.
Are you two practicing that stance? We are here to carry out the hellish training. Seriously.
Raungalato calmly expressed his thoughts and desires. In truth, they are not even really thoughts. Because it's quite difficult to act as a villain for training in Vinzone, Rick Yoon and Raungalato remain determined to complete the training despite the desolate and ruined surroundings. But from a different perspective, this condition is perfect for hellish training. That's right. If everyone could do it, it wouldn't be hellish training anymore. Rick Yoon's clenched fist shows his burning determination inside, and we also said we would do our best to help the master not because we were forced, but because we truly want to help. I told you so, they truly are outstanding students. His face darkened, his voice cold. Thank you. His face then changed to a smile, becoming full of confidence in front of their gaze. To repay your sincerity, I will train both of you to the most brutal extent. Kang Yu and Moros seemed to share the same thoughts, both looking in the same direction. He seemed to sense something, or a powerful energy spreading strongly around him. The scene was very ordinary. Suddenly, a loud step approached forcefully. This is goddamn Vinzone. In such a wrecked place, his face gradually appears. Turns out it's Python. With a place full of crime, this one looks pretty quiet. How can I find those bastards? Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him as the sound of sweeping echoed repeatedly, his tone tense. Hey, trash. A huge figure suddenly jerks in surprise, not understanding what is happening. Yes, I told you, Hoi. He casually throws away the cup he's holding and walks over as if to show his dominance to Cleaner. Use this as the direction. Maybe throwing trash like that made Cleaner see Pion as a bad guy. His eyes turn red, and a murderous aura erupts around him. It seems that Cleaner wants to tear Pon into 100 pieces. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone, where abandoned buildings are bathed in gentle sunlight. Suddenly, the sound of wind rushing past from building to building. Someone's footsteps stop, and the figure of Red Eye gradually appears as he looks around carefully, searching for something, probably nearby. Suddenly, he realized that Red Eye was rushing down like an arrow without fear, running at full speed to warn him. In front of him, a corpse was lying sprawled in the trash bin. Red Eye could only silently watch what was in front of him and think, but he was still at a step behind. His eyes remained fixed, as if his thoughts were wavering before something. In front of me is a city full of bustling people, the green lotus-anchored factory, and now a battle of villains. Nam gradually walks in with elegance and coldness, his gaze seeming indifferent to the world. Behind him, Director Kim carries a mysterious box.
As I have announced, I will now choose the contestants for that festival. Around are those with brutal power waiting to be selected.
There are whispers and the rumors about it. Will 5 people have to do it? Do we need to compete against each other to choose? That sounds good. I like it. The sound of a water boiler breaking and a loud shout shattered the surrounding atmosphere, as if everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Rael angrily urged everything to move faster. I don't care. Hurry up. This is so boring. All eyes turned to that mysterious box. We will draw lots to choose the participants. Before those moments, DTA realized her sister was missing. Wait a minute. I don't see her. Director Kim spoke up. Rose already had a ticket ready. He was startled and asked again, What? Namchon calmly explained to everyone that if anyone had any opinions, they could find her at any time. Rattel gritted his teeth and looked all eyes on him. I have no opinion. Hurry up. Found shows an extremely fierce and cold murderous intent. It seems like his eyes are saying everything. In his memory, the image of Rel with the DEGU district as his base gradually appears. He has conquered Po in the Andong Enkum district. He moves like a berserk fighting spirit, regardless of who his opponent is. It still seems cautious around Ryle Danon, with difficult thoughts in his eyes. Someone like him suddenly yields to Rose Stale like a gust of wind passing through, with a hand reaching for the first to grab the bag. In front of him is a piece of paper with a star printed on it, leaving everyone stunned. Jen Chi doesn't understand the meaning of the star and stands tall before everyone. Seeing that, Director Kim explained the symbols on the piece of paper. He's lost his turn, smiling brightly at my ballot. I have 1 vote. Fund is cold and ruthless. 2 iron beasts. Ada happily raises her vote. 4 is perfect. Dar's excitement grew even more intense as he recalled that stunning gaze, now tinged with deadly intent. This is the number I want. If I am number 4, that means I can fight against opponent C, the strongest. Rathel's scream echoes throughout the room. Damn it. His face is full of anger at the result he drew. Why did I lose my turn? Nonsense, I'll draw again. Namchan looked around at everyone and those who missed their turn, then reassured them. Those who drew the star would be assigned a special task. Rattel's tone was tense, as if trying to uncover the answer and the mysterious task right in front of him. And what is it? Confidential. I can't tell you right now. At that time, Rael and Found were arguing about swapping the draw with me. But contrary to that, Genchi remained calm and somewhat proud. A high-security mission. That sounds fun. Rathel and Feehound's conversation is getting more and more intense. Didn't you say you wanted to join the festival? Except for the first person to fight, everyone else just stood and watched with their hands behind their backs. I don't think the 8 managers will lose to those fools. F has always kept a calm expression in the face of everything that happens. Watching Kasi fight the boss, he's not that weak. And Gadam also has a driver, so defeating the boss should be easy. Why does he keep overestimating that guy? Rattel shouted wildly, pointing at Gai Chi sitting there with a fearless grin, clearly not afraid. This guy is definitely 10 times stronger than that driver. He chuckles. You're right. Iron Beast tilts his head to share his opinion. Why don't we go to Gaidam and wipe them all out? Rattel eagerly agreed after hearing that. I agree because you mentioned it. Let's go together. No, you can't. Surrounded by gossip and opinions, Nam Cheon and Director Kim remain calm. We have a ceasefire agreement with Gadam Vinzan until the festival day. Neil Senshi is a highly reputable company. Even the 8 managers need to pay attention to that. Rathel sat still, no longer as noisy as before. Blask Fund asked back, do you think Gadam will send out who first? Maybe the meeting has already ended. I'm very curious. Are you here to surrender? The scene seems to shift to a different place where destructive forces gather. Titan's body was badly injured, with Kang Yu, Red Ice, and Skrull standing in front of him. All 3 are interrogating him. I heard you are with Manny King. So why did you come here alone, get beaten up, and then switch sides? The truth is, I trusted Manny King. However, he spoke calmly without panic or fear, with a disturbingly composed demeanor. I came here because that place was not suitable for me. I truly believe in myself. Neither Kang Ui nor Screw showed any concern or surprise at what he said. It seems like he got beaten up. King really isn't easy on anyone. Kick that guy out of here. Just listen to what he says. Kang Yu looked at Pion with a judging gaze, with Moros beside him. Maybe Kang Yu is thinking of a plan behind Python's answers. Why did he surrender to us? Tell the truth or I'll kick you out the door. Piton's voice gradually rose, sounding remorseful and sincere. I want to join the Villains Festival. Screw smirked with surprise at the situation. I didn't expect that, but I do have it. Kang Yu calmly continues to inquire information from Pon. So An wants to be on Gadam's side to fight Manny King, huh? Pion replied calmly and nonchalantly, as if nothing happened. Yes. Why do you ask? A cold glint appeared in her eyes as she looked around the room. I have my reasons. Kang Yu's discomfort is gradually increasing over time. Stop beating around the bush, I'm starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Screw pulled out a strange-looking object that caught everyone's attention. What is that? A lie detector. Facing the lie detector, Python felt a bit shy, so Kang Yu, no longer waiting, angrily stepped forward, while Pion seemed to want to justify his answer. Men always have their own secrets. Kang Yu shows anger or clenches his fists as if ready to fight, then pushes him out the door, listening to what he says first. Boom. Kang Yu seemed to give him a chance. If he wanted my trust, he had to reveal his secret. The stubbornness of all 3 pushed Python to the brink, and he slowly raised his hand to remove the bandage from his forehead. This is my shame that I will never reveal. When that tape is removed, everyone will see the word shit printed on my forehead. All 3 are surprised by Python's secret, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment at this unbelievable revelation. Faced with that, Kang Yu asked directly, and without hesitation,
Who did it? On the outside, Pon might seem incredibly strong and quite intimidating, but now the tears he had been holding back for so long were pouring out, releasing all the sadness inside. Rose Kang Yu, hands on her hips, seemed indifferent about that and asked Pon directly, "Why are you crying?" Mixed with his sadness, there were tearful voices coming out. From the very beginning, she didn't like me. She said the manager position wasn't suitable for me. She has good judgment. Bon recalled what he had been through with a sharp, hateful gaze as images suddenly appeared in his mind. We faced each other head on. Confrontation? I lost because of a small mistake, and then she caught that weakness. He kept recounting everything that had happened. When I woke up, it was already written on my forehead. T's gaze once again focused on the spot on his forehead. Can't you erase it? If I could erase it, I wouldn't even bother sticking tape on it. Bon tried to express his true feelings. I just want a chance to regain my lost honor. Kang Yu looked straight into his eyes, somewhat doubtful about his words. So the reason you joined the festival was to fight the 8 managers and win? Pon said sharply, as if to break down the emotional barriers that had been suppressing him for so long. I want everyone to know who Pion really is. Kang Yu had to accept Piton's plea, surprising Skrull with his decision. All right, you're letting him join, but obviously I can't just accept your request. In that atmosphere, Kang Yu pointed directly at Pon with a determined look, saying from today there will be a hellish training to prepare for the festival, and he must join us too. Kang Yu continued to express his own request, which was probably already part of his plan. I am making a list of those who survive the training to select for the festival. Maybe Moro shares the same view as Kang Yu and could become a useful ally. In that space, Pion probably has to accept Kang Yu's proposal to achieve his goal. So you mean I have to join the training if I want to get to the festival? Since anyone can participate, I have no other choice. In the room, everyone is discussing the deal, but only the 4 of us know. I also have conditions, so please keep it secret. Suddenly, Breakhan burst open the door. Kajian, you're here. I've been looking for you everywheres. Isn't that Pon? Not only did Black Han go inside the room, but behind him are Krat and Double Blade. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. What is that on your forehead? All 3 are talking about that ridiculous thing as if it's real. Kang Yu still looks confused, not understanding what condition Piton is talking about. He remains calm. What is his condition? Python's expression was stiff, but he didn't expect that his own secret had been so thoroughly exposed, and many voices interrupted the atmosphere there. Why is this word written on his forehead as a trend? Snake poison. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone. Black Han clenches his fists in anger. I'll go first. I will eliminate them all. Gaiyong cheered. The bastards are doomed. Let's take them all down. Bender points and laughs, while I will hide and pick them off one by one. Double Blade gently reminds. That's cheating. Kang Yu stood facing them, arms crossed confidently, and said thank you very much for bravely signing up. The selection criteria are simple. Complete the training course, and we will choose the highest scorers. Black Hu points at him and asks who will judge us, and Kang Yu crosses his arms and coldly replies, Professional assistant. Black H stammered in confusion. Assistant. Kang Yu clears his throat and introduces himself. Black and Blood, I invited them here for this hellish training. Screw smirked and evaluated. The mask looks good. Bro, standing with arms crossed, turned to ask, Is that what you did, love? Screw nodded in confirmation. Black H looked at them and wondered. Who are they? We haven't seen them before. Black Ghost stepped forward and replied, They are the master's students. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised and asked back. Really? So, the boss has a student. Red Eye asked, When do we start the training? Kang Yu turned back to reply, then immediately reminded everyone after this brief conversation. Let me warn you in advance. This training camp is as tough as its name suggests. Hell, so be prepared well. Bon coldly spoke. That's exactly what I wanted. Kang Yu rings the bell while explaining the rules. If during training anyone finds it too difficult to continue, they can ring this bell and leave, and they will be automatically disqualified. The scene shifts to a house. In the room, Yu-chan and Jae-ho are eating together, but Jae-ho keeps playing on his phone. Kang Yu looks at him with a cold, annoyed gaze. He angrily shouted both while eating and pressing his phone. Dai-hwam, startled by this, quickly responded, It's over. He kept staring at his phone before changing the subject. You know about the Villains Festival, right? Yu-chan asked while chewing his food. Is that where the villains will fight each other? Jae-ho still stares intently at his phone. Nepsenchi announced the names and order of the villains on Monarch King's side. First Gichi, second Boomguy, third Iron Beast, fourth Darkstar, and finally J.est. They're all insanely strong, these guys. Uhan looked up and asked, What about Gatam? Jae-ho shook his head and replied, "Nothing yet, but we already know which side will win." Yu-chan asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Jae continued scrolling on his phone and then read, "Gadam's opponents are all notorious villains. In S's instructions, it always warns everyone to stay away from them." Thinking about it, Gadam really took a risk. Uhan sighed, only knowing the outcome after seeing it with his own eyes. Jae nodded in agreement. "That's right, but this time Gadam will probably face a tough challenge." "If you look at these comments, he's just scrolling through his phone." Uhan quickly reminded Mai that she's about to bloom completely. I don't know what Jae-ho saw that made him gasp in shock. Uhan lowered his head, staring at the bowl of noodles on the table. The sky is tinged with yellow beneath the Vinzone sky, and Black Hund is clinging tightly to the wall. He almost lost his grip. Black Hund turned pale with fear and screamed loudly. Blue M gently jumps onto the rooftop and then turns to cheer. "Don't give up. Are you already exhausted just from warming up? Grit your teeth and go up and down 3 more times. Shout out, I can do it." Black Hund grits his teeth in frustration, wanting to kill him. CR looks dejected and sighs. "We can't do it." He shouted loudly, but we couldn't hear clearly. "I can do 1. I can do 2. 1. Break scowled and shouted, "I can do it." Breakmat stands behind Kang Yu and asks, "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" "I've done that 30 times already." Kang Yu firmly ordered, "Whenever you start sweating, then you can rest." Hearing him say that, Break M couldn't help but sigh. He also lifts twice the weight. Hearing the bell, Kang Yu looked down at the rooftop below and saw that the one ringing the bell was Hammer Boy. He then turned to Blue Art and asked, "How many of us are left?" He turned back and replied, "Besides those guys down there, we have 6, including the teacher. Driver Grow Pitten, Break Ghost, Red Eye, and Grow Hawk." Kang Yu asked Groundhawk in surprise. Du looked at the paper and read, "His strength and calmness truly impressive. Kang Yu and Moros share the same imagination. Does he train by digging the ground?" Du expressed curiosity. "I'm curious about a few things. Why is the training period 3 weeks? Kang Yu didn't answer and asked back, "What's wrong? Is it too short?" Black M responded. It wasn't long before Blue Eyes looked down at the others struggling to climb up and told the 3 below. They lack skills, but because of their determination not to give up, they are also very talented. Especially that guy with the rope hair, his gaze is incredibly steady. "If I had more time, I would like to teach them properly. Is there any way to delay the festival?" Black M agrees in agreement. "I agree with Blue Art." Kang Yu shook his head and said, "The day after the competition is my exam." Black M looked surprised and worried, saying, I've also seen the villains joining from Manny King's side and their order. I predicted it earlier, but it seems Manny King won't actually participate. Maybe Jose Stale has taken his place." Black Mart muttered that this battle wouldn't be easy, and Gromart offered his opinion. "We need data on their fighting style." Kang Yu said confidently, "Don't worry about it. Driver said he would gather information about them. He's really good at this, so you can trust him. Once we have the data, let's discuss the tactics together." Breakham still has questions. "When will the teacher announce the time and place of the battle?" Kang Yu clears his throat and informs the 2 of them. "Tomorrow, all the participants will be kept secret, except for me, because I need to select the team based on the training key." Both you and Blue Art and Breakmart all look towards the building across the street. That is the appearance of Redm. He stands tall, glaring at the 3 of them. Kang Yu immediately recognizes him as Kim Yu-chan. Blackham and Blue look confused, wondering why that person's outfit looks just like ours. Redm suddenly jumped up and stepped over to this side. Kang Yu cleared his throat and questioned sternly. "What's going on?" Redm immediately replied. "I came here for the festival." Kang Uvu Fang questioned sternly. "Does that have anything to do with you?" Redm directly addressed the issue and replied, "I don't plan to join, but if there's no suitable villain in Gadam, then I, Red Mart, have no choice but to participate." Kang Yu said coldly with a sharp gaze. "Don't forget about that. For us, this is a life and death battle. Not just about winning or losing, we really could die. I don't want someone who isn't fully committed," he whispered softly. "Go back, I don't think that far ahead," Redm said, trying to persuade him in surprise. "Sorry for what I said," Kang Yu interrupted to refuse. "Of course you have to apologize, but saying sorry isn't enough. Shouldn't you experience for yourself what we're doing to prepare for the battle? Do you see the people down there? They are being tested to join the hellish training. Join them." The scene shifts to the Senshi Green factory, where Nam Choan enters the chairman's office to read the report Gadam sent us with the time and location of the match. On November 15th at Bisan Vinzone, it seems they haven't chosen their contestants yet. The chairman shook his glass and said, "More than I expected." Nam Choan continued his report. "There are a few things you should know. Sir, we have given them the choice of location and start time for the battle. as well as the team members and the order of entry.
I don't understand the need to be so generous with them, the chairman chuckled and asked. Which side do you think will win if we fight now? Nam Choen replied confidently.
It's definitely us. The chairman is very pleased with your answer. He turned back and said, that's why I am giving them a chance to win.
Nam Chon asked in a voice. Do you want them to win? The chairman shook his head and rephrased his words. No, I just want them to have a chance. Wiping them out isn't enough. We need to crush them completely, so there will be no more trouble after that. Conquer Seun. That means if we defeat Sion, Seun will be ours. Seun is the final piece to unify all the villains. And if everything goes according to plan, Winterbell will be forced to join us, Nam Chon suggested.
I understand your point, Mr. Chairman. However, we don't know what will happen in the battle.
If the chairman raises the bottle confidently, I've fought with him to see what he's capable of. But he's just an outsider's rumor. If he can't even match half my strength, he won't stand a chance against J. Stell. It's not just about having high or low mana. The difference in ability between CN and J. Stell is clear. She was defeated last time because she let her guard down. So this time, J. Stell will be better prepared. Don't worry about him. He's not interested in this fight. All the villains in this land must be united around me and Neo-Sen. That is the only way to fight him. Return to Gadam Vinzoni in an old row of houses in this area. SW handed him the tablet. This is the data on the 8 managers you requested. Kang Yu picked up the tablet, read it, and exclaimed, That was fast. Gru crossed his arms and explained, Hurry up so I can focus on the training session, but I have no data on that Prince guy. The leader of the 8 managers, I can't even find a single photo of him seriously. Kang Yu didn't care about that person. Since he's not on the list, he's not really necessary. Screw continued to inform, and someone else wanted to join the training, but didn't want to be part of the team. What should we do now? Kang Yu asked coldly. Who is it? He acts all mysterious. You know that guy, the one he mentioned is Mujin. Seeing her appear here, Dragon and Krat stared in shock with their mouths open. Why is Min here? Does he also want to join the fight? Black H was amazed and asked, So that's why he's here? Mujin challenged, I was curious about what hell training is, so I came to check it out, but I see someone unfit for this place. The person she mentioned is Pawn. He seems capable of logging out the opponent at any moment. Minin turned to ask Kang Yu why someone like him was here. Kang Yu looked at the tablet screen and replied, He has his reasons. Mujin teasingly asked, Do you have so much free time that you can take care of someone like him? CR looked at Peyton. Teasing Pit, and Kang Yu cleared his throat and called, Python, come here. Sincerely apologizing to Mujin, Python obediently agreed. Okay. He stepped forward and sincerely bowed his head to apologize to Min.
I'm sorry for what happened. I apologize.
Minin speaks softly, reminding him not to bow his head. I will not forgive you, and I don't care why you're here. The only reason I let you stay is because Ka Xian trusts you. Kang Yu said firmly, then returned to your position. Dre Hu raised his hand with a question or comment. Kang Yu nodded to signal him to continue. He pointed at Ridmart and asked, Is he also training with me? Kang Yu frowned and revealed, He passed the test, so he will also train with you. All Dr. H still wanted to speak, but Kang Yu cut him off and gave an order. If there are any issues, use your skills to resolve them. Is Dron's attitude acceptable? Kang Yu cleared his throat firmly and said, I am not here to choose talented children for a talent show. I choose the warriors who will fight for Gedam Vinzone's honor, and they will be selected based on their scores. So compete and win to earn a high position. Black Go clenched his fist and spoke with hope and determination. I will definitely meet the expectations and trust of my master. After everyone gathered on the rooftop, Kang Yu cleared his throat loudly. The real training begins today. We will focus on endurance and strength, practicing one-on-one combat to improve our power. Grow standing beside Screw, he said seductively. The only thing I'm good at is baking for love, he said, leaning on his hand and laughing without replying. Kang Yu continued explaining the rules like in an exam. If you don't keep up, the result will be the same. You lose your turn by default. Syl just slightly smiled, while in Philadelphia, USA, the streets were bustling with people passing by. Lately, she hasn't been answering my calls. She's so distracted. The siege exam is also coming up soon, so he's probably busy. Suddenly, a cough and the voice of a homeless man rang out. Excuse me, miss. Yuri stopped and asked, What's going on? The beggar is coughing uncontrollably. I keep coughing. Yuri steps closer, worried, to check on him. Are you okay? Are you in pain? She stepped closer and pressed the gun against Yuri's body. The thug chuckled menacingly. Be quiet and hand over all your money and valuable items, or something bad will happen. Do you understand? Why not start with the phone she's holding? Yuri tremblingly raises her hand as the tramp smirks slyly, looking at her with a lecherous gaze.
You're quite cute, so why don't I try dating you?
Stay silent and follow me. Yuri was confused and bewildered. What is happening? The wanderer continued to threaten. If you don't want a hole in your head, follow me. Yuri, trembling with fear, wondered what she should do. Could she escape? Too scared to speak properly, the wanderer lost patience and cursed at her. You damn bitch, are you listening or what? Damn it! Yuri stammered in fear. Someone, please help her. Before she could finish speaking, an arm reached out to shield her and grabbed his gun. That hero is Vincent. Yuri looked surprised and confused by his appearance here. Manager Vincent smiled gently and greeted her. Good morning, Miss Yuri.
It should have been a good morning, but it seems you're in a pretty uncomfortable situation.
The wanderer grits his teeth, trembling. He didn't move an inch. Vincent turned to glare and snapped at him. I heard this road is very safe and crime-free. What a shame. He forcefully yanks the gun out of the wanderer's hand and jumps back. Unexpectedly, the homeless man was also holding another gun. He retreated, pointing the weapon at both of them, shouting and cursing. That bastard! Yuri suddenly rushed forward to shield Vincent and shouted, No! A gunshot rang out and she fell back while Vincent's pupils dilated. The wandering man turned and ran at full speed. Vincent gently pulls Yuri into his arms, softly touching her hair before asking in a gentle tone, Are you okay? Yuri looked up worriedly.
Is your manager hurt anywhere? Vincent replied in a stern tone.
I'm fine, but next time, please don't do something reckless like that. I'm glad that bullet missed, or things could have been much worse. Yuri stands up and bows slightly. I apologize. Vincent corrects seriously. I didn't say that to make you apologize. I just don't want to repeat my mistakes. There was a time when I hesitated and did nothing. Then I lost someone very dear to me. I don't want that to happen again. Did you drop your phone on the ground, Miss Yuri? Now Yuri realizes and is panicked. You're right. The screen is broken. Vincent looks down at his hand, thinking she hesitated and lost someone important to her, just like he did. Back at Gadam Vinzone, in a secret room, Red Master clenched his fist and swung with force to attack. Kang Yu easily dodged each of his strikes and noted that the tension in his shoulders had eased. If you keep punching like that, you won't hit me. Your shoulders are still tense. You're giving up. You're scolding me. If you keep punching like that, who do you think you're hitting? Dr. H sat outside watching and couldn't help but sneer as he was getting beaten to a pulp. TR turned to help him remember that you used to be like that too. Black H snapped irritably. Shut up. Double Blade sits quietly beside them, sharing their thoughts. Winter is coming, but it still feels hot. Black Han coldly replied, You're hot because you're sweating. CR explains that everyone in this endurance training camp sees this as hell, and those two are like demons. Break Han laughed proudly. It's been about a week, and we've survived quite well. Krat, drinking water, said, I won't see Driver from yesterday. Double Blade thinks it seems like the boss has given him some tasks. Darhund has a bad feeling about Skrull, wondering what evil job he has assigned him. Kang Yu easily blocked Redmart's punch and noted that he should punch with one hand before preparing for the next move. Watching the two fight for a while, Khan wondered, why does that guy train so hard? CR narrates that he wants to become a super powerful evil mouth. Dr. H sighs, showing indifference. Black M leans against the wall, sighing in boredom. That Redm guy is taking up too much time. When will it be my turn? Hearing his voice, Black Hund turned to tell him and everyone else, and the scene shifted to the old building. Screw's fingers moved across the keyboard with a clicking sound. He was coding while monologuing. The process is proceeding as planned. So everything is proceeding according to your plan, huh? This old man is very serious. The knocking on the door didn't even bother Skrill. He lazily called out, Go ahead. The person who enters is Kang Yu. His first question is, Are you busy? Skrill pauses and replies, I'm taking a break here. Do you want something to drink? Coffee. Kang Yu nodded in agreement. Yeah, a little warmer. Hearing that, Side Driver asked again, How is the training camp going? Kang Yu slumped onto the sofa and replied, Pretty good. They are full of Viova passion and to talent, and because they work hard, the results are not bad. So what about Crow? I was planning to let Kang Yu stay late to share her impressive experience. She amazed me. I'm satisfied. Should I say that she has exceeded the standards I set? Crow is so talented that I really wonder whether I should teach her carefully or not. Moros interjected to clarify. Surpassing the standard is what I told you. Still wondered curiously, why? Is she going to take your boss position? Kang Yu shows a look of disappointment and declines. I don't want this position. Sil comes out with 2 cups of coffee and asks, How are the others doing? Kang Yu recalls that Dund and Pan are doing well, as is Redm. Screw interrupted the comment. He's a troublemaker. Kang Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to choose him. Even if it means hiding their true identity, Screw still lifts his coffee and asks, is there any reason for this? Kang Yu stared intently at the coffee cup and replied, I haven't heard the details, but it seems he owes Manny King. I plan to choose the team this week. Screw kept asking, I'm also looking forward to seeing who will join. You must be working hard too. Have you seen any results yet? Kang Yu cleared his throat and confirmed, that's quite detailed. He activated the display on his glasses and said, let's see. He can see that his mana points are increasing again. I wonder what his secret technique is. Seeing Screw marvel and wonder, Kang Yu responded, a difficult guest I almost forgot about outside the training area. Dung nervously shouted, does that make sense? The esteemed ruler of Winterbell is going out and training in a place as humble as this. I have to stop her. Yosei nods and strokes his chin. We can, but he has been training all week. His response only made Sung more frustrated and annoyed. So why are you only telling us now? Where is Kashuyen? He's always the source of the trouble. Busan watched as Sungrun's back disappeared and reminded him to stay calm. Sungrun stopped as he was walking, pointing at the robot sweeping trash and shouting, do you know where Kashuyen is? Tell me immediately where he is. The robot suddenly transforms into Kang Yu and clears his throat. Are you looking for me? Sung shivered and jumped in fright. You're scaring me. Now Yosei understands, so this is how he moves around. Kang Yu remains silent, questioning. What's going on? Dung shivers and yells. We are here to escort the Emperor back home. Kang Yu had to hold back laughter when he heard him say that. Escorting him back as if I kidnapped him, it's heartbreaking. My feelings are so hurt. Sung shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Kang Yu repeated each word. I am so hurt that I will make myself better by punching you. The old apartment complex is tightly packed together, and Kang Yu confidently introduces himself, saying, everyone, quiet down. I will introduce the guide who will assist you during the training. He points to the 3 people standing nearby and reminds everyone that these guides will try their best to support you. They will share their knowledge and experience, which is very useful in real combat. Kang Yu ordered everyone to give them a round of applause. Except for Breakhund, everyone else clapped half-heartedly to boost morale. Break quietly claps, judging them as guides, looking quite lively and trembling inside. But wait, we're not here for this. What the hell is this? 10 minutes ago, he was still shouting in anger. Why are you forcing us to do this? It's ridiculous. Kang Yu directly addressed the issue. That's right. I am forcing you to do this, and you are only forcing yourself to come here, so I am just doing the same. Sungrun couldn't accept the truth and started shouting loudly. Kang Yu continued, let's be honest. Why do you think Min came here? Because you are weak. Sungrun was already angry and is even angrier now. What nonsense are you talking about? Kang Yu ignored him and kept spouting provocative words because his vassals were too untrustworthy, so he wanted to come here to become stronger. Sungrun's mood has softened a bit, but he's still doubtful. Does the Emperor really say that? Without him, it wouldn't be right to say so. Seriously, you bastard, don't try to convince us with those bullshit words. Kang Yu didn't want to waste any more time and said, should we go and confirm whether I'm right or wrong? Follow me. After following him, Sungrun became even angrier. He clenched his fists in frustration. That bastard wanted to play us from the start. We need to find the Emperor and get out of here quickly. Minin radiates deadly aura. Just one look from her is enough to make the opponent gasp for air. Then Minin turned and walked away, not forgetting to mock him with a truly pitiful remark. Sung trembled with anger, ready to fight Mujin, but Kang Yu appeared behind him, holding him back and whispering in his ear, so I will be taken care of by you. That single sentence was enough to make Sung Hoon's face turn pale with fear. The scene shifts to a bustling apartment complex. In a self-study cafe, Rick Yoon asks, why did you want to meet here? Kang Yu responded in detail. It's soundproof and we don't have to worry about the people around, so this place is pretty good. What do you think? You two don't like it? Rick Yoon thumbs up and says, no, this is a great choice. Galato continued to praise. They provide free water for us, so this place is really great. Is your preparation for the intense exam going well? Kang Yu looks at the books under the table and responds, everything's fine. I am starting by answering the questions. Rick Yoon is surprised. Even so, you're quite diligent, huh? Kang Yu replied while resting his chin and taking notes. I only do it because I have to. Rick Yoon repeats in surprise. It's a hidden power of your sister. Rick Yoon suddenly remembered the girl in America. Kang Yu sighed and replied, she's my family. Galato calmly praises. wishing to truly cherish the teacher's family. Rick Yoon's eyes light up with admiration, saying, "My teacher truly supports you."
Kang Yu calmly crossed his arms and said that thanks to you two, we could set aside the exam and prepare properly for the festival.
Moros quietly praises everyone beside him. Well done. Rick Yoon Vo-chi honestly says we did our best, while Gallardo remains stiff. But I don't think we could take all the credit. Rick Yoon and Gallardo each praised him sincerely. You are the biggest contributor of all. This only works because you are the center of it. That's right. And also thanks to everyone who helped during the training. Did you tell them? They are vassals of Winterbell. They all got beaten up. They must have gone through many hardships. The evil swordsman Mujin is truly powerful, and you are the one who has learned a lot from him rather than helping. Rick Yoon resting his chin in his hand, thinking about the upcoming festival day. Gallardo raised his hand to ask for opinions. Only a week left. Isn't it time for you to choose the participants? Kang Yu said, I called you both here to decide together. I want to hear both of your opinions. We have discussed and made a list. The driver grow pawn and break ghost.
If it's the master's order, then I will do it.
Rick Yoon rubbed his head in pain. So choosing the last warrior will be quite complicated.
Black Ghost has been eliminated. I think we can only choose between Black Hand or Redem. Kang Yu asked who among the two is better.
Rick Yoon rests his chin in his hand, pondering. Their strengths and weaknesses are obvious, making it quite difficult. We appreciate Breakhand's reckless determination, but his foundation is still weak and rough, and he's quite foolish too. But the desire for strength to succeed is truly remarkable. I saw him training on his own after we finished ours.
Kang Yu took notes and asked, what about Redem?
Rick Yoon continued to comment. He possesses everything that Black Hand lacks. But is choosing him really the right move? Kang Yu is curious why. Rick Yoon hesitated before explaining that it was Yu Chan. The whole room fell into silence. Kang Yu asked seriously, How do you two know? Gallardo asked back. Have you forgotten what you're capable of? Rick Yoon sighed and explained, We've trained together for 2 weeks. How could we not know? We couldn't believe it was Little Chan when we first recognized him. He's the type to get angry when talking about villains. So what should we do then? Gallardo asked. After investigating, we found a lot of information about Redmart and his activities. What on earth happened? That's a long story. I'll tell you both after I have some time. Anyway, Black Hand and Redem, one of them has to be chosen. The scene shifts to an old apartment complex at sunset, and Kang Yu calmly announces, I will now reveal the team lineup for the upcoming festival. Before I do, I have a few things to say to everyone. Even if I am not chosen, I sincerely thank everyone for your efforts. Well done. Now I will announce Driver Grow. Grow and Screw will praise each other in turn.
Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. Congratulations to you as well. Crow Yu continues to announce Pawn. I will also be part of the team.
Now, the final warriors Black Hund and Redmart, the one who wins their battle, will be the last to join the team. Redmart asks when will the fight happen. Will the fight? Kang Yu announces now. Drek H smirks with amusement, sensing his fighting spirit has been awakened.
All right, no need to wait any longer. Let's start. Kang Yu said firmly, I won't reveal the rules of the match. The match will end when one of them can no longer fight or admits defeat. Black Han, losing patience, said he understood. Kang Yu raised his hand to signal. Let's start now. As he finished speaking, Break charged into battle. Redem jumps up to dodge his attack, his hand blazing with fire as he shouts victory. It's mine, he said as he shot fire towards Black Hunden. Bra interrupted in front of Redem's surprise. Who said that? I won't let you win. He countered Redmart with the GL shield technique and with the determination to win. A deafening explosion shakes the heavens as Redem charges forward, striking Breakhan's face askew and then kicking him fiercely. Breakhan raises his hand to block the attack and responds with a powerful punch. Redem kicks hard at his knee. Cross watched from outside as they fought back and forth, realizing this was a tough battle. Double Blade hesitated before reminding that the one being attacked was Breakan. He still strokes his chin, evaluating, but he didn't take any fatal hits at all. He only takes light hits or blocks them all, Double Blade said in surprise. Really? Redem jumped high and kicked hard right at Breakhund's face. Screw anxiously exclaimed, Oh no. Breakhund was forcefully kicked to the ground by Redmart, shattering the wet surface into pieces. Redem hadn't seen it yet. He charged down and slammed him to the ground. Redmart's right hand ignited with fire, and he gritted his teeth with determination to end it. When the blame bomb technique is activated, a deafening explosion tears through the air, shattering the silence. Kang Yu continues to watch the fight intently, thinking Breakhund might be defeated, but he easily dodges by flipping several times and landing safely.
Redm was stunned and confused. Black Hu jumped back sarcastically. You're a bit too confident that it's over.
It doesn't hurt at all, you bastard.
He said that, but his face was flushed and uncomfortable. Redm looked at Breakhan calmly and confidently.
Morose, after observing, realized that Red Mart's current sequence of attacks is exactly like yours.
Kang Yu speaks humbly.
Because I taught you, even though your attack was still a bit lacking.
Morose nods and observes. Breakhund was cornered, yet almost escaped. Maybe he got lucky. Kang Yu shook his head and confirmed it's not luck, but his training that made the difference. Those with metal attributes are usually very tough.
It's feasible because he has good endurance and his body reacts accordingly.
Morose nodded in understanding.
Good endurance, so this is a battle between a spear and a shield.
Kang Yu immediately objected. Red Mart is a spear, but Black Hund is not a shield. Blue Mart couldn't help but be curious as he kept muttering to himself. He's talking to himself. Breakham probably means he's talking to Morose, but KU can see the potential in Bund. He's really naive, but Bund is a hammer with powerful destructive force. Bra waved provocatively, inviting them to come at him. Redum jumps up and then delivers a powerful punch with all his might. Red Mart fights and calculates at the same time. This guy's body is as hard as stone, and his endurance is good too.
I'm in the advantage, but I can't be careless.
CR is panicking and worried, continuously fighting. Red M can read his opponent, and his strategy is probably to prolong the fight and drain his energy. He quickly shifts to the side of Breakhan and throws a fiery punch again, planning to strike with a quick, full-force attack.
Breakhan frowned in caution and shouted, "I've been waiting for this," and then delivered a diagonal punch straight to Red Mart's face.
At this moment,
Pon finally spoke up to assess that Redm didn't expect a counterattack, so the damage he would take must be greater.
Screw smirked and interrupted. No, this is an advantage for Red Mart. Grow asked curiously, why? Screw immediately explained. That mask can absorb shocks. Cross shouted in surprise.
Yes, Black Hun is down.
Is it true that her mask absorbs the shock? Shouldn't you have told me earlier?
When I looked up, I saw Redm and a fiery punch coming down from the sky.
Using all his inner strength, Black Hun gritted his teeth in anger and charged to embrace him with a deadly move. Redm's eyes widened in shock. He was pinned to the ground by Black. CR, stunned, asked, when did he learn that move? I taught him that. Even Bon was surprised to see him practicing it like that. I only suggested the idea but didn't think he would use it this way. I told you the final position is mine. The final position in the festival defeat is mine. Dardark used his ultimate move to take him down. The punch that shook the heavens caused the earth to crack even more violently, and both Screw and Grow were thrilled with Breakhun's victory. Meanwhile, Breakmart and Blue Art are sweating nervously. Kang Yu clears his throat and announces, the match is over, Black Hun has won. Soon night fell, and after that match, Redm sat dazed on the rooftop. I thought he had gone home. What are you doing here?
Are you just sitting here, or have you lost your mind because you lost to Breakhund?
Redm looked up at him and shook his head repeatedly. No. Are you sure about that? Redm lowered his head and looked into the distance, saying nothing. Dr. H deserves to win. Kang Yu asked again. If you knew that, why are you sitting here and so wealthy? Moros silently observes nearby. Redm speaks in a deep, sad voice, saying sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but accepting failure is so hard. You can beat Breakhon 9 out of 10 times. Darhund only won once, and the other time he lost because he was too hasty at the end. Dar is also lucky. He continued to stare into the distance in silence.
Kang Yu sat down next to Redm, handed him a can of coffee, and shared his thoughts. But he knew that luck is also a skill, right?
Hard-working people also get lucky. Redm asked again, confused about what he meant. Kang Yu gently consoles and encourages, fighting the thought that the person who will die still has to build experience with that kind of determination. That is the best thing you can do. Drink it while it's still hot. Don't cry while you're drinking. Redm stammered confusedly about something. Kang Yu straightforwardly exposed the truth. I hear some sniffling. The scene shifts back to Neo Senchi's green factory.
The chairman asked, is the driver participating in the beating festival?
Are you sure? Nam Chan stands straight and reports.
Gadam Vinzone has officially announced it.
The chairman looked at the tablet and spoke in a superior tone. That's surprising. He really is unpredictable. Bihan joining Gedama again, that little brat. This is the first time I've heard the name. Breakhund. Nam Cheon repeats the information he found. People say he's pretty strong at goddamn, but he's not on the same level as the 8 managers. The chairman carefully reminds him, don't let your guard down. You analyzed their strength correctly, right? The chairman stubbed out his cigar, gave the order, summarized it, and sent it to the 8 managers. He concluded that the festival was a defeat, and the only one enjoying it was the winner. The old man looked at his cigar, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he assessed it. This festival can't be seen as an ordinary battle because it's a fight where someone has to lose, and that's not surprising. Right now, a heavy rain is pouring at Lavienzos. Gina looks up at the window and whispers, "The battle is tomorrow." She walks inside where Aroma is standing and looks at her phone. Public opinion about Gadam isn't very favorable. They say defeating Gadam is the right thing to do. She suddenly froze. So who is truly righteous? Gina sat down heavily in the empty chair and responded immediately. That hawk-eyed man remembered what a certain man said and saw the truth. Should I tell everyone? Gina's eyes gaze thoughtfully into the empty space, as she deduces it was probably because the broadcast aired some time ago. Aroma wondered if he had made Gadam Vinzone look like a den of evil. Gina explained that since it was broadcast on the public library, people would think that way. Boat remains emotionless as she picks up the bread during breakfast. She eats happily, despite Aroma feeling sad. Public opinion is terrifying. She asked about Gina's opinion. Who do you think will win? She held her teacup and confidently said that he cares more about the exam than the festival. Aruma wondered, who is that? Gina looked downcast and Namni sipped her tea before confessing, I heard that news from the supporting teacher that he brought. It seems they know quite well about Kashien and me, more like teacher and student. Aroma frowned, bringing her hand to her lips to whisper, an evil character with a student? That's really rare. T also makes sense if it's C, she emphasized. His student is also quite strange. Aroma asked what she meant. Ha taps on the cake tray, disappointed that it's all gone. Gina's voice echoes. Their behavior is very strict, as if they are soldiers. It seems their level is lower than CA. Aroma sighed and complained. It's strange. That's a bit difficult for an evil person. She's only just now starting to speak. There is a DSP upgrade module. She hesitated a bit because using it would limit her ability to use her powers. Aroma closes her eyes and looks thoughtful. Something seems suspicious. Should I look into it? Gina is sweating with worry. No, don't. Gina recalls everyone's efforts and must affirm that including Chaxian, everyone worked very hard during the training. The trainers also tried very hard. She expressed her opinion. After all that has happened, I shouldn't doubt or investigate them. Aruma obediently agrees. I won't do that. However, even Gina couldn't help but be suspicious. But as the ruler of Winterbell, we're also curious about a few things. Her voice started to become serious because this was probably not just an individual problem, but a matter of all the villains. Aroma frowned in annoyance. So, what do you want me to do? Just put your hand on her shoulder and say it. Just do nothing. Suddenly, Aroma's face darkened as she muttered to herself, decide after the match. Then she lifts her eyes with a human-like beauty and a voice full of anticipation. Will the Bahamut conquer a mighty power and leave something new in history or not? We have to wait until tomorrow to find out. The dark sky covers the entire building. Bosan Vinzone. The announcer had been waiting here earlier. Looking at the dozens of people below, Pointer's voice suddenly rang out. How many cameras do we have here? Duaklo clearly responds with horror. It looks like more than 100. He pointed to the left side as well. There's also a drone for filming. She stared in shock at the writing on the camera. Does it say DBS on it? He also can't help but freeze in place. The radio station is run by Manny King. Du angrily raises the can to his mouth to drink. Suddenly, Poer notices something outside the window. They are here. Step by step, they walk forward surrounded by many rose petals, all exuding the inherent arrogance of the strong. Hey Ian dusts off her princess dress in front of the reporters. It seems like we arrived first. Gaichi glanced around and said with disappointment, Is this all the audience? Fi Hao, standing in the corner, said we should fight the risk of being killed. Having more viewers is the strange part. He smirked confidently, thinking that killing them while being recorded would be fine, right? He replied coldly, Isn't that up to you? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, saying that if possible, they shouldn't kill them. You quickly remind them that it is the chairman's order, but not your duty. Asta nodded in agreement. Life is precious. Hey Ion, expressing regret. What do you mean I was planning to take Tian down today? So that man was Nam Chian. You emphasize the victory. That is the only task the chairman assigned to everyone. Found dismissively downplayed this mission. He states the obvious too much. Even the iron beast beside him is complaining just as much. Waiting all this time has worn me out. Are they not here yet? Nam Chian realizes something and turns to them to inform. They just arrived. A chilling sensation made them look up. Kang Yu's team has finally arrived. He asked coldly, Do you guys arrive too early, waiting all this time? Or did Ian smirk mischievously and reply, Showing up late under the deadline? I'm speechless. Found chuckled in agreement. An agreeing opinion. He casually asked, "It's fine because we didn't arrive late." Suddenly, Dark Star's voice rang out. "Hello!" He took out a bouquet of blue roses and kept praising him non-stop. The second most handsome and cool guy in the world. He is very adorable and charming, and his name is DST. DST admits I am a fan of you. "Can we take a picture together?" the enthusiastic reporter praised. "Your brother's build is amazing," Kang Yu wondered. "Van." He leaned in close and handed you that bouquet of flowers. "Make sure we take many shots from the same angle." Kang Yu's face shows clear disdain. The reporter kept praising enthusiastically, and his emotions were also great. The reporter confirmed that I thought the photos would also be very impressive. Hey Ion stood from afar, silently thinking, "This fool." The others in his team were dismissive and contemptuous. "What is he saying? Oh my god, it's already chaos just at the start." Suddenly Juan's voice rang out. "How rude." Gina stood next to Sung, trembling as she yelled, "Are you playing around while lives are on the line?" Hayon saw them, and immediately his eyes filled with love. "Mujini," she ran happily all the way. "I knew you would come." "Unlike the two Ions," Gina coldly replied. "Go away." She declared that I didn't come here to play. I came as a supervisor to ensure the match is fair. Hey, Ion continues to praise Gina. That very truth is what makes him so captivating. Namche Onan steps forward to announce that everyone is here. Let's begin. From above, Duak frowns in annoyance. We haven't revealed ourselves yet. The reporter was ready to capture every moment of the festival, with someone running into the building to film. Smoker is starting, testing the microphone. A picks up her phone and introduces herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Smoker, the host of today's Beat Festival. Can everyone see me clearly on the screen?" Duak asked. "Why is she here? When did she get chosen as the MC?" Smoker boldly declares. "The festival everyone has been waiting for. Now we will begin the first match." A introduces the first fighter on the field. Gadam's first warrior. "I will destroy you." The young man fears nothing at all, a strong man. Now I will introduce Nel Senchi's fighter, the man who is the brother of Uitrong and Izu with the strongest fists in the world, Gai Chi. He scoffs disdainfully at his opponent. "This is so boring, he's not even worth punching," Bak Hu shouted angrily. "What, I wonder? Who is the next opponent?" He waved provocatively. "Just go ahead." Gachi then smiled strangely and boldly declared, "One is not enough. I need two to be satisfied." The night before the fight, a heavy rain poured outside. The green factory was soaked. Many voices echo inside the building. Next is Pan. A man's voice echoes. "Are you the third fighter?" Nam Chan politely replied. "Grow number B, and finally driver." "So the owner of that voice is Manny King? He seems curious. I thought Cassie was the last fighter. What do you think about this?" "Director, you should honestly answer seriously. I don't think he has any plans, but choosing only a few fighters suggests this might be a tactical move." Manny King agrees reasonably, and he smirks slyly. "So, should we plan a little to crush the opponent's morale in one go?" Nam Chan expressed his opinion. "I think showing the gap in strength between us will be effective." Manny King confirms that's what we want. "You seriously trust Gai Chi completely? If that is Gichi's strength, I think it would be feasible for him to eliminate Brekhund and Pan." He replied indifferently, "Probably." Back at the competition hall, Skrill sat in the waiting room while Mick explained that it was their plan. Red. I heard this and wondered. Are they planning to do a one-on-two fight? Kang Yu still doesn't understand their plan. Sil has to explain himself. Isn't that breaking the rules? Looking at the rules, it seems not. But he tapped on the scoreboard and said that if the guy provoking us loses, they will become a joke. And Bungai, Nel Senchi's next fighter, will have to fight both Brehund and Python at the same time. He coldly thought that it would be advantageous for them if they won, but if they lost, the next opponent would have to face the penalty. Red-Eye asked again, "Is there any reason to accept their provocation? Or why do you say no?" He hesitated. If Blackhund and Pan are defeated by Gai Tri, he clenched his fist as if he had caught the old man, which is what Manny thought would happen. Sil just smiled smugly at everyone, because they analyzed our data but didn't know that Pion and Brakon had undergone special training. Kang Yu insists that although one-on-one fights are quite risky, two-on-one battles are manageable. He smiled, and his voice rang out again. The problem now was that they hesitated, looking at the rankings and the choices of Brekhund and Pan. The scene shifts to Boksan Vinzone, where Gichi is still waving and taunting, and the arrogant voice declares that only two can satisfy him. Gina, in disbelief, asks again, "Do you mean you want to fight both of them yourself?" Runsung opened his eyes in surprise. "That's crazy. Unlike them, Bihu was extremely furious and shouted at him.
Damn it! How dare you open your mouth to talk, you fishhead?
The big guy keeps provoking him.
Seems like trash doesn't know its place, huh?
He shouted, "Shut your mouth, your way of talking is disgusting."
From afar, Pion Thon's voice rang out.
I agree.
Black Han turned sharply and shouted at him. What are you talking about?
Pion coldly said, "We will fight him together." Now Pon's gaze is more determined than anything else. He is determined that this is the fight we must win and stake our lives on. We can't miss this opportunity. Bon agrees to the challenge. I will take his attack so you can use that time to defeat him. And what about him, standing there confused, wondering what I think about this? Seeing that, Smoker stepped forward through the smoke, holding a phone with the number 1. She announced that since both teams agreed, the first match would be a 2-on-1. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at them at lightning speed. Break-Hu clenched his teeth in disbelief. Too fast, he looks so big, but he's quick. Guy raises his fist, ready to strike with a dangerous look aimed at Pon. He thought to himself, aiming for the face. Pion raised his hand to defend his face, feeling pleased. His attack was clearly too obvious. Before they could celebrate, Python was surprised as Gai Chi's punch veered off the expected trajectory. It narrowly avoided the impact, causing him pain. Bo immediately took a punch to the face, and he didn't stop there. He kept throwing another punch at Pon.
Fee House, standing outside, chuckled to himself. He's really stupid. Didn't he do his homework on his opponent?
Blocking Gai Chi's punch doesn't mean you can stop it completely. Guy's skin is so slick, as if coated with oil, giving him the advantage in the fight. Like an eel slipping out of a clenched human hand, Gai Chi's fist slides past Python's defense and strikes directly at the target. Back in the fight, Gai Chi continues to throw dozens of punches at Pon, unleashing unstoppable force as he screams. Your resilience is impressive? Is it because you can withstand pain? The guy eyes him challengingly.
I heard it has a time limit, and I'm curious how long you'll last. Suddenly, Black Hun appears while the two are playing around.
He jumps into the air and shouts, "Are you forgetting this is a 2-against-1 fight?" Before he could even touch Gai Chi, he was hit in the stomach by the guy. Drehan clenched his teeth. "How dare you!" He grabbed him by the head like a doll, Gai Chi excited. "This is so fun! He's pinning him down hard." Gai Chi's strength is truly overwhelming. Drone is pushed forcefully to the ground, shattering everything around him. Suddenly, Pon's voice rang out.
Damn it! But his attack didn't hit Gai Chi.
"You smug bastard, you're always just behind me." Then Gai Chi strikes him in the neck. "The trash's skills don't work on me at all." He put on a bored expression as he watched from outside the battle. He's commenting. The one-sided fight is too much. They still aren't enough, the Iron Beast wondered. Shouldn't he be finished already? He's dragging out the fight too long. Suddenly, he realized something. It was Kang Yu's cold expression that made F feel confused. How can he be so calm? He secretly assesses that his fighter has been beaten, but he shows no emotion at all. Did he know from the start he would abandon the first match? At this moment, Gai Chi kicked Python in the head and shouted at him to stop, "You useless trash." Seizing the opportunity, Bak-Hu charged forward to punch him, shouting, "Don't be arrogant, you son of a bitch." Gai Chi remained completely unfazed and chuckled smugly. He held onto his leg and gently replied, "I am not that great." Then Gai Chi spun him around and threw him straight into the mess caused by that guy. They're just too weak. While Gai Chi was playing with Black Hun, suddenly a bored voice echoed out, and Heian complained with a look of utter boredom. "When will it be over?" Blackstar jumps around from behind, saying there's a case behind him. Break H collapses on the ground, and dismissive words about him echo, making the viewers increasingly bored. He showed a very sinister expression, raised his leg to crush him, and declared, "Enough already." Seizing the opportunity, Pion rushed in and grabbed him around the waist. The guy sneers confidently, "This body won't be caught." Black Hun shouts, "Hey, fishhead!" He's getting up, his voice growing more powerful. "Do you think we haven't prepared for someone like you?" He smirked confidently, revealing the secret move he had kept hidden all along. "I've equipped the super adhesive tape made by Driver."
Hey, Ian outside wondered, "What the hell is that thing?" Blackstar asked the same question.
"Absorbing gloves?
Geechee insists it won't make any difference even if I wear them."
Bond smiled and announced, "It's our turn now." Brahund had already summoned his 2 storm fists. He is about to go out. Bra confidently smiles and declares, "It's time to gut the fish." Bond clutched Gai Chi's stomach and shouted, "Take this." He lifts Gai Chi into the air with all his strength. Each vertebra of Gai Chi's spine shattered into pieces, and his face showed clear signs of pain. Meanwhile, Black Hood charged in at a terrifying speed, declaring it's time to cut the fish. Black Hun uses the technique he has practiced to punch Gai Chi. causing the ground to shatter into pieces. Du and Pointer stared in shock. They both struck at the same time. Back at Bund, he threw his final move at the guy but was easily dodged. Bra's face paled in shock. How did he avoid that attack? Before he could regain his composure, Gai Chi rushed in and struck him in the head. At this moment, Fo jumped into the fight. He declared, "I won't let you escape first." Gai Chi angrily grabbed Petin's head and spun it like a doll, opening his mouth wide to reveal disgusting teeth and a foul fishy smell before biting fiercely into Piton's shoulder. Hei Ayan started feeling bored watching the fight. She complained disgustedly, "Why does he keep fussing over those little guys?" As Pion and Guy were tearing each other apart, Brakehund suddenly spoke. That bastard kicked Brakehund, but he easily dodged it. Bree jumps in front of him, putting all his strength into the punch he intends to use to finish Guy. But it's never that easy. Gai Chi dominates in both strength and speed, punching Bund in the neck. He screamed in pain. That bastard! Still, his will is not something I can underestimate. BH forces himself up and immediately throws a punch at Gai Chi's face. Fuihouse's head fish looked serious as he watched the battle and wondered to himself, did Gai Chi get hit? Is it because of that suction cup? It's quite surprising that he immediately counterattacked. His recovery ability and resilience are beyond normal. Seizing the opportunity, Bitten swooped in and stabbed him in the back. Python gathered his strength into his move, boosting his muscles. Piton's strike hit Gai Chi's weak spot. He smirked, thinking he had the upper hand. Du Pointer saw that and happily shouted, "We will win. Is Boar really that scared?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "It's too early to be happy." Fuihouse chuckled and reminded, "You have made the monster angry. Now you have to pay the price." Du looks confused. The ruined scene Pon caused only proves that the one who will win is him. Suddenly, Gai Chi's voice rang out. "Winning, huh?" Gai Chi's eyes bulged so much veins were about to burst. He stood up and smiled a sinister smile. Gai Chi declared that he would crush your bones into powder. One early morning at the Korea branch of Lampus, a tray of rice is brought out amid Galado's curiosity. Who is the winner? Rick Yoon sits in the dining room, ready to eat his meal. The fight is quite close, with both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Galado hears this and says it seems like a test of endurance, but he insists it's not. Bihan is holding his ground against a crazed villain, almost evenly matched. He sternly asks again, "Crazed?" Rick Yoon nodded in agreement. That must be his awakening state. Galado sat attentively listening to your words. In that situation, even if victory wasn't certain, they fought very well. The iPad on the table is showing the match between Piton, Gichi, and Brakehund. The fight is becoming more and more intense, focusing on Python and Guy throwing powerful punches at each other's vital points, with neither giving in. But Gichi has the advantage for the most part. Bon is thrown back in pain, and he quickly lunges at his face, clearly furious and ready to strike. However, Brakehund wouldn't let that happen. He immediately rushed at him and delivered a powerful kick to Gai Chi. He cursed, damn it. He struggled to his feet and responded to Brakehund with a punch. Gai Chi praised, "You're persistent." He's starting to retreat. Brakehund wipes the sweat from his brow, showing signs of a tough fight. Kang Yu looks on seriously with Moros, thinking he's doing very well but seems to be reaching his limit, both sides exhausted. He realizes that his stamina dropped after losing control, while Gai Chi still can't understand and wonders why these guys haven't collapsed. Why is that? It looks like he and Pon are full of energy, but in reality both Brakehund and Piton are in pretty bad shape too. Moros reveals that their current ability is thanks to previous training. He affirms they have surpassed the amount of data collected. The opponent must be surprised. He sighed deeply. They're really crazy. Dr. Hugh is exhausted and has to listen to his endless chatter. They look like they want to keep fighting. They're crazy. Gaiji the thief clearly shows his dissatisfaction. Ion and Breakstar remain deep in thought, observing. Over there, Iron Beast and Nam Chian are the same. He sighed. Gai Chi sensed something was wrong and suddenly spoke up. "Stop it!" Pon looked confused, not understanding what was happening. He turned around and walked away to announce, "I lost and you won." "Leave BH to scream. What are you talking about?" Smoker, holding the trophy in his hand, steps forward to declare that Guy has lost this match. It means that the result of the first match was a victory for Brakehund and Pon. They were so surprised they were stunned. Saktu and his friends jumped up to celebrate happily. "We won. Those two bastards really won." Du happily cheers with Poer's collar in his hand. "Congratulations on the victory." Kang Yu praises. "Well done." Hearing that, B turned to Yu and angrily shouted, "No, what's going on?" He seems bitter, as if he gave up halfway. Meanwhile, Python is already ready for the next match. But Kang Yu coldly said there was no longer any reason for the two to fight with such bodies. They should rest, and I will join the second match. At this moment, she picks up the microphone to announce that we will immediately proceed to the second match. Contestants for the second match, please gather at the center. Found suddenly spoke up to criticize. That idiot! He's challenging me openly. Suddenly Kang Yu spoke up. I have a suggestion for you, he asked. One is not enough. You need 4 of you to challenge me for it to be interesting. Everyone was very surprised by his declaration. He smiled smugly, challenging them. Everyone, get up! Sung-run frowned and asked, What did you just say? Du shouts loudly, This crazy guy. Hey, Ion waved dismissively, mockingly. If it's a joke, it's quite amusing. Someone's voice echoes. It sounds like a joke, even though I'm telling the truth, huh? Kang Yu placed his hands on his hips teasingly and said, Well, let me repeat it slowly and clearly. All of you come at once. Hey Ion gritted his teeth in anger. This crazy bastard! Dasta steps forward, looking extremely proud. If Dasta enters the fight, it would be very rude not to accept that kindness. Fo leaned against her hip. So are we about to confront this guy? DTA smirked and said, If Kya X says so, then do as he suggests. Iron Beast, Fund, and Dark all turned to look at Ha-yeon at the same time, making her furious as she shouted, What are you guys looking at? DTA smugly thought to herself, just as she expected. Those proud old ladies wouldn't participate. This is also fine. Ha-yeon crossed her arms in front of her chest and shouted angrily. Yanada lightly touched her neck with her hand, her lips curling up. I didn't expect this to happen, but no matter what, if we win, we can save Ka-shing from Sister Rose Black Han lying on her side with her hand supporting her head. Is this okay? Bon raises the water bottle to take a sip, probably with some plan in mind. Smoker appears within the thick gray smoke. Are you really going to have a 3-on-1 match? Kang Yu replies. That's right. Smoker raises the microphone to speak, the phone in her hand showing the number 2. The next match will be 3 versus 2 with both sides agreeing. A red text box appears, marking the start of the second round. A wall appears with a slightly open window and countless buttons on the surface. If they provoke us with a 2-on-1 fight, Kang Yu bows his head slightly and speaks in a low voice. Then in the next match, I will retaliate by fighting 4 against 1. Red. I was terrified. 4 against 1. Are you crazy? Screwdver stands far away, clapping excitedly. Oh, sounds good. Red-Eye turns around and looks at him. A visual of Dark Star, Baeun, Breakhund, Hyun, Feihound, or Rael appears. Each of them is extremely powerful. That is the truth. Although individually strong, their teamwork skills are below average. Syl sipping from a straw in his glass as he ponders. They've never trained together as a team, so their ability to cooperate is probably non-existent. The truth is, they might even outshine the other in a real fight. Red-Eye touches his chin, deep in thought about what he heard. Despite having many advantages, they will fail due to poor teamwork. Are you wondering if that's the strategy you're aiming for? Kang Yu hesitated slightly. In short, you seem surprisingly calm. I just think it would be more effective to defeat everyone at once, rather than one by one. Screw finds it reasonable to be pleased. A mesmerizing image or aura surrounded by roses appears. The problem is that Stale is really strong. Screwdiver seems confident, but her pride is very high. She probably won't join. Kang Yu agrees with that idea. Maybe so. Screwdiver makes a number 3 with his hand, his lips slightly curved. I guarantee it will definitely be a 1 versus 3 fight. Kang Yu stands with his hands on his hips in front of an old high-rise building. He silently thought that Driver's prediction was correct. Kang Yu remained calm, and 4 against 1 was also fine. F-House wonders what we should do now. Should I go first, or follow the order of age? Iron Beast remains indifferent about who goes first. F-House frowned. Are you all crazy? Tang Yu, with a confident attitude, challenged them by saying you should have all charged at once instead of foolishly deciding the order. Have you never fought as a team before? DTA raises his hand to make a thumbs-up sign. Nice trick. Cassie Kang Yu raised his hand to form the number 3. If you keep going like this, you'll be defeated in 3 seconds. F-House sighs. Iron Beast looked down on him contemptuously. 3 seconds. That's ridiculous. It's not even funny. Someone slowly spoke, no longer able to hold back. Fee-House leapt up quickly and decisively threw a punch. I will burn you with my own hands. His eyes are sharp, teeth clenched. Kang Yu quickly leaps up to dodge that punch. Fee-House jumps high, delivering a swift kick that sparks. You can't escape. Fire Dragon Strike. Kang Yu slightly furrows his brow.
Encouraging the troops, you crazy dog, and hot-tempered too. Calling you hot dog suits you.
F. House clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with rage at being called a hot dog. He shouted loudly, his body tensing up as if he was about to burst into flames.
It's not a hot dog, it's a fireball. Fi-Ho rushes forward to destroy everything.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you damn dog." Kang Yu jumped back to dodge the deadly strike, but kept insulting him.
Hey, hot dog, you keep talking even more passionately, and you even know how to bark. Fi-Ho was hit and thrown far away towards the sniper.
He cried out in pain.
Kang Yu rushed at F. House loudly. You're the weakest among the managers, aren't you?
His face was cold as he raised his hand to deliver a final blow, the weakest one being eliminated first.
Kang Yu threw a punch with incredible force, but unexpectedly Iron Beast stepped in to block it. Iron Beast frowned and used all his strength to block that punch.
Are you just making noise to provoke? Someone's hand is pressed close together as if creating a shield. Iron Beast throws a punch that sends Kang Yu flying, but it has no effect. Kang Yu's iron armor was knocked away by that punch, and he fell heavily to the ground, splattering the dirt.
There are countless illusions of Drakasta around him. I am waiting for you.
He raises his hand to the sky and clenches it. Stay calm.
Dasta keeps punching Kang Yu non-stop, and they keep punching and dodging each other. They're just trapped together.
Kang Yu steps back to dodge, wondering what's going on.
Is this an illusion or a summoning technique? Countless DTA are rushing towards Kang Yu. You won't escape.
I'm here too.
He rushes forward with a big grin on his face.
Stop here without causing any trouble. This is all a fan service.
Moros warns us to be careful. We are surrounded on all sides.
Kang Yu glared at someone and shouted, "Get out of the way!"
Found rushes to where Kang Yu is surrounded by countless illusions. I will never forgive you.
I will burn you to a crisp, he shouted full of rage.
My pride and my claws have both been violated. Fi-Hao delivers a kick that sends the Drakasta flying.
That kick was like a dangerous ball of hot fire. You damn dog.
The roar of the fire. Drakasta frowns and shouts in anger.
Crazy.
Put it out, my clone is also being burned by it. F. House laughs loudly. A blazing red flame appears in the dark night.
Nice fire.
Iron Beast casually jokes, perfect for roasting marshmallows. A sky ablaze with fire, a small flame constantly consumed by a larger one. That's the law. A clawed hand reaches out. This kind of flame won't affect me at all. Kang Yu stands steadily in the swirling mist, his hand clenched tightly. Fi-Hao gapes in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Kang Yu's eyes sharpened as he swung his hand to unleash his move. Now you've all shown your best, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. Now it's my turn. Iron Beast swung his fist with lightning sparks, shouting arrogantly, the power of his mighty punch causing the ground to explode. He glanced around, thinking to himself, too fast, where did he jump to? Fi-Hao stands behind, pointing up at the sky where Kang Yu has long since jumped high above, looking down below. Dasta raises his hand and smiles softly. I will catch him. He manipulated his power to create an enormous hand rising from the ground to grab Yu, a demonic technique. But suddenly, an invisible hand seized him before he could react. The giant hand quickly grasped Kang Yu's entire body. Dasta shouted, "All right!" Found quickly moved to the front and crushed him like a mosquito. I don't know when, but Kang Yu was standing behind you. His whisper made Fi-Hao jump, crushing the mosquito, huh? Kang Yu immediately threw a punch straight at his face. Found struggled to withstand the blow, wiping blood from his face. Kang Yu didn't give him time to regain his composure and delivered a crushing kick to the chest, sending F. flying far away like a hot dog. Suddenly, a bright yellow light appeared, catching his attention. Iron Beast didn't know when he had rushed forward with a powerful punch, but Kang Yu had already dodged the attack. He jumped onto Iron Beast's head, his hand transforming into a long, shadowy chain. The chains tightly wrapped around his entire body. Kang Yu pulled the chains harder, making them grip even tighter, while also lifting Iron Beast up. He pulls him closer, then delivers a powerful kick. Iron Beast uses his iron arm to block it. He tried to endure each fierce attack, but his strength was limited. Iron Beast frowned. He's too strong, even his steel arm is starting to ache. Kang Yu, with a cold expression, threw a decisive punch to see if the defense was enough. As Iron Beast took the hit and was sent flying, F. quickly rushed to help. He swung his fiery fist at him, but Kang Yu swiftly dodged and then used his massive arm to grab Fi-Huseo's head and push him forward. His whole body was pressed against the wall, causing it to shatter. Dasta cheered excitedly as she watched. Taxi is so cool, it's really exciting.
Hey, Ian, standing behind, angrily scolds. Are you crazy?
Why are you laughing at him? He let out a strange smile. After enjoying the show, you have to pay, right? Darkstar's eyes are shining brightly. He transformed into many black shadow clones and ordered them to advance towards the ghostly assassins. DTA smiled softly with all my affection, then pointed to attack. Immediately, the assassins charged forward on command. Kang Yu just glanced at it with a faint, annoyed look. He also swung his hand to slash twice, creating sharp sword trails that flew out. The Crimson Shadow Sword DTA, standing behind, directed the Ghost Army to disperse. The assassin controlled by him avoids the cuts from Kang Yu's blades. He frowns slightly, readjusting the direction of his strikes.
Again! The shadow blades, they move in a zigzag pattern through the ghostly assassins.
DTA couldn't believe it and shouted, "No, my soldiers." The blades are still aiming at the person behind him. When did he regain his composure? He wiped the blood from his face and muttered,
Damn it, the chairman said not to kill if possible. F-House conjured a blazing red fire around him. But whether he cares about me or not, I will burn you all down.
Moros cautiously warns that he seems about to unleash his ultimate technique. A blazing red flame erupts, an invincible hellfire. He laughed maniacally as he watched the flames engulf everything. Kang Yu, under the blazing fire, still only looked on with contempt, still far from enough. He calmly watched the approaching flames, a tiny spark. Kang Yu waved his hand, creating another blue flame that would only be swallowed by a larger fire.
Hellfire! The two large flames quickly clash with each other.
F-House was stunned as his red flames were overwhelmed, and the blue flames quickly shot toward him, aiming to burn him to ashes. Found raised his hand to create a protective barrier.
Hey, Ion, you're using fire for your attack. So, the rumors are true?
Taking advantage of the distraction, Iron Beast lunged again, throwing a powerful punch at Kang Yu. But he dodged swiftly. He swung his hand to close the distance, combining both shadow and fire attributes. Quite impressive. Kang Yu dodged and replied, "I'm just a little special." He then created another large flame towards Iron Beast, burning through the darkness. He raised both iron fists to block the flames. Kang Yu praised, "That's pretty tough." He stepped back to avoid Iron Beast's attack, while still pondering if something was wrong. Iron Beast frowns. His attack was too quick and clever, far beyond the data I have. DTA is still stunned by his shadow blades. F-House has been defeated, and Dasta is in that state. He channels all his energy into his arms to stop him. Maximum power. Iron Beat spins like in a flash and rushes to Yu Iron Swing, once again swinging his hand to unleash a series of shadow blades. He is not afraid, and even steps forward to show off his deadly hands made from a special steel, 100 times stronger and capable of withstanding even tank missiles. Kang Yu also retaliated with an even more powerful attack, sending a barrage of blades crashing down from the sky in an overwhelming display that resembled a mighty waterfall, terrifying everyone. All the villains around were left speechless, unable to utter a word. Namchan coldly watched that attack. Iron Beast falls to its knees, one of its wings torn off and lying nearby. We lost. Manny Kin watches the entire battle on the screen, praising without much effort, winning a 3-on-1 fight. He gently shakes his glass of wine, and he remains completely in control of the battle. "That's an unexpected development," Director Kim asked in confusion. "Should we stop the fight?" Manny Kin remains calm. "Why worry when Jay Stale is still in good condition?" He laughs, and the Black Horse suddenly keeps winning. "Isn't that remarkable?" "That's right. The betting guys must be furious now," Director Kim whispered. "We have received numerous complaints that our side is fixing the match." "Fix your grip. Are you cheating?" "I understand why they think that way." The old man pondered while looking at the glass of wine, realizing he had become stronger compared to when he fought me. Many recalled his previous battle with Kang Yu and was surprised by how much he had developed in just 15 days. Could it be? Or maybe he was hiding his strength when fighting me last time. He takes a sip of his wine. Quite arrogant, but plausible. Many kings in the past were also powerful and crazy villains. They also didn't reveal their fire control ability, and throughout history, it's rare to find a villain or evil person with dual attributes. Now, another incredibly powerful individual has appeared. A rare person with a solid dual attribute foundation and sharp combat senses, right? He really is an extraordinary person. He suddenly paused. Wait a moment. Director Kim Kazian cautiously suggests bringing Man King back to reality and asks if the chairman recommends implementing preventive measures. CEOO is waiting for the chairman's instructions. He simply continues on quietly. Mani Jing rests his chin in his hand, deep in thought. He frowns. It's a really unreasonable thought. This situation feels like a cracked piece of glass that's been forced apart. But resurrection only exists in legends, seen only in ancient writings. Even if it were possible, that soul would never remain intact. There is nothing in this world that I don't have to pay a price for. Bonvinzone City, a gloomy place with abandoned buildings. Kang Yu appears again on the news. In this 3-on-1 battle, Kuyen proved his overwhelming strength.
Black Han excitedly exclaimed, "That's more like it! Let's finish off that crazy woman and we'll be victorious."
Wan may be annoyed, but he still praises him. He's truly amazing. I can't stop praising him. The result exceeded all expectations.
She glanced back and asked, "Do you foresee this outcome?"
Mujin Jina crossed her arms and said, "Of course I trained him, so I know." Everyone subtly mentioned it. In the fight against Stel, she straightened her posture confidently and stepped forward, shouting, "It's annoying, those fools will have to lift a finger." Ion chuckled softly, feeling pleased but not fully enjoying the moment as she continued walking, revealing her sinister, evil eyes.
"I also have a proposal. All the remaining ones, come all at once. I will fight all 3 at the same time."
Kang Yu interrupted. "I refuse. I will defeat you myself," and flicked her hair arrogantly. "You will regret this."
"Do I regret? That's just a joke."
Haiyon's hand reveals sharp pink nails. "You're really an idiot." Her eyes gleamed with cruelty. "Bullying the weak until you lost your mind? I will crush your net to teach you a lesson." Kang Yu silently looked at Haiyan, who smiled softly back at him. Smoker raised his hand. I apologize a bit. Can the 2 of us start now?" "Haiyan, go hide. I knew it." Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, "Let's proceed." "Playful?" she replied. "Thank you. Will Cassian's winning streak continue or not?" Dong-un quietly raises his phone. The chairman just gave the OK signal. Namcheon glanced and said, "I understand. Smoker is introducing the final match, the decisive battle between Cassian and J. Stel." The other villains shout, "Win D." Smoker raises his card, and the 3rd match begins. Only Heian and Kay remain in the vast stands, with an eerily silent atmosphere. Moros reminds me, maybe he thinks I talk too much, but this girl is on a different level from the previous opponents. He speaks in a low voice. I know she's a top-tier player, and the outcome is still hard to predict. It lowered its eyes and honestly admitted, "I know." He raised his fist made of black iron, but now I am much stronger than before. Kang Yu's eyes burn with determination. This fight is just a stepping stone to surpass Mankin. I am sure I will win. Hey, Ion frowned. Why are you muttering to yourself instead of charging forward? You're hard to understand. Are you letting me attack first? She crossed her arms. Of course, after using all your strength to fight the weak. Do you still have energy to fight me? Hyun just hugs himself, pretending to be gentle. If he defeats you too quickly, people will talk a lot. They will criticize me for beating a weak and exhausted opponent too harshly. She shrugged, feeling that even if she wins against you, it's still a loss for me. Kang Yu gently waved her hand. There's no way that would happen. Relax. He then produced a sparkling yellow diamond. I've prepared a few backup plans. Duaik looked at Kang Yu in surprise. She cautiously asked, You're not planning to swallow it, right? He nonchalantly put it in his mouth, because nothing better than this can restore his strength and magic energy. Duak shouted in horror. Even a low-level magic stone costs billions, and he's just chewing it like that. Hey, Ian, are you sure this doesn't break the rules? Kang Yu remains calm. If you're jealous, why don't you make a few for yourself? Before she could say more, he rushed forward. All right, this is the first punch. Hellfire Pig, you must. Kang Yuan or Ion release a blazing blue flame, and Smoker quickly explains that the fire is truly astonishing. A powerful technique from the very start. Haiyon's sweet voice suddenly rings out, saying that starting with such a powerful move is a good idea. A thorny flower suddenly sprouts from the ground, especially a fire attribute skill. The flower quickly grew into a giant. You must have prepared well to fight me, right? Her smiling face appears behind the petals. But when I opened my eyes, Heian returned with a terrifyingly insane look. You must have thought I would suffer defeat against fire attribute. You have to be better than me, right? You, without hesitation, she immediately lunged forward and threw a punch right in the flower's face. Oh no, she already knows everything. He keeps throwing punches so the flowers can't recover in time for another strike. Heian shouts loudly. That's enough. Kang Yu gently stops. The flowers grow taller than his reach and attack a cute girl right in the face. That is a crime and a cowardly act. More and more flowers cover Heian's face, filling it completely. The dense flowers trap Kang Yu inside their environment, creating a narrow, terrifying, illusionary space with horrifying sounds echoing in your ears. A cruel judgment for a wicked and brutal person, piercing him with sharp thorns and draining all his blood. Yes, I agree.
I panic and look around, but everywhere is just faces or ions. Who I really am, you'll never know.
Kang Yu asked softly, "Where is Moros's true form?" It looked in that direction. His eyes lit up. "Okay." Immediately, a crack appears in the space along with Hyun's anguished scream. Just as the true form of Kang Yu appeared, she rushed forward repeatedly to attack, then retreated further back, out of reach. "Hey!" Hyun sticks out her tongue teasingly, thinking she hit me. She hits the ground hard, then jumps up, suddenly running quickly toward him. "But you're pretty good too. How did you know it was me?" Kang Yu took the opportunity to punch her again since she was the worst among them. Hey, Ion turns around roughly, She suddenly transformed into a flower right in front of him. "But since she attacked me, I will give you a reward." That flower then caused a big explosion. The rose bomb. A rose-shaped grenade. Hey, Ion stands outside smiling, the fire truly captivating. Kang Yu rushes out of the flames. How long will she keep playing this trivial game? He continues to launch powerful blade darts, blade arrows, and image arrows, while she keeps dodging. "Oh, you're still alive?" Suddenly, a long chain flew in from somewhere, wrapping tightly around Hei Ion's wrist. If you're not serious, Kang Yu will regret it when she suddenly pulls the chain and rushes forward. She laughs loudly, yanks her hand back, and transforms into a thorny vine. "Regret, huh? That vine is as strong as a flying iron bar heading your way. Keep laughing, keep struggling." Kang Yu dodged the vine while quickly controlling the chain to appear in front of Anren. She looked stunned by the unusual appearance as both of them suddenly sprang up to attack each other. His eyes like a hungry tiger, he relentlessly charges forward, each strike decisively targeting vital points. BH clenches his fists, exclaiming with joy that he's caught her. Kang Yu yanks the chain back, still smiling, not done yet. Hei Ion is knocked to the ground, staring blankly at him. Kang Yu spun her around in midair with the chains shackled to Hei Ion's wrists, and finally slammed her into the wall of the building. "Goodbye." Ion Hei, furious, was thrown and slammed against the broken building. She grits her teeth in fury. Hei Ion's eyes are full of rage. "I will tear you apart in a corner of Gatam Gubinone City." A middle-aged man sitting in front of the TV just posted and already attracted a large reaction. "Should I tell you about that when there's sound coming from the screen? Lies on a public TV channel?" The news report first reveals whether any force is behind the slander against Gatam Vinzone. Gayan types quickly on the keyboard, "Please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video widely." She covers her face with a large helmet. The next file is sent by driver, and suddenly the screen goes dark, leaving Yeon stunned. "What's going on? What's happening? What is going on?" Elsewhere, Ratel looks around with a proud and sincere expression. "The next important mission is just stealing, and I only found out after I swapped numbers with F-House." He looked over at the other team, and they looked just like monkeys eating chili. Genshi calmly asked, "How's it going over there?" Len's girl walks ahead to scout, nothing unusual. He told her just to find a few traps, and that would be enough. Even so, she still frowned. "I'm looking for a teleportation disruptor device, but haven't found it yet. It seems we will have to go deeper." Ratel irritably scratches his head. "What's inside?" Len's girl tilts her head. "It's probably Driver's private workshop," he asked. "So, what's inside?" She chuckles softly. "Surely there's a treasure trove of data inside." Rael also smirked. "A treasure trove of data, huh?" He eagerly led the team in, speeding up and finishing this quickly. "Come on, get on." Amid the thunderous cheers, Len's girl pulls out her tablet. "Should we split up and take each area?" Genchi just smirked and said, "Forget it. They're not the type to follow plans." The group immediately charged inside like a storm, ready to destroy everything. One of them immediately realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The entire building exploded. Len's G froze. Even Genchi didn't expect R to appear in panic, as a stranger suddenly showed up out of nowhere, knowing this would happen. He carried a large syringe on his shoulder, and as soon as the agreement ended, those little creatures would definitely sneak in. Calmly and naturally, the cleaning staff are always present there. Everyone is amazed. Driver Rael looks confused. "Why are you here?" Genchi asked casually. "Is he really a driver?" Len's G chuckled softly. "It seems so," he asked again. "Who is that guy from District B?" Meanwhile, Screw raised his weapon and shouted, "That's definitely my master. Keep going." Len's girl wondered, "Are you also considering that these guys might act?" He snorted. "I've smelled some foul things since that old man challenged us, so I asked with a smile, what would happen if you were here for the fight?" Screw's face remained calm. "There's money involved, isn't there, you?" Listen there. Genshi tilted his head. You mean Sen will beat J. Stell? Len's girl suddenly found it funny and couldn't believe you thought you were so clever. He simply replied quietly, I am clever. That's why I said so. So can you all leave quietly? She sneered. Is that a request or a warning? SC pretended to be friendly, clearly a warning. Rael suddenly burst out laughing. That's funny. A warning? Who do you think you are to speak up? He led his team to charge forward and deal with that bastard. People from different directions rushed in at the same time. Even though he stands surrounded, he shows no intention of retreating. His hand gently grips the weapon, and he swings the needle to make it enormous. You guys, the heavy weapon crushing the opponents below, don't you understand the warning? Rael was terrified to see the group defeated with just one blow from Screw. He stood firm, threatening. If you don't know, you need to learn, and I will teach you step by step. Genshi turned to ask Len's girl, have you updated the plan with the variables and the situation here as she warned? She's smiling, waiting for a response. Rael shouts loudly, what are you waiting for? Stop messing around. He rushes forward happily. This bastard belongs to me. Don't interfere. Syl simultaneously fires a series of smoke bullets, the pressure of the airflow forcing Rael to step back and dodge. He stomps his foot. As usual, the fool always hits his own foot with a stone. He raises his weapon high, with a calm expression, warning that he will pay with his life. Syl has already created a sphere of energy ready to fire at any moment. Rael hugged his blood-soaked arm and smiled. I like this shiver feeling. He spreads his arms and legs wide. Healing factor. He frowned. Recovery factor. Rael gritted his teeth. I am immortal. He slammed his hand down hard, transforming into a long claw. The demon warrior ruling the north is me. Rael is once again stunned, probably because WS has a limited regeneration ability. On the other side, a series of machines have taken their positions, hovering around him ready for battle. Maybe I should reveal my true card a little. He turned pale, waiting to see what those things were. Genshi, sensing the danger, immediately drew his sword. With that kind of firepower, Rael can't handle it alone. Len's girl is also looking up at the sky. Rael, not knowing his limits, charged recklessly into battle. I don't need support. This difficulty won't scare me. The fully charged machines prepare to fire fireballs as Syl opens fire. They all aimed directly at him, shouting as they did. The purple light emitted made him feel a bit panicked. That bastard. Soon, a huge explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. Genshi had been jumping high to strike down for some time, and he naturally saw the finger pointing to the sky. The giant screws soar into the air, spinning gear. He strikes with his sword, shattering them into pieces. Chenchi's gaze was cold and dark, his bones aching, his hand trembling as he wielded his sword, yet he used that skill so effortlessly. Syl, holding the main weapon, jumped high and spun around. Mega Screw finishes with a powerful stomp to the ground. Smart Genshi is exhausted and panting. He struggled to get up with his sword, smirking. Seeing is believing. Truly impressive. Worthy of the chairman's recognition. Are you still frowning? Can you still endure? Maybe my sincerity still isn't enough. Be careful this time, or you might die. I've never used my full strength before, so I don't know how powerful it really is. He was momentarily surprised. Oh, I think I tried that last year. Len's girl suddenly stepped forward and loudly asked, May I ask something? Can we stop? This is an order from my superior. He looked at her with suspicion. She blocked the attack earlier without a scratch. Len's girl's eyes remained gentle, but a dangerous glint flickered within them. That girl is not an ordinary person. Yes, pretending to be indifferent, dismisses the warning and now wants to negotiate. How clever. Len's girl smiles. We will extend the contract without infringing on Gadam. He waved his hand. So that's it? His eyes light up as he targets, looking around at the chaos caused by those people. Are you planning to leave without any compensation? You also have to compensate for the mental damages suffered by the people at Vinzone. Oh, I still smile friendly. Of course I will make it right. He asked again, really? Len's girl replied. I promise on Nelsini's behalf. Crow, who was showing off, also retreated. All right, that old man is a bit tricky, but his words carry weight, and I still don't know where to start the attack. Just point out to everyone that you have 5 minutes to bring those guys along and then disappear immediately. The city of Boksanvo quickly became quiet, and now a person appeared and softly asked, How's the match going? Over there, the fight was still ongoing. Hey Ian wildly transforms her nails into sharp claws and lunges forward, swinging her arm and shouting, Damn it! Can you reply with a punch right to the stomach? Were you about to kill me just now?
Did you kick me away or send me flying into the sky?
If you want to deal with someone, you have to fight like this. She rolled a few times in the air before landing softly. You bastard! Suddenly, Hei Ayan froze, her eyes filled with fear as she remembered her childhood. That memory, Kang Unyan secretly flew closer while distracted. Why was he so inattentive? He conjures a massive blue flame that surrounds Hei Ayan DF. Dasta watches the battle in awe, speechless. Is she really being pushed back? Juan was also surprised. It's truly astonishing. Cassie's assault surpasses even the crazed Jose Stel. Gina remains silent and natural. He surpasses others in technique, strength, and speed. Kang Yu calmly flies away and watches Hei Ayan transform into a dense vine barrier to protect himself. He tilts his body, showing good defense. She bursts out laughing from within the tangled vines, her whole body trembling. It's really amusing, being pushed back this far. Her eyes are becoming more and more crazed. I thought only the old man could amuse me this much. Yu is annoyed and says it sounds like you still underestimate me up to this point. Moros exclaims, not enough. Its eye is blazing. That girl's magical power is increasing rapidly. Namchan looked up. These two ions resembled a creepy doll dancing among the thorny, deadly roses, awakened for the second time. Sun Run exclaimed in shock as W-Sun was amazed by the sudden spike in her mana wave. Gina frowned. Is that the second awakening? A realm that only a few villains can surpass? The people around are also stunned. Dasta remained silent, only Nam Cheon stayed calm. A rose shoots out like an arrow. It quickly grazes Kang Yu's cheek and immediately explodes right after him. Hei Ayan, walk softly. The game is over now. She dances among the petals. I will torment you by peeling away each layer before killing you, or Ayan has already leveled up during the battle. The villa is a fake summoning profession with a chaotic attribute of the Rose Knight. Kang Yu remains calm despite the situation. Moro circles around. Her magic points now surpass yours and are approaching 2,000. I agree, but it's not like my magic points are increasing every time. He suddenly threw a punch at her, but she dodged it. Kang Yu kept closing in on Haiyan, but none of his attacks landed, while Hei Ayan kept teasing, wanting to jump in the middle. She suddenly counterattacked with a kick to his leg. His steps are all over the place. Hei Ayan keeps attacking relentlessly, leaving Kang Yu no time to react, time to learn again. He was knocked straight into the building, shattering it. She asked coldly, "You're still alive, aren't you?" Kang Yu struggled to get up. Everything about her, including her speed, has suddenly doubled. Her face and expressions suddenly appear clearly in front of him, threatening. You can't die yet, I still need to have some fun with you. Kang Yu swings his hand to choke her. Got you? She smirks softly. If you touch a lady without her permission, the vines wrapping around her face will also cling to your arm. You're going to get scolded. Kang Yu was startled and pulled back, but it was already tightly wrapped by the vine. Hei suddenly pulls the vine hard, questioning her own actions. She jumps back to let the vines explode and disappear. Ion chuckled softly, I'm not done yet. The vines are wrapped around the nearby buildings. They each wrap around one building after another. Juan is startled. That could never happen. She waved her hand and laughed. This is an extra reward for you. The vines tighten, causing the building to crack and shatter into many pieces. Bren panics and runs in horror as the building collapses. Dr. Han stepped back. Damn it! The entire huge building was split in half by the kid and lifted into the air. Oh my god, the whole building. Or maybe Ion throws it down hard at the villains below to make them scatter.
After the powerful collision, it was even more destroyed. That large building has collapsed.
Smoker regains his composure and narrates. After that blow, is Kaxian okay? Where did Kang Yu come from? I didn't see him. Did I just flick my hair? You're more stubborn than a cockroach. Really annoying. She laughs to herself, holding her stomach. But you're as ugly as an insect, maybe a germ or bacteria too. That's so funny. He calmly crawled out of the wreckage and walked ahead. The waste that cannot be recycled and the refuse that isn't taken to the disposal site. That's you. You always frown and say that in this situation? You're not happy at all. Kang Yu's hand conjures a blue flame. I didn't say that to make her laugh. His gaze is dark and dangerous. I will burn her until nothing remains, she sighed. Try if you can.
Hey, Ion swings his hand because I will send you to the ground first.
Kang Yu quickly jumps up to dodge the attack. She also quickly followed right behind him. Heian continued to swing his hand to strike, but Kang Yu had already bowed his head in time. He spun around and punched her. Kang Yu continued with a kick to the stomach. Heian didn't expect to be caught off guard and unable to defend herself at the same time. She was kicked back and fell to the ground, hitting the shattered floor hard. He descends from above, transforming into blue flames. Trash must be burned. The giant fire quickly spreads. Hellfire. Dasta pursed his lips, overwhelming Jay, even though she's in her second awakening phase. Really? Namchan said quietly. Is he confident fighting Jay Stell in close combat, given that his speed and strength in handling Zale in midair are just to limit her movements because all her stats surpass his? You chuckle to yourself. How interesting. Or Ion claps his hands. No way this could happen. She struggles to get up, unable to believe you can face me head-on when I am in this state. Why? Why is that? Moros poked his head out. That's a good strategy if you can leverage your close combat skills to fight her. Its eyes light up again. Wait a moment for this energy. A stream of red energy envelops the entire body of the Kang Wet Thak. He turns his head back, his face shrouded in darkness, his eyes gradually losing control. Seeing Hei Ion in this state, Kasi Xian also becomes terrified. Memories of the mysterious stick-wielding figure flooding back. She trembles and cowers deep inside. Suddenly, a pair of scissors appeared beside Hei Ion. She tremblingly reached out her hand to grab them. The other person approaches again, glaring at Hei Ion as she lets out a horrifying laugh. She clutches her head and screams in pain. Black Han was stunned. What's wrong with her? Are you completely out of your mind? Bon also turned his face. The action scene doesn't look very normal either. Black Han then turns his head to look at Kang Yu, and he is stunned. What the hell is going on? He is now completely overwhelmed by an unknown red pressure that appeared out of nowhere. The two people in the arena seem to have lost control. A large pair of scissors surrounded by rose petals appears above Hyeon's head. She grips the scissors tightly. Hyeon swung both halves of the broken scissors up. Rose Dew was terrified. What is that? Boar looked up. Can't even handle her Moonblade. D.A. looks stunned. Rosieres, if she summons it, it means she has been swallowed by the nightmare from her past. Or maybe Ion doesn't care about such things. She frantically charged forward, and Kang Yu also leapt ahead at the same time. The two clash in a fierce battle, with strikes and swings happening so quickly they are indistinguishable. The two keep closing in on each other, engaging in a fierce battle with neither willing to admit defeat. Sung's face turns cold as he blocks the twin swords with his bare fists. Are they made of steel or something? Gina's eyes light up. Casey X's condition is really strange. The 5 senses and 7 emotions are driving him crazy. And she's watching Kang Yu's unstable state. What kind of blood-red aura is surrounding him? On the arena, they seem fearless, continuously fighting with all their might. He swings his hand to break the scissors. Kang Yu jumps up, unleashing a blazing red flame downward, while Hei Ion dances amidst the fire to dodge the attack. She transforms into tough, sharp, thorny vines. It's really uncomfortable. He gawked as the vines wrapped around his neck. Hei Ion yanked the rope and shouted, "Hurry up and go." She turned and threw the vines and Yu into a nearby building. Yu let out a small cough after that fierce attack. Moros glares. Kase calms down. This fool is so naive. Kang Ut naturally regained his composure, his eyes returning to normal. What did he just say to me? What do you mean, stupid and foolish? It's hard to understand. You're awake. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Kang Yu frowned. For a moment, the blood energy from the blood crystal overwhelmed my senses. It was very difficult for me to return from the abyss. Your scolding also helped a little. Moros speaks softly. Now is not the time to talk about that. Thanks to your bloodline driving you crazy, you were able to counter Stale, but not anymore. It's a reminder. All her stats are higher than yours. He just nodded slightly. Even if I lose in both speed and strength, I can still win. Kang Yu looked over at Hei, who was trembling, and her mind was also quite unstable right now. I can win without relying on the blood crystal. He rushed down immediately. Get up here, she glares at Kang Yu, then swings her sword again. Quick, dodge it and leap into the air. She also quickly chased after him. This time I won't miss. Namchan watches. Is he planning to start another dogfight? But the situation has changed. You look up. Now Jose Stale has summoned his sword in a dogfight where all movements are restricted. Hei Ion is overwhelmed by rage and doesn't realize she's been caught in a trap. Her chances of winning are 0. Kang Yu leans back to stay still as the vine wraps around her wrist, Hei Ion's expression turning frantic. Got you now. She flies closer to him. In the end, you are still the prey caught in my trap. Kang Yu clenched his fist. That trap of yours won't work. He charges like a giant crow towards Hyeon. Because from the very beginning, she was the prey I hunted. 3. Food grow res of the 3-legged crow. Along with the powerful punch, a blazing wave of fire shot down. Destruction and chaos. The glass windows of the buildings shattered and flew down due to the pressure. Smoker tilted his body to avoid the shards. Du and Poer also cover their heads to avoid it. That guy really destroyed everything. Is she dead yet? Moros remains silent. No. She's still alive. It's a bit confusing. I'm quite surprised she's still alive and her mana is increasing rapidly. Maybe you don't believe it, but I think she just awakened for the third time, he frowned. Third awakening? Moros looked deep down at the place where she was lying motionless.
Even though it was still unconscious, it warned Kaoshuyen that you must stop her before she wakes up, or the world will face a new disaster from the emergence of a fifth great evil. He waved his hand and said, "Don't overreact, I have a way to stop her."
Kang Yui controls the dark figure inside him to break free, the greedy darkness. I don't want to use this skill, but I have no other choice. In the haze, someone calls out, "Haram, wake up!" Haram, or Ayan, frightened as a child, looked up at her bloodied hands. She tremblingly called out to the weakly crawling person below. "Sister!" Hyan is still trying to shake her awake, unaware that someone is approaching. "Haram!" Her eyes filled with fear as the mysterious figure appeared, holding a towering staff. Hye-yeon paled as he wore a sinister smile. She spread her arms to shield the person gasping on the ground, begging,
Please stop and have mercy on us."
He remained unfazed as he approached, and when he got closer, Hye-yeon stepped back and looked down at the fallen pair of scissors on the ground. Hye-yeon trembles as she picks it up, trying to defend herself. "Someone, please." As soon as he swung the stick, she closed her eyes tightly. "Save us." What the hell is going on? Damn it, you bastard. He was kicked away and slammed into the wall. He reached out his hand and asked, "Are you okay? Or should I turn around?" She clearly sees that the person in front of her is Moros, but with a human body. Returning to the battle with Hyeon's awakening, a surge of power lifts shards of earth and stone into the air. Dr. Han watches in astonishment. What's going on? What's going on? Bon is sweating. Something huge is happening. Sung trembled, eyes wide open. This energy. WS rubbed his hands, making my skin tingle. Gina softly spoke. That energy, I have experienced something similar before. She recalls that it is not the memory I want to remember. Red Dead Peony, a mysterious long-haired person with incredible power. I sensed the same energy as him. Juan was startled. Then Sung Jun must have noticed too. Don't tell me Jose Stel is awakening for the third time. Gina turns around. If she is fully awakened, she should be very calm now, so I am quite sure she is in that stage. WS is anxious, so I need to stop her. Kasi Xen is over there. Gina still appears calm. He is the one who turns the impossible into reality, so maybe you should trust him. An abrupt voice suddenly sounds. Du turns around. This situation is beyond my imagination. Manny Kin stepped out from behind the teleportation circle, much different from what I expected. This must be some kind of act, right? Gina said grimly. Why did he come here? He calmly replied, I am allowed to be here as the host. She asked, so you came here to interfere with the outcome of the match? Man sneered and said, even though I've done many dirty things in the past, I don't oppose the laws I've created. The old man looked at the power emanating from the pit. Everyone could see it, but still didn't understand why. If this isn't stopped, another disaster that's hard to prevent will fall upon us. Black Han looked up in confusion, a disaster that could not be stopped. Gina stepped forward. He is also a disaster, one of the 4 great villains. He laughed. I have reached the peak, so returning to that glory is not easy at all. Manny King looked into the distance, but not for her. Rose could even become a disaster, beyond compare. Dasta shouted, wait, don't tell me you're planning to stop my sister. She's been following you all this time. Then why is that? He put on a smug look. I also trust Rose, but if there's something bothering us, shouldn't we fix it? Another voice said. You've been rambling quite a bit. No wonder you're talking nonsense at your age. Still jumping straight down from the sky in front of the king. He smiles. So why doesn't he hand over everything and go home before hearing more nonsense from the old man? Crow followed behind until they arrived. Oh my God, it's you. Everyone was stunned. There are actually 2 drivers? One of them gradually reveals their true form. Du screams. That's the back ghost release chance. Boer was startled. He's not the real driver, is he? M. King didn't really care. He sneered, handed everything over, and then said things I didn't want to hear. That will happen, but not today. I still have a lot to do. Sil also smiled. The longer this drags on, the worse the situation will get. Emini King raises his hand, with Nam Cheon and Lens Girl standing behind him. The driver acknowledges your ability and intelligence, but it's hard for me to overlook your lack of manners. He speaks in a low voice, so what if the ceasefire treaty is new? Money King sneered, the treaty is that I won't interfere with Gadam Vinzone, but I want you to know this is a bluff, not Gadam. S shrugged, I'm quite scared because words are now powerless. Grow moves forward. Whoever makes you scared, I will teach him a lesson. Smoker suddenly spoke up. What about the match since we're broadcasting? Money King replied. The live stream will stop once the match is over. He asked, where are you going? The old man moved forward. Rose is in the building across. I need to stop her. You raise your hand to block. Screw said in a deep voice. Xiaxian is also inside. Many sneered and smiled. Are you planning to stop him? You think this is something Xiaxian can handle? Of course. He chuckled softly because our trust in him was absolute. This made him burst into laughter. Money tilted her head back and covered her face. Oh my God, I thought you were very clever, but it turns out you're quite foolish. Someone suddenly shouted. Look, from afar, a figure is emerging through the smoke. As they approach, Chainbore also leans in to see. He's holding someone. Manny looks worried. DTA quickly runs over. When he saw Heian sleeping in his arms, he shouted, Elder Sister! A few minutes earlier, her body was lifted into the air by a powerful force of magic and Kang Yu watched her intently. Is this immense magic power? Can I absorb it all? Moros frowned. Wait a moment. Cien explained. The greedy shadow is a cheating skill that absorbs the opponent's magical energy, just like its name. But the process is very dangerous. He tilted his head and said, Isn't it just absorbing magic energy? Moros looked annoyed. Don't think there are no consequences when absorbing someone else's energy. In the process of approaching the opponent's spiritual world to devour, the predator also takes risks. You will proceed. Kang Yu hesitated. So what? It continues. To prepare for any situation, I will merge with you. Do you doubt it's possible? Moros, a bit annoyed and quite rough, asked that question to a noble soul, and it's entirely feasible. You ask, can I change my appearance? She nods because it's limited to the spiritual world, not reality. Heian is still asleep within the great magic circle. So it's possible. But right now, when he sees Dark Star running over, he calmly says, She's not dead yet, don't shout like that. He carefully caught Heian's hand from Yu's, his hands trembling with suspicion. That's J Street. Wan frowned. Just looking at it is hard to believe. Gina crosses her arms. That's a bit insulting. Syl softly whistles. Grow asks what's going on. He speaks softly. It's not just about adjusting the viewing parameters. Has his magic point increased significantly again? Manny suddenly said. That's surprising. Why did you decide to prevent Stale from awakening without killing her? Dongsang Yu remains calm because I am doing it out of kindness. DTA shouted again. Wait a moment. How can the boss say that? My sister and I have followed him all this time. Does he really intend to kill her? He just kept smiling. Actually, I do cherish both of you a lot. He became angry. How could he say he valued us when? LG and Nam Chion's expressions suddenly turned serious. Manny King explains that for an evil person, awakening is as hard as winning the lottery, requiring talent and luck. Both conditions must be met, but that lottery is like a bomb planted in someone that can explode at any moment. Just like before, Ion was consumed by madness. With each awakening, he probably gained immense power, but eventually he also lost himself in worldly desires, and his consciousness faded away. And then she only knew how to kill, and in the end, he became a ruthless demon. Kang Yu with arms akimbo. So you mean monsters need to be eliminated? You speak as if it's someone else's problem. And you are the exception, he replied. Of course, I am not an exception either. M smirks. But I've found a way to get past it. Nam Cheon frowned. A method to achieve maximum results with minimal awakening. Have I achieved it? Does it sound interesting? Even Moros seems a bit intrigued. Manny, step forward and join us. Cassian, I will pass everything to you. If you've defeated Rose, it proves you're even more worthy to inherit my legacy. Breakhund and Pawn will serve you once again. Gina also frowned slightly. Kang Yu calmly replied, I will not join you. If you can do it, then why can't I, especially when I have a teacher who is much better than you by far? He chuckled softly. Do you mean a driver who is way better than me? Groan turns around. Do black ducks also have teachers? Screw pointed at himself. I don't know anymore. He returns to a serious look. So how much longer are we going to waste time on this pointless conversation? Kang Yu gently reminds us that we have already won. Didn't you say you would fulfill what we want? It was you who made that promise, right? Many King said through gritted teeth. What do you want? He lowered his voice. Now that I've defeated number 2, I want to take on number 1 as well. Go to war. Black Hun's eyes widened again, while Nam Cheon simply looked indifferent. Screw chuckled softly. Many King raised his hand after defeating J Street. You are qualified, I agree. I will choose the date and location. Is there anything else? He only acts indifferent, as if the festival's conditions are nothing special. He chuckles with amusement. Kin turned to the reporters, recording everything the boy said, making him look really cool and then glowing. Duak was still in shock.
Is he planning to fight Manny Nogheng too? Are they crazy?
Sung doubts him, that fool. What is he thinking? WS is worried.
Is this okay?
Gina whispered. Worrying won't change the situation. She lifts her head.
We have no choice but to trust him. Kang Yu generously told this reporter if the cameraman should take a few photos. Meanwhile, Nam Cheon was still lost in thought, unable to believe that Cassian, with his solid foundation and incredible fighting ability, was actually a villain.
Moreover, he was not overwhelmed by the presence of the chairman. He looked at Kang Yu, and his spirit was completely different, as if he had become a different person compared to the fight with Jay Stell back then.
Could it be that you leveled up so much in such a short time?
Nam Cheon smiled rarely, more intrigued than expected.
In Gadamvinzone City, as evening falls, Kang Yu looks at the scoreboard and smiles, a bit surprised.
Moros remained calm, after all.
His magic points had exceeded 2,000. With 2,027 magic points, it explained that during Jose Stale's absorption of mana, a significant portion of the blood crystal had also melted and fused.
He stroked his chin, the fear skill still locked. Moros warned, I don't recommend you use it unless necessary,
but if you defeat Manny King and absorb his power through the voracious darkness, Kang Yu interrupted.
No, I don't want to use that method anymore. His voice was calm, but this time I had to use this skill, even though it's a card I never want to play again. Kang Yu lowers his eyes. Interacting with Jail's spiritual world has already suffered serious consequences. I didn't think we would end up sharing some of each other's memories. The memories of being brutally abused by the Tra.
Maybe I would go crazy too if I didn't have your help, he frowned.
Moros flew closer to him.
Is that why you sympathize with JSD?
Kang Yu closed his eyes and turned away, not wanting to discuss this topic anymore.
Should I change the subject? But my power has already exceeded 2,000, so why haven't I awakened yet? It explains that awakening for an evil spirit depends on the 5 desires.
Kang Yu wondered, what do you mean? Are you saying I need to go crazy? Before awakening, Ha was already going crazy like that. Moros pretends to be dangerous, similar to what Manny King said about an awakened evil person being like a double-edged sword. He asked again, will I become stronger in the future even if I don't awaken? He pondered, with the wrong flag maybe.
But for villains, each level has its own limit. Although you are outside the standard, you will eventually reach a state of calm.
I recall Manny King's words. So what is the awakening method that Manny King mentioned?
Are you talking about superior evolution?
Kang Yu pondered. Superior evolution.
It floats around. I don't know how he found out about this method, but it's one of the answers. You tilt your head, that's safer than a normal awakening, right?
Moros squints.
I have a few things I want to tell you, but the reason you challenged Manny King under similar conditions to the festival.
Kang Yu interrupted. Do you already know but still ask? His face became determined to get the white sword disc in the apartment building, as the phone rang.
Check if her ID card is in her bag,
Kang Yu muttered as he put on his shoes. You're not that young to forget that.
The person on the other end scolded. Are you worried that you'll forget because you're stressed?
The other side of the phone kept reminding you not to get too stressed. Read the whole page first and then solve the next problem.
I've prepared clean clothes and a sandwich before heading out.
All right, don't worry, sis. Yuri still doesn't seem completely at ease.
You had breakfast and lunch. You need energy. You can't do well on your work when you're hungry.
Kang Yu looked up.
You've eaten a lot already at Yuri's workplace.
She was walking and talking on the phone. What time is it over there?
If you're too late, take a taxi. I'm tired of telling you to walk. You won't be late anyway.
Yuri, annoyed, replied curtly, You should at least listen to me. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw someone ahead. From afar, Vincent is leaning against the door, chatting with someone inside the room. Who is the person talking to the manager? At the same time, Kang Yu also found an excuse to hang up. I need to catch a taxi now. Hang up now. Yuri leaves a message of good luck. Okay. You're well prepared, so everything will be fine. Good luck, he replied casually. Thank you.
She reminded me to check again if I forgot my ID.
Kang Yu opens her bag. You have it now. Suddenly, a girl walking by bumped into him.
She was a beautiful girl with long, smooth black hair and light pink eyes, also Gina in her everyday form.
She turned to look at Kang Yu. I'm sorry. When Gina saw clearly, she was stunned.
What a coincidence. I accidentally bumped into you, but you also look familiar. She asked, Do you live here, Mum?
Are you a little hesitant? Gina looked at the ID card in Kang Yu's hand. Could it be that you're taking the exam today? He had to reply, yes. She covered her mouth with her hand. Again, what a coincidence. Actually, I know someone who also has an exam today. Gina handed Kang Yu a box of cake. She whispered, perfect timing. Here, take this.
These are mulberries. I accidentally bought 2 identical boxes. He felt that the person in front of him was a bit unusual, but before Kang Yu could say anything else, Gina turned and walked away. See you later then. Good luck with the exam. Moros beside her couldn't help but sigh. Shh. Her acting skills are so bad you can tell just by looking. She knew she had misspoken and apologized. It seems she knows who he is. A loud scream echoes from a room in a building on the Lampus South Korea branch. Is he crazy? Dewang is annoyed. He's definitely gone mad. That's the only reason he wants to fight the Demon King, one of the 4 evil men. Jisun is calmer. Maybe he's quite greedy for defeating Jae Stell, the second strongest villain in this country. She sips her tea slowly. Because of this, the high-ranking circles also started to take an interest in Khan. The moment they face off, if Kashien defeats Manhwa King, not only Korea but the entire world will fall into chaos. Wurong continued shouting. I agree that Kashien is really strong, but there's no way he can beat Manhwa King, Jun said. That's what I thought too. But now I'm not so sure anymore. Her expression changed. In less than 6 wins since he started acting as a villain, he had already conquered a Vinzoyun and challenged the Man King. She turned to look at Galado, who is developing very quickly, and the high-level officials have already started to notice him. What do you think? He replied. The headquarters told us to blacklist him and keep an eye on him. Galado mentioned that this hasn't been officially announced yet, but I hear a high-ranking officer will be sent to Korea soon. Rick Yoon leaned to the side. A high-ranking officer? Who is he? He remained silent. The White Witch? Surely everyone has heard of her. Jason was startled. Griffith, Lillian. Is Griffith coming to Korea soon? Galado sat up straight. Do you know her? She replied again. Of course. She is my combat instructor when I trained at the headquarters. She is not a witch but a demon. He stroked his chin and said, A teacher. Maybe she's very skilled. She claims to be a close combat expert among the high-level officers. Galado reiterated that Teacher Kashien is the best in close combat. His determined gaze made June feel a bit uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue and said, All right. But then Rick Yoon suddenly shouted, Time! And Galado stood up, saying, We have a few things to do and we'll leave now. June tilted his head. What's going on? He spoke softly. Today Yuan has the CSAT exam, and Rick Yoon also chimed in. He studies very hard, so today I plan to reward him with something. She turned to ask Duong, What about you? He hesitates. Should I go with them too? June hands over a shiny yellow card. This is my card. Used it to buy something delicious. The 3 others looked amazed. Duong shouted loudly, The branch manager is really unlucky, she corrected herself. Now I am the deputy director. At a certain school hosting the 17th Central University entrance exam, Kang Yu felt a bit breathless and looked grim as the other candidates had already finished and left. The school gate also closed. Moros hovered and asked, How long do you plan to stand here? The bus has already left. Kang Yu sighed softly, his voice filled with sadness. I didn't think I would run out of time to solve the problem. Kang Yu felt a bit frustrated, not knowing how many questions he had already skipped. Another group of students accidentally saw him and seemed to realize something. Sorry, Moro sneered. I haven't seen you study seriously even once. Kong Yu Fanan. Those questions are hard to guess without reading the questions. Everyone around also started whispering louder. This is truly unbelievable. It considers comforting him. Who would have thought someone your age would guess correctly? He rubbed his head in frustration, but I think I overthought it all. Suddenly, a woman appeared and said, Well done. Kang Yu. Na suddenly stands in front of him with a bright face. Kang Yu asks, surprised, What are you doing here? She smiled. I'm waiting for you. He tilted his head. Why me? Na? Explain. My brother is also taking the exam today. I asked him where he would take it, and he said he would do it here too. Kang Yu looked around. Where is Yu Chan? She replied that the American said he did well on the exam and invited him to eat. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, so that's why they said that back then. Kang Yu remembers the pleading looks of Galado and Rick Yoon earlier. Next time, we will reward someone for completing the assassination exam. I'm sorry. Na-un suddenly hugged his arm, so she was beaming with a bright smile. Today, I will take care of you. Kang Yu, from a different perspective, those thugs just finished their exam too. Yu lowered his head to complain. We finished the exam, so what should we do now? One of them saw him from afar and whistled. Isn't that Kang Yu? They mock him with that expression. He's definitely screwed. You're right. Daegu sneered. That's what he gets. But suddenly he froze. Kang Yu is actually with a beautiful girl, and all 3 thugs silently cursed. Damn it. Is this the first time you've tried spicy stir-fried chicken thighs? How can that be? It's a specialty of Chuncheon.
Is it really that delicious?
Na unhappily smiled.
Yes, it's very delicious.
Moros glanced over briefly, looking a bit annoyed. As soon as he put the meat in his mouth, his eyes lit up. She asked, "It's delicious, right?" He, though appearing calm, kept picking at his food non-stop.
It's okay, nah?
I suggest trying sweet potatoes with rice cakes here as well.
They are also very tasty.
Kang Yu no longer hesitated and took more different dishes. He chews while savoring the flavor. Its texture is quite chewy. Moros asked, "Do you think it's delicious?" Kang Yu hesitated.
Yes.
But suddenly, he asked Na Yu, "How does the kid know that Yu Chan and I scored the same on the test?" I didn't think he would tell him. She naively shows off her new power. As you said, your ability has leveled up, and your scanning range has expanded and become more precise. From now on, call me the expert. Moros seems contemplative. You have developed far beyond what I feared. Soon, you will become someone the whole world will pay attention to. Nah? Changing the subject again. You haven't tried the cold buckwheat noodles here yet, have you? The noodles here are really good too. Kang was curious. Cold buckwheat noodles? At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. While he was checking the message, she kept talking non-stop, always with spicy stir-fry and cold noodles as the perfect combo. The content on his phone suddenly stunned Yu. His expression also made her stop. And then an unexpected event occurred. Kang Ut naturally apologized but said next time he would eat cold noodles later. Nay cautiously asks, "Is something wrong?" He simply coldly said, "I need to urgently find someone." She tilted her head. "Can't you eat first and then go?" He put his phone back in his pocket and said, "I don't have time. If you want to find him, you need to move quickly." Realizing something, Kang Yu turned to stare intently at Na Yu. She tilted her head in confusion while he sighed in relief. An expert is here. That afternoon in Namgang District, in a narrow alley, Dista leaned against the wall, an intense aura emanating from him. He clenched his teeth, looking exhausted. A stranger suddenly appeared. Oh my god, the boss was right. I never expected to meet the famous Dark Star in this Namgang District. He introduced himself. "I am Jilop from Nam. I came to assist you on Lord Mujin's orders." "I am M," Dasta said seriously. "Where is Mujin? Why don't I see Kian and Driver?" He raised his hand. "The boss is meeting Guio, and Kian and Driver are probably on their way." Joe looked around anxiously and asked, "But what happened?" he asked in surprise. "You two came here without knowing anything?" Has Menon not said anything yet? He recounted, "I heard about the asylum request as much as I could. He said I would know the details when I arrive." Dasta put her head in her hands and sighed. "All right, listen carefully." He looked up sadly and said, "She has disappeared, not left voluntarily." Jop was surprised. "Who? Her? Who is she?" D.A. angrily shouted, "You fools, don't you know who she is?" He revealed his identity. "Rose has left." He was stunned when he heard that. Rose? Jot suddenly lost control and charged forward. "He's crazy. He didn't come to the South Gang to seek refuge. He wants to fight the South Gang and deal with that bastard." M also immediately attacked. DTA was even more annoyed. "That's not it. Listen carefully to what I am saying. You fools." After clearly recounting everything, the moon also rose high. Jop was stunned to realize this. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rose has lost her memory. Jop also cannot transform into a villain. DA must be upset too. She lost her power along with her memories. This makes it even harder for him to understand. So Namgang District is safe now. So what's the problem now? He bowed his head, revealing his sadness. "There are many targets aiming at her, and I can't protect her from those people myself. That's why I asked for help." Jop points. "It's all just punishment for the sins you've committed." Darta's face is full of seriousness. "If it's a sin, then it is indeed a sin. But this punishment is too harsh for her current state. She only has memories from before she awakened as a villain." He wondered how old he was before awakening that memory. Was he around 20? Maybe even younger? Jop tilted his head. "So, you're just a kid too, who's targeting Stale? Your sister Dasta is offering her hand. As I said, there are many. It's not just the 8 managers, but also everyone who is dissatisfied with you." He's wondering again. "Aren't the 8 managers allies?" He gritted his teeth. "My ass, allies! The only reason they didn't dare cause trouble earlier was because you're too strong." Jop asked again, "What about M. King? He's the boss of 8 managers, so why is he just standing there watching?" Da sneered dismissively. "The boss is no longer the boss." He frowned and clicked his tongue, aiming at Stele. "You have lost your memories and strength, like aiming at a tiger that has lost its fangs and claws. This looks truly cowardly. I understand the situation now.
Jill asked Dista what he did before we arrived. He recounts. I control the shadow assassins I summon. Dsta, wearing glasses and searching together would be more effective than wandering alone, while another ghost is running across the rooftops all over the city. Right above the heads of the people, he turns into black smoke and passes through walls. The smoke splits into different streams that weave through everywhere. Finally, it stopped at a building, the entity gathered and transformed, the black smoke turning into a shadow. He lowered Nawun, who was in his arms. We're here. She really moves at a fast pace. I also have to admit, I thought the kid would be a bit dizzy, but she's tougher than I expected. Naeun calmly said, "Your older brother is a fool, so this level isn't a big deal." She raised her hand, wearing a pink mask on her head, right now as Redem's younger sister. You will be Ping M. Moros found this image hard to describe.
Mom, why did you let her bring that in? Kang Yu rubbed his chin. I got it from the driver. I can't just leave it behind.
That thing is the best way to hide your identity. I can't help but praise it sarcastically. Your sense of aesthetics is truly unique.
Naeun looked down at the building.
Who should I look for? I reply.
Rose probably heard that name before. She hesitated.
The villain. You fought him yesterday, right? Kang Yu remains calm. That must be right.
Nah?
Remind me to remember her face because I saw her in the video already.
He held out his phone. Now she doesn't look like what you saw before.
Explain in detail later. For now, look at this photo from the driver. She looked at the photo thoughtfully. Yesterday she was a savage beast, but now she is not.
And at this moment she is hiding in a narrow alley, amnesiac, and trembling with fear. She reverts to her human form, clutching her head to shield herself from the terrifying world.
At this moment, she is just an ordinary person. In the darkness of the Namgang district outskirts, the voice of Rothel echoes loudly.
Since coming to Seun, your older brother has been doing well, huh? He sits proudly in his chair. Just yesterday I saw him in Ulsan, but now there's a big office like this. The person across calmly replied, It's all thanks to our boss's help. He is Kim Trang-shich, the leader of the Shichgang in Namgang-seun district. He wears sunglasses, has tattoos around his face, and exudes a gangster aura, calmly asking, But what wind brought you here?
Rattel burst out laughing, skipping the formalities, and got straight to the point.
Yeah, that's why I like your brother, Trang-shich. He threw a piece of paper in front of him. I need to find someone. Trang-sik picks it up. Who is he?
Riel boldly replied.
The older brother doesn't need to know.
He chuckled softly. I'm in a hurry right now.
She must be hiding somewhere in Namji district like a rat right now. Raithel calls out like calling a dog. Give your brother a day to bring her here for
me. Somewhere else in this busy area of Namgang district. Life goes on normally for everyone.
Kang Yu was a bit curious. Why are there so many people here? Na looked down. The university entrance exam has just ended.
They couldn't play while studying for the exam, so now they're relaxing. What a surprise.
If you ask so much, will we find her?
She sighed. That's right, it won't be easy, nah. She turned around, pointed, and smiled softly. But since it's Kang Yu's request, I will do my best.
He replied coldly, I won't let the kid work for free. I will pay the fee.
She didn't pay much attention to it. Just buy pudding for me.
Thanks for the suggestion. A super delicious pudding shop just opened in front of Gadam Park. Let's go eat together. Kang Yu just agreed, she exclaimed happily.
I will do my best. You focus on the main story.
How far the kid can scan, Na Yu begins to use her power, covering about 150 to 200 meters around her.
Moros is a bit surprised. 200 meters?
Without proper training, her scanning range increased so much. He's quite interested in her. Moreover, her true ability is to analyze a person's actions from the past to the present. I'm curious how strong she would become if it detrained. Kang Yu took out his phone. Na Yu took it and asked, When did you cancel the transformation state? He replied, Kang Yu just signaled and called to tell us we can't walk around in monster form anymore.
I'll go down there to look for it, and once the kid finds it, contact me. I got it from a very trustworthy person, so don't worry, the information won't leak out.
In a corner of the darkness, Hei Ion is sitting curled up next to a pile of trash. There's no one around her, but she always feels the sound of insults echoing and haunting her. Is that really Rose Stale? She looks like an ordinary person. It must be a joke, right? If not, then transform into your true form.
She tried to cover her ears to block out those hallucinating sounds. I was so scared.
Her eyes are shimmering with tears. Where is she now?
Next to her, a black cat was scratching at the trash bag. She also cried out in distress.
I'm so hungry. Suddenly, a annoyed voice echoes through the space. Damn it, this flavor is terrible, like sewage water. The scared cat ran away, leaving only the two thugs behind as the blonde-haired one took out a cigarette from his pocket.
Looks like today isn't our day. The red-haired guy grits his teeth. They said it was really good. So I came to try it. Crazy, I don't even want to breathe.
The blonde hair guy lights a cigarette and leaves, but suddenly those two notice Hey Ion. What's wrong with that kid? Both of them look clearly perverted. You're pretty cute, too. What are you doing here? Wait for you two. She trembles and steps back. Who are you all? The two guys are getting closer. We're more curious about your sister.
Do you think the blonde girl looks like she wants to go out with us? She used all her strength to run out of the alley, but her strength in her human form was too weak. Hey Ion is quickly pulled back by a guy grabbing her hair. The blonde guy's shout is too rough.
What do you think you're doing just walking away without saying a word? She struggled. Let me go. The red-haired person frowns. Close its mouth first, or bite hard into the blonde's hand. That guy angrily slapped her.
Are you out of your mind?
Hey Ion fell back and hit the wall. The black-haired redhead looked terrified and scolded him. Damn it! Why did you hit her? The blonde girl swings her hand. She's being unreasonable. It hurts. At this moment, the two guys finally notice Hey Ion lying unconscious on the ground. What's wrong with him?
Not yet, is that right?
That guy scolds. Damn it, the monkey just fainted. The red-haired one is a bit panicked. Let's get out of here quickly. The blonde glances and wonders why it's a waste to leave. Suddenly a deep, gravelly voice rang out. You shouldn't have done this here. The blonde-haired person frantically turns around. Who is everyone talking about? A tall figure completely dominates the two men. He squints, and it's not looking good. You bastards! Facing such a huge figure, those two turned pale. In the end, those two guys screamed desperately, and after a while, they both collapsed on the ground. He glanced at Hey Ion lying unconscious. Big brother, I think we've sminti at sir. He held up the photo to compare. It has to look exactly like the picture. He even cleaned away all the flies. Yes, we will bring her back immediately. I didn't expect someone from Kang Yu to appear from the opposite side.
That's right, I found it, just as the kid said.
Are you calling Na Yu, Budin? Of course I will buy everything on that place's menu. Seeing that, he shouted, What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Those gang members waved their hands. Go away. Then nothing will happen. He threw the backpack aside. Are you all grown men and not ashamed? He points his finger. You understand human language, right? Bring that kid here. After finishing, the two henchmen immediately rushed forward. Moros warned, Casey are just ordinary people. Kang Yu sneered, Now I'm also an ordinary person, so it's best that I don't hesitate to give each of them a few hits. He was stunned and wide-eyed. Who is this kid? Before he could think, Kang Yu had already arrived and delivered a direct kick to him. He dusted off his hands and looked at the scattered people on the ground. One kick isn't enough to take them all down. Kang Yu glanced to the side. Ha Eon still unconscious with a bleeding wound on his forehead, while in a corner of Gadam Vinzone City, a store named Heaven P. Haeon was being prepared for him to sleep. Sheha whispers as he looks at her sleeping, saying she only sleeps at dawn. He sighs. I couldn't sleep all night either because I had to calm the girl's emotions. We will charge extra for that. Kang Yu sipped his drink. Thanks for your effort. Cheha hesitated, but it was really our street. He nodded, his expression a bit complicated. Cheha asked, Are you okay? I'm not used to the villain's form before and after transformation. Kang Yu asked back. What's the matter? He still fears that appearance of Hey Ion. It seems the person is a gentle sheep. Cheha remains silent. Who knows if she will become violent or not? Don't worry, Antron. To be prepared, I've brought a DSP 3 times stronger. He's still worried. Does the DSP not matter? Besides, will she sit still? Kang waved his hand. That's why I brought her here. Cheha frowned. You're not planning to provoke the king, are you? He calmly replied. I've already done what needed to be done. He becomes even more anxious. What will happen if it leads to all-out war? Kang Yu's voice remains calm. We have agreed on a non-aggression pact with Neo Sen Chi, so the chances of that happening are very low. Cheha seems cautious. Isn't a promise meant to be broken? I don't believe he will keep his word. You slightly frown. He said he would never break the promises he makes as long as the treaty remains in effect. Gadam Vinzone will still be the safest place, because breaking the treaty would only put him at a disadvantage. That is why Dasta wants to hide Jose Stel here. I will ensure Jay Stel's safety while she is at your place. He's in a tough spot. That kind of request is difficult. Kang Yu also has no other options. I don't trust handing an ordinary person over to any villain. Only you are the most suitable for this. Cheha turned around and said, I want a fitting reward to go along with the risks, he asked back. Protecting an unfortunate girl with nowhere to go and still needing to weigh the costs and benefits? He smiled with a businesslike expression. Have you forgotten, after everything,
I am still a callous and greedy businessman. In Los Angeles, USA, the area is guarded by many bodyguards inside a luxurious, dimly lit room.
This seems to be a meeting of the four great villains. One of them speaks up. I heard there's an interesting young man who appeared in Korea. He's Elmago, one of the four great villains.
He chuckled softly. Old man Mani Jing, it seems you found joy in your old age. I'm envious. Another woman's voice interrupted as the girl hugged the red flower.
I think so too, though not as beautiful as Heavenly Fragrance. I'm Moran, one of the four great villains.
She also laughs happily, but he has eyes shining like emeralds and a fierce spirit.
He made me so captivated that I wanted to cut open his chest and scoop out his heart. The other one is Dr. Rotless, one of the four great villains. He always just stays silent.
Manny King cheerfully waved his hand and said, You all have plenty of free time to care about others' affairs, huh?
Moran said, I only care about someone else's fight. If this old man's blood gets on someone else's hands and not mine, I won't accept it. Old man gently tapped his hand on the table. Moran, I am also losing my temper just like you.
Kin chuckled softly, saying that what we didn't finish last year is still unfinished, and she laughed louder, bothering me until now. It's too late to regret. But it's not too late now.
Elmago interrupted. Forget about that. We must not forget the reason we founded the evil society and hold regular meetings. Dutless remains quietly attentive.
Elmago sneered. As long as we still possess that, we must not forget. He could target me at any moment. Moran waved his hand. So, you're worried then?
If you're so worried, why not just give all that to me?
Manny sneers. That's like handing a fish to a cat.
She has always been showy from the start, and you act like a useless old man. Really disappointing.
Suddenly, someone else stepped in while Mon Ni-kin was explaining. Speaking of disappointment, there's also a guy in Korea I don't like. The thief who stole my treasure. Nam Chan whispers something into his ear. Elmago was surprised by Manny King's stunned expression and, understanding the hint, said, Take a break for a bit. We will resume the meeting in 10 minutes. The old man and Nam Cheon moved to a corner to chat. Manny King asked first, Is she running away? So where is she now? Nam Cheon folded her hands. She disappeared in Namgang district, but it seems like she is hiding out in Gadam Vinzone. He was surprised. Gadam Vinzone. Finally, Manny Kin just smoked a cigarette and sneered. This is really troublesome, isn't it? There, it gives us no bit of goodwill. Right now, in Gadam Vinzone City, it's still a personal training room with various books on meditation and the essence of virtuous meditation laid out on the table. And Kang Yu is focused on meditating. He looked suspicious and asked if this kind of training could lead to superior evolution. Moros narrowed his eyes, meditating silently, while Kang Yu pursed his lips and said, I'm just curious. It turns away, and your question makes sense. If you want an answer, you need to find the core of the superior evolution process. Moros explains, a villain can achieve immense power through awakening. But the source of that power comes from desire for the five senses. It refers to that old man. As Manny King said, you can achieve great power through awakening, but in the end you will lose yourself and become a raging monster. Kang Yu realizes that not losing oneself is the key. Morris shouted, exactly, the more confused he became. So what does that have to do with meditation? It asked again, have you heard of the term superconsciousness? Kang Yu lifted his eyelids. What is it? Moros asked irritably. I told you not to open your eyes during meditation, didn't I? He turned it back. I've been interrupted the whole time during meditation. Tell me. It has to describe super-awareness as the ability to evaluate your own thoughts, to see what is right, what is wrong, what you know, and what you don't. Kang Yu asked in surprise. Is that a wonderful ability? Moros looked at him with disdain, seeming trivial, but there are times when he cannot use this ability. For example, in dreams, because when super-awareness is disabled, people sometimes act antisocial and inhumanly without hesitation. Kang Yu frowns. Don't tell me that the more you awaken, the more the villain loses their perception. Moros shouts back, exactly. He pursed his lips and rubbed his chin. Then the core of evolution privilege was revealed as the phone beside him rang. He looked over. What's going on? Oh, Kang Yu just replied. Some things, unexpectedly, have already happened. At Heaven Pup Club, a crowd is pushing and shoving in front of the door. Don't push. Isn't it proper to line up properly? Inside the shop, 2 customers are sitting in awe. Your pink grapefruit soda is ready. 2 glasses of water are served immediately. A lovely, sweet-voiced maid says, please enjoy. This is none other than Ha-yeon. At the international airport, a line of bodyguards was already waiting to Yingjie someone. A girl appears with a brown-haired person wearing a mask behind her. 2 people come to greet them, one introducing themselves. Nice to meet you. I am Ham Jun, Deputy Director of the Special Operations Headquarters. The other person also spoke. I am Lee Deong. They shook hands before continuing, happy to meet each other. The girl with blonde hair shaved on one side, the elegant Lillian Griffith, a senior officer, softly smiles, thinking Galato and Rick Yoon would be here to greet her. Jisun spoke first. I wanted to escort you by car, so I came here's. Griffith looked polite. It seems I've disturbed you. She simply calmly arranged herself. I will escort her to Lampas's South Korean branch.
Griffith declined. I had a place I wanted to visit earlier, and I already made an appointment. She removed her glasses and walked arrogantly to meet Manny King.
From above, a flycom gently glides in, and Griffith immediately recognizes it. Is someone tailing me? Gadam Vinzone is known for its chaos. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? SW crossed his arms. This morning, a big shot with a big face arrived at Ainan Airport. He asked again, is the big shot a high level or something? He answered, yes. Screw's glasses light up. You're easy to read, huh? You guessed right. That's the White Witch Lillian Griffith. She is a formidable character. Among the villains in America, she is considered a goddess of chaos. Red Eye adds that she is also a famous high-level assassin. Moros glanced at Kang Yu. If she's from America, then you must know her, right? Gro wondered. Why did she come to Korea? Don't tell me it's to stop Cassie Zan's fighting. Screw tilts his head. Maybe that's the reason, she exclaimed. Oh my God, I guessed right too. Red Eye is a bit worried. If that really is the reason she came to Korea, then she is likely to go to Gadam to meet C. Sil also predicted. I think she will meet Manny King first. He was surprised. Wrong flag and yet meeting one of the 4 great villains? He gently tapped on his head. Griffith knows she's got a big face. People like that only fight those at their level. Red Eye finds that even more irritating. Does she think she's better than our boss? If Black Ghost hears about this, he won't stay still. Kang Yu also imagined what Black Ghost would look like. Does she dare to look down on my master? Tui tilted his head and asked, thinking about it again, didn't you just recruit a few loyal followers? I'm not entirely sure. D.A. Screw said he was with Black Ghost this morning. Kang Yu thinks highly of him. DTA is a powerful villain who has taken over other areas by destroying them. If he becomes an ally, it will be advantageous for us. He is still hesitant. I understand, Darstar. But what about Stale? He remains calm. Are you afraid she might go crazy again? Screw laughs. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. He reminds me, I understand why you brought her here, but there's still a big risk involved. Kang Yu then promised not to worry about her going crazy. If that happens, I will take responsibility and look after her. There's no reason left for Screw to continue doubting now. If the boss says it will be fine, then we should trust and follow his advice. Gro feels a bit excited. Wouldn't it be great to see her lose her temper? Red Eye suggests. Only a few people know about Zayli in our Vinzone. Should we tell them to be careful? Kang Yu stood up. I already told Bund and Pon to be careful. Still asking where you're going? I opened the door and heard about the topic that made me want to check on Jose Stale. Maybe she's getting close to that loan shark. Crow watched that figure's back with suspicion. He was truly very worried about Jose Stale. Could it be that he likes her? Screw, he muttered. Who knows? At the Green Sen Neo factory, a voice spoke out. Was it yesterday? That conversation. M. Kin sits in front of a hot cup of tea, complaining. I didn't expect all 4 villains to gather in America, where Lampas headquarters is located. Griffith sat across teasingly. But today you're in Korea. Is it thanks to the abilities of the girl from the camera lens? You have a reliable assistant. He jumps right into the issue. You didn't go all the way to Korea just to praise her, did you? Many officials showed a reluctant attitude. Anyway, I was surprised by how much information Lampas has. That was a secret meeting. I guess I should pay more attention to security next time. So, what is her reason for wanting to meet me? She made a demand, saying I should delay the fight with KIX, and he bluntly dismissed her rude request. Griffith's voice remains calm. I know it's rude, but if you only delay or avoid that fight, your honor will be tarnished. Menikin extended her hand and said, Do you still ask despite knowing I am curious about Lampas's plans? She replied, Lampas considers the relationship with the 4 great villains to be something very important. He interrupted, stopping his foolish words and walking away. Many smirked and smiled. Only a few of Lampas's people had the ability to make her do this. Arfit quietly muttered, then propped his chin and asked, Is she your boss? Is it because the world's order will be broken if I lose to that kid? That's what Lampa is afraid of, isn't it? Nam Chan glanced at Manny King, who was still speculating, leading to a misunderstanding. It's not a problem because I intend to accept her request.
She suddenly mentioned Lampus, satisfied with C's current relationship with the villain, but I believe that relationship is now very different.
Griffith gently stirs his tea in the cup. Only a few villains in history have been recorded to possess even 2 attributes. A person with such an attribute suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rapidly increasing their power and now challenging one of the 4 strongest villains, the 4 great villains. She sighed softly. Everyone had to be concerned about the situation. Manny King suddenly spoke. If I accept the request, will Lampus plan to deal with Xian? Griffith frowned. Lampus is a force created to protect justice and peace in the world. He laughs again. Many haughtily looked down at her from above. Not bad. Try harder next time. At the familiar Heaven Pup restaurant in Gadam Vinzone City, a crowd is gathering outside the entrance while Kong Yu stands inside with arms crossed, watching with a mocking expression. Isn't this a bit too much? What's going on here?
Are you criticizing Ha for pointing at the crowd inside? Don't you see the line outside?
Even as the boss, you have to follow the rules too. He paused briefly in silence. I'm not here as a customer. Kang Yu frowns. It's just as crowded inside as outside. He just smiled softly. Because I'm good at business. I'm good at business. Over there, someone is flirting with Hei Ian. Give me the best drink here, she replied. He replied with a smile. We only have pink grapefruit soda. Hei Ian's charming expression leaves Kang Yu speechless. Everything you say is a lie. You are the real villain here. You only sell pink grapefruit soda. That's all you could say in the end. I'm glad she's happy, but don't put too much pressure on her. Just lend a hand. Today we have many customers, so I only hired her to fill in for a few days. The customers here also come because of her. TR stood up and shouted, No more reservations, and there's only 1 drink on the menu. Double Blade also helps out. We do not accept cards here. Please pay in cash. The important thing is that both of them are dressed as maids. Soon it will be break time. Kang Yu takes the grapefruit soda and breathes a sigh of relief. Finally peaceful and quiet. He takes a sip of water and judges, the muscles must be quiet like this. Cheha immediately scolds. This is the break time, old man. Suddenly, he approached and asked, You are the cashier, right? She lowered her head shyly. I still haven't thanked you for allowing me to stay here. Kang Yu pointed at Cheha and said, The one who should be thanking me is this guy. Thanks to me, he's been super busy, and he still looks annoyed. Why are you still sitting here? Hei Yan hesitated and said, I have a few things I want to ask. Then he turned and kept walking. Do you know who saved me? You look a lot like that person. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket. He has very bright eyes and a kind look. I even drew him, Kang Yu asked in surprise. Did you draw him? The paper revealed that face belongs to Moros, but the body is of you. This is the form you take in Ha-yeon's dreams. Even when criticizing, they still look. Who is it? And you were completely speechless. Bright and kind. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Do you know who that is? At the Green Lotus factory, a deep voice echoes out. She's really taking risks. Leaning against the car, he sighed. Meeting her like this is truly a stroke of luck. Is it the same with all high-level officials? June crossed her arms. It's just because she's confident in herself. He looked up worriedly. Who knows what might happen? Uong turned to ask if that was a bit too much confidence, and she replied, To become the strongest, you must first believe in yourself. Just then, Griffith's group finished their negotiations and came out. Uong was about to speak, but June pushed him away. Silence. She has left. The two of them run to pick up Griffith. From the high balcony, Manny Kin looked on with a somber expression. It's not because she's worried about me that she came. What is her true intention? Is he just shaking his glass of wine to provoke? Kin didn't turn around and asked, What do you think? Director O. Kao spoke. Griffith is one of the top fighters in the high-level chess tournament. Nam Cheon shares her thoughts, and what makes her famous is her mind games as deadly as poison. Believing her is extremely dangerous. He looked at you and smiled. So is that in provocation? Nam Cheon bowed his head. Yes, it seems. Lampus intends to use the chairman as a pawn. Mannequin chuckled sarcastically and set down his glass. This is truly ridiculous. Chung's thinking is too simple. I didn't expect them to rate him on the same level as this old man. M-Gang grits his teeth. If they don't understand why a monster is called a monster, and if he looks at Griffith on the first floor with cruelty, then we will teach them with force. Back to Gadam Vinzone City. In Screw's office, he spoke somewhat abruptly, but Screw, crossing his legs, reported that M's side had announced the competition date to us. When is Kang Yu standing with his hips crossed? He replied that they chose the day in 10 days without asking for our opinion. I don't have much to say either. Since we've already given Manny King the authority to choose the date,
There's nothing more we can do. Moros glanced, but still thought it was too rushed. S hesitated. Maybe Griffith's visit to Korea influenced his decision. Kang Yu is hard to understand. Why would you think that? He explained that Manny King and Griffith met this afternoon. He feels a bit respectful of him. This guy knows everything. Kang Yu crossed his arms and confirmed whether the drone reconnaissance plane had been used yet. Screw lightly tapped the screen. No, reconnaissance drones are easily detected, so I installed tiny surveillance cameras on all the buildings. Suddenly, I had an idea, Kang Yu asked. Do we have any other drones? He was surprised and asked, Still have it, but what do you need it for? He looked into the distance to check the buildings outside. Vinzone could be the sniper position. Screw is confusing. Sniping? Who is targeting whom? Whom? Kang Yu coldly said, I. His glasses reflected his serious face, showing he was not joking. Sil also became more serious and turned around to check if the surveillance area outside Vinzone is too large. We might not have enough planes. Kang Yu's voice is calm. We have narrowed down the suspect location. That surprised him. Oh, really? I remembered the little robots. Some of them have abilities here, so I asked them to work this morning. Screw's hand kept typing. We also need equipment inside the buildings to track down the hiding culprit. You mean attaching it to the plane? Then we need a thermal detector and also high-resolution video recording. He spoke loudly and I didn't know the details of the story. S turned around and rarely smiled genuinely, but he seemed pretty happy, so it's okay. The Lampus building, the Korean branch. De Wang hands over the car keys. This is the vehicle you requested. Clay thanks softly. He asked if a guide was needed, but Urfit interrupted. No, thank you. I'm fine. She asked again. Galato and Rick Yoon still haven't shown up? Dae Uong scratched his head, feeling unwell. He found it a bit difficult to speak. A colleague of theirs just passed an exam yesterday, so they probably had a party all night. She's indifferent. It seems they are already used to Korea's drinking culture. Dae Wong hurriedly turned back to the headquarters. I'm going in. Arfit said his final goodbye. Thank you. She opens the car door and gets in. Clay lifts his phone to check. No tracking or listening devices were found in the car. She would despise them for doing that, and if we caught them, there would be no excuse. Clay reports that Griffith, it seems Manny King, has notified us of the date of the match. She also guessed this. The old man must be feeling very tense. Clay was driving and probing. Do you think Manny King will lose to Kasi Shien, flirting with another girl? Griffith simply rested his chin in his hand, indifferent. In a battle, you only find out who the real winner is after the encounter. She tilted her head, and if I had to choose, if this is Manny King at the peak of his fame, I wouldn't hesitate to say it's him, but right now I'm a bit worried. Clay lowers her gaze. They say worry is poison. Are you planning to go to Gadam to meet Ka Xian? Griffith sneered. A stupid question. Do we really need to meet him? It's best to eliminate it at the source. You're the most suitable for this mission. Clay's hand on the steering wheel tightened slightly, her eyes shining with a dangerous glint. Of course, it's still early. Outside Gam Vinzoni, below a nearly ruined building, a sniper rifle was found behind a broken glass window. Clay peered through the binoculars and found her target. She saw Kang Yu standing shyly next to Han, unable to hold back her laughter, unaware that she was about to die. Standing there, you should be lying in the grave you deserve. I'll send you to hell. Kajin Clay calculates the target to be approximately 2 kilometers away. The bullet is specially designed to travel at 3 times the speed of sound and eliminate the target. Its destructive power can even pierce through the armor of a tank. She falls silent for a moment. Among the snipers, Manhwa is considered the best, but the difference in skill is just like a thin sheet of paper. Clay's eyes gleam with cold sharpness, confident that with his super perception, he would never miss. Suddenly, an all-terrain vehicle appeared in the sky. Clay quickly recognized it. A plane. When did it get there? Your cold voice from hell itself echoed behind her, saying, from the moment you started spying. What the hell is that? Kang Yu smirked. Just by looking I can tell what you did. You were aiming at me with the scope, weren't you? Your expression says it all. Clay frowned and looked at him. Kang Yu continued to speak sharply. That's right, isn't it? You previously asked Black Ghost to impersonate you. This mission is very dangerous. You could be killed. Are you sure you want to do it? He also takes the orders seriously. Leave it to me. Kang Yu exudes a dangerous aura. If I delay any longer, I might regret my own plan. You look at her with contempt. A false move and you ignore the agreement with Vinzoni? Clay stepped back. A false flag, huh? What are you relying on? Say a name that makes her flinch slightly. The Ruthless Marksman. A dam, Kang Yu continues.
You are the famous masked name of the Special Forces, right? Clay probes. Even the villain knows quite a lot, huh? He looks away from her. Of course the villain has to do their homework. Clay hesitated.
It is indeed my honor, but are you coming here alone?
Kang-yu points behind her. No, it's both of us. Clay hurriedly turned around, but there was no one outside the window. She angrily pulled out her gun from her shirt and shouted, "You, how dare you deceive me!" He immediately rushed forward, grabbing the gun, breaking it in half and pushing her down. Clay, I should be the one angry here. She blocks with both hands in front of her, trying her best to stop him. Clay pulls out a sharp knife from his sleeve, and he just smiles faintly at the scene, while she looks a bit worried. It's true that people say he's defeated Dustale. His strength and speed are superior to mine. Clay still holds hope, but that doesn't mean a higher stat makes him stronger than me in actual combat. At the same time, Kang-yu also charged forward. As he swung his fist, she dodged swiftly. Right after that, Clay drew his knife and stabbed while they were closing in. If I keep this fight melee and stop you from using your skills, I'll have a chance. The knife slashed across Kang-yu's iron arm, sparks flying as she quickly counterattacked. Just the right pace, just a little more effort, but when the knife hit his arm again, it cracked and broke in half. Clay was momentarily stunned. Crazy, my knife can actually break? While she was still recovering, he kicked her in the stomach and then followed up with another punch, delivering a second blow. He slowly walks over to where Clay is completely collapsed on the other side. I won't kill you. I have many questions for you. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. There will be no chance to ask anything. The wall behind her suddenly cracked straight through. The wall suddenly split apart and flew toward Kang-yu. He was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was knocked back. Kang-yu only then opened his eyes and clearly saw his opponent. Griffith transforms into a giant arm, aiming to attack him. Kang-yu also punches back with his own hand. Two powerful punches collide, and Clay is surprised to see he can block this one. Griffith pulls back his hand and praises you. That was a good counterattack. Kang-yu looked at the strong woman in front of him. Griffith, the corner of the building where they fought has been deformed. She asked coldly. Do you know me? He replied. You always appear in white and are known as an evil witch. Griffith is unhappy with this answer, but in the end she got to the main point. It's good that we met like this. I want to ask you to cancel the fight with Manny King again. Kang-yu's tone sounds more like a command than a request. Griffith interrupted. Just give the answer. He replied coldly once again. I refuse. She frowned. That's a pretty disappointing response. He immediately lectured on morality. Giving orders from the start was already wrong. The one who should apologize first is the one who tried to shoot me and ignore the Vinzone Treaty. If Lampus officially apologizes, I will accept it. Griffith calmly denies the accusation. Who shot whom? You just created an unfounded accusation. Moros also frowned. She intends to deny everything, acting as if you know nothing. Kang-yu simply calmly presents the recording along with the small camera-equipped drone. Evidence, huh? I have it here. I have a recording of the earlier assassination scene. The voice of the girl next to you is captured clearly. Listen to it. Clay's voice rang out clearly, unable to hold back his laughter, not even realizing he was about to die. Still standing there flirting with a girl. Griffith frowned, turning to look at Clay, who was trying to run as the tape kept playing. You should stay in your box where you belong. I will send you to hell. You need to tilt your head and upload this to YouTube. That would be fun, right? Griffith chuckled. You are truly a cowardly devil. She jumped to attack again. I've never liked your name from the very beginning. Griffith clenched his fist, transforming it into Pink Diamond, and delivered a powerful punch in midair. The Diamond Fist. Kang-yu leapt down to the ground, landing at the same time. Griffith frowned as he looked at him still unscathed. Not taking damage from such a direct punch? Kang-yu looked down on her. You rushed in without blinking. Is this how a high-ranking officer behaves? Griffith said coldly. You think you have the right to talk about someone's behavior after secretly filming them without permission? Syl suddenly steps forward. Don't talk about our boss like that. I'm the one filming here. She frowned. So you didn't come alone. If he laughs, how can we let our boss go into danger? Ah, Screw's smile deepens even more. I didn't come alone either. The angry voice startled Griffith. Who the hell is this? Which bastard dares to target our boss? Behind them was a swarm of people as numerous as ants. The next day, a strained voice echoed at the Lampus Korea branch. Why is it so chaotic already this morning? What happened? That person from America caused trouble. Haven't you heard? Uhun just stepped out with Galato and Rick Yoon, right? He shook his head. No, it's not them. It's Griffith. Yuan asked again, was it the high-ranking officer who came to Korea yesterday? Dae-Yuong quickly signaled for silence. She tried to assassinate C, that's secret information, so don't breathe a word. He bowed his head anxiously and asked, a high-ranking spy tried to assassinate Cassie again. Wan handed him water to calm down a bit. So what happened next? De Wong sighed in disappointment. She failed. If she had succeeded, things wouldn't be so chaotic now. He took a sip from the glass of water. Actually, she had crossed the line.
All the executives and higher-ups were called to the branch director's office. He asked again, have the people written about this yet?
Yuang looks at the news report. They only know there was a fight between the high-ranking officer and the villain that night. Yu Chan sighed in relief and asked, so there's no problem then? He looked back at the screen. The issue is that her name was a top-ranked high-level assassin, but that's not really the real problem. Wang scratched his head, mainly because she was recorded talking about trying to assassinate Cassian and Gadam Vinzone owning that. Gadam squinted. What does he want? He shook his head, not sure anymore. That's why everyone has to go through training. He hesitated again. Does that mean C and Griffith fought each other during the fight? Who won? D guesses. I give up.
Maybe Griffith surrendered because he was surrounded by many villains.
Yu Chan asked in surprise. A senior officer like Sire surrendered to the villain? He tilted his head. In that situation, that was the smart move. He's curious. So Griffin was captured and imprisoned by that villain? Wang replied. They said she was released. Yu Chan breathes a sigh of relief. He's still quite tense. Thank goodness. Luckily, I was released. He shudders at the thought of it. Getting imprisoned at Vinzone for a mistake?
If that happens, Lampa will have the right to attack Vinzone. He asked, confused.
Is the problem that the recording will be leaked? He points. That issue will only be known later.
The top priority is for Lampas to have a valid reason to attack Vinzone.
Yu Chan frowns, but what if public opinion later becomes noisy? If handled seriously, it will be resolved by minimizing the incident. Lampas did not intend to attack Cassian. It was just an independent action by Griffith.
They will say that anyway. He predicted the case might drag on due to disputes over responsibility, but in the end, the victory will belong to Lampas.
Still, they missed that opportunity. Yu Chan was slightly startled, pointing his finger and asking, aren't most of the crowd outside not journalists? I think someone deliberately fed them information. His expression is serious, so you'd better be careful. If you happen to run into them, don't answer any questions. One wrong move and you'll be out of the game. He listened quietly and calculated silently. It seems Griffith underestimated Gadam Vinzone. Back to Gadam Vinzone City, where Kang Yu lives. In Cassian's private training room, the two just entered. The owner, he turned his head slightly. It's so early in the morning, why are you so noisy? Black Ghost and Dark Star, dressed as stars. Bow respectfully. We are here to wish you a good morning. Yes, master? Kang Yu replied coldly. Please don't do this. No way, I can't accept this. His well-groomed hair and tidy clothes, along with the basic courtesies he offers to his master, are the requirements of a servant. He coldly points at him and asks, Break Ghost, why do I understand you, but what about this guy? He bowed his head properly. I accepted his wish and made him my subordinate. But remember, I am the first subordinate. DTA shouted, Let's take a really great commemorative photo, guys. The two of them crossed their arms and struck a top-notch pose, while he kept a cold expression. The photographer smiled and said, It's a masterpiece. I'll take another shot. Smile. He lowered his head with an annoyed sigh. Moros understood, looking at him with a tired expression. Dasta snapped his fingers, and since the master has gone through a tough time, we prepared breakfast. The ghosts he created brought in a tray of food, a specially nutritious meal. Kang Yu could no longer watch this scene and bowed his head in helplessness. The two of them ate in silence. Dasta opens a pot of stew that is unwillingly crying out, Master, you can't say that. You must take care of your health. He also can't stand it anymore. I told you to be silent. At some remote golf course, Manny Nai mockingly looked at the golf ball and laughed. I want the name M. King to be in the headline, but less than a day later, someone else has already taken the spotlight. Director Kim hesitated. I'm sure that person isn't someone who seeks attention, so there must be another reason I haven't anticipated. Manny King asked, Have you found out who met with Griffith yet? He replied, According to Lampas's information, that person is Can. He narrowed his eyes. Kian and Griffith? They probably didn't just happen to meet by chance. Director Kim replied, We are currently investigating all the details. Manny interrupted. The reason is obvious, he whispered softly. She tried to assassinate Kian but failed, thinking it was unlikely to succeed. But she still underestimated Kian. Manny Kin targets the whole. Probably all high-level players do the same. Everyone thinks they're the best. He struck the powerful gong hard. Although he's the one I will soon have to fight, I still have to praise him. The gold ball rolled in. Maybe it spun perfectly into the hole. My kin rubs his chin and smiles, knowing the news has reached that person. He returns to the familiar Heaven Pop shop in Gadam Vinzone. Here's your grapefruit soda and sandwich. Kang Yu softly thanks him. He smiles. You've been coming here often lately, haven't you? He replied.
Because the sandwiches here aren't too bad. She still smiles, but not very friendly. Is this supposed to be a compliment? He just points at the sandwich. Oh, really? What about my sandwich? Kang Yu replied calmly. I told you to order the pink grapefruit soda, but no one asked for a sandwich, and he's just complaining. I worked all night, and this is how you repay me. Just with a soda?
He retorted. Isn't this gentleman working out of passion? Screw hesitated. Well, that's true. He smirked. I'm sure they're all busy with their meetings right now. The more we stay silent, the more Lampus will suffer. Don't you think so? What are you two doing? Kang Yu tilted his head curiously, but Haithan just acted like he hadn't heard anything. Suddenly, someone walks in. Is everyone here? Gina, walking proudly with WS, approached him and asked, Screw, why did Mujin suddenly come here? He replied softly, I called her. I think this time we need help from Winterbello. Let's move to the table. Hyon approached the new guest and asked her to sit here. Gina arrived at her side at the same time, looking at her with a surprised and innocent expression. Gina was a bit surprised by the strange expression on the person in front of her. Rose Lampus Korea branch, everyone is talking excitedly. Clay bowed his head low. I really feel very ashamed, she said with an apologetic tone. If I had been a little more cautious, Griffith interrupted to comfort her. There's no need to blame yourself. That's in the past. Clay rested his chin on his hand and tilted his head. I made more mistakes this time. I don't understand how Gadam Vinzone's power led to this failure. Griffith lowered his gaze. I didn't know they anticipated the sniping and observed everything through drones. They also have a strategist capable of reading the situation clearly. Now you realize you're regretful, huh? Clay knew he was wrong, but didn't say a word. In the end, she decided to report that I acted on my own accord. Griffith was taken aback. Why? Clay looked up and said, It would be better if I took the blame. Griffith became angry. No way. Do you think I am someone who would shift the blame onto others? Clay hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She turned to look out the window. Lillian Griffith, I am a high-level cycle. Clay bowed his head again. I didn't think it through. I'm sorry. Griffith quietly accepts the apology. Next time, don't say anything weird. She opens the window. Although the result is a bit disappointing, you did very well. Clay looked up at Griffith in surprise. Next is my turn. She stands against the wind on the upper floor, looking down and reminding me, I will return at the Paradise Club Pop. Everyone watches as Hayon, now just an ordinary girl working part-time at Rose Gina, hesitates. Is it okay to leave her here? Kang Yu turned to look at her and said, Everything is fine for now, she asked back. It's still uncertain for the future, right? He said calmly. Since she has no memory or strength, she's no different from an ordinary person. Kang Yu looked serious. Even if something happened, the boss of this PP would just do something about it. Complaining, huh? And then bringing out the drinks at the right time. I'm sorry, but this boss really loves peace and hates fighting. He placed the drinks in front of Gina and Juan. This is your pink grapefruit soda. Enjoy it. Gina frowned. We haven't even ordered yet. Che-ha smiled. This is a gift for a very special guest. Gina looked at him thoughtfully. WS happily accepted it. Thank you. Oh my, it's so delicious. Complaining is polite. Of course, I made it myself. Kang Yu quietly watched Gina. It must be hard for you to drink, huh? She raises the cup without saying a word. Gina presses a button at the back of her neck, and immediately the mask at her mouth opens into a small gap. From then on, Gina slowly sipped her grapefruit soda. He watched this scene in silence. Does her mask also have that function? Sil also tilts his head. It really is amazing, isn't it? Kang Yu also realized that he was the one who made it. Juan suddenly spoke up, saying hello for now. Should we get to the main topic? How are you leaning? Where do we start? She suggested starting with Lampus's complaint letter. Have you thought of any requests yet? Kang Yu replied. Has no one made any proposals yet? W. Sun glanced at the idea of a large sum of money or releasing someone from prison, for example. Sil also seemed quite interested. Does Lampus have a spaceship station design? He raises his hand to refuse, forgetting about the money. And I also don't want to get anyone out of prison. I refuse both of them. Gina sighed in disappointment, knowing he would say that. WS also seems bored. So, you don't want the money or to get anyone out of prison? Gina asks. What about immunity? Kang Yu briefly considered. It's not too bad. Juan suddenly asked, I'm curious about a few things. How did you know Griffith was going to assassinate you? I hesitated when I thought about her determined look and couldn't say, Yes, I know about that. Right. Even as a fairy, she couldn't have predicted that Griffith would arrive. In the end, the words on Kang Yu's lips turned into, Griffith will do everything to kill me because she hates me to the bone. Just watch silently and enjoy the show. Gina was also stunned. Juan frowned. Are you two enemies? Deny it right now. No, she's hard to understand. So what is she then? Kang Yu is sincere. Griffith wants to erase the name Kasi Zan from the world. You son still couldn't understand why your name was like that, while Screw was still immersed in things like the space station. Kang Yu spoke. Kasi Zan is my name. He recalled his past life, but it was also the name of a traitor. A high-level betrayer.
5 years ago at the Lamp Branch in South Korea, someone suddenly exclaimed, Instructor Griffith, she's complaining. Don't make such a fuss in the hallway. Do you still call me instructor?
Kashin confidently replied. A teacher for oneself is better than a teacher for others.
I'm a bit tired because I was running fast just now.
Kashin points at himself to show off.
You heard me, right? I'm now a senior officer.
Griffith chuckled softly. She teased and pointed.
You're still so childish. A kid who has never beaten me once. If you're a child, act like one and be humble.
I hurried to catch up and explain.
It's over. That happened several years ago. Suddenly, someone runs out from the door and scolds. Kan is listening to orders? Where are you sneaking off to? Come back quickly. He casually replied, Okay, wait for me a moment.
Kan immediately turned away and left Griffith behind. Tens walking beside her teased, her student has become talented now. Can't she be kind for once and praise him?
Griffith just coldly said it would set a bad precedent. Tup felt sorry for Kian.
You really are cruel. She looked at his shadow, smiled softly, and said, It's still too early. I will praise him once he surpasses me. That memory also flooded back into Griffith's mind at this moment. In the end, she appeared once again in this deserted city. Griffith felt it was a pity that she couldn't praise him either. Although it was easy, she was surprised to find greener in a place like this. Griffith greeted first. It's surprising to meet someone as strong as you at the entrance. I thought I understood Gadam a little, but I guess I was fooled again. Her voice was cold and apologetic. But next time we fight, I need to meet someone. Cleaner narrowed her eyes at Griffith. Her hand moved slightly, and her power began to gather. If he says no, at that moment Kang Yu appears, brushing past to the side. He slowly steps forward and says, She is my guest. Kang Yu's face remains calm as he reunites with someone who is both his rival and his master. He should treat her with respect. At the Washington branch of the Lampus building, RFIT was walking when someone called out to her. Rit heard it and turned around. Tupons just ran quickly, so she's still out of breath. Why is she walking so fast? Completely exhausted. Ten asked curiously. I heard you're heading to Korea, Rit confirms. I'm planning to meet one of the 4 great villains, she added. I also heard that Adam will go with you. Griffith hesitated a bit, twisting the can of water in his hand. In the end, she still mentioned a villain named Kasi Zan in Korea. Her eyes darkened. He is a proud man who dares to clash with Manny King. Tubans looked visibly stunned. Wait a minute. Don't tell me Griffith has returned to his normal appearance. What? Do you think I would assassinate him? She's worried, isn't she? She even took Adam with her. Griffith frowned seriously. If someone is at fault, they should be punished. She crushes the soda can in her hand. Even villains can be good sometimes. Tup criticizes. See? Because of her, the juniors started to imitate, especially Kan, the worst case. Griffith's voice grew deeper. Yes, Kan is also my student. Although branded a traitor, he is also a high-ranking, honorable officer. She lifts her head to reveal murderous intent. That is not the kind of name a petty villain can claim. Tup looked at Griffith with concern. Are you really like them? She threw the water bottle and said, I am his instructor. Griffith looked up proudly and turned away. I want to ensure his honor isn't tarnished. That's what a high-ranking officer should do. Back in the present, Kang Yu is now standing face-to-face with Griffith, with Kleiner in between. Suddenly, another voice interrupts. Wait, how did someone as precious as that end up here? Still, Gina and Juan all walk over. Griffith, she is a high-ranking chess piece, and she calmly looks at the 3 of them. She opens her glasses to scan, still as calm as before. Is a high-ranking officer supposed to look like this? Kang Yu spoke first. Since someone of her caliber came here personally, I will show her respect. Why are you here again? Are you here to apologize? Jaina found it really ridiculous. Is this what you call respect? Who knows what W-san is thinking? At this moment, Griffith calmly speaks up. I set the condition. He sighed. Those words are too blunt. She pretends to look down on him. I don't need to speak formally to a bastard like you. Kang Yu strikes first. Well, if that's the case, but if you ask me to go eat with you, I will refuse. Griffith dusts off his clothes. It's absurd for a knight and a villain to joke around with each other. He frowns in confusion. Why? Because he's a filthy villain? We also wash ourselves regularly, she interrupted. Stop dragging out this weird conversation. The cleaner on the other side is operating like a filthy machine. Get to the point. I came here for one reason only. She makes a beckoning gesture. I want to request a one-on-one fight, on the condition that the loser must obey the winner's wishes. Kang Yu gently pursed his lips. Graffiti is provoking. What are you still thinking about?
Isn't it a pity that our last battle was interrupted? Otherwise, are you afraid?
He was not at all shaken and simply replied, yes, that's right. This unexpected answer confuses her. Is he afraid? Kang Yu reluctantly laughed. Isn't that reaction obvious when facing a high-level opponent? And she's the White Witch. He honestly admits that being afraid in front of a strong opponent is nothing to be ashamed of. She purses her lips. Agreeing that you're right, Kang Yu continues, but I don't plan to back down. He chuckled softly, facing his fears and overcoming them. The second half is Griffith completing and dominating the battlefield. Juan was a bit surprised. Why do those two suddenly seem so similar? Griffith said, with a petty villain, your reasoning is quite firm. So will you accept my request? Kang Yu waved his hand, saying, of course you made the request, but if you refuse, I will feel really bad. She asked, how do you feel after overcoming your fear? He replied calmly, feeling a slight pain as if pierced by a needle. Kang Yu smirked, a smile and tone identical to her previous life. If we fight, I will win because I have overcome my fear. That uncanny resemblance really irritates Griffith. Strangely, you're making me angry. Thick aura of death surrounds her. Griffith's firm voice says, I can't let you live. I will crush you and make you abandon that smug look. Syl whispers, let me say this before you fight. He kindly reminds, although Griffith's magic power is lower than Jose Stale's, her combat ability is interrupted by him. You already know without me saying it. Syl looked surprised and tilted his head. Kang Yu lowered his head firmly. I know all too well. Griffith is also in fighting stance. He charges forward while she also rushes in. Let's go. A punch swung towards his face, but he dodged just in time to the side. Kang Yu responded with another punch, but it missed Griffith. She takes the opportunity to lift her leg to kick. He instinctively raises both iron arms to block, but the powerful high-level sire kick still sends Kang Yu flying backward. He jumps high to avoid falling and moves to another place. Griffith looks confused. Is he forcing himself into a corner? Is he pushing himself into a disadvantage? She narrows her eyes, assessing the situation. There's no way that bastard would do that without a reason. Kang Yu has now regained her balance, standing upright to continue the fight. Griffith still swings his arm forward, clearly aware this is a trap. He clings to the wall behind, causing it to crack and break. Kang Yu throws it forward fiercely. The shadow sword, she swings her hand to smash the wall with harsh words, a poor skill. Griffith's hand glows as it clashes with the shadow sword. Diamond spear, I will crush you into pieces. However, the shadow blade continued its attack, catching her off guard with no sign of resistance. Is it always this hard? Griffith gritted his teeth. Shadow blade, I'll admit that's a good skill. She chuckled softly and used another secret technique, but it won't work on me. Diamond aimer at the lamp, South Korea branch headquarters. The door swung open violently as DeWong hurriedly rushed in. This is a pretty serious emergency, he shouted. Gelato is here too? He asked calmly. What's going on? His face darkened with menace. Yes, Miss. Miss Griffith disappeared from the interrogation room while still under supervision. Gelato was slightly startled. Disappear? Don't tell me she went to Gadam. He was panicking. The special forces have been called in and everything is in chaos. It's really urgent. Yu-chan bows his head slightly, secretly thinking of the name Kasi X. In the past, at Kasi's training ground, he was choked by Griffith until he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I give up. Ju looked down and frowned, knowing he couldn't win. Jisun also criticized, calling him a fool who always gets caught from behind. Griffith bent his elbow. His movements are too stiff, too predictable. Kasi Xian still hasn't regained his strength and is coughing violently. Even though I was defeated, I still try to act confident. So, you mean you can read me, huh? She clearly looked down on him before walking away. Yes, learn as many different fighting techniques as possible to surprise your opponents with unpredictable moves. June unscrewed the water bottle cap. Earning her praise wasn't easy at all. She handed it over, knowing this was a physical match where you were at a disadvantage. You complain. If I could use Hellfire, I would have already won. Ju crosses his arms. Please, don't do that. The entire gym will be destroyed. June tilts his head. Does Hellfire work? She can turn her whole body into diamonds and protect herself. Kashian calmly takes the water and says, Diamonds can also burn. If Hellfire hits the target accurately, everything will be burned. She glared with disdain. Using it only once already gave you trouble, and now you want to use it repeatedly. Joe Clow also sighed. Now his opponent is a senior flag bearer, he interrupted confidently, pointing at himself. No one cares. Just watch. I will become the youngest high-ranking officer in Lampus. Back to the current battle, Kang Yu jumps up and launches another series of energy blades. Griffith quickly dashes towards him at high speed, able to dodge all the sword image punches, while Kang Yu throws out another series of long-range attacks from a different direction. 2 waves of sword images are fired again. Single attribute. She glances back at the spot where she was ambushed. Griffith tries to turn away from it. Can he control it? She turned around and used her diamond arms to block the attack. Gina looked on in amazement. She blocked everything. However, defending also consumes a lot of Griffith's energy. Taking the opportunity, Kang Yu, unable to move, unleashes a blazing blue flame. The flames burst out fiercely, the hellfire, and he launched several more large flames. The flames kept flying toward Griffith. The fire of hell, still standing from afar, can also feel the intense burning heat. Is he using a continuous fire attribute skill? Gina also suspects. Is he planning to burn the woman to death? She observes with that serious expression. He's serious now. Griffith is blocking the flames with diamond shields while assessing Kang Yu hellfire. Are you copying his technique too? Although he can't use that skill repeatedly, I was quite surprised too. She blocked it. Kang Yu chuckled and said, I've been very diligent. Griffith frowned. Hard working, huh? That's not something a petty villain would say. She created a seismic shock from underground, causing the ground where he stood to explode. Damn it, that was a close call. The pain from her arm startled Griffith as she looked back at the abnormal spot on her arm where a droplet from her diamond armor was visible. Griffith remembered that he planned for me to absorb as much damage as possible until the armor broke, huh? Clever. She enhances her arm once more, but it's useless. If he breaks his armor, I just need to replace it. Griffith keeps charging forward. It's useless if you can't destroy my armor in one hit. Kang Yu on the other side has also enhanced his arm. He raises his hand and throws a punch in response. The 2 enhanced arms brush past each other, diamonds and iron clash, sparks flying everywhere. Du Chen's powerful strike also caused an explosion around them, the ground cracking apart as she leapt onto a stone to strike at him, while Kang Yu bent down, circling around with a swift kick. After the explosion, they were thrown far apart in opposite directions. Griffith gritted his teeth and asked, How does he have that fighting style? She asked bluntly, You learned how to fight from someone, right? He asked calmly, So what? Am I moving pretty well? Griffith shouted angrily. Stop talking nonsense and just answer my question. Kang Yu softly replied, I learned it from many people, so it's hard to name just one. She frowned. Just give me an answer. He didn't answer, but only provoked. If you want an answer, beat me. Griffith asked again, What will you do if you win? Kang Yu softly replied, I will tell you to go back to where you came from. She was surprised. Is that all? Just that. What else do you want? Griffith answered first. I will also take away the high-level spiker's name from you. Screw found this reason a bit hard to understand. So his name is the cause of this battle? Are you really sure you don't want me to use the name of a high-level spiker who has already fallen? Maybe that's the reason she tried to assassinate me, but don't worry, I won't tarnish that name. She snapped back. Your being a villain has already sullied it. He chuckled softly. If that's what she thinks, there's no hope left. Let's see who will be the winner. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past, making Gina stunned. Syl was also a bit surprised. Even Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Cleaner stood in front of Griffith to protect him. The broom in his hand glows with a red hue. Cleaner wants to protect her. His eyes lit up as he aimed at the incoming bullet. A sudden thought appeared in Gina's mind. Is the attack part of Griffith's plan? Screw dodges the attack by running away. He uses a special weapon to analyze. If I calculate the angle and trajectory of the bullet, I can locate the attacker. S will continue to actively complete the assigned mission. I will search that area with a reconnaissance drone and check through the camera. If you're trying to find the attacker, don't waste your time. I have a feeling I know who he is. She pondered silently for a long time, seemingly having uncovered that Griffith had investigated the special bullet used to eliminate powerful villains. Kang Yu's question still remains unanswered. As Gadam's boss, I can't just let this go. Who shot him? She clenched the bullet tightly in her palm, and he was also helpless in this situation. Griffith wants to handle this himself. That guy is targeting me. Don't interfere in other people's affairs. She always cares about others, which is why she acts like that. It seems I've caused you trouble. If there is a chance, I will repay this favor. Griffith wants to end the fight here. You won so convincingly that even the main character is surprised. Did she admit defeat so easily? She decided to leave. Based on your condition, I have no reason to stay here anymore. Kang Yu sends her a few words. Be careful. Griffith, I don't want you to get assassinated, you know. Griffith was a bit surprised. Are we close enough to worry about each other's safety? Are you still as enthusiastic as always? It's just because I meddle too much. I say this because I regret that the battle has to end like this, so don't get the wrong idea. She stayed behind to chat. Since you said a few strange things, I guess I should respond too. Hearing Griffith's compliment, he didn't look happy at all. This is a great match I will never forget. Your foundation and technique are very impressive. She is kind to remind you, but if you want to use that skill more effectively, you need to be even smarter. Such as predicting the opponent's moves and planning ahead to counter them, Juan also exclaimed in amazement. Who would have thought that a traitor would give advice to the villain? Griffith bids farewell with a parting wish. See you later. I hope luck is on your side in the match against Manny King. Kang Yu's expression remains unchanged. The evening in Garam City is chaotic as someone suddenly screams. Rick Yoon has taken control of the situation. Special forces have been summoned, and everyone is on high alert. He feels worried and wonders what has happened. Galato confidently confirmed that Griffith had returned, and that marked the end of everything. Kang Yu wants to know more. Is there nothing else? You told the truth. Griffith is imprisoned. Galato knows a little too. I heard that she and Adam will be summoned to the United States. I find it hard to believe. She didn't say anything about being targeted? Rick Yoon had no idea about the assassination attempt. Kang Yu had suspected for a long time, but didn't want to say it. Someone tried to assassinate her while we were fighting. You're heavy. What? Rick Yoon doubts humanity. What kind of monster could it be? He doesn't believe either. Are you sure they're targeting Griffith and not you? I remember that moment vividly. Luckily, the culprit failed and escaped. But at that moment, it was truly very dangerous. Galato couldn't help but worry. Do you know who it is? Do you trust her judgment? But it seems Griffith has a gut feeling about who it is. This is enough to make him feel confused. So, a villain targeted Griffith? Kang Yu wants to hear why the kid thinks the culprit is a villain. He only remembers a few key details. They use a special bullet designed to kill powerful villains from several kilometers away. An ordinary citizen would find it hard to use such a bullet well, let alone shoot with it. Galato immediately thought of the image. You think the culprit is a sniper specialist? He immediately denied it. Not Adam, he's under surveillance. Kang Yu firmly states that it's not Adam, it's a more skilled sniper, and only one person in Korea fits that profile. His face shows concern. Don't tell me that building is the South Korea branch of Lampas. Griffith sits alone in the dark room. The door slowly opens. She is not surprised to see Kwang Ho walk in. When he speaks, it's a warning. Even as a high-ranking officer, she must follow the rules. Wang Ho thinks Griffith acted impulsively. She knows that acting alone like this will only make things worse. This is beyond his imagination coming from someone who knows it all like you. Why did you do that? Ma Wang Ho is a senior branch manager of Lampas, South Korea. She wants to know the answer. So that's why you shot me? Griffith already understood everything from the beginning. Is that an order from your superiors? If not, then it's your own wish, isn't it? Huang rests his chin in his hand, contemplating. He reminds her. I don't know why you're asking me that. Isn't it better right now for you to focus on your future instead of asking such a stupid question? Griffith has always been strong like that. I will take care of my own problems, so don't worry. He also doesn't want to get involved. What's hers is hers. You should do so because you are a high-ranking officer. Kwang Ho said it with a hint of meaning. Although I'm not sure if I can still call her a senior officer after returning to America. She doesn't like it at all. You like to meddle in other people's affairs, huh? He came up with a reason that was convincing enough. We're not strangers, right? We're both high-level chess players. Griffith no longer hesitated. So let me ask you a question since we're not strangers. She wants to find out the answer herself. Are you the high-level tier shooter? Wang Ho smirked slightly. He didn't want to mention Kang Yu. That question is interesting, but I have no reason to answer. But you're still trying to clarify what happened with that traitor, huh? Arfit tried to stay calm. Should I give you some advice? Wang Ho grabbed the door handle before she finished speaking. If you are the one who shot him, Griffith has never joked, then you will pay the price. Wang Ho smiled challengingly. I'm looking forward to that. The high-rise apartment building is called La Bien Vienos. Gina leisurely sits in her small room enjoying a delicious cup of tea. Aroma happily shows off her new dress. What do you think? It's cute, right? So who did she ask for? Aroma quickly finalized the order for me. It's so adorable. I bought it right away. She wants to share this item with close friends. Want to try it? Senius, haha, a bit shy about having a small chest. Gina is thinking about her two friends and suddenly shares her opinion. You don't think that design suits the two of you? Aroma wants to know why it's not cute, is that right? Do you want to try wearing it? She happily plays around. We will visit Gannett. Hote isn't very interested. This is so uncomfortable. Gina looks at the dress left on the ground. She picks it up and then criticizes. Truly vulgar. Is she really wearing this? But Gina tries it on to see if it suits her. The Gadam Vinzone area is pouring rain, and a lot of information is being updated. Sil still feels worried, finding it hard to get good comments. Looking at Gawai, it seems everyone looks down on Kasi-zan, and some even changed their IDs to Diskin. I don't know if I should be happy or not, but I think I've contributed a little effort to our reputation. Screw is still busy analyzing the data. Isn't it ineffective? She bluntly criticized him. Gadam Vinzone's reputation has improved a little. The problem is our boss. Something has caught his attention. S immediately responded. Tony Fish. He tends to comment a lot, so she wasn't very surprised. Oh, him? He's also a pretty strong boss. He's a bit curious. Who else is going? How do you know? His outfit is too familiar to him. I knew because they are the only ones leaving negative comments about Kasi on the page, and they share the same attitude. She guessed right away, always talking nonsense for no reason, but it seems he hates C. Screw looked puzzled. If he's someone who hates C, he must be racking his brain. Why is BC King Thony Fish the only one coming to mind? Ga Yong keeps improvising on his own. At this point, there's no other choice but for him to prove his skills. Chuyen needs to defeat Manny King and use any means necessary. I don't understand why she thinks that approach will work. Why don't we send Manny King some fruit laced with stomach ache medicine? Would he accept it if we pretend to be fans? Gao Mai returned to a serious state. Thinking it over, she didn't feel very at ease. I haven't seen Crow lately. It turns out she's out doing something I asked her to do under Screw's orders. Ga Wai can't believe this is real. You asked for it? No way. Is this a secret mission? He values this. It must be pretty important. A secret mission. The rain still hasn't stopped in Levian. The information has been announced. The battle between Manny King and Kuyen will take place in a week. Sung trembles, eager to know the details. What is KXN doing now? W-Sun has no idea where the information came from. I heard that besides eating, he locks himself in the training room. Ayop is still there teasing him. If he wants, I can be your training partner with him. She's not very enthusiastic either. Does he really need our help? Someone picks up the hot tea on the table. Gina finally speaks up now. Since the strongest are gathering at Gadam Vinzone more than ever, we can help him in a different way. Juan finds it hard to be at ease. Are you planning to directly intervene in their battle? She has her own thoughts. This battle could change the flow of power, so Winterbell also has to intervene. She just wants to know if can beat Manny King. Trembling can't hide this truth forever, and Juan wants to know why he analyzes his opponent as one of the 4 great villains, even though he's old and not like before, but he's not someone Ka Jin can defeat. Countering his argument, he has defeated Jay Stell and won against high-level chess masters. You don't think that guy has a chance? Juan feels the outcome isn't very promising. Rit is also a well-known chess piece. Gina has placed all her hopes on him. I think he can do it. She affirms Yu's strength, and Cassie Xian's potential exceeds the ordinary. How can we be at ease when he's trembling and likely to surpass our expectations? Even so, there isn't much time left before the match, and she is determined to protect Kang Yu until the end. As you said, defeating Manny King seems impossible with his current skills, but he's the kind of person who turns the impossible into possible. Gina is thinking about what needs to be done. We just need to support him, to focus on fighting Manny King. She is also just as confused. Indeed, Manny King's subordinates could cause trouble. Does Yosei suddenly feel worried about the 8 managers? It's already 6 o'clock. I wonder if they can do anything now that they've lost their pillar, Jose Stale. Rose Steele is the face of the 8 managers. What Gina said left everyone stunned. But their commander is someone else, she confidently asserts. Prince, he will appear soon. This skyscraper is the headquarters of Neo Senchi Green Factory. The company hallway was empty, with Barracuda standing with arms crossed and an arrogant expression. Where has the chairman gone? Nam Chion replied with an emotionless expression. He is not here. He looked suspicious. Really? Barracuda asking for help but acting like he's giving orders. So could you pass on my message to him, Director? He came here to nominate himself. You shouldn't overlook the manager's positions when a major event is coming, and I can fill that gap. Barracuda, proud to be number 2, dares no one to claim the top spot. That insect Cassian. I know he's just a leech. If he wants, I can lead and destroy him. Namchan froze, unsure of what to say. Now, to become a manager, you must meet the standards. Barracuda immediately got angry. Meets the standards? Are you saying I'm lacking? Nam Chion's expression says it all. Yeah. His eyebrows are about to rise secretly. Barracuda starts insulting others.
You bastard! Do you look down on me because you're always by the chairman's side? You've never looked down You've never looked down on anyone. Not at all.
Nam Cheon is straightforward, so he only told you the truth. He charged at you wanting to punch you. This damn bastard. Len's gun blocks the attack with one hand. She doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, so please stop. Len's girl said she isn't afraid of anything. Even if you share blood with the chairman, you shouldn't cross the line. He was furious, but couldn't do anything. Barracuda was determined to become stronger.
I will come back to see if you still say the same thing then.
Nam Chan and her didn't react at all. A warm scene in Gadam City. Moros inquires about his condition.
You're going home early? Kang Yu quickly explains.
I don't feel very well. In times like this, I need to go home and rest. She still cares about Kang Yu.
Not feeling well, but walking around so much today? Is there a reason?
You keep it to yourself. I'm thinking about a lot of things. Moros understands just by listening.
Is that a piece of advice from Groffet?
Kang Yu calmly replied without denial, knowing that Griffith wants him to become a better person. I fight too fairly, so she always comments on me. She scolds me because what I do isn't smart. He immediately realizes where the problem lies. It seems he was scolded for fighting head-on with the opponent. Kang Yu agrees. Yeah, that's right. The boy thinks Kang Yu is abnormal. Mom, he's talking to himself. He listens to Moros's advice.
I'm not telling you to confront him directly.
To fight Manny King, you have to be clever. Kang Yu falls into a state of confusion. Clever? If I do that, will people like me? Driver already told me. He was stunned to hear you disappointed in yourself and that I am hated. The villagers didn't hear Moros's voice earlier, so this doesn't affect you, but now it does. Does becoming a villain mean you have to endure this? So they were stunned to see Kang Yu talking to himself. Manny Kin is also a villain, but why are others on his side? A sudden strong wind blew past him. That's not it. Kang Yu was terrified as he turned around. What is it? The frightened villagers scatter in panic as the villain runs away. Moros has gathered the information. It seems there has been an accident recently. It has never guessed wrong what you mean. You're planning to go help, right? Kang Yu nodded. Yeah. Moros warns before he acts. Even if people side with Manny King and criticize him as a wicked villain,
Kang Yu utters a philosophical statement. Not helping others when you have the ability is the true mark of an evil person.
Just go ahead and rush forward. In the late afternoon, a corner of the city was eerily quiet. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hurry up!" The two masked men appeared on the street with suspicious looks. The nearby students recorded the scene when they saw them with guns. The two masked guys pointed their guns forward and threatened. What are you looking at? Get lost, we're the villains from Gadam Vinzone. Kang Yu tightly grips part of his gun. From Gadam, huh? The man in the white mask didn't dare to blink and immediately crushed the gun.
We don't have thieves in our Vinzone. The white mask recognizes your true villainous identity. Kang Yu can't understand what they are trying to do. These guns are just toys.
Do you want to know the true identities of the two masked guys? Who are those dogs? The green mask hurriedly runs away. Damn it, it's him. Kang Yu appeared in front of him in just a few seconds. Why are you running? The green mask's foot never touched the ground as he kicked towards Kang Yu. The green mask was startled, only realizing that I was behind him. Not bad, quite disciplined. He tried to punch Kang Yu, but his speed was too slow and was blocked by him. He gripped the green mask's wrist tightly, trying to escape, but unable to run away. Kang Yu quickly subdued him.
You said you come from Arvinzone, so let me see your face.
Kang Yu said nothing more as he took it off, looked at the man on the ground, and confirmed, I recognize you.
Actually, he's not the traitor.
She learned some information, and he was expelled from the school. He is involved in illegal gambling and even borrowed money to keep going. De Wong identified the reason, so why did he rob the bank? Jason thinks blurring the face is pointless, but covering the face makes it a bit more reasonable. Anyone looking at it would know it's Keon, and he has the same question. Shouldn't Inbio's father's face be blurred instead? She feels like everyone has lost their minds. Why blur Xian's face? He's the villain. Spraying glue so stiff and cruel. Desun is very angry but can't do anything. Thanks to this guy, I have to do extra work even though it's the weekend. Call Yutra and tell him to stop. He is very sorry to have to deliver bad news. I just received a message from that kid. He's been caught. Disuan stood there stunned. He got caught. Now tell us what happened. I told him to enter through the back door of the room. His judgment was correct, but it seems the reporters have already caught him. The reporters are surrounding us, asking for interviews. Please tell us about the victim. I heard you're friends with Father Inbaum, the one who tried to rob the bank. Is that true? He just made up an excuse and left it at that, and we went to the same school but weren't close, so I won't answer any more questions. But the journalist wouldn't stop. I heard that he was falsely accused and the real criminal is the villain Sion. Yu-chan was stunned to hear from the reporter that there was suspicion that Cassie blamed Ini's father to hide the truth that he was the real bank robber. He found it hard to believe. Where is the source of the information? But the reporters are deliberately hiding it.
To protect the confidentiality of the source, I cannot disclose it, Yu-chan affirmed.
Framing me? This is the first time I've heard about it. And the money I know wouldn't be involved in such petty tricks. Journalists' thoughts go far beyond what ordinary people can imagine.
So, from what you're saying, you want to protect Sien? If you know, just say so.
No, I'm just telling the truth. He wanted to ask more, but Chan hadn't finished speaking. Furthermore, he recounted a terrible incident involving a hostage situation in Gadam City several months ago. A mother and her child were taken hostage, and the villain behind it was the insane blaster, who always enjoyed explosions.
The female reporter still didn't understand Yu-chan's point.
Why are you bringing up that accident again? U-chan corrected him.
At that time, the one who captured Blaster and rescued the hostages was Chien, and everyone was stunned. Oh, the reporters are still listening to him. Yes.
Since we're discussing this topic, I will add more. Uhan spoke seriously. The international serial killer Blood Rain. Everyone thinks I imprisoned him. She also knows this information. Yes, according to the official summary from Lampus, you have detained him. Ushan admits, I did arrest Blood Rain as reported. He told the whole truth, but I just captured him, and the one who defeated him was Gadam Vinzone's boss, Cassie. The old apartment buildings in Gadam Vinzone are warmed by the sunlight, but I wonder what could surprise Kang Yu. What is that? The online newspaper is making him the main story. Is he the guardian of Gadam? The boss of Gadam Vinzone. His actions don't resemble those of a villain at all. SW is no stranger to his personality, but still deliberately asks. It seems you haven't checked the news yet, huh? Even though I know you haven't watched it, he advised Kang Yu to face the truth. I think it's best if you read it yourself. You don't know what's really going on. Gadam's Black Knight. Screw recounts the achievements he has accomplished. You saved the hostage from the blaster bomber and defeated the serial killer Blood Rain, whom Lampus struggled to capture. He also had to face public opinion and even stopped a daytime bank robbery. But people still call you a wicked villain, and Kang Yu doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. Is that why I have the name Black Knight? This is constantly updating the situation. The Vinzone community is going crazy now. The defamation articles about you have now taken on a friendly tone. Even he has become more assertive. Everything changed in just one day. Kang Yu was not very surprised. Good. He remained silent when Screw mentioned it. You know Kim Yu-chan, right? That red mask. That kid is on your side. He kept a recording of Yu-chan's interview. He is famous for speaking negatively about villains without hesitation, but he also revealed your contributions. Kang Yu pretends not to care. He did something I didn't even ask for. He's really meddling. Moros could tell right away that he was troubled again. But you're smiling. S understands how he feels. The only thing left now is for you to win, Nikin. I know saying that is a burden, but I truly hope so. Kang Yu is just guessing, but he's really paying close attention. Is that true? Don't tell me you bet on me, right? He laughed loudly. You guessed right. There's something that caught your attention. Kang Yu looked out the window. What are they doing? He immediately explained. He's just hanging on to Benner. Dasta asks his teammates for their opinion. What do you think? The hero of Gadam Black Knight Ghost is praising. Oh, it looks easy to read. The atmosphere at Vinzone Bjan is somewhat gloomy as the female reporter is filming her scene. Tomorrow is the day of the match. Duak shows his unpleasant side. Although they are journalists, they still fearlessly entered Vinzone. Those lowly guys she doesn't dare to guess about. Who do you think will win? Sil always trusts him, so of course it's Chien. Du is blindly supporting him. I understand you want to back him, but I want a more logical and objective opinion. In his heart, there is only one answer. Yes, it's still Cassie Zan. She was speechless when she met Skrill. Du convinced himself. You probably have your own reasons. He questions himself whether Cassie Zan can defeat Manny King. That's why Skrill is so confident. If he loses to Manny King, he would have to become his subordinate. But he insists that it will never happen. She stands there stunned for a moment. It won't happen? Sil insists. That's right. That's what he said. Duak still can't understand this reasoning. No way. Is that why you trust him? He understands Kang Yu better than anyone. Ka Sen is daring, but not a con artist. She suddenly got angry. Who would think they would lose before fighting? Screw hasn't even considered this. Really? He doesn't seem to worry that much? Anyway, just leave this to him. Our job is to do ours well. Suddenly, someone called out. Driver Boar was extremely confused. Are you looking for us? Screw is already rushing. Come in. It's a tense moment, while he still hasn't had time to prepare himself. What's going on? Turns out Screw wants to teach everyone how to use the technology. I will teach you how to use the metal leg machine. Boar is hearing about this thing for the first time in his life. Metal machine, huh? His expression looks just like Pointer. What's he trying to do? He calmly answers all questions. Checks the area for bombs or something like that. You suddenly fell and pondered. A bomb? He always prepares everything in advance before facing danger. I'm just taking some precautions for safety. Someone is discussing at the old apartment building. How does Lampus feel about this? Galado hasn't gathered any new information and hasn't received any orders, so it's quite quiet. He's not at all reassured. Even if we fight Manny King tomorrow, there's still no sign of any action? Rick Yoon isn't too worried about the outcome. Victory seems too obvious. He also heard some rumors, and public opinion is the same. Kang Yu didn't look happy when he heard those words. Obviously, huh? That's annoying. Now we have more reason to win. Moros immediately exposes his mood, which is opposite to his expression. He doesn't look annoyed at all. So what do you two think? You confidently expressed your opinion. Of course we want the teacher to win. Galado hesitated before answering. But honestly, it's hard for the teacher to win in a direct fight against him, and I don't really feel confident myself. I agree. Rick Yoon didn't expect Kang Yu to be so hesitant. You agree? He doesn't want to negatively affect Kang Yu's mindset. It's just our objective opinion. Kang Yu seems to dislike caring about gossip, and not many people think I will win. Rick Yoon agrees with that view. Yes. He crosses his arms in front of his chest to keep himself calm. Kang Yu trusts her analysis. This time I won't be stubborn and confront him directly, because Griffith said I need a strategy. Galado keenly sensed from his words that the teacher has a strategy to win. Kang Yu isn't very confident in himself. Do you think I came up with a winning strategy in just a few days? He came up with an idea. Both of you should ask the Great Spirit Moros. Moros wants to help but is refused. He doesn't even want to hear what I have to say. He's not at ease with the current situation. So what do you plan to do about the battle? Kang Yu remains as calm as ever. After fighting that old man once, I realized I wasn't confident I could win, but I was confident I wouldn't lose if I faced him a second time. Galado finally understood what you meant. So your teacher's strategy is to be confident. Kang Yu is indeed someone who relaxes until the very last moment. Yes, that's also acceptable. He just has to deal with this situation. Liu Lin drops the case. Rick Yoon has a different idea, but if I win, there will be problems. Do you guys find that hard to understand? Rick Yoon keeps talking ambiguously. You know it, right? His arguments are precise down to every detail. If he truly defeats Manny King, it means the teacher will become one of the strongest villains and join the ranks of the 4 Demon Kings. Just those infamous titles alone make everyone's eyes turn toward you. Kang Yu is determined to win. No matter the outcome, I will defeat Manny King because that's the way to get what I want. Galado suddenly changed the subject. Are you talking about the platinum disc? I'm not hiding it either. Yeah, it seems Kang Yu considers this important. It's the only clue. You reach out to catch the blinding sunlight to release Mai and Jeff's anger. How did the Kim disc end up in the hands of the 4 villains, while Kang Yu was still talking to his student unaware that Ion was downstairs at the apartment building? I don't know. I asked Moros, but he didn't say anything. When she looked up, she was startled. Rick Yoon is once again fantasizing about power. Oh, that beautiful girl is reaching out to this guy. She kept waving at them non-stop. Kang Yu had to reclaim her glory, not wave at him, but at me. Galado and you are allies. What? What does the teacher have to do with her? Kang Yu hurriedly explains. It's just a casual acquaintance. He immediately sensed that something was off. That girl doesn't look like an ordinary villain. Who is she? Kang Yu mentioned the girl's name, then he left. He clearly knows her true identity, but still appears friendly. The notorious Jose Stale is a suspicious person. One full moon night in a corner of Songnam City. Manny King rarely cares about others. I wonder if that child is living well or not. Nam Chan wasn't surprised at all. Are you talking about Jose Stale? He's been monitoring the situation from afar all along. She lost her memory, so maybe she's now living a completely different life from the past. I have some doubts. It seems you care a lot about her. Man Kin calmly replies as if nothing happened. It has been following me for a long time. Isn't it natural for me to care about its life? Nam Chan also didn't know what else to say, and kindly reminded him, you have an important battle tomorrow. I advise you not to drink anymore, but Manny King has finished his drink long ago. This much is fine. He was not worried at all. It's not that I look down on Cassian, and indeed my heart is pounding with excitement. Manny King is very confident in himself and his abilities, but in reality I don't care who my opponent is. Age combined with experience makes me a seasoned veteran.
He called the waiter to pour more wine into his glass. There are people like that. Manny King doesn't care much about others' judgmental looks. Those curious about how an old man over 70 would fight also have some who disapprove and shake their heads in pity. Nam Chan had to be very patient to listen to him talk so much, saying I should give up my position. Manny King drinks more wine without caring about tomorrow's match. I will take it as a warning and show them that they should be wary of the evil king, the Four Kings. The day of the fight between Manny King and Coxon Vinzone, the parking lot was completely empty, and Boer focused on his assigned observation with some questions in mind. I don't see any cameramen. Are they not planning to broadcast this like last time? Duak already knew about this, so he wasn't very surprised. This match will take place without being broadcast. She only remembers and already feels scared. Do you remember what happened last time? Last time, they almost died filming that scene, but today's match will be on a whole different level. He doesn't understand why they're all gathered here for no good reason. So what about those reporters? They're just guessing. Maybe it's just to write down backup wishes in case something happens. Boer already made himself be out panic before anything even started. So, shouldn't we also be careful? She remains extremely calm in situations like this. We've been through this before, so they'll know what to do. The reporters suddenly shouted, "That's Keon." They immediately focused their attention on him. The villains were startled when they learned Kang Yu was here. He walked slowly and steadily. Kang Yu arrives at the arena with two friends, as a voice comes from the space door. He arrived just in time as Manny King touched the watch. Now is the golden hour. Kang Yu stands coldly and calmly between Black Ghost and Screw, gazing ahead, while Manny King looks confidently and smugly at him with a teasing expression. Boer nervously grips his spear, hoping that a battle won't break out between the two sides. Du frowns in worry. It can't go that far if it really happens. A voice suddenly interrupts the conversation, making her open her eyes in surprise. No one can escape this holy war. Jaina continues to spread the word behind her mask along with W. Sun and Io. Those who cheat and bend the rules will be executed by my own hand. S cheerfully teases with a smile. A bit late, but Gina behind us denies that we arrived on time. Then Juan slowly leaned in close to his ear and whispered that we arrived late because we were busy arranging executioners around the area as a precaution. After hearing this, Screw remained calm and silent, looking up. He looked up at the fully clothed black figures standing on the rooftop of nearby buildings. Black Seekers. Each of them is holding a large knife at the ready, and it seems they have brought most of Winterbell's elite forces here. Seo then looked down at W. Sun in front of him with a serious expression, because this battle involved a king. So it was right for Winterbell to be prepared. Gina looked at the person beside her with a hint of displeasure and asked, why did she reveal confidential information to outsiders? But Juan just confidently responded to Screw, so it's fine. A few people above are also chatting. 4 people coming? Including Manny King. That's not too many, right? Galado speaks uncertainly, perhaps because he is confident. Rick Yoon is a bit annoyed. Does he look down on the teacher? He's a bit annoyed. He calmly looked down and observed before speaking. All the important people are already here. Those of lesser importance only cause more chaos if they show up. Hearing that, you hesitate for a moment. But then Galado inside glances over and continues to remind you, don't forget the core because of something trivial. The reason we're here is to observe how the master fights one of the 4 evil kings. I will complete the mission properly so you don't need to worry. Although Galado said that, Rick Yoon still seemed a bit hesitant. But then he called you to look down at Len's gun and Nam Cheon. Look at those two. Then Rick Yoon asked curiously, do you have any doubts? Galado looked down and replied, yes. My instincts tell me they are not ordinary villains. Suddenly, Nam Cheon's gaze slowly looked up, surprising him. We've touched the ground, so have we been discovered? Manny King then interrupted by handing him a jacket and declared, let's get started. Nam Cheon carefully takes the jacket, hoping he will have a good time. The old man eagerly stares ahead, waiting in anticipation. Who knows if it will be interesting or so boring that it makes me annoyed? It all depends on C. If things unfold like last time, Kang Yu's voice will sound very different. The old man confidently raises his hand forward, full of provocation. Let me tell you first, go all out from the start or you'll regret it. M. Kin sneers mockingly, as always. Your dirty neck, kid, but your words aren't enough to provoke me. While Moros looks helpless beside you, Kang Yu still happily taunts. Then that's good. Don't blame me because you were careless. His old man's amused smile widened further, showing contempt. I'm sure I promised him I wouldn't give up. Then he started spreading magic outwards. Then I'll start now. As soon as Man Ni finished speaking, Kang Yu immediately charged forward seriously. Nam Chan just glanced indifferently and silently commented, he plans to fight head-on. What an idiot.
Then he looked over at Manhwa, who had also started rushing forward. Is this confidence or what? As soon as he was within range, the old man threw a punch towards his face, unleashing a divine fist attack. But Manhwa was immediately caught off guard by Kang Yu, as it was only an afterimage when Kang Yu stepped back, his knee already prepared to strike. But the old man managed to block it. Not backing down, Manhwa quickly threw punches that barely missed Kang Yu's face, but in the blink of an eye, An appeared behind him. In a flash, Manhwa spotted it and looked behind him. Although he managed to block in time, he was still pushed back by Kang Yu with a series of rapid punches. Song-Ni-Kin started to counterattack, but Kang Yu dodged and blocked each strike. Then he circled behind him to create a decoy. Then his knee started to lift higher and higher. The old man's face showed surprise before Manhwa confidently blocked a knee strike from Kang Yu. Du Ak Bang Huang gapes in worry as Kusian charges straight ahead and fights face to face. Gina on the other side also quickly figured out his strategy. Is his strategy hit in June? Skrull stroked his chin, looking ahead and muttering curiously, is this really the CN I know? And don't tell me that's Break Ghost. Black Ghost looked confused and turned to look at him. I'm here. Manhwa was rushing towards Kang Yu like a storm. Before the old man could get closer, he launched a long-range attack. Large blades of energy shot towards Manhwa, but he was unfazed and even stepped onto those blades to advance forward. As Manhwa approached, Kang Yu didn't advance but took a defensive stance, stepping back with his two colored eyes swiftly reacting, then suddenly darted forward like a lightning bolt. Once the situation stabilized, he quickly threw a powerful punch at the old man, who had already dodged just in time and moved to the side. The old man's hand, about to deliver a powerful punch, suddenly was blocked as Kang Yu quickly moved in front of Manhwa, catching him off guard. Seeing this, the old man instantly went berserk, still holding his stance to strike at him. But in the end, Manhwa still took a solid punch from him. He charged forward immediately and launched an attack. Rick Yun shouted from above, praising loudly. Wow, the teacher's strategy really works. Galato also replied softly. Yes, the situation unfolded exactly as we predicted. And then he fell into deep thought again. Honestly, hit and zoom isn't a particularly special tactic, but if it's executed by a master, that makes all the difference. Galato recalls his past when he was stubborn and always faced forward like a bullet rushing ahead during his mistakes. Manhwa will definitely be surprised by this change. Suddenly, Galato's eyebrows furrow in suspicion. But he looks at the blood-stained hands of the old man, and Manhwa's expression becomes even more excited and eager. Galato also realized this and immediately informed Rick Yun nearby. The old man's eyes had changed, and Rick Yun was worried too. It seems the teacher's strategy will no longer be effective. Kin excitedly lowers his blood-stained hand with a hint of sarcasm. Good job, kid. You're having fun now. Kang Yu hesitantly and uncertainly asked again. Is that a compliment? He replied indifferently, yeah. Then Mon-Ni smugly curled his finger in a taunting gesture. But how long can he keep dancing? This tactic doesn't suit you at all. After hearing his comment, you also respond with a challenge. Are you bored or what? Don't be so difficult. Kang Yu casually raises his middle finger with a friendly smile and says, I still have many dances I want to show you. In the morning, at the abandoned area just before the match, a Man-King information panel appeared in mid-air. The villain, M-King's details revealed that he is an awakened villain with physical attribute activation, awakening worldly desires, and the main skill of royal authority. Long Chi breaks the mountain and shatters the divine authority. Thunderbolt skill. Hidden evolution. Superior demon power. 157. Rick Yun gazes at the system panel with amazement and curiosity. How did you do that? Then you praised him. Is that Moros' ability? Why is it so overpowered? Moros calmly explains to Galato and Rick Yun that it is a divine eye possessed only by a noble soul from ancient times. Maybe. But before it could finish speaking, Kang Yu cut him off and poured cold water on him. Come on, stop being so self-conceited. Galato saw this and stepped closer to him. If the master can know and prepare in advance about the opponent's abilities and stats, even if it's a veteran man, there is still a chance. Kang Yu somewhat agrees, and we should also consider the experience gained from the previous fight with that old man, but the issue lies here. Superior evolution. Rick Yun paid attention to those words and asked curiously, Superior evolution? Galato also asked curiously, Is this Manhwa's awakening state? Kang Yu calmly turns back and explains, Just think of it like a session or an ion example. We've already seen Stale awaken before. Both Rick Yun and Galato looked worried as they remembered how brutal it was. Rick Yun glanced down and softly remarked, Who would have thought that such a cute girl is actually Jose Stale? I just can't believe it.
Even after seeing her with his own eyes now, Ha-yeon down below is happily chatting and laughing with the pink-haired girl and a person wearing a dog hat. It's hard to guarantee victory. He didn't even need to use the advanced evolution. Galato stroked his chin, pondering. We need to prepare some backup plans in advance. Rick Yoon suggested ending the fight before he could use the superior evolution. Kang Yu asked clearly about the plan, not giving him time to use it. You obediently answer again, yes. That move is a bit cheap, but he's sure to strike first before evolving. But Moros immediately cut him off. It won't work. It responded coldly and seriously, feeling helpless. Superior evolution doesn't take as long as a Sailor Moon transformation. He can evolve instantly, the moment he decides, which makes Rick Yoon even more excited. This one is even more armored. Galato then looks on with serious caution. So we need to consider the worst-case scenario. Rick Yoon looked over in confusion and asked again. The worst case. His eyes are indifferent, but his serious tone explains and then comments. So we have to prepare to face Manny King after he completes his superior evolution. This battle will be tough. Galato calmly asked Moros for more. Could you show us his stats and skills? But it quickly refused. After he evolves, I can't show you. Moros casually explains the reason. I can only check his current status and abilities with Wisdom Eye. After he went through the evolution, he's finally accepted it. Rick Yoon also realized this. So after he performs that move, I won't know what skill he'll use next. Galato also added, Lampus has no information at all, not even a picture of him in that form. The boy feels discouraged. Oh my. Seeing that, Galato spoke to comfort. It's okay. Sometimes not knowing things is more fun. His face also shows a calm anticipation. Thanks to that, tomorrow will be very exciting. Currently, Kang Yu and Man Nikin are fiercely elbowing each other. Then the old man throws a punch at his head, but he ducks down to avoid it. Immediately after, Kang Yu quickly raised his head and drove a powerful punch into Man Nikin's body, causing him to spit blood on the spot. But then he was suddenly grabbed by Mok Ki Kin, who held his head tightly. Then the old man also directly pushed his head forcefully against Kang Yu's head. Without a moment's pause, Man Nikin raised his hand again, high above his head with an angry expression. He looked up in surprise. After gathering his strength, he swung his sword at Vice President Ha, the Long Ki Hai-sun, and the direction of the attack at Man Nikin's vice president at that moment caused a nearby building to be split in two. Moros's voice sounded serious as he explained, You've already tasted his royal power, so you should be familiar with it. The next thing you need to be careful of is the Long Chi Kai Shan. As the name suggests, it's a technique powerful enough to split a mountain in two. Then it also reminded Kang Yu that there was no preparation step to deploy it, so he had to be especially careful. He nodded seriously in agreement. He seemed a bit surprised when Kang Yu suddenly blinked behind him and avoided it. Thanks to that, Man Nai was even more pleased and turned around to praise Kang Yu. You're very good at dodging, as if you could predict my skills. Then he modestly replied with a composed face. I prepared some notes before the battle. Did Screw tell you then? But Kang Yu refused to reveal it. Manny Kin excitedly stroked his chin as he pondered. Isn't it Screw? So before he finished thinking, you already showed indifference, asked back, and rushed towards him in an instant. Is that really important? Then he swung his hand with a blue fireball towards Mon Ki Kin Hwanguk. But just as Kang Yu was about to summon another fireball, Moros's shocked warning suddenly rang out, and Kasi quickly dodged. He quickly turned around at the warning, eyes wide with urgency, and a powerful punch appeared before Kang Yu, instantly causing a massive explosion that shattered the earth and debris falling down, as Dujina calmly crossed her arms, silently praising without noticing WS behind her being swept by dust and wind. Impressive. She saw the entire performance of the Man King. In that brief moment, he created a barrier with mana and immediately counterattacked with royal authority. Gina's expression remained calm and neutral, silently praising in her mind. Even though he's an enemy, I can't deny his skills. Manny King, with a confident smile still on his face, really is quick to escape. He looked up at the sky where you are hovering now, which is enough to make me uncomfortable. Then he clenched his fist and gathered a large amount of mana, but escaping into the sky is a bit off because you can't move freely. Manny King loudly taunted with a smug tone. Surrender obediently to my throne. But Kang Yu's cold voice from above warned, Don't be arrogant. Every word he spoke had a reason, as the old man looked in shock at his shadowy legs wrapped around his feet. He's just a foolish old man caught in the same trap twice. Kang Yu looked down coldly from above the sky. It's not me who fell, it's you. At this moment, Manny King also realized he was moving into the darkness. Then his figure quickly reappeared beneath the ground. Step aside, it's my turn now. Kang Yu shouted loudly and threw his hidden weapon at him. Eat your fill! Manny King's face was once again pale with surprise.
With just one throw, he had leveled the rooftops of the buildings. Seeing this, Black Ghost, eyes shining, looked on in admiration and excitement, while Screw simply smirked calmly. Lensgun and Naaman just watch silently, and as Kang Yu's projectile shatters, a hesitant voice follows. That move almost got you. You still kept your stance and asked morose, "Is it ineffective?" Seeing no response, Kang Yu frowns, his tone showing disappointment. "You should have at least asked for an arm." Mani pretends to comfort. "Don't be too sad." From within the dust and smoke, he approached wielding a large sharpened wooden stick like a pencil, and M's appearance had changed. He had become stronger since the first time we fought. At that moment, his eyes had turned black with red pupils, looking just like a demon. "It's only fair that I respect you when you fight Rose." Then, a powerful strike slammed down into the ground. Therefore, Duke watched the scene before him with an unmistakable look of shock. Gina and Juan Inyo observed the situation with concern. Sil can only stand silently by the side of the fight. Is it really happening now? The old man, then he with his large muscular body stands in front of the pillar. "I will sincerely kill you." Suddenly, the system shakes and begins to change. M. King, the evil king, launches a physical attribute attack. Manny King's hoarse voice declares, "The real battle begins now." Rick Yun was surprised as he discussed with Galato nearby. Has he used an invisibility skill? He is also a bit worried. It's a little beyond expectations. Now his mana energy is at a different level. Rick Yun continued to think and then spoke to Galato, surprised that he could mobilize it so quickly. He should have lost an arm due to his master's skill. Suddenly, he exclaimed upon seeing a familiar, fully covered figure standing on the opposite rooftop. "Why is Kim Yu-chan here?" Hearing that, Galato was also very surprised. Weren't they saying earlier that they had an important matter to attend to? Yu-chan looks cool in his red outfit, standing proudly in the sunlight. His gaze is always fixed intently on Manny King below. Last year, many soldiers died when Manny King avoided fighting Red Dead. Uan then moved his gaze to Yu, who was calmly facing him. "My father was one of the casualties. It's true that Red is the culprit, but Manny King also bears responsibility." Behind the mask, he stared intently with a serious look. "You need to beat C." Kang Yu's mocking tone echoed in the silent space. "Superior evolution, huh? You've become a muscle pig." Your expression is also full of provocation, ready to go. If you lose in this state, then you have no excuse, right? Let's see how strong you really are. Manny Kin listens to Kang Yu's taunts with a pleased smile. "I didn't expect you to be unshaken by this appearance. Truly, you've exceeded my expectations." Cien then jumps high into the air, and Manny Kin happily swings the wooden pole straight down at him. He swung the pole high above his head, quickly gathering strength, then drove it straight into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. As Kang Yu rushed away, he once again darted behind him like a lightning bolt. But right after, Manny Kin grabbed Kang Yu's wrist, his red eyes gleaming with pleasure as he looked at him. Then Manny Kin forcefully threw Kang Yu away. The old man clasped his hands together, raised them high with a cheerful reminder, and then suddenly struck down, causing the ground to collapse into a hole. "Don't disappoint me." As expected, Manny Kin quickly moved behind without getting hit, and the very next moment, Kang Yu was jabbed in the stomach with an elbow. Foolish. Then came a straight punch towards him. "How much longer do you plan to sneak around behind me?" The punch sent Kang Yu flying backward, crashing into the wall. He covered his face with his hands, and his strength, speed, and reflexes all increased significantly. Morris beside him warns, "Kazion, look down. What is he planning to do?" From below, he confidently taunts with a wooden stake in hand. "Can you dodge this one?" Then Manne immediately swings the wooden stake in a circular motion. "If not, you're dead for sure." That single strike from him already shattered a building. "Do I?" Terrified, clutching his head in fear. "He's crazy." Boer from behind, also terrified, holding his weapon and exclaiming before collapsing again. Juan, curious, looked around anxiously and asked Gina, "Kazin Do?" She didn't seem worried and replied, "He is still alive." At that moment, Yu floated silently in the sky. Mặt kinh cuối cùng cũng Phật hiện ra, liền nở lại nữ cuối phần khịch diễn cuồng. Anh với thân thế nhanh nhạy của diễn nhanh trong già lao tới, anh tộc. But in an instant, Manny King also caught up. "I really want that skill." Then, he quickly punched Kang Yu in the stomach, but he should have used it more carefully. Manny King mocked as he threw several punches in succession, making him too easy to read. Then he quickly grabbed Kang Yu by the collar, before finally throwing him forcefully to the side without hesitation. Jenenchi next to Namcheon chuckled with amusement. "It's over." You still look at the fight calmly and attentively.
At that moment, Kang Yu was still lying motionless on the ground. I thought he could hold on a little longer. Maybe I was wrong. With a bright smile, I raised my hand high and pretended to regret it. It seems I had too high expectations. The wooden stake suddenly appeared from the sky, falling straight down. He quickly used his muscles to hold him and sneered. Who would have thought this battle would be so boring? Man Nijing suddenly shared a cautious look as the old man looked at Yu, who was still able to move and sitting up, wiping his face, and asked, "So you still want to fight?" He replied casually to Man Nikin, of course. Even though Kang Yu's face is battered now, he still confidently taunts. "I never lose a fight I fight. I can win. So why give up then?" He looked at the boy with a contemptuous attitude. "Win? You got beaten like that and still think you can win?" Manny proudly carries the stake on his shoulder, sarcastically mocking. "Even after experiencing the skill gap between us, you still think you can win?" Thank you. Kang Yu honestly admits that he is stronger than anyone he has ever fought. Even though I'm curious about one thing. If you're so strong, why did you avoid fighting Red Dead 5 years ago? SW seems to enjoy watching, rubbing salt into the wound. Mannequin happily laughs and rubs his neck. That question hits the nail on the head. That's the kind of thing that brings back painful memories. Then he casually reminds me, "But if you wanted to provoke me, you should have done it earlier." Seeing that, he also went along.
That's what I deserved. I really am stupid.
Now that he has driven the stake into the ground, he sneers. "You're not just stupid, you're full of yourself too." The stake in Mannequin's hand then slowly opened to reveal streaks of red fire. You will pay for that with your life. As it opened its mouth completely, the stake unleashed a powerful burst of fire under the control of the old man. A roar of the heavens. Kang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Not only him, but Skrull was also amazed by his action. Although her expression is hidden behind the mask, Gina still looks surprised. The blue sparks from Kang Yu begin to clash with Manny King's flames, causing an explosion. Did he just get shocked and stunned? Did he block that attack? A blue protective shield appears. "I told you, I will never fight a battle where I know I will lose." Kang Yu, unscathed, stands inside and repeats, "I will win this match." Min Kin, seeing Kang Yu inside the shield, asks mockingly, "Are you relying on that shield?" Then he hoisted the stake onto his shoulder, ready to charge, and announced to him, "I will definitely destroy you this time." He charged forward wildly with the wooden pole, full of fierce energy. Let me clarify this for you. But before Manny King can respond, Kang Yu disappears in the blink of an eye. He charged straight at him and corrected Manny King's earlier words. "It's him who's arrogant, not me." Then Kang Yu punched him in the face. That precise punch made Duat cheer loudly. "Got him! Take him down, Khan!" Kang Yu clenched his fist tightly, gathering his strength, and said, "Maybe I should teach him a lesson." But before I could land another punch, Manny Kin grabbed his head. "You're too noisy." Then he started to turn the tide back. Talking so much but only showing that much. Kin puts all his strength into his knee and drives it hard into his stomach. "You're still too weak." Meanwhile, Kang Yu also realized how serious the situation was. If it continued any longer, I really would. At this moment, he also raised his fist, surrounded by dark energy with a smug look, giving you this gift. Then he swiftly launched a powerful move. Manny King's big move once again created a large hole in another nearby building. Ino, carrying his weapon on his shoulder, asked Gina suspiciously nearby. He was hit, and, looking at the large hole in the building in front of him, the old man suspiciously asked, "Why didn't you use your skill this time?" But when looking up, Manny King realized some patterns in Kang Yu's skill. It's not that he couldn't use it. It's a powerful skill, but with a time limit. The old man approached the stake, speaking with a regretful tone, thinking he would enjoy a little. But it ended too quickly, and in the end you are nothing but a sacrifice to prove my strength. But just as Manny Ni grasped the top of the stake, his voice rang out. "A sacrifice, huh? I didn't realize you had a talent for irritating others." Kang Yu inside the body of the stake is talking and dispersing as he speaks. "Mana, thank you. That reminds me of the time I was brutally trampled." He was startled by Kang Yu's words, and at this moment, Man Nijing also sensed the difference. The mana surrounding us is growing thicker. Could it be? Then he hoisted the stake onto his shoulder in a spear-throwing stance. With one hand, Mani Kin Fi forcefully throwing the wooden stake into the sky, launching it like a spear. It continued to charge forward instinctively as mana flowed into it, but Kang Yu calmly caught it with one hand. He looked up in wonder, wondering if he hit it. The mana flow around him has completely changed. Kang Yu's figure also became unusual along with his confident demeanor. "Now, open your eyes wide, old man."
His previous sportswear has now been replaced with a cloak and a horn made from demonic energy on his head. I will show you how furious a monster blinded by hatred can become. The evil villain Casey, a shadow assassin with the dark fire attribute. Rick Yoon's astonished voice echoes loudly, full of disbelief. Is it true that evolution is superior? Galato also happily responded with enthusiasm. So there is still a chance to defeat Manny King. Rick Yun nodded in agreement with excitement. That's right, but you interrupted. Listen carefully. Moro stares intently at Kang Yu's emotionless face, cautiously giving advice. It's still not finished, so it's very difficult to control. If used improperly, it could backfire. You foolishly ask again, backfire. Seeing that, he quickly explained that we could become crazy or go insane. Galato was worried. Is it that serious? Kang Yu pondered silently, thinking that the best plan is to defeat Manny King without using the superior evolution and keep it as a last resort. Then Kang Yu also revealed more under Moros's gaze. But if I have to use it, I need to end the battle quickly. If it lasts too long, I will lose my humanity. Rick Yoon asked curiously, what would happen if I went crazy? What do you two think? I will truly become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Rick Yoon repeats indifferently, I will truly become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Moros narrows his eyes in fear. Please don't say such terrifying words. Kang Yu's expression is very serious and trusting as he advises them. I'm only telling the truth, so I want to ask for your help. If I activate the super mode, be careful and watch me. Rick Yoon and Galato are also paying close attention to the warning. If you notice any signs of abnormality, do whatever it takes to stop him. Rick Yoon repeats the plan to confirm with him. You mean we have to act before you completely go crazy, right? But can the two of us stop you when you're in a furious rage? Kang Yu raised his hand and then began to explain based on the information from Screw. There are 3 of them. I already told Screw too. He always smiles, but he's a trustworthy person. Du asked nervously, what's going on? Boar beside him also looked stunned as he noticed Kang Yu's appearance had changed. Wan asked anxiously, is this Awakening? Gina looked and hesitated before speaking. I think it's not. S is now observing Kang Yu's evolution from another side with binoculars, watching intently without taking his eyes off, just as I saw something that looked like a horn on his head earlier. The horn from earlier is now just a faint blur in his confident appearance, but has it disappeared now? Seeing Kang Yu's new look, Man Nai laughs with delight. This is the aura around him once again ignited. Superior evolution, you really surprised me. Jen Chi nervously stood beside Nam Cheon and exclaimed, Superior evolution? Gina silently watched Aino, who looked confused, and asked again, What evolution? The old man below, excited, praised, So you've been holding the ace all along, no wonder you're so confident. I never expected that those words would make you lose patience. How long do you plan to stand there just admiring? In a flash, Kang Yu rushed towards Man Ki Kin, and if he wasn't confident, he would let me go first. One hand of his wielded a long blue flame that trailed behind, and finally Yu swung a fire whip towards the old man. The raging firestorm. Du Kin Huang stared in horror at the spreading flames. Yu Chan is watching the blazing fire from above. Is this a fire element skill? Eno next to him curiously asked Screw nearby, where is Manny King? He uses his high-tech glasses to observe and respond at the same time. Over there. Screw slowly looked up, then jumped into the sky. Although Manny King had already jumped into the sky, Kang Yu quickly blocked him in front with a blink, and as soon as he changed direction, Kang Yu swiftly followed. Then he confidently looked at Man Nikin and smugly asked, Do you still see me as a sacrifice? He refused to accept it and launched an attack but couldn't land a hit. So arrogant. Kang Yu suddenly appears on the right, gathering strength and forming a fist like a crow. Resistance is useless. Everyone will soon hear the determination of the 3-legged bird. Finally, he finished with a powerful punch that sent the old man crashing down. His scream was destructive. This punch from Kang Yu must have caused a lot of critical damage, turning the ground into a huge crater, just like a black hole in space. The 2 students witnessing it couldn't help but exclaim. That is the technique your master used to defeat J. St. Eno turned to ask if Gina had won yet. Gina calmly replied. Not yet, he has already blocked that attack. Screw just realized it too. He saw Manny King being overwhelmed by the attack and thought to himself in that brief moment, he's still sharp despite his age. Kang Yu is still trying to focus, rushing into the crack. From the crack, Manhwa King's hand rises into the air to strike. From the ground, the old man breaks through all obstacles to stand firm, his face extremely fierce. Above, Kang Yu with a cold face rushes quickly toward Manhwa King, preparing for a sky-high punch. He also prepared himself, his face full of bitterness, as two powerful fists collided, exploding in a flash that lit up the sky. Kang Yu dodged the attack and, changing stance, delivered a powerful kick to Man Nikin. It seems like he's enduring a very powerful force, with his teeth clenched and his eyes bloodshot. Nam Chan observes the fight and analyzes. He managed to block it, but the damage still looks quite serious. Both of them threw punches that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But when King Suokana was hit by a punch, he took the opportunity to kick the old man in the side, wearing a victorious smile on his face as he sneered and taunted him.
What kind of expression is that? If you get hit again, will you cry?
Manny Kin grits his teeth in frustration, unsure how to respond. One of his students exclaims in surprise.
Right now, the teacher is still dominating Manny Kin, isn't he?
That guy also speaks up. In close combat, the teacher is like an idol in Kang Yu's eyes, the strongest that no one can surpass because he is the strongest. Kin Ku throws an uppercut, feeling like he can no longer control his emotions. That old man is talking nonsense. Kang Yu easily blocks it and teases back. I wonder if he's still finding this fun now. The four great villains. Then he used his punching through technique to go through the old man's body, and the notification of destruction for crooning running appeared. Kang Yu coldly said, "He's just a small fry." He punched Nikin straight in the face, distorting the old man's features. King was thrown dozens of meters away, creating a long trail of dirt and rocks to the sides. Suddenly, time rewound to 5 years earlier, on a quiet evening at the Lotus Blue Crane factory, where a glass of unfinished ice-cold wine sat on the table, and Manikin's voice echoed.
So, you're telling me I just need to observe? Mr. Yunsheng picks up his glass and says, yes, that's right. I will take responsibility for handling this.
Manny Jing resting his chin in thought. The old man asked, do you plan to negotiate with Moran? He took a sip and replied, yeah. He asked again, quite boldly, is it really necessary for you to get involved in this? He explained that as the conflict between him and Moran intensifies, public opinion against the villain will only grow more negative. And that's exactly what Lampus wants. Yunsheng's vehicle continued. In the end, Lampus will be the one to benefit, right? As the ruler of Winterbell, I cannot let that happen, Manny King asked. Is that the only reason? He wondered. Is there any other reason? The old man hesitated for a moment, then Manny King said in a deep voice, you think I would lose to Moran, for example?
Yunsheng's car replied, that could happen, but the lottery ticket I bought isn't Moran's. Since he suggested that, you still have a chance to buy other tickets.
Isn't that right? He replied that he had no intention of doing so. Yunsheng's car begged him. No matter how strong the wind blows, Mount Tai cannot be moved. I want to ask for your help with this. Please become the mountain that stands against Moran, the junior who fought alongside you at the same school.
I want to ask for your help.
Manny King took a sip of bitter wine and replied, you're making a request that risks your very life? The old man continued speaking.
Then how could I possibly let you down? Get back to the battle and work hard.
Even though the hit was very painful, Manny King still didn't flinch. He even managed to shout. That lousy rookie, Duak exclaimed in amazement. What kind of durability is that? Gina was also stunned. Moros marvels at the resilience, rising after 2 devastating hits. Kang Yu claims his stamina and recovery are beyond normal, but the damage we've dealt is still significant. Moros warns that one more strike could bring him down. Don't be careless. An injured beast will only become more ferocious.
Kang Yu confidently gathers energy into his arm. I can't afford to be careless.
One of his eyes is blazing red because I am also in a dangerous situation. Now my desire to destroy is becoming more and more obvious. Suddenly, Manny Kin slammed his hand down on the ground, causing rocks and gravel to fly everywhere. Man Kin summoned his flame spirit, standing behind his stake. I didn't wait for him to transform and rushed forward. It's over. Man Kin asks again. Is it over? He is confident. No way that could happen. The pillar of his old man hides an inner seal that is a katana, with a blade that looks like it's burning constantly. This is the celestial general divine sword. Holding the sword in his hand, looks even more empowered. The burden I am carrying is not something you can bear. Kang Yu quickly stepped back, looking down from above. Kang Yu's cold eyes are filled with murderous intent. If that's the case, then I've also prepared a little. He uses his ultimate technique, the Apocalypse Blade, turning his hand into a sharp dagger. Kang Yu's spear tip is pointed sharply downward. Manny King's sword also absorbs the surrounding energy, and he shouts, let's end this battle here. The katana is engulfed in flames, and Manny King's entire body radiates an unprecedented power. He assumes a fighting stance while Mankin rushes forward, leaving a blazing trail of light. Facing him, Kang Yu is also charging. He is engulfed in a fierce black-purple energy, resembling a spiky storm cloud unleashing a devastating attack. His eyes are cold and emit a long red streak. The attacker slashed fiercely up and down, their energy blazing so brightly that the surrounding sky and rocks were pushed aside. This was the ultimate skill of the Dragon Slayer slash. Manny quickly switched his sword to the other hand and struck with a powerful blow that cut through the wind, but Kang Yu, alert, dodged just in time, unaware that his face was unintentionally cut by the strike. Kang Yu counterattacked with his hand, but Manny Kin blocked the strike with his sword. They fought above and below, neither willing to give in. In the end, they unleashed their final attack, a vivid clash of weapons that pushes both sides back. Kang Yu, exhausted and close to victory, suddenly runs out of mana. He grits his teeth and says, "My mana is running out." Moros worries as the size of the crescent blade shrinks. It warns Kajin that if this fight turns into a war of attrition, it will be very dangerous. "But if we keep going," he'll respond tersely. "I know, but he sees you struggling and laughs with delight." Kang Yu looked at Manny Kin and also guessed his confident intention, saying that he seemed eager to end this battle as well. Manny Kin stomped the ground firmly, looking quite pleased. He prepared his stance in advance, but then he finished. Eni admired his cool posture. Gina realizes something with surprise and whispers to herself, "No way. How could he know the secret technique of our family?" Kang Yu shouted loudly, "Use all your strength now." Man King Nut Chi shouted, "Come on, he's using the infinite technique." He's also using the sky-breaking sword. He proudly shouted, "This sword strike will cut through heaven and earth and destroy everything." What is that? The aura he's emitting is truly terrifying. Kang Yu also didn't hold back. He charged forward, unleashing maximum power and stabbing straight down. Then Kang Yu used the Immortal Calamity Blade to strike down directly. Genshi exclaimed, and they clashed. The two swords clash, generating an immense energy as both blades gradually shatter into fragments of magic. The winner of this power struggle is always the sword, but his sword shattered into pieces. King was stunned, unable to believe it. Kang Yu punches straight down, hitting him square in the chest. Blood sprays everywhere as King refuses to admit defeat. He grabs your neck with one hand and with the other, he unleashes all his strength into a powerful fist. "You truly are remarkable." But he gloated, "In the end, I am still the winner, kid." Then he used the North Star King Fist technique. Kang Yu sneered at his words. Does he think he has won? He used illusion skills to transform into a shadow of Kang Yu in response. The moment he made that mistake, he lost. The shadow enveloped him and dragged him into the darkness. M is stunned. What? From above, he throws a punch straight down, shouting as he disappears and is buried in the darkness. Kang Waktan Tin creates a giant tornado that turns into an explosion. Everyone outside was stunned and speechless. Sil just stood there, watching without saying anything more. The two students also stood there in silence. Gen Chi's group just froze in place. The smoke gradually clears, and Manny Kin is also buried under the broken rocks and debris, and Kang Yu still stands there without a scratch. I didn't expect that I would still be alive. Kei Kin struggles to speak. "Will you go easy on me and show some mercy?" Kang Yu coldly replies, "Don't misunderstand. I just can't kill you because I lack the strength." He explains, "Also, if you used that final technique in its complete form, I would be the one to fall." Manny Kin understood and smiled. "I have completely failed." He raised his hand to the sky in acknowledgement. "Although I lost, I have no regrets at all. This is a great fight. I have given it my all." Man Ni declares, "There is no longer any reason for me to be called one of the four great villains." Looking back on the past period, Manny felt a bit regretful and said, "Chi Huan has been here for 5 years now." Hearing this, suddenly Gina reacted. And then he laid down to enjoy his old age. Isn't this a wonderful retirement celebration? At the Lampus building in South Korea, a loud voice shouted, "No way is it impossible!" De Wong was stunned. Did Xin beat Manny Kin? "What the hell is going on?" June replied dismissively. "The power structure surrounding my king will collapse soon." She continued, "So we are very busy with that. Ken has already climbed to the top of the surveillance list, and we need to prepare a report on him." De Wong is still shocked. Could Kasen replace Nikin and become one of the 4 demon kings? She calmly said it's still too early to tell, but if the other demon kings do not recognize Kashin, then it could happen. He spoke up. "So, a new group of the 4 great villains is about to be formed." June speaks up. However, if someone refuses the fight, it could lead to conflict. He was startled and exclaimed, "A battle?" She coldly said, "This is a brutal fight to crush each other." Inside the empty building, only their voices discussing could be heard. Perhaps some were trying to take advantage of the chaos. In some office, Kwang Ho is on the phone. "Yes, I understand," he replied. "I will follow your instructions." After saying that, he hung up. Kwang Ho looked at his phone with a sly smile. A piece of paper with a cute message appears. "Sashuyen feels truly happy because you are our boss. Everyone cheers and toasts with all their might, with Gadam being the strongest for C. The people present are buzzing with gossip, having beaten Manny King, and everyone knew he would win. Break." Hun suddenly clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay still. He was feeling extremely frustrated. Even on such an important day, you still have to drink pink grapefruit soda? C.R. agrees with that opinion. "That's true. Beer might be better." Cheha immediately fell silent. He smiles brightly, but with a hint of reproach. Selling alcohol to those people could increase criminal behavior. Who knows what those people will do when they're drunk? Black Han got furious when he heard that. "That's just prejudice. This guy really..." Still criticizing, she calmly replied, "Fine, whatever you say. Hey." Ayan quietly turned around and looked. In her hand, there was a paper origami. She kept staring blankly at what was in her hand. The evening shrouded the entire neighborhood. Hei Yan silently moved through the darkness while someone was squinting and watching. She also stopped, and the shadow in the middle spoke first, knowing she would come. Kang Yu looked with a cold, thoughtful gaze, while Heian crossed her arms and looked on coldly, her memories returning. She didn't change her expression and asked again what had brought you here. Kang Yu remained silent. Prince with a dangerous smile. "The evil prince belongs to the mage class, with an chaos attribute." He simply replied calmly, "I came to take you away." Even Ion didn't refuse outright. "I won't go." The prince still appears very friendly. "Why not?" She also just gave a brief explanation. "Because I want to stay here," he immediately responded. "I'm asking for the reason. Just gently caressing your hair, I feel at home here." She recalls every familiar face. "I am valuable. My younger brother also seems to like this place." The prince with a knowing smile. "I see. In the sky, there is a filming drone flying. If that's the reason, I might have to give up bringing her back." Or maybe Ion is feeling very confused. "You cut ties with the Yos, right?" He responded casually. "Actually, it should be the end of the contract." Prince recalled past events and responded very naturally. "I pledge my loyalty to Manny King, one of the 4 evil kings. If he is no longer one of the 4 kings, I have no reason to remain loyal." Ion looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. "So I guess they are the 4 evil kings after all. What about Kashian?" He still stands there calmly answering. "You're gradually becoming more perceptive. Ask when you already know the answer. He and I are on opposite sides. The night sky is full of stars and the sunlight illuminates the road. Are you still okay?" "Yes." "Kang Yu is crossing the street line. I know you always prioritize safety." Yuri replied with a worried look. "I'm only concerned because I heard about a major accident in Gadam." Kang Yu replied indifferently, "That has nothing to do with me." She then let out a sigh of relief. "That's good then." Kang Yu looked up. "I'm out shopping now, so I'll hang up." She didn't forget to remind her younger brother. "Don't be so stubborn. Just buy something nutritious to eat." Moros also has to admire him. The more he lies, the more impressive it gets, and he keeps showing his annoyance. "Don't mock me, as if I could tell the truth." "It glares and sweats. That's a headache." He replied calmly. "It's not too much of a headache. Just do what we usually do." He looked up at the sunny sky. "I just hope that the older sister in America is safe." Moros glanced at the person beside him. "You're used to calling her sister, right?" Kang Yu stared silently at his phone. He turned to look at the building next door. "It's not like I was lying about going shopping." Kang Yu's gaze fixed on a spot, likely where Man King lives, as sunlight streams through the window. "This is the promised item." A man hands over the box, and Kang Yu sits on the chair. "Can I check it?" "Please carefully examine that item. It's real." Kang Yu turned and walked away. "So it's over. Why stay here any longer?" "Kin doesn't seem eager for you to leave yet, huh?" He taps on his glass of wine. "Not everyone knows about this, but you do." His expression is one of curiosity. "How do you know I have the platinum disc, and why do you want it?" But Kang Yu only responded indifferently. "That question can't be answered for free. Let's have a rematch." Kin waved his hand and said, "Oh no, I'm still recovering from the wounds I got yesterday." Kang is disappointed when he hears the old man reply, "But let me give you one last small piece of advice." Manny-kin raises the glass close to his mouth. "He is the owner of this platinum plate. It means a shadow with its back turned, you have become the target of absolute forces of the world. The lights are floating above, Kazi Shinmankin extends the glass of wine forward. I'm curious to see which path you'll take from now on. The scene shifts to Gedam Weisen, where a spaceship has landed on the ground. Gro excitedly waves his hands non-stop. It's love. Here I am. S gently nudges her crow-like nose. That was a long trip. It must have been really exhausting. Gro looks very fine. Seeing your face makes all the tiredness disappear. She hands over a set of documents. This is what you wanted. I also placed the item I received from Dr. Rotles there. He was surprised by that thing. Did the four evil kings withdraw Les? S slowly opens it. He seems surprised by this item. It's the item Kang Yu took from Miking. He still keeps looking at it. Did she fight or less? Crow couldn't hide his smile. Just take it. No need to say more. It seems they had already planned to give it up from the start. Red. I feels quite curious. Wasn't that already discussed? Screw is still playing with it. I only knew they had planned something for me, but I didn't expect it to be a platinum disc. He suddenly became serious again. Is something wrong with Roos? Crow also immediately replied. Now that you mention it, I realize something's not right with them. She looked at the platinum disc and asked innocently, aren't you going to check what's inside? He also casually replied, so the main dish should be enjoyed first. There's another piece of paper inside, but why do you want to investigate that? It contains images and some information about Kang Yu and Kaisen Lai, who are wrongfully accused of being world-class frauds. What we see and what is real seem to differ. He has started to feel a bit interested. Uncovering the truth is my hobby. Right now, in DeLaw, a suburb of Washington, cars are rushing by. The escort vehicle just passed the corner of Don Street. What is the villain's identity? Suddenly, the truck exploded. No problem? Did 2 police officers quickly escape an attack? Report to headquarters now. 2 gunmen are aiming in that direction. That officer was instantly frozen. Damn it, someone is controlling those ice blocks. 3 people are approaching from this side. The man in front looks very surprised. Raph, you idiot! The evil ice clown Olaf, a rank-up ice mage, approaches you. What? Raph shouted in panic. Did the boss know I got caught? The person next to him gruffly replied, It's the boss sending us to rescue you, idiot. Olaf turned away, alert. Leave before the police arrive. He immediately fell into fear. Wait, if you go back like this, the boss will kill me. He coldly turns to look and says, Of course you deserve to be beaten to death. Raph knelt down desperately, begging, Please, give me a chance. I can't leave like this. Olaf still felt uneasy. What ridiculous plan are you up to now? His expression was like holding the entire sky of schemes. I plan to give the boss a gift. Recently I lost something, and this will definitely be a big present. The sunset casts its glow over the green factory harbor as someone pours wine into a glass. M. King is talking to someone. He remembers Screw's threat. Don't provoke us. If you don't keep your word, you'll be the one to regret it. M. King sipped his drink, thinking to himself, Your driver was right. Director Kim still stood there silently, letting him ponder. There is a reason why Ka Xian, a rookie, was appointed as the boss. I think my judgment isn't as good as it used to be anymore. It took him a while before he spoke. It seems you've had a bit too much to drink, Chairman. M. Kin sets down his glass. Today the wine is very good, but Director Kim remains cold. He has not fully recovered yet. It would be better for your health if you limit yourself a bit. His face suddenly became serious. And there are a few things I need to discuss with you. Are the faces that flashed through Director Kim's mind those of the managers? As you already know from your thoughts, Geechee and Found even returned to their management positions and said they are on the prince's side. Annie tapped his fingers on the table in frustration. Langon must have gone with them too. So only the Chi Tree and Iron Beast remain. He didn't hesitate to ask the person in front of him directly. They are definitely trying to recruit you too. Director Kim responded immediately. I refused. This made Manny Nikin very pleased. Maybe you're not as sharp as before, but you're still very capable. Since your limits have been broken, let me see what you will do to surprise me. The Prince of the Night Sky envelops the space. Moros looks at the pile of boxes on the table. Are you okay? It's flying around because it's worried about you. The burden of superior evolution is quite heavy. His voice remains very calm. He's making an omelet. I have to get through it. Moros remembered the image of him from back then flashing through his mind during the fight against the 4 great evil kings. MK, you must have gained valuable experience, but accumulated data will create a solid foundation to overcome future difficulties. Kang Yu still maintains a calm expression. Are you saying that the difficulty is the absolute power on a global scale that Manny mentioned? He reaffirmed it once again. Are they still searching for the platinum disc? He remains calmly eating his rice. If it's because of the platinum disc, I would be very grateful. I wouldn't need to do anything to lure them out.
Kang Yu picks up a piece of vegetable and metaphorically gathers the ingredients of the mixed rice dish into the bowl. My job is simply to mix those gathered ingredients and enjoy them. A delicious bowl of bibimbap is finally ready. This is truly the kind of food that stands out compared to the dishes you've made before. Kang Yu picks up the phone and concentrates. Now I will take a picture and send it to my sister. He also has to be speechless with you. So that's why you made bibimbap in your free time. The photo has reached Yuri and Vespna. The two are messaging back and forth. Are you setting it up? I did it myself. She still looks at the photo on the screen. Truly proud. Yuri's face is full of excitement. Even she wants to eat mixed rice. The back door suddenly explodes, and her phone is thrown far away. Raf burst in, laughing like a madman. Lord Raftata will take over this place. He steps over the broken pieces. Even though he's my brother, he's completely lost his mind. Raf hurriedly explained, who would ever plan to rob a restaurant? The way they cook here is amazing. I plan to bring some back so the subjects of the Great Raw Kingdom can learn. But instead, I will capture the chef and the manager and set up a great restaurant for the boss. A very peaceful room. Someone is sitting quietly, scrolling through their phone, when he and Olaf burst in suddenly. Where is the manager? I know everything. Stop hiding and come out here for me. Raf was annoyed to see that person not moving. What's going on? Are you just going to stay here without answering? You must be too scared of Lord RF to say a word. Olaf, unable to hold back any longer, spoke up. Stop making noise. Even villains need to be as polite as other villains. Raf noticed the person in his hand. Where did he get that from? That person has shown some reaction. Oh, what about this woman? Yuri is still unconscious. The man over there seemed very uncomfortable earlier. The two clowns are still fumbling around, but I can't see clearly. Turn on the light. Wait a moment while I check. That person broke the silence from earlier, the ice clown Olaf. His eyes widened when he heard his name called. Raf looked over and saw him trembling. No way. A stream of dark energy envelops Olaf. Why? That dark aura is coming from the man's eyes. Why are you here? The scorching sunlight shines down on the buildings as three people walk inside, bowing their heads in apology. I sincerely apologize for leaving earlier. The man won't let you continue. We'll discuss this later. He looked at them with a very frightening gaze, but more importantly, where are they? The sunlight shone into the large room where Yuri was resting on a big bed. Those three have entered the room. RF is being trampled. Lyra and Jack also looked towards that person. Sasha bowed respectfully. He greeted politely, saying hello to the honorary chairman. Vincent gently smiles. The honorary chairman of Lampus radiates a blazing aura, while at this moment, Senchi Manny-kin at the Green Neo factory also wears a knowing smile. He looked at the newcomers and asked, I thought you would come to see me immediately, but you're a little late. Gina's strange family memories briefly flashed through her mind. I need to take it back. Manny-kin slightly lifts the corner of his mouth, scoffing, because he was asked to do so he figures he might as well pay, but only after you prove your skills. She seems annoyed by those words. Are you implying that I am not qualified? Manny-kin replied calmly. Coming all this way to demand it and not be able to defeat me is a bit greedy. He shivered, unable to hide his challenging attitude. How dare you? She quickly reached out to stop him. Don't interfere, Gina asked again in a very serious tone. How can I prove I am qualified? The look in his eyes now shows a danger that has grown stronger than yours, enough to surprise me. Man Jin takes the glass of wine on the table. If you want, he will bring it out as if inviting the opponent, and I will train you myself. 3 months later, Gadam Vizon and Cassie Devilman, leading their fierce army, arrive. Come out here. I, Devilman, will take over Gadam Vizon. Bank and his team are fed up with this situation. This time it's a guy named Devilman, huh? CR sitting next to him also loses patience. You're the 20th. You're 20th person now. Double Blade is trembling all over from the cold. He doesn't seem very happy either, a little annoyed. CR sighs softly. Aren't we the gatekeepers? When Devilman saw their empress, he flew into a rage. You little brats don't know your place. How dare you act like that in front of AR and Devilman? He immediately threw a lightning-fast punch and quickly sent him flying away. You're the one who doesn't know your place. You keep scolding the opponent non-stop. If you're called A, then everyone can be called A. Does Gadam look so easy to fall? CR looks with a disappointed expression. He can handle them already. Krat, an A-rank villain, launches a physical attack. Double Blade suddenly feels excited. I also want to reach A rank. Double Blade villain B gains the assassin class with physical attribute. Breakhan clapped his hands together loudly. What are you two looking at, that dog? It seems he's really annoyed. If you two are this weak, watch out for me. Drek H attacked with an aura tribute assault. Dre Ghost suddenly appeared unexpectedly and spoke. You handle them really quickly.
He's very annoyed by this action. You should be afraid. His eyes look very serious, and the perseverance in his training has truly paid off. You're stronger than before. Black Ghost, the villain, has become a deadly assassin. Black Ghost gently lands on the ground and says, "But don't be too arrogant, you're still weak compared to me."
Black Ghost snorts in annoyance, showing off.
His eyes burned with hatred. How ridiculous that is. There are still those out there who dare to doubt the strength of the master, and that is a direct insult. Black G straightforwardly criticizes the opponent, blaming their weakness as the reason, clearly showing he's very displeased. His own family roots are so furious they're practically steaming. Wait, why use that as an excuse? He still responded calmly.
If you are strong enough, no fool would dare come near here. The two guys are also a bit panicked.
Stop them. Are these two planning to fight? I couldn't stop them. Black Ghost's eyes still shone brightly.
We will go back to special training. You guys will be insanely strong after finishing that course.
The scene has shifted to Pap Heaven, where a girl is drawing on the wall. IP feels really frustrated. I heard that lately many people have been challenging Kwa Shuyen. Kwang Yu also expressed his feelings. It's really uncomfortable.
Screw also joins the conversation, just pacing back and forth.
He continues to provide information. They want to know if Gadam's leader is a great mountain or not.
If they beat him, they'll become famous.
Yos just expressed his frustration. Villains are like that. They don't know how to assess their own abilities. Cheha is very unhappy with these people and has come here to talk. Gina is also very serious. Glad that it's just a small matter. The world's most elite villains will be here soon. Crow is also listening attentively. Gadam must have been very lively back then. Iose looked on with concern. We can't take Mujin's words lightly. I just received information that China's actions are not looking good. Kang Yu is very focused on this matter. China is like Red Dead? Those guys are like hunters. They've been watching Korea's territory all this time, but I think this time they'll start their plan. You also realized that motive. If they act now, their target is probably me, not South Korea. He also agrees with that idea. I think so too. I don't see any fear in him either. Well, I actually want them to target me. If they attack, we fight back. Screw is very pleased with this attitude. Our boss has to be like that. I knew you'd say that. Gina is probably quite worried too, hearing you say that's fine, but you'd better be prepared. Kang Yu shows his calmness. I am always ready. Sil suddenly turned to ask Gina, how did you manage to negotiate with him if Mujin here was trained by Manny King? It must be expensive, right? She replied casually. Of course I negotiated with him, but there was no tuition fee. She started recounting what had happened. I want to meet him to ask for a few things, but M. King volunteered and said he wanted to train me himself. Yosei crossed his arms and looked back at Gina. Thanks to him, Mujin is quite busy now. S was quite surprised by this news. The wealthy King M is actually teaching for free? Is he really that old? Kang Yu asked softly with his eyes closed. You must be very strong now, right? She warned of a harsh truth. That's right, but not strong enough to fight someone like Red Dead. As for that, Cassian is ready to fight Red Dead, but that's not enough. This isn't one-on-one combat. It's total war. Ro again appears incredibly calm. Why worry? Kuyen isn't the only strong person in Goddamn. She gazes at him affectionately. It's my love. Crow smiles confidently. So do I. Hey, Ion has brought the food up. The spaghetti you ordered. She was surprised by the dish as well. Who's calling? Kang Yu answers very naturally. I looked ahead with a scrutinizing gaze, or was startled when I heard him speak. You have cream on your face. She softly smirks with a knowing smile. She naturally brings her face close to the hand you're offering. I shouldn't ask the customer to do this. There's something unnatural about her gaze. But could you wipe it for me? Crow felt uncomfortable with that action. Can't she wipe it herself? It's not hard at all, but Kang Yu touched her cheek. Gina hands over a stack of tissues. That's enough. You can see she's very upset. Use this to wipe away. Aeon once again smiles without warmth. S seems to have figured something out. Oh, so that's the reason. Crow took advantage of this to act spoiled with him. Love, you also have cream on your face. She left with a dangerous smile. Yose seems to be feeling bored. I mean, it looks like the pace of this conversation has just come to a halt. I want to say a few things about superior evolution. Kang Yu also seemed quite surprised and asked again. Is it sudden? He also spoke very frankly. I know this is a difficult question, but for everyone's development, could you share information about the superior evolution? The more details, the better, please. He just responded with a hesitant voice. It's not that difficult. This attitude made him very angry. I asked CAS, wait, what do you mean? Kang Yu looked at the other person with a serious expression, while Sil smiled brightly.
After many practice sessions, I now know how to do it. In the evening, when the cargo ship docks, many police cars also appear. 2 police officers are patrolling. It's cold today. The weather is usually warm. Why are you so sensitive all of a sudden? You should have dressed warmer. Suddenly, I was called. The 2 young men looked down at the man in the suit. But nothing really happened, right? I was just ordered to check around the port. Is this how you work when you mess up? The policeman shouted in fear. Don't tell me there's some villain hiding around. The guy smiled reassuringly at them. Is this just an ordinary routine mission? The 2 of them immediately let out a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. They don't realize someone is watching from above. If a villain shows up, ordinary police like us wouldn't be able to do anything. The cars are tailing each other on the road. At a tall building called Vesperna, Yuri happily hugs a bouquet of yellow flowers. She was startled as she looked at someone. Vincent also looked at Yuri with a gentle smile and said, "Hello, manager." He stepped over to her with caring concern. "Good morning. What kind of flower is that?" Yuri also replied with a bright, cheerful smile. "Marigold. I bought it on my way here because they look so beautiful." Yuri happily gives him a flower and says, "I will give you one." After giving it to you, she also left. "Thanks." Vincent held the flower in his hand, feeling relieved. It's good to see her looking cheerful. Has the memory of that day been completely erased? Unless someone intervenes, it will be very difficult for her to remember. Vincent gazed at the flower, lost in thought, recalling the person who gave it to him. She is a person with a warm heart. I hope she won't be hurt. He handed him a file folder. "I have completed the investigation on General Yuri. It includes information about your residence in Gadam-Seon, South Korea." Vincent gently takes the file. "Let me see." He carefully reviewed the information he heard that she has a younger brother who just graduated high school and is about to enter college. Vincent continued to walk forward. It seems that his younger brother is also very diligent. Hopefully, they won't get caught up in unnecessary trouble. Just close your eyes and think about something. Moros looked up at the sky, gradually darkening. Training until night again? He stared intently at Kang Yu in front of him. It's been a while since he went out at this hour. Surely what happened yesterday gave you a lot of motivation. He quickly strapped the weight bag around his waist. If something like yesterday happens and you don't feel upset, then just keep going. Kang Yu is warming up thoroughly before training. After risking my life and training extremely hard, I finally achieved a superior evolution. Mastering it isn't that easy. Moros was very curious about this. Isn't Driver your teammate? Shouldn't you be happy that your ally is strong? A fleeting image of him trusting that fierce young man crossed his mind. It's dangerous. I don't know what that person is really thinking, and he's still feeling quite uncertain. That's true, but from what I've observed, he seems to trust you quite a bit. Kang Yu immediately retorted, "How can one eye observe carefully?" Moros remains very confident in his judgment. He's just as talented as you. That's not an enemy, but a very friendly rival who might be useful to you in the future. He looked back at it with a questioning gaze. A rival? Kang Yu runs quickly forward. I don't care about those things. Even your legs are weighted. Kang Yu is gasping for breath. Gina, while running, suddenly stops. She was the first to speak. Oh, what a coincidence that we meet again. Gina keeps asking about him. Do you usually go for a run at this time? Kang Yu also responded a bit surprised. Yeah, how about you? Gina is holding a 5-kilogram weight ring. Yes, I also enjoy light exercise. Kang Yu just nodded a few times, with Gina's expression seeming to invite him. Do you think it's okay for us to run together? She also shows concern. If your legs hurt while running, I can help carry you back. Kang Yu continues jogging. Let's run. The 2 girls hide behind the wall, watching them carefully. You've improved, haven't you? Well done. The scene now shifts to the Lampus building in South Korea. Jisun walks in confidently with a serious expression. There are various types of documents on the shelf. Everyone was startled when she forcefully pushed the door open and stepped in. De Wong is asking anxiously, An urgent call this morning? What's going on? Jan sat down on the chair, sighed, and became even more worried about the incident at Incheon Port. What kind of emergency is so urgent that they had to call right away? She immediately spoke frankly. 2 police officers on patrol at the port and a flag officer went missing last night. The person sitting opposite looked surprised. They disappeared. Jisun looked very serious, unable to contact them, and their GPS location was also lost. The flagged officers followed the trail but found no clues. Officer Wong felt suspicious. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone must be interfering. Galado is completely confused, wondering why the flag team is being dispatched to patrol the port. Jisun holds her head in exhaustion. You know that lately China's actions have been very strange, right? I received information that Chinese villains are planning to infiltrate Korea. The 4 of them continued talking. I see.
But isn't there a rule that you have to do your missions in pairs? Where is the other person? The problem is that they delegated the mission to their subordinate and left their post. Oh my God, they just abandoned their position and duty? It's your girlfriend's birthday. June's face remained unchanged. The Special Police Unit and Anti-Hero Special Forces have been deployed to find the missing persons. A large-scale search will happen soon, so just stay put until further instructions are given. Rick Yoon glanced at the other person subtly. Maybe we should get ready too. No, we're not involved. His eyes are quite serious. The headquarters just assigned us an urgent mission. Right now, at an unfinished construction site. Someone is approaching. The three mysterious figures standing in front of the girl seemed to be unaware of the basic courtesy, huh? Tong Yun seemed quite annoyed and demanded that an important guest from afar meet here. Hui Mu, vice president of Tian Huangvian, also felt very angry. This is truly too much. The four celestial shadow guards, Hui Mu, the prince, shows his sincerity. I sincerely apologize for that, but I think you should also understand our position. He continued to express his thoughts in his own words. We are still not sure whether you are an ally or an enemy. The subordinate next to him glances at the prince, but if she's on the other side, his whole body exudes a terrifying power. Isn't this the perfect place to bury both of you? Tang Yan and Hui Mu stand with their arms crossed, listening to the prince's voice echoing from afar. I hope everyone will become our allies. As he finished speaking, a fierce aura erupted, accompanied by a voice full of malice directed at him. Those annoying little countries and their petty fools. The man with a muscular body hidden under the tiger fur is the fourth spirit shadow guard Bak Ho. He sneered, unaware of their positions. Prince smirked in annoyance, seemingly aware of the mice here, then suddenly spread his arms to willingly accept Bak Ho's attack, causing him to roar in anger. If not devoured, run immediately. Bak Ho's 5 razor-sharp claws slashed straight at Prince's face, the bloodthirsty lion's claws, but his speed was lightning fast and he evaded. That makes him feel interested. You managed to escape, huh? Another swift strike from Bak Ho charged forward. He roared, I won't miss this time. Prince tilted his body but was still cut by Bak Ho's shout, and immediately he sneered, so you're not a mouse but a cat. He clenched his teeth in anger and said, anything will do. Simply because you can't attract me. The prince suddenly soared into the sky, his voice full of authority. Stop wasting time. As soon as he finishes speaking, a lightning bolt strikes the ground, unleashing a fierce storm. Bak Ho was caught off guard and was hit right in the chest. His power rained down like a storm, forcing Beach Ho to desperately dodge here and there. Finally, he stopped. Bak Ho gritted his teeth and smiled excitedly. He raised his 5 sharp claws, sneering each word. I never thought I would fully unleash my claws on this land. Get ready to give Prince a lesson. But at this moment, Tang Yan suddenly reminded Beach Ho to stop. Have you forgotten the mission the guildmaster assigned to us? We are here to negotiate. He shouted angrily. Don't you think about what that lowly creature just said? What does it matter if I take the life of someone? Tang I-en replied emotionlessly. We will stay in Korea for a while, so there will be many opportunities to deal with this later. After the unpleasant conversation, he interjected with a smile, saying it was a wise decision. Keeping emotions in check is the foundation of negotiation. The prince calmly spoke. Of course, that's hard to do with villains like us. She couldn't help but praise. You know how to talk. Bak Ho over there is furious but can't do anything, so he clenched his teeth and walked away with a sullen face. Tang Yan narrowed her eyes and silently assessed him and Lens Girl. Impressive. They're so eager for battle so quickly. Her face and the prince's are filled with cold, calm expressions. Just as I thought, they are not ordinary people. Suddenly he reached out and spoke with a suggestive tone. Well then, maybe we should have a meaningful conversation, huh? At a shop in the city, a water tank trickles in the middle of the mall as a person hands a sandwich to someone next to them. Here, take this. Thank you, I'll enjoy it. The woman's voice was a little shy, mixed with guilt. You even bought me a sandwich. How should I repay you? Here's some coca too. Drink it. Gina, the woman, is nibbling on her snack while chatting with Kang Yu. Let me treat you to another meal another time, to make up for it. Let's go to a restaurant for dinner. He pressed his phone and shook his head. It's nothing special, so you don't need to return it. Besides, I already have a plan. As soon as she heard this, Gina thought of Hei Ion's knowing smile and couldn't help but wonder. Is it something important? Kang Yu calmly replied, It's not really part of the plan. Someone just suddenly wanted to meet me. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly shouted out, Teacher, the visitors are Rick Yoon and Gelado. As soon as they saw your brother, they looked anxious. I was about to call you, and here you are. Over there, Gina watched them with confusion. Meanwhile, Kang Yu remained calm and asked, Have you eaten yet? Rick Yoon didn't answer, but looked curiously at the woman sitting behind him. Who's sitting next to the teacher?
She knows her place and politely suggested leaving. I don't want to bother, so I'm leaving now. Everyone, please feel free. You lean back and point to Gina. What kind of beauty is this? She stopped halfway through. Gina, as beautiful as a flower, gently turns and waves at Kang Yu. If you have time, let's go for a run together again. He immediately agrees. Rick Yoon can't resist gossiping. Next time, okay? He looked surprised with his mouth open in an O shape. The two of them seemed to be close. Galato also asked curiously, who is that teacher? Soon after, a loud gasp of surprise echoed through the coffee shop. Is that person the lighter of Winterbell? I don't see any resemblance at all. Kang Yu folded his arms and calmly said, how many more times do I have to say this? He wondered how you knew her identity. He replied casually, you can tell just by looking. Galato and Rick Yoon stared intently at Moros, so Moros discovered it through his scanning ability. Lord Moros seems like a bugged character. It's headache-inducing when he says I told you so. After pondering for a moment, Rick Yoon suspiciously asked, don't tell me Mujin also knows your true identity, and Moros offered his guess. If it's about the villain Cassie Zan, it seems she also knows and approaches intentionally. Seeing Kang Yu say nothing, how could he be so stunned? He slowly explained that Winterbell has a twin with troublesome abilities, and maybe they told her. Hearing this, Galato nervously said, from my perspective, it seems she hasn't contacted the master about his true identity. Kang Yu nodded as if he didn't know, even though he actually did. Suddenly, Rick Yoon's eyes lit up intensely. He hugged his face and shouted sweetly, this is so interesting. I immediately shut down Rick Yoon's thoughts. It's not what you think. Then Kang Yu coldly asked the two of them, let's put this topic aside. Why did you suddenly come to me? Rick Yoon, and he exchanged glances. Galato calmly explained that this morning he was assigned a mission by the Lampus headquarters related to the master. I'm not really surprised, I can vaguely guess. Because I defeated Manny King, one of the 4 great villains, Lampa would naturally pay attention. He denied that the target was not about the villain, Cassie Zan. This time Kang Yu also feels confused. Galato swallows hard before carefully recounting. The detailed mission from headquarters is to monitor Kang Yu at Gadam and protect him if necessary. You listen carefully in silence and suddenly speak. Don't tell me Lampus has already discovered that the villain Cassie X is Kang Yu. Rick Yoon let out a sigh. I'm not sure about that either. He is nearby, but since this mission was assigned to the wrong team, we are already very suspicious. We're still investigating, so please wait a little longer. Kang Yu frowns, crossing his arms, and asks thoughtfully, what if they know who I am? I understand the need for surveillance, but what does protecting mean? Was that a mistake? It's strange that a commoner is protected by Lampus's elite soldiers. I keep pondering about that too. We're also curious about it. Galato looked at him. Do you guess what it is? Moros also narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Kang Yu. It seems like he knows something, but I don't know either. Suddenly, he fell silent and looked strange. And there's one more thing. This hasn't been revealed yet, but Galato's deep, husky voice sounded. We received information that the villain from China has infiltrated our country through Ainan port. Lampas suspects that it is actually Thayan Huangvian. Kang Yu raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. Tianxiang Garden, Moran's henchman, right? He frowns thoughtfully. Surely their target is the villain Xion. Meanwhile, the city with many abandoned skyscrapers echoes with a deep, low voice. It is still unconfirmed whether Moran secretly infiltrated our country. But if the target is in Goddam, the image seen through the binoculars shows Screw handing something to the blonde-haired woman. The person holding the binoculars sneered with a sinister smile, having identified the main target. That person is known as the four-handed Demon Dawn. He stretched out lazily and spoke, so maybe someone is hiding in Goddam already. Now we should have a little fun. The tall building appears in the middle of the city, with Rael and Prince inside the room. He frowns. The Heavenly Fragrance Garden? Is that some kind of botanical garden? He was surprised. You really don't know? It's a villainous organization founded by Moran. Rael nonchalantly replied. So what? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Don't tell me you're planning to join Moran's organization. He sneered as he looked at the raised glass of wine. So that news will definitely make the front page. Prince looked down at Rael from above and said coldly, We only formed a strategic alliance with Thien Huangvian. Suddenly, Gai Chi stroked his chin and said, That sounds interesting. He glanced at the guy and asked, Do we really need an alliance with them? What they want is to destroy Winterbell and Gadam Vinzone. They share the same goal as us, to eliminate Gadam Vinzone. Hearing this, Raylo chuckled excitedly. Not just Gadam, but Winterbell too. This is going to be fun. Gai Chi and Found both looked at Prince excitedly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This game will be big. I won't let you down.
One of them asked curiously if Moran was acting on his own. Prince calmly sips his wine and replies yes. Without her, the game wouldn't even start. He thought for a moment before speaking cautiously. Someone with her size and presence wouldn't come alone. Don't tell me her elite troops are coming too. Suddenly breaking the silence, Lensgirl softly said, yes, all of Moran's loyal elite troops, including the 4 celestial shadow guards and the 4 saboteurs, will arrive in Korea. Lensgirl slowly explained. The 4 shadow guards are Moran's bodyguards and are known as powerful villains. The 4 sects of the shadow, on the other hand, are assassination teams under Moran's command, specializing in stealth and assassination. Gachi murmured, even I know about the 4 assassins. He recounted how Moran had committed numerous brutal acts at the Beijing branch of Lampas and offered a bounty. His deep, terrifying voice made Moran furious when she heard the news. She ordered her men to wipe out Lampas's people, and her elite troops successfully completed the mission. They are the 4 martial frictions. As soon as Rael finished speaking, he couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in shock. A lone evil organization could wipe out Lamp's entire branch. Found frowns. Maybe so, since Moran controls all of China, things are pretty tense, giving him a headache. People say that besides Bin Din Jiangtou and Cheat Moran also considers Shanghai his home turf. Should we consider this alliance? Do I really have to bring the tiger home to catch the wolf? In a moment, he spoke to reassure us, saying, there's no need to worry too much. They won't easily provoke us. Prince summarized that it was not difficult for Moran and his men to infiltrate Korea, but what happened afterward was the real issue. And he slowly revealed his thoughts. The world's attention will be focused on Korea, targeting Moran and Tien Huangvian. Lampas believes that if a battle breaks out in Korea, they will have a high chance of winning. Everyone listens attentively. On the other hand, facing Lampas's elite forces in Korea is also a headache, even for someone as strong as Moran, who finally nodded in agreement. That's right. Next, Prince looks toward Lin's gun, so Lengen's teleportation ability is very important. If the situation is not good, we can retreat back to China at any time with minimal casualties. He squints and guesses. So in the end, Tianxiang Garden still has to ally with us to ensure their safety. Ga chuckled and added, the leader must think ahead. After pondering, Rael glared and said, I understand Moran's stance now. So what is our purpose in getting involved? I wonder. He gently places his glass on the table and speaks slowly. We can use Thien Huang Tower to eliminate obstacles like Cassian and Driver as well. Prince resting his chin with a look full of ambition, seizing the opportunity to get the platinum disc. The abandoned buildings at Gadam Vinzone. Slow footsteps echoed down the cold, dark corridor. Syl entered the code on the door, muttering to himself, this is quite interesting. Suddenly, a head appeared from the ceiling, none other than Doshan. Screw found it quite interesting and asked with a smile, how did you do that? I didn't think you could break my security system. He turned around, revealing his true form, a sly smile on his face. I find you interesting. I tried sneaking up behind you to surprise you, but you noticed right away. Truly impressive. You can tell his identity without even looking at him. You're one of the 4 guardians, Doshan, right? I didn't expect you to know my full name either, so then it's quick. I'm a subordinate under the honorable guild leader. Hearing this, Screw furrowed his brow in confusion. Respectful, Doshan immediately explained, he is the leader of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. And before he could finish, the other guessed it. Moran, Dune reminded him seriously. Oh no, you can't casually call him that way. You must use respectful titles and honorifics to show disdain for the main issue. Is creating the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion not enough? Now you're playing 3 more old-fashioned games? So what is your reason for seeking me? He licked the tip of his pen and leered as he answered. I am here to deliver the order from the honorable guild leader. A powerful aura of Moran radiates from Doshan's body. He orders you to kneel before me immediately and obey my command. If you do that, I will let you live. This is a symbol of gratitude for the performance you gave me last time. Dune was surprised to hear him say that. Make sure to forward my message right away. Tess turned the screwdriver in her hand and disdainfully told her that she refused to submit to anyone. The weapon immediately grew larger. He snarled, I really hate that, then slowly approached him, not forgetting to speak. And also, this time I will prepare more carefully for a different performance. Just tell her to wait. Scribbling like a child struggling to write in a notebook. Wait a moment, what did you say at the end? I was writing as I listened and couldn't keep up. Still, Screw calmly repeated, I will prepare a perfect performance. Just wait and see. Later, he clenched the book tightly, smirking. I've rewritten everything. Suddenly shaking his head and sighing, he said, I guess the Honorable Guildmaster will be very disappointed with this outcome. He pretends to be surprised. Oh my God, then what should I do? A flash of light suddenly streaked across, and before I knew it, he was right in front of Screw, pressing his forehead to his, saying, "Just bring your head back." He sneered and replied, "Then you'll need my permission." "Do?" Chan looked surprised. "Oh, I see." Then he gently stroked Screw's cheek and whispered, "You are right," then stepped back a few paces. "It's a pity, but it seems I have to go empty-handed. I'm only carrying out the orders of our honorable leader." Seeing Dune about to leave, he stopped him. "Wait, I want to ask something. Are these things radiating around here your work?" He chuckled and nodded. "That's right, those blue rings are called space locks." Deche soared high into the sky, explaining, "This way. No information can leak out unless I allow it. What happens inside here cannot be transmitted outside." After hearing that, he gloomily said, "I guess I was right." Don suddenly snapped his fingers. "I will unleash my power before I leave." But before he could do anything, a hand grabbed him by the neck. None other than Grow. She asked affectionately, "Are you done with your work?" He winked and said, "Let him go." Crow glared at Doshan and said, "Today you're lucky. Next time I won't let things end like this." Then she let him go and coquettishly turned to Screwil. "Love, what should we eat for lunch today? Let's have noodles." Dokkan fumed. "I have completely erased my presence, yet both of them can still see me? It definitely can't be underestimated." He turned his head to watch the two people leave and then smirked maliciously. "Well, that just makes it more fun." Dune glared at Grow with hatred. "You dare to threaten me." Then he turned his head and flew into the tornado. "See you next time." Duun Che roared angrily as he moved outside. "You better get ready to go." Suddenly, an image of Kang Yu drinking water appears in front of him. "You're just teasing Do Che over trivial matters, yet you're so diligent." He was stunned, eyes wide with shock. Tang Yu lazily sits on the ground and says, "Next time, come in and out through the main gate and greet me. Sneaking around is very rude." Yu also threw a water can and hit Dune, reminding him don't litter here. Since it's his first time in Gadam, I'm just warning him. "You complain like an old man. Remember to take your trash home." Kang Yu leaned back and gave him a cold smile. "This is Gad Dam." The afternoon stretches over tall buildings, deep inside a house. There are 3 people staring at the computer. Screw just typed and asked Kang Yu, "Do you know about the 4 hands DON friction?" He immediately replied, "He is one of Moran's elite assassins. Next time we meet, I'll pluck those horns off him." Kang Yu reached out and looked closely at the screen, asking him, "How is the security system disabled?" Screw slightly shook his head. "I am still investigating. I have my suspicions, but no proof." He told you, "I don't think I've explained this to you before. The security system has data on the faces and body types of all villains and vagrants in Gadam District. The villain on the screen is struggling and thrashing around. It's Breakhund." Meanwhile, Screw patiently explains to Kang Yu, and when an unfamiliar face appears on the camera, the alarm automatically goes off. Hearing this, he frowned. "Do you mean Don wasn't caught on surveillance cameras?" He immediately denied it. "No, that's impossible. Furthermore, we have a 24/7 drone system and countless surveillance cameras to guard against intruders." Still, he insists that without digging an underground tunnel, he would still be caught by the cameras. Crow suddenly makes a hypothesis. What if he has the ability to change his appearance to look like Black Ghost? He can disguise himself as someone else. The boy nodded silently. "That's possible, but having the ability to perfectly change appearance like Black Ghost is extremely rare." He turned his chair to look at the two of them. "From what I observed, Dune's ability is different from Black Ghost's. Kang Yu couldn't figure out the cause. So could it be a system error? He's not quite sure. This is the simplest explanation." She immediately shouted, "No way, the system of love has no errors at all." Gru didn't answer. He turned his head to look at the screen. It was Doshan jumping from one building to another. That made Skrill suddenly realize, wait a minute, the surveillance camera must have seen him, but the system doesn't treat him as an outsider, does it? You also looked on quietly and said it must be a system error. He returned to a serious state, and during this time I will check the system logs. The sound of typing echoed sharply. Suddenly, Screw sneered, feeling amused. He looked at the screen and said, "The system record shows that the person captured by the camera is Krat." Crow couldn't help but feel confused. Krat and Donan not only have different faces, but also different appearances. Even if it's a mistake, they are too different. He pulled out the screwdriver from his head and immediately denied it. Not a system error. Syl smirked playfully, revealing that he had used a device to send multiple signals to the security system's cameras. Moros glanced at Kang Yu and softly said, "So that means he used a trick to fool the facial recognition system with fake data. You understand that, right?"
So when she heard this, she exclaimed in shock, "So we have a traitor?" He replied calmly, "It could be, but I am still exploring other possibilities."
I told you I have a very sharp intuition. S lightly taps the screwdriver on the table. Someone with detailed information about our Vinzone residents and skilled enough with machinery to create special devices. He smugly twirls the screwdriver in his hand. I know someone who meets both conditions in a normal house where a meeting is taking place, with Tang Yan sitting at the table talking to Don.
"Have you delivered the message from the guild leader?" He shrugged and replied, "Of course, the mission was carried out perfectly. I wonder how she responded with that curious frown."
Don rolled his eyes and said no. Tang Yan remained expressionless, just as he had expected. Just as I thought, we only need to kill him. He leans back and says in a bored tone, I think that's the best option. But I can't kill him alone. I not only need more subordinates, but also the entire 4 guardians of the demon clan. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised.
"I didn't expect you to rate the driver so highly." Dune laughed and said, "It's not just him."
There are other dumb, strong individuals there too. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow. Did you meet Kashan again? He nodded. That's right. Duan Du Chan muttered excitedly. So he really defeated Man Nijing, truly deserving of his reputation. He's indeed very formidable. She calmly rested her chin and said, If you've confirmed it, then it must be true. It seems the rumor that Gadam is the true lair of Longdam is accurate. Suddenly, Tang Yan remembered something and asked, Was the device I gave you to use useful? Dokshan burst out laughing, saying it was extremely helpful. He seemed very satisfied with that device, thanks to which he had no trouble infiltrating Vinzone. Driver also looked quite surprised. Magaten regretfully interjected. Driver surprised? I wish I could see it with my own eyes. It's such a pity. Dune couldn't hide his pride. Next time I infiltrate Vinzone, I will use it too, but surprisingly, he shakes his head no. Not the head. A question mark appeared above his head. Why not? Mega immediately guessed Screw's next move. Tomorrow, Driver will upgrade his security system, so our device will no longer be effective. Dune sighed after hearing that. What? Is its function really that limited? She suddenly asked. By the way, did anyone follow you on the way home? He replied, yes. Dokhan immediately thought of Black Ghost and Dark Star and remarked, they're pretty strong too. On the dilapidated buildings about to collapse, Gadam, Vinzone, Black Ghost, and Dark Star all kneel down to atone. I have betrayed my master's expectations. Please punish me. All right then, it's not your fault, it's mine. For giving orders without understanding Dokhan's abilities. We have to admit that his skills are extraordinary. Moros agrees, unfortunately, but there's nothing more we can do. But Black Ghost still felt guilty and bowed his head to him. It's my fault, sir. It's because my skills are not good enough. I will use this to make up for it. Kang Yu stopped them. There's no need to do that, so don't even think about it. But Break Ghost insisted on being punished. Please, just punish me.
I feel like I would feel better if I were punished. You're out of options, so after some thought, Kang Yu assigns them the task.
The two will form a team and patrol around Vinzone, checking the designated areas every 2 hours. The driver will inform them of these areas afterward. Black Ghost and Dark Star both stood up and replied, I understand your orders. After they left, he turned to look at the people behind him, then at a few others. Break Hammerby Boy asked confusedly, Why are we being called? CR looked annoyed. The nighttime air can be harmful to health. Kang Yu quickly explained, Everyone will also patrol in pairs. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Really that sudden? CRM feels curious. That's the boss's order, so of course we'll do it. But why so sudden? Is something happening? You said it's not serious. There's a problem with the security system. Until it's fixed, we need to keep watch to stay alert. Bon eagerly charged into battle, finally reaping the rewards. Is he falling into deep thought and staying on guard? Is Black Han over there pondering with his chin? Is Moran trying to infiltrate?
Hammerboy has no opinion as long as I can hide. I am confident. Binder irritably twitches his ear. This will get boring.
Kang Ut naturally agrees. That's right. Just patrolling all the time would definitely be boring. Mocking me? You don't care about anything, so you're not bored? The man nervously sighed, feeling uneasy. Without finishing his sentence, he immediately pointed behind him. That's why I prepared these things. Night training, Black Hund and Pan shouting in frustration. Mom, please stop it. On a warm morning at the city airport, reporters and the press gathered right at the entrance. Dewang, Jun, and Seo are the ones stepping out, one after another. Seeing the situation is unstable. Dewang whispers to Jun, Do the boss inform the reporters in advance? She calmly replied, I don't think so. He's about to cry, so what's going on here? Seo suddenly spoke up to explain, Of course, the Chinese side leaked the information. Their heroes came to Korea to capture Moran. Hearing this, Daewang was confused. But isn't it just 3 people from the east coming this time? June softly said, "The number doesn't matter. They say these are China's best warriors." She glanced at her and said that besides China, I heard that the United States and Japan also sent people. When will they arrive? Di-sun sternly reminds him in a whisper that it's classified information. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly, and all 3 of them turn to look in one direction. They step out of the plane surrounded by reporters. The old man with pure white hair is Zhang Bao, and the cold-looking woman with blue hair is Lin Mei. The journalist keeps taking pictures of them, among which the man with orange hair carrying a guitar is looking out at the public. Finally, I have arrived in Korea. The blazing red sword ignites with fierce flames, wielded by the owner who bears the fire dragon blade forged from dragon essence, carrying the heavy burden of the nation. Long Jun appears with commanding presence. I will personally end Moran. The dilapidated abandoned buildings in Gadam echo with serious cries of despair that seem to reach the sky, as Black H gasps for breath, about to run out of air. He carried a wooden box weighing dozens of tons on his back, crawling across the ground as if his shoulders were about to dislocate. Kree also couldn't escape his fate, and he cried tears that wouldn't come. What kind of training is this to bring all this along? Binder looked at the 2 others with a sigh of disappointment. They've changed shifts again, huh? Bon also feels resentful, just like exploiting labor. Suddenly, a sweet female voice rang out from afar, telling everyone to stop. Oh, that sounds confusing. Stop what? She smiled and spoke. The patrol mission, the security system issue, has been fixed. The person who arrived was none other than Hei Ion. She took some kind of bottle from her body and handed it to everyone. And here, please accept this. The boss asked me to give this to everyone and has been working hard all night. Binder looked at the suspicious bottle in front of him with a doubtful expression. What is this? Hei Ion cheerfully replied, It's Pap Heaven's special protein milk. With a loud crash, the wooden barrel fell to the ground. Dre Han rushed over and snatched a bottle from Hei Ion's hand. He shouted at me again. Seeing Black Han drinking wildly and gulping down, Krat and Double Blade immediately rushed over. I want the strawberry flavor, the chocolate flavor, please. Even though he's exhausted, he still can't help but exchange glances with her. Thank you. Meanwhile, Bon remained silent, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity for some reason. Suddenly, he called out loudly, making Heian turn around. Heian. Bon squinted suspiciously and asked her, Have we met before? Or shyly replied, No, this is the first time I've met you. He slightly frowns and nods. I see. Meanwhile, Pon looked at his hand and fell into thought. But why do I feel so tense? Inside a building under construction, a news article about 3 characters from China appears on the tablet screen. I wonder if they are really alert. I truly can't understand how they think. If you're here to catch Moran, you shouldn't be making such a scene. You should have entered South Korea secretly. Don't they know how to think? Rick Yoon interjected in a deep voice. It seems their goal is not just to capture Moran Galado, but also to use this opportunity to boost Long Shun's reputation and turn him into an international star. Suddenly, you remind your master of what people say about Long Shun, right? Answer accordingly. Since both have fire attributes, people call Long Shun the Chinese Kashian. Kang Yu frowns. So he's a fake? Galado quickly provided more information to him. Today's Long Shun must be different from what the master remembers. There is information that he has consumed a lot of government-supported drugs from China. Hearing this, Kang Yu's mind raced with questions. He calmly explained, just like how villains use mana stones to boost their power, it seems China has successfully developed a drug to enhance the seer's mana. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, If that's the case, Lampus would definitely be interested. Has it been distributed yet? Moros also wondered. Taking the drug? Rickson shrugged. No, they are indeed interested, but Galado pointed out that producing the drug requires a very high value, and the effectiveness isn't significant. Suddenly, Kang Yu thought of a sparkling gem and asked, Is it comparable to mana stones? He shook his head. The effectiveness is less than 1/10 of a normal mana stone. He smirked, saying, Well, that does sound pretty useless. Kang Yu found it quite interesting that despite the risks, the world government still poured everything into Long Shun. Wait a moment, Rick Yoon continued to provide more. They don't just provide the initial potion, but also a blazing sword engulfed in flames. Listening to this, he couldn't help but marvel at how much they relied on Long Shun. He nodded, possibly because they had become too desperate with the other top flags of China. Kang Yu frowned thoughtfully. One of China's top flags they were proud of had fallen at Moran's hands. Suddenly, he admitted that among them there was a flag bearer we knew of. Rick Yoon exclaimed in surprise. Really? Galato asked curiously from beside him. Did the two of you meet at the training headquarters? Kang Yu nodded, yes. He gently bowed his head and smiled softly. I used to study there, and that person taught me swordsmanship and healing arts. You seem very interested. Who is he? Kang Yu shook his head and said, even if he told them, they wouldn't understand. In a luxury apartment in the heart of the city, inside an elegant restaurant, a man quietly sits reading a book. That person is none other than Jiang Bao. His eyes are fixed intently on the book. The woman with her hair tied up is wearing a traditional Chinese qipao. Jiang Bao looks at the photo and remembers her. Lei Lin. Suddenly, Long Shun called him from behind. I'm here now. You weren't in the room and I couldn't call you, so I've been looking for you all this time. Lian Mei crossed her arms and looked at the phone on the table, wondering why it was just sitting there. Why didn't you answer the phone? Jiang Bao quickly picked up the phone, apologizing. I forgot to set it to silent mode. All three of them accidentally attracted the attention of the crowd. Are they the ones on TV? He calmly told them to sit down first. Jiang Bao got straight to the point. Why did you two come to see me? He slowly sat down. Lampus has issued an order. He wondered what it was about. Long Sun replied, there will be a brief presentation about the mission, and the branch manager of Lampus in Korea will also attend. Jiang Bao fell into deep thought, suspecting that the branch manager might be Ma Wang-ho, the only high-ranking official in Korea. He frowned at him. I've heard rumors about how amazing that person is, but I've never seen her face, just her resting her chin lazily. People say he's a sharpshooter, right? Kwang Ho comes to Jiang Bao's mind as a formidable opponent. He cautiously advised, that's right. When it comes to sniping, that person has no equal. It's not just sniping either. His combat skills are also excellent. As an ally, he is extremely trustworthy, but as an enemy, he's a real headache. Jiang Bao also added that South Korea once had another high-ranking defector besides Ma Kwang-ho. Hearing this, Long Shun couldn't help but feel strange. Why is there only one now? He slowly remembered. Your name should be Kim Kang Yu. I remember that name because your surname is different from Ma Wang-ho. He died in a battle against Moran 5 years ago, and it's that familiar name that makes him feel weary. Moran again? Lian Mei frowned in annoyance and said, that's really bad. How many more pawns have to die at his hands? Jiang Bao kept rubbing his hand and shook his head. Even back then, even ordinary pawns suffered significant casualties, including the wounded. I'm wondering if the number can be counted anymore. The increasing severity of the situation makes him worry. The mission to eliminate Moran also includes avenging our losses. This operation involves China, Japan, and the United States. Suddenly, Jiang Bao pointed directly at Long Shun and said that the main character of the mission would be you. Long Shun, remember that your achievement is the face of the nation. He nodded confidently. I will remember that. At a construction site. The meeting place this time clearly annoyed Tang Yan. Again? A voice echoed in the darkness above. Suitable for secret conversations like you, Prince said coldly. She still doesn't like places like this, right? Hui Mu looked at her with disgust, feeling like some sewer rat might run out. He politely smiled and said, I will arrange a more comfortable place next time. No more beating around the bush. Prince raised an eyebrow and asked Tang Yan, have you seen the news this morning? China's flag debut was quite flashy. She coldly showed indifference. Don't worry, there's nothing to concern yourself with. Soon, the elite forces of Thayan Huangvayan will handle them. He was quite surprised by Tang Yan's confidence, hearing her promise. Suddenly she frowned, and instead of that trivial matter, I want to meet the ruler of Winter Bell, the evil sword Minen. Can you arrange it? He replied coldly. All right. She raised an evil eyebrow. The sooner the better. The prince had no choice but to agree. Give me 2 days and I will get back to you. Seeing that he was about to leave, Tang Yan stopped him. Oh, there's one more thing. Hui Mu stood quietly beside her, watching. She asked, can I use the teleportation gate anytime? The prince generously replied, of course, just let me know when you need it. Tang Yan showed a satisfied attitude. I appreciate your honesty. Since this is a matter the guild leader anticipated, I will report it first before proceeding. Inside Heavenly Fragrance Tower, the buildings have an old-fashioned architecture. A woman's gentle and graceful hand lightly touches a vibrant rose. The woman disappears behind the curtain and softly says with a sweet voice, the enchanting peony confuses people's hearts. The peony blooms brightly, unrivaled in the world. Suddenly an employee enters, bowing to report to the woman. Guild leader, is there a message from Vice Guild leader Tang Yan? And she insists on saying that. The clear blue sky over the Lamp South Korea branch.
Fireworks celebrating echoed throughout the office as Yu-chan entered, looking very surprised at the colorful paper explosions. Enjoy your drink and celebrate happily. Congratulations on becoming an official branch leader.
Rick Yun keeps toasting with the champagne, congratulating little Chan.
Gelato stands next to the fireworks, politely expressing gratitude and thanking everyone. Yu-cha frowns slightly, looking a bit displeased and curious. Is the award ceremony for the Psycho certificate always this modest? He shrugged and explained, each of you and Joe just passed the test. De-young carefully recalls the outstanding Psycho performances. He knows too. This time, there are many obstacles in the graduation class of the Wrong Flag training course. He holds a champagne bottle overflowing, smiling happily as he adds, but we're here to throw a party for you, so he was delighted. I feel happy about that.
Gelato stands coldly, observing. Uhan seems to recall something that triggers a memory.
Do you remember what you told me earlier, senior? You said you would grant one of my wishes when I officially became a squad leader.
He quickly responded, oh, that? Remember, he's serious. In a slow, deliberate tone, I want to join Moran's sweeping team. I want to join. He quickly and decisively refused. No, you can't. Yu-chan questions angrily. Why not? Not too fast or too slow. He put his hands in his pockets to comfort. It's too dangerous. Despite the protests, he firmly sticks to his stance. Now I am officially the one in the wrong. De-Wong's face darkened as he remained silent, recalling the past image of standing in the rain on the day he bid farewell to a loved one.
All right, I understand how you feel.
De-Wong firmly crossed his arms and refused to agree. But sending a new recruit who just received their certification into the Moran Elimination Force is still too dangerous. No one in LAS, including us, would accept that. Rick Yun, standing nearby, also nods in agreement with his arms crossed. Yu-chan purses his lips, remaining silent. After a moment, he finally spoke as if he understood. I get it now. He suddenly leaned back in response, not expecting this situation. You just said you understand. Yu-chan acts as if nothing happened. I completely understand what you're saying. Wow, this is unbelievably shocking. Really, I thought you would be very stubborn. He looked grim and insisted it wasn't true, holding his head in frustration, thinking this guy just couldn't be trusted.
Gelato stands with his arms crossed, frowning as he surveys the scene.
In Gadam Vinzone district, old buildings line up closely around an abandoned warehouse. An image of Megatol appears on the screen. Screw complains. That Megatone is a name I don't want to remember. He was the boss of Gadam Vinzone until 5 years ago. Kang Yu crosses his arms in front of his chest, wondering. Was he the one who sabotaged the security system? Moros next to him eagerly responds, quickly adjusting his display glasses to explain in detail. He is very skilled with communication devices and broadcasting. He is smart and cautious, preferring to work behind a screen, and now Toymaker appears on the screen next to Megatone, adding his input. Besides Toymaker, he is also the main cause of Gadam becoming a lawless and chaotic place. Looking at the two figures in front of him, he feels curious and puzzled. It seems he's very close to Toymaker, doesn't it? Screw calmly responds. He is also close with Barracuda. His hand adjusts, and his slow voice echoes. After I became the boss of Gadam, he disappeared without a trace. Turns out he's now under Moran's command. Kang Yu looked confused and wondered why they thought that. Screw then revealed that he must have been very furious after being kicked out of Vinzone. My father asked curiously, who kicked him out? He proudly pointed at himself. It's me. Kang Yu sighed in relief. Then there's nothing to worry about. He's still lost to you. Screw chuckled softly and adjusted his glasses seriously. What bothers me is something else. There are others who have joined Moran's side, and he can't help but feel confused and suspicious. Don't tell me he's the prince. He quickly responds, recalling the sinister smile of the prince. Yes, it was him. The information this morning confirmed he had joined forces with Moran. Sil is waving the USB around. Kang Yu looks helpless and suspicious. Where did you get that from? He coldly retorted. The thing is, teaming up with Moran isn't just Megaton and Prince. He glanced at Moros. It nodded in agreement, suggesting they might have also collaborated with villains from other countries, not just Korea. Sil nervously spoke up. This time is different from when they recklessly set foot in Korea last year. It seems they are determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Kang Yu crossed his arms and looked indifferent. If I were the only target, they wouldn't go this far. Approaching me directly wouldn't be that difficult. He also agrees. That's right, our boss never avoids a confrontation. Since you're giving me the opportunity, we will inevitably clash, so shouldn't we attack first? Screw hesitated and stammered, that's a bit... After some thought, he also agreed. I agree. Gaining the upper hand before they can prepare is the right strategy. Moro stared in disbelief with wide eyes while Kang Yu remained expressionless. CO used his glasses to check the serious information and announced that the problem still lies with Lampus. At this point, it's really hard to know their plans and intentions. Knowing this, they also don't dare to attack recklessly. He looks worried and asks what's going on. Can't he hide the surprise that suddenly appeared? Kang Yu kept wondering, asking insistently, "What kind of mask is that?" The one next to it is also nervous. In Nam Kang Vinzone district, screams echo throughout the castle. Such a sinister mansion. Ryle's face was full of surprise. He was stunned, speechless. Is there really a building like this in Vinzone? The prince looked up and smiled softly, probably because this was Min's style, standing nearby and watching with interest. The three of them froze when someone spoke up. "You're quite skilled." Inseo stands tall and coldly questions with a stern voice, followed by Jalop and Matt. "How did you get in here?" His eyes are as cold as ice, and his voice slowly threatening a rebuttal. "Just as you said, because we are good." She sneered with interest, her eyes full of cunning and scheming. "So, that's how it is? I know the two people around, but who are you?" Prince quickly and decisively replied. Prince Ino looked indifferent and confused. "What?" Jop stands nearby as if realizing something, sweating with worry. "You think that guy is the prince? I heard he's pretty much on par with him in skills." She pointed at him and laughed mockingly, calling him Prince. The prince. "Really, is that true? That's really crazy, isn't it? Very embarrassing." He spoke modestly. "There's nothing to be ashamed of, not at all. Soon, I will sit in the position that truly deserves my name." Ino sneered, a look of amused admiration in his eyes, and asked, "So what are you all doing here?" He smiled arrogantly and politely. "I came to talk with Moon Jin." "Aren't I here to fight?" She slung a sword twice her size over her shoulder and said confidently, "If you want to meet our boss, you need to ask for permission first." Prince clasped his hands behind his back and retorted, "So I am asking now." Ino pretended to be surprised. "Oh, really?" She just pointed at me, sneering with a mocking smile, her eyes full of contempt. "But what should I do now?" "That's a bit difficult, I won't give it to you." He stands fearless, stretching out his arms, with streams of energy running along his limbs and gathering in his palms. The prince coldly said, "I don't like fighting, but I also don't want to avoid it." Ino drew his sword ready and smiled excitedly. "Me too! If you touch, you'll get hurt." She held her sword with both hands and charged at the prince, shouting, "Let's see what you've got." At the tense moment, a voice interrupted and stopped everything. Io's movements immediately halted, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. W-Sun appeared and broke the tense atmosphere. "Are you here to see me?" Gina's eyes flash with annoyance. "This is the first time we meet." He confidently tilted his head and introduced himself as Prince. She stood tall, her cloak billowing in the wind, her cold voice questioning. "I've heard about you. What do you want from me?" He pretends to be friendly and courteous, gently reining in his power. "My client wants to meet you, so I came here to arrange it." Gina couldn't help but wonder, who is that client? The image of Tang Yan immediately appeared in my mind. Prince chuckled provocatively. "Tang Yan, vice president of Tien Huangvian, wants to see you." Ino Thu Kim frowned in frustration and asked his father what Tien Huangvian was. Jill, standing behind, quickly explained that it was an evil organization led by Moran Red Dead. "You know who I am, right?" He kept a nonchalant, indifferent expression. "Why wouldn't I know?" "Of course I know," Prince added. "You are the boss of Nam Kang District and the ruler of Winter Bell." Gina sighed. "If you knew so much, then you must also know the relationship between me and Moran." She quickly changed her attitude, ready to draw her sword, her voice heavy and ominous, knowing about it, yet still coming here. The sword she had rested against her back was drawn, and at that moment, Gina declared her verdict, meaning, "You are ready to die." At the castle, Gina pointed her sword at Prince's men as if challenging them. He chuckled softly, a mocking smile. Nam Kang's way of greeting guests is truly unique. She refused to give up and immediately retorted, "You should behave properly as a guest first." Prince extended his hand and made a concession. "So what if that's the case? I won't move an inch from this spot. If I have blocked all three of your attacks, will you reconsider my offer?" Gina quickly agrees decisively. "That sounds intriguing. I hope you refuse. I don't need three, just one is enough." Ino stands here excitedly watching the fun, amused by the cheap but entertaining teasing tricks. On the contrary, Jop sighed tiredly and stood facing Gina, who was pointing her sword at him. He calmly raised his hand to block and said, "Before we start, there are a few things I need to say." Gradually, Prince's entire body is enveloped in a dark, ominous aura. His eyes are cold and his malicious smile delivers a threatening message. "I have a special skill that can absorb an opponent's attack. A stream of energy surrounds my hand," Prince warns. Furthermore, I can temporarily store the power of that attack and convert it into a dark attribute counterattack. Hearing this, she immediately tensed up, still pointing her sword at him, and asked bitterly, "Why did you tell me?" He explained, "I thought you would accuse me of cheating if you didn't know." As soon as he finished, Gina decisively swung her sword, the sharp blade slashing down. "You're worrying a bit too much. You're so arrogant probably because you have some kind of ace up your sleeve." Lens G suddenly stared in shock, fixating on that stance. She rushes forward like lightning with her sharp glowing sword, shouting non-stop, "Now show the true worth of that card." The sword is swung down directly at the prince with an overwhelmingly powerful dark energy, radiating from the blade with an oppressive force. Gina shouted loudly, summoning the Infinite Sky Supreme Sword. He refused to give up, gradually gathering power to form a dark sphere. An explosion erupts from the intense clash, with the sword's flames and the dark sphere evenly matched. Len's Gun's eyes widen in surprise as he follows the scene. Rael stood there stunned, mouth agape in amazement. Ino and Juan on this side couldn't help but be stunned, their eyes full of doubt and disbelief. The prince stepped back, his shining sword swung down. The previous attack was blocked, and the remnants of the explosion were swirling smoke. Dulop covered his mouth in disbelief, trembling with fear, his mouth trembling uncontrollably. He really managed to block it? She put away her sword and exclaimed in surprise. Turns out she wasn't being arrogant. Gina turned away and left, saying, "Let me know when the time and place are decided." He in the shadows responded politely, "Thank you." He stood with his arms crossed, disappointed and disheartened. "Is that all? Wow, he's so cool and mysterious." She stands silently beside him, observing without saying a word. Prince looks at his cut palm, blood continuously flowing. He clenched his fist tighter, blood flowing even more, and a sinister smile appeared as he thought to himself, "He's stronger than I thought." At Levios, a piercing scream echoed through the tall building. "Wait a minute." Sung shivered with dissatisfaction and shouted loudly, "Why is this guy here?" "Screw it. Relax and lean back with your hands behind your head." He stood up abruptly, pointing angrily and shouting, "What the hell are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "Taking a plane." Gina broke the tense atmosphere with her voice. "I already called him." "Miss, are you calling?" She calmly sipped her Nam Nhi tea and said, "I need his opinion. He's annoyed that you keep complaining. Asking for opinions is one thing, but right now we're not in the villainous state." Yosei, smirking, stroked his chin mockingly. "Do you feel like you're exposed?" "It seems this isn't your first time, young lady." She calmly held her teacup, her face cold and serious as she confirmed, "Driver already knows my identity." Sung Shun still stood there, annoyed, muttering, "You already know? Since when?" Gina answered, "A long time ago." Sil picked up a cookie and interrupted, saying, "But how long are we going to talk about these trivial matters?" He angrily turned and scolded, "What nonsense! How dare you say that in front of the young lady?" She calmly put down her teacup and spoke. "He wants to meet me. He's curious and wondering." "Moran?" Gina quickly replied, "No. I heard he's the vice president of the social club." "When and where will Screw ask?" She calmly replied while lifting her teacup. 3 days from now." Gina looks down thoughtfully at the teacup. "The time is morning, and they will announce the location later." He stroked his chin suspiciously, thinking it might be a trap. She nodded in agreement and replied, "I know, but we can't refuse sitting opposite." Screw raised his questions. "How many people are participating? And have you decided who to take with you yet?" Gina replied calmly, not in a hurry. "Now I'm thinking about it." Sung shivers with determination. "No need to think. I will go at all costs." He coldly dismisses the opponent's enthusiasm. "You're out." He restrained his anger and shouted in fury, "What did you say, flag?" SC, with a commanding presence and a cold tone, explains, "We don't know what we'll discuss. Bringing someone easily swayed by emotions like you is like walking on fire." Yos agree. I agree with the driver. Hearing this, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I was speechless, so I clenched my teeth in frustration. Juan bites into the cookie, shoots a cold glance, and thinks to herself, "No wonder they call him the driver." She suddenly remembers what happened earlier and speaks seriously. "I met Prince today. In Gadam Vinzone district, among the old apartment buildings side by side, Uchan on a rooftop proposes to Red Mask that he wants to stand with Gadam Vinzone and fight against Moran." Kang Yu and Morose cross their arms and stand silently, listening, coldly. After a moment of doubt, he finally speaks teasingly, "Are you drunk today?" He wondered why he said that, and Kang Yu calmly explained, "Because if you were sober, you wouldn't say that at all." He frowned deeply, lowering his eyes in suspicion, and asked, "Why would they, who usually fight Moran openly, come here to act as villains and join us?"
The clear sky, drifting clouds, and Kang Yu's teasing voice continue. Don't tell me you got fired for messing up the flag. You, Chan snapped angrily. He clenched his fists, trembling with anger. They won't let me join the mission because I'm a new recruit. He crossed his arms and said coldly, we also don't want the Rook to participate. Yu Chan fell silent in helplessness. Kang Yu guessed it was to avenge his father, right? He was surprised to hear this. A moment later, Yu Chan questioned him. How did you know? He immediately explained. Who told you to keep going to Vinzone? Now I have to look into your background. Kang Yu's eyes are filled with deadly intent as he remains silent. If revenge is the goal, Henry Lampus won't let him join the mission, as personal feelings could become an obstacle. Moros looked at him seriously and scolded in frustration. That also applies to you. You are using Vinzone for your personal revenge. His eyes are sad, his eyelids drooping. Yu Chan stands facing Kang Yu with determination and says, I am not influenced by emotions. If necessary, I will prove it. Wearing a mask with fiery eyes full of resolve, he emphasizes, I am ready to take any test. He slowly approached with a proposal, saying, Good attitude, so I'll give you a simple task. Kang Yu thought of Yu Chan's sister, asked for her opinion, and came here with her approval, and he was stunned when he heard this unexpected request. One beautiful morning, as the sun shone on the tall building, Na-U was stunned and asked, What do you mean? She regained her composure and asked Siest, Are you planning to fight alongside Gedam's villain? Yu Chan simply replied, Yeah. He replied nonchalantly, causing Na-Yu to lose her temper and shout, You're a pawn. From the very beginning, you became a pawn to avenge your father. Yu Chan then fell silent. Lampa will not give you that chance. He frowned and said, You have no other options. Does Vinzone give you that chance? Seeing Na-Wu's approval, he immediately revealed everything. They set an unreasonable condition. Yu Chan looked up at her and then revealed that he needed her permission. Hearing that, Na-Yu immediately felt restless and wondered who it could be. Don't tell me, that person. Before she finished thinking, he spoke up, saying that Moran coming to Korea was his only chance to avenge his father, and Yu Chan's anger overwhelmed his mind. If he misses this chance, even a small one, he has to seize it. We don't know when the next opportunity will come. Na realizes what Yu Chan is referring to. You mean you will hunt down Moran yourself? He spoke seriously. If you won't let me fight alongside Vinzone, I will fight Moran myself. She was a bit annoyed when she heard that. Even if I try to stop you? One was trembling all over. He softly said, I'm sorry. Na? She looked at him in silence for a long time. Yu Chan is now worried, hoping she will allow it. She closes her eyes and speaks. I allow it. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Na? Helpless against Yu Chan's stubbornness. I allow you, but if I try to stop you, you won't listen. She may give in, but she also has a few small conditions. But I have one condition too. Na-Yu watches him smirk and the plane speeds across the Pacific at maximum velocity. All the wrong flags are sitting inside, waiting to fly to the mission point. J.M. Kenji looks at his watch, feeling extremely anxious. He couldn't take it anymore and asked the bodyguard, When will we arrive? He then turned to reply, We will land in about an hour. J.M. Kenji listened and then fell into thought. Is it really 30 minutes late? I can't believe it. The arrogant god thought about what would happen upon landing. Will there be a crowd waiting to welcome us when we arrive? He bit into his sandwich and replied, The crowd at the Air Force Institute? It sounds like a dream. Jem, even while sleeping, has to wake up and join the conversation. Jay is right. Since we're on a secret mission, there won't be any crowds welcoming us. Hearing this, he immediately lost his composure. The three high-ranking Sierra coming without any crowd to welcome them? You must be joking. Jen set up a game to recharge all three of them. Don't be too disappointed. So what happens now? Let's bet on who will beg for Moran's head first. Kenji confidently speaks up. I'm always the favorite in bets. God here keeps overestimating his power. My arrows have never missed. The outcome is clear. I'm done with this. He burst out laughing. Everyone is so confident. He sneered lightly and reminded them this mission won't be easy. This is a battle related to Lampus's honor, but Jam is still happy because they don't back down. Use that confidence to complete the mission. In a building in the city, at a karaoke bar, Kang-un Gaongan said no. He looked at them and asked, Why do you two want to meet here? Rick Yoon, sitting nearby, explained, I chose this place for security reasons. Meeting somewhere familiar would raise suspicion. Kang Yu, hearing that, asked, Do you want to try this popular place? Rick Yoon could only smile awkwardly. Gelato remained silent and replied, Of course not. You think joking around is enough? Now get to the main point. Why are you two looking for me? He spoke seriously about the mission that the headquarters assigned, which I mentioned earlier. Are you suspecting that the surveillance mission is for me? Galato added, I received information that it was a request from a VIP. He wondered, a VIP? Morose wondered to himself if most of Lampus's VIPs were already predetermined. Hearing that, Kang Yu spoke up, the leader of the nations, and it seemed he had guessed. He said coldly, President, you don't fully understand Galato's meaning, so you asked again, do you mean the president has ordered us to monitor and protect him? He hesitated before replying, I really find it strange, but it seems to be a request from the chairman. Kang Yu's 80-second calamity has also arrived. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. Why is that? Aren't you saying that your identity has already been exposed? With just a few small clues, they managed to uncover Kang Yu's identity and made you freeze. If your identity is exposed, surveillance makes sense. But protection, what does that mean? The president, I know, wouldn't be patient enough to make this decision. Before I could think further, Morose suddenly interrupted my train of thought. You have to think carefully about this. He looked at you and then gave instructions. Before the decisive battle against the powerful enemy Moran, we might end up creating another foe. It seems he has now understood. Then one day we will also have to fight Lampus. Morose agreed and raised his voice. That day will come, but not now. He emphasized each word. Doing the right thing at the right time. Remember, acting against the moment can be a double-edged sword. I don't know if Kang Yu heard, but I'm now powerless against Morose. He's playing word games again. While Kang Yu was still thinking, Galato spoke up. Sorry for interrupting. He politely spoke up, but we're leaving now. You're disappointed. You're leaving already. Since we're here, why don't you two do a performance before leaving? You smile softly. I want that too, Galato said coldly. Today, the high-level officers assigned by headquarters are arriving here. Rick Yoon also added. The three of them always. Still that face. Kang Yu is gathering more information, probably because they are the ones assigned to eliminate Moran. Who could it be? He immediately said Jem Cha and Senior Eon are important people, but before Galato could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. So he said it was a high-level false flag? Since when did that rude rookie become a senior? You also mentioned that when our mentor left the high-level command position, the senior sat in that spot. Rick Yoon looked at the karaoke setup with regret. I really wanted to sing a song, but time didn't allow them to stay longer. He spoke up. We're leaving now. Kang Yu looks at the song album and coldly responds, Stay healthy. As I left the shop, I cried loudly inside. Karaoke-su, this was a place I once wanted to visit. Galato whispers words of comfort. You can come again next time. Ruki hurriedly ran and bumped into Rick Yoon. Acting on instinct, he said, Sorry, she's holding a black bag hesitantly. I'm sorry. Then I keep running quickly. He saw a strange yet familiar figure. The girl Rick Yoon just thought Galato knew asked, What's wrong? Do you know her? He stared at her, trying to remember where he had seen her before. Even though I know who it is, I'm not sure. No, I must have been mistaken. You're really upset. What's going on? So boring. But in Galato's mind, he already knew who it was. It just couldn't be. Ruki opens a door to a room, summoning all her strength to shout out loud, I'm here, while Tako is still singing passionately. You seem a bit disappointed as you turn to ask Duuki. Senior, why are you so late? She put the dirty skewer pack down on the table. Sorry, I got a little lost. Kang Yu had a feeling that no way the genius called the Ice Wizard would appear here. Duuki happily showed off the skewers she was holding. I bought it from outside and brought it in. Tako praised it highly. Senior looks so cool. She even raised her voice to boast proudly about her cheese sausage wrapped in sweet potato. At a secret base, Ganj and two gods meet with the Vice Guild. It's been a while, hasn't it? The Vice President and I meet again on a distant land. Can we call it fate? Tang Yan coldly replied. You've worked hard. Outside, she appears cold, but inside, she still cares about others. Do you need to rest? But he only thinks about the main task and refuses to rest, focusing on the mission instead. Ganj, seeing an opportunity to make a move, gets excited. His hands haven't been stained with blood for days. As a member of the 4 Celestial Shadow Guards, that's truly shameful. Tang Yen felt pleased inside. So, you chose the right time. She saw their cleverness and spoke well of him. There are some things only he can do. It's just Ganji's profession. He speaks with a joyful tone. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Ganj's face suddenly changed, becoming dangerously menacing. So, who do you want me to kill?
Moros glared at Kang Yu as he returned to the karaoke bar, speaking with disdain.
Your singing is terrible. Hearing that I get annoyed and shout shut up.
Kang Yu was humming as he walked, singing for fun. Does it matter now? Just a little further, Ki Hun and his gang were bullying Dookie. They pushed her against the wall, excited in front of the girl. He spoke first. Do you go alone?
The other guy quickly added, It's lonely to go karaoke alone. Why not join us?
Dooki's face looked pitiful as she replied, I'm fine. I don't feel bored.
At this moment, they took the opportunity to push forward, and Ki Hun suddenly blurted out, We are the ones who are not okay here. The other guy also spoke up, Don't be afraid. Just relax.
You can't just stand by and watch, so I put my arm around him.
I'm not really relaxing either.
Ki Hun, annoyed, shouted loudly when someone touched him. What did you say?
Kang Yu sarcastically took a breath of the same air as the two of them, making me feel uncomfortable. He snapped back angrily when he heard that.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. The expression on that guy's face isn't very friendly. He looks uncomfortable. Soon after, those two quickly left. Sorry, we're leaving now. She looked at you before speaking.
Did you just help me?
Ruki was deeply grateful, bowing slightly before speaking. Then thank you. Kang Yu, emotionless, pointed at them and said, There's no need to thank.
If I didn't chase them away, there would probably be a bigger problem.
She doesn't know that you know who Yuki is. Are you joking? You're quite funny. Kang Yu listened quietly. Are you joking? Not at all. Seeing Ruki's expression, he thought to himself, the demon witch Turpins, the white wizard Griffith, and the ice wizard Duke Kai, the three legendary wizards of Lampus feared by all villains. If those two stay, who knows what will happen to them? At this moment, Takeo heard the commotion outside and opened the door to look for Zuki-senpai. He was stunned by the scene before him, and then another stranger, who didn't know the full story, shouted, Hey you, what are you doing? Don't you know your place? How dare you, she said calmly to intervene. Takeo, this guy helped me. Hearing that, he calmed down.
Really?
Tako burst out laughing, then spoke.
I misunderstood.
Sorry, buddy. Kang Yu looked at him speechless and suddenly received a message on his phone, which he checked.
Kang Yu stood with his back to the camera, looking at his phone, as Takeo daydreamed, as if offering an apology. I will give you my signature. I'm quite famous, so you can keep it as a keepsake.
He coldly replied, Please, save me. Then he walked straight out the door without looking back. Dookie's obsession with handsome guys flared up. The cool Korean guy really has style. He casually puts away his pen. Tako. Only then did I realize something was off. He faced me without a hint of fear. Who is this guy? At the Lampus Building, South Korea branch, Wong Ho started a conversation. When was the last time we saw each other?
Jem specifies the exact time and place.
3 years ago in New York, his goldfish brain needed to be reminded before he remembered.
Oh, I remember now. It was during the Lam Tai Rudolph extermination operation.
Kwang Ho smirked and spoke, feeling like it was just yesterday. Time really flies. Where are your comrades now? He arrogantly replied. We're at the Air Force Base. Everyone is tired, probably due to jet lag. And yet Jem is still so energetic, he even asked directly. Wow, they really have come a long way. Why don't you rest as well? He smiled softly and revealed, I want to meet my old comrades as soon as possible. Kwang Huat put down his coffee, still in awe. Truly, the tongue is not bone. It can say anything. You have another reason to be here, don't you? Jem keeps chattering. My mission is to support you. Senior, I will prioritize the branch manager's decision above all. He smiled mysteriously as if to threaten. Hopefully that's the case. Kwang Ho warned in advance that this is my territory, and I won't tolerate any unnecessary noise. He knows a forest can't have two lakes, so he obediently listened. Got it. I won't let you down. Branch manager. At the end of the conversation, he took Jem on a sightseeing tour. It's been a while since we last met. Shall we have dinner? Do you like Korean food? He chuckled awkwardly. I like both grilled meat and stir-fried dishes. Wang Ho never expected Jem to also enjoy some of our local specialties. Then let's go. His expression changed pretty before he spoke. But I have a question first. Jay asked indifferently. So Moran is in South Korea now, right? Did he just stand up and then have to sit back down? But some of Moran's subordinates have infiltrated Korea. He didn't trust and asked again if the information had been verified. Wang Ho provided evidence that the hunting dogs I trained are being monitored. He also said Moran hasn't arrived in Korea yet, but before Wang Ho could finish, Jem jumped in. Then that's better. But he didn't care to tell. The predator who waits will see the prey come to its trap. Kwang Ho raised the gun and pointed it at his temple in triumph. The moment to aim at his head will come soon. In Gadam Vinzone City, from above the gloomy building, a group of people are gathered, discussing. He spoke up and asked, "Does the demon sword have a meeting with Moran?" The wind howling through the building's crevices sounds truly eerie. Gina wondered. Moran Screw chuckled awkwardly. "There is a misunderstanding here," Hwasong said calmly. "Not with Moran. The meeting is with the vice president of Tianhuangvian, Tang Yan." Kang Yu then asked, "When?" He stood nearby and replied, 3 days from now." Hearing that, he was satisfied. Enough time to prepare. Cheha saw Screw point to his shop, find a seat, and talk. He glared at them as if he didn't want to, then went inside. Cheha quickly hung up the closed sign. Kang Yu clicked his tongue in disdain at him. "Are you still picky about customers? We just saw them and already closed the door." He noticed something strange and turned on the radar to check. After seeing it, Screw didn't bother to comment but still had to speak up. "It's happening again. I'm curious." "Who's coming?" he answers. "Those mask guys?" Kang Yu ponders. "Masks?" Moros guessed randomly. Ron and Rick. Screw points behind the two people. "Over there, while I'm still trying to recall who they are." Na and Yu Chan now appear together at a simple building. Kang Yu crosses his arms. He politely asks the kid for permission. His eyes turned cold as he asked, "Why did you agree?" Na was hiding behind her hat, unsure how to respond. "Should I just refuse then?" Yu Chan next to him is speechless. Gina, dressed as Min, whispers softly, "Who is Binmo?" Screw strokes his chin. "Today is also the first time I meet him." Kang Yu sighs in relief. "I won't take back what I said. Keep going. The conditions have been met, so I will keep my promise." Hearing that, she became excited and jumped up. Kang Yu shouted loudly, "Break Ghost!" He immediately appeared and knelt beside him. "Greetings, Master. I need help. My subordinate vows to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire for you." Kang Yu points at him, and Na Yu is about their group.
Black Ghost is quick. I'll eliminate them immediately.
He immediately stops him. No, that's not it. She immediately recognized Black Ghost. That person was Kang Yu, assigned to Break Ghost. "Guide them to explore every corner of Vinzone." His eyes immediately lit up. "So they are VIPs? The subordinates will protect them strictly so no one can touch them. You don't need to explain anything else. Just do as you wish, after the commotion." Kang Yu's group immediately moved on to another matter. "Will the location and time be announced that morning?" It sounds like a trap. Everyone moved into a room. "Who is the evil sword going with?" Gina replied. "I am still deciding." Kang Yu asked again. "How much is the maximum?" She doesn't know either. "I haven't received any information about that. I guess they want you to go alone." Screw agrees, "I think so too." Gina does not oppose this request. "Even if I go alone, I still accept." White San, hearing that, quickly shouted in concern, "Lord," she turned to look at her, "which doesn't mean I'm rushing into the trap recklessly." Kang Yu, hearing this, started to become curious. "So, you have a plan?" He smiled. "That plan must be yours." A question mark begins to form on his face. Gina starts pounding the table. "Just as Driver said, with the Shadow Attribute ability, you can observe the situation without being detected." Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, "I can do it." Sil stretched her arms behind her head, as if the most important piece of the game was already in place. She nodded, knowing that when something happened, you would also be a trustworthy ally. Juan also agrees. "If it's Kasi Xian, I trust him." Moros narrows his eyes and concedes. "These guys seem like they wanted to force us to go from the very beginning." He whispers to him, "It's because I'm too good." He raised another issue. "Oh, and CO uses glasses to activate the 3D projection. I've also looked into Tang Yan. She is quite an unusual person," Gina added. "I heard she's a talented strategist." The image of the people they need to watch out for appears in his mind now. "We don't just have Moran as an enemy, Lampus's forces are also preparing and waiting for the right moment." He strokes his chin with interest. "This is a three-way confrontation. If I were Tang Yan, I would use the divide and conquer strategy." Kang Yu wondered. "Divide and conquer?"
Wu San interprets it as her making us and Lampus face off, right? Screwel nods in agreement.
"Yes, I think that's probably the case." He explained it more clearly. "The first target will be Lampus. Many extreme cult members have come to Korea to capture Moran." Kang Yu continued. "They will pick the weakest among them and eliminate him." He predicted and then blamed us. Upon hearing this, he immediately confirmed. "Exactly." Kang Yu continues. "When do you think this will happen?" The smile on Screw's face remained unchanged, probably before meeting Moon Jin, because we wanted to meet at a time that was advantageous for us. Kang Yu suddenly stood up. "I will act first." He was surprised. Suddenly, "Where do you want to go?" She crossed her arms and didn't stop you. Abiyu-sun also silently watched him as Kang Yu shared his plan with them. I can't let them control the pace. He leans one hand on his hip. I will take over the battlefield. Soon, sunset fell, and Gelato and Rick Yoon seemed to be waiting for someone. He occasionally checks the time on his watch. Gelato suddenly realizes the person they were waiting for has arrived. That person is Kang Yu in casual clothes, shouting loudly. Teacher, he slowly approached. You two arrived early. The teacher said it was urgent, so we had to hurry. Sorry for calling you both out here suddenly. This matter is very important, so I have no choice. What is it? We're very curious. He spoke up. Do you know where the people from China are? You replied. So you mean the teacher's wrong? I know. Kang Yu will guide you there, and I will explain everything in detail on the way. Rick Yoon was suddenly surprised for a moment, and then the three of them moved to a large-scale hotel. In a corridor on one floor, a waiter is pushing a cart with wine and some side dishes. The Chinese man you are looking for is in a certain room, which is sealed. Long Shun is looking at something on his tablet. Jiang Bao analyzes the image appearing on his screen. He is a newcomer and quickly became Korea's strongest villain within a year. He recalls the confrontation between Man Nijing and Kang Yu, even though the old man was aging and not as strong as before. Wait a moment, Jiang Bao continued speaking, but no one could deny that he had defeated Manny King. Long Shun rested his chin and kept looking at the tablet. He only won because of luck. He asked Long Shun again, do you really think someone who relies on luck can defeat absolute power? There's no need to doubt his strength anymore. He flicked his tablet. I've heard rumors that he's a savage and full of brutality. Long Shun closed his eyes, surprisingly avoiding unnecessary conflicts and remaining still, despite becoming a prominent figure. Jiang Bao replied, the rumors are just rumors. Maybe he's better at controlling himself than I thought. Suddenly there was a noise from outside the door and a voice calling in, making him turn around. Room service. Long Shun went out to open the door as a man pushed in a food cart. Nice to meet you, sir. This is a welcome service for guests in the VIP room. He put his hands in his pockets. Is it free? The man replied. Yes. He introduces it as a fine wine from the city of Bordeaux in France. We serve it with aged goat cheese. The man smiled as he poured the wine into a glass. This is a delicious wine that can delight your senses with its aroma. He takes the glass. Please, go ahead. Jiang Bao begins to take a sip and exclaim, it's really delicious. Then he pointed to some black sticks stuck in a jar on the table. Is this dream incense? Jiang Bao exposes the man's conspiracy. When combined with the scent of alcohol, it becomes eternal sleep. Isn't that right? Too bad for you. My body has the ability to walk through walls, so the head is useless. The smiling face of the man gradually fades away. His appearance changes in a strange way. Did the old man figure it out? The beams of light obscuring the changing appearance of the man left Long Shun and Jiang Bao stunned. The light gradually fades away, a foot lands on the ground, and the voice echoes from there. I didn't expect my identity to be revealed so soon. The gentlemanly man turns into a fierce one. The older, the wiser, looks like I underestimated the old man. He was surprised and cautious when he saw that. What are the 4 celestial shadow guards? He chuckled mischievously and said, do you think I will come looking for you someday? He assumed a defensive stance and calmly replied, that's true, but we didn't expect you to come here so openly. Oh, you've figured it out. So I guess I've fallen into a trap then. Jiang Bao calmly taunted, ambushes only work when the target isn't prepared. Since we already know, your plan is nothing. With that, the image of that woman reappears. He assumed a fighting stance and declared, this time I will definitely defeat you and avenge my fallen comrades. Jiang Bao then ordered Long Shun. Wait a minute. The fire dragon spear is gone. Jiang Bao and he turned around quickly to see Don holding the fire dragon spear, sticking out his tongue and saying, if it was so important, you should have kept it better. It's useless to regret after losing it. He frowned cautiously. Even he is here. Dokkan declared that this place is sealed off and no one can come in or go out. A flash of light appears between his sleeves, meaning his hands transform into 2 curved blades like sickles. You will have to face us yourselves. The ones caught in the trap are you. Meanwhile, Kang Yu and the others arrived in front of Kua Hotel. There weren't many people around at this time. The 3 of them get off the car and look up at the large building. Rick Yoon points at the front, indicating that the building is where the sorcerers from China reside. It's big. Which floor are they on? I don't know. But Gelato continued, probably they are in the VIP room. Moros also guessed, so it must be the highest floor. He also spoke now, and to be cautious, they probably booked all the floors. Kang Yu glanced back at them and said, I will check on them myself. You two wait here. Are we not allowed to go with you? Kang Yu closed his eyes and explained, I just want to check if they are safe or not. Understood. Please be careful, sir.
He enthusiastically waves his hand. If anything happens, remember to call me. The sky is getting darker, and the internal battle is becoming more intense. He simultaneously swung 2 blades at Zhang Bao and Long Shun with his furious windclaw technique, both of them being struck. However, thanks to his quick reflexes, the cut wasn't deep, and he stuck out his tongue to lick away the remaining blood on the blade, also praising, without hesitation. Good movement, otherwise your throat would have been cut. Dune sat quietly from afar and asked, "Are you planning to handle them alone?" Ganji confirmed. "Yeah. Do you agree to let me do it?" He took out a book. "I was planning to deal with that guy too, but since Big Brother Ganj likes him, I'll let you have him." Du-chan leaned back, flipping through the pages of the notebook, while the other hand kept tapping the pen against his tongue. "In exchange, I'll consider this a debt." He was angry at his arrogant attitude and charged straight at Donan. "Don't be overconfident." Suddenly, the space in front of Long Shun became blurry, startling him and causing his whole body to freeze. He smirked and activated the shadow image barrier. It seems that thing was drawn with a brush, and within this barrier, no one can move, ultimately leading to death. The hand inside his shirt moved towards your sword. "If you want to get your weapon back, you'd better be more careful." Long Shun angrily shouted, "Let go of your dirty hand from my fire dragon sword." Hearing the shout, Du-chan licks his lips, quickly draws your sword from its sheath and raises his voice, angry but not calm, which only brings trouble. "Your lack of vigilance will cost you your life." At this moment, he lunges down from above, shouting nonstop, "Stop!" But at this moment, Jiang Bao was distracted and failed to notice that he was quickly chased and attacked by him. "Don't get distracted, old man." He pinched his index and middle fingers together, and a bolt of lightning shot out from there. Jiang Bao repeatedly swung 2 fingers towards Ganji, performing the most lightning technique, but he dodged with incredible speed. When he switched to lightning fist attacks, Ganji crouched down and jumped back, both of them stepping away from each other. He stuck out his long tongue to lick his lips and sneered, "You're quite something, huh?" That attack was quick and sharp. Ganji suddenly realized something. "Wait a moment." Jiang Bao frowned as he looked at Ganji. He spoke again. "I've seen this technique before. It looks familiar." Ganji tilted his head and scratched it with his dagger. "Where am I?" However, he also didn't want to think too much. "I'll think about it later." Then Ganj charged again with the deadly pressing technique. "First, I will kill the old man." This time he dodged quickly, and the sword hit the wall behind, causing bricks and stones to fall all over. Ganj immediately launched his next attack while charging forward and laughing loudly, this time kicking a blow into Jiang Bao's stomach with such force that he fell straight down, his whole body sinking deep into the cracked wet tile floor. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "Oh my god, it seems like Ganj got a bit too excited." Dao Che sighed and looked at Long Shun. "I really want to fight too, but I promised not to hurt him." He struggled, but couldn't do anything. He taunted from outside. "Cutting off a hand probably won't be a problem, huh?" Long Shun inside can only curse. Damn it. Dawn happily rushes toward him, ready to strike with Long Sun's blade. "I promise it won't hurt your head." At that moment, someone spoke up as if I arrived just in time. The wall behind him cracked open, light pouring in continuously, and a huge claw pierced through the hole in the wall, startling him completely. Dune tries to dodge the claws, but part of his body still gets hit, causing him to scream in pain. Ganji, hearing the loud noise, turns back and sees the attacker who just attacked Dune entering the room. The rebellion ends here. That person is none other than Kang Yu. I won't say it twice, so leave after you're done playing. Qian slid back a full foot, lowering Long Shun's fire dragon sword to the ground to create friction and stop himself. As Chan gritted his teeth and stared cautiously at Kang Yu, he shouted loudly, catching Qian off guard with this turn of events. "How? How did you break my special space sealing technique and manage to get inside?" He coldly replied, "That's a business secret." Moros nearby criticizes strongly. "Your technique still has a lot of flaws." Kang Yu suddenly noticed something and asked when he saw that the boy's movements were restricted. "What's going on?" it commenced. "That technique seems to obscure the target's vision." Moro squints and continues, "Just a light touch will destroy it." Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged toward Long Shun. I think he realized that I can move now. "Did you help me?" he asked Kang Yu, who replied with a nonchalant expression. "Probably so." The answer was a bit strange, but he understood. "Thank you. The chaos here is starting to panic. No way. He even managed to break the illusion barrier? Is he a monster?" The terrifying image in Dune's eyes becomes even more frightening. Who the hell is he? Someone else broke the silence. "So you're Cien." Ganji calmly scratches his neck with a praying mantis dagger. "I heard you're rude and arrogant. Turns out the rumors are true. breaking into someone else's territory and ruining their plans.
He chuckled and said, "You two are so proud of defeating Manny King. I also know a little about you." While Kang Yu was making sarcastic remarks, Long Shun approached Jiang Bao to help him up and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? And this side?"
He said with contempt, "You look quite funny and your personality is petty."
He fell silent as Kang Yu continued to question him. "Are you sneaking into someone's hotel and calling it your territory? Aren't you embarrassed? Besides you, who else is behind this?" He smiles confidently. "You and I are on completely different levels. If you can defeat one of the 4 great villains, you have the right to be proud." The atmosphere between Kang Yu and Ganj became extremely tense. He remains completely calm. "Are you trying to provoke me? I won't bother denying it." Yes, that provocation clearly worked because Ganji was completely serious, unlike before when he was joking around.
"So you're ready to die then?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Wait!"
Do-han, from afar, advised him to control his emotions. Getting angry over his provocation isn't wise. He then turned to look at Kang Yu. Unfortunately, this mission has failed. Do-han watched his every move. I don't know how he found this place, but Kashien was not part of our plan. Kang Yu kept silent and listened, and clearly this variable had made things more difficult. Moros then praised him.
"That guy is really sharp. He scratches his head again, affecting my pride, but I have to be furious."
But Ganj tilted his head, curious why you would interfere in our affairs. Why would an evil person like you get involved in a conflict between other villains and the flag bearer? I would only intervene if it was a normal dispute between villains and false flags, but for me, your plans have already been exposed. He doesn't understand what that means. Kang Yu analyzed further, saying, "So you plan to assassinate them and then blame us, right? I don't care about anything else, but being falsely accused is really uncomfortable." Ganj drew out his 2 blades and said, "We're accusing you, it's nonsense." He from the other side also added, "If anyone is to be accused, it should be us." Do-han jolted when his name was shouted out by him. Don Kong, Yu Eng, looked down at him and said, "You just arrived at Arvinzoni not long ago, right? I thought you were just visiting, but you stole something interesting, didn't you?" Do-han realizes what he's talking about and continues, "And now you're still holding on to it." He grins slyly. "You figured it out. How do you know that? Don't tell me you've attached some special device inside." Kang Yu replied calmly, "I just saw through your tricks." This statement made him exhale deeply. Du-chan pulled out a ruby and at the same time analyzed that if stealing Driver's favorite toy was a mistake, then it was definitely a big mistake. He's not the type to let go of things like this. Kang Yu looked at Jiang Bao and Long Shun. "You plan to kill them and leave Driver's toy behind to accuse us." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and said, "So after the assassination you frame us and then deal with us? Do you think we're fools?" He admits to the accusation. "It seems my trick has been exposed." The thief sighs. "It's really unfortunate that things turned out this way." Then he threw the ruby at you. "Here's your payment." He calmly took it. "Of course, you should pay." Ganj and he exchanged a secret glance. Then he pointed his dagger at Kang Yu. "I left because you told me to go earlier, so don't follow me, and I agreed. I promise." Then he broke the window and jumped out directly. Don also quickly jumped onto the window frame to follow him. Before leaving, I turned back to say goodbye. "I am very happy today. If fate allows, let's meet again." Long Sun refuses to let him leave with his weapon. "Wait!" Return the fire dragon saber to Ta. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I can't let the senior get hurt and chase after them." Kang Yu asked again, "Fire dragon blade." Long Shun frowned. The sword he was holding was the fire dragon blade. He crossed his arms and thought for a moment as 2 figures rushed past like the wind, Ganji and Do-chan jumping from building to building. He sighed and complained, unlucky indeed, no matter what he would get a beating from Tong Yan, he couldn't avoid this. Kashien's appearance was an unpredictable factor, and there was nothing more he could do. Ganji wasn't very happy, but I still felt my pride hurt. Walking away empty-handed like this was really frustrating. The guy noticed something and immediately stopped. Don followed behind and also stopped, curious about what was happening. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly stop?" Ganji replies, "I can't just go back like this." He points down to Don. "What's down there? Is there something today?" He didn't find it strange. It's the weekend after all, so everyone is gathering at the mall. Ganji licked his praying mantis dagger. "So failing to complete the mission is driving me crazy, and those people are just out having fun because it's the weekend? This is really annoying." He decided to run down along the building. "I can't forgive them. I will kill them." At that moment, a figure rushed towards Ganji in a zigzag pattern. This crazy guy. He was surprised to see Kang Yu's sudden appearance. Then he retracted his claws into a fist and struck back. The enemy was doomed. Kang Yu punches Ganji directly, causing him to crash into the wall and crack the bricks. It is Kang Yu who shouts loudly, "Eat your fill." The force of his attack shatters the wall into many small pieces. "Hurry up and run over. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Give a brief answer. Give back the fire dragon spear." Hearing that, he immediately smiled cunningly. "If you want it that way, Du-chan rushes at Kang Yu with the fire dragon sword in hand, so try to take it from me." He swings his sword at him, but Kang Yu's reflexes are faster than Dion's movements, and he can easily dodge each attack. "So you want me to do it myself when your strength is only enough for that?" Dion is stunned. Is he crazy, grabbing the sword with his bare hands? That is the fire dragon blade. It contains the fury of the dragon. Kang Yu grabbed the fire dragon blade and pulled it out of Do-chan's hand. The game has only just begun, and his eyes are filled with amazement as he grabs Dun's face with one hand. This is a lesson, so use your whole body to learn. Then he was beaten against the wall, dust flying everywhere. Kang Yu looked at his hand, wondering, what is this? Another strange technique? He wondered as Moros looked up. "The fire dragon sword I was holding has disappeared," someone explained. Dokkan Illusion reappears in front of Kang Yu with the fire dragon blade resting on his shoulder. "In this formation, my clone can merge back or split apart at will, and there is another Heian behind you. My copies are not limited to just one. In fact, there are many around Kang Yu, but they are all part of a single entity, so there's no point in trying to find the main body." The clones smile confidently, and from now on, the real challenge begins. He turns to ask Moros to get rid of this thing for him. It sighs and breathes out. What a bother. Moros uses his power. His copies are swallowed by the darkness. He backed away in fear, stammering, "What girl?" "Even my formation has been broken?" he demanded. "Ka-sin, what kind of monster are you?" Kang Yu ordered coldly and silently, then handed over the fire dragon blade. A loud roar interrupted their conversation as Ganj managed to get up and charged forward in anger. "You've woken up already? You're recovering quickly." Ganji can't stand the shame. "You dare to attack me, the master assassin? What you have to pay is nothing." Ganji finally found a weakness in Kang Yu. His blade pierced through the hands he was holding tightly in front to block the deadly attack. Taking advantage of Kang Yu's busy hands, Do-cheon jumps from behind to attack with the fire dragon blade. "I will kill you." Kang Yu uses the Hualong Dao as a foothold to leap out of the predicament, and then kicks him, training for another 100 years. This move was too sudden for Do-cheon to dodge in time, and Ganji prepares to attack Kang Yu again. He swung his sword at him, but Kang Yu quickly blocked with his armored arm and then punched Ganji, who also parried with his sword. While the two exchanged blows, Ganji praised, "Not bad, at least your attacking ability is quite impressive." Kang Yu replied sarcastically, "You wanted to kill me just now, and now you're praising me." He doesn't care about your dismissive attitude and quickly assesses his opponent's strength as a basic skill of an assassin. Ganji suddenly smiles, "But you're too simple, like a rookie." Kang Yu, annoyed, quickly throws a loud-mouthed punch, but the guy managed to pull back in time to dodge. Ganji takes a deep breath, and says, "Watch carefully." He uses a barrage of needles to attack him all at once. This is the assassin's secret technique. The bricks and stones shattered into many pieces, and the dust gradually settled. Kang Yu was unharmed, even managing to catch a needle in his hand. "Is this really the secret technique?" Ganji couldn't believe it and gawked. No way. Is he really grabbing something that can pierce through a tank's armor with his bare hands? The chain is released. He uses the shadow binding technique to tie Ganji with the chain infused with darkness energy. Ganji tries to dodge being caught again. Kang Yu happily controls the chain to chase after him. "You should have assessed my strength more accurately." He then rushed forward and punched Ganji in the stomach. The guy's chicken was slammed hard against the wall. As Kang Yu watched Ganji's fate, someone suddenly spoke up. "Impressive. I have to admit, you're good." Dawn approaches with the fire dragon sword. "Both the barrier and the formation are useless. Holding you back is beyond my ability." He drew his sword to return the fire dragon blade. Du-chan replied calmly. Giving it up was not difficult, but he still had doubts. "Are you really attacking us because of the fire dragon sword?" "I won't hide it either. That guy was about to attack an innocent person." Dojin gasped in surprise. He didn't expect this reason. "You mean because of those insects?" "Are you attacking us over something so trivial?" Suddenly, a loud laugh interrupted. Ganji finally managed to get up, an evil person caring for insects. What a ridiculous joke. Kang Yu narrowed his eyes at him and thought, he took the direct hit and still managed to stand up? He chuckled mischievously. "You must be surprised to see that I am completely fine. No need to hide it. I saw it too. It was the first time you saw Ganja's hand reach out." Observe carefully, His neck is elongated. My body can stretch like this. This flexibility helps me absorb impacts. Dune happily listens to Ganj explain and says, alternatively, I have the perfect weapon to both attack and defend. Kang Yu wanted to criticize but also found it amusing. It looks disgusting, but I feel a bit jealous. The guy then smugly said, I know, but there's something more important. Ganji declares, I know your weakness now. This will surprise you. He raises his hand. A strange energy surrounds him. A villain who cares about ants. Don't tell me you're pretending to be a dark knight. Ganj laughs maliciously, revealing his plan to Kang Yu. All right, now I will wipe out those insects. Night has fallen and the moon is high. Under the ground, thanks to people's activities, the lights still shine brightly. Many pedestrians pass by and the two girls, chatting happily, suddenly look up. The two girls were startled to see Kang Yu catch a large piece of concrete with his bare hands just before it almost fell on them. He was standing on a wrecked car, throwing the concrete to the ground, and his opponent burst out laughing. This scene is interesting. Ganji, with his thick, elongated neck, extends his rough but flexible hand. I have my doubts, but you really stepped in to protect those little ants. The passers-by start to feel scared. What's going on? A villain. Everyone started to panic and run away to escape. Run away. They run while shouting loudly, and the scene becomes chaotic. Dawn also lands softly behind Kang Yu. No matter where they are, bugs are still bugs. Many people who haven't had time to hide behind him are trembling, scared, and starting to scream and shake miserably, but it's also very troublesome. He smiled and said, Kaxian, I respect your strength, but if you choose to become their shield, you won't be able to stop our blades. Kang Yu covered his mouth with his hand and warned, Stop harming innocent people. This is your final warning. Ganj on the wrecked car opposite refuses to comply, saying no. He licks his lips and asks, What's wrong with hunting bugs? Ganji rushes back toward the civilians, his neck stretching longer than ever. The strong prey on the weak is the law of nature. He quickly moved to run alongside Ganji, and he smiled as if he had just fallen into a trap. Ganj uses the destructive domain skill, stretching out his arm to catch him. That's what you should pursue. Given the nature of his body, Kang Yu can only block but not dodge the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ganj kicks him, causing him to crash into the nearby building's wall. Dokon also quickly joined the fight, throwing the fire dragon sword at Kang Yu. I will end this. The sword continues to rush toward him. Kang Yu once again grabs the sword with his claws. Both he and the opponent are stunned. You look completely unharmed. Kang Yu even smiles happily. You said that the strong hunting the weak is the law of nature, right? Then you should also accept that you are the prey. A limousine speeds down the road, with Jimin sitting inside looking very excited and confident. Wow, it's been so long since we took on a mission. She stretches. It's been too long. I'm starting to get restless. Then the fox nearby just looks annoyed. Nothing fun about it. Dune scratched his head, recalling it had been 3 months. Seo answers the incoming call. Yes, boss, it's me. The person on the other side immediately asked where she was, and she reported that we just passed gun and will arrive at the location in 5 minutes. On the other end, June responds seriously, we have received additional information. It seems the culprits behind this terrorist attack are villains from China. I will be there soon. June advises to create a situation that coaxes and prolongs the time when she arrives. Do not interfere in any situation. Seo has a clear order. Kang Yu's claw grabs Ganji's face. He pushes his head, smashing it against the bricks. Don rushed from behind to ambush Kang Yu, but he dodged just in time. Seizing the opportunity as he moved forward with momentum, Kang Yu delivered a punch to Don's stomach. He was momentarily overwhelmed by pain and suffocation, unable to speak. Ganj managed to get back up and run toward him. Kang Yu and that guy keep changing their attacks. Don collapses to the ground, trembling. He is very strong. Is this the superior evolution? He pondered, based on previous experiences. His strength and speed had increased significantly compared to before. He seems to embody chaos. The 2 blades peek out from under Doshan's shirt, but I haven't yet gone all out. Ganji, exhausted, bends over to catch his breath, coldly and sarcastically praising him. You're tough, huh? Beaten like a dog but still standing. Moros confirms that Ganja's earlier statement is correct, and thanks to that flexible body, he can absorb shocks. Kang Yu is surprised when he starts laughing, and he asks, What's so funny? Why not? Your hypocritical behavior is truly disgusting. He asserts that villains will forever be bound by earthly desires. One of those desires is the destructive instinct, which is the hardest to control. Many villains have followed the call of their instincts to attack, crush, destroy everything, and annihilate them. Ganji, with his strength, could have killed me countless times, but he didn't. The man sneers. You control your instincts to save those bugs. You can't even kill us, the ones who want to cut people apart. Then Ganj burst into laughter. How ridiculous. He was listening nearby as Kong Yu responded. An evil person might think that way, but his resolve remained unchanged. Kang Yu simply pointed his thumb at himself before being an evil person. He is a person. I remember the important people and past experiences. As a human, I have goals that I need to achieve. Avoiding killing is a way to keep your humanity, not to be a villain. Kang Yu's eyes flash with cruelty. However, if necessary, I can break that rule at any time. Ganji found his words truly interesting. If necessary, then do it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it happen. Kang Yu was momentarily surprised. Dune attacked again. This time, it's with two swords with strange crossed blades. Giving me time to prepare the finishing blow is your biggest mistake. After executing the skill, Moon Destruction Ultimate Slash, the two swords spin toward him. Now it's his turn to die. Kang Yu's eyes widen as he watches them rush at him. He smirked confidently. He took a long time to prepare, but no one could withstand its destructive power. With that move, there's no way to dodge it. It causes an explosion that fills the air with thick smoke. What is that? Did it explode? He confidently believed he had won, so he happily landed. It's been a while since I've had such a tough fight. Only by staying alert can I win. He rested one hand on his hip and looked at Ganji. Are you okay? Ganji replies. I'm fine. Dune looked around cautiously. We should leave before those troublesome people arrive. Where is the fire dragon saber? His eyes widened when someone spoke out of nowhere. Both Dune and that man turned sharply in the same direction. There was no way to hide his surprise in his voice, and Ganji was just as taken aback by that voice. Don't tell me he's still alive. Yes, Kang Yu is still alive and completely unharmed. He smiled, hiding the fire dragon blade away. The moon above witnesses someone's lament. It's crazy, the fight between Kang Yu and the Ganj gang is being broadcast live. Can everyone see it? The villains are fighting right in the middle of the city. The livestream host shows up to comment. Seeing it with his own eyes is the real peak. You're really aggressive. Dung Tranka, are you commenting during the live broadcast? Then user T2 also posted a comment, going crazy. FPI 2025 account, please pray it's not a fake news. Kung To's account is also joining in. Kung To is swaying. Another YouTuber also got caught up in the fun, talking about the bullets. The other YouTubers behind me are also live streaming. This place is perfect for YouTubers. The big explosion affects all of them. The blonde YouTuber just jumped out and cursed, and the viewers' comments started teasing him. Are you done yet? This game only has one life. Duke Xion's face turned pale in disbelief. An invisible shield was surrounding him. How could he possibly block my ultimate move? He asked. Turning around. Did Song Nungwit Diet tweet Trum miss? No, it hit. But Ganj continued, he still managed to block it. The surroundings of the two of them darkened, and suddenly a voice rang out. Now is not the time for chatting. Kang Yu has approached them, and it's time for you to get hit. He threw a punch at the guy, and Ganj's face was struck with full force. After dealing with him, Kang Yu flips and aims at Don, and to counter him, he kicks out. Luckily, Do-han had his hands locked in front of him, so he avoided the kick. Kang Yu moved in again and grabbed his head with his claws. Then he threw Dune away effortlessly. Ganji, holding his head, saw his body being thrown into him. He couldn't dodge in time, so they collided. But it doesn't end there. I still have a special treat for them. Finally, it will be the fireworks display. But a flash of light suddenly streaks over Kang Yu's head, forcing him to quickly evade its pursuit. Kang Yu uses one hand as a support to land. He looks at his glowing arm. Ice magic. Moros calmly observes that another enemy has joined the fight. Someone is still holding up two fingers, continuing to cast a skill. Many ice chunks appeared around her. Dune and Ganj recognized her. Winmu, why did you come here? She replied that it was the order from the vice chairman. Ganji asked again. The vice president told her to come? Winmu presses her wireless earphone and immediately steps back. She whispers to Yu, they are trying to escape. He loudly declared, I won't allow it as long as I'm here. Seeing Kang Yu rush over, she didn't hesitate anymore and immediately unleashed a wide area skill. Iceberg. A chunk of ice falls in front of a citizen recording with their phone. It seems like it's about to evolve into something. He uses Hellfire to break the ice and attack himself. While the other person runs away in panic, Kang Yu wonders, was that a reckless attack? Moros suspects they are stalling to escape. A stream of energy spirals outward from the ice block. The people around it were panicking and screaming. At this moment, Galado and Rick Yoon appeared just in time to destroy the ice blocks. I'm really proud of these kids. You give me a thumbs up. Di-Soon frowns. It's truly chaotic.
Why aren't those people evacuating? They're just standing there watching.
Xiao raised her guns high.
It seems they are YouTubers. She criticizes them as pathetic.
Ju turned to give orders, first to block those ice blocks. Seeing them, Dune became cautious. Even the signal flag appeared.
We have to leave immediately.
Ganj remained silent without replying. Many thoughts raced through his mind. This is an insult. A proud assassin, the strongest, yet humiliated for failing to handle him. I can't let this go.
A few YouTubers are still focused on their live stream. Everyone, Sire has joined the fight too. Could this turn into a three-way battle?
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support our channel. They aren't paying attention to Ganji trying to attack them. What are you all doing? Run away from here right now. The YouTuber cheerfully comforts Xiao. Kumo, Ganja's only goal is to kill at least one person before leaving. She quickly moves to intercept him. Ganja's arms stretched out long and thin, swinging it at Xiao. Get out. Ganj approaches the YouTuber, ignoring the warning. Damn it, a swarm of insects. Suddenly, a figure rushes toward him as fast as lightning. Ganja's body is pierced through, her eyes wide open. Duce is also stunned, looking as sinister as a demon. The two YouTubers sat down in fear, the blonde boy trembling. He was pierced through and gone. The girl beside her screams loudly just then. A chunk of ice is thrown from an unknown source towards them. Xiao frantically warns, get out of the way. In the end, it all falls to him to handle. The two YouTubers are still safe to scream and shout. Kang Yu turned to look for the enemy, but he saw no one left. Kang Yu summarized briefly. They got away. Moros called C, its eye narrowed, and in the end, you broke your promise not to kill. The situation gradually stabilized late at night as police quickly put up warning tapes to keep people away. Xiao leaned against the wall as someone approached and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiao looked at Jan, coming closer with 2 cans of drink in hand, and replied, "Senior, she's being playful. Are you planning to quit?" "No, that's not it." She turned her head away, gazing into the distance. "I'm just thinking about a few things." She just handed Xiao a can of water and asked what she was thinking. Xiao hesitated, wondering if what she was doing was the right thing.
Dian takes a sip of water. It really affects her, doesn't it? Xiao also did not deny it after hearing that. Yes, she recalled the recent incident where Xiao pointed a gun at you and shouted loudly, "Keishin, you are under arrest for assault and causing this chaos."
He doesn't agree that it was just self-defense. It's also a way to protect innocent people. She couldn't believe it. Nonsense. Someone suddenly shouted loudly to testify for Kang Yu. It was self-defense. That's right. The crowd hasn't left the scene yet, and even though the police are trying to take them away, they keep shouting out loud.
"That person saved us. It's a mistake. What are you doing?"
He still makes a concession.
"If necessary, we will cooperate in the investigation." Before leaving,
Kang Yu invites you to come to Gedam Vinzone anytime.
Why is Xiao annoyed that the villagers are on the side of the villain? Doesn't Jis find that strange?
In that situation, it's plausible, but she can't believe it. Senior Xiao clenched the water bottle in her hand. Whatever the reason, it still counts as assault. She didn't argue. She was right, but Xia Xian did it to save someone. As he said, it was just self-defense. Someone approached the two of them and called Deputy Branch Manager Ham Jun. Jisun turned to see Soon holding a sword in his hand. "What is that? Where did you get it from?" She immediately replied, "Si just gave it to me earlier." She wondered. Xian Soon explained. "He told me to give it to the wrong flag of China." Diyun still doesn't understand what that means. Later that night, as dawn approached, Tang Yan stood beside Bai Ho, looking at the body covered in white cloth on the floor. She remarked that these tragedies keep happening, truly a tragedy. Tang An turned to Hun Mu and asked, "Weren't we already ordered to retreat?" She explained he disobeyed the order. Covering his face with one hand, he said, "I should have stopped that old man at all costs." "I'm so sorry." She turned to look at Dion and said, "Don't blame yourself. Ganj was at fault for disobeying. Besides, Tang Yan cares about one thing more. Having enough power to suppress 2 of the 4 fists is one matter, but how does he know and go there? We need to investigate." She turned to look at Megaton and immediately corrected herself, unless someone leaked information. "I swear it wasn't me. I didn't leak any information at all." "Of course I believe it. I'm telling the truth. Believe me." He provided more information. Xia Xian spoke as if he knew our plan to assassinate the Chinese flag. She stroked her chin and said, "I don't think Xian has enough information to predict the situation that far ahead. If there is someone at Gedam Vinzoni with that ability." A name flashed. Driver. He chuckled with satisfaction. "It has to be that guy. He's as cunning as a fox." Dune watched Megatol excitedly as he found someone to blame. "He looks happy." Tang Yan crossed her arms and gave the order. "This isn't good news, but go ahead and report it to him." He hesitated. Are you planning to inform him about this too? Her gaze was extremely cold. Of course I have to inform him. The leader of the 4 demon clans and the master of the Soul Slaughter Army. Hearing that, Dohwan hesitated a bit. At the same time, in Gadam Vinzone, Kang Yu looked at his attribute panel with curiosity. It's strange. Did I just consume a mana crystal? You didn't find anything interesting. I don't feel any stronger like I thought I would, Moros interjected, because he's already become insanely strong. Now, even with the magic stone, your mana stats won't increase as much as before. Kang Yu waited silently for it to continue. It's definitely a high-level magic stone, but it can't compare to the bloodstone you used before. It only shows a few stats in the attribute table, but it also helps boost skills. He stood nearby and continued. Enhance fire resistance. Kang Yu pointed to that information. But what do I need it for? It's to help you withstand the enemy's fire attacks. He still didn't see much use in it, just avoiding getting hit. It criticized Kang Yu for being too talkative. You talk a lot and you've gained a new skill. It's called Fire Dragon Blade. Moros analyzes that although it also consumes a lot of mana, it would be very useful for your close-range combat style. Kang Yu happily strokes his chin and says, "Should I try it?" He held back. This place is too narrow to test the skill, and he didn't go against its words, so he had to wait for another time. But Kang Yu pointed to another name on the attribute table, and this skill was still locked. When will it unlock? That is the rage of the 3-legged crow. Hellfire Lock. Moros replied, it cannot be used in its current state, but when you evolve further, it will unlock. Are you surprised? Really? It explains that you already know. There are some skills you can only use after evolving. The same principle applies. The more anxious I get, the more excited I become. Maybe I should try now. At this moment, Moros spoke again. Cien, there are a few things I need to discuss first. To get straight to the point, today is the first time you've killed an evil person. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now? I remember the past and tell you, when I was a soldier, I also killed people. Although the enemy must be punished appropriately, Kang Yu affirmed, I still feel uncomfortable. Moros asked further, what about now? His eyes grew distant. If he felt nothing, that would be too unreasonable. It breathes a sigh of relief. That's good then. What? So that's all there is to it? It replied. As long as you maintain your composure and judgment like a human. At the same time, elsewhere, many villagers are buried underground with only their heads sticking out, surrounded by figures dressed in Chinese-style clothing, wielding knives and threatening them. The villagers shouted, please spare me, I will do anything. Don't kill me? The others calmly refused. Begging won't help. At this moment, they are shouting loudly, stay back! This time the masked man is truly furious. The master in the middle of a meal. He swings his sword and blood is spilled, with someone stabbing a piece of raw meat with a fork. So it turns out they are elite soldiers from the security forces trying to infiltrate us. They're just a bunch of bugs. She is sitting at a table, speaking haughtily. Eliminating pests is nothing wrong. Suddenly, someone brings Chaos some news. Master, I just received an urgent message, and she immediately asked what it was about. Charles, sipping his blood, had to pause as well. Ganj has been killed? That's surprising. Ganji. The reflection in Chechi's cup is smiling with delight. How interesting. Ah, a smile truly is a great loss. Chi's reflected image is laughing maniacally. Who could it be? Who did this? Another new day begins at the Lamp Korea branch. The assembled officers sit in the meeting room. Disan finishes his presentation. This is the preliminary report on the attack that took place last night. Longshun then raised his hand to speak. Are you sure about Ganja's death? Seo responded, I witnessed it myself. His eyes grew distant. It's hard to believe this is the first time a senior member of the Heavenly Fragrance Society has fallen at the hands of someone else. A series of information and opinions were shared in the meeting room. The media has also started publishing many articles about yesterday's incident. Public opinion on the case surprisingly remains very positive, praising an evil person as a hero. This is so boring. Duuki slammed the table in protest. Even though he's a villain, he also saved people, so it's only right that he's treated like a hero. Tako then turned around and asked, so senior means you acknowledge that guy? She ponders. Well, there are a few villains who aren't completely crazy. Maybe Kashien is one of those people. Jay frowned. Even so, treating villains like heroes is still too dangerous. Deep down, villains are potential criminals. That truth has been clearly proven in the academy. Someone stepping in doesn't have to be too negative. Isn't this a good opportunity? Wang Ho said with an amused look. Thanks to this, Moran now has another reason to go to Korea. He lost a trusted subordinate, so he's probably furious right now. He smiled. Moran won't give up on going to Sank. He turned to look at his teammates. No matter what, we have to handle Moran ourselves. JM Kenji agrees. Of course. He chuckled with amusement. Weren't we betting on who would be the one to take down Moran? Longshun suddenly spoke. Don't underestimate Moran. He explained that he's not an ordinary villain. He's the strongest and the most terrible demon. We also need to prepare carefully. He meant well, but ended up with a mocking and ridiculous response. Itha points at Long Sun and says, You think we don't know that you set a trap and still got ambushed, so maybe you really don't know. Dem reminds him. Idan carefully chooses his words. You're going too far. The master started to get annoyed. What now? I was wrong from the start. I was just emphasizing the truth. Enough, Huang Ho said, cutting in as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. He clasped his hands in front of him. No internal division is allowed here. If all you're going to do is keep things stable, then go back to your country. Wang Ho continued, his face darkening. His actions are organized, decisive, and calculated. That's how we stay one step ahead of the villains. Don't forget that the people sitting here are representatives of our honorable country. Jisan stands seriously opposite, listening intently as he inspires them. The mission to eliminate Moran is a great opportunity to prove why the flag bearer is so important in maintaining a country's order and stability. Wang Ho keeps emphasizing. We must not let this opportunity slip away. This mission can only succeed. Failure is not an option. At the same time, at Gadam Vinzone, 3 Breakon members stood to one side, while Hammerby and Iron Musk leaned against the wall in another corner. Did someone say it's just my imagination? No, I feel like today's atmosphere is more tense than usual. Drake Ghost crossed his arms and replied, Of course it is. The situation is like that now. She asked curiously, Is it because of what happened yesterday? Yu Chan replied immediately, Yes. Moran's team might attack at any moment for revenge. He explained that a big battle was about to erupt. He insists that no matter who attacks, we will stand by the master. Nah? He stood up and marveled. This is a serious matter. Black Ghost nodded. If anyone dares to threaten our home or family, we must fight back. But he thought about the rugged men on the streets, and I was just worried that the homeless in Vinzone would get caught up in the fight. Yu Chan wondered if there was anywhere else they could be evacuated to. Black Ghost turned to look elsewhere. Most of them have nowhere to go. If we suddenly tell them to leave, they'll think it's because we kicked them out. He explained further that their lives are already hard enough, so they will be extremely stubborn and persistent. She seems to have discovered something. Na Yu looks like she's smiling as she hands an item to the homeless people. Who is she? She's giving them money. Black Ghost realizes it's her. Is it her? She works at the Heavenly Court, Naun said with a voice full of praise. She's really kind. She's truly a good person. Is she also a local here? He looked at the homeless person eating kimbap and confirmed it. At this point, Ko is just an ordinary citizen. She's curious. You just said those homeless people are very stubborn. Is she in any danger? Black Ghost was surprised to hear that question. Who's in danger? At this moment, Heian notices their presence and turns his head to look. She waved hello, making Naun pause in surprise. Oh my, she's waving at us. I really want to talk to her. He quickly stopped him. Don't, she's surprised. Why? Black Ghost then makes an excuse to explain that, in principle, villains are not allowed to contact the civilians. Naun nodded. Yes, now I am an evil person. I really don't care. She still has a strange feeling, but it's like I've met her somewhere before. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts. Naun wonders what's going on. Black Ghost replied briefly, signaling urgency. He suspects that we already have an intruder. Is someone from Tien Huangvian sending information from another place? Kang Yu followed and asked Skrull, Does he want to meet us and give us that? He convinced me that way. The 2 people just entered the room and were greeted with a nod. Kwang Shich introduced himself, saying, I am Kim Kwang Shich. Sorry for the sudden visit. May I take a little of your time? You sit down and give them the information without asking for anything in return. Giving them some time is fine, but earlier he asked the 2 strangers who they worked for, and now Moros is providing Kang Yu with that information. These 2 are just employees of a small contracting service company, the person next to Wang Shich adds. We're just runners. Seo River looked at the information in his hand and continued speaking. The runner has information about Tien Huangvian. That's interesting. Kang Yu asked, but since his identity was temporarily exposed, he remained silent. Red Eye was startled. What's going on? Screw comments calmly. No ordinary person could have this much information. This is extremely dangerous. His glasses analyzed a few more details. S calmly pointed out, no, even the entire network backbone isn't enough for this amount of information. Where did you 2 get this from? Hurry up and stop acting so amateurish. Bringing this valuable gift here and still getting teased. Kwang Shich smiled. I'm not trying to be rude, he admits it. That's right, we're just low-level henchmen.
And this information was also given to us by the boss.
I hope it will be helpful for Gadam. I mean no other intention, so please don't misunderstand. After a while, the meeting ends. Red Eye sees Wang Shich and the others off. Meanwhile, Kang Yu and Screw stayed in the meeting room discussing. They are not ordinary people. Only by daring to walk around Venzone with guts and courage would they do that. He wondered how valuable this information was. He said it still needed further research, but from what I've observed so far, you'll be surprised. Kang Yu exclaimed. High-level information? I ask again, what kind of monsters are they? Screw continued to speculate that only national intelligence agencies or Lampas could have such information. Kang Yu listened curiously as he analyzed. But since the person providing us with this information isn't from those two sources, then the only possibility remains. He then concluded that with this amount of information, their secret betting ring must be very powerful. He hesitated. Could it be the Monkey King? Screw protests. It's not Monkey King, it's a different organization. He already had the name of the biggest secret betting ring in Europe, the Dark Arena. And its ruler was the figure that appeared in Skrael's mind, the leader of Savagy, a villainous organization ruling the underground world of Europe, Elmago, one of the 4 great villains. At the La Vienne Hotel in Gadam Venzone, Gina received a call. The person on the line reported that a villain from Prince's side had just arrived, and she was surprised. So Prince doesn't show up himself, he just sends his subordinates? The other end confirms. That's right, Langen and Fogg have arrived. The man continued. They told me the time and place for tomorrow's meeting. This is a secret, so don't let anyone uninvolved find out. Gina inquires further about the number of people allowed to come. Hearing this, she immediately responded, Got it! Over here, Aroma and Hote are sitting across from Gina having tea. She gave the order to do well. Just in case, strengthen the security system. Aroma is curious. What did they say? How many people are allowed to go? Gina only answered 1. She was stunned. Just 1? How-To sets the teacup down on the table. It's definitely a trap. She takes a sip of tea, but it's not the worst case since she's not entirely alone. She wondered, Mujin. Meanwhile, Aroma was holding Lahet's head while Gina set down her tea and thought to herself, I knew it. She tucked her hair behind her ear to reveal an earring. But the real issue was how stunning Gina looked in the sunlight. Who will I go with? At the same time, at the Neo-Sen Chi Green Factory, someone was flipping through information pages. That person took a glass of water and revealed a secret about Tien Huang Vien. Oh, how intriguing. Manny Qin is curious. Why did you entrust it to me? Kang Yu sat opposite him and responded, as if to accept the challenge. Manny Qin smiled. So you don't plan to drag me into the fight with Moran? I also smiled in response, saying I'm not so indifferent as to drag an old man into the battlefield. Manny Qin then chuckled softly and said, Indifference isn't always a bad thing. He takes a sip of tea, then continues speaking, especially before a large-scale battle. Manny King sets the cup down and affirms, One day, weakness will restrain you. Kang Yu changed his attitude and said, Let me say this thoughtless thing. Join my side. He was not surprised by this request. Refusing Manny King, he tapped his index finger on the rim of the cup. Did you forget that I'm a businessman? If you're only on one side and I end up losing, why should I follow you? Hearing that, Kang Yu smiled. He suggested that if you have any other requests, just say so. Then he got up. Forget it. I'm leaving now. Qin also didn't stop him. Fine. Before leaving, Kang Yu also reminded him about training Minin, right? If you're going to teach, do it properly, but he just dismisses it. That's my business and has nothing to do with your request. Seeing that, he silently accepted. Then I will trust you. Perhaps Minin will have to demonstrate his skills soon. Manny Qin gazes into the distance. Soon, Kang Yu clarified. Not too soon, maybe tomorrow. He announced that the vice president of Tien Huang Vien had requested to meet Min. He frowned. N.G.H. N has new information. We don't know what will happen and only allow one person to go with. Kang Yu turned and left. A life-and-death battle could break out. If he has a hidden card, please teach Minin. Soon the door slammed shut, Manny King resting his chin with a satisfied look. So what? At the same time, at the Lampas Korea branch, Wang Hua looked outside as Kasi defeated Manny King and now drew Moran's attention. He frowned, thinking about him. I didn't think he would mature to this extent. He is a wild card. Kang Yu's image reminds Wang Ho of someone he once knew. Thinking about it, his name matches that guy's, and that guy is extremely troublesome. Wang Ho silently thought it would be great if Moran killed him, but if he was lucky enough to survive. Just as he was thinking that he would handle him himself, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Kwang Ho picked it up to see what was new and suddenly looked surprised. What's going on? Kwang Ho coldly listens to the phone. He suddenly smiled. This is the news we've been waiting for. The sky, which was hot and sunny, suddenly turned to rain and the final stage was finally set. The heavy rain was like a splash of water. The reporter didn't hesitate to go out in the rain to the scene of Kang Yu and Ganji's battle with Dochan, where the incident from yesterday took place. Zhang Bao quietly listens to the news about a clash between villains on the street, with one of them committing a crime against civilians. A sound caught his attention. I'm back! Are you awake now? How is his condition? Zhang Bao answered while pressing the remote. I can move now. He asked again, what about the fire dragon blade? And this time he shook his head. Zhang Bao looked at the sword lying still on the table and said, I checked it many times. It's still the same. It seems. The fire sword has completely lost its original power. Long Shun then became sad. He wondered what had happened, but who knew? Just a guess. But Zhang Bao remembered what happened the night before. Was it the sacred fire of the fire dragon saber? I think it was tarnished by the hands of a villain. Lian Mai was stunned. Could something like this really happen? He continued analyzing. Even in a brief moment, it fell into the hands of the villain. That was when it got stained. Long Shun sat down beside Zhang Bao, holding his head. It's my fault for being careless. I don't know how to report back to the headquarters anymore. He saw that he was overwhelmed, so he had to change the subject. There was something we needed to deal with earlier. Zhang Bao suggests that if someone has done a favor, shouldn't we repay it? Long Shun looked up at him in surprise. Zhang Bao continued, even if he's a villain, the truth is he saved our lives, and even if we can't repay him, at least we need to say thank you. She was sweating. Did she really need to do that? Long Shun agreed with Zhang Bao. No, Senior is right, but since he clasped his hands together and is considering the current situation, what if we just delay the thank you for a little while? He stood up, not wasting any time. There's no reason to delay. Zhang Bao is determined. I will go alone. The next morning, at a construction site somewhere, at the meeting point, Tang Yan with Hui Mu and Bach Ho stand to one side, facing Lengen and Prince. She checks her watch. He arrives late. Just then, Gina in Mujin attire walks in. I wasn't late. Someone was following her. I arrived on time. A look of surprise briefly appeared on Tang Yan's face and hers. You are the one accompanying her holding a cigarette, and there's no good tea to drink here. That person is Manny Kin, so don't be so tense. The person connecting to the walkie-talkie exclaims, I didn't expect the old man to fall into the trap so easily. I didn't think he would come along. How did you manage that? Kang Yu adjusts the special function glasses he's using and answers the question. A teacher's love for their disciple is the same for everyone, especially when it comes to a disciple whom he deeply respects and dedicates his heart to teaching secret skills. The person inside the limousine listens to his explanation. No teacher would just stand and watch their disciples step into danger. Sil smiles in admiration. Even M. Kin has this side to him. Thanks to that, everything became more interesting. Kang Yu wondered about a few details. I see an arrow with some numbers on the screen. Is this augmented reality technology? He immediately confirms. That's right. S speaks up to guide you. The arrow points to the location of the meeting, and the numbers indicate the distance to the target in meters. I tested some of the features introduced. Pressing those numbers will give you live images through a mini drone. Kang Yu exclaimed with a look of delight. Sounds fun. I'm curious about how the meeting will unfold. What are they saying over there? He's checking the situation to respond to Kang Yu, about to get to the main topic. If something's wrong, I'll call you right away. He agrees and jumps up. All right, now that Kang Yu leaps into the air, it's the perfect moment to scout the hunting grounds. Back at the meeting, Manny King's appearance caused quite a stir. Tang Yan crossed her arms and remarked coldly, I never expected to meet Manny Kin of the four great villains here. He casually put his hands in his pockets, and surprises often come without warning. But she didn't object. All right. I was a bit caught off guard indeed. Is this our first time meeting? I am Tang Yan, Vice President of Tian Huangvian. Nice to meet you. Qin praised upon hearing that. You're quite polite for someone so young, and this place is pretty unique too. She rubbed her nose and explained. Don't misunderstand, this place doesn't suit my style either. Prince takes pride in being mentioned, so this place must be run by the director. Oh, I mean Prince chose it. He stroked his chin, seeming like I can't expect a historic greeting anymore. A hurried voice rang out. Please don't misunderstand. I truly value our meeting. Our first meetings. Tang Yan alludes to vague things, especially secret meetings with someone carrying a sword. The person she's referring to immediately responds, and don't misunderstand my intentions. Gina emphasizes her integrity. I have never hidden my sword. I am always ready to draw it. At this point, Prince also spoke up. Everyone was in a rush. If things had been this tense from the start, they would have exhausted themselves quickly. Just smile at the main topic. Isn't the purpose of today's meeting to understand each other? Everything will continue like this. In another building, several people are secretly watching them from afar. Alpha Zero, the target in sight, requests permission to shoot. The other side issues a command over the radio. 01 is still confirming the target and holding position. A sniper also requests instructions. Can I shoot now? Not yet. Wait. 01 still hasn't given the signal. The other person sighs in regret that Gina is in the crosshairs. There's no way we can waste this opportunity. At this moment, he was attacked by Kang Yu from somewhere. His teammate quickly drew a pistol to shoot, but before he could act, he lunged forward and snatched it away. The opponent of Kang Yu pulled out a knife, but he charged so fast that the opponent couldn't react. Kang Yu throws a punch, causing him to crash hard into the wall. He then turns to look at the sniper who was aiming at Gina just now. Moros pointed out that these people are on the wrong side. Kang Yu praised him. They are well trained. The sniper was knocked out cold by him, but how did they know the location of this meeting? They also have a very good sniper spot, so that means the information was leaked from the inside. Considering the situation, wanting to play sniper games with these guys is too risky. He agrees with Moros. That's why I find them annoying. Then Kang Yu reports to Skrill. Black Duck calls, I took down the night owl at the sniper point. He's surprised. What? Are the night attacks from Tianjin Pavilion? He checks the badge on the enemy's uniform. If it's not a SW elite sniper from the pure land side, he's even more shocked. It seems Kang Yu suspects there is more than one sniper. Send me images of other possible sniper positions. He smiled and accepted the request. I see. Sending it now. Near Gina's happiness point and other representatives, the fully armed elite team is moving carefully. They received the message over the radio. We've lost contact with the others. There is a high chance of an unidentified enemy participating in the fight. Stay alert and eliminate the target. They carefully look around and check every corner. One person reports, Hunting dog here, we've reached the designated spot, beginning to move in. The group gradually moved deeper inside, and from outside the door, you could see some shadows moving. One of them was using a skill to scan the surroundings. Someone else asked if there was any sign of life inside. He replied that only the sniper team from the Tia side on the 8th floor was present. He received another question. What is their condition? He concentrates on checking and reports that they are unresponsive, seemingly subdued and unconscious. The person who asked the question appears to be the commander. He orders the soldiers behind to prioritize confirming our side's status and to move up to the 8th floor via the stairs. At this point, Kang Yu is one floor above them. Looking up at them on the other side of the stairs, he comments that their defensive barrier is pretty weak. Then Kang Yu rushes up, and the soldiers start to notice him. Before they could raise their guns, Kang Yu was shot multiple times, and although not hit in vital spots, the group was spun around so quickly they couldn't fight back. Then he took a running start again, taking down more soldiers. A soldier with a shield and specialized weapon charged at Kang Yu. He jumped down from above to confront them and shouted loudly, "We're in big trouble. The back door is open." Kang Yu uses the prison fire technique on them, criticizing their slow response. Many windows of the building shatter into pieces and dust and smoke fill the air. All the soldiers just now are lying at his feet. Kang Yu arrogantly steps on one, while a soldier sitting trembling in the distance stammers like a monster. He glances at him. Don't do anything stupid. Put down your gun unless you want to die. Another car, like Screws, speeds down the road, and someone's phone inside it rings. The person asks the other end, "Are you done yet?" Jem saw Kwang Ho next to him, blindfolded and resting, but still taking the call, and when he heard the report from the other side, he clenched his fist, wanting to crush the phone. Seeing this, he understood the situation and calmly picked up the phone. "I will call my team." Kwang Ho stopped him, saying, "Don't, just forget it." He took off the blindfold, smiling irritably with a crazed look. "I will handle it personally." Under the clear blue sky in a building under construction, a voice echoes. "I remember seeing her last year." Tang Yan, reminiscing about young Gina, felt a bit regretful. A passionate girl with big, round eyes. But what impressed me was that even in hopeless situations, she didn't know what fear was. Now she even wears a strange mask and hides her real voice. However, Gina grew a bit impatient and interrupted. "You're talking too much." She still paid little attention and continued to marvel. At that moment, the guild leader was also extremely impressed with her. "You say her unyielding spirit is like that of a peony king. I won't say it twice. Now raise your head and stare directly at the guild master, and swear your loyalty to the demon sword Mujin." Manny King frowned in annoyance. while Gina's eyes flashed with a red light behind her mask. Amid the peaceful cityscape, a trembling voice suddenly echoes out. The villain Sion Wang-ho frowns in frustration, unable to accept it. Our Special Forces unit was taken down by just one guy. The person next to him hesitated but still had to answer.
Yes, Jem also asked out of curiosity.
So you mean the guy who defeated Manny Ni, right? He angrily turns and walks to the car.
Do you think there are any other IF suspects?
He stood behind, watching Kwang Ho's back with a puzzled look. What I want to know is why he attacked us. He's starting to voice his opinion. This time's targets include the villain from Tianhuangvian and Mujin the Demon Sword from Vinzone Namkong District. And Mujin also has a connection with CN. Then he bowed his head and looked at his phone anxiously. Is the Demon Sword acquainted with Can? Maybe I should call for backup, but Kwang Ho disagreed and cut him off.
We don't have time to wait. We need to catch one of them before they disappear. That's the only way to make up for our loss, right?
Jen also put down her phone and turned to look at him. Xia Xian is probably still hiding nearby. Kwang Ho, with a calculating look, made his decision. Then catch him. You're the best hunter at catching clever little mice. He bowed his head and smirked in response. Thanks for appreciating my skills, but Jay is revealing his true thoughts. No matter what anyone says, Xia Xian is the one who defeated Man Nikin of the 4 great villains. Even though Man Nikin was not at his peak strength, what if he felt he was too verbose and quickly cut him off? So you mean you can't beat him? Dem confidently asserts without hesitation.
Yes?
He seemed dissatisfied with that answer. There's a bit of criticism. You're so sure before even fighting. He nodded gently, closing his eyes and thought, no need to touch the fire to know it's hot. Kwang Ho simply walked past him after hearing that. This is an order. Do as I say. Dem, try to struggle. This order is unfair, but he didn't really care. It would only take a little time. Under the sunlight, Kwang Ho's face became cunning.
I will end this with a single shot. At the same time, nearby, Screw is using binoculars to observe the situation.
He quickly informed Kang Yu that the branch manager had arrived. Upon hearing this, he immediately asked again. Ma Kwang Ho. Screw immediately confirms to him. Yeah, but anyone next to him looks pretty tough to handle. Kang Yu was a bit confused. Who is that? He still calmly observes and responds. I will share his image with you. Through the image shared by Screw on the glass, Kang Yu was a bit surprised by the person who just appeared. Curtain! He seemed a bit surprised as he asked the man again. Do you know him? Kang Yu quickly explained briefly as well. A high-level cheat? A melee expert known as the cheat in urban warfare. Then he crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. I can take him down, but Ma Kwang Ho can probably only shoot a few rounds. Screw looked confused and asked, so we can't do anything now? Kang Yu glanced at him, then ordered Min to retreat. Screw quickly agreed and raised his binoculars. All right, you're right. You're right? His glasses turn a red-violet color as he coldly orders the other side that this is a hidden forge, an emergency situation, and the Night Watch is setting up a sniper and must leave immediately. Suddenly, something shot past their eyes at incredible speed. Sil gently touched his earpiece, looking a bit confused. Did a bullet just get fired? Kang Yu also went into a defensive stance. Should I go there myself? What's the situation on that side? He immediately tries to contact Gina to check on the situation. Mujin, are you okay over there? The line was a bit fuzzy on the other end, so I couldn't hear anything. Meanwhile, another bright flash streaked across just as Screw was reporting. It seems they're okay. He pointed ahead with a confused look and shouted, What just happened? Kang Yu also looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Just now, at that construction site, Manny Kin sneered coldly. How ridiculous! He bluntly questioned Tang Yan. Are you really a star? Is this request too ridiculous? However, she simply coldly said, You have no right to speak, so stay silent. But Gina, standing beside her, quickly retorted to Tang Yan, You want me to kneel before someone who killed my father? A fierce aura emanated from her eyes behind the mask. You've gone a bit too far with your words. Should I interpret that as a request to die? Lens Girl watched the situation with a slight smile, feeling a bit amused. Finally, it's time to fight. Just when the situation was tense, Tang Yan spoke up to interrupt. There's been a misunderstanding. Gina retracted her hostility and asked back, What misunderstanding? She crossed her arms and firmly explained that the club leader was not the one who killed her father. What are you talking about? Tang Yin simply asked back casually, Are you curious? She smiled slyly and made a request. If you listen to me, I will tell you who the real culprit is. Gina lost her composure and drew her sword again, her murderous intent radiating once more. This is nonsense. You're mocking me. Suddenly, at that moment, information from Screw made her freeze. Gina quickly retracted her sword and shouted, "Sniper down!" Prince immediately turned around. Commander Ho shouted excitedly, "Is there a sniper behind us?" All they saw was a building with no one in sight. However, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from the upper floor of the building. Tang Yan quickly turned his head to observe the situation. She sharply points her hand in that direction, releasing a dazzling burst of energy. Then Tang Yan gently retracts her hand and speaks. A large explosive round designed for heavy firepower. The sharp bullet suddenly stopped right in front of her eyes. Not many spells can channel mana into a bullet and fire it. I never expected to see it again in Korea. After marveling at it, Tang Yan calmly shot the bullet back to its original position at lightning speed. "Let me return it." Len's girl, standing outside, watches with a somewhat amused smile. "Oh my god." Manny King also frowns in confusion, unable to believe it. Psychic ability, huh? The bullet ricocheted back at a very high speed, causing a powerful shockwave that struck the building. All that remains is dust and Tang Yan's exclamation. "How unfortunate." She withdraws her hand and looks at Gina with a faint smile. "But our meeting ends here. I hope everyone understands our current situation." She also drew her sword and spoke. "I don't object, but let me ask you this. Are you sure Moran wasn't the one who killed my father?" After hearing Gina's question, Tang Yan simply smiled softly and said nothing. She also stood still, waiting patiently for the answer she desired. At the same time, across the building, the window shattered into many small glass pieces due to the force of the bullet. Inside, Kwang Ho is holding his bloodied arm tightly, ignoring the bloodstains on his body as he laughs with delight. This is the real hunt now. Thinking of Tang Yan's cold face, Kwang Ho became extremely excited and shouted, "You truly are the ultimate prey!" The clear blue sky covers the Labzos building as everyone gathers around the round table. Sung, trembling with anger, slams his fist down and shouts, "Lampass those bastards! I will break into their headquarters and purge them with my light." Yosei sat beside him, trying to calm him down. Juan, sitting opposite, also joined in the fun. "I was so shocked I was stunned." Gina calmly sipped her tea and then spoke. "What they did is truly outrageous. But protesting against them is difficult because we encounter wanted criminals in areas outside Vinzone." She lowered her head calmly. "Even if I got shot, they could say I was accidentally caught in crossfire while intentionally shooting another villain. WS on the opposite side of that defense actually makes quite a bit of sense." Sil gently leans his head on the chair and smiles when he hears Gina mention him. Luckily, Screw intervened, allowing me to escape safely, so I pointed at him and shouted in frustration. "Don't laugh. What are you trying to show off?" Screw calmly spoke. "Actually, the one who deserves the praise is Can. He didn't hide anything and recounted everything that happened. Cassian was the one who discovered and took out all the snipers, and he even handled the special unit that came after. Even the elite unit of Lampus was taken care of. That's impressive. Cassie really does seem like someone trained thoroughly in the military." Yosei from the other side propped his chin and sighed. "Maybe he really is a soldier." His way of speaking is also stiff. Sung Run also joins in, because he's just a cold-blooded guy. Screw is the only one who spoke up to defend Kang Yu, but I don't think so. He looked serious as he explained. When Ma Wang intervenes, Can looks quite confused, still refusing to accept the truth and shouting. Confused? It's ridiculous. He kept asking over and over again with a panicked look on his face whether Mujin was okay. Gina calmly picks up the teacup on the table, leisurely enjoys her tea, and then helps him out of trouble. It's all quite normal. Since we are allies, it's natural to worry about our teammates. W. Sun spoke up again after finishing his meal, but it was still quite surprising. I didn't expect him to react like that. Sung shivered slightly, puzzled. "What do you think Cassie is doing right now?" Yosei guesses. "Don't tell me he got angry and stormed into Lampus." The only one who knows about this is Skruel, who quickly provides an explanation. Someone came to find Cassie Zan, so he went back to Vinzone. Gina looked a bit confused after hearing that, so WS glanced at her to remind her. "Master, she's holding it upside down. She's confused. Are you okay?" She looked confused and tried to find an excuse. "I am practicing holding the fork upside down to cut the cake." Gina is clearly in a dazed state. "I'm reflecting on swordsmanship. Isn't everyone whispering because she's nervous?" W. San keeps serving her. "Have you figured anything out yet?" Even trembling, he didn't notice anything strange and shouted in admiration, "That's truly our lord. Really impressive." Yosei sarcastically suggested, "Maybe I should hold the fork upside down." So it turns out that's what happened. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone, the place of old buildings. Zhang Bao, carrying a basket, introduces himself. "I am Zhang Bao from China." I am Can. Why did you come here to find me? Jiang Bao remained silent before explaining, and he handed the bag he was holding to the two people. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I brought some things. A box of premium fruits from the Kang Yu grocery store was handed over indifferently to Black Ghost. After he took the fruits, Jiang Bao slowly explained the reason for his visit. I want to thank you for saving me, Kang Yu asked back, crossing his arms. Is that all? He found it a bit confusing, but that's enough, isn't it? Jiang Bao solemnly clasped his hands and said, You saved me. So even if I can't repay that kindness, I should at least thank you. Don't you think? Kang Yu just chuckled softly and said, In this era, it's hard to get a thank you. You probably have no other motives, right? Jiang Bao immediately denied, no motives at all, though I do have a small wish. Kang Yu quickly pointed out, that's exactly the motive. Jiang Bao seriously pleads, defeat Moran. He then smirks teasingly. You asked for a basket of fruit and that too? Don't you feel embarrassed? Kang Yu crossed his arms and asked him, Is this personal revenge or for a greater cause? Jiang Bao didn't hesitate to explain. Both of you go. Kang Yu kept asking again, but isn't it a bit wrong to ask the villain about this? He reluctantly confirmed. From a general perspective, that's true, but not all villains are bad, right? Like you. Meanwhile, Drag Ghost is talking with Moros, the ruler of darkness. What I truly hate is not the villain, but those who have lost all their humanity. Kang Yu stared intently at him and, after a moment of thought, decided, I will defeat Moran, even if you don't ask me to. And since he's been hunting me, I couldn't sit still and do nothing. Jiang Bao became cheerful. If you've already thought that way, then forget it. He asked more seriously. Did you just confirm that Moran killed someone in your family to take revenge? Hearing this, Jiang Bao's fist clenched so tightly it was trembling. The story has been over for 6 or 5 years. He painfully recounts that I can never see her again. But she is my daughter, and I am proud of her. Kang Yu also fell silent as he listened to him talk about his daughter. She is a high-level officer. The scene shifts to a road lined with lush green trees on both sides. A large vehicle pulls over to the side of the road as a scolding voice echoes. You're late. Mega-chan looks annoyed, arms crossed, questioning. 20 minutes late for the agreed time. The kidnapper angrily snapped, Shut up, and the hostage calmly asked, Where is this place? The Chinese guys, what about them? Did you kill them all? The two kidnappers nonchalantly turned around, making him realize something was amiss. Mega-chan gritted his teeth in anger and said, They have failed. He can't believe it's true. These useless pawns. I risked my life to give them that information, and they still can't do anything. If they didn't suspect me, I wouldn't have forced myself to take such a risk. Although I was also planning to stab them in the back when the right moment came. Meanwhile, the kidnapped man was a bit surprised and spoke up. Is that Mega-chan? Nice to meet you. He shouted angrily, Shut up! Mega-chan remained silent, threatening just before a huge explosion occurred. When Barracuda arrives, we will leave. The sudden shock startles him, making him turn around quickly. What the hell? That annoying blonde guy shouted. Let me go, I can't see anything. Mega-chan still stood there motionless, waiting. Have the flag-bearer enemies been dealt with? What kind of monster is that? Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind and grabbed his head. So you trust him? You have such a cute mask. Charles smiled eerily and asked, So, you're the traitor the deputy guildmaster mentioned, right? Immediately after, she forcefully tore his head off, then coldly picked up the long mask from the ground, quickly putting it on her face with an excited look. Does this beautiful mask now belong to me? The blonde man trembles as he approaches. Really? Smells like blood? No way. Mega is already buried. Suddenly, she forcefully slams the mask onto his face. Cho coldly praises, It suits you better. Are you saying I will die too? She immediately lifts her head after hearing the question, then takes back her mask and turns away. I will spare you. I like that smile. He heard that and laughed foolishly, so happy. Then she called out, Let's go. Nearby, Barracuda witnessed everything and seemed to collapse. He grits his teeth in fury, unable to believe Megaton was taken down so easily. If I step out without thinking, I won't be any different from him. Barracuda silently thought to himself that he had to leave here first. At that moment, Mega's mask suddenly appeared right beside him and shouted, Hey, Mr. S. Coldly, she extends her claws toward him. Your face also suits that mask very well. The army is on standby outside the heavily guarded building. There is no one left inside. The head representative reports the situation to Kwang Ho. We are searching for chat device recordings or any clues. But upon hearing this, he knew it wasn't looking good, so he interrupted. That's enough. The search is over. Jem stepped forward from behind and reported, We checked the entire surrounding area but couldn't find any traces. Wang Ho feels a bit annoyed. Disappearing so quickly means they had a plan to escape from the start. probably expecting Megatol to betray them. Wang Ho sighs. He's truly untrustworthy. So where do you think they are hiding?
Kenji hesitates and then suggests maybe an abandoned factory or somewhere on the outskirts of the city.
Ethan also tilted his head to guess, or maybe it was under the sewer. Kwang Ho thought of the time Tang Yan was annoyed and covered his nose with a cloth to confirm, no way. He made his own comment, that woman hates filth and would never hide in a place like that. Shen was a bit surprised. That woman, Jem quickly explained simply to him.
Tang Yan, the second in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, is also known as the Border Butcher.
After hearing that, the Y spirit slightly smirked with amusement. Does Border Butcher mean she's extremely powerful? It seems she's the perfect prey for my arrow. Immediately after, Kwang Ho interrupted their conversation, and Tang Yan could sense and react to the incoming bullets from a distance. She can even shoot back the mana-infused arrows aimed at the marksman. Having been wounded once, his demeanor is filled with caution. Basically, she's the worst nightmare for a marksman, and Ko just casually teases her. The worst, huh? Are you sure your older brother isn't afraid of her? Do you want me to handle it instead? Kwang Ho coldly refused. No, she is my prey. He smirks mockingly at him without any hesitation. So the branch is just like me. Meanwhile, someone hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly. The branch manager has an urgent report. Kwang Ho calmly asks him, what is the report? That person quickly shouted that all the agents who went to meet Megatol had already been killed. He recounted all the details to Kwang Ho. The team sent to investigate found many dead bodies at the scene, and Megatol was also discovered dead. Kwang Ho crosses his arms and questions. Who is the culprit? The agent replied nervously, we are checking the nearby security cameras, but the area is remote and has many blind spots, so clues are scarce. Kwang Ho's eyes showed anger as the scene shifted to an indoor gym. A young man was knocked flying and slammed his whole body into the wall behind him. Lin Lin was the one who caused that shockwave. The witnesses inside all looked confused, saying, I don't see any chance at all. You're fighting a high-level chess piece. Our academy can't handle that, but Kashin, who just got knocked out, still gets up to challenge. Go ahead again, she replied disapprovingly. I like your spirit, but this is the 4th time now. Lin Lin chuckled and reminded him, are you planning to take up all the class time? You should also give other students a chance. However, he still confidently threw the staff aside and challenged, I don't need this stupid staff anymore. Bare hands are enough. Lin Lin's eyes narrow slightly. It's not a stick, it's a tool. Oh. She leaned on her hip and looked at Kashian, reminding him this is a weapon training class, so if you want to keep practicing, pick it up. He didn't bother listening, smirking as he clenched his fists and argued back. I told you. My weapon is my fists. Then he shouted loudly and charged forward. I'm coming up! Lin Lin helplessly sighed. He's truly beyond help. She pulls back the stick, ready to strike, but Lin Lin forcefully swings it towards his side when he's caught off guard. During a strike exchange, she skillfully pulls it back towards herself. Immediately after, Lin Lin uses the end of the stick to jab directly into C's stomach, a crucial move that determines victory or defeat. Once again, you are slammed against the wall. Lin Lin coldly places the stick on the ground and advises, if your reach is shorter, you must have superior skills or be super fast. She frowned and criticized C, but he lacked both skills, and all he could do was grit his teeth and accept her judgment. Knowing others and understanding yourself doesn't always mean you'll win, but he wouldn't give up easily. Do you understand what I mean? Kayan finally accepts his own mistake. You're right, teacher. I was careless and reckless. Lin Lin is satisfied and finally realizes it. You can risk everything, but at least you know how to listen. She reached out her hand to you. Now stand up and go. Cassian also quickly grabbed her hand, then took the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Got it. The fight won't end until one side is completely defeated. All the students inside the classroom were stunned and pale. That crazy guy. The bright sunlight shines down on a peaceful space as Kang Yu pours a whole bottle of water into his mouth. Morose notices and asks how he's doing. You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Kang Yu also didn't hide his explanation. I just got distracted. He looked surprised. Distraction? He wiped his mouth with his hand and repeated, just thinking about the past. When I was still in the United States at the training academy for incorrect flags, Moros immediately teased upon hearing that. I guess you caused a lot of trouble there, huh? Seeing Kang Yu stay silent, Moros glanced over mischievously. You're not denying it? You're just admitting it openly. Yeah, I caused a lot of trouble. I even slapped a teacher in the face. Moros narrowed his eyes, guessing if that matter was related to old man Jiang Bao, whom you met yesterday. Kang Yu rested his chin in thought, indeed a ghostly presence. His senses were sharp. He didn't understand what you were referring to. Who are you to call me a ghostly dust?
Kang Yu thought of Lin Lin and explained to him OM. It's the high-level chess move that Jiang Bao mentioned. I know her very well. She is my teacher.
Moros widened his eyes, a bit surprised. Wait a minute. So the person you slapped in the face, before it could even shout, you already confirmed it was necessary.
That made it even more curious. So what now? Are you planning to take revenge on the person who killed your teacher?
Kang Yu coldly replied. We are connected, but calling it revenge sounds too heavy.
Either you become silent when thinking about yourself, or maybe I have become more numb.
The surrounding space suddenly becomes quiet after that statement. Moros narrowed his eyes, filled with anger.
You're talking nonsense again.
Huh?
What did he just say?
Gina ran over from afar, exhausted. Oh my God, you're here earlier than usual today. She panted and looked around, but it seemed like you were talking to someone earlier. Kang Yu hesitated before replying, It's just talking to myself. She's so difficult to understand. Do you often talk to yourself? Then Gina turned back to her phone, saying she often talks to herself.
You took notes? Kang Yu was a bit confused as he watched this scene.
Why did she note that down? Then Gina turned to ask him, Do you think you can answer this question?
What is that? Did you maybe get confused?
He raised the water bottle and asked back, What do you mean? Gina gently explains as if she's surprised or panicked and doesn't know what to do. She lifts her head to look at him with a bewildered expression. So, you've never been confused before? Kang Yu replied as if indifferent. This question of hers is what really confuses me the most. Hearing that, Gina moved even closer to Kang Yu.
She smiles, drawing everyone's attention.
Are you confused? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling both of them as they turned around. Someone was rushing towards them. Toymaker ran while sticking out his tongue and laughing loudly. Kang Yu frowned and stared intently in that direction.
Is he the Toymaker? The clear weather spreads warm sunlight over the entire area.
A voice echoes. Are you planning to join the Special Forces?
Really?
Joe? She crossed her arms and responded to him. Yes, Captain Seo recommended me. Yes, Captain said my recovery ability is quite useful. Seo promoted me. Yuan suddenly fell silent. Kang Seo, the legendary captain, took over all of Busan. Then he changed his attitude and looked at Joe. That's great. Congratulations. He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Thank you. But I was assigned to Unit 2, not 1. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated as I encouraged Jay. But you need to know where you started, try hard, and you'll get promoted. After saying that, Yu-chan took out his phone and answered. He immediately became serious after answering the phone. I'm listening. What's going on? The other person asked, Where are you? Yu-chan looked around and then responded. Right in front of G District Park. De Wong was driving while talking on the phone. Good, I'm heading there too, he wondered. What's going on? Why? He also hurriedly summarized the situation for Yu-chan. Do you know Toymaker? He escaped from prison and a report just came in saying he's causing chaos at Gaddam District Park. Joe, noticing he's a bit shaken, quickly asks what's wrong. Yu-chan kept replying to Daewon, I will go and subdue Toymaker right now, but he didn't agree with that action. No, it's too dangerous to go alone. Don't act before I arrive. Yue quickly interrupted. I'm going with Cello. While he still doesn't understand anything, De Wong asked Shouho again. He also hurriedly confirmed to make it in time. That's right, I'm leaving now. De Wong over there still wants to say something. Yuan, wait. Over here, Toymaker is going crazy and causing chaos. He's turned many people in the park into puppet-like figures. Gina stands in a corner, observing the situation outside, and then turns back to inform Kang Yu that the number has increased. They're so slow. He glared at his phone in frustration. It's been reported for a while now. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Moro stands beside him with a plan. Escaping this situation is our top priority. Do we really need to reveal who we truly are? Kang Yu confirms coldly. Number? He turned around to observe the situation outside and said, Don't make things complicated. We just need to wait here until the signal comes. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Let's see who's hiding here. My little ones. Toymaker is standing on the upper floor holding a gift box, looking down. Peekaboo suddenly shivered and shouted loudly. Toymaker. He licks his lips with a sly smile. Do you know me? How happy I am. I am so happy I will give you a gift. He just calmly stood there and responded. No need for any tricks. How did you escape from prison? Toymaker was a bit surprised. How do you know I escaped from prison? Kang Yu rolled his eyes and lied. I saw it on the news and he explained without hiding anything. So a friend helped me. He coldly looked at him and asked, Did Barauda help you? Toymaker stood up quickly and corrected, No. Barracuda was captured by a dangerous person. The friend who helped me escape was Megaton. He is dead. Kang Yu was a bit surprised by this information. Megaton is dead? Isn't he under the protection of Heavenly Fragrance Garden? Toymaker is also starting to be curious about Kang Yu. But who are you? Why are you so calm in front of me? Usually others see me as fighting for my life. He even glanced over at Gina, who was calmly staring at him. And that cute girl beside you also looks very suspicious. Kang Yu replied gently. We are just ordinary people, Toymaker says with a completely untroubled smile. Oh, really? Then accept this gift. But he silenced him. Let me ask you one more thing. Kang Yu's eyes looked intensely at Toymaker. Who killed Megaton? He quickly replied. A terrifying woman. He kept asking her what her name was again, his eyes now flashing with blood-red intensity. I don't know, but she's very scary. Toymaker is gradually losing his mind. She amplified my strength. Even if it was only temporary, I've never felt so full of energy. He decided to jump down with his puppet head. Now I will give you the special gift you've been waiting for. But in an instant, Toymaker lunged at Gina. She spun around and kicked him, causing Toymaker to crash heavily into the wall behind. Immediately after, she landed calmly. Gina explained to Toymaker, I've been studying Western Kondo since I was a child. That hurts. Who the hell are you? That power, are you mistaken about the flag? Seeing that he realized it, Gina calmly denied, I am just an ordinary resident. However, this time those words no longer fooled Toymaker. Liar. He put his hand in his mouth and whistled loudly, then shouted, I don't believe you for sure. The sound he made drew all the attention of the created puppets. They rushed towards us, surrounding Kang Yu and Gina. Toymaker points and orders, let's have some fun. Come on, punish those two. Moros looked around with a bit of worry. Are you okay? Kang Yu confidently assessed that I would be fine if it was these people. Suddenly, the chaos went berserk. Kang Yu frowned, a bit confused, and Jay standing beside him also noticed something unusual. What's wrong with them all of a sudden? One head explodes, shooting out a stream of colorful tinsel, with stuffed animals and other toys appearing inside. Gina frowned and sighed. That looks pretty cute. A bunch of different toys are moving straight toward the two of them. Someone concentrates their power into their palm, and immediately all the toys are knocked away by the skill. Kang Yu, surprised, turned around to look behind him. Toymaker also looked annoyed by the situation. So that was Joe's power just now. Yu-chan looked quite surprised to see him here. Kang Yu-J points at Kang Yu with curiosity, feeling like I've seen this guy somewhere before. Yu-chan calmly explains that he is Na Yu's boyfriend. He was a bit in disbelief and shouted, Really? What is that? Toymaker, upon seeing the two of them, looked annoyed and scrutinized this person. Some familiar faces had sent me to prison. Yu-chan stepped forward to advise, stop resisting and surrender. Do you remember? Your tricks won't work on us. Dehoy, he just follows our instructions. But Toymaker only laughs loudly in a terrifying way. I know I'm at a disadvantage, but the fact is he's decided to face both of us. I've worked hard all night for this moment. The surrounding puppets also stick out their tongues and laugh just like him. Toymaker waved his hand and gathered all his toys. With this many, any disadvantage is no longer an issue. Let's have some fun. Jay just saw this scene and started to worry. They have too many. Suddenly, Screw's familiar legs appeared from behind, looking truly exhausted. You might as well stay peacefully in prison, isn't that better? Toymaker's eyes are filled with shock. He stared fiercely at the guy with his huge screwdriver, threatening him. Toymaker, it's time to clean up your toys. 4 years ago, Gotham Vinzone, under a stunning sunset sky. Mega Chol lay among the wreckage, whimpering, as a firm voice echoed from behind like a coward hiding. Syl sneers at him contemptuously. So you call yourself the boss of Vinzone? He raised his hand to gently touch his glasses. S demanded compensation from Megatol, saying, You broke my glasses. How do you plan to make it right? Suddenly, Toymaker appears from afar. What's going on? Is it over? You said the two of us would play together. He was a bit surprised to see Megaton defeated by Screw, but Toymaker's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Then, immediately, he blushed and covered his mouth in shock. Toymaker is extremely excited, with those eyes shining brightly. How beautiful. Come and play with me. The scene shifts to a tall building. A deep voice echoes. Did you hear that? Hammerboy turns around to answer. That guy who just joined Vinzone. I heard they call him Screw. He also joined in with some gestures and cheers. Megachan has already been defeated by him, Bin calmly said. I saw it with my own eyes. That surprised him a little. Truly. Oh, I see. Hammerboy seemed curious, so I told him the details. Meg launched a surprise attack first, aiming at the other guy's back. What?
Back attack. That's so dirty, no wonder the fight isn't fair.
Binder explains again. Meg suddenly ambushes Screw.
Hammerboy's attitude suddenly changed, and it actually makes sense. Villains often act like that, and Binder added his own comment.
With our Chow, it's even more fitting. He looks regretful. But despite cheating, he still got defeated. So pathetic.
Hammerboy's face darkened, surprised that Megatol had fallen so easily. That Screw guy is no joke.
Binder just explained the details to him. At first, Megatol planned to attack together with Toymaker,
But Toymaker arrived at the scene a bit late.
Hammerboy quickly seized the point. So, the Screw is the new boss of Vinzone, replacing Megatone? Binder looked helpless. Who could have known Grow would decide on that? Back at the previous location, Toymaker chuckled playfully. Sorry, I'm a bit late.
Megachan irritably pulled the bandage off his head and shouted, "Shut up, if you had been on time, I wouldn't be like this."
He smirked without remorse. I thought you could handle it.
That makes him so angry, stop making excuses. Toymaker questions himself.
But why do you hate that guy so much? Meg also sat up and answered. Do you really need to ask? It's just because he's acting arrogantly. He remembered the proud moment when he boasted to Skrull that this was his greatest invention. However, he coldly judged like a predator, which made him extremely uncomfortable. That arrogant bastard, he dared to mock me.
Toymaker understood the situation and chuckled happily. I have an idea, let's ask Barracuda for help.
Am I some kind of genius or what? But Megaton shouted loudly in refusal. Are you crazy? No way. He thought of Barracuda's mocking face. What? You asked me to help with other schemes? Then he backed down himself. I also have pride. If I rely on others for such a trivial reason, I would be mocked for life. Toymaker calmly raises both hands. Isn't that right? But if this keeps up, we'll have to hand the boss seat over to Screw. Megachol interrupted angrily. Don't jump to conclusions. He still has hope. Pro hasn't made a decision yet. Toymaker glanced at him and spoke the truth. But what guarantee is there that Crow will stand on your side? That made Megatol realize the truth. He throws another psychological blow at him. What if Crow chooses him? Megatol grits his teeth, trying to endure. First, we must eliminate Skrill at all costs. Having achieved his goal, Toymaker was very pleased and laughed loudly. That was a wise decision. He happily spun around in place and shouted, I've been waiting to hear that for a long time. That shimmering pair of eyes is worth collecting. Megachan quietly assessed him. What the hell is that? Then he angrily starts calculating. This cannot be delayed. The villain must pay double for this humiliation. Megatol suddenly stands up with determination, gathering all members immediately. The scene shifts to Gotham Vinzone District B. Gayong, furious, is shouting and repeatedly typing. How dare you leave a bad comment on my video? It's been deleted. The pest has been removed. Seal approaches from behind to question. Gayong, are you listening? She is still fighting fiercely, so I irritably shout, I am listening. Another bad comment. He helplessly looks down at the water bottle in his hand and sighs. I thought things would be different at Vinzone. Turns out you're no different here than at home. He shouted loudly. Of course, she aggressively turned her chair to face Skrull. Anyway, this place has all kinds of people. Just a second ago, I was so fired up. You think everyone at Vinzone is crazy? He replied calmly. That's mostly how it is. She also tries to stay calmer. That's also true. GY then put on a hood and gave some advice. Don't call me Gawai here, and no calling me sister either. Just call me Rompunk. Take your time drinking water and reply, I also need some time to get used to it. Gayong, not satisfied, reminded again, get used to it quickly and welcome to Vinzone. The guy named Megatol suddenly attacked me, so I taught him a little lesson. Gayong asked back in surprise. You mean you taught him a lesson? Megatol, I mean you defeated him. Screw nonchalantly said that, which was also true, so she suddenly became stunned, making him laugh. No way, I was joking. I couldn't do anything to her when I was little. Gayong thought of Megatone with some worry. Megatone is the boss of Vinzone, so Mon must be crazy. Then she suddenly remembered something and panicked. Wait a minute. Megatone attacked first, so how did I still manage to defeat him? This isn't normal. Suddenly, Screw noticed the burnt black cakes on the table. What are these? Gaiwai turned to explain. Oh, these? My friend's the one who made those special cakes. He didn't care about the appearance, and asked, curiously, Can I try one? You'll die if you eat it. Screw casually joked, Do you put poison in them or something? Gayu hesitated. Not exactly. She silently thought to herself that their flavors simply shouldn't exist in this world. So Screw calmly smiled and picked up a cookie. They look quite strange, but I can see the passion in these baked goods. At the same time, the sound of the door opening was accompanied by a high-pitched voice. B.C. Grow enters with a plate of burnt cake in hand. Yummy cookie? Here I come, and more cookies too. Ga Young is confused, holding his head. More cookies again? She was surprised to see Screw. Oh my, we have a guest. She hurriedly pulled Crow over to introduce him, saying, "Let me introduce you to my friend." "Crow," she greets cheerfully. "Hello there, nice to meet you." Then Yang turned to introduce further, "This is my relative, no, Screw." But he smiled and cut in. "So, you're the one who made these cookies?" Screw directly asked Grow, "Can I try one?" After a moment of hesitation, she eagerly offered more cookies to Screw. "Sure, it's super delicious." After listening, he immediately put it in his mouth to try. Crow waited quietly for a moment, then curiously asked, "What does it taste like?" "Tastes good, right?" Suddenly a sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "What is that?" Gayan shouted in panic. "A bomb." Immediately after, everything exploded, and a cloud of dust and smoke covered the area. Mega Chong chuckled and said, "How do you like my specially made spicy homemade bomb?" He shouted angrily, "Screwel, I'm here to end you!" Mega Chaw's laughter echoes throughout the room. "Try my soda gas, I guarantee you won't be able to think straight." Then he rushes down with a bunch of screwdrivers in hand, steadying himself on the ground. "This time, I will show you who's boss." Suddenly a voice called out to him. Megaton Megon immediately froze in shock. That voice can't be real. A powerful beam of light knocked him backward. The space is filled with smoke and blinding flashes as Grow uses his own skills to attack Megatol. He is utterly stunned, covering his face. "Grow." She sarcastically mocked him. "Did you just eat someone's spoiled cookie?" Our boss is acting no different than a clown. It makes me want to stab him. Mega-chan nervously crossed his arms and stammered to explain. "Wait a moment, I didn't mean to do that." Suddenly, another character's voice echoed, finally arriving at the scene. Toymaker, confused, held the box of fruit and joined the fun. "Sorry I'm late, I was busy preparing the fruit," S asked coldly in return. "You want to give it to me?" Grow asked him. "Maybe I have a rough idea of what's going on here." Her eyes, full of anger, glare and remind us. "Mega TN, I don't care what dirty things you do out there," but her sharp words made Mega Chol break out in a sweat. "If my precious friends get involved, that's a different story. You remember, right? I have a clear stance." Syl turned back to look at Gaai, my dear friend. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Grow coldly extends his claws forward. "You are guilty. I will exercise my authority right now." Toymaker immediately shouted loudly, causing chaos among everyone. "I've been waiting a long time for this moment. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." The madman charged straight at Skriel. "This is no longer fun. I will gouge out those bright, adorable eyes of yours to make them into toys." Suddenly, a slash was delivered, and Crow appeared from behind the Toymaker. "Since when, you two?" She strikes powerfully from behind. "You are guilty, and time is returning to the present." Screw coldly questions. "You'd better stay in prison. Why are you out here causing trouble?" Toymaker calmly raised both hands to respond. "Do you know how boring the world will become? Without me, it's just like a prison." Besides, Jay was a bit surprised by his appearance. "That's Screw, right? How does he know to come here?" Toymaker smirked slyly. "I'm so happy you came all this way to see me." He jumps up in joy. "Today really is my lucky day. I don't have to look anymore. Truly fortunate." A whole bunch of his puppets are ready to attack. "I've been preparing these for the whole night to play with you. With this number, even you won't be able to resist." S calmly questions the guy. "Are you planning to attack Gadam Vinzone with this many?" Toymaker confirms without hiding. "Just thinking about it makes me happy, right?" He only coldly looks at him through his high-tech glasses. Crow wouldn't like this. The more Screw talks, the more Toymaker's face contorts, and she definitely won't let this go. He emphasized once more, "You're afraid of Crow but still doing this stupid thing?" Toymaker stammered in denial. "What? You think I'm afraid? I'm just talking nonsense." But Screw simply remains indifferent and points out the truth. "Someone who fears her like you wouldn't do this, which shows you have strong and trustworthy backing." He asked straightforwardly, "Who is he?" The more Syl repeats the question, the more confused Toymaker becomes. "Who is it?" Yang Yu stood outside, observing and immediately offering an assessment. It's a way to create pressure. "Over there, Screw has really lost his temper. Are they just asking questions without answering?" "Then I will beat you until you want to speak." And he ordered Yu, Chan, and Zhou. "The two flags over there are in charge of the affected civilians." He responded quickly. "Got it." As for him, he looked around confusedly. "What? It's us." Screw looks towards Kang Yu and Gina to coordinate. "As for these two, don't get involved, step back." She heard it and then felt amused and mocked. Oh my, we're being threatened by a villain. How terrifying.
After everything was arranged smoothly, Skrill prepared to fight.
All right. He rushed forward with the giant screwdriver in his hand. It's time to teach you a lesson. Toymaker chuckled fearlessly and responded. He lifts a giant smiling box high, ready to throw it down. I've prepared something just for you. A special gift. A series of toys that seem to have a mind of their own surround him. Skrull laughs loudly.
He ordered all of them to attack, go for his eyes.
He remains calm, fighting while reminding. I want to tell you something. As Skru's arm rises, obsession becomes fear.
Then he spun around with the screwdriver in his hand and told you to give up. Toymaker approaches fearlessly from above. Hand over that eye and I'll give up.
However, he was still easily detected and fought back by him if you don't know how to give up. He is preparing to counterattack with a deadly strike. After swinging the screwdriver at him, he shouts loudly and they move past the pain. Yu-chan stands outside the battle stunned. Is it over yet?
Dihoy shouted anxiously. Is this really the time to look away?
He turned to use his own healing ability, a stream of blue energy rushing straight at Toymaker, and immediately afterward his eyes widened in surprise.
What's wrong with that guy? Why isn't he reacting at all to my attack?
The guy gritted his teeth in pain after being hit by Skru. Skru then approached and grabbed Toymaker by the collar, lifting him up. Why are you so obsessed with my eyes? It's creepy. He still chuckled and replied to him. They are beautiful. Very beautiful. I want to have them. Skrull asked back so confusingly that he was willing to risk his life.
Toymaker still calmly confirms. That's right.
He helplessly exclaimed, You're completely insane. All right. Who is the person behind you? He answers him just like he answered a terrifying woman. Skru goes berserk.
I asked who that scary woman was, and meanwhile, a puppet rushing from above was spotted by him.
Skru quickly turned around, while Toymaker threw himself forward as a human shield. No! So a large pool of blood splattered everywhere. That puppet had stabbed straight into Toymaker's arm. Surprisingly, it was Char Sil who looked a bit stunned when he saw that. He quickly swung his sword to separate them. Charles quickly reacted by stepping back each time, exhausted as he clutched his arm. Skrull questions confusedly. What did you just do? Why did you do that? His eyes still gleamed with happiness.
Your eyes are my treasure. How joyful that is. Let's play together again next time.
Toymaker then fainted, while Skru silently stared intently at him. The sky once again returned to its clear blue appearance, with a line of rescue workers standing by. Di Yuang's worried voice rang out. So you mean he awkwardly hugged himself in pain? Toymaker was killed by an unknown villain. Yu Chan calmly confirms. To be more precise, the original target was not Toymaker, but Skru. He recalls Toymaker rushing toward Cheche's knife. We still don't know why Toymaker threw himself to protect Skru. De Wong listened and pondered silently. Toymaker protecting Skru? I thought those two didn't like each other. Where is Skru now? Explain quickly.
He said he had urgent business and left immediately after handing over Toymaker's body to someone else. He tiredly ruffled his hair.
Things are so messy. There's no way I can call Skru to ask if there's any other unusual detail. J. Ho hesitated for a moment behind. Regarding that, Kang Yu nearby turned back to report. I have an urgent matter, so I'll leave with the civilians like me. Gina Blue nodded and added, I also have somewhere to go, so I will leave now. Yu-chan continued to reply casually, nothing unusual. Jae-ho nervously asked, so is that okay? The scene shifts to the green Neo Choi factory. Lately we've been seeing each other a lot, haven't we? He coldly asked him, what brings you here this time? Kang Yu quickly got to the main point. I have a few things to discuss with you. Mannequin was surprised. You need to talk to me. He seriously raised the issue. Barracuda has been captured by Chinese villains. M. Kin puts down his cigar, looking a bit thoughtful. You don't need to worry. Then he looked up at him and smiled.
Maybe you came here not because you're worried about Barracuda, but to gauge the relationship between me and him. His voice was extremely cold.
He's just a fool who causes chaos everywhere. Why should I care about someone like him? Moros beside him sighs tiredly, having seen through you. Kang Yu calmly closed his eyes and smiled. I'm glad you think that. If it weren't for Skru's request, I wouldn't have come here either. Hearing that, Manny King frowned slightly. A hint of suspicion in his expression. Skru's request, huh? Kang Yu said seriously, standing with his hands on his hips. Skru told me that the current Barracuda is Char Manny King, also just smirked meaningfully. He asked back to Mr. Cian, how much do you know about Cho? He honestly replied that he only knew she was the leader of the Four Sins of Chaos. Hearing that, Manny King quickly started to recount. At Thien Huang Vien, besides Red Dead, Peony, Moran, and Ga, there are 3 rivals for the 4 great villains' position. A series of names are repeatedly mentioned by the old man, including Tang Yan Deputy Guild Leader, also known as the Bounty Hunter. Next is Lam Long, the leader of Peony's private security team, the 4-star Shadow Guards, and Charles, the leader of the 4 demons and a master of the Soul Slaughter Army. Charles is extremely dangerous. Compared to the other 2, he's a bit worried when mentioning the assassination of key figures. She is a relentless hunter who loves slaughtering traitors and villains. M. King pondered as he smoked his cigar. Barracuda, if that kid falls into Chuse's hands, I can't guarantee whether he's alive or dead. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up to cut in, just out of curiosity, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He was afraid for Za. After hearing that, Moros narrowed his eyes and thought. Director Kim also couldn't help but squint. Manny King was not angry at all, rubbing his cigar into the ashtray.
That's interesting. It's been a while since I heard such rude provocation, so let me clarify something.
He smirked, knowing he wouldn't join a fight he would lose, especially against a mad dog.
Then Manny Nikin carefully warned him, for someone with nothing to lose like you, it would be different.
But remember this. Charles is a mad dog without a leash. The scene shifts to Thien Huang Villa. Inside a room filled with silence, suddenly Dun shouts out excitedly,
"Long time no see. I'm very pleased to meet Vice Chairman again."
Tang Yan calmly sat on the chair and replied to her.
"You must be tired from the long trip. Sit down."
Blech groans in annoyance, complaining that men are not men and women are not women. That made Dun furious and shout loudly. "Do you want to die?" Nya Tang Yan questions her with no expression. "I don't see the leader of the Soul Slaughter Army. Wasn't she with you to Korea?" Dun rubbed his head tiredly.
"Since I found an interesting toy, I have to play with it," she asked back in surprise.
"Toy? Who's that?" He excitedly explained, "A guy named Barracuda. He caught him while dealing with the traitor Mega-chan," he exclaimed in surprise. "Barracuda?" Tang Yan calmly crossed his arms and asked again, "You just called him an interesting toy. Is there something special about him?" Making a face and showing his claws.
"People say he's a nephew of Manny King. Everyone knows that, right?"
"He has also been obsessed with Manny King all this time."
Tang Yan's eyes were filled with discomfort.
"Personal preferences are fine. However, I want her to focus a little more on the task." She sat on the opposite chair, laughing and scratching her head. "Understood. I will pass it on." Tang Yan crossed her arms and reminded her not to miss a single word, convey the message accurately. She looked around in confusion, asking for clarification.
"What about you?"
"Draw of me,"
Don quickly interjected.
Stay money. Sit here.
She recounted some events to everyone. When he heard that Jinji was dead, he was furious and probably still hasn't calmed down. Dun, kindly pointing at Doshan, warned him to stay out of sight for now. Hearing this, he felt a chill down his spine and stepped back as the scene shifted to the abandoned, dilapidated building. There are dozens of corpses and sewer rats around, with no sign of any living person anywhere. Inside the building, there is an endless staircase leading downward. Barracuda is chained to a chair and suddenly wakes up, groaning. You look extremely excited as you pick up the knife. Are you awake now? What is that disgusting foul smell? Do you want me to take you to wash? Barracuda panickingly shouted out loud. Please, just let me go! If I let you live, what happens then? She coldly asked back. Our mannequin will reward me or something? Barracuda hesitated before replying. Of course, he would definitely repay her. He responded quickly. The reason you haven't killed me yet is probably because you're after something, right?
Charles unreservedly confirms. Exactly.
Seize this moment. Barracuda hurriedly raises his voice to negotiate. So tell me, what does that mean? Charles's lips curled into a sinister smile, her words leaving Barracuda stunned. Manic King Chow's head turns as he raises his sharp knife high. I have a special taste for charming middle-aged men. Oh wait, Manny King must be a charming old man, right? Barracuda shouted loudly in response. Lose your mind! Immediately, a sharp dagger was pointed directly at his forehead, as Chu's, furious, clenched his fist and demanded answers. Did you just call me a crazy person? Her eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent. You know what? Actually, my taste is also tainted by filthy, persistent desires, so I had to tear it apart. Then she calmly spun around. My true nature is chaos, and that is my role. Screaming wildly like you're going crazy in the room, so being insane is just normal. Even I don't know what I'll do next. Barracuda can't take it anymore and screams with wide eyes. You, a creature like you, should be? Suddenly, Char became calm and spoke. Enough, my resolve. Now you're awake. The rooster pressed against his neck and licked each drop of blood with its tongue. Well then, It's time to taste hell next. The scene of Gadam Vinzone district is very peaceful. Gayon keeps moving the mouse on the table, making loud noises. She irritably faces the large screen, complaining. What is this?
Why is the response to yesterday's video like this? Suddenly, GY's eyes light up with a hint of happiness.
The insect removal has been completed, huh? On her screen at that moment was a scene of Barracuda helplessly tilting his head to the side. Breaking news, the torture of Barracuda. No one can sleep after watching this scene.
Guy, he suddenly shouted out loud. What is this?
She backed away from the computer screen in fear. Who uploaded a video like this? The surrounding space changes once again, and everything around here is full of machines. Kang Yu is opening the system beside Moros, helping him search for information.
This is the status window of the leader of the demonic beast faction. The villain's special information shows the villain awakening the chaotic attribute, activating the gluttony awakening. Main skill destruction, berserk shock, summoning monsters. Hidden skill, shameful demonic energy, 1870. After reading it, Yu was a bit surprised. Demonic energy 1870 is a bit low. He narrowed his eyes, reminding himself not to be fooled by the number. It's just a basic stat. And that woman probably has abilities similar to you. You listened and thought silently, asking foolishly, it's gluttony.
Could it be that she can absorb the opponent's magic energy? Moros dared not answer him for sure. Maybe yes, maybe no. Kang Yu is a bit impatient, using his wisdom eye and still not knowing. Moros immediately retorted, wisdom eye is not omnipotent. Kang Yu fell into deep thought again. If she has that ability, it would be really troublesome. He stares intently at the 3 words shameful on the information board and the shameful skill. Don't say she's bad. Her personality changes every time she awakens. The true shame responds vaguely. Something like that. Moros shared his thoughts. It seems she is conflicted internally. Kang Yu, with her chin resting on her hand, pondered. The greater the conflict, the more personalities there would be. Moros began to imagine. Multiple personalities, huh? So it means a new ego might still be born inside her.
In other words, Hei Yeon's image also flashes before my eyes, just like with Jae Stell. Meaning her consciousness is not limited to just one stage.
Kang Yu also has many suspicions. A monster rumored to rival the 4 great villains is definitely not easy to deal with. Moros nervously spoke up. My intuition tells me this woman is even more dangerous than Nikin. He responded indifferently. Really? Kang Yu was stunned and exclaimed, and if M. Kin heard that now, suddenly a loud sound would ring out, surprising Moros. What's going on? He took out his phone to check and then responded. Screw calling a meeting. Do I have an emergency? The weather is perfectly clear right now. Inside an old building, Barracuda's image is projected inside a sphere. Kang Yu, confused, asks what is this? Just showed him the situation and gave a brief explanation. It really does look like that. Someone uploaded a video of Barracuda being tortured. Kang Yu looked a bit stunned. Are these things permanent? He answered with his arms crossed. Of course not. The video has been deleted, but those who needed to see it already have. S waved his hand in frustration, and then T mentioned that the next video would be streamed live on the dark web. Kang Yu immediately interrupted, unable to believe it, with no doubt whatsoever. That crazy person is Chose. He sighed and looked up at the sky.
Many kin said she's a mad dog without a leash, and it seems he's not exaggerating.
I still can't fully understand everything. So why did she steal this video? At this point, she must have some kind of purpose. It seems she also thought of that. When it comes to Barracuda, there's only one person who got caught. Hearing that, he quickly thought of someone. Manny King, right? But he remembered what the old man said, as if he didn't care about Barracuda at all. Sil also showed little interest, and spoke up. His rare consistency between actions and words is nothing new. What if Moros also gets involved if that video is a trap aimed at Manny King? Hearing that, he immediately asked, do you think Manny King will actually take action? Screw tried to speculate. At least he would send his subordinates to pretend to care. He continued to ask, what is the likelihood that Manny King will appear himself? He looked up and reasoned,
we can't predict anything, but Manny King clearly knows this action is aimed directly at him.
S seems unable to grasp everything. For Thien Huangvian, Manny King is an uncontrollable wild card. If we can eliminate him before he joins the fight, they will never refuse that opportunity. Kang Yu immediately stood up, so we can't just sit back and watch anymore. Screw also quickly understood what he meant. Don't tell me you want us to rescue that guy. Kang Yu smiled satisfactorily at him. That's exactly what I mean. If we rescue Barracuda from Chose, Manny King won't be able to ignore us, at least not openly. Seal continued, so this time the goal is to turn that annoying old man into an ally. Kang Yu tried to extract all the necessary information. Can we find out where Barracuda is being held? Screw explained by bowing his head. The original video lacks location data but provides clues. He briefly discusses the situation, structure, materials, space, and walls. Those features can narrow down the data. The pieces are scattered, but the overall picture has emerged. An afternoon scene at the Lavios building. Aroma lies on the bed, exclaiming, hearing that this morning he went through something quite ridiculous. Gina was drinking water and answering her questions. Luckily, Screw appeared and helped out. Hote immediately added to the problem solver, and Screw Aroma said something that caught Gina's attention. This time he seems more like an annoyance. She tiredly stretched her arms. If Screw hadn't appeared, the two of them could have handled it together, right? Gina was a bit surprised by Aroma's words. The two of them quickly turned and pointed at Gina. Sia is not Kang Yu, and that is not you. Hearing that, she immediately bowed her head slightly in embarrassment. Aroma looked on with curiosity, open-mouthed. Huh? Did his face just turn a little red? Hote also noticed because of that. Gina quickly sounds the village drum. I just remembered that the two of you know someone named Na Yu. Aroma looked confused. Who is that? She helplessly responded. I understand, that's why I asked. Aroma couldn't contain her curiosity. But why did he want to know? However, Gina had no intention of telling her. It's nothing. Her eyes are filled with sadness. I just overheard a few things that made me think. Maybe I misheard and it was just my imagination. Hote and Aroma, seeing Gina's demeanor, silently think that with how suddenly she became talkative, it probably isn't anything serious. Inside the empty room, a cold voice echoed. Are you saying this trap is aimed at M.N. King? Wang Hothong leaned back in his chair and said, the person being tortured in the video is Barracuda, Manny King's grandson. Jem looked surprised and asked, Really? I don't know about that, he said, tilting his head with a smile of admiration. I know the villains of Tian Huangvian are reckless, but I didn't think they would go as far as posting videos online like this. If the video is genuine, then as you said, Manny King won't stay still. Suddenly, Huang Ho spoke up, saying Cashin will also take action, which surprised Jem a little. He tries to explain as simply as possible that Screwel would never miss this opportunity. Wang Ho is full of confidence in his own thinking. This is a good opportunity to sway Manny Ni to our side before we fully confront Tian Huangvian. They won't let this chance slip away. His face darkened, and Tian Huangvian knew it too. Then he raised his head and waved confidently. In that case, instead of intervening directly, it would be wiser for us to just observe the situation. If everything goes well, we can benefit from doing nothing. Wang Ho quickly laid out his plan. At first, my plan was the same, but things have become more complicated. Jem quickly asked again. What do you mean? Don't tell me the higher-ups have issued an order. Wang Ho's eyes grew serious. Zero order was issued just an hour ago. Hearing that, Jem was stunned and shouted, Zero order! Isn't that a direct command from the chairman? Specifically, what is the order? But instead, he still calmly rests his chin on his hand. The headquarters must have known our situation is quite tense. He hesitated, unsure of the meaning, and I doubt that Wang Ho's next words made him startle. They have deployed a top-tier ace onto the field. He smiled smugly as he announced, Senior Mo. So took a flight from a strange place to Korea last night. The sky today is clearer than usual. The high-rise building appears deserted when viewed from above, inside Rampank's office. Crow placed the steaming cup of coffee on the table and asked for your opinion. I made this coffee leaf drink with the coffee machine you gave me. How is it? Sil also naturally picked it up to comment. Is it a bear? She smiled and corrected herself to say it's a heart. Suddenly, just as he brought it to his mouth to taste, Ji Yang shouted, startling him. It's uploaded! It's uploaded! Still rushes over to check the situation. What's going on? She screamed in panic. The short video of Barracuda being tortured has indeed gone viral. He suggested we check it out. The desperate screams of Barracuda echo through the room. Help me, please. Gao Wei was so confused after watching this that she hugged her head and shouted, Are they crazy? How dare they upload this online so blatantly? Take your time to observe and infer. The video quality is better than before, and they even edited it a bit, as if they intentionally revealed the interior design. She also spoke up to remind everyone. Just now I thought I saw some numbers on the wall. Maybe they are phone numbers? Grow suggested we try calling them, but Screw stops him. Don't. He frowned and explained that it was a trap. It's obvious they're doing this on purpose. Grow grits his teeth in frustration. I knew it. Grow seems very interested in this matter. If you have the guts, come find me, huh? A taunt, huh? He didn't hesitate to confirm. That's exactly what they want. She burst out laughing. Oh, wow, that sounds fun. Ga Yong, exhausted, doesn't know what to say to the boss.
Crow makes a suggestion. If you tell him it's a trap, he'll probably enjoy it.
Screw the teasing. Are you enjoying this? So he's about to fall into the trap. He calmly picks up the steaming grow coffee. If it's a taxi driver, he would definitely say this. A faint cloud of smoke spreading in the air. Are they flirting? Then he raises 2 fingers and bites into it. The scene shifts to another tall building, where it seems someone is on the rooftop. Kang Yu picks up his phone to check and sighs, just as we feared. He watched the video and assessed the situation. Another video mocking Barracuda's torture had been posted. So that also means Barracuda is still alive. Na asked about the plan. What should we do now? Kang Yu took out his phone and ordered, "We need to find that guy." Suddenly she shouted, "What? I know this person." Nayeon stares intently at Barracuda. "He's the bad guy who ordered my kidnapping." Kang Yu tried to gather more information. She had seen his face directly before. However, the answer was not what he hoped for. Not yet. "I saw him through images from the archived video in my memory," Kang Yu said to reassure. "Sorry for bringing back painful memories." Na gently replied, "It's nothing, I'm fine." Dr. Ghost beside him shivered slightly in surprise. "Kidnapping? Na? Is it okay to use my ability in front of these 2 people? You told me that this power is very dangerous and to hide it." You gently reassure her. "Don't worry, you can trust them." Na Yu suddenly thought she had discovered something and shouted, "They're idiots, right?" Kang Yu helplessly replied, "Not at all." DTA frowned and looked at both of them. What's going on? Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Immediately after, Kang Yu also became serious. "We need to carry out this plan carefully," he said firmly, showing the image of Barracuda to everyone as a warning. Finding Barracuda is important, but the one holding him captive is no ordinary person. Kang Yu is very worried about Na's safety. If something happens, prioritize protecting Pin M. Everything else is secondary. Black Ghost and Dark Star quickly received the order. Assign them to the subordinates. Their subordinates will carry out the orders from their master, even at the cost of their lives. Suddenly, Na-ut spoke up to attract Kang Yu's attention. "Sorry for interrupting, but she just pointed to the name on her head. I sense an evil presence nearby." Naeun uses her skills to inform everyone that the enemy is moving north from our current position. Kang Yu suddenly asked her, "Since when have you been scanning?" "I haven't given any instructions yet," Na-un explained nervously. "I know about this ability. Whether I want to or not, once you're within my range, you're all I think about." Then she became serious and warned that he was not alone and was accompanied by others dressed in black. "That memory is from a minute ago, so they probably already went far away. There's nothing we can do," so Kang Yu asked more carefully, "Did that person get blinded or injured?" She quickly responded, "No, he is well equipped and even has a sword at his waist." Kang Yu stroked his chin, beginning to think. If it's a sword, then it's not Barracuda. Dr. Ghost also suggested that if given the location, his subordinates would go and check. D-Sta also suggested, "I can endure the Shadow Assassin training to monitor," but he dismissed all of it. "No, I will go myself. Use the mask to update me with the information." They hurriedly received the order, understood. Before leaving, Kang Yu also advised, "Dasta, use illusion assassins to check the area." Black Ghost focused on protecting Pinem Ho Dongthan responded clearly. Immediately afterward, Kang Yu's figure also blends into the air. The surrounding scene is extremely peaceful. A food shop is closing down. Taco stands with his hands on his hips, looking helpless. This store is also closed. Dookie feels sad and starts crying loudly. "No way." She pouted a little and looked away. "I won't give up. Let's look somewhere else." He's a bit helpless with Rookie. "It's already 10 in the morning, boss. There probably aren't many stores open at this hour." Suddenly, she became serious. Somewhere out there, spicy chicken tornado potatoes are waiting for us, while Kang Yu is also swiftly moving across the sky. Taco shouted confused, "Wait, wasn't our original target the tornado potato?" Suddenly, Dookie exclaimed, "I found it," and Yu asked again, confused. "Huh?" In an instant, Zuki soared straight into the sky. "Let's go catch them." Dookie reads the letter, his face turning pale, unsure how to react. The peaceful scene of Heavenly Fragrance Garden appears, all space covered with flowers. "We received the news from Channel. We heard it. Spreading the video online? She's preparing an interesting performance." A small hand gently touches a blooming flower, causing the enemy to panic and letting fear take hold. That is one of Chose's favorite tactics. Moran cuts it off and then smiles gently. "When will I finally set foot on Korean soil?" Then Lung sincerely reported, "The sect leader does not need to ask anyone for permission in this world. If he wishes, he can set foot on Korean territory right now." The 4 stars, Shadow Guards. Then Long, I smile seductively. Right now? He quickly responded, "That's right."
However, Deputy Tang Huaiyan said it's not the right time for you to appear yet. She said everything isn't ready yet.
She hopes that you will consider her efforts and grant her a little more time. Moran continues his flower appreciation. If the deputy said so, then we should wait. Rushing too much will cause the flower to wither before it can bloom. Chutuak also stepped forward to give an update. The vice captain had one more message. The 4 celestial shadows, the vermilion bird. She spoke coldly. She said she had contacted that child in Korea. Moran's expression suddenly turned serious. Her eyes were filled with rage. Moran turned around, smelled the fragrance of the flowers, and then spoke. "I heard that the child, Kyodiem, has grown up, and I wonder how she will respond to my invitation."
Ju Kui poured cold water on her, but unfortunately the vice president said she politely declined.
Blue Dragon looks annoyed, refusing the invitation from the guild leader. Truly arrogant. However, Moran remained completely calm. I had predicted it beforehand. A national beauty, I never thought that the child who resembles the peony flower would easily fall into my hands. A flower blooming right before her eyes. Even so, Moran seductively raised her hand towards it. A flower that doesn't belong to me is meaningless, and if it has no meaning, it can disappear. On top of the tall building, a black cat is slowly strolling. Suddenly, it stops and stares down below, where the words "Welcome" and jagged blood-red drawings are scrawled all over the wall. Golden Chen arrives at the scene looking annoyed. What's going on? Gen Qi walks beside him, scolding him as if it's nothing. Don't you see? So it means they are welcoming us. Golden Chen became alert, turning around to observe the surroundings. If these traces were deliberately left behind, then this could be a trap. We need to get out of here immediately. He also agreed with what he said and immediately issued an order. I will use your ability to check if this is a trap or not. Golden Chen hesitated and explained, but just looking at it, I couldn't read many clues. Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar. Meow, meow, meow. At last you guys have appeared. Huh? Both Genchi and Golden Chen stared back in shock, realizing that the cat was actually done. He raised his claws to tease us. It's an honor to meet you. I've been waiting for a long time. I'm very lonely. You know what? As soon as they saw him, they all became alert and shouted loudly. He stared. His eyes flashed with sparks of electricity. He laughed teasingly at them. Why so tense all of a sudden? Smile for fun. Golden Chen couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Damn it! What do we do now?
That's why I said I didn't want to come here.
Genin Chi stood with arms crossed, calmly reassuring and staying composed.
If it's not chaos, then no matter who the opponent is, we can handle it. Hearing that, Dun felt a bit offended and approached to ask about this statement again.
That sounds a bit itchy. Are you looking down on me? Then suddenly he looked up at the ceiling where Kang Yu was standing and asked again. If not, then maybe you trust the one hiding over there too much? After being discovered, he immediately revealed himself and responded without hesitation. Not bad. You even managed to locate me. It seems you have sensing abilities. Unconcerned, he confidently confirms, That's right, cat. It seems Golden Chen had no idea about his appearance beforehand. He panicked and shouted. Kang Yu asked in a low voice, I heard you sensed the villain with the sword. Is he also a villain? Moros quickly stepped forward to answer his question. I could tell just by looking at his appearance. That guy with the stupid face is definitely also a villain. After learning some important information, Kang Yu turned to another side and said, I see now why those hiding people don't come out either. Tako and Ruki nervously step out from the corner. May I introduce myself? He sighed helplessly. Well, we've been discovered. Du, on the other hand, casually waved at the people greeting him. Long time no see, Genchi. Are you doing well lately? Golden Chen looked confused and turned to look at him. Do you know each other? Who is that? Genenchi replied tiredly. Who are Mizuki and Sahara Tako, both high-level flag bearers, that completely left him stunned? What? The person across from us is also starting to lose patience and speak up. One round isn't enough, and now there are not just one but two high-level false flags as well? Why are you all gathering here? Kang Yu suddenly spoke coldly from behind, questioning. Let me be blunt, Barracuda is the leader. He faces you without a hint of fear and responds. If I tell you, you're definitely dead. Kang Yu becomes even more ruthless. If I don't tell you, you'll still die. Dun shows no hesitation and keeps a playful face. Why is the atmosphere so heavy? I'm just waiting for you to pass on the message. He calmly announced it among the crowd. The boss said that if they can't find Barracuda by midnight tonight, one of his arms will be cut off. And if they still can't find him tomorrow night, his leg will be gone too. Don gently puts a finger to his mouth and pauses. And if he's still not found that night, he will be so excited that he hugs his face and laughs in a creepy way.
You can probably guess what will happen next, right? Kang Yu interrupted him without a second thought. Have you delivered the message yet? Dun playfully jumped and replied, Yeah, that's all. He also didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Good. Now it's time to give you a good beating. If one of you were to say that, I would tear him apart right away. But because you're you, I let it go. Kang Yu stared at him intently without showing any emotion and asked again, Are you afraid of me? But Don only calmly explained, The boss told me not to fight you. He paid no attention to him and turned to remind Takeo and Ruki not to get involved in this fight. She happily agreed and suggested to them, but he added, You must not harm civilians, though he slightly objected. Senior, please be careful. After giving the instructions, Kang Yu, with a fierce and murderous aura, approached Dun. You heard me right? No one is stopping us anymore. Let's go. He saw that no matter how much he explained, you still didn't understand, so he said in a stern voice, You're really frustrating me. You're truly unreasonable. He raised his hand, gathering a strange, multicolored energy and threatening, I have no choice now. Might as well enjoy it a little. A colorful bell surrounded by multicolored strings is created. He boldly introduces, The 5 sound spirit is my weapon, and true to its name, it has 5 different powers. Moros also became cautious and warned him, Cass, be careful, that weapon is not ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the bell towards Kang Yu. Those nearby, like Genchi and Zuki, were also affected. Kang Yu was startled, turning to look at them. Mental attack. Don excitedly explains his skill to him. The Soul Master spell causes those affected to fall into illusions, but it's strange that your mind wasn't affected at all. Don didn't warn me at all. I was really shocked too. Moros whispered to him. This is a kind of wide-area attack power that's quite effective. If it were your past self, you would be frozen in place. Kang Yu also bowed his head in admiration. These guys are really dangerous. He couldn't help but remember the battles from before. I know they have slaughtered many false flags and villains, but even high-level false flags get hit? I think I now understand why they are so famous. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up to provoke him. Good. Now I have one more reason to defeat you. Dun immediately frowned in discomfort. Why do you always say such terrifying things? I'm leaving now, but things are never that easy. Kang Yu rushes forwards with a powerful punch. Are you going to attack and then run away? He skillfully leans back to dodge. He's a bit surprised, but still responds to him with complete composure. A surprise attack? Useless. I have the reaction of a cat. After missing, Kang Yu stomped hard on the ground to regain his footing. Dun's eyes suddenly widened in shock as his sweeping kick aimed at him forced Dun to leap away desperately. The lifted dress made Dun furious. You bastard, what do you think you're aiming at? However, Moros quickly realized the truth. He is male. Kang Yu also looked a bit confused. Son, because your secret was exposed, Dun angrily threw the bell and used a spirit gun to attack Kang Yu. Eat this. Before it reached you, it exploded, filling the air with smoke and obscuring everything. A loud explosion echoes in the sky as Dun irritably jumps out of the rubble. I'm done here. I'm leaving. Goodbye, cat. But Kang Yu quickly caught up with him. Dun couldn't contain his anger and turned back to shout in his face. What a lunatic. With a sharp gaze flashing with lightning, Kang Yu rushed toward him. Where do you think you're running to? Meanwhile, a series of skill beams burst out, illuminating the light before him. Kang Yu's sharp eyes quickly recognized the problem, and he spun around, constantly dodging deadly attacks from all directions. In the end, Kang Yu had to spin several times to land successfully on the ground. Seeing someone else in front of him, Kang Yu asked in confusion, Who are you? Prince calmly sits with his chin resting on his hand next to Dun and responds, This is the first time I've met you in this form. Kang Yu now also recognizes him. He asks cautiously, Prince, I heard you betrayed Manny King and switched to Moran's side. But he doesn't see it that way, standing up proudly and explaining clearly. Betrayal? Not at all. I only left when our contract was over. Kang Yu raised his voice slightly mockingly. The contract ending just in time, huh? Prince replied casually, bowing his head as his hair fluttered in the wind. I didn't joke with you about letting this guy go, so what if I say no? Then Prince calmly threatened him. Your friends over there will die. Hearing that, Kang Yu suddenly remembered the scene inside the building earlier. His eyes darkened as he stared intently at Prince. The clear blue sky over Gadam district, Vinzone sitting by the water stall. Kang Yu nervously spoke. Just as I thought, Barracuda is the bait to lure Mikin. He tiredly bowed his head in contemplation, but I never expected Lampas to also be interested in this bait. Screwdriver sitting next to me also agrees with Kang Yu. I think so too.
I thought they would just sit still and wait for the right moment. He thought for a moment, then said, maybe they have a plan we don't know about.
Ignoring that matter, Screwdriver turned to ask Kang Yu how he was doing.
Ma, you've met Prince before, right? Just hearing his name makes me feel really uncomfortable. If it wasn't him, we might have caught them already. Kang Yu lowered his head, unsure of what to feel about Prince. He's not only difficult to interrogate, but also looks very suspicious. I never want him on our side. Screwdriver agrees too, you're right. With Dun's appearance, the entire Four Hands group is now in Korea. I think of Takeo and Zuki and lean on my chin, saying,
that guy has some powerful wide-range mind control abilities. Even high-level officers can be immobilized.
Screwdriver suddenly remembered something. Isn't it that Dune also used something similar? Space control? Kang Yu doesn't think so, and explains to him that Dueon is much stronger in control. His abilities are more diverse and powerful. Those words made Screwdriver a little worried. I think the ones from the contracting company also have similar abilities. As he spoke, he realized something strange.
But then, why aren't you affected by such a powerful ability?
Kang Yu calmly sipped his water and replied confidently, because I am who I am. Screwdriver seems to be quite used to this, so he also drinks his water and advises him that if the two from the Four Arms faction attack while he's not here, it won't be easy to handle. We need to prepare for that situation. Kang Yu came up with a plan and asked him, do we have any villains who are good at controlling crowds?
Screwdriver was caught off guard by the question and hesitated for a moment.
There's Binder and one other, but Crow's figure immediately came to mind.
Those attacks are extremely powerful and have a wide range, affecting both friends and enemies.
The scene shifts to Neo Senchi's green factory. The man still has his cigar clenched on his lips as usual. I can't believe I should feel happy or not. Sitting across from him at that moment was CER, a level 2S chess piece. He also didn't hold back and responded accordingly. It's been 30 years. Nothing beats the joy of reunion. Koyer spoke up to remind everyone of his contribution. I came here before I even reached the South Korea Lampus branch. Manny King also happily joined in. You flew straight here after your flight? He put down his cigar and gave a faint smile.
The reason you came to Korea is obvious, but honestly, even so, I don't understand why you came to see me first.
Sursor tilted his head with a hint of a smirk. Still the same, huh? His tone remained cold as ever, and he spoke bluntly with a chilling calmness. We're not close enough to visit each other, and besides, Manny Nikin also notices his subordinates and comments. The people coming with you aren't exactly ordinary, either. His eyes flashed with a cunning suspicion. Don't tell me you came to settle the 30-year-old debt. Corey's just fell silent at that.
Including interest, it's not cheap. Unfortunately, that's not the reason I came.
He stared intently at Monkin and spoke. I have 2 questions. Can you answer? He still responded calmly as before.
It still depends on what kind of question it is. At this point, Sursor has become serious, his eyebrows furrowed, staring intently at him.
Are you planning to join the fight against Moran? Manny King smiled after hearing this, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head to the side. He smirked casually and replied, if there's profit, of course we have to consider it. It seems those things are part of Clymer's plans. He remains the same, and Manny King doesn't say much more. What's the next question? He bluntly questioned, causing Director Kim beside him to startle. I want to ask about the villain Ka-Shien. His eyes were filled with danger as he probed him, asking if the outcome would have been different if he had faced him in his prime. Kim just stubs out his cigar and bows his head. That question is so boring, I don't even want to answer. Clay Merso also knew when to stop, is that so? Sorry for upsetting you. He couldn't help but scold him again. Stupid. M. King seems a bit regretful as he responds to that question. The words, if only, are meaningless. They are just excuses that losers use to comfort themselves. Looking at the extinguished cigar in the ashtray, he reminisces about his past self with a pensive mood. Every moment that Ken lives, he is more passionate than anyone. Whether he is from the past or the present, he still cannot compare. Ko nodded and clapped, earning recognition from the king. He's impressive. I didn't expect the villain Cashin to be that kind of person. My opinion has changed completely. Soon he will also secretly compare Kang Yu and Cashin. About the name Cashin, I know of a high-ranking officer with a similar name. It's ironic that now that name is associated with a villain. It's Mankin's turn to voice his question. If you're so curious, why not just meet him directly?
He raised his glass and bowed his head to explain. When the opportunity arose, now I must deal with Moran first.
He returned to his playful mood. Even at retirement age, this is quite challenging. Clerso's eyes grew serious. This will be my final mission, and whether I fail or succeed, I will retire. Manny King looked at him with a hint of excitement. Isn't this the final mission with a bit more difficulty? He still couldn't help but marvel. Moran is out of the question, but even his subordinates are not easy to take down. If a mistake happens, the price could be your life. Manny calmly looked up directly at him. He knows too. That's right? He didn't hesitate at all. Of course I know, but his face shows a resolute and tough expression. This truly is my final mission as a spy. I hope this will be my honorable end. Leaving that tense room behind, the scene shifts to a small supermarket bathed in warm sunlight. Inside the fruit stand, fresh and juicy oranges and apples are displayed on the shelves. Kang Yu is carrying a shopping bag like a family man. He looked annoyed as he stared at his phone, complaining. These kids, they don't check their messages. Are they busy? Moros was a bit curious. Who are you talking about? He quickly explained to him. Brown and Rick. Moros suggests just calling them. However, Kang Yu refused. They said it's better not to call in the afternoon if possible. It immediately felt tense after hearing that. Truly cautious. But why are you looking for those kids? Kang Yu put down the phone and replied, I want to know why Lampus is interested in Barracuda. He turned to look at it with an excited expression. I got into my first choice, so I want to celebrate with something. Moros was very surprised. Did you get into university? He glanced at it sharply. I just said so. And right after, his phone also rang with a notification. They have responded. Kang Yu focused on opening the message, and the scene shifted to the LAMP South Korea branch. Wang Ho led a group of people inside, while Climerso also brought his subordinates and walked in silently. The two friendly people shake hands and greet each other, with Wang Ho being the first to speak. You must be very tired from the long journey. He also politely responded. Hearing that, I'm glad. I didn't expect the time difference to have such an impact. Wang Ho stepped forward with a smile to question. I heard you met Manny King right after arriving in Korea, but Clarissa only gave a brief response. I would be very grateful if you could overlook that. Hamin Yu is looking seriously ahead, while Kia Vinter winks humorously. Suddenly, he spots an acquaintance behind him. Min Yu immediately stopped and asked, Raun, Rick, what are you guys doing here? Rick Yoon stepped forward and replied, Long time no see, Senior Min Yu. I didn't expect us to meet again in Korea. The scene shifts to the orphanage center, where a young boy is wandering alone down the hallway. Suddenly, a shout from behind catches his attention. Hin Yu, a boy who just ran over, was exhausted and panting, but still greeted casually. You're probably the newcomer today. Ah, you're Min Yu, right? Welcome to Serentia. Serentia, please quickly explain what you mean. That's the name we call this place. He smiled brightly like a flower and reached out to introduce himself. I am Kian. I am also Korean like you, although I don't remember much from when I was in Korea. Min Yu asked back with some suspicion. Really? But your name is quite strange. Tian hesitated, confused. What about my name? He confidently declared to him that will be the name of the person who will become the greatest flag-bearer in the world. He still enthusiastically raised his thumb to point at himself, and that action caught Min Yu's attention. Ka-sin, with his back turned, smiles confidently and advises, Remember well, someday everyone will have to shout my name. At the warm sunset apartment, the sound of paper fireworks celebrating continuously echoes. Rick Yoon and Galato excitedly shouted, Congratulations on passing university, we knew you could do it, and your sister must be very happy too. But Kang Yu calmly said, I haven't told you yet. That left Rick Yoon stunned. Why? I didn't hide it. I explained that I got into the physical education department while she wanted me to go to law school. The two of them also looked stunned for a while, and I understood what was going on and spoke up. Let's go. Galato turned to calm him down, but she would understand too. I'm not entirely sure either. Rick Yoon also understood and changed the subject. You actually cooked these yourself, teacher? Kang Yu replied casually. Just focus on training. He took out a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne and spoke up. I've prepared a few special things. A day like this should be a blast. After eating and drinking to their fill, they started sharing stories with each other. Kang Yu asked in surprise, Did Min Yu come to Korea? They hurriedly replied, Of course it's not for sightseeing. He raised his glass of champagne and made a prediction. If it's a mission, Climber will go too. Is it to target Tien Huangvian? Galato confirms. Yes, I heard that. Rick Yoon also eased his words. I also heard that the chairman directly issued the order. He took a somewhat serious stance, probably knowing that with the current strength in Korea, it would be difficult to control Heavenly Fragrance Garden. Kang Yu thought about the current situation and sighed. Even though we have 6 high-level PER members present, the power of Heavenly Fragrance Garden still surpasses ours. Rick Yoon looked puzzled and asked if we could do nothing if Moran didn't intervene. However, Kang Yu didn't think so. Don't be too optimistic.
They have individuals with superior skills capable of stirring up the entire battlefield. You asked in surprise about superior skills?
Kang Yu used his own experience to advise them that skills like mind control or paralysis are used to manipulate crowds, which is why adding Mo's team to this campaign was a smart move. Rick Yoon calmly bowed his head. With that team, Galado also understood and explained further.
Senior Venter and Minhwa have those kinds of skills, he briefly explained about her.
Kalia Vinter is the only high-level commander with a support role capable of paralyzing the target's nervous system over a wide area and boosting her allies' morale. Galado's gaze darkened as he continued. Min Yu, with his pursuit profession, can counter the enemy's nerve skill. From the perspective of a pursuer, it's hard to escape. Kang Yu also knows that well and calmly raises his glass to continue. Above all, Klimzer's rapid counterattack firepower. Honestly, even I wouldn't want to get involved with that team. Rick Yoon looked a bit confused and asked, "Isn't it because the teacher already had a big fight with Min Yu?" Kang Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking, now saying, "It's too late to make peace now." He then continued with his questions. "If you revealed your identity like you did with us, would Min Yu recognize you?" Galado also agreed. "He's your best friend, so he will probably recognize you." But Kang Yu disagreed, saying he wasn't necessarily my best friend. Then he took a bun, closed his eyes in resignation. "That guy is stubborn and tough. If he sees me, he'll probably rush to fight me." Rick Yoon heard that and forced an awkward laugh. Min Yu can also do those kinds of actions. He also commented on that point, so they are the same. Rick Yoon continued to be curious. "By the way, why are you two fighting?" Kang Yu quickly answered concisely. "It's nothing serious. Min Yu is extremely stubborn. His reason was so trivial that both of them were left speechless. We fought over who was the worst in basketball history. Of course, I'd choose MJ, but he's outside, and it's getting dark now, sitting at a cafe somewhere along the road. Ruki is already waiting in a corner and waving loudly. Welcome. Genchai walks in, takes off her hat, and complains, choosing no other place but a coffee shop to study.
She calmly explains, "It's very quiet here, and since it's a private room, no one can supervise us."
However, he was annoyed and sat down, urging me to get to the point because I was busy. Ruki puffs out her cheeks in annoyance. "Do you really have to be so cold?" It's been a while since I saw this beautiful sister again, which only makes him more uncomfortable. "Little girl, speak again." Genchai lowered her head, a bit worried, and reminded her, "If our relationship is exposed, there's no benefit for either of us." Uki then pushes a folder of documents towards Genchi. "Take it." He looked confused as he picked it up and asked, "What is this?" She calmly replied, "Secret information about Tian Huangvian. Your position is clashing with Tian Huangvian, isn't it?" Ruki smiled, a sinister smile. "Knowing your enemy is the key to victory." Indeed, that is an insult. She bowed her head, recalling how she was controlled yesterday, her eyes a bit sad. She didn't want what happened yesterday to repeat itself. "Can I take a look?" She doesn't seem to mind either. "Here you go. Take it and look at it as you like." Duuki smiled strangely. "That's valuable information. It took a lot of effort for me to get it." Jin and Chi just finished reading and was stunned. It was an evening when the moon had risen high inside an abandoned building deep in the forest. Charles nervously asked Tang Yan, "Are you sure about showing me this information? Would it be okay to reveal it publicly like this?" "Don't worry, I have set up a disguise around us."
That is a technique to hide something as if it doesn't exist. She was a bit curious about that.
"Is the disguise thanks to Dune? But where is our little darling?" "I can't see him anywhere." Tang Yan raised his hand elegantly, saying he was afraid to see her face. "What? Why? I didn't do anything."
Wait a minute, does he think I will kill him?
Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grinned in a strange, unsettling way.
Of course, it could happen. If I were in a different mood, I might also kill him. But Tang Yan then became serious and warned.
"Let's stop the small talk here. The main point is that Clay Mercer has arrived in Korea." Charles immediately burst into a loud, excited laugh.
"The big fish has arrived."
"Oh, I see what you're asking. But isn't this the script Tang Yan has been waiting for?" She confirms it without hiding anything. "Yeah, although he arrived earlier than expected, I started to feel eager, licking my lips in anticipation. Just tell me where he is and I'll go catch him right away.
But don't think you can catch him alive. I can't even promise his head."
But Tong Yen calmly advised, "Do not rush. We will start preparing first, and you can just do what you normally do." Charles gently bit his hand, recalling his own prey. "The thing I always do? Then I just need to play with the small fish. That way I'll feel fulfilled." Suddenly she spoke up and asked, "I wonder how this game will turn out."
For now, we will make them deceive themselves. The plan is already in motion.
Charles immediately pointed at her and praised her. Well done, very good. Tang Yan's eyes looked a bit sad, drooping as if carrying a burden. The very thing I trusted the most is what hurts me the most.
They will be betrayed by those they trust most and gradually fall apart. That will be the beginning of the ultimate end.
At this moment in Namkang Vinzone district, in the quiet space above, a figure is hiding. It turns out to be Doshan, crouching on a tree branch. Looking down below, his eyes flickered briefly before he sighed and said, "It will be quite interesting." The dimly lit scene at Namkang Vinzone is very gloomy. Inside the building, Aino slung his arm around Gina as they entered. Dune lounged on the sofa and then sat up to greet you, saying, "You're here already. I thought you'd be faster than me." Next to him, Jop looked extremely exhausted. Gina, witnessing the scene, simply stood there coldly. After a moment, she sat down opposite Dune and spoke. "Are you looking for me? I'm here now. Release my subordinates." He responded with a composed attitude. At first, we didn't plan to capture them, but since they kept fighting back, we had no choice. He chuckled with satisfaction and looked at Jop beside him. "If we release them now, I bet they'll attack again, so let's wait until we're done in talking. Then I'll let them go." "No more beating around the bush," Gina asked directly. "Are you alone?" He responded without hesitation. "My teammates are waiting outside." Don looked at Dunn and confirmed that he could manipulate ice, so if anything goes wrong, he would destroy this mansion immediately. Suddenly, as Dune finished speaking, a sword was swung directly in front of him. Gina's eyes radiated deadly intent. "This is a warning. I will cut off your head if you do something stupid." Dojan was extremely surprised, leaning back to dodge, unable to help but marvel in his mind. "He's so fast. Is Min really that strong?" Then he responded to her, "My head is precious, so I will be careful." After a moment of seriousness, she calmly returned to her seat and asked, "What's the matter?" Doshan sat up straight and responded to Gina. "The vice president wants to say a few words to you. She is reminding you." "Keep going." Dokhan helplessly bowed his head and spoke. "She wants Winterbell not to get involved in the battle." Gina mocked, saying that proposal sounded really ridiculous, so he hurried to explain. "Of course, she didn't make that offer without expecting something in return, although I think you've already heard that from the vice chairman." Doshan's next words made Gina pause. "We will show you who really killed Musung." Ino, standing nearby, also frowned in thought. "Is Moong the father of the evil sword Minin?" Jalop also raised his head to listen, saying, "The real killer." Dokhan once again spoke to negotiate. "If you need more time to think." However, before he could finish speaking, Gina quickly cut him off. "The whole world knows that Moran is the one who murdered my father." "You think that will make me reconsider?" Doshan said with a calm, mocking smile. "I don't care what you say or do. I just want to hear your answer to this proposal." Right after that, he hurriedly continued, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I still have a few other things to tell you." Dokhan's eyes are filled with cunning. "Indeed, we possess a part of the blind's body, the right arm preserved during the battle. Think carefully. That ring on your right arm is the key to the sealed coffin." Gina simply sat there, calmly listening to Baomim. "If you accept this offer, we will also give it to you." The scene shifts back to Gadam Vinzone. Gina was the first to speak directly to the point. "I plan to refuse their proposal." Kang Yu turned to look at her and sighed. That must have been a difficult decision. The screwdriver across from him simply smiled and praised, a very Mujin-like decision. Then he looked up and asked, "But I'm still quite curious, why did they suddenly make that proposal?" Gina quickly guessed that maybe they had some plan or an unexpected factor had come into play. Kang Yu heard that and repeated the variable, then suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. "A powerful force has joined Lampus." Gina quickly asked again, "A powerful force." Screwdriver is just as curious. "Who is he?" Kang Yu's face immediately darkened as he remembered that person. Clay Mercer. Screwdriver raised his hand to his chin in admiration. "Oh, I've heard of him. I heard he was awarded the title of Knight of the United Kingdom for his contributions." Gina also added that he is a veteran master and a monster, one of the top 3 high-ranking officers in the world. Kang Yu tilted his head and reminded that Klimzer now has 9 high-level chess pieces in Korea. This statement also makes Screwdriver ponder. Such a force should also be able to trouble Thien Huangvian. She suddenly remembered as well. "I understand why they don't want Winterbell to get involved. If they increase the number of enemies now, it's like committing suicide." Her eyes couldn't hide her sadness as she continued. "Furthermore, the suspicion that Moran is not the murderer of my father is quite strong. If it wasn't him, he should have explained himself. Why are you only saying this now?" Screwdriver said thoughtfully, while turning the screwdriver in his hand. "The cards are suspiciously unreliable. He looked up with a hint of doubt. Maybe Tien Huangvian should pay attention to that. But is it really that important that Winterbell isn't participating? Kang Yu pondered and made a judgment. Maybe this is a trap. Accepting or rejecting the proposal doesn't matter. Hearing that, he smirked with a hint of pride.
Maybe they didn't expect us to discuss among ourselves right after their proposal. They probably think we'll drag this out for a few more days.
Moros nearby also guessed that they probably made the proposal to buy time. Hearing that, Kang Yu calmly asked, "Are they planning something else? Maybe they're deliberately stalling to launch a surprise attack on us." Screwdriver keeps complaining. If they attack Gadam now, I would be very grateful. If they cut off the electricity and water like Manny King, it would be a real headache. It would be great if the cleaner could get back before they arrive. Gina seems a bit confused and looks at him. Grateful. Screwdriver continues to hypothesize. I think they're targeting someone else, not us, although I don't know who. He keeps turning the screwdriver while thinking. What would Lampa do in this situation? Curious about what Trung Tin is doing now, but Kang Yu cuts in without hesitation. We will find out soon, he said confidently with a full smile. There's no way that old man would sit still. He's probably busy setting up the stage. Meanwhile, at the Lampa South Korea branch, Kalia suddenly stopped walking in the corridor. She looked at Min-yuk with confusion and asked, "What are you going to do?" "And what are you holding?" He replied expressionlessly, "Tongdo. Lord Mo So is looking for us." Kalia frowned suspiciously. "Lord Moreso again?" In a corner of the corridor, the lights kept flickering continuously, and De Wong, who was walking, stopped in surprise. He looked at the crowd right in front of him and couldn't help shouting. "Who are they? Is that a reporter?" "They are from the television station." Immediately after, a breaking news sound played on the TV screen. Yu Chan is also holding a phone, following the news from the announcer. The first press conference of the Climbers or Masters in South Korea. I can't stand Tien Huangvian anymore. Lampacycle Klimser joined at 9 o'clock this morning. Crow and Screwdriver are also watching the press conference. Sear officially announced that he would lead the fight against Tien Huangvian. He couldn't help but snort coldly. That's right, he loves the attention. Manny King also frowned as he stared intently at the news reports about those who committed illegal acts and senseless killings in Korea. Kor stands on the podium and clears his throat. Please, listen. Those who smile while killing, those who destroy the city and the law. His eyes filled with fury, he declared, I will never forgive those heinous crimes. Clymercer raises one finger and smiles. Lampus and I will defeat all the evil villains of Tien Huangvian threatening this nation's people. At the same time, Charles, somewhere else, bursts out laughing and says, I can't help but turn to Tang Yan and share. He said Tien Huangvian is full of evil villains, really a beast. She just calmly gave her opinion. The guild leader would be upset if he heard that. Tang Yan gives a sinister smile and comments, So he plans to make me a hero after defeating the evil villain? That story is even worse than a third-rate tale. Charles still excitedly held up his tablet, laughing at Tang Yan. Isn't this a declaration of war, right or not? She coldly asserts again that it doesn't matter. Tang Yan also checked the news on her phone and started to plan. If the people begin to have more hope after that press conference, her eyes filled with coldness, she turned to look and said that then we will make the outcome go in the opposite direction. Clymerzer's face appeared as a symbol of humanity's hope as she chuckled softly and silently calculated. We will fill them with despair. The camera flashes keep going off. The journalists are jostling below to capture the most beautiful moments. A brave reporter asks a question. Mr. Moso, I have the question. Is this mission only related to Tien Huangvian? Clymercer, without hesitation, raised his index finger and replied, Our top priority remains clear. Whatever happens, Huangvian is the greatest threat. The female journalist next to him also stood up to respond, but they are not the only threats, Manny King and Cassie, who has recently become a hot topic. Hearing that, Clay Mercer raised an eyebrow and asked back. He confidently stated, I don't know about the man's reputation, but C is a threat. He's just a sitting king at Gadam pretending to be one. Claymers frowned mockingly, more like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Over there, Kang Yu was moving along the road with Galado and Rick Jun. You watched the live broadcast, and during his interview, he couldn't help but shout, What? The frog sitting at the bottom of the well? Rick Jun frowned slightly with a bit of sadness. Your comments are a bit too much. Maybe he speaks like that because he's facing the press. Kang Yu sitting in the backside. He's always like that, using public opinion to provoke. Morris narrowed his eyes and asked, It seems he does this quite often, and you don't really mind. When a traitor speaks positively about the villain, that's suspicious. That makes sense, but the South Korean branch of Lampas must be on high alert now. Suddenly, Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, but isn't that a bit strange? He was just watching the news and questioning. I didn't expect Lampus to fight seriously on the front line. They've been played around by Thien Huangvian many times. Based on what I heard, their original plan was to make Thien Huangvian confront the villains from Korea. I also provided additional background information. But during that process, all failed, and the Korean villains received positive public opinion for their contributions.
Which villain is considered so good? Kang Yu asked in surprise. Rick Jun proudly exclaimed, "It's him!" But he grew tired and leaned back in his chair, sighing. It seemed that result had become a thorn in the side of Lampot's upper management. After hearing that, Moros also formed his own opinion, meaning they are trying to rebuild their image with a major move. Kang Yu-chi spoke coldly. I see. He quickly comes up with answers to his own questions. If this situation continues, Lampaz's name will fade and the influence of the entire organization will decline. Galado suddenly interrupted. I think Thien Huangvian has gone too far this time. If they had been more careful, Lampaz wouldn't have to go to such lengths. But Kang Yu didn't see it that way. He silently looked outside, lost in thought. Who knows? Maybe all of this is exactly what Thien Huangvian wanted. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone, Screwdriver, holding an envelope with suspicion. Did Money King send this to me? He's a bit curious. What's inside? Genchi quickly clarified that the information was about the high-level details of Thien Huangvian. Hearing that, Screwdriver asked back confusedly, "We also have our own information." However, he insisted that they were probably all the same. But Genchi smirked and pointed at Screwdriver, saying their sources were different. This is Lampus's flag. Immediately, Red Eye standing beside him was so surprised he shouted out loud. A while later, Lamp finally left, and Red Eye complained a bit, feeling annoyed. Is he suffering from antisocial personality disorder? He looks uncomfortable as he gazes toward the door, having given us the information and then leaving without saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Screwdriver was carefully reading the documents handed to him, but then slammed them down in disappointment. There was nothing new, just like what we already had. Red was even more surprised and turned back to ask, "It can't be that he's also from Saves." Screwdriver casually rested his arm on his head and replied, "The similar information suggests it's likely, but he also has his own doubts. That dangerous organization wouldn't normally get such high-level information from Lampus. It just doesn't add up." Screwdriver calmly explained that if Lampus knew the information came from Savis, they would probably be suspicious before accepting it. Red Eye, hearing this, immediately leaned forward and picked up his glass in response. Looking back now, something's off. He approached Screwdriver to analyze, meaning they didn't get the information from the service, but from another source. He irritably placed his hand on the file again. The problem is that the information is almost identical. So, Screwdriver took all the papers out and pondered silently. The sources are the same. Looking at how the information is being distributed, it seems like a stage is being set up. Everyone in red understands what he's implying and speaks up. If you're right, figuring out their purpose is pretty important. Suddenly, Screwdriver interrupted, really annoying everyone. That makes everyone confused about Red. Why is he suddenly so angry? He looked confused and scratched his head. It seems Manny King also knows. That's why he sent me this. Red Eye raised his glass and took a sip, mimicking the old man's voice, since he already figured it out, so you probably know too. Something like that? Screwdriver smiled and replied, "He really is a troublesome old man, but I can't really hate him." The scene shifts to G Province Gang Gun. Kang Yu is now standing in front of the students, explaining that we can train freely here. Rick Jun couldn't help but marvel. Every time he sees the superior evolutionary state of the master, it surprises him. Galado asked seriously, "I heard you came all this way to learn a new skill. Can you tell me what that skill is?" Kang Yu remains silent. "It is a skill called Hellfire. I can only use it in this state. This skill can destroy an entire city." But he hesitated in disbelief and asked again, "A city?" Rick Jun nearby also became anxious, as it is fundamentally a strategic weapon. Galado also expressed his concern, saying, "This skill shouldn't be used in a crowded city, and I'm not sure if I can rely on it to fight large numbers of enemies." Kang Yu nodded in agreement and sighed. "That's the point I worry about the most, so I want to test its firepower and see if I can adjust it based on the situation." Moros glanced at him dismissively and said, "That's easier said than done." It didn't hold back in warning you that changing the form or power of the skill was very difficult, and if anything went wrong, the skill could be destroyed. Moros kept muttering beside his ear. Among all types of skills, restricted skills are even more difficult, so Kang Yu was a bit annoyed and interrupted.
I'm just testing. The results will only be known once we see. I'm really worried. Should we chase the eagle out of this area?
Then Kang Yu immediately tries out her new power.
I'm starting now. Seeing the amount of magic energy you are emitting around, Rick Jun couldn't help but marvel. It's getting more and more worrying. Moros and Galado standing nearby are also silently anxious. He kept turning around to look around in amazement. Huh? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?
Galado also became confused. The light has disappeared.
The two of them shouted loudly for Kang Yu, but seeing him floating high above, Rick Jun was very confused. When did he start flying so high? Meanwhile, Kang Yu spun around in midair with terrifying dark energy, coldly gazing down at the world from above. This scene left Rick Jun stunned with his mouth agape, as a brilliant beam of light burst out from behind Kang Yu, resembling a black hole in space constantly pulling in all surrounding light. A series of dark beams of light also surrounded it. Moros watched in amazement from outside. Who would have thought I would see it again? Kang Yu has created a huge black energy field around himself.